I unexpectedly traveled into the world of Swallowed Star. I've been diligently practicing the genetic source energy cultivation method for over 20 days. Yet they couldn't even reach the threshold. Everyone around me is laughing at me. A complete and utter good for nothing. But in the very next second, my cheat system, the Eternal Divine Brain, finally awakened. Those once incomprehensible cultivation manuals, harder than celestial scriptures, were instantly analyzed and optimized by me tens of thousands of times. To know how others cultivate for the first time, doubling one's strength already counts as a top-tier genius. And I threw a punch. The power instantly surged by more than fourfold. Even the original protagonist Luo Feng. All have been left far behind by me. Simply because my brain has merged with a divine-level artificial intelligence. Gained a godlike deduction ability comparable to a supercomputer. From now on, no technique holds any secret in my eyes. Just as I was reveling in the ecstasy of soaring power, the door was suddenly knocked on. Young master, the time has come. It's time for you to attend the martial arts combat assessment. That day, my father personally escorted me to the assessment location. His gaze at me was full of anticipation. I told him not to worry at all. A mere martial artist combat assessment can't stop me. When we arrived at the gathering point, thousands of prospective martial artists had already gathered here. Everyone's face was filled with tension. I just managed to steady myself. A pesky fellow came up. He is Lu Yifan. He made no attempt to hide his hostility towards me. Even mocked me for not wetting my pants in fear of the monster. But I am no longer who I used to be. Retorted immediately. When he was in school. The embarrassing incident of wetting myself from fright at the sight of a monster's corpse. He blurted it out right in front of everyone. The stench allegedly lingered in the classroom for a full 3 days. The looks from the people around him instantly turned mischievous. His face instantly turned beet red. Just about to open my mouth to retort. Was summoned by the examiner's call. Swallowed it back down unwillingly. It was so frustrating. It was soon my turn to receive the equipment. A blood-red combat suit with a sword and shield. Dressed formally, looking majestic and dignified. At this moment, the class belle, Chu Hanliang, also walked over. She has a hot figure and a heroic demeanor. She instantly captivated everyone's attention the moment she appeared. She was still smiling brightly. Thinking I'd be too timid to come back next time, I just smiled. Tell her even you dare to come. How could I possibly fall behind? Not far away. Lu Yifan watched as I chatted and laughed with the beautiful woman. The envy and resentment in those eyes almost solidified into physical form. At the examiner's command, we have thousands of prospective martial artists. Monsters have flooded into the exam site of Monster Town. Chu Hanling also invited me. Team up with her and her squad of beauties. I refused outright. Just kidding, I possess the Eternal Divine Brain. I wanted to take this opportunity to test my limits. How could I possibly play house with them? So I chose to venture alone deep into the town. Right hand wields the sword, left hand grasps the shield. Highly focused. Not far away. A dark figure darted out from behind the broken wall like lightning. Is a shadow cat. This creature is renowned for its astonishing speed. It poses a deadly threat to ordinary quasi-warriors. But in my eyes, its movement. It moves so slowly it's like watching a slow-motion film. Under the terrifying calculations of the eternal mind. Its leap timing, charge speed, and attack trajectory. All the data was calculated instantly and with absolute clarity. I merely turned slightly to the side. Its lethal claws. It passed by just 1 centimeter away from my combat suit. And I swung my sword down with precision. With a snigger, a massive cat head soared into the sky. The scalding blood instantly dyed the earth crimson. The entire process was clean and efficient. As effortlessly as cutting through tofu. This subtle control over the body achieved the most exquisite evasion at the minimal cost. It's just like computer simulation. Without an inch to spare. This is the ultimate refinement of movement technique. However, killing one shadow cat is like stirring up the whole nest. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 8 shadow cats, surrounding me tightly from all directions. I'm not worried about it at all. Instead, I grew even more excited. Just the right opportunity to test the limits of this heaven-defying calculation ability. Under the frenzied assault of 8 shadow cats, I moved as if taking a leisurely stroll. Every dodge is executed with exquisite precision. Their claws never came close to touching the hem of my garment. A full 10 minutes. I toyed with them like this. Keep them always thinking they're just a little short of succeeding. A miss is as good as a mile. A slight error leads to a huge disparity. After having enough fun, I've just started practicing swordplay. I no longer simply dodge. The blood shadow battle sword in hand began to take the initiative to attack. My swordsmanship was originally unremarkable. But with the aid of the Eternal Mind Core, now every sword strike has become incredibly precise. I can even precisely control the force. Only slit their throats without severing the neck. It looks just like those shadow cats. You threw yourself onto my blade. In just 5 seconds, I unleashed 7 consecutive sword strikes. The throats of all 7 shadow cats simultaneously spurted blood as they collapsed. As for the last one, I can't even be bothered to use a sword. He threw a punch straight out. Click. The shadow cat's skull shattered with a crunch. Died on the spot. And all of my behaviors. Everything was clearly observed by the big shots in the surveillance room. Whoa, this kid's got some serious skills. He's just cruising around like it's nothing while 8 shadow cats are all over him. That's micro-level footwork. One punch shatters a shadow cat's skull? That strength is almost on par with a high-tier warrior. Just how much power did he gain from his first gene primordial energy cultivation? Look! After killing the shadow cats, he's using 10 tiger mastiffs to practice his swordplay. Though his technique seems ordinary, it's growing sharper with each fight against the mastiffs, like he's improving by the minute. A genius. Absolutely a genius. Does anyone have his records? The proctors in the monitoring room all had their eyes lit up with gold when they saw Li Xin on the screen. Without a doubt, in their eyes, Li Xin was now a shining golden genius, exactly the kind of martial prodigy their major factions were desperate to recruit. Found his records. His name is Li Xin. He's a student at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, currently 19 years old. He became a provisional martial artist a month ago and hasn't joined any faction. Soon, someone had dug up Li Xin's background. 19 years old and not affiliated with any faction? Hearing this, the eyes of the numerous proctors present lit up even brighter. They quickly found excuses to leave, pulling out their phones to report Li Xin's situation to their superiors. The assessment is over. All probationary martial artists exit immediately. When the allotted time ended, the communication devices on all the quasi-warriors buzzed. They left Monster Town and gathered at the square where they had assembled earlier. Present your left ears, the ones used to hunt monsters. Officers had long been stationed at the square, ready for the aspirants' arrival. Linifeng, 8 monster left ears. Left leg injured. Fu Lingchuan, 3 monster left ears, left arm injured. Xu Jingyi, 2 monster left ears, no injuries. Li Xin, 308 monster left ears, no injuries. When the officer called out Li Xin's name, his voice was noticeably louder than before. What? 308? Who is he? How can he be this strong? I've seen him. He once survived being surrounded by over a dozen monsters and killed them all without a scratch. He's more monstrous than the monsters themselves. Li Xin? Never heard of him. Another prodigy from some prestigious family, perhaps? Hearing the officer's words, everyone present stared in shock at Li Xin standing at the front. How is that possible? How could his strength have improved so rapidly? Lu Yifan knew Li Xin's strength well. They had fought before, ending in a draw. He himself had only managed to collect 8 monster left ears. How could the other guy have gotten 308? So this is how strong you really are. No wonder you didn't want to team up with me. Chu Hanlian gazed at Li Xin ahead, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. The head of Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the head of Thunder Martial Arts Academy, a military general. My goodness, so many big shots have arrived. Just then, a group of high-ranking figures emerged from outside Monster Town. Each one held a status that was beyond the reach of these aspiring martial artists. Li Xin, I am Mu Jiaxiong, the head of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. First, I congratulate you on passing the martial arts combat assessment and becoming a true martial artist. On behalf of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, I invite you to join our academy. Should you join us, we can provide you with 50 million yuan in startup capital, plus 3 manuals, 1 on footwork, 1 on qigong techniques, and 1 on offensive methods, each valued at no more than 200 million yuan. Furthermore, we can sign you to a training contract with the Thunder Martial Arts Academy's global headquarters basic training camp. You should know that this year, our academy has issued only 3 such training contracts worldwide. Yours will be the 4th. Just as the group of influential figures approached, Mu Jiaxiong suddenly accelerated and appeared before Li Xin. Damn Mu Jiaxiong, breaking his word. Witnessing Mu Jiaxiong's shameless tactics, the others began cursing inwardly. Yet their actions were swift, fearing Li Xin might accept the offer outright. Chapter 4, Li Xin's Choice and Refusal. Li Xin, I'm Ming Qingjun, head of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Whatever the Thunder Martial Arts Academy can offer you, we can match, and I'll boost your startup funding to 100 million. If your talent proves exceptional, you might even receive guidance from the world's foremost master, Hong. The second fastest responder was Ming Qingjun from Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Upon approaching Li Xin, he immediately upped his offer, even bringing up Hong. It was precisely because of Hong's presence that many prodigies were willing to join the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Li Xian, I extend an invitation on behalf of the Huaxia military. Should you join our ranks, you will be directly commissioned as a colonel and assigned to the Military Special Operations Unit. The training in the Chinese Military Special Operations Unit is on par with the foundational boot camp at the Martial Arts Association headquarters. It gathers geniuses from all over the country. We will also provide 100 million yuan in startup funding, plus martial arts techniques including footwork, qigong, and combat methods valued at no more than 200 million yuan. For a prodigy like Li Xian, the Chinese military also sought to recruit him. Li Xian, if you join our HR alliance, we can provide you with 1 billion yuan in startup capital, plus 3 manuals body movement techniques, energy channeling arts, and offensive methods each valued at no more than 500 million yuan. If you find that insufficient, we're open to further negotiation. Chu Buochao, the HR Alliance's director, arrived last but offered the most generous terms. While the HR Alliance lacked in many areas, money was not one of them. Good heavens! Such generous terms. Why does our contract only offer 1 million yuan in startup funds? Are you kidding? If you're a genius like Li Xian, you could get a contract this generous too. What genius? He just has 308 monster left ears, that's all. Are you questioning the judgment of those bigwigs? If Li Xian weren't a true genius, they wouldn't have offered such a high-value contract. Hearing the bigwigs vie for Li Xian's favor and offer such a hefty contract, the over 1,000 aspiring martial artists present were consumed by envy and resentment. Seems my earlier actions caused quite a stir. Faced with multiple invitations, Li Xian had long anticipated this. After all, he had already demonstrated his talent in a spectacular fashion any faction with eyes could see it. Thank you all for your invitations, but I'm deeply interested in computer technology research. Therefore, I wish to join a faction that can provide me with opportunities in this field. Li Xian wasn't blinded by the sudden windfall. He knew exactly what he needed. Possessing the Eternal Divine Brain, he held absolute confidence in his ability to enhance his strength, a concern he'd never entertained. But for the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement, he needed the backing of these major factions. After all, the Eternal Divine Brain contained no relevant technological heritage. To advance the Eternal Divine Brain at the fastest possible pace, he required the technological foundations passed down by these major factions. This would enable him to elevate the Eternal Divine Brain to another level in the shortest time. When it comes to technology, our Huaxia military is arguably the most advanced. As long as you don't neglect your cultivation progress, we can provide you with top-tier laboratories and the finest scientists to guide you. While our Extreme Martial Arts Academy may not boast many scientists, we possess extensive technological reserves. Many technologies unearthed from ancient civilizations, information not disclosed to the public, can be made available to you if you have sufficient contribution points. Our Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Though these influential figures couldn't fathom why a martial artist like Li Xian would take an interest in technology, it didn't stop them from flaunting their advantages to win him over. After all, it was common for geniuses to have unusual hobbies. Besides, they didn't place much importance on technology anyway. Compared to cultivation knowledge, technological information wasn't heavily restricted. Director Ming Chengjun, might we find a quieter place to continue this discussion? Li Xian had already decided before arriving which faction to join, either the Thunder Martial Arts Academy or the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After careful consideration, he now opted for the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The Huaxia military was also an option, but he knew their strict regulations across the board made them unsuitable for him, though potential for future collaboration remained. The HR Alliance had never been an option. Its foundations were too weak, its interests too tangled, and its moral standards too low. It simply didn't align with his future goals. Certainly. Everyone, please step aside. Young Master Li Xian and I need to discuss matters privately. Ming Chengjun immediately burst into a triumphant laugh upon hearing this. Li Xian's words clearly signaled his willingness to choose Extreme Martial Arts Academy. His subtle phrasing was merely to avoid rejecting the other factions outright, saving them face. Seeing Li Xian choose Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the others' expressions darkened. After all, Extreme Martial Arts Academy was overflowing with prodigies. Ming Chengjun paid no heed to their reactions. Leading Li Xian into a quiet building, he produced the contract. Only after Li Xian signed it did he feel at ease. Manager Ming, if I sign this basic training camp contract, does that mean I'll be training at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters? Li Xian asked, eyeing the contract. Exactly. There, geniuses from all over the world are gathered. Every instructor is at least at the God of War level. Only there can you receive the best cultivation and become a God of War at the fastest pace. Ming Chengjun nodded. Manager Ming, I have no objection to joining Extreme Martial Arts Academy, but I don't wish to sign this basic training camp contract. Could you provide me with an equivalent amount of startup funds instead? It wasn't that Li Xian was arrogant, but with his talent, he didn't need anyone to teach him. He could learn on his own. Why bother finding a teacher? The legacies on Earth were all fragmented. Once he grew to the level of a war god or even a planetary level being, he would naturally seek out the correct lineage to study. What he needed most now was absolute freedom and was crucial to his rapid growth. You don't want to sign this training contract? Why? Don't you understand what this contract represents? Hearing Li Xian's words, Ming Chengjun doubted his own ears. This was the foundational training camp that the vast majority of geniuses worldwide yearned to enter but couldn't. And here was this young man refusing it? If word got out, everyone would think Li Xian had lost his mind. That's correct, Manager Ming. I truly don't want to sign it, nor do I wish to go to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters. I only want to train alone, Li Xian stated firmly. Ha! Care to explain why? Seeing Li Xian's earnest expression, Ming Chengjun knew he wasn't joking. Taking a deep breath, he voiced his lingering question. Chapter 5, Refusing to go to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters. I'm a genius, a self-taught genius. I don't need teachers, nor do I need others to instruct me. I know exactly what Manager Ming will say to dissuade me that I shouldn't be so arrogant, that there are always better people out there, that such recklessness will lead me into thorns and thistles, and might even cost me my life. But I refuse to believe it. I have the confidence to train myself into a god of war. Li Xian truly didn't know how to explain his refusal to sign the training contract, so he simply adopted the persona of a conceited genius. After all, he couldn't very well admit he possessed the eternal divine brain that cheat-like alter ego. Going to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters would only waste his potential. He'd rather die than go. Alright then. Since you refuse to sign, I can't convert this contract into Huaxia currency for you. I simply don't have that authority. But I'll give you a year to change your mind. If you decide you want this contract within that time, you can come find me anytime. Ming Chengjun watched Li Xian's expression and shook his head helplessly. He truly couldn't fathom the world of geniuses. In his view, someone as arrogant and overconfident as Li Xian would crash and burn like a comet. Still, he decided to hold on to the contract for Li Xian for a year. Geniuses deserve the right to reconsider. Thank you, Manager Ming. Seeing the matter settled, Li Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He'd feared Ming Chengjun might suddenly decide to send him to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters with his current physique. He'd stand no chance of resisting. After signing the contract, Li Xian stepped outside. He noticed numerous martial artists still lingering nearby, silently watching him pass by. The envy in their eyes was unmistakable. Li Xian ignored those gazes entirely, heading straight for the exit. To his surprise, his father was already waiting there for him. Xian, well done. You're truly my son. Li Homing's face beamed with uncontrollable pride as Li Xian emerged. News of Li Xian's feat had already spread like wildfire among the martial artists who'd exited earlier. A quick inquiry confirmed it for Li Homing. Numerous factions were vying for his allegiance, each a heavyweight in the capital space city. With such talent, the Li family was poised to soar. Dad, let's head home first. Seeing his father like this, Li Xian felt too embarrassed to mention his refusal to sign the Extreme Martial Arts Academy training contract. Besides, Ming Chengjun had promised not to publicize it, so it shouldn't leak. Right, let's go home first. With that, the two drove back home together. Son's home. Wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Li Xian had barely stepped through the door when his mother, Li Meifan, was already waiting with dinner prepared. Li Meifan was a high-level warrior who had once teamed up with Li Homing to hunt monsters. However, after Li Homing lost his arm, she retired and returned home with him. After dinner, Li Xian discovered an extra 100 million in his account startup capital from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Xian, I know you have substantial startup funds now, but a martial artist's money is never enough. Our Li family isn't exceptionally wealthy, but we can still provide you with 10 million yuan as startup capital. After the meal, Li Meifang transferred 10 million yuan into Li Xian's account. Thanks, Mom. Li Xian understood that 10 million yuan was nearly the family's limit. After all, most of their household income came from his third uncle's monster hunts. Lu family. Dad, Li Xian from the Li family, he. Even after becoming a martial artist, Lu Yifan was still seething with anger when he returned home. He immediately told his father about Li Xian. That bastard Li Homing sure did raise a fine son. Lu Wutian was also a one-armed man. His arm had been severed by Li Xian's father, Li Hozhong. It was no exaggeration to say the two shared a blood feud. Dad, why don't we take care of Li Xian while Li Hozhong is away? Otherwise, once he grows stronger, he'll become a major threat to our family. Lu Yifan said coldly. You needn't concern yourself with this matter, nor compare yourself to him. For now, focus on acquiring cultivation techniques and diligent practice. In time, I'll have your uncle take you out for training. Lu Wutian cut off his son's thoughts. Their family was merely a war general level clan. They didn't possess the capability to kill within the base city without facing consequences. First, rent a lab. Li Xian remained unaware that someone was watching him. After receiving the money, he didn't immediately log into Extreme Home to purchase cultivation techniques. Instead, through connections at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he secured a tech lab within Tianjin's urban district. Though not the highest tier facility, it was more than sufficient for Li Xian. He rushed straight there with his laptop, now fused with the Eternal Brain. He then proceeded to purchase the world's highest performance desktop computer, various alloys, and components needed to upgrade and optimize the machine. Simultaneously, he spent another 10 million credits at Extreme Home on acquiring all the technological knowledge he could purchase within his current access level. With the Eternal Brain at his disposal, he mastered all the theoretical knowledge he acquired in just a few days. He then modified his notebook based on the world's most advanced desktop computer specifications. Eternal Divine Brain Advancement Progress, 3%. It's working. Seeing this, Li Xian's spirits lifted. He finally glimpsed hope for the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement. We can finally put the Eternal Divine Furnace project on the agenda. The Eternal Divine Furnace was the only technology inherited from the Eternal Divine Brain, serving as its energy core. For the Eternal Divine Brain to ascend, the Eternal Divine Furnace must contain sufficient energy to sustain it. For the days that followed, Li Xian immersed himself in the laboratory, spending every waking moment there. After 10 days and numerous failures, he finally succeeded in crafting the Eternal Divine Furnace. Its form was a circular storage unit, 10 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters tall, with a flexible metal tube extending from it. At the end of the tube sat a sharp, pointed needle. It's time to reveal the Eternal Divine Furnace's true power. Li Xian carried the Eternal Divine Furnace to the laboratory warehouse, where two cages stood. One contained a severely injured, anesthetized primordial beast general, an ironbone unicorn pig. This living specimen had cost him a staggering 25 million credits to acquire from the HR Alliance. The other cage held another ironbone unicorn boar, also a low-tier beast general, but this one was dead. Li Xian inserted the needle tube extending from the Eternal Divine Furnace into the dead ironbone unicorn boar. An invisible suction force continuously drew the flesh and blood energy from its body into the furnace. In less than 2 seconds, the ironbone unicorn pig was sucked dry. Its entire corpse looked as if it had been dead for centuries, crumbling to ashes at the slightest touch. Chapter 6, another game-changing ability, the Eternal Divine Furnace. Whoa, that's brutal. I'll need to tweak this later. The devouring power should have tears. At the very least, it should preserve the materials on the corpse. Even though he'd known about this beforehand, witnessing it firsthand still felt unbelievable. Is this the eternal energy that can enhance my power? Inside the Eternal Divine Furnace, after draining the ironbone unicorn pig dry, it transformed into a droplet-sized, liquid purple energy. Li Xian extracted it, placing it in his palm. Instantly, a surge of energy flowed from his palm into every part of his body. Just like his first absorption of cosmic energy, every part of his body began to be strengthened and transformed by this force. This enhancement came swiftly and departed just as quickly, concluding in less than a minute. He immediately tested his current punching power. My strength has reached 5,656 kilograms, a precise 2,000 kilograms increase. It seems to be an issue with absorption efficiency or energy conversion efficiency, or perhaps the energy from the deceased lower-tier beast commander dissipated significantly. Logically, if the energy of an entire primary beast general had fully integrated into his body, his physique should have strengthened far more significantly. An increase of only 2,000 kilograms was clearly unreasonable. Let's try a living ironbone unicorn boar. Having tasted the benefits, he turned his attention to another cage. Grrrrrr. The ironbone unicorn pig had witnessed everything unfold. That terrifying thing pierced its body, then devoured it clean. Terrified, it tried to ram the cage to escape. But it was drugged and severely wounded. The cage was made of an alloy so strong even a mid-tier warrior couldn't cleave it. There was no way it could break free. Put. As the Eternal Divine Furnace's needle pierced the ironbone unicorn pig's body, even the living creature was sucked dry within 5 seconds, transformed into a droplet of energy liquid within the furnace. Using the same method, after absorbing the Eternal Divine Furnace's energy, his punching power was tested at 7,466 kilograms, an increase of 1810 kilograms. The energy from a living ironbone unicorn pig is slightly more than that from one dead for 3 days, yet the increase in fist strength is less. It seems the absorbed eternal energy isn't about whether the creature is alive or dead, but rather the energy conversion efficiency and my own absorption efficiency. The stronger I become, the more energy I require to achieve the same power increase. Moreover, the further I progress, the greater the energy needed to enhance my strength. It seems I must forge a superior Eternal Divine Furnace in the future. The current one is merely a low-grade version. Once I have the resources, I'll procure better materials to craft a higher-tier Eternal Divine Furnace. For the Eternal Divine Brain to advance, it must forge an Eternal Divine Furnace capable of absorbing planetary-level energy, with vastly greater storage capacity. The eternal divine furnace he had crafted so far was far from sufficient in quality, largely due to his limited financial resources. He had settled for a low-spec version for now, planning to build a high-spec one when funds allowed. Even so, it'll suffice for now. Li Xin didn't stop there. He continued modifying the eternal divine furnace, integrating it with mechanical components to create a 1-meter-tall robot with a tail. With the eternal divine brain as its central control, the robot obeyed Li Xin's commands completely. Powered by the eternal divine furnace, it didn't even require an external power source. Perfect. Gazing at the futuristic robot before him, Li Xin felt immense satisfaction. Transform. With a thought from Li Xin, the robot began to transform, eventually morphing into a metal suitcase. He dragged the suitcase straight out of the laboratory. After all, robots were far too conspicuous on Earth. They were clearly products of an alien civilization, and leaving one out would inevitably draw unwanted attention. Xin, you can pursue your hobbies anytime. But as a martial artist, your strength is what matters most. As soon as he returned home, Li Homing sought out Li Xin, for he cared deeply about his son. Learning that Li Xin had spent the past half-month immersed in technological research within a laboratory had filled Li Homing with anxiety. He feared Li Xin might stray down the wrong path, squandering his martial arts talent. Yet instead of lecturing him immediately, he patiently waited until Li Xin returned home from the lab before offering his counsel. Dad, want to try blocking one of my punches? Li Xin offered no explanation, choosing instead to prove himself through action. Alright, bring it on. Li Homing paused for a moment before assuming a fighting stance. Li Xin didn't hold back. He knew his father was a war general level fighter even with one arm missing. A war general was still a war general. So he threw his punch with full force. Bam! Li Xin's full force punch landed. Li Homing, anchored in a solid stance, didn't budge an inch, but shot clearly flashed across his face. He knew his son's capabilities well. Just a month and a half ago, Li Xin had barely reached the threshold for a novice warrior. Now, after only another month and a half, the power behind this punch was already approaching that of a low-tier war general. To reach such a level in just a month and a half, if someone else had told him, he would have thought they were joking. But after truly taking Li Xin's punch head-on, he had no choice but to believe it was real. Alright, Xiao Xin. It's my fault. I apologize. All the anxiety in Li Homing's heart melted away. His son had shown him in this way that he hadn't squandered his talent on other matters. Dad, you did this for my own good. How could it be wrong? Li Xin understood his father's concern. Unable to reveal his secret, he could only show his progress this way to ease his father's worries. After easing his father's worries, Li Xin returned to his room and transformed the suitcase in his hand back into robot mode. Open and log into the limit home, search for cultivation techniques. With a thought, the eternal divine brain within the robot activated automatically. World annihilation, category, gun technique. Rating, ultimate. Price, 100 billion huaxia coins. 9-fold Thunderblade, category, blade arts. Rating, ultimate. Price, 100 billion huaxia coins. Shattering the Heavens sword technique, category, sword technique. Rating, SSS-grade. Price, 50 billion huaxia coins. I'm a swordsman. Sword techniques are non-negotiable. The sky-shattering sword technique is the best. The sky-shattering sword technique has 5 tiers. Each tier doubles your power output. At its peak, it multiplies your base strength by 5 times. Tier 1 costs 300 million. I can afford that. Li Xin didn't pursue the 9-fold Thunderblade's 7-fold power boost. After all, what suited him best was what mattered most. As a swordsman, why would he train in blade techniques? Besides, the 5-fold power amplification of the Breaking the Heavens sword technique was already more than sufficient for his current needs. Blood Shadow Battle Sword Series 2, Model S6 price, 20 million huaxia coins. Blood Shadow Shield Series 2, Model S6 price, 20 million huaxia coins. Even the D6 series combat armor capable of withstanding high-tier beast generals' attacks, complete with arm guards, combat boots, and accessories, cost 180 million huaxia currency. A 6 and D6 correspond to high-tier war general level equipment. 1 cultivation manual, 2 battle swords, 2 shields, a full set of protective gear, plus a backpack, rations, and so on. With the manual and gear at half price, I've practically spent every last coin I had. After selecting everything he needed, he promptly paid and placed his order, leaving only 1 million huaxia coins remaining in his account. Chapter 7, Sneaking Out, Setting Off for the Wilderness. Hello, Mr. Li Xin. Your delivery requires fingerprint authentication to open. Early the next morning, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's dedicated courier delivered all the items Li Xin had purchased the previous day. Confirmed. I understand the rules. Thank you for delivering it. Li Xin opened the delivery's exclusive sealed metal box, carefully inspected the contents inside, and then smiled at the courier before expressing his gratitude. You're welcome. It's my job. Wishing you great success in your martial arts journey. Goodbye. The courier smiled faintly, his expression brimming with envy, before turning to leave. After obtaining the broken sky sword technique manual, Li Xian carried his newly purchased battle sword to the training room. Once he perfected his sword techniques and footwork, he would venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. By extracting energy through the Eternal Divine Furnace to enhance his physique, his strength would skyrocket. This was precisely why he refused to go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters. There were too many experts there, and the constant surveillance of various alien civilizations' technologies posed a risk of exposing the Eternal Divine Furnace. Only in this unmonitored, completely free environment could he fully dedicate himself to enhancing his strength. All martial arts under heaven can shatter any fortress, but only speed cannot be broken. Opening the manual of the Shattering Void Sword technique, these 12 words appeared. Li Xian couldn't help but wonder if the creator of the Shattering Void Sword technique had plagiarized the Thunder God's teachings. How else could both manuals begin with these exact 12 characters? The essence of the Shattering Void Sword technique lies in one word: speed. When your burst speed is fast enough, when your sword strikes so swiftly that no one can react in time, you win. After opening the manual, Li Xian studied every word meticulously. When he finished reading, he closed the book and shut his eyes. The Shattering Void Sword technique contained not only sword techniques but also matching footwork and guiding arts, all rated SSS tier, making it exceptionally comprehensive. Driven by the Eternal Divine Brain, the entire manual was being analyzed, understood, and compared against the foundational sword techniques Li Xian had encountered before. He began simulating applications tailored to his own circumstances. These days, the Eternal Divine Brain wasn't solely focused on calculating technological knowledge. It had also begun scouring the internet for vast amounts of ancient martial arts, sword techniques, and classics from the 100 schools of thought, recording them all to form the foundation of Li Xian's own knowledge base. 15 minutes later, he finally opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Just now, under the influence of his Enlightenment talent, he had analyzed and calculated the first layer of the Piercing the Heavens sword technique thousands upon thousands of times. 1,000 mental repetitions are no match for a single practice session. Li Xian picked up his battle sword and began practicing. At first, his sword movements were slow, resembling an elderly woman practicing Tai Chi sword. But by the second round, his speed had risen to a new level. The third, fourth, fifth. Each time he restarted the sequence, his speed climbed another notch. By the 12th repetition, his pace plateaued. This can't be right. My mental simulation showed I could go faster. Is my body's lack of coordination holding me back? Practice makes perfect. Keep training. If my body isn't coordinated, then I'll train until it is. His mind raced with brilliance, yet his body remained the weak link. In this regard, he had no choice but to be diligent, repeating the practice over and over until he could fully unleash his potential. Thus, Li Xian trained relentlessly in the practice chamber. When his stamina depleted, he would sit and circulate his cultivation technique to recover. He even slept within the chamber. This intense regimen continued for 2 full days. Whoosh! On the third day, as the sun rose and its light touched Li Xian's face, his eyes flashed with determination. The battle sword whirled through the air at blinding speed in his grasp, striking the punch power tester with its final swing and leaving a shallow gash upon its surface. Punching power, 14,932 kilograms. Power amplification doubled. Success! Li Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. This level of strength was approaching that of a mid-tier combat general. What I lack now is combat experience and energy to strengthen my body. After mastering the first layer of the Shattering Void Sword technique, he turned his focus to hunting in the wilderness. Only by venturing into the wilderness, hunting endless monsters, and using the Eternal Divine Furnace to extract their energy for self-enhancement could he grow at the fastest possible pace. Dad can't find out. He knew full well that if his father found out he was heading into the wilderness, he wouldn't allow him to go alone. At the very least, he'd insist on finding a squad to escort him. But he knew his own situation. The Eternal Divine Furnace, such a thing absolutely couldn't be revealed now, at least not yet. He left a note at home, then slipped out quietly. He'd already moved all his travel gear to the rented house outside. Let's go! After gathering all his belongings, Li Xian boarded a train bound for Military Supply Base 66, located near the capital city base. He didn't linger at the supply base for long, heading straight for the wilderness zone. Traveling along the dilapidated highway, this stretch was frequently traversed by martial artists in vehicles, so monsters were rarely found nearby. Yet the area was littered with wrecked car carcasses, soil stained black by monster blood, and even numerous rotting monster corpses. The sun blazed overhead, its scorching heat causing Li Xian to sweat profusely. He could even faintly hear the growls of monsters, keeping his nerves perpetually on edge. The Eternal God Brain robot transformed from its suitcase form into a humanoid robot, strapping on a massive backpack as it followed behind Li Xian. Venturing into the wilderness for the first time, Li Xian cautiously scanned his surroundings, searching for monsters. After half an hour, he finally found traces of monsters, a herd of iron-haired sheep. Their black wool was as hard as steel needles, their pupils glowed red, their horns were sharp, they stood 2 meters tall, and they were herd-dwelling monsters. Chapter 8, Sudden Awakening. Iron-haired sheep, medium beast soldier grade, 13 individuals. No other monsters nearby. Huntable. After spotting the iron-haired sheep, Li Xian cautiously circled around them. Finding no other monsters nearby, he decided to hunt this herd. Quick and decisive. Li Xian charged forward like a leopard, his blood shadow warsword in hand. Baea! The iron-haired sheep herd reacted swiftly. Spotting the approaching threat, all 13 sheep turned their heads in unison toward Li Xian's charge. The herd immediately charged wildly toward Li Xian. With heads lowered, their metallic horns leading the way, they crashed toward him like a massive steel plate studded with spikes. Facing the charging herd, Li Xian remained utterly unfazed. His form danced through the sheep like a nimble cat. The seemingly ferocious onslaught failed to even brush against his clothes. Rip! Li Xian's battle sword was unmatched in sharpness, wielded with extraordinary precision and blinding speed. The sheep charged en masse, but as they brushed past Li Xian, their iron hardwool was torn apart effortlessly. Each sheep's throat was sliced open by the sword. The sheep's charge was fierce and swift, yet after the initial impact, they fell to the ground in unison, blood gushing instantly from their throats. Medium-tier beast soldiers pose little challenge to me. After all, I'm now a high-tier warrior and possess double power amplification. Li Xian stood behind the flock, slowly sheathing his battle sword. Gurgle. The Eternal Divine Brain robot, which had been lurking in the shadows, approached the dead flock. Its tail pierced the iron-haired sheep through their wounds. Within a single second, each sheep was drained dry, reduced to ashes and skeletal remains. All 13 iron-haired sheep were drained in less than 30 seconds. The energy of 13 medium-tier beast soldiers doesn't even match that of a single low-tier beast general. After inspecting the energy reserves within the Eternal Divine Furnace, Li Xian did not immediately utilize the energy. Instead, he continued his journey in search of more monsters. As for monster materials, the components from these intermediate-tier beasts were too cheap to collect. He absorbed them all completely, reserving his efforts only for high-tier beasts or materials from primary-tier beast generals. Onward! This battle hadn't drained much of his stamina. Li Xian pressed onward and soon encountered a group of monsters. Black-scaled wolves. 25 of them, all high-tier beast soldiers. Some danger, but manageable. Huntable. Black-scaled wolves were covered in jet-black scales as hard as steel, granting them formidable defense. Their blazing speed made them formidable even among high-tier beast soldiers. Combined with their pack-hunting nature, many low-tier warriors avoided provoking them altogether. Awooh! The black-scaled wolves were highly alert. The moment Li Xian made a move, they detected him. Fangs bared, the wolves charged toward Li Xian in a frenzy, encircling formation. Pack attacks were their specialty, and the black-scaled wolves were no exception. Sky step. The black-scaled wolves were swift, their claws razor-sharp, but Li Xian's reflexes were faster. As the pack surged forward, Li Xian executed the evasive maneuvers from the sky-piercing sword technique, dodging the claw attacks of the 2 leading black-scaled wolves. His mind had already calculated the exact points and timing of the pack's assaults. Combined with the skywalk technique, he moved with effortless ease through the encircling pack of 25 black-scaled wolves, as if strolling through a garden. Shatter the void sword technique. Amidst the wolves, Li Xian wielded his broken sky sword technique with effortless fluidity. Each sword strike claimed the life of a black-scaled wolf. Weakness strike. This time, instead of targeting the beast's necks as before, Li Xian aimed for the black-scaled wolves' vulnerable spots, their anuses, eyes, ears, and other areas not covered by their scales. Seeking to unleash maximum power with minimal effort. Awooh! The black-scaled wolves possess slightly greater intelligence than the iron-haired sheep. Witnessing so many of their kind perish in such a short span, the remaining few fled in sheer terror. My prey can't just run away. Li Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as he accelerated with a powerful thrust of his legs, chasing after one direction. Simultaneously, he drew another battle sword from his sheath and hurled it toward another direction, piercing the black-scaled wolf that had fled the farthest. Not a bad haul. After eliminating all the black-scaled wolves, the Eternal God Brain robot finished the job, gaining a significant amount of energy. Enough energy time to level up. Seeing that the energy within the Eternal Divine Furnace now exceeded that of a single lower-tier beast general, Li Xian departed the area and immediately began using this energy to enhance his own strength. This feeling is truly wonderful. As the energy flowed into his palm and spread throughout his body, that sensation of soaking in a hot spring returned. His entire body felt warm and cozy, as comfortable as returning to the womb. His strength steadily climbed throughout the process, solidly advancing from a high-tier warrior to the threshold of a low-tier war general. Arg! Yet, at that very moment, an excruciating pain exploded within his mind, as if countless steel needles were relentlessly piercing his entire skull. The sudden, excruciating agony forced him to half-kneel on the ground, his hands clutching his head tightly. He even began pounding his skull, desperately trying to lessen the torment. Simultaneously, a powerful and mysterious force surged forth from his mind, spreading throughout his blood, bone marrow, and internal organs. Under this energy's baptism, his entire body underwent violent transformations, all directed toward becoming stronger. Yet this transformation was too violent, too rapid, hundreds of times faster than when he had absorbed the energy of the eternal divine furnace to enhance his power. His entire body turned crimson as countless discarded cells and genes were expelled from his pores along with sweat and blood. Li Xian's body was now covered in blue veins, like coils of snakes, as his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Were it not for the eternal divine brain keeping his consciousness clear, he would have long since collapsed unconscious. This is the sign of psychic power awakening. This sudden manifestation reminded him of psychic power awakening. He had always believed himself devoid of such talent, yet unexpectedly, upon reaching the rank of junior battle general, his psychic power had awakened, and so abruptly. Breaking through to war general was typically straightforward and uneventful, which is why he dared to absorb energy here for his breakthrough. But who could have imagined he would awaken psychic powers? Chapter 9, The Assassin's Surprise Appearance. It hurt so much. The awakening of his psychic powers was far from over. At that moment, his entire body felt as though millions of steel needles were repeatedly piercing into his flesh. Such excruciating agony would have triggered the self-preservation mechanism in anyone else's brain, causing them to lose consciousness instantly. But Li Xian possessed the eternal divine brain. This divine brain wouldn't shut down due to physical pain, no matter how excruciating. Thus, no matter how agonizing it became, Li Xian wouldn't lose consciousness. He could only endure it with sheer willpower. Bearing this inhuman agony, Li Xian still managed to rise to his feet through sheer willpower. He wanted to do something to distract himself from this inhuman agony. But when he strained every muscle to grasp the hilt, he discovered he couldn't even pull the blood shadow war sword from the ground. In that moment, he wished he could simply pass out from the agony. This inhuman torment dragged on for an unknown duration, gradually numbing his entire being. It's over. Finally over. Without knowing when, the agony that had relentlessly pierced his body and soul like countless steel needles vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, a cool energy flowed from his mind to every corner of his soul and body, healing his battered flesh and spirit. In that moment, Li Xian felt as though he were bathed in the warmest sunlight of heaven. The comfort he experienced was the most exquisite sensation he had ever known in his entire life. Truly, from one moment of hell to the next moment of heaven. As he regained his senses, he couldn't help but marvel. Under this warm baptism, the agony he had just endured felt almost unreal. Is this what psychic power feels like? Li Xian extended his psychic perception, discovering his psychic energy felt like an invisible hand. With a thought, the battle sword planted in the ground floated upward. Guided by his intent, the sword began practicing basic sword techniques in midair. With another flick of his thoughts, the surrounding stones all rose into the air, hurtling toward the same target like cannonballs. Whoa! At that moment, a pack of black-scaled wolves led by their black-scaled wolf king charged swiftly toward Li Xian from the distance. The black-scaled wolf king, a mid-tier warrior-class monster, had detected the thick scent of blood and pursued him relentlessly. Li Xian's position wasn't far from the pool of blood, so the Black Wolf King naturally followed the scent to find him. This pack numbered 76 black-scaled wolves. Aside from the black-scaled Wolf King, the rest were merely beast soldier tier. Perfect timing. Seeing the pack arrive, Li Xian's eyes lit up. He had been looking for monsters to test his psychic powers on, and now these black-scaled wolves had practically delivered themselves to him. Kill! Before the black-scaled wolves could charge, Li Xian unleashed his shield at full force, smashing it into the lead wolf. The wolves were struck as if hit by a truck traveling at 300 kilometers per hour. Their scales shattered, bodies twisted grotesquely, and blood sprayed across the sky, staining the air crimson. Utterly worthless. With a flick of his thoughts, Li Xian commanded 2 battle swords and 2 shields. Wherever his gaze fell, the swords and shields shot forth at blinding speed, colliding with their targets. This pack of beast-level black-scaled wolves stood no chance against Li Xian, whose psychic powers had now awakened. In mere seconds, Li Xian had slaughtered the majority of the black-scaled wolves. Oh whoa! The black-scaled Wolf King knew no fear. Baring its fangs, it let out a thunderous roar, charging forward with all its might. Die! Li Xian's icy eyes flashed. The Wolf King's speed seemed sluggish as a turtle's crawl to him. His twin battle swords sliced through the air like scissors, severing the wolf's neck the moment it leaped. Its body continued its flight through inertia, blood spurting from the severed neck, but its head had already hit the ground. Not bad, not bad. Killing monsters with psychic power is far more efficient than hacking them down one by one with my swords. After slaying every black-scaled wolf and draining their energy, he promptly departed the area. After finding a quiet, secluded spot nearby, he finally settled his mind to carefully comprehend the power he had awakened. First, his strength surged dramatically, at least he felt his physique had reached the level of a mid-tier warrior. Next came the sharpening of his senses. His all-encompassing, dead-angle-free psychic detection made him nearly impossible to ambush. It's hard to say exactly how powerful my psychic energy is, but by normal standards, psychic energy is 2 tiers stronger than genetic primal energy. That puts me at the level of a fairly basic war god. Within the Xian's sea of consciousness lay a black metallic solid, the emblem of condensed psychic energy. This signified his psychic potential remained untapped. Once his genetic primal energy advanced, this solid would release psychic energy, elevating his mental power 2 tiers beyond his physical form. I'll rest here tonight and test my true strength tomorrow. Today's awakening had left him physically and mentally exhausted. He truly had no desire to continue hunting monsters. But while Li Xian had no desire to hunt, others sought to hunt him. Vehicle detected. It should belong to our target. He must be nearby. Footprints lead east. Let's continue the pursuit. Around Li Xian's off-road vehicle, 5 men stood encircling it. Among them, 4 were lower-tier warriors, while 1 possessed mid-tier warrior strength. Damn. Who'd have thought the Liu family would spend so much to hire us, the Black Bull Squad, just to kill some kid who's barely been a martial artist for a month? Well, what can you do? The Lius and Li families are sworn enemies. Plus, this kid's talent is terrifying. If he grows stronger, the Lius won't have an easy life, they might even face annihilation. Most crucially, word is this kid was recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Even the academy had personally intervened. But for some reason, he never showed up at the academy headquarters. That's what gave the Liu family their opening. Haha, only our Black Bull Mercenary squad would be bold enough to take this job. No one else would dare. Though the 5 men chatted and laughed, their movements were swift. Following the clues left on the ground, they quickly located Li Xian's position. I never imagined the Liu family would hire people to kill me. What the 5 mercenaries hadn't anticipated was that Li Xian had already spotted them as they approached. Every move they made was under the watchful gaze of Li Xian's psychic powers. The Liu family had anticipated the Li family might secretly protect Li Xian, which was precisely why they'd paid a hefty price to hire 5 war general-level mercenaries to eliminate him. Had the Lius not been certain that Li Xian's father, Li Hozhong, was not with him, they would have likely hired even stronger mercenaries. Hold on. Doesn't this place feel too quiet? The mercenary captain, Yi Bushwan, suddenly raised his hand, signaling the others to halt, and immediately grew alert. Captain, now that you mention it, I've noticed too, not a single animal growl or insect chirp can be heard nearby. The other 4 mercenaries weren't rookies either, they instantly sensed something was off. Captain, someone's approaching, it's our target. At that moment, Kuei-ing, the one with the keenest perception, spotted the figure who had just crept out from behind a large rock nearby, attempting to ambush them. Chapter 10, Assassin? Are you sure you're not here to deliver my gear? Looks like I'm not cut out for stealth. Upon realizing he'd been spotted, Li Xian shrugged. Very well. Since you've chosen to step out, we'll give you a quick death. Guys, let's get this over with. Keep his head, we don't want the Liu family to deny it later. Upon seeing Li Xian, Yi Bushwan burst into laughter. He hadn't expected his target to be such a fool, walking right into their trap. As soon as Yi Bushwan finished speaking, the other members of the Black Bull squad sprang into action. Some drew firearms ready to fire, others brandished combat knives to flank him, preventing any chance of escape. Yi Bushwan himself charged forward, battle sword in hand, a smug grin on his face. Whoosh! Whoosh! But in the next instant, Yi Bushwan's smile froze. He vaguely saw a blood-red battle sword streaking toward him at a speed surpassing the speed of sound. As a mid-tier warrior, he could only make out a blurred sword shadow weaving through their ranks. He tried to dodge, but his body couldn't keep pace with his mind's reaction. Impossible. Suddenly, excruciating pain shot through his neck. He clutched his throat with both hands, but the blood gushed out unstoppably. He never imagined that he'd come to carry out such a simple mission only to die so inexplicably. He didn't even know who had struck him down before he perished. It was utterly frustrating. Even in his final moments, he never suspected Li Xian was responsible. In his mind, Li Xian simply couldn't possess such power. Mercenaries of the HR Alliance, meeting me is your misfortune. With psychic powers rivaling a god of war, eliminating a few war general-level opponents was child's play for him. These mercenaries carried various weapons, equipment, and monster materials. Aside from their battle swords and shields, he stowed everything else in his off-road vehicle, planning to sell it all upon his return. 5 more battle swords. Once I return to the supply base, I'll buy flying swords for psychic practitioners. With his current psychic power, Li Xian could control 10 flying swords simultaneously in battle. Without flying swords now, he'd have to make do with battle swords instead. Finally, I can get some proper rest. After disposing of the mercenaries, using the Eternal Divine Furnace to absorb their energy and completely obliterate all traces, Li Xian set the Eternal Divine Brain aside to monitor the surroundings. He then entered a light sleep state, ready to awaken at the slightest disturbance. After all, while his physical body slept, the Eternal Divine Brain avatar knew no rest. While Li Xian now slept soundly, turmoil had erupted within both the Li and Lu families because of him. Li family. What? Xiao Xian went to the wilderness? When butler Hu Yanfeng went to deliver Li Xian's meal, he discovered Li Xian was no longer at home. Finding the letter Li Xian had left behind, he immediately reported the matter to Li Homing. Xian is so reckless. His first time in the wilderness, and he didn't even tell me? Sneaking off alone like this is. Upon reading Li Xian's letter, Li Homing's first thought was to go to the wilderness and bring him back. First, I must inform third brother about this, then seek out those old friends. After a moment's thought, Li Homing dialed Li Hozhong's number. Big brother, since Xiao Xian has his own ideas, let him go explore. Didn't he say he'd call home in 3 days to report he's safe? Let's wait 3 days. But we should still look for him. It's his first time in the wilderness, so he probably won't have gone too far. Have second brother contact the military to check which gate Xiao Xian left from. That should give us a rough idea of where he might be heading. I have at most 3 months left before completing my mission and returning. When that time comes, I'll personally take Xiao Xian out for some real-world experience. Li Hozhong said after a moment's thought. Alright, we'll do it your way. Li Homing nodded in agreement. Lu family. Second brother, do you think the Black Bull squad can find that little Bradley Xian? Lu Wuxia paced anxiously in the courtyard. Don't worry. Though the Black Bull squad has a notorious reputation, they're highly professional at surveying terrain and tracking enemies. I've also bribed someone in the military to obtain information that Li Xian left through the south gate. With that lead, it's only a matter of time before the Black Bull squad finds him. Killing him afterward will be a piece of cake. We'll have answers within 3 days at most. Lu Wutian declared confidently. If fourth brother can seize the opportunity to break through to God tier from the Wang family in the capital this time, we won't need to fear the Li family anymore. Destroying them single-handedly would be child's play. Lu Wuxia sighed. Rest assured, fourth brother possesses extraordinary talent. He will succeed. Lu Wutian held unwavering confidence in his younger brother. Early the next morning, after a simple meal, Li Xian decided not to continue hunting in this vicinity. Most of the demon beasts here were beast soldier level, beyond his hunting scope. He sped along in his off-road vehicle, no longer cautious. With his psychic senses scanning the area, almost no monsters could attack his vehicle. Any beast daring to attack his vehicle was instantly slain by the Blood Shadow War Sword, its corpse completely devoured. When the terrain became impassable for the vehicle, he simply lifted it into the air with his psychic power and flew. Bloodthirsty Tiger, High-Rank Beast General, 1. Black Claw Cheetah, Mid-Tier Beast Commander, 8. Surrounding them are roughly 600 Beast Soldier-level Jackal Dogs. This scale is perfect for a hunt. Deep within the wilderness, Li Xian concealed the off-road vehicle and swiftly located a clustered horde of beasts. Li Xian wielded a Blood Shadow War Sword, 6 swords swirling around him, while standing atop a Blood Shadow shield. He soared directly into the heart of the beast horde. Roar! The bloodthirsty tiger roared upon seeing Li Xian approach, its howl echoing for 10 miles. Numerous monsters that had been scattered earlier immediately charged toward him upon hearing the tiger's roar, attempting to block his path. But Li Xian could fly. None of the monsters below possessed this ability, they simply couldn't stop him. Rip! Put! Li Xian didn't even need to approach the monsters below. Under his command, the 6 battle swords plunged into the horde like a whirlwind through empty fields, reaping the lives of the monsters beneath him relentlessly, sweeping them away like autumn leaves. The first time he used psychic power in a group battle, he initially exerted every ounce of strength each time he manipulated his battle sword to slay monsters, resulting in nearly every creature being torn apart and killed outright. But as the battle raged on, he began to restrain his psychic energy, much like a martial artist seeking to kill with minimal force. It must be said that with this shift in approach, his mental energy consumption dropped significantly. Roar! As a high-ranking beast commander, the bloodthirsty tiger possessed considerable intelligence. Witnessing this human's overwhelming power slaughtering its subordinates with reckless abandon while soaring through the air, its first instinct wasn't to kill the enemy, but to turn and flee. Fleeing before a psychic? What a foolish notion! Li Xian's lips curled slightly. With a flick of his thoughts, his speed surged past the speed of sound, catching up to the bloodthirsty tiger in an instant. Roar! Seeing its enemy deliberately descend to the ground, the ferocious beast bared its savage fangs. It lashed out with a claw, aiming to tear Li Xian to shreds. Slash! Without relying on psychic power, Li Xian wielded the Blood Shadow War Sword with sheer physical strength, executing the sky-splitting sword technique. Where the tiger's claw met the sword, terrifying force caused the ground within a radius of over 10 meters to collapse inward. After a brief stalemate, both man and beast were sent flying backward. I had to double my strength just to fight the bloodthirsty tiger, a high-rank beast general, to a standstill. It seems my current physical strength truly places me at the mid-rank war general level, not yet reaching the high-rank war general tier. After this clash, he had a clearer grasp of his current strength tier. Without power amplification, his martial strength rivaled that of a mid-tier war general, while his psychic power matched that of a low-tier war god. Chapter 11, Golden Lion, come down if you dare. Roar! Seeing it had failed to kill the human, the bloodthirsty tiger stabilized itself, gathered power in its limbs, and charged forward again with even greater speed than before. Put! This time, however, Li Xian didn't intend to engage in a drawn-out duel using martial power. Instead, he directly manipulated his battle sword with psychic force. A battle sword sliced through the sky, piercing the bloodthirsty tiger's neck the instant it leaped, pinning it to the ground. Blood flowed down the blade onto the ground, and the once ferocious bloodthirsty tiger instantly became a dead tiger. The remaining monsters, witnessing this, scattered in all directions. Li Xian seized the opportunity to eliminate the rest. Keep the materials from the beast general class monsters. After eliminating the beasts, the Eternal God Brain robot began cleaning up the aftermath. Li Xian controlled the battle sword to slice and salvage valuable components from the 9 beast general level monsters. Psychic power is incredibly useful. Time to switch to hunting mode. Seeing how efficiently psychic power slaughtered the monsters, Li Xian naturally wouldn't proceed slowly like before. Nor would he foolishly focus solely on honing his martial prowess. His top priority now was to leverage his psychic power advantage to swiftly hunt monsters, then use the Eternal Divine Furnace to enhance his strength. As for combat experience and physical conditioning, those could be cultivated gradually after he became invincible on Earth. Right now, his power was too low he didn't even feel secure. He now focused on seeking out monster groups for hunting, as this approach yielded the highest efficiency. Throughout the entire day, he lost count of how many monsters he had slain, but he had wiped out a full 20 monster groups. Killing such a vast number of monsters meant his off-road vehicle was now packed to the brim with materials from various beast general level monsters. His martial prowess had consequently risen to the high war general tier, while his psychic power had reached the mid-war god tier. Roar! However, after slaughtering so many beast groups in this vicinity, how could Li Xian possibly have avoided drawing the attention of the nearby lord monsters? A colossal lion, golden from head to toe and towering 10 meters high, let out a thunderous roar. Monsters within dozens of kilometers converged toward this location, forming a terrifying tide of beasts. These beasts weren't just ground-dwelling creatures, they included swarms of steel giant eagles soaring through the skies. Damn, they must have been secretly gathering all along. Now, under the call of this low-tier lord-level golden lion, they're launching their full-scale assault. No wonder I never saw other monsters joining in during my previous hunts. Watching the countless monsters charging in from all directions, Li Xian finally understood. It could only be said that his experience fighting in the wilderness was too limited. He hadn't realized the lord-level monsters had already surrounded him in secret. Fine. No need for me to hunt you down individually. Come on, all of you. Such a terrifying tide of beasts could likely wear down even an ordinary war god to death, but for Li Xian, there was no danger to his life because this lord-class monster couldn't fly. Kill! Li Xian leapt into the air, shield beneath his feet. Facing the iron eagles of the beast general rank, his 6 battle swords swept through like raging dragons. Any iron eagle within 100 meters of him was effortlessly cleaved in two, blood splattering the sky as corpses plummeted below. He was a killing god in the sky. Thousands of steel giant eagles couldn't harm him in the slightest. In less than half a minute, he had slaughtered the majority of them. Roar! The golden lion, a low-tier lord-class monster, suddenly seized a high-tier war general-class bloodthirsty tiger and hurled it like a weapon toward Li Xian in the sky. I didn't come looking for you, but you seem eager to die. Li Xian merely sidestepped, effortlessly evading the golden lion's throw. Rather than immediately descending to battle the beast, he continued his aerial slaughter of the steel giant eagles. Roar! Seeing its miss, the golden lion grabbed another nearby monster and hurled it. After tossing over a dozen, it still failed to hit its target. By then, however, Li Xian had already slaughtered every last steel giant eagle. Slash! Li Xian's gaze turned icy as 6 battle swords streaked toward the golden lion below at twice the speed of sound from 6 different directions. The golden lion reacted swiftly, but it could only block one blade with a single paw. The remaining 5 swords struck mercilessly across its body. Boom! Li Xian's best battle sword was merely a 6th grade, while the weakest was a 4 grade. These weapons could pierce the defenses of beast general level monsters, but against a lord level golden lion, they couldn't even breach its fur-like defense. Fortunately, Li Xian had previously enhanced his strength using the Eternal Divine Furnace's energy, elevating his martial prowess to high-ranked war general level and his psychic power to mid-ranked war god level. Even without the sharpness of his battle swords, his strikes still inflicted excruciating pain upon the golden lion. The immense impact force even shook its internal organs. Roar! The golden lion roared wildly in agony from the blow, its challenge clear, come down if you dare. But Li Xian remained utterly unmoved. He even loosened his grip on the battle sword in his hand and mentally controlled the other shield on his back. 7 battle swords and 1 shield, all manipulated by his psychic power, unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the Golden Lion. With the Golden Lion's low-tier Lord-level speed, it couldn't evade Li Xian's attacks at all, managing only to block some with its claws. As long as Li Xian maintained his altitude, neither the Golden Lion nor the beast tied below could touch him. This was the quintessential kite fighting tactic of a psychic, one that had frustrated countless monsters and players alike. Now the Golden Lion suffered its full brunt, unable to strike back, unable to evade, unable to flee. It could only rage and roar in place, taking the beating. Roar! After a full 3 minutes, the Golden Lion let out its final, agonized roar. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, defeated and utterly frustrated, falling to Li Xian's hands. Kill! Though the Golden Lion was dead, the beast tide raged on. Li Xian became a slaughter god amidst the chaos, wielding 7 battle swords to mercilessly cut down every monster in sight. Following the death of the Lord-level Golden Lion and Li Xian's merciless slaughter, the gathered beast tide scattered in all directions. Within a mere 10 minutes, it vanished completely, leaving only a field of corpses behind. Lord-class monsters have such tenacious vitality it took so many hits to finally kill it. Looks like I need to go back and upgrade my gear. These battle swords can't keep up with my power anymore. Li Xian gazed at the 7 battle swords, their edges now chipped and dull, a look of resignation crossing his face. His power had surged far too rapidly. Just 2 days ago he was still a warrior, yet now both his spiritual and psychic abilities had reached the level of a mid-tier war god. Outside, I should only display the talent of a psychic master and limit my actual strength to no more than a high-tier war general. I can't overdo it. I still need time to develop further. Li Xian controlled his battle swords to slice apart the numerous materials while commanding the Eternal Divine Brain to clean up the battlefield. All the while, he contemplated his future plans. I'll need to build more Eternal Divine Furnaces and robots once I return. Otherwise, clearing battlefields will take far too long. Watching his robots slowly absorb the debris one after another, Li Xian's thoughts turned to the Eternal Divine Brain. Previously, his limited funds had forced him to build only low-spec versions of the Eternal Divine Furnace and robots, and the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement had barely reached 3%. Upon returning, he would have to prioritize upgrading all of these. Chapter 12, Encounter with the Black Rose Squad. Several dozen kilometers away from Li Xian. The protective suits of the 7 female warriors in the Black Rose Squad were mostly torn to shreds, each of them covered in blood as they frantically fled. Yet precisely because of this, their perfectly sculpted figures were now fully exposed without concealment. Damn the Tiger Shark Squad, they really screwed us over this time. Look! A beast tide is erupting ahead. It might be a beast wave, and it's charging in the opposite direction from us. We're all injured, and the Tiger Shark Squad is hot on our heels. Our only option is to charge toward the beast tide to force them back. There's no other way. Then let's go, sisters. This is a suicide mission. May some of us survive to bring word back to the captain and avenge us. Though all 7 members of the Black Rose Squad were women, they possessed a decisiveness and fortitude that rivaled any man. Had Li Xian been present, he would have recognized one of them, Chu Hanliang, his former college classmate. Captain, the Black Rose Squad is charging straight into the beast tide. They're practically walking to their deaths. Now we don't even need to lift a finger, they're doomed. Seeing the Black Rose Squad's actions, Lu Wu couldn't help but sneer coldly. Keep pursuing them. Not a single member of the Black Rose Squad must survive. Even if we can't kill them ourselves, we absolutely must witness every last one of them die. Captain Wang Lichuan of the Tiger Shark Squad clenched his teeth and resolved to lead his team forward. Captain, but it's a beast tide. Judging by its scale, it's absolutely massive. Even war god tier powerhouses could perish in this beast tide. The tide isn't heading our way right now. If we charge through alongside the Black Rose Squad, we might just draw the entire tide toward us. We'll all die. Hearing his captain's words, Lu Wu immediately voiced his objection. He wasn't about to risk provoking the beast tide for such a reason. Do you think I want this? Don't you realize? If anyone from Black Rose Squad returns alive to report this, it will surely enrage the newly crowned war god, Black Rose. Do I need to remind you what happens when a war god takes notice? Wang Lichuan fixed his stern gaze upon the 6 members behind him. The other members, including Lu Wu, fell silent upon hearing this. Before they had even acted, they had resolved that they must kill every member of the Black Rose Squad. Otherwise, they themselves would be the ones to die in the end. That was precisely why, during their initial ambush, they had used special signal jammers to destroy the communication devices on the Black Rose members. This prevented any distress signals from being sent. Otherwise, given the time that had passed, reinforcements from the Black Rose's backers would have arrived long ago. But don't worry. As long as we don't draw the attention of the beast tide, our chances of survival are still high. Now, let's move out. Wang Lichuan finished speaking and led his squad to continue pursuing the Black Rose Squad. Captain, look. There's intense battle energy ahead. Maybe a war god is fighting the horde. We still have a chance to survive. Why did the battle fluctuations stop? Could the war god have been killed by the horde? No, the horde is breaking up. Those beasts are scattering in all directions and many are charging straight toward us. As the Black Rose squad approached the beast tide, they expected combat to erupt. To their surprise, the monsters fled in panic, paying them no mind as they sprinted past. Immediately after, they witnessed an off-road vehicle loaded with various monster materials speeding toward them. The SUV had no driver and its wheels didn't touch the ground. Most notably, seated on the vehicle's hood was a young man. 7 blood-stained blood shadow warblades hovered behind him, radiating an aura of sharp, unyielding intensity. A psychic. Witnessing this scene, the Black Rose squad knew instantly they'd encountered a psionicist and a supremely powerful one at that. Only such a being could have scattered the beast horde. Ha 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 ha. Black Rose squad, let's see where you run to now. Just then, the members of the Tiger Shark squad had caught up. Honorable psionicist, we are members of the Black Rose squad from Tianjin City. We were ambushed by the Tiger Shark squad and are on the brink of death. We implore you to save us this once. Our Black Rose squad is backed by a war god tier powerhouse. Once we return to the city, we will certainly offer sufficient compensation. Du Zhiqiao, the Black Rose squad leader, hurried forward to plead for help from Li Xin, whom she had never met before. Now, with their Black Rose squad exhausted of supplies and every member wounded, they were no match for the Tiger Shark squad. The man before them, Li Xin, was their only lifeline. Please, sir, do not listen to the slander of the Black Rose squad. They bear a blood feud against our Orca squad. They slaughtered over a dozen of our men. We are here solely for vengeance. Wang Lichuan, the Orca squad leader, had also spotted Li Xin and rushed forward to urge him not to intervene. The person before them was clearly an immensely powerful psychic. If he intervened, the Orca squad might well meet their doom. You're Li Xin? At that moment, Chu Hanliang from the Black Rose squad approached Li Xin, her disbelief palpable. In her memory, after Li Xin was recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, he should have gone to the academy's headquarters for training. How could he be here? Yet the face before her felt so familiar. She was willing to believe she hadn't mistaken him. Chu Hanliang, long time no see. Li Xin smiled faintly. To encounter an acquaintance in this desolate wilderness was unexpected. Li Xin, it really is you. Seeing Li Xin speak, Chu Hanliang rushed toward him with wild delight, only to halt abruptly. The palpable aura of danger emanating from Li Xin made her hesitate to draw near. Let's go. Wang Lichuan's face darkened upon seeing Li Xin actually know someone from the Black Rose squad. Yet without a moment's hesitation, he immediately turned and fled with his team. As Tiger Shark squad members, all combat-grade martial artists, they knew they couldn't kill a psychic unless he was foolish. Their only option now was to abandon the pursuit of Black Rose squad and devise a long-term plan. Did I give you permission to leave? The Orca squad might have wanted to leave, but Li Xin wasn't about to let them. Within their ranks, he had spotted Lu Wu, a member of the Lu family. He'd never forgotten the Li family's hired assassins sent to kill him. While he'd hesitate to strike within the city, this lawless wilderness held no such constraints. Chapter 13, The Falling Flower Has Feelings, the Flowing Water is Indifferent. Wang Lichuan was about to unleash a torrent of curses at Li Xin when 7 battle swords streaked toward him at near sonic speed. He instinctively raised his shield to block, but the blade heading toward him suddenly changed course, striking instead at his comrade behind him. Clang! 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 Splatter! Every member of the Tiger Shark squad possessed war general level strength, though some were lower tier war generals while others were mid-tier. Only their captain, Wang Lichuan, was a high-tier war general. Their ability to put the Black Rose squad in such a dire situation relied solely on cunning schemes, trap designs, and some technological weapons. Facing Li Xin's sword assault, within a mere instant, 3 low-tier war general members of the Tiger Shark squad perished. Damn it! That man is Li Xin, the young master of the Li family? How is that possible? Lu Wuwu had now recognized Li Xin's identity, yet he couldn't bring himself to believe it. How had the other become a psychic? Even if he was newly awakened, his power shouldn't be this terrifying. Throw your weapons. Kill him. Wang Lichuan knew escape was impossible against a psychic. At this distance, he'd likely be killed before even reaching Li Xin. He ordered his squad to hurl their blades at the young man. Thwack! Just as the Tiger Shark squad members hurled their blades, 7 war swords struck from every angle without blind spots. In the blink of an eye, every member of the Orca squad was either pierced through the heart or had their throats severed dead as a doornail. Watch out! The 9 blades hurtling toward Li Xin, however, were intercepted by shields wielded by Black Rose squad leader Du Zhiqiao and her team. Thanks! Though Li Xin could have intercepted the attacking blades himself, he offered a polite thank you since Du Zhiqiao had intervened. You saved our entire Rose squad and helped us eliminate the Tiger Shark squad. We're the ones who should be thanking you. Besides, even if I hadn't intervened, I believe you could have deflected such an attack yourself. Du Zhiqiao didn't take credit for herself, instead adopting a very humble attitude. I chose to eliminate the Tiger Shark Squad on my own. It had nothing to do with you. Li Xian had wiped out the Tiger Shark Squad because of the Lu family. It had nothing to do with these people before him. Li Xian, no matter what, thank you for saving us. Chu Hanliang watched as Li Xian instantly slaughtered the entire Tiger Shark Squad. Though her smile was bright, her heart felt even more inferior, making her hesitate to get too close to him. In the past, she might have maintained ordinary classmates' rapport with him. But now, with such a vast gap between them, her attitude toward Li Xian had unconsciously shifted. I see you're all injured. Why don't you ride back to the supply base with me? It's on my way anyway. Li Xian naturally sensed Chu Hanliang's shift in attitude, but he said nothing. As his strength and status continued to rise, he knew that beyond his closest confidants, others would unconsciously distance themselves from him. It was something beyond his control. Thank you very much. Du Shiqiao didn't hesitate. With Li Xian, a powerful psychic, present, their safety was assured. Oh, and regarding the Tiger Shark Squad's annihilation, whatever threats might lurk behind them, Black Rose Squad will take full responsibility. We'll announce we eliminated them and shoulder any backlash. You won't be implicated in any way. Du Shiqiao stated. No need. I killed them myself. You don't need to take the blame. If there really is someone behind the Tiger Shark Squad, let them come find me. When the time comes, you Black Rose Squad just tell the truth. And there's no need to hide my strength either. The person behind the Tiger Shark Squad was at most a war god. Li Xian wasn't afraid of that, and he certainly wouldn't let others take the fall for him. Besides, before, he had only shown the Black Rose Squad his mental power at the level of a high-ranking war general. He hadn't revealed his full strength. Agreed. Seeing the earnest look in Li Xian's eyes, Du Shiqiao said no more. After packing up their spoils, all 7 members of the Black Rose Squad climbed into Li Xian's off-road vehicle. With so much gear inside, they had no choice but to sit atop a pile of monster materials. Li Xian had found this off-road vehicle in the wilderness. His materials were too numerous to fit in his backpack, so he'd sought out this off-road vehicle to transport them. Though they were riding in a vehicle, the off-roader had long since broken down. The entire journey had been powered solely by Li Xian's psychic energy. Li Xian took the driver's seat, with Chu Hanliang beside him in the passenger seat. Together, the 8 returned to Supply Base 66. Outside Supply Base 66. Isn't that the Black Rose Squad? They look pretty rough. But look at all the monster materials they hauled back. They must have killed a ton of monsters this time. Ha! Why did Black Rose hire a male driver? Never heard of that before. After Li Xian drove into Supply Base 66, he drew quite a bit of attention, but it was all because of the Black Rose Squad, not him. Li Xian, could you give me your bank account number? I'll transfer the reward for saving us as soon as I get back. After returning to the supply base, Black Rose Squad leader Du Shiqiao racked her brain but could only think of repaying Li Xian's life-saving favor with money. After all, money was the only thing they had to offer in return for saving their lives. No need. Saving you was just a small favor. Li Xian declined the Black Rose Squad's payment. After they all got out of the car, he simply drove away. Hanliang, weren't you and Li Xian classmates? Why didn't you chat more with him in the car? A man like that is hard to find in this world. Since you're in such a prime position, why not seize the opportunity first? Exactly, Hanliang. Since he's your college classmate, you have a natural advantage. As they say, a woman pursuing a man is like pulling down a curtain. It should be easy to win him over. Watching Li Xian's car disappear into the distance, Du Shiqiao couldn't help but feel frustrated, unleashing a barrage of advice on Chu Hanliang. If she were a decade younger, she might even consider offering herself to repay his life-saving favor. Captain, it's easier said than done. He never showed any interest in me back in college, let alone now. Haven't you noticed? The way he looks at me is exactly the same as how he looks at you, Captain. Maybe that's what they mean by the flower falls with intent, but the water flows indifferent. Chu Hanliang's expression was incredibly complex. Faced with such an outstanding young man, one who had even saved her life, how could she not be moved? But deep down, she lacked confidence. And after hinting at her feelings in the car earlier, only to be met with indifference from Li Xian, what else could she do? Chapter 14, The Truth is Out. I'm a high-ranking battle general in Psychic. HR Alliance Store. Welcome to the HR Alliance. How may I assist you? After Li Xian drove up to the HR Alliance, a professional woman at the entrance approached him warmly and opened the car door. Have someone come and appraise the monster materials in my car, along with some weapons and equipment. If the price is right, I'll sell it all to you. He was short on cash right now, so he preferred selling the materials to the HR Alliance. After all, they offered the highest acquisition prices. Certainly, sir. Please follow me to a private room to rest while we dispatch someone to appraise your goods immediately. Hearing Li Xian's words, the attendant's smile grew even brighter as she promptly led him to the private room for attentive service. Li Xian accepted without hesitation. After spending so long in the wilderness, he was covered in the smell of blood and desperately needed a hot shower. The sheer volume of materials Li Xin brought, all of them beast general grade, was staggering. Even the HR Alliance's representative at Supply Base 66 was alerted. Word spread like wildfire, and since the Black Rose Squadron made no attempt to conceal the news, Li Xin's story quickly became the talk of the base. At that moment, Li Xin was comfortably soaking in his bath, completely unaware that the entire Base 66 was buzzing with talk about him. Li family residence, Tianjin City. Early this morning, butler Hu Yanfeng had been dialing Li Xin's communication device at regular intervals. Yet, from morning until noon, the line remained unanswered. Ring. Hello? This time, Hu Yanfeng finally got through. Li Xin's voice came through the communicator. You little brat, you finally picked up. Where are you now? Before Hu Yanfeng could speak, Li Homing snatched the phone, his usually calm tone completely gone. Dad, I'm at Supply Base 66. I've awakened psychic powers and reached the high-grade War General tier. So you don't need to worry about my safety anymore. Hearing his father's roaring voice, Li Xin instinctively pushed the communicator away. It wasn't that he didn't want to reveal his God-tier combat power, but ascending from a low-tier soldier to God-tier in mere days was too explosive. He hadn't even planned to tell his own father. What? You've awakened psychic powers? And your strength has reached the high-tier War General level? Li Homing had prepared a flood of words, yet now he couldn't utter a single one. What was he supposed to say? Tell Li Xin to come home? That he shouldn't venture into the wilderness alone anymore, that he should at least train with some experienced squads for a while? Don't be ridiculous. A high-level War General tier psychic in the wilderness? Unless he encounters a Flying Lord tier monster, he'd have to try hard to die. That's right, Dad. I'm coming home today. You can verify it yourself then. But you need to warn the family to watch out for the Lu clan. While I was out in the wilderness, I ran into Lu Wuwu and took the liberty of wiping out his entire Tiger Shark squad. Immediately after, fearing retaliation from the Lu family, Li Xin relayed the previous incident to his father. Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone at home stays vigilant. You need to be careful too. Hearing his son's words, Li Homing froze for several seconds. Only after taking a few deep breaths did he steady his voice. May our ancestors bless us, a true dragon has emerged from the Li family. After ending the call with Li Xin, Li Homing finally let his pent-up excitement spill out in a loud exclamation. Given Li Xin's demonstrated potential, becoming a war god was a certainty. There was even a high probability he could surpass that rank. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Li family's rise to become a major clan was inevitable. Tianjin City, Lu family. What? You're saying the Black Bull squad hasn't reported back yet, and Li Xin has already returned safely to Supply Base 66? Lu Wutian repeated the report from his subordinate in disbelief. Yes, I saw Li Xin driving back with the Black Rose squad myself. It's true. He's currently selling monster materials at the HR Alliance store. The subordinate continued. The Black Rose squad survived too? At this news, Lu Wutian fell silent. His younger brother, Lu Wuwu, was part of the Orca squad deployed specifically to eliminate the Black Rose squad. Now that the Black Rose squad had returned alive, he knew his Orca squad's plan had failed. The consequences sent a chill down his spine. This won't do. I must inform second brother and fourth brother immediately. Realizing something was amiss, Lu Wuwu immediately cut the communication and sought out his other two brothers to discuss countermeasures. Mr. Li Xin, we've completed the inventory of your shipment of monster materials and weaponry. The total value comes to 600 million Huaxia currency. If you're satisfied with this price, we'll transfer the funds immediately. Dong Shishuang, the young and beautiful head of the HR Alliance at Supply Base 66, personally visited Li Xin's private room to report. Very well. Let's proceed with this price. After selling the goods, Li Xin drove back to downtown Tianjin. Xin, you're finally back. Don't ever leave without telling us again, understand? As soon as Li Xin arrived home, he found Li Meifang waiting at the door. The moment he stepped inside, his mother began scolding him. Mom, I know. Next time I go out, I'll tell you. Li Xin knew his actions had worried his family, but he had no choice. Even his own family couldn't know about the Eternal Divine Furnace. Just be back, just be back. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Homing emerged. Spotting the several battle swords suspended behind Li Xin, he couldn't hide his smile. The world's most powerful supercomputer, priced at just 50 million Huaxia currency. Sold. A 9-grade blood shadow flying swords, capable of damaging high-level overlord class monsters. 10 million each. Buy 10. Blood Shadow Battle Sword Series 2, Model A8 price, 200 million Huaxia currency. Bought. Fundamentals of Firearm Manufacturing, Divine Fire Gatling Gun Manufacturing Principles, Photoelectric Conversion Theory, Nuclear Fusion Theory, all purchased. After returning home and having dinner with his parents, Li Xin began placing orders across Extreme Home. He purchased not only weapons and equipment but also vast amounts of scientific knowledge. Particularly valuable were the principles and research materials on weapon development. The Limit Martial Arts Academy stored these resources, offering them at reasonable prices. After all, this knowledge was replicable, and the Academy intentionally disseminated it to foster the emergence of more scientists. The next day, he rented a massive, abandoned factory on the outskirts of Tianjin's urban area and moved his newly purchased supercomputer into it. The supercomputer was enormous, far too large for his home, and he needed ample space for both upgrading his Eternal Divine Brain and conducting experiments. He then began purchasing various equipment to set up his own scientific laboratory within the factory. Who would have thought that little brat who rejected the special training contract would become a psionic master in less than a month, reaching the level of a high-ranking warrior? This won't do. I must verify this personally. Days later, news of Li Xian reached Ming Qingjun, the head of the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 15, Someone's Bringing Money. Li Family Residence, Tianjin City. Young lady, who are you here to see? Li Homing regarded the woman before him with some confusion. She wore form-fitting black armor, her jet black hair cascading down, and possessed a beauty that could captivate the world. Though long retired, he instantly recognized her armor as at least A8 grade or higher. Such a figure arriving at the Li residence demanded his utmost caution. I am Bai Mengfei, former captain of the Black Rose Squad. I am here to see Li Xian. He saved my team members in the wilderness zone before, and I wanted to thank him in person. Although Bai Mengfei had now left the Black Rose Squad, those members remained dear sisters to her. Since Li Xian hadn't accepted the Black Rose's money, she naturally wanted to express her gratitude in person. Moreover, after learning about Li Xian's situation, she also wanted to befriend this newly rising star. She was well aware of the terrifying power of a psychic. Hearing the name Bai Mengfei sent shockwaves through Li Homing's heart. He had followed the Black Rose Squad closely after all. A squad composed entirely of female warriors was bound to catch any man's attention. Thus, he knew full well that Bai Mengfei standing before him was a god of war tier powerhouse. War god Bai, are you here to see Li Xian as well? Before Li Homing could respond, Ming Qingjun approached. Spotting Bai Mengfei, he too was astonished. After all, this was a genuine god of war. Indeed. Bai Mengfei nodded in confirmation. Hearing Bai Mengfei's affirmative response, Ming Qingjun immediately grew wary. Ming Qingjun knew full well that Bai Mengfei was the female war god of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Coming to seek out Li Xian, the rising star of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, how could he not be wary? Gentlemen, Li Xian isn't home right now. I'll call him immediately to come back. Seeing another big shot arrive at his home, Li Homing felt he couldn't hold his own anymore. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. Uncle Li, no need to call him. Just tell me where he is, and I'll go find him. Bai Mengfei cut off Li Homing's attempt to call. Right. We'll go find him ourselves. No need to trouble him to come back. Ming Qingjun quickly chimed in. Li Homing sighed in resignation and told them where Li Xian was. After Ming Qingjun and the others left, Li Homing immediately called Li Xian to inform him of what had just happened, so Li Xian could be mentally prepared. Dad, don't worry. They're coming to see me should be a good thing. After hanging up, Li Xian continued arranging his laboratory. Here, he had already created over a dozen robots to manage the factory. Possessing human-like thinking combined with the Eternal Divine Brain, he functioned much like a mechanical race or an intelligent life form. Every robot he created remained under his complete control. Eternal Divine Brain advancement progress 30%. Meanwhile, the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement rate continued climbing as it analyzed the newly acquired supercomputer. He estimated that once the Eternal Divine Brain fully assimilated the supercomputer's technology and integrated it into itself, the upgrade progress would nearly reach its maximum. The upgrade progress of the Eternal Divine Brain is largely resolved. What remains is the energy issue for the Eternal Divine Furnace. He had now begun upgrading the Eternal Divine Furnace, transforming it into a vessel capable of withstanding the immense energy required for the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement, a solution that would resolve the issue once and for all. Manager Ming, this must be Bai Zhanshan from the Rose Squad. Welcome. Only after Bai Mengfei and the others arrived at the factory did Li Xian emerge from the laboratory. Li Xian, it's like this our Extreme Martial Arts Academy places great emphasis on nurturing talent. Although you didn't enroll in the special training program, I've secured the greatest benefit for you, a complimentary copy of the complete Broken Sky Sword technique. Additionally, your access privileges have been elevated. Any technological knowledge available on the Extreme Home platform can now be downloaded free of charge, though this knowledge remains strictly for your personal viewing only. Fearing Bai Mengfei might poach Li Xian, Ming Qingjun immediately spoke up upon seeing several battle swords hovering behind Li Xian, confirming he had genuinely awakened psychic powers. Thank you so much, Manager Ming. With someone offering money, Li Xian was naturally delighted. After all, he couldn't afford to buy manuals and knowledge like that right now. Li Xian, thank you for saving the Black Rose Squad. This card contains 10 billion. You declined my sister's payment before, but you can't refuse this time. Bai Mengfei handed Li Xian a black bank card. She knew full well that if this youth didn't meet an untimely end, becoming a war god was a certainty. If she didn't cultivate this relationship now, she'd never get another chance. Since War God Bai says so, I won't be polite. With someone offering such a large sum, Li Xian naturally wouldn't refuse, especially since he was currently short on funds. 10 billion yuan wasn't a fortune, but it was far from insignificant. No need for formalities. I might even need your help someday. Here's my contact information. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to reach out. Bai Mengfei was a straightforward person. After giving him her contact information, she left. Li Xian, if you ever need anything, come find me at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I still hold some influence here in the capital base city. Seeing Bai Mengfei hadn't tried to poach him, Ming Qingjun breathed a sigh of relief. He left his contact information and departed as well. Now that I've got the funds, I'll buy 10 more flying swords. Replace the battle swords with a 9 models too. Plus, get some other tech gear and raw materials. After seeing them off, Li Xian immediately upgraded his gear. He then returned to his laboratory, no longer rushing out to hunt monsters. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe doesn't delay the woodcutting. Only by perfecting the Eternal Divine Furnace and establishing a reliable money-making machine could monster hunting truly maximize his growth. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The once abandoned factory had been completely overhauled by Li Xian. Not a single human worker was in sight. Every task was handled by intelligent robots. Eternal Divine Brain upgrade progress, 100%. Eternal Divine Furnace energy insufficient, unable to upgrade. Over these days, Li Xian had thoroughly researched the entire supercomputer, integrating its knowledge into the Eternal Divine Brain. He had even constructed the final version of the Eternal Divine Furnace. Standing before Li Xian was a 2-meter-tall robot, the fusion of the Eternal Divine Brain and the Eternal Divine Furnace. Though the Eternal Divine Brain had absorbed the supercomputer, its core had actually shrunk. That supercomputer now functioned as a subsystem within the Eternal Divine Brain, the central control hub for the entire factory. Even if the Eternal Divine Brain were not physically present, it could still control the entire factory by managing the supercomputer. Time to go hunting. With a thought from Li Xian, the robot before him transformed into a rectangular metal box, hovering beside him. After reporting his whereabouts to his family, Li Xian set off once more for the wilderness zone. Chapter 16, The War God's Surveillance. Lu Family, Tianjin City. It's now essentially confirmed. Even if third brother wasn't killed by Li Xian, he's at least connected to it. After all, he's become a mentalist with high-level war general tier strength. Lu Wutian said with a grim expression. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy's assessment of Li Xian's strength had already been released, granting him the title of high-level war general mentalist. Combined with Li Xian's return to Supply Base 66 alongside the Black Rose Squad, anyone with half a brain could guess the Orca Squad's annihilation was connected to him. That mad woman Bai Mengfei has been causing trouble for our Lu family these past days. If it weren't for your successful advancement to God of War, fourth brother, our Lu family would have been in dire straits. Lu Wu expressed his concerns. Rest assured, brothers. Bai Mengfei's targeting me is likely to protect Li Xian. I refuse to believe she can shield him forever. Lu Wushuang declared coldly. He had held his 3 elder brothers in the highest regard, yet in the blink of an eye, his third brother was dead. Knowing who the enemy was but being unable to act had sapped all the joy from his promotion to war god. Good news. The men monitoring Li Xian just reported he's headed back to the wilderness southeast direction. Lu Wutian exclaimed joyfully after receiving a call. Leave this to me. I'll bring back Li Xian's head. Lu Wushuang declared. But fourth brother, he's a psychic, he can fly. Lu Wutian voiced his concern. Don't worry. I'm not alone. The Tiger Shark Squad also has a psychic master behind them who's comparable to a war god. I know him. It was precisely because I knew about him that I allowed third brother to join the Tiger Shark Squadron. Lu Wushuang declared confidently. After driving out of the city, Li Xian no longer drove slowly. Instead, he used his psychic power to lift the entire vehicle and soar through the air. Previously, he would have had to visit the military supply base before heading to the wilderness zone. Now, he skipped that step entirely, able to enter the wilderness zone anytime he wished. Spotting his target high above, Li Xian set the vehicle aside and flew over, sword in hand. Golden-haired gibbons, high-tier beast generals, 2 of them. Surrounded by 6 more beast general-level monsters and over 300 beast soldier-level creatures. Perfect for sword practice. Instead of using psychic force to command his flying sword and slaughter the entire group, Li Xian chose close combat to hone his sword techniques. He had previously measured his punching power, which had reached 56,000 kilograms, not far from the minimum standard of 64,000 kilograms required for a war god. Now that he had obtained the complete version of the Shattering Void Sword technique, he had only mastered the first layer. The second layer was precisely what he needed to practice with these monsters before him. Roar! Li Xian flew toward them without the slightest pretense. The golden-haired gibbons spotted him and immediately rallied their minions to surround and attack Li Xian. Bring it on! Landing with his battle sword in hand, Li Xian charged into the swarm. His sword was blindingly fast. The piercing void sword technique was razor-sharp, each swing erupting with sonic booms as it sliced through the air faster than sound. Every sweep of his battle sword claimed the life of a beast. Simultaneously, his mind raced with countless hypotheses about the piercing void sword technique, putting each theory to the test through physical execution. Before nearly every strike, his mind had run through countless simulations. Thus, each strike represented a new level of mastery in his understanding of the sword technique of shattering the heavens. In less than a minute, he effortlessly slaughtered hundreds of monsters. Roar! The golden gibbons of the high-ranking warrior class, witnessing the humans' formidable prowess, did not flee. Instead, they charged forward in a furious ambush from behind. Die! Li Xian sensed his mastery of the sky-piercing sword technique reaching a new level. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he unleashed double his strength. The Blood Shadow War Sword erupted with power rivaling that of a lower-tier war god, cleanly severing the golden-haired gibbon's right fist bones before slicing through its throat. After enhancing the Eternal Divine Brain, my innate Enlightenment talent has greatly strengthened my comprehension. As a result, mastering the second tier of the Shattering Void Sword technique now takes me far less time than it did to learn the first tier. This is merely the present. When I venture into the cosmos in the future, learning various secret arts and comprehending myriad laws, the Eternal Divine Brain will be my greatest asset. Having advanced the Breaking Void Sword technique to a new level, Li Xian was filled with profound emotion. Back then, mastering the first tier had taken him 2 full days and nights. Now, he grasped the second tier completely after just one battle. He knew full well that his innate comprehension wasn't exceptional, otherwise, he wouldn't have struggled for over 20 days to grasp the gene primordial energy cultivation method. But with the Eternal Divine Brain fused to his computer, it was as if he'd gained a top-tier, scalable innate talent for comprehension. He could swiftly master all manner of techniques and secret arts. After his psychic energy had slaughtered all the surrounding monsters, he continued using the same method, seeking out more monsters to serve as sparring partners. Within mere hours, he had mastered the Shattering Void Sword technique, achieving 5-fold power output, a pace so astonishing it defied belief. He had slain countless monsters. After the Eternal Divine Furnace absorbed their energy, he then absorbed the furnace's power to strengthen himself, elevating his martial prowess to the level of a low-tier war god and his psychic power to that of a high-tier war god. Finally, it's here? After slaying monsters in the wilderness zone for half a day, Li Xian's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. A map of the area surrounding the capital base city appeared in the Eternal Divine Brain. A purple dot marked Li Xian's location. 2 red dots were rapidly closing in on his location. These red dots represented the tracking devices attached to his communication equipment. He had deliberately purchased and replaced his equipment with HR Alliance communication devices because he knew their modus operandi. Their devices were equipped with tracking and positioning functions, allowing them to locate the communicator at any time. By hacking into the communication device through the Eternal Mind, he had detected someone tracking his own device. He decided to turn the tables and let the enemy track him instead. He had deliberately avoided provoking Lord-level monsters all this time to conserve his strength and prepare for contingencies. Only after eliminating all threats from behind could he freely hunt in the wilderness. Who would have thought Lu Wuxuan, the 4th son of the Lu family, would actually ascend to God of War rank? No wonder he dared come hunting me down. And the other is Xian Yutao, the mastermind behind the Tiger Shark Squad? His martial prowess is at the High War General tier, yet his psychic power has reached the Mid-War God tier. Under the Eternal Divine Brain's reverse network intrusion, he quickly uncovered all their information. Combined with Li Xian's human intellect, the Eternal Divine Brain functioned as an intelligent entity. It could not only infiltrate enemy networks but had already penetrated Earth's entire global network system. Earth's network systems were woefully inadequate. Even the light brain in Hong's hands was a low-grade model, utterly incapable of detecting Li Xian's intrusion. Chapter 17, Tell me your bank card number and password. What's going on? Why did Li Xian's signal vanish? Can you still track his location? Lu Wuxuan, racing across the ground, asked Xiao Yutao, flying overhead in confusion. I haven't received any signals either. But based on his previous location, he should be just ahead. Keep moving forward. He's as good as dead today. Xian Yutao replied before soaring ahead. As fellow psychic practitioners, the gap between them was vast. He held no fear for Li Xian, a fledgling who had only awakened his psychic abilities less than 2 months ago. What's that? But in the next instant, he saw a dark shadow hurtling toward them, moving even faster than himself, a speed reaching twice the speed of sound. How could it be him? When Xian Yutao recognized the face of the approaching figure, his pupils instantly contracted in disbelief. Could this be the very target he had come to hunt? Nothing is impossible. If you come to kill me, you'll pay with your life. Li Xian's lips curled into a faint smirk as he looked down at Xiang Yutao, who stood frozen in shock. He had deliberately revealed his high-level warrior prowess earlier as a smokescreen, misleading his enemies into believing that was his true strength. Though his pursuers were cautious and formidable, they could never keep pace with the speed at which Li Xian was growing stronger. Kill! Li Xian commanded 15 blades to strike Xiang Yutao from 15 different directions, their trajectories twisted and unpredictable. Damn it! As a fellow psychic, he knew all too well that intercepting a flying blade from a psychic more powerful than himself mid-air was utterly impossible. Nor could he even contemplate escape, both were beyond his reach. Thus, Xiang Yutao decisively raised his shield before him, surrounding himself with flying daggers to block the incoming blades as much as possible. Simultaneously, he flew toward Lu Wushuang below. Only by joining forces would they have a chance to survive. However, Xiang Yutao had overestimated his defenses and underestimated the power of Li Xian's flying sword. Even though he blocked Li Xian's flying swords with 3 shields and numerous throwing knives, those blades carried the might of a high-tier war god. 15 flying swords struck simultaneously, their terrifying force denting all 3 shields and scattering his mental energy. The blades pierced through the shields, striking Xiang Yutao directly. Put! Caught between the 3 shields, Xiang Yutao instantly suffered internal organ damage and began vomiting blood violently. His body plummeted downward at an even faster rate. Damn it! He only awakened his psychic power less than a month ago. How can his combat strength be this formidable? Lu Wushuang was stunned to see Xiang Yutao crushed by Li Xian's single strike. He knew full well that Xiang Yutao's strength surpassed his own. If even Xiang Yutao couldn't withstand Li Xian's strike, wouldn't stepping in be suicide? Run! The thought crossed his mind, and he didn't even consider rescuing Xiang Yutao. Driven purely by fear, he fled at top speed. He had only recently become a war god, with a lifetime of wealth and experiences yet to enjoy. How could he possibly accept dying out here in the wilderness? You bastard! You idiot! Running now? Seeing Lu Wushuang flee, Xiang Yutao was so enraged he coughed up more blood. He couldn't fathom how Lu Wushuang dared to run from a psychic master whose power rivaled that of a high-tier war god. Whoosh! Just as Xiang Yutao had said, fleeing in front of Li Xian and exposing one's back was an utterly foolish move. How could Lu Wushuang's running speed possibly match a flying sword traveling at twice the speed of sound? No! Sensing the danger behind him, Lu Wushuang frantically changed direction, attempting to evade the flying sword. But as Lu Wushuang dodged, the flying sword changed course as well. Thud! For flying swords pierced through Lu Wushuang's limbs in the blink of an eye, severing the meridians in his limbs. Arg! Just as swiftly as he had been running, Lu Wushuang now plummeted to the ground. With limbs nearly severed, he crashed down like a dead dog, utterly unable to rise. While Li Xian pursued Lu Wushuang, Xiang Yutao immediately unleashed all 10 flying knives with full force. They attacked from all directions like 10 venomous snakes. Humph! Seeing this, Li Xian gave a cold snort. He stepped on 2 flying swords and dodged Xiang Yutao's 10 flying knives at an incredible speed. Simultaneously, Li Xian commanded 15 flying swords to strike Xiang Yutao once more, streaking toward him like 15 shooting stars. Thud! Already gravely wounded, Xiang Yutao could no longer block Li Xian's flying swords. His limbs were severed effortlessly. Give me your bank card number and password. Li Xian stood with his battle sword planted on Xiang Yutao's chest, the tip pressed against his throat. Blood flowed steadily from the blade's edge. A mere slight push forward would end his life. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Though defeated, Xiang Yutao refused to bow his proud head. The moment you resolved to kill me, your fate was sealed. The only difference is whether you die sooner or later, or whether your death is swift and painless or a living hell. You must have heard of an ancient punishment called 1,000 cuts and 10,000 slashes. It involves slowly slicing the prisoner's body 10,000 times with a knife, all while the victim remains fully conscious during the execution. Li Xian spoke as he commanded the flying sword to begin slicing through Xiang Yutao's body, inch by inch. Each cut through flesh and muscle sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Ah! Stop! Stop! I'll talk! I'll talk! Li Xian had barely reached the 99th cut when Xiang Yutao couldn't take it anymore. Reluctantly, he revealed his bank card number and password. Very well. I'll put you out of your misery. The instant Xiang Yutao spoke, the Eternal Divine Brain manipulated the network to transfer all 12 billion yuan of his savings into Li Xian's account. Not bad, not bad. I'll give you a quick death. Li Xian struck as Xiang Yutao had instructed, severing the head from the body with a single sword stroke utterly swift and decisive. Next, right before Lu Wushuang's eyes, it used the Eternal Divine Furnace to completely absorb Xiang Yutao. This left Lu Wushuang gaping in disbelief. The seemingly harmless robot actually ate people. You can't kill me. I have deep connections with the Wang family of the capital. If you kill me, the Wang family will never let you off. When it was Lu Wushuang's turn, he was overcome with terror. Desperate to survive, he invoked the name of his powerful backer, hoping it might buy him a chance at life. The Wang family of the capital? Just a powerful family without a single warrior stronger than a war god. If they dare lay a finger on me, I'll cut them down. Li Xian snorted coldly and immediately began torturing Lu Wuxuan. Spare me. Spare me. I'll talk. Lu Wuxuan's willpower proved far weaker than Li Xian had anticipated. By the ninth strike, he was already forced to confess. After transferring Lu Wuxuan's 1.8 billion yuan deposit into his own account, Li Xian swiftly put him out of his misery, and as a bonus, had him provide some eternal energy. The troubles with the Lu family and the Tiger Shark Squad are finally resolved. Now I can focus entirely on improving myself. Previously, he had avoided hunting Lord-level monsters to guard against these two threats. Now that the danger was gone, he naturally intended to hunt those powerful beasts. Chapter 18, A Unique Method of Gathering Monsters. Found it. Li Xian scanned the skies from high above. After searching for quite some time, he finally located his target. Golden Ape Demon, mid-tier Lord class. Possesses immense strength and a body as hard as steel. Surrounded by hundreds of beast generals and hundreds of thousands of beast soldiers, this force is dozens of times larger than the lower-tier Lord Golden Lions last time. After thoroughly assessing the situation around the Diamond Demon Ape, Li Xian charged straight toward the ape at the very center. Roar! The Golden Ape, enraged by this reckless human suicide mission, let out a roar that echoed for miles. Instantly, countless beasts, enraged by the sound, charged toward the Golden Ape. As the horde erupted, it instantly transformed into a devastating tidal wave of beasts. Truly, every Lord-level monster served as a hidden trigger for such a beast tide. In the wilderness, they could unleash hordes of hundreds of thousands or even millions of monsters at any moment. Such colossal waves were powerful enough to wear down even flightless god-tier warriors to death. Roaring like that won't help. Li Xian charged like a meteor, his battle sword unleashing fivefold power, a terrifying 3,500 kilograms, surpassing the standard strength of most high-tier war gods. Enraged, the Golden Demon Ape's rationality plummeted while its power surged. Mocking the human before it for daring to clash head-on, it pounded its chest before unleashing a full-force punch. Crash! Yet the moment the Golden Ape's fist met Li Xian's warblade, it felt the terrifying force. Its knuckles shattered under the human's strike, sending its entire body flying like a cannonball. Whoosh! As the demon ape was repelled, 20 flying swords transformed into streaks of light, striking it from all directions. Its body already unstable and the flying sword's trajectories unpredictable, the demon ape could only shield its vital eyes and ears with its forearms, utterly powerless to block the onslaught. Thud! The flying swords powerfully pierced through the demon ape's fur defense, cutting into its flesh and opening 20 horrific wounds across its body. Roar! The golden demon ape collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded. The intense agony snapped it out of its frenzied rage, restoring its senses. It immediately bellowed for its minions to come to its rescue. A dying struggle. Li Xian summoned 10 flying swords to circle around him, forming a protective sword formation. Any monster daring to approach was mercilessly cut down by these 10 flying blades. In an instant, an overwhelming stench of blood rose into the air. The corpses littering the ground were trampled by the arriving monsters, yet the pile of dead bodies grew ever higher. The Diamond Demon Ape had intended to flee while Li Xian was occupied with its minions, but now it found 10 flying swords hurtling toward it at terrifying speed. The Golden Ape was terrified. It swung its massive arms and fists, attempting to knock the flying swords down, but its movements were too slow and its reactions too sluggish. Not a single sword was struck. Instead, the 10 flying swords targeted the wounds on its body from earlier and struck again. In an instant, the mighty body of the Diamond Demon Ape was pierced clean through by the 10 flying swords, leaving 10 gaping holes from which blood gushed forth. Seriously wounded, the Golden Ape could do nothing but rage helplessly, summoning its minions to rescue it. Since you're so eager for your minions to rescue you, let them come. I'll see if they can save you. Though Li Xian couldn't understand beast speech, as a psychic, he could roughly guess the meaning behind the Diamond Demon Ape's roar. Thus, Li Xian severed the demon ape's limbs with his flying sword, preventing it from fleeing, but refrained from killing it outright. As the demon ape's roar echoed farther and farther, tens of thousands, even millions, of monsters began converging toward its location. For Li Xian, this was an excellent way to gather monsters. At least he wouldn't have to chase them everywhere. Instead, they were delivering themselves right to his doorstep for him to slay. Come on, kill! Li Xian roared with laughter, commanding 20 flying swords that danced like 20 celestial dragons of slaughter. Wherever they passed, monsters perished, none escaped their blades to ascend to heaven. With the Vajra demon ape summoning monsters for him, Li Xian no longer needed to actively gather them. He simply remained near the ape, and the beasts obediently charged toward him, offering themselves up for slaughter. This efficiency in slaying monsters was tens of thousands of times faster than his previous method of hunting monster groups on his own. Li Xian glided through the air atop his flying sword, reaping the lives of countless monsters below with the ruthless precision of death itself. He lost track of how much time had passed. What began as a dense tide of beasts overwhelming even his killing speed gradually thinned, until now, the density had become sparse in many areas. Most monsters couldn't even breach the wall of corpses stretching for thousands of meters. As far as the eye could see, rivers of blood flowed, corpses piled high across the land. The entire expanse was dyed crimson, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. Yet despite this overwhelming scent of blood, not a single monster dared approach. No matter how fiercely the golden ape, trapped amidst the corpses, roared and called out to Desser, no more monsters dared to charge forward. Kyoto Base City. Massive monster gathering detected. A Lord-class monster is rallying others. Suspected monster tide forming. My god, someone is hunting a Lord-class monster. Who is that? There's no matching information in our database. Dispatch personnel immediately to make contact. Identify which newly emerged god-tier powerhouse this is. Li Xian's rampage of slaughter and monster gathering was naturally detected by satellites overhead. War god-tier experts within the capital base city immediately mobilized to investigate the monster convergence site. Since you're useless now, die. Watching the monsters flee in terror at the sea of corpses and blood before him, Li Xian decisively ended the golden ape demon's life. Even with a few extra tails, the modified robots still seemed slow at clearing the battlefield. Adding more units should fix that. The 900-meter-long metal tails extending from the Eternal Divine Furnace robot worked simultaneously, yet absorbing hundreds of thousands of monsters proved inefficient. After returning this time, he planned to construct several more Eternal Divine Forges. After all, as energy devices, building as many as needed wasn't an issue. The real challenge lay in securing sufficient energy to absorb them all. My actions must have been captured by satellites, but it doesn't matter. I hunt monsters. I have nothing to fear from them. Head southeast, continue hunting the lords. Li Xian understood satellites well enough. They monitored the entire planet. Yet his equipment had been modified. As long as he didn't reveal his location, satellites couldn't track him. Once the Eternal Divine Furnace had fully absorbed the energy from the monster corpses, collected all materials from the Lord-level Golden Ape Demon, and taken a brief rest, Li Xian resumed his search for Lord-level monsters. He had discovered a pattern. Once a Lord-level monster was found, it would autonomously summon the vast majority of monsters within its territory to gather. This saved him a lot of time and made hunting much more efficient. However, Li Xian didn't start hunting immediately. Instead, he first explored the area far from the capital base city, thoroughly mapping out the surroundings before commencing his hunt. Over the course of half a month, Li Xian hunted a total of 13 Lord-level monsters. Crucially, after each hunt in a specific area, he immediately shifted his operations to another region, leaving no opportunity for nearby king-class monsters to intervene. He was acutely aware that his strength was still far inferior to that of the king-class monsters. When discretion was called for, he never hesitated. What a pity that powerful individual showed no interest in contacting us. The god-tier warrior dispatched from the capital base city lamented regretfully. Every time he attempted to approach, he was rebuffed. The mere thought of the formidable power of the other party made him hesitate to act, leaving him no choice but to report back to his superiors. Chapter 19, Breaking Through to Planetary Level, Celebrating with Tyrannomon. After slaying so many monsters, I've gathered enough energy. It's time to advance. After slaying so many monsters, Li Xian stopped killing and instead extracted their energy to infuse into his own body. Whoosh! In an instant, Li Xian felt his body swell as vast amounts of energy surged in, fortifying his physique and amplifying his genetic primal energy. His physique advanced from the initial War God tier to the advanced War God tier, and it kept rising. Within his spiritual sea, the solidified form of his mental energy erupted in waves, continuously boosting his psychic power. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the solid ball of mental energy suddenly exploded. Countless waves of mental force surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing his entire sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness even collapsed as a result, yet Li Xian felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, he experienced profound comfort, as if some shackles had snapped free from his body. At that moment, a terrifying suction force abruptly formed at the center of his seemingly ruptured sea of consciousness. It frantically absorbed all the spiritual energy, swirling and converging it into a single, intensely concentrated point. The sea of consciousness trembled once more. All mental energy vanished, replaced by a glowing point at its center. The sea of consciousness resembled a vast universe, and the central point was like a planet, the sole planet in the entire cosmos. This planet is breathtakingly beautiful, like a crystal-clear gem. Like a planet, it rotated ceaselessly, radiating a force that permeated every inch of Li Xian's body. As this force expanded, his internal organs, bones, muscles, meridians, and skin underwent an incredible metamorphosis, a transformation of life itself. This signified his leap from apprentice level to planetary level power. From this moment onward, he ranked among Earth's most elite. Even then, the transformation showed no signs of stopping. The sheer power emanating from the solidified form of his spiritual energy was overwhelming. Even after reaching the first tier of planetary level psychic power, his mental energy continued to surge upward, only stabilizing upon reaching the second tier. His martial prowess has reached the pinnacle of the God of War tier, while his psychic mastery has directly ascended to planetary tier 2. Once the opportunity arises, his martial prowess will break through as well. Feeling his current power, Li Xian couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. After less than 3 months of arduous cultivation, he had finally reached the planetary tier. Thud. 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 Just as Li Xian broke through, he heard deafening footsteps. Glancing over, he saw a colossal creature over 80 meters tall. Its form resembled a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex, yet its entire body was covered in dragon-like scales. Its head resembled a crocodile's, its tail a flail, and its limbs were like an elephant's legs, a creature that defied easy categorization. Yet the terrifying aura of a king-class monster radiating from its body was undeniably powerful. Violent gale winds swirled around it, propelling its speed to unimaginable heights. King-class monster Tyrannoman, you're perfect for testing my current strength. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus charge toward him, Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. It was like a gift from heaven, a monster opponent arriving right after his breakthrough to test his newfound power. Human! You dare kill so many of my subordinates. You deserve to die. The Tyrannoman spoke human words. Instantly, the gale force winds swirling around it coalesced into countless wind blades. Each blade radiated an incredibly sharp aura. Even a monster at the peak of the Lord rank would likely be torn to shreds by these terrifying wind blades. You truly deserve to die. Li Xian sneered with contempt. As his feet pressed against the flying sword, he instantly accelerated to a terrifying speed 4 times the speed of sound. He effortlessly dodged the storm-like barrage of wind blades and successfully circled around to Tyrannoman's rear. Spiral cone. 20 flying swords spun rapidly, transforming into a gyroscope-like cone that slammed directly into Tyrannoman's body. Though Li Xian hadn't mastered the technique of amplifying psychic energy, his repeated use of flying swords had taught him methods to enhance their destructive power. For instance, the Tyrannosaurus before him was colossal. Even if the flying swords pierced its body, the damage would be minimal. Thus, he devised this spiral cone technique. As the flying swords stabbed downward, they spun at extreme speeds. Upon striking the Tyrannosaurus, they forcibly carved out a massive, over 20-meter wide chunk of flesh and blood from its body. Roar! The intense agony made the Tyrannosaurus roar repeatedly. Its tail swung like a flail toward Li Xian in midair, but its speed was too slow, allowing Li Xian to dodge it with ease. Roar! The Tyrannoman's agonized screams drew countless monsters from all directions. Not only Beast Soldier class and Beast General class beasts converged, but even numerous Lord class monsters charged toward the scene. A terrifying beast tide was forming, initiated by a king-class monster, mobilizing tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of monsters. Many monsters, perhaps lacking direction, surged toward the capital base city or the surrounding supply bases. What's happening? This terrifying beast tide formed out of nowhere. Quick! Notify higher command immediately, a colossal beast tide is attacking Kyoto base city. My god, run! Get back to Kyoto base city. In an instant, all warriors in Kyoto base city received the alert. Soon, battle gods from every faction mobilized simultaneously to investigate the situation. That's a king-class monster, Tyrannoman. Notify Commander Jia immediately. No, who is battling the Tyrannoman? My goodness, he's incredibly powerful. He's actually overpowering the Tyrannoman. I don't recognize him. Among all the council members, I've never seen him before. Could he be a newly risen council-level powerhouse? Though numerous war gods located the Tyrannosaurus through technological means, none dared approach it. Jia Yi, a man who devoted his life to serving all of China. Who is that? Upon learning of the beast tide's assault on the capital base city, he rushed to the scene immediately. He located the instigator of the beast tide, yet never imagined that the Tyrannosaurus would now be so thoroughly suppressed. Any beast that dared approach Tyrannoman was instantly cut down by that formidable flying sword. Not a single beast could come within 5 kilometers of Tyrannoman. Why had he never seen such a terrifyingly powerful figure before? Why had he never even heard of him? Even the world's top psychic, East, couldn't match this. Witnessing Li Xian's overwhelming dominance over the Tyrannoman, Jia Yi felt a surge of admiration. Without hesitation, he charged forward, determined to assist Li Xian in eliminating the beast. The Tyrannosaurus had long lurked around the capital base city. Jia Yi had previously sought to slay it but failed due to various circumstances. Now that the opportunity presented itself, he would not let it slip away. Chapter 20, Harvesting the Beast Tide. Human. Monsters and humans have an agreement: no slaying of king-class monsters. Violate it, and the pact will be torn apart. Monsters will unleash endless hordes to drown your human bases. The Tyrannosaurus, repeatedly struck by Li Xian's flying sword, found itself with no chance of escape. It immediately invoked the ancient pact, forcing Li Xian to spare it. What utter nonsense! Li Xian didn't buy that nonsense. The death of a mere king-class monster couldn't possibly trigger such a massive beast tide. In this world, only those two emperor-class monsters in the sea possessed the power to unleash a global monster tide. The Tyrannoman before him was nowhere near that level. Spiral Cone. Li Xian swung his massive hand, unleashing an even more terrifying spiral cone than before. Though he had only recently created this technique and used it a handful of times, it had undergone millions of simulations and refinements within the Eternal Divine Brain. Each subsequent deployment proved vastly more powerful than the last. Roar! The Tyrannoman unleashed its full wind blade power to collide with the spiral cone, only to have it effortlessly shattered. The spiral cone slammed forcefully toward the Tyrannoman's heart. The Tyrannoman's body couldn't withstand Li Xian's attack. Pierced through, its heart shattered, it died completely. Just then, Jia Yi arrived, only to witness Li Xian having already slain Tyrannoman. He hadn't even gotten a chance to intervene. Who are you? Spotting the newcomer, Li Xian immediately grew wary. I'm Jia Yi. I came searching for the source after the beast tide erupted. Never expected to witness you slaying the Tyrannosaurus. Noticing Li Xian's wariness, Jia Yi introduced himself. My name is Li Xian. I'm from the capital base city. I was only a war general level before. It's no surprise you wouldn't recognize me. Is the beast tide particularly severe now? Li Xian inquired. After all, he had triggered this beast tide, so it was his responsibility to understand and resolve it. It's critical. Even with the Tyrannosaurus eliminated, the mobilized beasts haven't received its retreat order. They'll keep assaulting the supply bases surrounding the base city. Jia Yi glanced at his communicator before reporting the situation truthfully. In that case, let's go. We'll deal with the beast tide first. Li Xian waved his hand, lifting both Tyrannoman's corpse and his off-road vehicle into the air. He sped toward the nearest base city at top speed. After setting down the SUV in Tyrannoman's body, he immediately flew off. 20 flying swords spun clockwise, forming 20 concentric circles each 500 meters in diameter. Li Xian soared overhead while the 20 circles skimmed the ground. Wherever they passed, monsters were sliced clean in half by the flying swords. After merely a dozen or so circuits, the hundreds of thousands of monsters attacking the supply base were decimated, leaving only scattered tens of thousands remaining. Where once a dark, swarming mass of monsters had engulfed the supply base, now a blood-soaked field of corpses stained the earth crimson. Witnessing this scene, many martial artists unaccustomed to such carnage felt their stomachs churn violently. Li Xian's current efficiency in slaying monsters far surpassed even his war god tier days. To his eyes, this dense tide of beasts resembled immobile wheat. Guided by his mental will, his flying sword swiftly reaped every last one with unmatched speed. This is terrifying. Reaping monsters like wheat? Who is this council-level powerhouse? Why haven't I seen him before? Unbelievable. If all the monsters in the world gathered for him to kill, he might wipe them all out. Thank goodness. The monster wave attacking base 54 is dealt with. We won't have to die. The martial artists, who had braced themselves for a life-or-death battle, watched the monster tide steadily advance, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Yet unexpectedly, Li Xian suddenly flew in and swiftly eliminated the vast horde of monsters. His terrifying power and the speed at which he slaughtered the beasts completely shattered their preconceptions. Stack the corpses neatly. I'll be inspecting them when I return. Ignoring the stares of the martial artists at the supply base, Li Xian left a single command before swiftly flying toward another supply base. General Xia, dispatch troops immediately to clear the battlefield and eliminate any remaining monsters. Ensure every monster slain by Lord Li Xian is accounted for. Not a single piece is to be embezzled. Also, secure the Tyrannosaurus carcass and off-road vehicle Lord Li Xian left in the base city earlier. Understood? Jia immediately summoned the commander of the Huaxia military district stationed at this base city. Yes, Commander. General Xia Jun replied solemnly. The Li family in Tianjin district of the capital base city is merely a minor family of war general rank. For Li Xian to attain such prowess less than 3 months after becoming a martial artist, his talent is truly extraordinary. We must win him over. It would be a tremendous loss if such a talent were not to serve the Huaxia nation. Within this brief timeframe, Jia Yi had already thoroughly investigated Li Xian's background and identity. Without further delay, he immediately headed to another supply base to provide support. Numerous supply bases near the capital base city were still under attack by beast swarms. With numerous martial artists present, even a beast tide unleashed by a single king-tier monster numbering over 1 billion beasts was still held back by the capital base city's defenders. After all, the capital base city was the most powerful base city in Huaxia nation. Coupled with the presence of the terrifying psychic Li Xian, all monsters below the king level were slaughtered wherever he passed. After fighting his way through dozens of supply bases, Li Xian himself had lost count of how many monsters he'd slain. Even with his current mental power, he felt exhausted from the relentless slaughter. Amidst Li Xian's relentless slaughter of monsters, the numerous cameras within the supply bases clearly recorded his godlike rampage, a scene of unrestrained monster extermination. In the blink of an eye, the entire nation of Huaxia, indeed, the entire world, learned that another assembly-level powerhouse had emerged within Huaxia, and one who was an exceptionally formidable psychic. What's going on? Why didn't I receive any information about this earlier? Who exactly is he? Damn it! How could China produce another council-level powerhouse? Does this mean the European Union truly has no hope? He's a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Why isn't he with my HR alliance? In an instant, every major power on Earth frantically searched for any information about Li Xian. Upon learning he belonged to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, many were left disheartened. The happiest party, however, was the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, or rather, its director, Ming Qingjun, who had personally recruited Li Xian into the academy. As a member of my Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I only gave him a crappy sword manual and less than 500 million in funding. That's far too low a cultivation cost. He probably doesn't hold our academy in high regard. Yet after his initial elation, Ming Qingjun was overcome with regret. The Extreme Martial Arts Academy had indeed provided Li Xian with insufficient support, or rather, offered him too few benefits. Now that Li Xian had ascended to the level of a council-tier powerhouse, Ming Qingjun had virtually no resources left to offer him. Thus, he could only compile a report on the matter and submit it upward. This wasn't entirely Ming Qingjun's fault. Li Xian's growth had been so rapid, so blindingly fast, that before Ming could even react, Li had already ascended to the rank of a council-level powerhouse. Chapter 21, I Am Chinese. War God Training Camp. Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Look, our nation has produced another warrior surpassing the war god tier. He became a martial artist just 3 months ago, and now, 3 months later, he's surpassed the war god tier? It's terrifying. I hear he's also a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, yet he refused to join the War God training camp. Many thought him arrogant back then, but reality shows he has every reason to be proud. Upon receiving news about Li Xian, Luo Feng's senior sister Zhao Ruo spotted him and immediately dragged him over to share this mind-blowing revelation. After all, she herself was a high-level warrior hailed as a prodigy, yet that genius title felt utterly crushed in Li Xian's presence. His talent is outrageous. And he's a psychic master too. He slaughtered a king-class monster, the Tyrannosaurus, right out of the gate. His speed in slaughtering the beast tide is terrifying. Compared to him, I'm nowhere near his level. After seeing the information senior sister Zhao Ruo had gathered about Li Xian, Luo Feng, who had been feeling a hint of smugness about his own current talent, was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. This experience taught him the meaning of "there's always someone better out there." He realized he couldn't afford to be arrogant, for this world was filled with extraordinary individuals far stronger than himself. He must always maintain a sense of reverence. Yes, his talent is truly the most extraordinary I've ever seen. Perhaps he looked down on the War God training camp back then, which is why he refused to come here. Zhao Ruo sighed. Don't let a few prodigies make you underestimate yourself. Your path is one you must walk step by step on your own. Having said this, Luo Feng prepared to head to the gravity chamber for his training. Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters. Chairman, here is all the information regarding Li Xian. Yao Riao, one of the 3 personal guards of Hong, Earth's greatest martial artist, possessed jet black, lustrous hair and mesmerizing eyes. A demonic whip adorned with lightning coiled around her waist. The moment she received news of Li Xian, she swiftly gathered every detail related to him, even unearthing information about his childhood. After organizing it, she presented it to Hong. Reaching planetary level strength in just a few short months, and even slaying a king-level monster like Tyrannoman? Even my own power didn't surge that quickly back then. Even Hong, Earth's foremost expert, couldn't help but marvel after reviewing the intelligence Yao Ruan presented. Chairman, he must have obtained some treasure from the ruins to achieve such rapid growth. If only you could acquire it too. It must be said, even Yao Yao, a planetary tier powerhouse, couldn't help but feel envious at Li Xian's astonishing growth rate. After all, who wouldn't want such growth? Li Xian's refusal to come to the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters back then was likely because he feared his secret would be discovered, so he didn't want to come. No need to discuss this further. I would never take a junior's opportunity. He is a member of my Extreme Martial Arts Hall, naturally aligned with my side. Go in my stead to meet him and invite him to join the War God Palace as a council member. Additionally, reward him with a Black God set. If possible, mention that I've invited him to visit the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters, though I suspect he'd rather not come. Hong paused before speaking. Yes, sir. Yao Riao was puzzled by the speaker's motives, but she didn't press further. She immediately set off for the capital base city. I hope you grow stronger quickly. Earth is too shallow a pond, with too few true powerhouses. Facing the vastness of the cosmos, we are but ants, incapable of shaking the heavens. After Yao Riao departed, Hong's gaze grew profound. Compared to others, he knew far more. Precisely because he understood his own insignificance, he yearned even more for Earth to produce more powerful beings. Even those who surpassed him, he could accept. Li Xian's mind was elsewhere entirely at that moment, focused solely on the numerous monster corpses he had slaughtered. Under the coordination of numerous martial artists within the supply base, these corpses were gathered and piled together, forming a veritable mountain of bodies. Everyone, leave this place immediately. No one is to approach. At Li Xian's command, all martial artists retreated. He then began continuously absorbing the energy from these corpses to replenish the reserves of the Eternal Divine Furnace. Li Xian spent the entire night absorbing the energy from these monster corpses across a dozen base rooms. It wasn't until the next morning that he finally completed the energy absorption. Eternal Divine Brain Energy Reserve meets upgrade requirements. Having absorbed the energy from so many monster corpses, even the remains of that king-class beast, the Eternal Divine Brain finally possessed sufficient energy for its upgrade. Lord Li Xian, we extend our deepest gratitude for your heroic intervention in resolving this monster surge for the capital base city. On behalf of the Huaxia Military District, I extend our deepest gratitude. Seeing that Li Xian was finally free, Jia Yi approached him, intending to have a chat. Commander Jia, you're too kind. This beast tide was triggered by my slaying of the Tyrannosaurus, so naturally I bear responsibility for resolving it. Ultimately, it was because of me that many martial artists sacrificed their lives in this crisis. Although Li Xian had swiftly contained the beast tide and provided timely reinforcements, the affected area was too vast. Many martial artists still perished in the battle against the beast tide. They died honorably defending the base city. They are all heroes. China will provide compensation to their families and ensure their families are properly cared for. War inevitably claims lives. Our duty is to minimize casualties among martial artists and ensure comprehensive support for their families, freeing them from worry. Might Lord Li Xian consider joining our Huaxia military district to fight for Huaxia? Jia Yi said earnestly. Commander Jia, I am Chinese. When China faces peril, I will naturally fight for China. As for joining the Huaxia military district, that's out of the question. I'm accustomed to freedom. I dislike constraints, and I especially dislike commanding armies or squads. To me, those are nothing but burdens. I only trust my own strength. Li Xian understood that Jia Yi, who had spent his entire life fighting for Huaxia, sought to fully enlist him as a Huaxia advocate. Yet Li Xian, just as he had chosen freedom when courted by various factions in the past, chose liberty once more. Of course, as a Chinese citizen, when China faced hardship, he would naturally contribute his share, a belief ingrained in the very bones of every Chinese son and daughter. Though it's regrettable, it's also a relief. Jia Yi remarked with emotion. Commander Jia, while I won't fully join the Huaxia military district, we'll have many opportunities to collaborate in the future. Here are my contact details. I may need to trouble you in the future, Commander Jia. Li Xian handed over his contact information. In Huaxia, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Seeing Li Xian's goodwill, Jia Yi's mood lifted. After bidding farewell to Jia Yi, Li Xian immediately rushed back to the capital base city. He left a message for his family, instructing them not to contact him and especially not to reveal his whereabouts to anyone else. Level up. Rushing back to the rented factory on the outskirts of Tianjin City in the capital base city, Li Xian adjusted his state before choosing to upgrade the Eternal Divine Brain. In the next instant, the core of the Eternal Divine Brain flew out of the robot, casting a golden glow upon the adjacent supercomputer. Li Xian then witnessed a phantom image materialize across the entire supercomputer. After detaching from the machine, this phantom appeared to be an exact replica of the supercomputer itself. Everything contained within the supercomputer existed within the phantom. Li Xian even sensed that the phantom could perform computations just like the actual supercomputer. Before Li Xian could process what was happening, the virtual image of the supercomputer began to shrink rapidly. It was eventually swallowed whole by the Eternal Divine Brain. The core of the Eternal Divine Brain, which had been the size of a fist, began to expand continuously, growing to the size of a human head. But that wasn't all. As the Eternal Divine Brain grew stronger, Li Xian distinctly sensed its innate enlightenment abilities steadily intensifying. Chapter 22, The Eternal Divine Brain's Ascension. However, the pace of this transformation was far too rapid. At first, it felt manageable, but within seconds, his entire skull began swelling as if something inside his mind were relentlessly digging at his brain with a pickaxe. It felt as though something within his skull was slowly growing larger, forcibly stretching his head wider and wider. This excruciating agony was no less intense than the pain he had endured when first awakening his psychic powers, perhaps even more so. The agony left Li Xian collapsed on the ground, clutching his head as he let out a heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching scream. Worst of all, he couldn't even lose consciousness during this ordeal. The Eternal Divine Brain forced him to remain fully awake, forcing him to endure this inhuman agony. It felt like being dismembered 1,000 times over, multiplied by countless more torments. Even after enduring the awakening of his psychic powers, he found this agony unbearable. Amidst his agony, a flood of information suddenly surged within the Eternal Divine Brain data pertaining to its own nature. It turned out that the Eternal Divine Brain only revealed such information once it reached the planetary level. This was because the Eternal Divine Brain contained an overwhelming amount of information so vast that only after reaching planetary level could it bear a fraction of it. The majority remained sealed away, destined to fully emerge only upon ascending to stellar level. The sheer volume of this data was staggering. Fortunately, Li Xian's Eternal Divine Brain had fused with a computer, granting it immense processing power. Even so, it took him a full 7 days to complete the reception of this portion of information. Yet this merely constituted the initial reception akin to creating folders within a computer to store the data. And he endured that in human agony for 7 full days and nights. Li family. Brother Homing, congratulations. With Lord Li Xian surpassing the war god tier, the Li family's future is boundless. Head of the Li clan, I wonder if Lord Li Xian is already married. My daughter is a war god tier powerhouse. She would be a perfect match for Lord Li Xian. We wish to meet Lord Li Xian. Might the head of the Li family arrange an introduction? Ever since Li Xian's strength was revealed, the threshold of the Li family's small villa had nearly been worn away. Countless factions from across the world sought to pay him a visit. Yet none knew his whereabouts. Even if they did, none dared disturb him without invitation. Only when Li Xian consented to meet could they approach. To do otherwise would be disrespectful to a peerless powerhouse. It was much like how everyone knew the world's strongest martial artist, Hong, resided at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Yet without Hong's permission, they dared not approach him. Such was the awe-inspiring power of the mighty. Gentlemen, Li Xian has made it clear he is entering seclusion and will see no one during this period. Not even I, his father, know his whereabouts. However, he left a message for me, stating he would emerge from seclusion in 1 month. You may return then. Li Homing understood perfectly well that these people were here for his son, so he wouldn't make any promises on his behalf. I see. In that case, we'll leave these gifts here for now and return to pay our respects after a month. Upon hearing Li Homing's words, the visitors sensibly chose not to linger. After exchanging a few polite words, they took their leave. Retreating for cultivation? Then we'll return in a month. Seeing this, Yao Riao didn't immediately demand to see Li Xian. After informing Hong of the situation, she departed. Brother, I never imagined Xiao Xian's talent would be this terrifying. After just 3 months apart, he's already surpassed the war god tier. Those influential figures we could never even meet before now treat us with utmost courtesy. It feels like a dream. Li Xian's second uncle, Li Hui, couldn't help but exclaim. Second brother, all this is thanks to Xiao Xian. We mustn't let pride and arrogance bring trouble upon him. Also, recall everyone from the clan including third brother, who's currently away. Bring him back too. Xiao Xian surpassing the war god tier. While some envy him, others are jealous. Who knows if someone might secretly target us, his relatives, to threaten him. Li Homing understood all too well that beneath the Li family's current facade of prosperity, it was his son who had always been their pillar of support. They couldn't offer Li Xian any tangible help now, but they knew these family members absolutely must not become a burden dragging him down. Very well. I'll recall third brother immediately and instruct all family members to refrain from causing trouble. Li Hui nodded in agreement. Head of the Li family, this is a token of gratitude from the Blackwater squad, delivered through us brothers. They express their thanks to Lord Li Xian for eliminating the beast tide and saving their entire family. Just then, 2 men approached carrying a wooden crate. Upon seeing Li Homing, they delivered their message and departed. What the? Li Homing and the others curiously opened the box, only to discover it contained the severed heads of the entire Lu family, the very family that had relocated away from the capital base city. Dispose of this matter discreetly. For now, keep it from Xiao Xian. Li Homing sighed. Once the sworn enemies of the Li family, the Lu clan had now been wiped out not at their behest, but by others seeking to curry favor with his son. Blackwater's squad headquarters. Hey, boss, we worked our asses off to get those Lu family heads. Just handing them over like this without demanding anything in return, isn't that a bit much? Yeah, boss. If we presented them directly to Lord Li Xian, it would have felt worthwhile. But now we're handing them over to some crippled low-ranking commander? If he doesn't mention us brothers to Lord Li Xian, we'll be getting the short end of the stick. Several members of the squad were puzzled by Captain Fu Qidong's approach. You two dimwits. Even if our Blackwater squad hadn't acted, someone else would have eventually. There's a saying in Huaxia, the most expensive things are the ones given for free. The Li family not giving us any benefits is actually the greatest benefit, otherwise, our relationship with them would be severed. From now on, Blackwater squad won't hunt in the wild anymore. We'll settle down and do business in the capital base city. Once the Li family rises to prominence, that will be our time to soar to great heights. Fu Qidong declared passionately. Compared to the others, his vision stretched further into the future. Clinging tightly to the Li family's coattails was precisely what they needed to do now. Finally over. When it was all over, the intense agony receded like a tide. Li Xian collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, and instantly plunged into a deep, unbroken sleep. He slept for 3 full days and nights before waking. Fortunately, he had left a message for his family beforehand, instructing them not to look for him during this period and to keep his whereabouts secret. This allowed him 10 undisturbed days. Is this the new Eternal Divine Brain? Upon waking, his first act was to examine the upgraded Eternal Divine Brain. Having ascended to planetary level status, the Eternal Divine Brain now contained a separate, fist-sized entity within itself. This new Eternal Divine Brain remained in its pristine state, having yet to fuse with anything. Back when Li Xian was unconscious, his first Eternal Divine Brain had fused with a computer, granting him the Enlightenment talent and becoming the cornerstone of his rise. Only now do I realize that what fused with my soul was the sub-brain of the Eternal Divine Brain, while the one that fused with the computer was the main brain of the Eternal Divine Brain. No wonder the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement didn't depend on my own cultivation level, but instead on the level of its computer avatar. After reviewing the information provided upon the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement, Li Xian realized his human core self had seemingly become the computer's avatar, while his original body had transformed into the computer itself, much like how Luo Feng had become the golden horned beast. Fortunately, this state isn't permanent. It's because my soul is currently too weak to fuse with the Eternal Divine Brain's main core. Only when I become immortal and my soul undergoes metamorphosis will the Eternal Divine Brain's main core truly and completely integrate into my soul. Li Xian now understood why he felt no pain when initially merging with the Eternal Divine Brain, and why his soul had endured excruciating agony during its advancement, all part of the gradual fusion process between his soul and the Eternal Divine Brain. Beyond this information, the Eternal Divine Brain naturally held other revelations. For instance, each time the Eternal Divine Brain ascended, it would split off sub-brains. These sub-brains could fuse with all things in the universe, transforming into its own avatars. If it fused with mechanical entities akin to computers, it would manifest as avatars resembling mechanical beings. Merging with inanimate objects like rocks creates rock-like lifeforms. Merging with living beings transforms them into avatars, each possessing the same infinite evolutionary potential as the main brain. Most crucially, even if a sub-brain is destroyed, it can be restored from the main brain. However, it will revert to the state it was in immediately after fusion, requiring all evolution to start anew. It's as if our human bodies are fused with a sub-brain after death. We can be resurrected from the main brain. But that's not the most incredible part. The most incredible part is that even if the main brain is destroyed, it can be reborn from any single sub-brain. Therefore, as long as the master brain or any sub-brain is protected, there is no need to fear being killed. Beyond that, both the sub-brains and the main brain of the Eternal Divine Brain possess one crucial ability: soul protection. Of course, this isn't the same as the soul protecting power of a soul treasure. Instead, it allows his soul consciousness to maintain a sliver of clarity, just as he couldn't faint even amidst that excruciating agony earlier. The benefit of this is that he can effortlessly see through an enemy's illusions. Even if faced with a powerful enslaver, he could choose to self-destruct at the last moment rather than be enslaved. This ability is just too powerful. Upon reading this information, Li Xian's heart pounded wildly. Clones were something countless immortal tier, revered tier, and even universe master tier powerhouses pursued. Possessing a clone vastly increased one's survivability, allowing them to venture into countless perilous situations. At worst, they'd only lose a clone. Now, at merely the planetary level, he could possess 2 clones. How utterly defiant of the heavens! Moreover, once he upgraded his Eternal Divine Brain to Stellar tier, it would generate yet another Eternal Divine Brain, granting him a 3rd clone. Moreover, the ability to maintain his consciousness was of paramount importance. It ensured he would never be enslaved. As long as he avoided enslavement, even if his body perished, he could resurrect once more. Chapter 23, The Eternal Divine Brain's Choice of Clones. In that case, I must consider not only the clones but also the main brain. If the central brain wishes to continue upgrading, it requires more powerful technological capabilities. Most crucially, it needs a talent versed in technology to research and develop its upgrades. In that case, the second clone must be one with technological expertise. It seems there exists an immortal-grade mechanical race spacecraft on Earth. In this world, insight is paramount. After fusing with a computer, the Eternal Divine Brain's main core acquired a scalable insight talent. The higher the Eternal Divine Brain's level, the stronger Li Xian's own comprehension became. With such powerful comprehension, enhancing his strength would be a simple matter. It was precisely due to his Enlightenment talent that Li Xian, who had previously struggled for over 20 days to grasp the fundamentals of the genetic primordial energy cultivation method, succeeded in mastering it within a single minute. Even the SSS tier shattering void sword technique was mastered to its highest level within mere hours, amplifying his physical power to 5-fold resonance. When it came time to learn various secret arts and comprehend domains and laws, comprehension would become even more crucial. Therefore, he had to consider the Eternal God Brain. The mechanical plan's technology was unmatched across the entire universe, surpassing even humanity's virtual universe corporation. Possessing a mechanical plan clone would eliminate any concerns about upgrading the main brain. In the future, he could even guide his mechanic clan clone toward mechanical evolution. Empowered by the Eternal Divine Brain, developing earth-shattering technological weapons and forging the mightiest tech-based legions would be within easy reach. After all, as one of the 6 peak races, the mechanics possess strength rivaling that of the human race. Alas, the Eternal Divine Brain has limitations. With its current power, if it were to fuse with a biological entity, it could only merge with beings below the immortal tier. If fusing with a non-biological entity, it could only integrate objects below the level of a great treasure. If not for this limitation, upon arriving at the Virtual Universe Corporation, I could have fused with the Blood Luo crystal to become a Universe Master level innate beast god, or fused with the Primordial Universe to ascend directly to God King status. Li Xin mused inwardly. My genetic primal energy is about to break through. Just as he pondered matters concerning his avatars, he sensed the primal energy within his dantian beginning to swell uncontrollably, a clear sign of imminent breakthrough. Seeing this, he immediately focused his entire being on gathering the power. He compressed and condensed the previously scattered and colliding genetic primal energy into a planetary-like celestial body of genetic primal energy, suspended within his dantian and radiating a unique energy field. The breakthrough in his martial prowess once again transformed his body into a flawless masterpiece. The sensation of this life-altering transformation was utterly intoxicating, and before he knew it, 3 more days had passed. Meanwhile, Li Xian's figure slowly began to vanish, no, not vanish, but gradually fade into obscurity until his body became invisible to the naked eye, as if he had completely cloaked himself. I never expected that after advancing to the planetary tier, I would awaken a light attribute ability, and specifically, the blazing light power within the light element. When the blazing light gene-based energy envelopes the entire body, it can dramatically enhance one's speed. Typically, at the first tier of the planetary realm, it can elevate one's speed to the level of the 3rd tier. Beyond that, the blazing light can also be channeled into weapons, amplifying their offensive power again, boosting it from roughly planetary tier 1 to planetary tier 3. After testing his abilities, Li Xian felt neither disappointment nor excitement. This ability was ordinary and quite normal, neither particularly strong nor weak. He didn't dwell on it, however, as abilities awakened after reaching the planetary tier of gene primordial energy were generally of little practical use. Ultimately, the best way to enhance one's strength was to comprehend domains, grasp laws, and study arcane techniques through personal insight. The upgraded Eternal Divine Brain now contains vast amounts of information on how to further enhance it. To advance the Eternal Divine Brain, I'll need to conduct research in this area. Once I obtain the mechanical clan clone, I'll have it study this. The Eternal Divine Brain had now generated a vast amount of knowledge. The sheer volume was immense, merely skimming through it took nearly half a day. If he were to truly study it, it would take at least several years' time he simply didn't have. He had already laid out his plan. His human body would focus on strengthening his power, while the various technological branches would be handled by his future avatars. I never imagined the upgraded Eternal Divine Furnace would be this powerful. The previous version could only absorb biological energy, but now it can absorb all energy within the cosmos. After skimming through the information about the Eternal Divine Furnace stored in his mind, Li Xian realized this new version was vastly more powerful than its predecessor. The new Eternal Divine Furnace could absorb not only biological energy but also non-biological energy, electricity, nuclear energy, solar energy, cosmic energy, and more. It could be said that there was no form of energy the Eternal Divine Furnace could not absorb. This Eternal Divine Furnace also featured a master-slave system. Slave furnaces could provide a steady stream of energy to the master furnace, which maintained complete control over them. This meant he could create an infinite number of subforges, transport them across the cosmos, and have them continuously absorb energy to feed the main furnace. Eventually, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, endless energy would flow to him automatically. It was simply perfect. Upon discovering this information, he immediately began placing orders across the Limit House, procuring all materials required for upgrading the Eternal Divine Furnace and manufacturing subsidiary furnaces. Seems my abilities aren't half bad. My first attempt at building such a high-tech Eternal Divine Furnace Mother Furnace took only 20 days to complete. Li Xian gazed at his newly crafted Eternal Divine Furnace with great satisfaction. I should head home first. I bet many people are waiting impatiently. It was now the final day of the month-long seclusion he had announced. As a newly ascended planetary-level powerhouse, he naturally needed to make an appearance. With that, he tidied himself up, slipped into casual attire, and stepped out of the lab with his Eternal Divine Brain robot in tow, returning to the Li residence. Dad, I'm back. With Li Xian's prowess, he slipped silently into the family's grand hall, where every member of the Li household was already seated. They all knew Li Xian would return today and had gathered here early to wait. Xian, you're finally back. Seeing his son appear, Li Homing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This past month had finally made him understand just how terrifying the power of a being surpassing the war god tier truly was. Even though Li Xian never made public appearances, his mere reputation brought immeasurable benefits to the Li family. Yet he dared not accept the countless offerings from other factions, fearing they might inadvertently bring trouble upon his son. Now, seeing his son before him, the weight on his heart finally lifted. Xian, you did well. We uncles are proud of you. Li Hozhong, Cindy's third uncle, patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Previously, as the strongest member of the Li family, he had practically shouldered the entire clan's burden. Back then, facing the Li family's threats, the pressure on him had been immense. He had always hoped the younger generation would rise to prominence, so he could finally relax. Now that Li Xian had grown into a powerhouse surpassing even the war god tier, the weight of the Li family's future had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Third uncle, you once held the family together. From now on, I will protect this household, and it will only grow more prosperous and mighty. Li Xian declared earnestly. Having once enjoyed the family's protection, he now, having grown strong, would naturally shield them from life's storms. In this world, only his family members were worthy of his trust. And these relatives were also the most precious treasures of his life. Xian, those visitors who came earlier brought many gifts. I didn't accept any, but they placed them all in a room at our villa. What should we do with these things? Li Homing inquired. Dad, since they're gifts from others, we should accept them all. There's no harm in that. As the saying goes, when faced with sugar-coated bullets, swallow the sugar coating and send the bullets back. Oh, Dad, there are quite a few people waiting outside. I'll go meet them first. You can handle them afterward. News of Li Xian's return today had spread long ago, so many factions had sent representatives to visit. Naturally, Li Xian would go out to meet them. But he only intended to make a brief appearance. All visitors below the planetary level tier were delegated to his father for reception. The only one he personally received was the sole planetary level powerhouse among the visitors. Chapter 24, The Two Evolutionary Paths of the Mechanical Clan's Clones. Is that Lord Li Xian? I never expected him to return today. Look, isn't that dazzling, one of Hong's 3 personal guards? Who would have thought she'd come in person? Seems Hong holds Lord Li Xing in high regard, sending his personal guard to attend to him personally. Not a single visitor dared voice complaint that Li Xian had merely made an appearance without personally receiving them. It seemed his mere presence granted them immense favor. Li Xian, I am Yao Riao, personal guard to Lord Hong. I've come primarily to invite you to join the War God Palace as a council member. If you prefer the role of inspector, you may serve as inspector of the capital base city. Upon meeting Li Xian, Yao Riao cut straight to the chase, stating the purpose of her visit and explaining various details about the War God Palace. I'm already a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. How could I refuse the Academy Master's invitation? I can serve as a counselor, but the inspector role is out of the question. I dislike troublesome affairs. Li Xian gladly accepted Hong's invitation to the Martial Arts Academy, but he had no interest in the inspector role. His priority now was to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to linger in Kyoto Base City. Moreover, he had already confirmed the timeline. It was now mid-July 2057. In just 1 month, Luo Feng would be heading to Australia Island. Time was tight. In that case, I respect your choice. Here is the resonance helmet for entering the War God Palace, and here is the Black God set the Palace Master has gifted you. However, Extreme Martial Arts Hall has a rule: if you take a Black God set, you must return 1 Black God set to the hall in the future. Seeing Li Xian agree, the enchanting woman offered a rare smile before sharing additional information about ancient ruins. Also, the headmaster has invited you to visit the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters. As she finished speaking, Yao Riao studied Li Xian intently. I appreciate the master's generosity, but I've just broken through and haven't solidified my strength yet. When I have time in the future, I'll naturally go to meet the master. Li Xian politely declined Yao Riao's invitation. Though Li Xian had now reached the 2nd tier of the planetary realm, he was still far too weak compared to Hong. Even if he knew Hong might not harbor ill will toward him, a wise man avoids standing beneath a crumbling wall. His instincts told him to steer clear of a powerhouse who could take his life at any moment. Only when he felt confident enough to face Hong without fear would he visit the Extreme Martial Arts Academy headquarters to meet him. Just as the headmaster predicted, you wouldn't agree. But it's fine. The headmaster doesn't mind. Your access privileges within the Extreme House have now been elevated to the highest level below the headmaster, allowing you to view a great deal of information. After speaking, the enchanting woman departed immediately. Black God set, Tier 1 Primordial Force Battle Armor. After Yao Rong departed, Li Xian also returned to his room. He retrieved the Black God set, allowing it to absorb his blood before it burrowed beneath his skin. With a flick of his thoughts, the Black God set transformed into a blue armor, enveloping his entire body. Its appearance somewhat resembled the Emperor armor from Armor Warriors, differing only in color. Transform. Using the Black God suit for the first time, Li Xian began endlessly altering its form, as if he'd just gotten a new game and was experimenting with all its modes. Once he grew bored with playing around with the Black God suit, he began using the power of the Eternal God Brain to hack into Earth's network, searching for all information related to the ancient civilization's ruin number 1. Let's go! After locating the information he needed, Li Xian immediately set off for the Bermuda Deep. With his current speed, he found the mechanical race's spaceship in Bermuda in less than 10 minutes. The vessel resembled a colossal silver-white pyramid, standing approximately 1 kilometer tall. Despite years submerged in the ocean, time had left no trace upon its surface. Wow, no wonder it's an immortal-class vessel of the mechanical clan. It's enormous. Upon arrival, Li Xian detected no guards patrolling the vessel. Stealthily approaching its side, he retrieved the newly born sub-brain from the Eternal Divine Brain. Now we'll see if the Eternal Divine Brain can transform this ship into my avatar. Li Xian placed the sub-brain onto the ship's surface with immense anticipation. The moment the sub-brain touched the ship, it swiftly integrated into its structure. He could distinctly sense the sub-brain scanning the entire mechanical race spacecraft before immediately integrating into its core control room. Eternal Divine Brain Sub-Brain Fusion, select Evolution Mode. Option 1, Mechanical Treasure Evolution Mode. Option 2, Mechanical Clan Life Evolution Mode. If no selection is made within 10 seconds, Evolution Mode 1 will be defaulted. At that moment, the sub-brain relayed the information. The Mechanical Treasure Evolution Mode functions like refining a mechanical treasure. It requires no comprehension of laws or principles. Simply follow the evolution path provided by the Eternal Divine Brain, refining it into higher-tier mechanical treasures to continuously advance. The Eternal Divine Brain's main core defaulted to the Mechanical Treasure Evolution Mode because I never made a choice. Now, the main core cannot evolve autonomously. It requires me to personally refine it into a higher-grade treasure to advance. The Mechanical Lifeform Evolution model essentially transforms this starship into a mechanical lifeform. It's akin to implanting the starship with a mechanical evolution core, fusing its soul with its body. This allows it to advance through comprehending laws, just like human lifeforms. My original plan was to cultivate this mechanical immortal starship as a mechanical lifeform, enabling it to research advancement for the Eternal Divine Brain's main core. Thus, the Mechanical Life Evolution mode remains the optimal choice. I choose option 2. In the span of a single second, Li Xian had processed countless possibilities before decisively choosing to cultivate this avatar as a mechanical lifeform. As Li Xian made his decision, the sub-brain fully integrated into the Mechanic Clan's immortal starship. At that moment, Li Xian felt utterly bizarre. He seemed to have transformed into a genuine starship itself, possessing complete awareness of every piece of information within its entire structure. Damn it, here we go again. But then, a torrent of information flooded him, overwhelming him with a familiar, piercing headache. Even as an upgraded planetary-level Eternal God Brain, it was impossible to process such a colossal flood of information in a short time, even at full computational power. Every detail from the ship's initial construction to its final completion, every knowledge and technology involved, and every adventure shared between the vessel and its master crashed over him like a tidal wave. Not only that, but even the experiences and memories of its owner, the deceased mechanical immortal from birth to death, all surged forth within this torrent of information. The more Li Xian absorbed this information, the more he felt he was losing himself. Consider this, he had lived less than 20 years since his birth. Now, the memories of an ancient being who had lived for untold billions of years flooded into his mind. Could he ever truly be himself again? Chapter 25, Mechanical Clan Avatar Talent, Mechanical Evolution. Block all memories unrelated to cultivation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xian reacted immediately, instructing the Eternal Divine Brain to compress and archive the memories into a storage package for future review. He then isolated the cultivation-relevant fragments from the mechanical race's immortal memories, organizing them into separate folders. These would become the nourishment for Li Xian's growth. Fusion successful. Acquired Mechanical Evolution Talent. Whoa! Even with the Eternal Divine Brain's current processing speed, it'll take a full 7 days and nights just to receive and organize all this information. There's simply too much data. After the data reception concluded, Li Xian rubbed his temples in amazement. The harvest was incredibly rich. With the cultivation experience of this immortal from the Mechanical Clan, he no longer needed to worry about advancing his newly acquired Mechanical Clan clone to immortal status. More importantly, within the cultivation memories of this immortal of the Mechanical Clan, he discovered numerous secret cultivation techniques and knowledge pertaining to humans. The Machine Clan and the Human Clan were inherently adversaries. As the saying went, knowing both oneself and one's enemy ensured victory in every battle. Nearly every Machine Clan member would gain a basic understanding of human cultivation methods before heading to the outer domain battlefields to fight humans. However, the cultivation secrets gathered by this immortal of the Machine Clan were relatively simple, all pertaining to levels below immortal. There were no cultivation secrets for the immortal level at all. Evidently, this immortal of the mechanic clan had merely gathered some foundational cultivation methods for a basic understanding, without delving into deeper research. I finally have a legitimate cultivation lineage. Though the cultivation secrets gathered by this immortal of the mechanical clan weren't profound, they were an immense surprise for Li Xian at this stage. After all, even now, having reached the planetary level, the only cultivation techniques he had practiced were the initial genetic primordial energy cultivation method and the Shatter Heaven Sword technique. He had even considered traveling to Mist Island to seek the inheritance of the meteorite ink star. Now, with the cultivation secrets gathered by the mechanic immortal, even if he failed to obtain the meteorite ink star's inheritance, he no longer needed to worry about lacking proper cultivation guidance. The 312 foundational techniques for mental force masters and the 312 foundational techniques for martial artists, these two are the most suitable foundational inheritances for me. They allow me to cultivate mental force amplitude and martial power amplitude. I'll focus on cultivating these two foundational techniques for now. Once my amplitudes improve, I'll seek out other secret techniques to cultivate. Among the vast array of cultivation legacies, Li Xian swiftly identified the most fundamental cultivation techniques in the cosmos. Having never practiced orthodox cultivation methods of the cosmos before, he naturally chose the most fundamental yet most effective approach to begin his journey. Open. However, now was not the time for cultivation. With a flick of his intent, a passage opened in the previously featureless front of his spacecraft. Once Li Xian stepped inside, the passage closed again, as if it had never existed. This starship had become his alter ego. He knew every detail within it as intimately as his own body. E9 class spacecraft, fully intact. Energy reserves sufficient. Energy shield capable of withstanding all physical attacks below immortal grade. Hull height, 1,200 meters. 2/3 of the structure comprises propulsion systems. Instant acceleration, evasion, and overall maneuverability rival those of an F-class starship. The weaponry includes 3 planet-killer main cannons and 9 E3-class laser cannons. A single shot from the main cannon can obliterate a planet, maximizing firepower. However, its materials fall short. Though constructed from E9-grade alloy, it remains significantly inferior to F-grade alloys. Future upgrades should focus on this aspect. The entire ship's specification strengths and weaknesses quickly surfaced in his mind. The highest grade alloy humanity could produce was E9. Yet the mechanics immortals could forge F-grade alloys, a unique mechanics talent. However, these F-grade alloys could only be used for the mechanics themselves. They forged F-grade alloys by fusing pure F-grade metals within their own bodies, rendering these alloys unusable for any other purpose. Here lies the laboratory left behind by the mechanics immortal. The equipment is state-of-the-art, perfect for upgrading the mainframe and even for crafting the Eternal Divine Furnace. The moment Li Xian saw the laboratory, his eyes lit up. This was like finding a pillow when you were sleepy. He immediately decided to permanently house the mainframe here. It was arguably the safest location imaginable. Ha! A spatial ring with 3 million kilometers of storage? Inside are some miscellaneous items and a mid-tier 4th grade psychic weapon, the Star-Shattering Ring. Besides the lab, Li Xian discovered a robot. Though its internal programming had completely crashed, it wore a spatial ring on its hand. Though the original text never mentioned this spatial ring, perhaps Luofeng's vast wealth back then made such trinkets insignificant enough to omit. Next, I'll depart Earth for Mars. There lies abundant black iron ore for my use, and I'll test this newly acquired clone while I'm at it. The spacecraft's previously open hatch closed, and its entire propulsion system activated. Activate cloaking shield mode. Destination, Mars. At Li Xian's mental command, the mechanical spaceship clone swiftly ascended from the depths of the Bermuda Triangle, accelerating instantly in the air. In less than 2 seconds, it had already left Earth's atmosphere. The reason for targeting Mars instead of directly entering space was primarily because he felt his current strength was insufficient, so he didn't consider venturing into space so soon. So fast. Since the entire spacecraft was his body, Li Xian acutely felt his speed fast, incredibly fast, reaching the absolute limit. Within mere seconds, the ship accelerated to near the speed of light. Earth, truly beautiful. As he broke free from Earth's gravity and glanced back, the predominantly azure planet held him in fascination. But soon, Earth vanished from his sight. Traveling through the starry sky, it took him merely 5 minutes to journey from Earth to Mars. Earth? What's happening? Ruin 1 has moved, it's actually flying away. Could Ruin 1 be a spaceship? The powerful being stationed to guard Ruin 1 was utterly stunned upon discovering this phenomenon. Quickly activate satellite surveillance. Find out what's going on. Soon, all factions on Earth learned that Relic Number 1, suspected to be a spaceship, had been taken over and suddenly flown away. Almost everyone was searching for information on this matter, all wanting to know exactly who had taken the spacecraft. But no matter how hard they searched, even checking satellite surveillance, they couldn't uncover who had obtained the spacecraft. Chapter 26, Mass Production of Intelligent Life? Mars. Li Xin could monitor everything happening on Earth through remote networks, but he paid it no mind. Upon acquiring this E9 class spaceship clone, he had become virtually invincible on Earth, fearing no one. His focus now was entirely on the red, almost orange-yellow planet before him, Mars. From high above, he could see 9 pyramids. They were interlocked, seemingly forming an even larger pyramid. Beneath these towering structures lay an immense city, though it now appeared to have been decaying for countless years. These 9 pyramids represent the Silver Blue Empire's crude imitation of the mechanical clan's energy production methods. Yet, they are far more rudimentary than the true techniques of the mechanical clan. I can refine and improve them, increasing their energy production efficiency tenfold. Then, the energy generated here can be channeled into the Eternal Divine Furnace, ensuring it provides me with an unending supply of power. Li Xin had come to Mars specifically for the energy from these 9 pyramids, seeing it as the fastest way to acquire power. In the original story, Luo Feng, under Babata's command, destroyed all 9 pyramids and excavated the mystical iron within to sell. But they didn't realize that the most valuable assets on Mars were these 9 energy pyramids, which had maintained flawless operation for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps Babata knew, but he likely didn't care, so he simply dismantled them for profit. Invasion. Control the energy core. With the knowledge reserve of the mechanical immortals, he quickly located the relevant information within the vast compressed memory archive. After studying it for just half an hour, he had mastered it completely. He promptly infiltrated the core energy system of this base city, gaining complete control over the energy systems of all 9 pyramids. Mars holds vast deposits of A8 grade mystic iron perfect for crafting mechanical puppets. I'll also test my newly acquired mechanical evolution talent. With the technological capabilities of Li Xin's current clone, manufacturing mechanical puppets was a remarkably simple task. Mechanical evolution. After crafting the A8 grade mechanical puppet, the mechanical clone activated the talent's secret technique. A white light enveloped the mechanical puppet. The puppet's material strengthened, upgrading from grade A8 to A9. Its internal structure became more streamlined and refined, with significant performance enhancements. Most crucially, Li Xin discovered that this mechanical puppet had actually developed sentience. It must be understood that mechanical puppets primarily consist of a mechanical body and core programming, with the core programming being the crucial element. The mechanical puppet he had created was initially programmed with only basic code, possessing no intelligence whatsoever. It could only execute simple commands after receiving orders from its master. But now, after activating the innate secret technique, that core program had transformed like an ordinary light brain into an intelligent life form. Though its thinking resembled that of a child, there was no doubt this was an intelligent being, possessing human emotions and thought. Master. The Xian iron robot spoke. Though its voice remained mechanical, there was no doubt it had transformed from a mechanical puppet into an intelligent being. You are the first intelligent being I have created. I shall give you a name. Your outward appearance was designed based on the Black Rhino armor from the old TV series Armor Warriors, so your name shall be Black Rhino. I'll transfer some knowledge to you. Pay close attention and learn well. Li Xin felt a deep sense of accomplishment toward his first creation and grew quite fond of it, resolving to nurture Black Rhino. Thank you, Master. The second time Black Rhino spoke, its voice was less mechanical, tinged with a tone called excitement. Li Xin immediately resumed constructing mechanical puppets. He then activated his innate secret technique, transforming them all into mechanical life forms. He placed these mechanical beings under Black Rhino's command, directing them to extract all the mystical iron across Mars. After applying mechanical evolution, the automatons not only became intelligent beings but also underwent structural enhancements. Their grade rose from A8 to the peak of A9, barely missing the threshold for B1. While crafting the mechanical puppets, he simultaneously refined his innate secret art. It must be said, his innate secret technique was incredibly powerful, almost defying the heavens. Typically, the birth of intelligent life began with primitive light brains. Only after prolonged learning and upgrades could they evolve into intelligent beings possessing human-level cognition. Moreover, the probability of this was extremely low. Not all light brains could achieve sentience. Even for the machine clan, creating an intelligent life form required the accumulation of time. Yet Li Xin's innate secret technique allowed an ordinary light brain mechanical program to directly evolve into a sentient being. This means Li Xin could create as many intelligent beings as he desired. Moreover, after activating his mechanical evolution talent, the mechanical level of any target would increase by one minor tier. This was because he feared wasting energy, so he activated the talent at the lowest possible power level. Once he no longer lacks energy and can fully unleash the talent, the results will be truly terrifying. Currently, the intelligent beings I create are merely the lowest tier. To achieve advanced intelligence comparable to Babata, it will require time and accumulated knowledge. However, I possess the immortal knowledge and experience of the mechanical clan. When the time comes, I can directly instill this into the intelligent lifeforms I need to cultivate, effectively bypassing the need for knowledge accumulation. Li Xin spoke while crafting mechanical puppets, though he ultimately did not transform all of them into intelligent beings. Activating innate secret arts required energy, and crafting mechanical puppets demanded energy as well. With limited resources, he didn't intend to be overly wasteful. Thus, he planned to create one intelligent being for every 10 mechanical puppets, commanding the 9 puppets to work under its leadership. Soon, he had crafted 100 mechanical puppets, 10 of which were sentient beings. Let's see if I can create a B8-grade mechanical puppet. After locating B8-grade mystical iron ore, Li Xin proceeded to forge a B8-grade mechanical puppet. He then activated his innate mechanical evolution technique, aiming to transform it into an intelligent being. However, this process consumed an enormous amount of energy, over 100 times more than creating an A9-grade sentient being. Master. Upon completing the secret technique, the B8-grade mechanical puppet transformed into a B9-grade intelligent lifeform robot. Success! Li Xin was overjoyed at this sight. After all, B9 level was equivalent to the 9th tier of stellar power. Li Xin then proceeded to create B8 level mechanical puppets. However, after crafting 3 B8 level units, he halted further production. The energy consumption was simply too immense. If he continued, the energy reserves within his mechanical clone might not suffice to activate a devastating weapon like the Star Destroyer cannon. He didn't need many high-grade mechanical puppets now. Instead, he required vast numbers of low-grade ones to combat the monsters. These lower-tier constructs could be deployed to Earth, where they could utilize terrestrial materials and monster energy for their creation and maintenance, sparing the mechanical clones' energy from being wasted on their production. He spent 5 days on Mars, not only constructing mechanical puppets but also refining the primary energy-generating pyramid, boosting its energy production efficiency tenfold. Time to head back. After 5 days, Li Xin departed with 3 B8 class mechanical puppets, 20 A8 class mechanical puppets, 1 B9 class intelligent lifeform, and his first A9 class intelligent creation, Black Rhino. The remaining intelligent lifeforms were left behind in this steel city on Mars. He instructed them to continue mining ore and constructing pyramids to build energy systems. With the Eternal Divine Brain providing remote control and the relevant blueprints and technologies left behind, these tasks were well within their capabilities. Li Xin needn't concern himself further. Chapter 27, The Secret Art of Star Annihilation. Earth. Protecting Earth is a long and arduous journey. 5 minutes later, Li Xin returned to Earth from Mars. Gazing at the beautiful planet from outer space, he couldn't help but feel moved. Less than 5 months had passed since he was merely a quasi-warrior unable to even begin mastering the gene primordial energy cultivation method, to becoming a planetary-level powerhouse now overlooking Earth. Everyone on Earth envied Li Xion's astonishing rate of growth, but he himself knew his strength was still among the weakest in the cosmos. Once Earth's secrets were exposed, facing the oppression of the entire human race, even Luo Feng, a core member of the virtual corporation, would have to sell half of Earth's usage rights. For Li Xian, a descendant of the Yan and Huang clans, this was utterly unacceptable. The indivisibility of territorial sovereignty flowed through his very blood. He would never permit such a thing to happen. Therefore, he must grow stronger at the fastest possible pace. Once Earth's secrets were exposed, he would protect the integrity of its territorial sovereignty. Stealth mode activated. Descending to Earth. Target, 100 kilometers east of Kyoto Base City, 30,000 meters above ground. After composing himself, Li Xian returned to Earth. Thanks to his spacecraft's cloaking ability, no one on the planet could detect its presence. Accompanied by 20 A8-grade mechanical puppets, he returned to his factory in downtown Tianjin and immediately commanded the robots to begin modifying the facility. Finally, time to cultivate. The various tasks within the factory were naturally handled by his mechanical clones via remote control. Li Xian himself began cultivating nearby. The fundamental 312 form emphasizes the amplification factor of psychic force. If a psychic master fully controls a flying sword, its impact force can reach 100,000 kilograms. Then with a tenfold amplification of psychic force, it would be equivalent to simultaneously controlling 10 flying swords, each delivering an impact force of 100,000 kilograms. Moreover, the power of these 10 flying swords can be fused and stacked together. When simultaneously propelling all 10 swords with their combined force, a single strike could unleash 1 million kilograms of power. Currently, the central brain allocates 1% of its energy to controlling the spaceship and 2 factories, while the remaining 99% is dedicated to assisting Li Xian in comprehending the fundamental 312 form. Li Xian's eyes shone with profound insight as his mind relentlessly simulated the intricacies of the fundamental 312 form at a frequency of thousands of iterations per second. After the factory produced other lower-tier mechanical puppets capable of sustained operation, he deployed 10 A8-grade mechanical puppets. Each puppet carried a shield forged from B8-grade mystical iron ore. Even a normal 8th-rank Star Warrior would need to expend considerable effort to break through such a shield. As a mere planetary tier 2nd rank martial artist who hadn't even mastered psychic amplitude yet, Li Xian naturally had no worries about accidentally shattering these puppets. Full defense. At Li Xian's command, 10 mechanical puppets raised their shields to form a defensive line, standing rigidly in formation and activating full defense mode. Slash. Li Xian's gaze sharpened as he commanded 10 flying swords to pierce the 10 puppets ahead at over 15 times the speed of sound. Bang! The flying swords struck the shields, yet inflicted no damage whatsoever. Li Xian's full force strike merely pushed the 10 puppets back less than 1,000 meters. 3 of them retreated 90 meters in unison, while the others staggered back between 400 and 700 meters. With all my strength controlling 10 flying swords, only 2 can unleash their full power. Again! At Li Xian's command, the 10 puppets sprinted back to their original positions, once again braced to withstand his flying swords' assault with all their might. This training allowed him to clearly gauge his mastery of the flying swords with each attempt. During training, Li Xian was relentless. With complete focus, every time he directed a flying sword toward the puppets, he had to calculate countless times. After each round, he meticulously analyzed his mistakes, vowing never to repeat them. Li Xian absorbed experience like a sponge, refining his sword control techniques through both practical training and mental simulations. In this wilderness area, Li Xian trained relentlessly for 7 full days and nights. He slept only 4 hours each day, dedicating the rest of his time to intense psychic power training. Slash! Li Xian roared, and 20 flying swords simultaneously struck back 20 mechanical puppets, each retreating precisely 1 kilometer. Telekinetic amplitude, 20-fold. Finally achieved. Witnessing this, Li Xian exhaled a breath of stale air. In the original story, Luo Feng had been trapped in Ruin 9 for over a year before mastering the basic 312 form and achieving a psychic power amplitude of 16 times. Now, in just 7 days, his psychic force amplitude had surged to 20-fold a pace that could only be described as astonishingly rapid. The mid-tier 4th-rank psychic weapon, the Star-Shattering Ring, paired with the 4th-rank secret technique Star Annihilation for psychic masters that will be my next focus for cultivation. If time permits, I can also practice the martial artist's basic 312 form. After all, physical strength training mustn't be neglected. He had selected the Star Annihilation secret technique from the human secrets preserved in the Mechanic Clan's Immortal Collection. It was specifically chosen to complement the Star Annihilation Ring, a psychic weapon, enabling the technique to unleash its fullest potential. He immediately began perusing the Star-Shattering secret art. The Star Annihilation secret art comprised 4 tiers. The first tier required psychic power amplification reaching 10-fold to begin cultivation. The second tier required psychic power amplified 25-fold. The third tier could be cultivated when psychic power amplitude reached 45 times, but success required cosmic-level psychic power and the possession of one's own domain. The fourth tier requires a psychic power amplitude of 70-fold to cultivate, with mental psychic power reaching the domain lord tier and having crossed the threshold of the laws to achieve success. Successfully cultivating the first tier will double the power of your techniques beyond the base psychic power amplitude. The second tier quadruples it, the third octuples it, and the fourth sextuples it. Chapter 28, The Deal Made to Reclaim China's Territorial Land. Star Annihilation truly lives up to its reputation as a fourth-tier secret technique. This power increase is absolutely no joke. After reading it, Li Xian couldn't help but marvel. The Star Annihilation secret art was formidable, but its cultivation difficulty was no joke. With his current foundation, he could only cultivate the first layer. First, cultivate the Star-Shattering Ring. The Star-Shattering Ring was a circular artifact, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, radiating a deep golden hue. Its shape resembled Nez's magical rings, the Qianquan circles. However, its surface was far from smooth and flawless. Both its outer and inner edges were razor-sharp. When activated at full power, it could effortlessly slice through even the defenses of a domain lord-level powerhouse. Infusing it with mental energy, allowing the entire star-shattering ring inside and out to merge with one's own mental force, was the only way to fully refine and master it. The Star Annihilation Ring was composed of 444 razor-sharp blades. Mastering one layer of the Star Annihilation secret art allowed control over 111 blades. Only by fully learning the Star Annihilation secret art could one unleash the ring's maximum power. Ding ding ding. Just as Li Xian finished nurturing the Star Extinguishing Ring after a full day and was about to begin learning the first layer of the Star Extinguishing secret art, his communication device rang. "Uncle San, has something happened at home?" Li Xian inquired after answering the call. His communication device had been modified so that only his family could reach him. Calls from others were blocked. "Xian, nothing serious at home. It's just that Commander Jia Yi from Huaxia sent over a very precious gift. He claims it's the water of life, capable of regenerating severed limbs. But your father refused it. He probably didn't tell you, so I'm calling you secretly." Li Hozhong understood how crucial the water of life was to his elder brother. To spare Cinny any trouble, his brother had declined the gift. Yet as the younger sibling, he felt compelled to advocate for his elder brother. If his elder brother accepted this gift, then his severed arm could be restored. "Uncle San, I understand. Li Xian replied earnestly. He had originally intended to purchase a portion of the water of life for his father. However, he'd been preoccupied lately with cultivating his second avatar, then made a trip to Mars. After returning, he'd been focused entirely on cultivation, which had delayed this matter for some time. Now that Jia Yi had offered it, he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he had matters requiring Jia Yi's cooperation, or rather, China's cooperation. Commander Jia, I'm at my factory now. Would you be available to stop by? I've recently developed some promising new items that I believe would be highly suitable for Huaxia's use. After hanging up with Uncle San, Li Xian dialed Jia Yi's number. Of course I'm free. Upon receiving Li Xian's call, Jia Yi immediately flew over. This factory, how has it changed so dramatically? Before even seeing Li Xian, Jia Yi was stunned to discover that what had once been a derelict factory now looked nothing like one at all. The massive facility before him, constructed entirely with cutting-edge technology, was teeming with intelligent robots at work. It was more awe-inspiring than even the world's most advanced technology. It felt as though this factory wasn't built by humans from Earth, but by aliens. Commander Jia, what I want to show you isn't this factory. Follow me. Upon noticing Jia Yi's arrival, Li Xian led him outside the city. Though puzzled, Jia Yi followed Li Xian out of the city into the wilderness zone. There, Jia Yi witnessed a gathering of over 10,000 monsters below Lord level, alongside 5 Lord-level beasts. These monsters had gathered to confront a group of robots. 5 lead robots commanded thousands of others in a fierce battle against the horde. The scene before Jia Yi felt like watching a sci-fi movie where aliens battled monsters. Most crucially, these robots defeated the monster horde in under half an hour. The 5 leader-class monsters at the front were all killed by concentrated robot fire. The firepower equipped on these robots far surpassed anything currently available on Earth, which is why they could eliminate the monsters so effortlessly. Commander Jia, these robots are my creation. They can be mass-produced. Deploying them in the war against the monsters would significantly reduce casualties among our warriors. What you see before you are War General class and War God class robots. I've also developed Planetary class robots rivaling the capabilities of Counselor class units. If China can afford the cost, I can sell these robots to China. Most crucially, the robots' energy sources can be powered by electricity, nuclear energy, or bioenergy, with the monsters' corpses serving as the bioenergy. Li Xian intended to sweep away all monsters worldwide. Soon, once his strength grew sufficiently, eliminating every Emperor-class and King-class monster would pose no problem. However, the resulting monster waves would ravage the entire world, causing immense casualties. That was precisely why he planned to build factories on Earth to mass-produce robots. To minimize casualties from the impending conflict, he would sell these robots to the Huaxia military district. With sufficient numbers, they could defend Huaxia's vast territories. As for why he wouldn't give them away for free? China's ancestors have taught us through history that what is given freely is never truly valued. Lord Li Xian, thank you. On behalf of all China, I thank you. Jia Yi's heart trembled. He recalled countless soldiers blocking the monster tide with their own flesh and blood, and the sight of comrades falling one by one before him. Had they possessed such formidable robots back then, perhaps China wouldn't have been reduced from a vast nation to a small country with only 6 base cities. He could envision that once China possessed sufficient robots, they would not only safeguard the base cities. They could even launch a counterattack against the monsters, reclaiming the lost territories and restoring China to its former glory. So when he heard Li Xian say he intended to sell these robots to China, Jia Yi's eyes instantly welled up with tears. He bowed deeply to Li Xian. They say soldiers are iron-blooded men who bleed but never cry. But when they truly shed tears, it was because they had touched the most sensitive part of their hearts. Commander Jia, I've said it before, I am Chinese. Though I won't formally join the Chinese military, when I have the means, I will contribute to my homeland within my capabilities. I'm selling these robots to China, but I won't accept Chinese currency. The list above details what I need. Will trade goods for goods. This current batch of robots is the very first I've produced. I'll present them to you, Commander Jia. Li Xian gazed with deep emotion at Jia Yi, who was bowing before him with tears streaming down his face. Since the Great Nirvana era, he had fought with unwavering dedication for China. It was through the tireless dedication of individuals like Jia Yi that the national flag of China could continue to fly undaunted. He held these heroes in the highest regard. Had it not been for these predecessors blazing the trail and safeguarding the Chinese base cities, he himself could never have grown up in peace. In the past, it was these predecessors who shouldered the burdens for China. Now that he had matured, it was time to shoulder the responsibilities of a true Chinese citizen. He would begin by helping China purge the surrounding monsters and reclaim its territory. I'm truly grateful to you, but I can't accept your robot without giving something in return. This elixir of life, since your father refused it, you can't refuse it either. Jia Yi, a man of understanding, wiped the tears from his eyes and handed the elixir of life to Li Xian. Then here's to a fruitful partnership and the prosperity of China. Li Xin accepted it without hesitation. Happy cooperation, prosperity for Huaxia. Jia Yi joyfully completed the master-slave pairing for the robots before leading them back to the capital base city. Jia Yi immediately convened a national high-level conference. The meeting proceeded smoothly, unanimously approving his proposal. The nation mobilized its resources to gather everything Li Xin required and deliver it to his factory. The vast majority of Li Xin's requirements were raw materials for robot manufacturing. He purchased land within dozens of kilometers around his factory to expand the facility. However, Li Xin needn't handle these matters personally. His intelligent subordinates would naturally handle them for him. Chapter 29, The Greedy Congressman. Dad, this is the water of life. After using it, your severed arm will regenerate. After Jia Yi left, Li Xin returned to his own home. Xin, this elixir of life is far too precious. You. Gazing at the elixir of life before him, Li Homing couldn't honestly say he didn't want it. He had previously considered that his son had only recently become a powerhouse, surpassing the war god tier, and likely hadn't accumulated significant wealth yet. That was why he had declined Jia Yi's gift. He didn't want his son to do anything detrimental to his own interests because of him. Dad, I traded for this from Jia Yi. I opened a factory. Li Xin proceeded to explain the details of his deal with Jia Yi. Good. Xiao Xin, you've done the right thing. Now that we have the means, we should give back to our country. Hearing this, Li Homing was deeply gratified and immediately used the elixir of life. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, big brother, your arm is restored. Li Hozhong and Li Hui watched from the side. Seeing their eldest brother truly restored, they were overjoyed. Father, mother, second uncle, third uncle, I've obtained a treasure. Once you absorb it, you'll instantly reach the peak of the war god tier. Combined with the secret techniques I'll give you, breaking through to a level beyond war god tier won't be a problem. Don't worry about its rarity. Since I can produce it, I still have enough left for my own cultivation. After witnessing his father's recovery, Li Xin produced 4 small vials of purple energy solution and handed them over. This energy originated from the Eternal Divine Furnace. Previously, its power could only be utilized by Li Xin himself. However, after the furnace's upgrade, its energy could now be converted through a special method for others to use. With the 9 pyramids on Mars now generating energy through power-producing machines, plus the numerous robots he'd created to hunt monsters and absorb nuclear power plant energy, the Eternal Divine Furnace remained temporarily abundant with energy. With this energy available, he naturally prioritized supplying his family, helping them enhance their strength. As for himself, he deliberately refrained from boosting his own energy reserves because he needed to cultivate secret arts. Otherwise, if he reached the 9th planetary tier, combined with his psychic amplification and secret techniques, the robots he created would likely be shattered by him, rendering them useless for effective training. His plan was to first complete the cultivation of the first layer of star annihilation before advancing his own level. Once he reached the stellar rank, he would set out into the cosmos, where he could then train within the virtual universe. Xiao Xin, since Xiao Xin insists, we'll use it. Once we've strengthened ourselves, we'll be able to help Xiao Xin too. Li Xin's mother, Li Meifang, tried to say more, but her husband, Li Homing, cut her off. They immediately began enhancing their strength using the method Li Xin had provided. He understood that this very thing was likely the treasure that had enabled Li Xin to surpass the war god tier in such a short time. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. If outsiders learned of this artifact, the Li family might attract the covetous eyes of countless enemies. By strengthening themselves, they could eliminate any potential threats to Li Xin. Father, mother, these robots are here to protect you. Their power is immense. Even those beyond the war god tier cannot harm them in the slightest. After enhancing his family's strength, Li Xin dispatched a B9-grade intelligent lifeform robot to lead 3 B8-grade mechanical puppets in guarding the Li residence. With these guardians protecting the household, even a combined assault by Hong and the Thunder God would fail to harm anyone in the Li family. Only then could Li Xin truly feel at ease. Xin, rest assured. We'll stay within the base city these days and won't go out. As the head of the household, Li Homing understood his son's intentions, fearing someone might attempt to harm them and then use it to blackmail Li Xin. After sharing a meal with his parents at home, Li Xin returned to his training grounds, determined to master the first layer of the star annihilation secret technique as quickly as possible. While Li Xin trained, China mobilized its entire nation to aggressively gather various alloys, construct nuclear power plants, and even spend vast sums to purchase materials abroad. These resources were then continuously shipped to Li Xin's factory. These actions naturally drew the attention of global powers, who dispatched agents to probe for insider information, desperate to understand why China was incurring such immense costs to acquire these materials. Before long, after China continuously purchased large quantities of robots from Li Xin for deployment in the monster wars, nearly every global power became aware of the situation. What? Newly elected Councillor Li Xin possesses high-tech capabilities for mass-producing robots. Those robots are incredible, some even rival the strength of council-level warriors. And most crucially, they can be mass-produced. The world is about to change. The robot matter was impossible to conceal. After all, China had invested so heavily in acquiring them that deployment was inevitable. Once deployed, virtually every watching faction became aware. Upon learning of this development, major factions like the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and HR Alliance all began flocking to Li Xian's factory. They sought to place orders and purchase robots, just as China had done. The technology here is astonishingly advanced. Upon arriving at Li Xian's factory, these visitors were stunned by its sheer scale. This place was nothing short of a technological metropolis. Even its walls were constructed from SSS-grade alloy, impervious to destruction even by those surpassing the war god tier. The surroundings were filled with all kinds of technological weapons they had never seen before. Robots were busy constructing and manufacturing various things everywhere, making them feel as if they had arrived in an alien technological city. Perhaps the suspected spaceship, Ruins Site No. 1, was acquired by Li Xian. That would explain his possession of such advanced technology. The Nina Polinas, representing the HR Alliance, speculated. Exactly. That's precisely what we at the Thunder Martial Arts Academy believe. Sego nodded. Halt! No one is permitted to approach the Master's domain. Disobey, and you will be killed. Just as numerous god-tier warriors attempted to approach the factory, a squadron of black and gold robots suddenly charged out at breakneck speed, blocking their path. These were none other than the Black Rhinos, the first intelligent lifeforms created by Li Xian. Now upgraded to be 9 great mechanical bodies and equipped with Li Xian's most advanced technological weapons, they were tasked with guarding the factory. Greetings. We represent the HR Alliance and wish to purchase robots, similar to the arrangements with the Huaxia military district. Might we request an audience with Mr. Li Xian? Vanina addressed the highly intelligent black and gold robot before them. My master said the orders from Huaxia are too large. It would take us half a year just to complete them. If you wish to place an order, come back in 6 months. Also, the master is currently in seclusion for cultivation and does not receive outsiders. Black Rhino flatly refused them. We represent global powers here. That Li Xian doesn't seriously believe controlling these robots makes him a global threat, does he? Refusing to sell us now is one thing, but refusing to even meet us? How arrogant! Philip couldn't help but sneer at the situation. Those who insult the master shall die. Yet, the moment the words left his lips, a crimson light flashed in Black Rhino's eyes. His mechanical form vanished instantly, and a blazing energy blade erupted from his right hand, slicing mercilessly through Philip's throat. You, how dare you! Philip only saw the robot vanish before his eyes, followed by excruciating pain in his neck. By the time he realized what had happened, he discovered he had been killed by this robot. Chapter 30, Taking Down Atkin. How dare he! The others watched in stunned horror. Just moments before, they had witnessed the same thing as Philip, the robot vanishing from its position, followed instantly by Philip's death. If that robot turned on them, their fate would be no different from Philip's certain death. This robot is undoubtedly a powerhouse on par with a council member. And there are 9 more right here. We need to get out of here fast. Seeing Black Rhino slowly walking back from behind, Vanina and the others dared not linger. Staying any longer risked these robots going berserk and slaughtering them all. After their humiliating setback, Vanina and the others relayed this information back to their superiors. These war gods were merely following orders. The true masterminds were the lofty, counselor-level powerhouses. You should all have received the intelligence report. That one doesn't seem keen on sharing with us. Numerous powerful council members gathered secretly, led by none other than Atkin, the 5th speaker of the War God Palace. Li Xian represented terrifying power. Their investigations had already uncovered 30 robots possessing counselor-level strength. Faced with such overwhelming force, they dared not confront Li Xian directly. After all, the entire global parliament currently numbered only slightly over 50 members. The War God Palace decrees that War God tier warriors may not engage in mutual combat. Even those who commit capital offenses must be judged by the War God Palace. This is the rule established by Hong. Now that Philip is dead, it naturally falls to Hong to step forward. Atkin naturally didn't want to take the lead, so he thought of having Hong, Earth's foremost expert, step forward. Breaking news, a plant spirit has appeared on Mist Island in the Australian continent. But just as they were about to implement this plan, news of the plant spirit arrived. Immediately, they abandoned all thoughts of Li Xian and set off for the Australian continent. Compared to external aids like robots, they favored the plant spirit, which could enhance their own strength. The first layer of the Star Annihilation's secret technique is finally complete. Li Xian manipulated the 111 golden blades of the star-shattering circle into a pentagram formation, driving a B8-grade shield into a dent and sending it hurtling tens of thousands of meters away. It's time to strengthen myself. After mastering the secret technique, he began extracting energy from the Eternal Divine Furnace's mother furnace to enhance his own power. Ever since the Huaxia military region purchased a large number of robots, they had embarked on a massive monster hunting campaign. Li Xian had installed a sub-furnace of the Eternal Divine Furnace within each robot. Each time these robots recharged, Li Xian would draw 10% of the energy from the sub-forges into the mother forge. Thus, in just a few days, he had accumulated a vast amount of energy. Though the pace was far slower than accumulating energy on Mars, the steady trickle proved far more effective. As the Eternal Divine Furnace's energy was continuously absorbed, Li Xian's power steadily increased. In just half a day, he had advanced from Planetary Tier 2 to Planetary Tier 4. This rate of advancement far surpassed even the Virtual Universe Corporation's nutrient chambers, and it carried no side effects whatsoever for him. A plant spirit has appeared on the Australian continent? Looks like Luo Feng has reached Mist Island. Reading the message Jia Yi had sent him, Li Xian suddenly remembered the timing. Li Xian immediately ceased absorbing energy and flew toward Mist Island. He too desired the inheritance of the meteorite star. After all, while he possessed the accumulated knowledge of the mechanical immortal, it was all mechanical immortal lore. Human cultivation secrets were scarce. The legacy aboard the meteorite star was far more suited to Li Xian than the mechanic immortal's inheritance. After all, Hu Yanbo was a human immortal, while the mechanic immortal belonged to an alien race. Li Xian, Brain Domain Breadth 66. This guy is definitely not a normal Earthling. A normal Earthling could never control that mechanic immortal ship, let alone research the mechanic clan's mechanical puppets. He must never discover me. If he uses those unfathomable methods to seize control of the Yuanmo star, it'll be disastrous. Li Xian had barely arrived at Fog Island when Babata, buried deep underground, detected him. Babata knew everything Li Xian had done on Earth. Despite Li Xian's extraordinary talent, Babata had no intention of choosing him as the successor to the meteorite star. After all, Li Xian had obtained an immortal-grade mechanical starship from the Mechanics clan. Who knew if it contained any methods to counteract its own intelligent life form? For the sake of his own life and the legacy of the meteorite star, he wasn't willing to take that risk. This Luo Feng is quite promising. Though his aptitude falls far short of Li Xian's, it's within the normal range. Let's observe him further. Though Babata had taken a liking to Luo Feng, he hesitated to approach him while Li Xian was present, fearing his intentions might be exposed. Meanwhile, above Fog Island, numerous war gods and counselors watched Hongda battle the Cloud Vine. Look! Counselor Li Xian has arrived. He actually showed up. Suddenly, Counselor Far spotted a figure approaching from the distance and instantly recognized Li Xian. Countless individuals had sought Li Xian during this period, coveting the advanced technology in his possession. Yet he had remained elusive until now, when he had unexpectedly revealed himself. Li Xian, you killed Philip, violating the War God Palace's rules. How dare you show your face here? Have you come to turn yourself in? Atkin stared at the arriving Li Xian, his eyes gleaming with greed he couldn't conceal. If he could capture this man and force him to hand over those advanced technologies and the suspected spaceship, relic number 1, then perhaps he could defeat Hong and the Thunder God, becoming the strongest on Earth. Counselor Far and the other counselors witnessed this scene, watching in unspoken agreement. They too coveted the secrets Li Xian held. Seems my display of power was too weak, allowing every Tom, Dick, and Harry to bark at me. The moment Li Xian, who had just arrived, heard Atkin speak, he instantly recognized the man before him. In the original story, this fellow had been cowardly when facing the golden horned beast, yet ruthlessly cruel toward the families of Earth's heroes. Thus, Li Xian felt no mercy whatsoever toward this man. In an instant, 111 golden blades coalesced into a 3-foot-long golden sword, striking toward Atkin with lightning speed. The speed surpassed Atkin's neural reaction time. Even though Atkin clearly saw a flash of gold approaching, his body still dodged at its absolute fastest. Yet in that instant, his heart was pierced through. How could this happen? My black god armor actually. Atkin stared down in disbelief at his pierced heart. He was wearing the black god set. Yet even that couldn't block that strike. Now, he was filled with regret. Why couldn't he suppress his greed? Why had he dared to provoke someone without knowing their true strength? But no amount of regret could alter the fact that death was now upon him. Chapter 31, Hong, Thunder God, I don't mind if you both come at me. Has his strength already reached the level of the first chairman? Not only did the fallen Atkin feel disbelief, but Counselor Far and the others watching nearby also stared in utter shock at Atkin's lifeless body as he plummeted downward. If Li Xian could instantly kill 5th Chairman Atkin, clad in his black god armor, then he could instantly kill any of them present. Everyone present now felt profound relief that they hadn't mocked Li Xian like Atkin had. Otherwise, they might have met the same fate. It was at this very moment that Hong, who had subdued the Moya vine, sensed the commotion and immediately rushed over. Li Xian saw Hong in person for the first time, a man clad in a black coat and trousers, with short black hair and an icy gaze. First Chairman. Upon seeing the new arrival, the gaze Hong fixed upon them, including Counselor Farr and the others, made their hearts freeze solid. Not a single thought of resistance remained. He was the sole deity in all creation. Counselor Lee Xin, you should be well aware of the War God Palace's rules. Compared to the monster forces, we humans are far too weak. Every counselor represents a powerful combat asset in humanity's fight against monsters. They should not fall by the hands of their own kind. Hong's gaze fixed on Lee Xin as he asked coldly. Rules are made by the strong. I recall when you first rose to power, didn't you also kill several council-level powerhouses to establish your authority? Now that I've just risen, I naturally must kill a few to establish mine. Otherwise, some fools will keep coming to provoke me. Besides, trash like this? I can create thousands upon thousands of them. Exterminating all monsters and reclaiming human territory is merely a matter of time. Lee Xin now possessed the strength to stand before Hong. He could say whatever he wished and certainly feared him not. Ha 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 ha, well said. In this world, the strong set the rules. Back then, I was the strongest, so I established the rules of the War God Palace. Now that you refuse to abide by them, it means you believe you possess the strength to challenge me. Then let's fight. The moment he saw Lee Xin, his powerful perception had already clearly identified the man before him as a formidable opponent. Naturally, he wanted to fight Lee Xin. As for Atkin's affairs, Hong couldn't care less. All he craved was a thoroughly exhilarating battle. Ha 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 ha. Brother Hong, how about I take him on first? A streak of purple lightning shot across the sky, accompanied by a booming laugh. Only after the figure arrived did Lee Xin clearly see his appearance, a bald monk clad in white robes, clearly of mixed heritage. Combined with his address to Hong, there was no doubt this was the master of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, the Thunder God. I challenged him first, so naturally I go first. On Earth, Hong hadn't faced a worthy opponent in ages, not since the Thunder God. Now that he'd encountered a powerhouse like Lee Xin, he certainly wasn't about to give the Thunder God any leeway. You two don't need to argue. I don't mind if you both come at me together. Lee Xin's tone carried confidence and arrogance, as if he held neither of them in any regard. Madman. Counselor Farr and the others could scarcely believe their ears. In their eyes, Hong, the world's strongest, was as powerful as a god, something beyond comprehension. Thor and Hong were roughly equal in strength. Yet here was Lee Xin, declaring he'd take on both the Thunder God and Hong at once, the most laughable joke they'd ever heard. The Thunder God and I won't team up. I hope your strength matches your big talk. Hong roared with laughter as he charged forward in an instant, spear in hand, his speed exceeding 15 times the speed of sound. Too slow. Such explosive bursts might seem blindingly fast to others, but to the current Lee Xin, it still fell short. The two golden swords of the star-destroying circle instantly propelled Lee Xin leftward, covering 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Having only mastered the secret techniques of a mentalist controller, Lee Xin naturally avoided close combat with Hong. Creating distance was the foremost principle when a mentalist faced a martial artist. Whoosh! 111 golden blades instantly coalesced into a 3-foot-long golden sword. Propelled by Lee Xin's psychic force, the sword transformed into a streak of light, charging forward at extreme velocity. That's the move that killed Atkin. It's even faster than before. Counselor Farr and the others exclaimed upon witnessing Lee Xin unleash this technique. So fast. Both Lee Xin's previous flight speed and his current attack speed astonished Hong. The fastest speed he had ever witnessed before was that of the Thunder God, yet Lee Xin's speed before him now, in every aspect, was clearly far superior to that of the Thunder God. World's end. Hong dared not slacken for a moment. Facing Lee Xin's assault, he unleashed his most powerful technique. His own genetic energy enveloped the spear, channeling every ounce of his strength into its tip. The spear surged like a dragon, capable of obliterating the world with a single strike. This was the pinnacle of his self-created technique, World's End. Boom! As spear tip met sword tip, the terrifying collision sent shockwaves rippling across dozens of miles. Clouds and mist within hundreds of miles were instantly scattered. What terrifying power! Hong, who had taken Lee Xin's strike head-on, was sent reeling back over 10 kilometers. His hands, gripping the spear tightly, throbbed with pain. Had it not been for the Black God armor, his hands might have fractured. What? Brother Hong actually lost in a direct clash with Lee Xin. Witnessing this, the Thunder God watching the battle nearly popped his eyes out of his head. He knew Hong better than anyone in this world. In this state, aside from his domain being useless, Hong was practically at his absolute peak. If he lost even then, there was nothing left to turn the tide except his domain. No wonder he dared suggest teaming up with Brother Hong. I really want to fight him myself. Despite his words, not a trace of fear flickered in Thunder God's eyes, only a restless, burning desire to fight. Hadn't he and Hong spent the past decade hoping for the emergence of a powerhouse on Earth who could rival them or even surpass them? Lee Xin's emergence now perfectly fulfilled their expectations. Come again. Hong, who had been knocked back, felt Lee Xin's terrifying power and found his own fighting spirit ignited. Stabilizing his body, he attempted to close the distance using his light acceleration powers. He knew clearly that victory could only be achieved in close combat. Yet while Hong's plan was sound, reality proved brutal. Li Xian's aerial speed far outstripped his own. No matter what Hong did, Li Xian maintained a steady distance of exactly 10 kilometers from him, neither closer nor farther. After their initial collision, Hong avoided direct confrontation, instead using light distortion and force deflection to evade Li Xian's attacks. Yet the repeated collisions still left Hong deeply frustrated. This sensation of being toyed with like a kite, constantly attacked yet unable to strike back, was unbearably frustrating and painful. If this continued, even with the Black God armor, the accumulated injuries from repeated collisions would lead to his defeat. Chapter 32, Using the most powerful apocalyptic gun technique for defense? The first speaker is actually being suppressed. The gun technique hailed as the world's most powerful offense is being used defensively. The clash between Li Xian and Hong had captured the world's attention. Yet when everyone witnessed the world's strongest fighter, Hong, forced into passive defense against Li Xian, their entire understanding of combat power was shattered. How could Hong, who had held the world's top rank for years, be suppressed by Li Xian, a newcomer who had only risen to prominence less than half a year ago? Li Xian, you're formidable. I'm unleashing my ultimate power now. Beware. Realizing he couldn't continue like this, Hong immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the light field. In an instant, Li Xian felt as if an invisible mountain had crushed down upon him, severely hindering both his physical movements and psychic power. Yet within this light domain, Hong moved with ease, his power surging dramatically. This was the true nature of a domain. So this is the light domain? When I reached planetary level, I also awakened the power of light. I never had time to comprehend the domain before, but seeing it now, it doesn't seem too difficult. When one achieves a state of perfect harmony between psychic power, original force, will, and body, a fusion occurs between these energies. This fused energy gains the ability to control the surrounding space that is the domain. Laws differ from domains. The law of light embodies the manifestation of light power, which manifests in various forms: purification, annihilation, incineration, and more. To strengthen one's domain, one can integrate the power of the law of light into it. In that moment, Li Xian discovered extensive knowledge about domains within the accumulated wisdom of the mechanical immortals. Comparing it to Hong's domain, he quickly grasped the concept. Though this process involved intricate knowledge that might take ordinary individuals days to unravel. But with the Eternal Divine Brain, Li Xian had it completely figured out in the blink of an eye. Let's fight! Boosted by the light domain, Hong's speed surged. With a thunderous shout, the domain instantly closed the distance between them to 3 kilometers. Whoosh! However, Li Xian's speed also erupted once more, leaving Hong no chance whatsoever. He instantly widened the gap between them to 10 kilometers. This fighting style is too sneaky. Hong had believed the light field would give him a chance to turn the tables. Yet after over a dozen attempts, he realized he was still powerless against Li Xian, mainly because Li Xian was simply too fast. Hong, thank you for demonstrating the light field for me. To show my gratitude, I'll defeat you with my most powerful move. After several seconds of comparison and realization, Li Xian finally grasped his own unique ray field. Could it be that he? Hearing Li Xian's words, Hong was taken aback. But in the next instant, he sensed a familiar power, the power of the light domain. A potent aura of light emanated from Li Xian's entire body. As the two domains collided, Li Xian's light domain repelled Hong's, preventing it from approaching him even slightly. Freed from Hong's domain suppression and empowered by his own, Li Xian's strength surged significantly. Starlight Brilliance. Li Xian unleashed his most powerful attack to date, the first layer of the Star Annihilation secret technique, manifesting as the Star Annihilation Circle. 111 golden daggers coalesced into a 10-meter-long pentagram. Spinning at breakneck speed, the pentagram transformed into a disc capable of slicing through anything. Within the Star Annihilation Circle, the secret technique's runes amplified his psychic power, doubling his original 20-fold attack boost to a staggering 40-fold. Combined with the current light domain's enhancement, even Li Xian himself couldn't fathom the sheer power of this strike. Damn it, it's a domain. Li Xian actually grasped the same light domain as Brother Hong during their battle. Thunder God's jaw nearly hit the floor upon seeing the light domain enveloping Li Xian. He felt like he'd wasted all these years living a dog's life. This was a domain. He'd coveted it for so long, trying countless times within Hong's domain to grasp his own. But it seemed he was just too slow all these years, he still hadn't mastered it. One strike decides the outcome, I like it. Bring it on. Seeing Li Xian master the light domain, Hong's initial shock gave way to excitement. Li Xian's speed had been irritating him, and a single decisive blow suited him perfectly. Li Xian's 10-meter-wide spinning flight path shimmered with brilliant starlight, like a comet streaking across the sky. Hong, spear in hand, wore a solemn expression as he channeled his full power of the law to devour everything. His entire domain turned pitch black, swallowing all light energy that entered it. Break! A golden spear erupted from the absolute darkness, colliding with the descending star-destroying circle. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the spear colliding with the star-destroying ring was violently shattered. Hong himself plummeted from the sky like a meteor. Put! Even with the protection of the Dark God armor, the terrifying impact still wounded Hong's body. A mouthful of blood spurted forth, scattering across the sky and forming a vivid crimson streak. Brother Hong! Thunder God rushed forward at the sight, but Hong quickly regained his balance, preventing himself from crashing completely to the ground. That was exhilarating. It's been ages since I've had such a satisfying fight. Li Xin, I admit defeat in this battle. From now on, you are Earth's #1. Though defeated, Hong felt profoundly satisfied. This kind of exhilarating, all-out battle was precisely what he sought. He wasn't the type to begrudge defeat when he lost, he accepted it. As he conceded defeat, a weight lifted from his shoulders, as if a massive boulder had vanished from his chest. Buzz! Simultaneously, the aura surrounding him not only remained undiminished but intensified, propelling him from the 6th planetary tier to the 7th. Brother Hong, you've gained blessings through defeat. Seeing Hong's breakthrough, Lei Shen rejoiced for his elder brother. Congratulations! You've reached a new level of power. Li Xin, observing this, did not look down on Hong with arrogance. He held genuine admiration for Hong after all. It was because of Hong's existence that Earth had established order following the Great Nirvana. It was precisely his deterrent presence that prevented the monsters from unleashing a war to destroy the human base cities. Ha ha, Li Xin, you fought Brother Hong. How about another match with me? Even knowing he couldn't defeat Li Xin, the battle-hungry Thunder God still yearned to fight him. Of course, no problem. Li Xin wouldn't refuse the Thunder God's challenge. After all, he had just mastered his domain, and having someone to spar with was ideal. Unsurprisingly, like Hong before him, the Thunder God also fell to Li Xin's hands. With that, the title of Earth's strongest fighter was firmly secured by Li Xin. The world is truly about to change. After witnessing Li Xin's decisive victories over Hong and the Thunder God, even the faint glimmer of relief lingering in the hearts of spectators like Counselor Far vanished completely. Chapter 33, The Consensus of Unification. They say there's nothing men can't resolve with a fight. After their clash, Li Xin, Hong, and Thunder God all came to respect each other. Thus, when the three chatted, they were remarkably familiar with one another. Naturally, their conversation revolved around martial arts knowledge. Both Lei Shen and Hong are martial artists, while Li Xin is weaker in this area. However, Li Xin possesses the vast cultivation experience and secret techniques of the immortal tier mechanical clan. These past days, the Eternal Divine Brain has been continuously analyzing this knowledge, so Li Xin is no slouch in theory either. Li Xin, you must have also received the inheritance of an alien civilization, right? Hong inquired. Yes, I have. In fact, I know far more than either of you likely do. This is the foundational information about the universe I've acquired. Li Xin nodded and immediately sent a copy of the fundamental cosmic information to Lei Shen and Hong. Whoa, I never imagined the universe was so dangerous. Martial artists have so many tiers, and those powerful immortal level beings can actually possess eternal lifespans, treating stars like the sun as if they were mere playthings. Hong and Lei Shen were utterly stunned upon seeing the information Li Xin had sent. The knowledge they had previously obtained was nowhere near as comprehensive as what Li Xin had provided. The details about indigenous planets, in particular, sent chills down their spines and filled them with dread. If Earth were discovered by aliens and sold as a slave planet, Earthlings would be enslaved for generations, a nightmare scenario for them. Since you've known this all along, you must have a plan, right? Hong snapped back to reality and looked at Li Xin seriously. Now that Li Xin was Earth's foremost figure and possessed such detailed cosmic intelligence, he recalled that the spaceship discovered at Ruin Site 1 had also been obtained by Li Xin. Thus, their hope for venturing into the cosmos now rested on Li Xin's shoulders. Combined with the massive number of robots he'd previously supplied to the Huaxia military district, Hong had already guessed at some of Li Xin's intentions. Yes, I have a plan. If we want to prevent Earth from being forcibly occupied by aliens, we must venture into space. We must become powerful enough in the cosmos to claim Earth's rightful ownership. Only then will Earth cease to be treated as a primitive planet. But to repel external threats, we must first secure our internal front. I will create an endless supply of robots to defend the human base cities, while the three of us take down monsters of king class and above. However, there are too many factions on Earth. I intend to support China in unifying all global powers. Li Xin laid out his vision. Unlike Luo Feng's approach in the original story preserving Earth's existing order, he favored China's dominance. After all, as a Chinese national, the ideology of unification flowed through his very bones. Supporting China? I'm all for it. But honestly, even with your current strength, plus mine and Lei Shen's, we still couldn't kill those two emperor-level monsters. They're practically invincible in the ocean. As a Chinese national, Hong naturally wished to support China, yet he lacked confidence in confronting those two imperial-level monsters. If you can't kill them, I'll handle the Beast Emperor myself. I've acquired cultivation techniques far more powerful than Earth's from an alien civilization. I'll share a foundational set with you both. Once you master them, your strength will skyrocket. Defeating those monster emperors will be no problem then. With that, Li Xian transmitted the martial arts manual Fundamental 312 forms to Hong and Lei Shin, along with additional cultivation knowledge. No! I've been practicing the ninefold Thunder Blade wrong all along. This is the correct way to channel power. It not only amplifies strength but also boosts speed and defense. Truly worthy of being a cosmic inheritance, it's far more powerful than anything on Earth. With this legacy, our strength will surely experience a leap forward. Li Xian, we can't thank you enough. The legacy you've given us is priceless. Hong and Lei Shin had only skimmed through the inheritance, yet they immediately recognized its immense value. They couldn't repay Li Xian's kindness in passing down this knowledge right now, but they had already committed it to memory. No matter what, they would repay him someday. Even if they couldn't repay it, when Li Xian needed their help, they would never hesitate. As I said before, the cosmos is too dangerous. Protecting Earth requires more than just me. The more powerful individuals Earth produces, the safer it will be. As for Hong and Lei Shin, their talents were not lacking, they simply needed more opportunities. Since they were fellow Earthlings, lending them a hand was no trouble at all. We'll study this inheritance first. Once we return, we'll arrange full support for your plan. When the time comes to act, just give us the word, we'll stand firmly by your side. After receiving the inheritance, Hong and Lei Shin couldn't wait to return and delve into its mysteries. Let's call it a day then. Counselor Farr and the others had expected Li Xian, Hong, and Thunder God to be at odds after their fierce battle, but to their surprise, the three seemed remarkably amicable. The conversation between Hong and the others remained inaudible to Counselor Farr and his group. Once Li Xian and the others parted ways, they departed with mixed feelings. As for Atkin, whom Li Xian had killed earlier, no one paid him any mind. Having provoked Li Xian, Earth's current strongest individual, his death was simply accepted. No one dared to speak up for him. Babata didn't guide me at all. Li Xian deliberately circled Fog Island several times, finding no anomalies and no trace of the Yuanmo star's guidance. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He coveted the legacy aboard the meteorite star, but failing to obtain it was merely a minor disappointment. After all, once he entered the cosmos, he would have ample means to acquire such legacies. Earth's strongest, Hong, has actually been defeated. The world's top player is now Li Xian. As news of Li Xian's battles against Hong and the Thunder God spread, it sent shockwaves across Earth. The undercurrents of many who had previously sought to target Li Xian's factory and extract the high-tech robotics manufacturing technology from him vanished without a trace in an instant. No one dared to harbor any ulterior motives in this regard. I never imagined that just after hearing Senior Sister Zhao Ruo say Li Xian surpassed God tier strength in less than 3 months, the next news would be him defeating the dojo master to become world number 1. His talent is truly unimaginably powerful. Luo Feng couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Li Xian's news. Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. Upon learning this news, the Huaxia military district rejoiced most heartily. With Li Xian's support, Huaxia's national strength had surged dramatically, and the monsters surrounding the 6 major base cities had been cleared away. Chapter 34, Reclaiming China's Territorial Land Area. Li Xian paid no heed to the outside world. Upon returning to the capital base city, he resumed his cultivation. Now, enhancing his strength came relatively easily to him. The second layer of star annihilation requires a 25-fold amplification of psychic energy to cultivate. My current amplification is 20-fold, I'm not far off. I can focus on this aspect. I've just grasped the first level of the light domain. While cultivating my psychic power, I can integrate domain cultivation to deepen my understanding of domains. The Eternal Divine Furnace still holds ample energy. I must hurry to reach the 9th planetary tier. Once there, I can begin preparing to break through to the stellar tier. After arranging his cultivation plan, Li Xian devoted himself entirely to practice. Though Li Xian himself refrained from interfering with external affairs, the entire planet Earth was thrown into violent upheaval because of him. As Li Xian's factories expanded and mechanical puppets were produced at an ever-increasing pace, the Chinese military naturally deployed these purchased puppets en masse in the war against the monsters. This allowed them to harvest materials from the monsters, develop the valuable metal or veins they had occupied, and absorb the monsters' bioenergy, all to sustain the massive mechanical puppet legions. Initially, the Huaxia military district merely swept monsters from the peripheries of the 6 major base cities. But as the military intensified its purges, nearby monsters rose in revolt, unleashing colossal waves of beasts. Just as other factions anticipated the Huaxia base city would suffer catastrophic damage or even collapse, countless mechanical puppets surged forth from the city, engaging the monster tide in an earth-shattering battle. That battle raged until the sky darkened and rivers of blood flowed, claiming the lives of countless monsters. Yet not a single building in Huaxia Base City suffered significant damage. The monsters couldn't even come close to breaching the city walls. This battle made the entire world realize that China would never again fear monsters. In fact, they now possessed the power to annihilate them and reclaim the territories once lost. Since the Great Nirvana began, monsters had been humanity's greatest enemy, forever keeping mankind oppressed and unable to raise their heads. Now, they saw the hope of utterly annihilating the monsters. By any means necessary, we must acquire those robots. At this moment, nearly every faction was frantically scrambling to purchase the robots. Only factions within the China Alliance may purchase them. After that battle, Li Xian opened up purchasing rights for mechanical puppets. Not only could the Huaxia military district buy them, but all factions within the Huaxia Alliance could purchase them as long as they could afford it. Simultaneously, both the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy announced their joining of the Huaxia faction. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. With the world's top 3 powers aligning with China, the nation instantly became the largest global faction. Li Xian's ambition is too great. He wants to unify all global factions. This is forcing us to submit. The HR Alliance and other major powers were well aware of Li Xian's ambitions. Yet, as the saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Having grown accustomed to their lofty positions, how could they possibly surrender to Huaxia? Thus, the stalemate persisted for half a year. During this period, China aggressively reclaimed hunting grounds for monsters and reclaimed its territory. This provoked monsters across the entire world to rise in revolt, leaving other factions suffering terribly. My cultivation progress has slowed. Li Xian frowned as he recalled his cultivation progress over the past 6 months. He had now reached the 9th tier of planetary cultivation, with psychic power amplification at 40-fold and his light domain at the 5th level. Yet as his strength grew, he increasingly felt his progress slowing. Is it mainly because I lack worthy opponents? Training in isolation inevitably leads to slow progress. In recent days, Hong and the Thunder God had still come to spar with him occasionally. However, as his strength continued to rise, neither Hong nor the Thunder God could withstand even a single move of his. Naturally, the sparring sessions had ceased. Eternal Divine Brain Core Upgrade Progress, 100%. Eternal Divine Furnace Energy Sufficient. Ready for upgrade. Over the past 6 months, guided by the Eternal Divine Brain's inherited technology, the mechanical clone had relentlessly researched and upgraded the main brain. After more than half a year, the Eternal Divine Brain had finally reached its planetary level limit. Advance. After returning to the starship, Li Xian stabilized his condition, activated full defensive systems, and then initiated the upgrade. In the next instant, an overwhelming flood of information about the Eternal Divine Brain surged forth even though the mainframe had already reached its planetary level limit. Under such an immense torrent of information, his innate enlightenment talent pushed his brain to its absolute limit, yet it still couldn't withstand the terrifying impact of this overwhelming flood of data. Arg! Li Xian's head was seized by an excruciating pain he once knew all too well. It felt as though something was swelling inside his skull, or perhaps something was relentlessly digging into his brain. The agony was almost unbearable. With a heart as pure as ice, even the sky's collapse brings no fear. Despite enduring such excruciating pain, Li Xian gritted his teeth and forced himself to sit cross-legged on the ground. Instead of striking his head, he sat with his hands folded, like a Taoist priest in meditation. Over recent days, he had gathered various classic texts from the 100 schools of thought in Chinese history and sought guidance from Hong and Leishan regarding cultivating mental states. He had gained a basic grasp of cultivating the mind, so this agony, which would have been unbearable for his former self, requiring all manner of release to ease the torment. Yet now, he forced himself to endure it, cooling his heart like ice and letting it chill flow through his blood to ease the physical agony. Thus, in this excruciating state, he endured for a full half-month. Cut through it. In the final moment, Li Xian channeled his formidable willpower to condense his spiritual energy into a sword. Its flash of light sliced through everything. Even the agony within his own body was severed in that instant. A heart like a bright mirror, untouched by a speck of dust, a mind sharpened like a sword, cleaving through all illusion. My cultivation of the heart has finally reached the threshold. Li Xian opened his eyes, exhaling a cloud of stale breath. His body felt utterly light, his gaze clear and piercing as he looked directly into his true self. Simultaneously, the upgrade of the Eternal Divine Brain's main core was complete, and Li Xian's own strength reached the Stellar Tier 1 level. Unexpectedly, merely reaching Stellar Tier has allowed my soul to fuse completely with the Eternal Divine Brain. From now on, each major realm advancement will no longer bring soul-tearing agony. Once I reach Immortal Tier, the Eternal Divine Brain will fuse completely with me. Then, the main brain won't be an external device anymore, it will continuously upgrade alongside my growing power. Li Xian chuckled. The newly born Eternal Divine Brain currently lacks a suitable avatar to fuse with, so it shall remain preserved for now. He intended to use the third Eternal Divine Brain to fuse with an avatar that could aid his comprehension of the laws. Therefore, it would ideally be a special life form, or at the very least, a star beast of comparable attributes. Light Domain, 6th tier. Li Xin unleashed his light domain. Under his profound comprehension, his grasp of the light domain advanced by leaps and bounds. Standing in the sunlight, he unconsciously delved deeper into its mysteries. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and his light domain surged from the 5th tier to the 6th tier. This level of comprehension was even stronger than before. Chapter 35, Ending the Monster Era, Unifying Earth. It's time to wrap up matters on Earth and venture out into the cosmos. With a thought, he sent a message to Hong and Lei Shen, then called his second uncle, Li Hui. Xin, you're such a busy man, how did you find time to call me? Li Hui, a former soldier who had now reached Planetary Tier 3, had re-enlisted under Li Xin's influence. His standing was no less than Jia Yi's, making him Li Xin's de facto representative within China. Uncle Li, the final decisive battle is approaching. Prepare to face the most ferocious beast tide yet. The vast majority of monsters on Earth were influenced by the two beast emperors. Once Li Xin made his move against them, it was obvious that monsters worldwide would launch a frenzied assault on human base cities. Has this final moment finally arrived? I understand. I will ensure the Huaxia military district is prepared. Li Hui replied solemnly. After hanging up, Li Xin activated his star extinguishing ring and soared toward the ocean. Attention all personnel, the world's foremost expert, Li Xin, is about to eliminate the two supreme rulers of the monsters. During this period, monsters worldwide will erupt into chaos. Human base cities must prepare to withstand the monster tide. Simultaneously, Huaxia issued a global alert. Ah, big brother, you're finally here. Above the Pacific Ocean, upon seeing Li Xin's arrival, the Thunder God's cry of Big Brother rang out with genuine sincerity. Earlier, Hong and the Thunder God had sought to form a sworn brotherhood with Li Xin. But Li Xin, being the youngest, naturally resisted the idea of suddenly gaining two older brothers for no reason. Later, they settled it through combat. Whose strength proved mightiest would be the eldest brother. Unsurprisingly, Li Xin emerged as the strongest, naturally becoming the leader, with Hong and the Thunder God becoming his younger brothers. Second brother, third brother, the Thunder Dragon Emperor is yours to handle. The Octopus Beast Emperor is mine. Come on, let's go. Being called elder brother by Thunder God and the others put Li Xin in a rather good mood, so he decided to assign one opponent to them. My strength has grown so much over the past half year, finally, I get to show it off. Though Thunder God had grown considerably over the past 6 months, he'd been thoroughly outclassed by Li Xin every time they sparred. Now he desperately needed a battle to prove himself. All three were now vastly stronger than before, even disregarding the beast emperors as they charged directly into the ocean. Deep within the ocean, a monstrous beast loomed, its form resembling a small island, with over a dozen colossal tentacles wildly flailing. Each tentacle stretched over 1,000 meters long. This terrifying creature was none other than the monster emperor, the Octopus Beast Emperor. Roar! Suddenly, the Octopus Beast Emperor sensed something. It let out a furious roar, a unique cry that echoed across half the Pacific Ocean, heard by all the monsters within its reach. Roar! Simultaneously, the Thunder Dragon Emperor on the other side also let out a furious roar to the heavens. The roars of these two beast kings triggered a chain reaction. The fury of monsters centered on the Pacific Ocean spread across the entire sea, then from the ocean to the continents. Nearly all the king-level monsters on Earth joined in the roar. Accompanying their cries was a colossal tidal wave of monsters surging forth. All lower-tier monsters now charged toward the nearest human bases under the leadership of the numerous king-class monsters. A global monster surge was upon them. Such keen senses, they detected me early. Li Xin heard the roar of the Octopus Beast Emperor from over 100 kilometers away. Roar! However, instead of fleeing, the Octopus Beast Emperor charged straight toward Li Xin. Over a dozen tentacles, each stretching over 1,000 meters long, closed in from all directions, enveloping Li Xin. Once these tentacles closed around him, escape would be impossible. He would be crushed to death within its grasp. Starlight blaze. Behind Li Xin, the star extinction circle instantly transformed, morphing into a 100-meter-long pentagram spinning at breakneck speed. The starlight flashed by in an instant, its speed reaching the absolute limit. The instant the Octopus Beast Emperor closed its tentacles, that streak of starlight pierced through every tentacle, blocking its head, smashing into its brain like a wedge splitting wood. In that instant, 111 golden blades dispersed, shredding the Octopus Beast Emperor's brain from all directions. Roar! The Octopus Beast Emperor never imagined the human before it could be so powerful. Even with its regenerative abilities, it couldn't restore its shattered brain. It could only die in the depths of the ocean, utterly defeated. So weak. Watching the Octopus Beast Emperor it had instantly slain, Li Xin shook his head. He dispatched a mechanical puppet to completely absorb the corpse before flying toward Hong and the others. Thunder Dragon Emperor, you're too weak. Hong and the Thunder God, having joined forces, saw Li Xian approaching and assumed he intended to steal their kill. They immediately unleashed their full power, swiftly slaying the Thunder Dragon Emperor. Bro, looks like you've handled your end. What should we do now? Having slain his longtime rival, the Thunder Dragon Emperor, Hong was visibly elated, proof of his vastly increased strength. Wait. The other 4 great nations face grave crises now. When they can no longer hold out and surrender, we'll strike and eliminate all those king-class monsters. Then we'll sell them a batch of mechanical puppets. The beast tide won't be a threat. Li Xian had long since laid out his plan. Mass-produced mechanical puppets were ready, awaiting only the surrender of the other 4 nations and the HR Alliance. Speak of the Deviline Fan and Europa have already surrendered. The other 2 major nations won't be far behind. Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle upon reading the message sent by Jai. That's great news. Let's head to those 2 nations now to hunt the king-class monsters. Once Earth's affairs are settled, we'll venture into space. Big brother, I'm heading to India Bhagwan. Thunder God declared, then shot off like a bolt of lightning. Li Xian had already made it clear to them that he possessed the ability to venture into space. Naturally, Hong and Leishan wanted to join him. Li Xian readily agreed. After all, only by venturing into space could they accelerate their growth. Brother, I'm heading to Europa. Seeing Leishan depart, Hong followed suit. Having 2 underlings to command is quite convenient, no need to lift a finger myself. If anything becomes useless in the future, I can always use them for training. Watching Hong and Leishan fly away, Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Both Hong and Leishan possessed remarkable talent. Now, under his influence, they had received their inheritance years ahead of schedule and stepped into the cosmos. He expected them to perform even better during the Genius War. Today marks a new chapter in Earth's history. For today, under the leadership of Lord Li Xian, we Chinese have eradicated the vast majority of monsters. Monsters will never again pose any threat to our human base cities. And today, the 4 great nations Europa, Indofan, America, and Soviet have become part of our family. Humanity on Earth, today, has embarked upon a new chapter. On the day the monster tide ended, this news broadcast aired across the globe, watched by nearly every person on Earth. Especially among all Huaxia people, pride swelled in their hearts. In that moment, countless elderly Chinese wept before their televisions, while countless young Chinese swelled with pride at their heritage. Even more people worshipped Li Xian, the foremost figure of China, with fervent admiration. Chapter 36, finally stepping into the cosmos. The spatial secret technique Huyen Bo unleashed before his death served more as a cover for the outside world. Its restraining power internally was weak. Fortunately, I fused with an immortal-class mechanical spacecraft to form a duplicate. Combined with possessing the memories of an immortal-class mechanical being and currently being within the solar system, it's far easier to find loopholes in the spatial magic. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have found a way back after leaving the solar system. Li Xian thought to himself. Ever since obtaining the mechanical clone, he had relentlessly searched for weaknesses in the spatial magic enveloping the entire solar system. After prolonged probing, he finally discovered a path allowing free entry and exit from the solar system. Thus, even without Babata's guidance, he could now freely traverse the solar system. 200 miles east of the capital base city, 3 Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft, each over 100 meters long, were parked in a valley. These are spaceships? They're absolutely stunning. Upon seeing the 3 Black Dragon Mountain ships, Leishan's eyes lit up. He even stepped forward to run his hands over the hull, as if caressing a lover. Indeed. These are C5 class Black Dragon Mountain ships. Once the vessels of cosmic-level powerhouses, they now serve as our own. By the way, you should all have mastered the universal language I taught you earlier. The entire fleet that had been obliterated by Huyen Bo's attack had one ship crash land on Earth, while others had scattered across nearby planets. In the original story, Babata couldn't fully infiltrate and control the Black Dragon Mountain ship. But this posed no challenge for Li Xian, who possessed an immortal-class mechanical clone of the ship. He effortlessly gained complete control over it. Using the Black Dragon Mountain ship's tracking system, he located the other surviving Black Dragon Mountain ships and repaired them all using mechanic clan technology. Big brother, rest assured we take this seriously. Hong immediately responded in the universal language. Then let's go. Depart. Li Xian didn't use his own mechanic clan ship clone for the journey into space. It was simply too conspicuous. The Black Dragon Mountain ship before him was far more discreet. After the 3 boarded the ship, it lifted off, breaking free from Earth's gravity and soaring into the vastness of space. The cosmos is boundless and infinite. We stood at the pinnacle on Earth, yet the entire planet itself is as insignificant as dust in the universe, let alone us now. Amidst the 100% external environment simulation, Hong and Leishan gazed at the receding Earth, their hearts filled with profound emotion. In 7 days, we'll reach Cholong Star, a thriving commercial planet within the Black Dragon Empire. Just be patient. The Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft's original performance was too poor, so Li Xian upgraded the propulsion systems of these ships, increasing their flight speed by 1.5 times. This allowed them to reach Chiolong Star in less than 7 days. To reach Chiolong Star, 32,000 light-years away, in just 7 days, it's truly incredible. If it weren't for you, brother, we'd have no idea when we could ever reach Chiolong Star. Hearing this, Lei Shin couldn't help but give Li Xian a thumbs up. The Huaxia civilization shouldn't just take root and spread across Earth and the solar system, it should expand throughout all of human civilization, becoming its cornerstone, even the pinnacle of the entire primordial universe. Gazing at the beautiful blue planet behind him, he felt a surge of anticipation. Chiolong Star spacecraft dock. Listen up, among all the ships arriving at Chiolong Star, any vessel rated Class B or higher is a force you can't afford to cross. So first, you must learn how to identify these ships. A green-skinned, muscular man wearing a gray uniform standing roughly 2.8 meters tall with 2 curved horns on his head was lecturing his newly assigned subordinates. A Class C ship? And a pure metal Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model at that? That's a big shot. Spotting the ship, the green-skinned giant immediately approached the exit with a fawning smile, waiting there. Soon after, he saw 3 Silver Guard escorts emerge first, flanking 3 yellow-skinned humans. Esteemed Lord, the annual mooring fee for your Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model spacecraft is 600 Black Dragon coins. The moment he saw the 3 silver flow guards, then noticed that only 1 stellar grade and 2 planetary grade individuals had emerged, he instantly recognized them as the offspring of some major family. Otherwise, such an elaborate display would be impossible. Keep the change. At Li Xian's signal, Lei Shin pulled out a Qianwu coin and tossed it over, his tone laced with a hint of contempt. Li Xian now possessed 11 Qianwu coins, discovered among the wreckage of other Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft during his search. Additionally, he possessed less than 1,000,000 Black Dragon coins, forming his initial capital. Since only 1 ship had landed, the other 2 remained in his spatial ring. A single Qianwu coin sufficed. Thank you for your generosity, sir. Seeing this, the green-skinned burly man couldn't help but envy the Thunder God. Though he himself was a planetary-level being, compared to the one before him, they were simply not on the same level. With 3 silver stream guards as bodyguards, no one dared to cause trouble for Li Xian and his companions. After purchasing a map of Twisted Dragon Star, they headed straight for the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building. Along the way, the diverse alien races, towering skyscrapers, and bustling cityscapes dazzled Lei Shin and his companions. Much like a country boy stepping into a bustling metropolis for the first time, they were curious about everything, gawking left and right. Were it not for the silver stream guards protecting them, those shadowy rats might have already made their move. Second brother, third brother, were still undocumented immigrants without official status. We need to register our identities to become citizens of the cosmos. I'll register in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire this time. Afterward, you two will board a starship and register in other empires to conceal our Earth origins. Li Xian's identity registration went smoothly. Crucially, he registered on a remote planet within the Silver Blue Empire, not Earth. As for Hong and Lei Shin's identity registrations, he didn't plan for them to register in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire either. Instead, they would register in other empires. Even if their Earth origins couldn't be concealed in the future, this would buy them enough time to develop their abilities. Brother, rest assured. For Earth's sake, traveling to more places is no trouble at all. Having witnessed much alongside Li Xian, they understood the universe's cruelty. For Earth's sake, they naturally had no objections. Come on, I'll take you to the curiosity shop to broaden your horizons and pick up some cash. I'm running low myself. Li Xian, fresh to the cosmos, was dirt poor. In this universe, money was the lifeblood of survival. Welcome to the curiosity shop. May you all find treasures to your liking. Upon arriving at the curiosity shop, 2 maids dressed in revealing outfits and sporting rabbit ears on their heads greeted Li Xian with smiles and respectful demeanor, ushering them inside. Once inside, they followed behind Li Xian and his companions, only offering information about the various treasures when asked. I'd like to sell a spaceship and some mechanical puppets. Does your shop accept them? After touring the shop, Li Xian projected the spaceship and the B8 grade mechanical puppet he had crafted. The spaceship was naturally one of the 3 Black Dragon Mountain vessels he had flown here. The B8 grade mechanical golems were forged from B8 grade mystical iron ore he had discovered on Mars, though he had not used his mechanical evolution talent to evolve them into intelligent lifeforms. He had secretly resolved that any intelligent lifeforms he created would be reserved solely for his family's use. None would ever be sold. Chapter 37. The first thing to do in space is make money. Esteemed customer, our treasure shop does handle acquisitions. However, given the substantial value of your transaction, we lack the authority to make a decision. Please wait a moment while we notify our shopkeeper. The 2 rabbit-eared maids had assumed Li Xian and his companions were merely window shopping, intending to buy nothing. Yet they never anticipated such a massive transaction. Daring not to show the slightest disrespect, they immediately reported to their manager. Hello, I'm Helen, the proprietor of this curiosity shop. Regarding your transaction, I'd like to see the items in person. Soon, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a form-fitting red outfit, radiating an air of nobility from head to toe, approached. She studied the young man before her, a stellar Tier 1 cultivator, as if trying to see right through him. "My name is Lee Xin. Your request is certainly acceptable. My starship has undergone special technical modifications. Its power system is 1.5 times more powerful than the original, and its core combat system, a B8-grade mechanical puppet, is also superior to the combat systems of typical B9-grade mechanical puppets." With a wave of his hand, Lee Xin materialized a spacecraft on the open ground. Inside were 400 B8-grade mechanical puppets. Upon hearing Lee Xin's explanation, Helen dispatched specialists to conduct an appraisal. "Shopkeeper, the appraisal results are in. They fully corroborate this gentleman's claims, particularly regarding the spaceship's power system modifications. The technology employed is exceptionally advanced. Even the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's most sophisticated science couldn't achieve such a flawless overhaul of a spacecraft's propulsion system. Moreover, the technology employed in the mechanical puppets surpasses that of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. If we purchase it to thoroughly research and master the technology before reselling it, the profits we could gain would far exceed the value of the mechanical puppets themselves." After thorough appraisal by numerous professional experts, the results were discreetly relayed to Helen. "Interesting. These technologies aren't something a lowly first-tier star like him could possess. They must belong to the family backing him. For some reason, he's short on funds and came to Chilong Star to sell it off. This is the perfect chance to connect with him. He might just turn out to be a major client." Helen observed the 3 silver flow guards who had been protecting Lee Xin all along, her mind already spinning with speculation about his family background. "Mr. Lee Xin, what price are you seeking?" As negotiations began, Helen grew exceptionally serious, radiating the seasoned professionalism of a businesswoman. "First, I want Qianwu coins, not Black Dragon coins. Second, I want 40 million Qianwu coins for the starship, and 3 million Qianwu coins each for the B8-grade mechanical golems." In this deal, the starship was merely the small part, the mechanical puppets were the big part. If sold as pure B8-grade mystic iron ore, the price would be pitifully low. But once forged into mechanical golems and sold, the price skyrocketed. "Your asking price is too high. We could pay in Black Dragon coins, but not in Qianwu coins." Helen frowned at Lee Xin's exorbitant demand. "Miss Helen, we're both sensible people. You're not buying my mechanical puppets and spaceship for their intrinsic value, are you? The technological value they hold is worth far more to your treasure shop than my current asking price. There are no technology locks installed on my mechanical puppets or spaceship, so you'll find them easy to study." Selling the technology was where the real profit lay, which is why he deliberately showcased his technical prowess in those mechanical puppets and spaceship. 20 million for the spacecraft, 2 million each for the mechanical puppets, that's my bottom line. Their Chiba stores span the entire Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom, where Qianwu coins flow freely. But here in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, she'd naturally drive a hard bargain. "Deal." Hearing Helen's words, Lee Xin saw no point in further haggling. After all, this price was already well above his expectations. "I wonder if Mr. Lee Xin has found any treasures to his liking in our Qibao stores?" After the transaction was finalized, Helen's face lit up with a radiant smile. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lee Xin in surprise, seemingly taken aback that he hadn't continued haggling. "I have my eye on several items. For instance, 3 second-tier force armors, 3 B9-grade force weapons, 1 third-tier force armor and weapon set, and 1 metal armor and weapon set." Lee Xin sought these items primarily for research to determine if his mechanical clone could replicate them. Such replication would open another revenue stream, as force armor, force weapons, metal armor, and metal weapons were all highly sought-after commodities across the cosmos. "Mr. Lee Xin, all the items you requested are available. Considering your previous generosity, I'll offer a 10% discount on the total of 400 million Qianwu coins. You'll only need to pay 360 million Qianwu coins." Helen's lips curved into a faint smile upon hearing Lee Xin's list. This transaction promised her a colossal profit margin. The exorbitant price stemmed from Lee Xin selecting the store's top-tier third-tier force armor and weapons. For a 9th-tier powerhouse in the universe, acquiring such items would likely require amassing wealth over a century. "Deal." The spaceship cost 20 million each, and the mechanical puppets cost 2 million each. 1 spaceship and 400 mechanical puppets sold for a total of 820 million Qianwu coins. Having spent 360 million Qianwu coins, he still held 460 million. He felt not the slightest regret over the expenditure. Money was meant to be spent. "Mr. Lee Xin, is there anything else you require?" Having witnessed Lee Xin's lavish spending, Helen's eyes softened further, as if she wanted to squeeze every last Qianwu coin from his remaining 460 million. "If I need to purchase anything in the future, I'll return." After getting what he needed, Lee Xin didn't linger to shop further. Everything here was far too expensive. "Bro, you're living large." Lei Shin and Hong, who had been following Lee Xin closely, weren't naive locals anymore. They knew exactly what several 100 million Xianwu coins represented. These 2 second-tier force battlesuits and weapons are yours. Li Xian promptly handed the 2 force armors and weapons to Hong and Thunder God. He had bought them specifically for them. Though their current strength couldn't fully unleash the power of second-tier force armor and weapons, Li Xian believed they would soon be able to. Come on, I'll take you to the final stop. After you've been there, I'll give you a sum of money, a starship, and bodyguards. From then on, you'll have to make your own way. Li Xian never intended to keep Hong and Lei Xin by his side for training. After all, true strength was forged in the crucible of life and death battles, not nurtured in a sheltered environment. Sounds great. We don't want to stay under Big Brother's protection forever. That won't help us grow. Hong and Lei Xin were both driven individuals, each harboring ambitions to grow stronger. They knew exactly what they needed. Chapter 38, The Cruelty of the Universe, painting a pie in the sky for slaves. Slave market. Spanning over 300 kilometers, each section served as a slave trading zone. Crowds thronged everywhere, with slaves of every race visible throughout. Come see. Ironroans with apprentice 9 strength, perfect for household chores or cannon fodder. Only 20 black dragon coins each. Planetary tier 8 beauties. Not only can they serve as enforcers, but they'll also help you unwind. Take one home for just 30,000 black dragon coins. Fresh shipment of stellar tier 9 slaves, 50 billion black dragon coins each. First come, first serve, don't miss out. As Li Xian and his companions entered the slave market, every corner was filled with signage and the bellowing cries of slave traders. The sight of stellar tier slaves far more powerful than themselves, and entire races captured and sold as merchandise. Both Li Xian and Han felt their hearts violently shaken. They had already understood the universe's cruelty, but witnessing it firsthand still left them profoundly shaken. The thought of Earth being discovered by slave traders was terrifying. They dared not imagine the horrifying scene if all humanity were to be treated as slaves and sold here. Whoa, Big Brother, you want to buy a slave? However, all 3 were men of strong will, and they quickly regained their composure. Yes, I need to buy some. Though the mechanical puppets I create are powerful, there are many situations where they cannot conveniently appear. In those cases, I'll have to rely on these slaves to step in. Li Xian nodded. Though he could create intelligent lifeforms akin to the mechanical race, this was human territory. He couldn't have intelligent beings openly working for him. The ideal arrangement was for humans to operate openly while intelligent beings worked in the shadows, the perfect synergy. Well, distinguished guests. Our slaves are of the finest quality. What level of slave do you require? Noticing the numerous silver armor guards protecting Li Xian and his companions, slave dealer Fei Li immediately approached with eager flattery. Your slaves are indeed impressive. How much does he cost? Li Xian scanned the throng of slaves the dealer presented and spotted one who stood apart. Unlike the others, whose eyes held only the dull despair of captivity, this slave's gaze still held a certain spark of light that hadn't been completely extinguished by his enslaved existence. My lord, that one is a 9th-rank stellar tier psionicist from the Lemo tribe. Only 150 billion black dragon coins. By the way, the lemons possess exceptional psychic talent, which is why their tribe produces so many psychic masters. I have other lemons here as well. If you're interested, you can purchase them together. Seeing this, Fei Li immediately began pitching his slaves. How many lemons do you have in total? What's the combined price? Li Xian inquired. Sir, we have 10 lemonians at the stellar 9th tier level for mental energy manipulation, 4 at the stellar 9th tier level for martial arts, 40 others at the stellar tier level, and 1,250 at the planetary tier level. All the stellar tier lemons together cost 250 billion black dragon coins. If you purchase them all, I'll give you all the planetary tier lemons as a free gift. Fei Li's eyes practically lit up at this prospect. This was a major deal in the making. I'll pay no more than 200 million Xianwu coins for all the Lemon tribe slaves. Not a single coin more. Li Xian stated. No problem. Deal. Upon hearing Li Xian mention Xianwu coins for the transaction, Fei Li quickly calculated in his mind and agreed. Though he'd forego 500 billion black dragon coins, exchanging the Xianwu coins on the black market for black dragon coins might actually turn a profit. After the agreement was reached, payment was exchanged for the goods. Once the slaves were purchased, Li Xian and his group departed the slave market with their captives. Staying in the slave market left Li Xian feeling profoundly uncomfortable, a discomfort akin to having his eyes defiled. What's your name? Only after leaving the slave market did Li Xian inquire of the Lemonic man whose eyes still held a glimmer of light. Master, my name is Alex Clarkson. Alex replied. That's too long. From now on, I'll just call you Lemon. In your eyes, I see you haven't succumbed to despair like the other slaves. You still hold on to a desire to live and a longing for freedom. It is precisely people like you that I admire. That is why I not only purchased you, but also bought back all your fellow tribesmen. I only require you to work for me for 100 years. If you commit no errors during that time, I will grant you all your freedom. You may even join my faction. I'll provide resources for you to grow stronger. If you prove truly gifted and become powerful, you could even buy back your homeworld from the slave traders. Though slaves were implanted with biochips that prevented disobedience, there was a world of difference between slaves who carried out orders proactively and those who did so passively. Moreover, Li Xian's promise was no empty lie. A century later, he would have risen to power, no longer needing these slaves to serve him. Granting them freedom would be entirely feasible. Thank you, Master. We lemons will never disappoint you. At the mention of freedom in a century, a glimmer in Layman's eyes flared to full brightness. They harbored not a shred of doubt that Li Xian spoke falsely. To them, even if it were untrue, they would choose to believe it. I trust one haven't misjudged them. Watching the spirit of the over 1,000 slaves before him completely revitalized, Li Xian couldn't help but nod. Indeed, lifeless, unmotivated slaves were useless. The optimal way to utilize them was to learn how to paint a rosy picture to fill them with hope and drive. Next, Li Xian and his group proceeded to the Virtual Universe Corporation branch to open accounts, purchasing 300 anonymous accounts and consciousness-sensing helmets. Third brother, I'm giving each of you 10 million Xianwu coins. You'll be equipped with a 9th-tier stellar-level psionicist and warrior slave, plus 2 B8-grade mechanical golems as bodyguards. After that, you'll register citizenship in the Kunwu Empire and the Shana Empire, both far removed from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Immediately after, Li Xian arranged the itineraries for Hong and Leishun. Li Xian needed to cultivate himself and wouldn't accompany Leishun and the others on such matters that would truly make him their babysitter. Big brother, rest assured. We'll be careful. At the port, Li Xian provided Hong and the others with a Black Dragon Mountain starship. He still had another Black Dragon Mountain starship at his disposal. Simultaneously, he began purchasing vast quantities of raw materials to manufacture spaceships, mechanical puppets, and technological weapons. After all, this posed no difficulty for him, possessing a mechanical clan ship clone. It represented an endless stream of income, and he certainly wouldn't abandon such a profitable advantage. Finally, I can roam the virtual universe freely, seeking all kinds of opponents to battle. After seeing off Hong and Leishun, Li Xian spent 1 million Xianwu coins to rent a vast estate spanning tens of thousands of kilometers on Xiulong Star as his temporary residence. He had numerous slaves and B8-grade mechanical puppets led by Xian Tai guard his safety. Though he possessed the capability to craft mechanical puppets rivaling the strength of an 8th-tier cosmic realm expert, he currently had no desire to sell them. Such immense wealth was something he simply couldn't safeguard at his present level. Chapter 39, The Killing Ground is the best training ground. While my consciousness enters the virtual universe, I mustn't neglect enhancing my own strength. Before entering the virtual universe, Li Xian drew energy from the Eternal Divine Furnace, allowing his body to unconsciously absorb it to enhance his strength. Though this method was far slower than active absorption, its advantage lay in not requiring Li Xian to divert his consciousness for intake. It allowed him to immerse himself fully in the virtual universe, effectively replicating the function of the nutrient pods within the Virtual Universe Corporation. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Black Dragon Island Snow Bright District Residence. Upon arrival, Li Xian spent 10 million Xianwu coins to purchase a residence here. Bro, you're living large. You've got your own property the moment you enter the virtual universe. Who knows when we'll be able to afford a place here. Hong and Leishun, who had just parted ways, also logged into the virtual universe. After adding each other as friends, both arrived at this location. The most suitable place for us in the virtual universe is the Killing Ground. We can set up opponents identical to us in every way except for one specific area where they surpass us. Such opponents are essentially free teachers for us. Take you, Leishun. You still haven't grasped the Thunder Domain. You could create an identical opponent who possesses the Thunder Domain while you don't. That would be the perfect adversary for mastering it. Moreover, the life or death battles within the killing field are merely virtual. They differ fundamentally from real life or death confrontations. You must not become obsessed with them. Li Xian imparted his insights about the virtual universe to Hong and Leishun, hoping they wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the original story's characters. Is there really such a wonderful place? I absolutely have to try it. Seeing both his eldest and second brothers master their domains while he remained unable to do so, it would be a lie to say he wasn't anxious. With that, all three eagerly entered the killing space. Set opponent, Stellar Tier 1, Psionic Master, wielding the Star-Shattering Circle as a psychic weapon. Psychic Amplitude, 45x. Mastery of the third layer of the Star-Shattering Secret Art in the 6th tier of the Light Domain. Although Li Xian's psychic power amplification had already met the requirements for cultivating that Star Annihilation Secret Art, he hadn't yet mastered the third layer. That's why he set the opponent to possess that third layer. As soon as Li Xian finished his setup, a man resembling him appeared opposite him. Starlight Brilliance. The moment the opponent materialized, the star-shattering circles behind him instantly dispersed, transforming into 3 pentagram-shaped rings that simultaneously flew toward Li Xian. Oh? The first layer of the Star Annihilation secret art can disperse attacks? I've always pursued one-hit kills, so even though I could control 333 golden blades, I still combined them into a single strike. Now, the opponent's attack is weaker, but far more agile. Seeing the technique the opponent deployed, Li Xin mimicked the skill, countering in the same manner. So the light domain can not only amplify my own power and suppress enemies, but also restrain them? Learn something new. The controller's flight is remarkably agile. His manipulation of the star-shattering circle is highly skilled, a masterful application of psychokinesis. I must intensify my training in this area. It must be said, the opponent's strength was comparable to his own, but their combat experience far surpassed his. Lee Sin rapidly absorbed the opponent's vast combat experience through his innate enlightenment talent, continuously transforming it into his own foundation. At this moment, Li Xin felt himself progressing with every passing second, advancing at a pace far quicker than he ever had back on Earth. This enemy surpassed him in many aspects, even mastering the third tier of the star-extinguishing secret art. Yet, fueled by his formidable innate comprehension, Li Xin repeatedly dodged the opponent's lethal strikes by the skin of his teeth. Moreover, he was growing at an astonishing rate. Thus, even after 6 hours of fierce combat, Li Xin remained steadfast, refusing to be defeated. Is that all you've got? Bring it on, show me everything you've got. Gazing at his opponent, Li Xin began to feel unsatisfied. He realized there was little left to learn from this adversary. Throughout the entire 6-hour battle, he spent the first 4 hours in a state of intense learning, desperately absorbing his opponent's combat techniques and the methods of wielding the star-destroying circle and the light domain. In the final 2 hours, he had already begun applying the learned techniques to his own combat, integrating them with his own understanding and circumstances to forge his own fighting style. But now, it seemed as though his opponent had run out of tricks, repeatedly using the same combat techniques over and over. Whoosh! Despite Li Xin's taunts, the opponent continued attacking relentlessly. I almost forgot you're not real. Just a simulated sparring partner from the killing arena. Simulated combatants in the killing field possess top-tier combat skills for their tier. Yet, the techniques and experience the opponent employed were merely the best within that tier. For Li Xin, already a top-tier genius within his own tier, there was little left to learn. Even though I know you're not real, as the first sparring partner to teach me, I'll use what you taught me to defeat you. Stars encircling the moon. Within the star-extinguishing circle, 333 golden swords scattered outward, forming stars that shone like celestial bodies. All the stars gathered together, transforming into a bright, pure moon that completely enveloped the enemy. The third layer of the star extinction secret art was a technique for trapping and annihilating enemies. Trapped at the center by Li Xin, the opponent couldn't escape the all stars surround the moon encirclement, even when combining the defensive measures of the second layer of the star extinction secret art with the light domain. Within the moonlight, over 100 golden daggers coalesced into a vast and sinister sword formation, grinding the enemy to pieces. Crash! The sword formation was razor-sharp, the most powerful array he had ever conceived. Even an enemy intimately familiar with such formations could only endure for 3 seconds before being utterly shredded. Phew, having a sparring partner really makes a difference. After defeating his opponent, Li Xin stood rooted to the spot for a full half hour, his mind frantically processing every technique and experience gleaned from the battle. Only when he had fully assimilated it all did he exhale a deep breath. A single battle had taught him an immense amount, and his own strength had grown noticeably. This pace far surpassed the slow progress of his earlier solitary training. Chapter 40, The Unrivaled. I can't keep fighting virtual opponents in the killing field. I need to battle real people to progress faster. Try the final battle space in the killing grounds. The opponents generated by the killing ground were formidable and experienced, yet they lacked a sense of authenticity. Li Xin, who had little combat experience with others before, naturally wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Knowing his current rating in the final battle arena was 0, he wasn't foolish enough to seek out high-rated opponents. Instead, he chose to start his challenges from the lower tiers. Oh? Naming yourself Dogu Kuba? What an arrogant newbie! Since you crave defeat, allow me to grant you one. Peak First Master, another newcomer who'd recently entered the battle arena, saw someone using a name nearly as cool as his own Dogu seeking defeat and immediately accepted the duel invitation. You're Dogu Kuba? Looks like you're fresh in the battle arena and haven't been beaten yet. Today I'll teach you how to name yourself so you won't get humiliated. FCK, you have no martial ethics. The Peak Master had barely entered the battle arena when he spotted Li Xin, immediately launching into a barrage of trash talk. But before he could finish his rant or make a move, a golden streak of light sliced through the air, shattering his skull. With skills like that, you still have the nerve to trash talk here. Li Xin immediately exited the battle arena. After that, he practically immersed himself in the killing fields every single day. He would set a target stronger than himself, absorb everything from that opponent, defeat them. He would then seek out enemies in the battle arena to test his newly acquired skills. This cycle repeated relentlessly for an entire month. His performance in the battle arena was nothing short of spectacular. Since entering the space, he had fought 999 consecutive battles without a single loss. And ever since cross-tier challenges became possible, he had consistently taken on opponents above his own tier. Now, Lee Xin had reached stellar 5th tier. His highest tier victory had been against a stellar 9th tier opponent, the absolute peak of what he could realistically challenge. Any stronger opponents would be cosmic tier, and they simply wouldn't bother with a stellar 5th tier novice like him. Bro, you're the real deal. Your rating in the battle arena has already hit 8 stars. Just one more win and you'll hit 9 stars. Thunder God, seeing Lee Xion's record, was filled with envy. Despite having fought over 1,000 battles, his win rate hovered around just over 10%, and his rating was a mere 1 star. You two have improved significantly too. Your domains and power amplitude have both surged. But now you're stuck at Planetary 9th tier, unable to break through. It's time for a change. Hong and Leishan had also made considerable progress over the past month. Leishan had grasped the Thunder domain, while Hong's Light domain had reached its 3rd tier. Yet their gene primordial energy remained stuck at the Planetary tier, a limitation imposed by their bloodlines. The reason Thunder God had such a terrifying record was that he wasn't satisfied with planetary-level battles. Instead, he deliberately challenged stellar-level opponents, hoping to force himself to break through under pressure. Otherwise, a planetary-level fighter with a domain wouldn't have such a poor record. Yes, big brother, we've decided to join the Cosmic Mercenary selection. We'll break through our bottlenecks through life or death trials. Hong stated earnestly. Then go. Without facing life and death trials, how can one become truly strong? Lee Xian naturally wouldn't stand in their way. But for him right now, facing life or death trials wasn't necessary. His power was still on the rise. Oh? Someone actually invited me? At that moment, Lee Xian noticed a challenge invitation in his exclusive mailbox within the battle arena. For nearly a month, he had been the one initiating fights. Never once had anyone challenged him. Bro, we got challenge invites too. At the same time, Hong and Leishan both received invitations as well. Then accept it. This should be a good thing. Lee Xian gave a mysterious smile and immediately entered the decisive battle space. A female warrior? And a stellar 5th tier? The moment he saw his opponent, Lee Xian stared in surprise at the woman before him. She wore black, form-fitting armor, yet her exquisite features remained exposed. What? Do you look down on female warriors? Molly's already cold expression hardened further at Lee Xian's gaze. Not at all. It's just been a while since I fought an opponent of equal rank. I assumed you were a stellar 9th tier. His words only served to intensify the icy aura radiating from Molly. In an instant, the triple ice domain erupted, unleashing bone-chilling cold that swept across the battlefield. Die! Molly instantly unleashed her peak speed, amplified by the icy domain, closing the 100-meter gap to Lee Xian in a flash. At this distance, for a martial artist, it was already within lethal striking range. Especially when the enemy was a psychic. At this distance, a martial artist's win rate was typically 99%. I'm not used to being killed by others. I prefer to kill others myself. Yet even as the enemy closed in, Lee Xian's face remained calm and composed, a smile still playing on his lips. Star-dusted. 333 golden blades, like stars, formed a cloak enveloping Lee Xian's body. This was the 2nd tier of the star-shattering secret art, its defensive technique. Its formidable protection rendered it utterly impervious to close combat from martial artists of equal rank. As Molly unleashed her most powerful strike toward Lee Xian, her blade was met with an unyielding block, halted completely. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a streak of golden light sliced through the air at extreme velocity. Even within her own domain and at such close range, Molly had no chance to evade. The streak pierced clean through her head, ending her life before Li Xinzhou. Among all these opponents, you're the first to force me into active defense. Not bad. Lee Xian smiled as he watched the female warrior vanish. Within the battle arena, after 1,000 combats, not a single opponent had compelled him to activate his domain, let alone fight at full strength. My psychic power amplitude has now reached 65 times. I'm only 5 times away from unleashing the ultimate technique of the star-shattering circle. But my rating in the battle arena has now reached 9 stars. I can participate in the betting battles. For the past month, opponents in the battle arena had merely served as practice for honing his star annihilation circle technique. He kept fighting solely to boost his rating and qualify for the gambling battle. Gambling battles were what he considered the most suitable form of combat for him and the fastest way to make money. With that, he teleported directly to the Qianwu Cosmic Nation's betting arena platform. This was the largest betting battlefield in the entire Qianwu Cosmic Nation, where countless individuals had struck it rich in a single battle, while others had been bankrupted in a single fight. Chapter 41, Qianwu Gambling Arena. Please continue reading. Gambling Battle Arena. The place was bustling beyond measure. Lee Xian had no idea how vast the entire arena truly was. He only knew that the Zone 6 he had arrived at was 100 times larger than Earth. A diverse array of races and humans gathered here. 50% were stellar tier, and cosmic tier beings were a common sight. Hello, I wish to register as a gladiator on the Qianwu Gambling Arena platform. After arriving, Li Xian reviewed the rules and immediately proceeded to register his identity information. Sir, please fill out your combat strength details and pay 1,000 Qianwu coins. The staff member said politely. First, I'll exchange for cosmic coins, they offer better value. After completing his registration, Li Xian found a specialized exchange platform and converted 110 million Qianwu coins into 30,000 cosmic coins. The standard exchange rate for cosmic coins to Qianwu coins was 1:3,300. However, Qianwu coins could not be officially converted back into cosmic coins. To exchange Qianwu coins for cosmic coins, one had to use unofficial platforms, where the exchange rate was significantly higher. The first wager must be against an opponent of the same tier. Only after winning that first wager can you cross tiers within the stellar tier. Within the stellar tier, you must win over 100 cross-tier bets with a win rate exceeding 90% to advance to universe tier betting. I'll set my first wager at 10,000 cosmic coins. Anything higher, and I doubt any other stellar tier 5 player could afford the cost. 10,000 cosmic coins equaled 33 million Qianwu coins. Unless one had significant connections or had struck it rich, a stellar tier player would never be able to come up with that much money just for a single bet. As Li Xian immediately issued gambling battle invitations to all stellar 5th tier players numbering at least several million within the gambling battle space, it took a full 3 minutes before anyone accepted his challenge. Lonely Master has accepted your challenge. They've requested to broadcast the match and set up a prize pool. Do you agree? Typically, betting battles occurred in closed spaces, but participants could request to open a live stream, allowing others in the betting arena to witness the duel. Spectators could then place bets on either combatant, forming a prize pool. The victor would receive 1% of the total prize pool. Of course, combatants could also place bets but only on their own victory. This rule was designed to prevent collusion and fixed matches. Accepted. At the thought of someone coming to hand over money, Li Xian had no intention of refusing. In an instant, Li Xian was teleported onto the betting arena stage. The space here was vast, as large as an entire planet. 50 kilometers away from Li Xian stood a man with a blurred face. Ha 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 ha. Invincible is such an arrogant name. You should rename yourself Money Delivery Service. Lonely Master roared with laughter upon seeing Li Xian. Since you came up with the name, you get first dibs on using it. Li Xian retorted. Both he and Master Solitude were now enveloped in yellow light barriers, signifying that the battle had not yet commenced. The prize pool was steadily growing, meaning bets were continuously being placed. With only 5 minutes left to wager, combat could only commence once the pool closed. Master Solitude has fought 200 battles with a 60% win rate. That Dugutsubo has 0 battle experience, this is his first fight. Yet he dares to wager 10,000 cosmic coins? Utterly ridiculous. Both Li Xian and high-level loner's information was publicly available, so many spectators who came to watch were placing bets on high-level loner. 5 minutes later, the odds for Li Xian versus high-level loner reached 1 hour 80 minutes, with the prize pool soaring to a staggering 1.08 million cosmic coins. Sky-piercing strike. The moment the light barrier shattered, Master Solitude's golden domain erupted. Psychic energy coalesced into a golden spear, streaking toward his opponent at a terrifying speed approaching 10,000 times the speed of sound. Psychic amplitude 36, golden domain tier 2, no wonder you dared accept my wager. Pity you're still too weak. Stars encircling the moon. In an instant, Li Xian unleashed 333 golden blades that coalesced into a crescent moon, slicing through the air. Though the third layer of the Star Annihilation secret art was a technique for trapping enemies within a sword formation, Li Xian could now freely alter its form. He transformed the trapping technique into a pure offensive form, its power not diminished but amplified. Put. The moon streaked forward. Even with the reinforcement of the golden domain, the golden spear was shattered head-on by the moonstrike. Worse still, the lonely master behind it was instantly annihilated by Li Xian. My golden domain is unbreakable. How could a direct collision be shattered by someone without even a domain? Impossible. In the last remnants of his consciousness, Master Solitude couldn't believe he'd been instantly killed like that. That lonely master was such a loser, getting wiped out instantly. My cosmic coins. Ha 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 ha. I won the bet. I won. 80x odds. After betting on so many long shots, I finally hit the jackpot. On the spectator platform, some rejoiced while others grieved. Among the jubilant, Li Xian undoubtedly counted himself. Continue. Cross-tier betting, stellar grade battles between tiers 6 and 9. Having just raked in 810,000 cosmic coins, Li Xian wasn't about to stop. He placed another 10,000 cosmic coins on the next battle. With his strength, it was nearly impossible to find opponents at the stellar tier in these bets. This wasn't even gambling, it was like picking up money off the ground. Black Dragon Island. While Li Xian was busy with his wagers, the martial artists previously assigned to challenge him, Hong, and the Thunder God reported their situation. What? You got one shot? When Molly relayed her battle with Li Xian to Mingyu, he could scarcely believe it. After all, he had specifically assigned Molly to test Li Xian's strength based on the combat prowess Li Xian had displayed in the battle arena over the past month. Normally, even if Molly couldn't win, she should at least have been able to gauge Li Xian's capabilities. Yet, this unexpected outcome had occurred. After all, Molly was a top-tier genius within their virtual universe corporation. To be instantly defeated by Li Xian at the same tier level. What level of genius was Li Xian? Mingyu had no way to gauge it. So he handed the video of Molly's battle with Li Xian to his superior, the immortal Tierman Luo. Oh? Looks like that kid won pretty easily. Molly didn't manage to gauge his true strength at all. By the way, can you contact him now? A hint of excitement flashed in Man Luo's eyes. Recruiting geniuses across the universe to join the Virtual Universe Corporation was precisely his mission within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Each genius he found increased his merit points. The stronger the genius, the more merit he earned, which explained why he had the leisure to frequent the killing arena so often. However, Man Luo lacked the authorization to view Li Xian's combat footage from the Slaughter Space Training Ground when he set opponents. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent subordinates to probe Li Xian's strength. I've searched both the killing grounds and the vicinity of Black Dragon Mountain, but I haven't located him. My emails went unanswered. However, I did find two of his friends Hong and Leishan who are also targets for our current recruitment drive. Mingyu said, sounding somewhat awkward. Then recruit Hong and Thunder God first. Since they're friends, we can inquire about Li Xian while we're at it. Man Luo suggested. Chapter 42, 100% win rate. Please follow and read. Meditation Chamber. Second brother, what do you think the owner of this meditation chamber wants from us? Big brother mentioned it should be something good. But he's away on business now, so we're free to decide for ourselves. If it's good news, we're naturally willing to accept it. But there's no need to worry about it being bad news either. After all, in the virtual universe, even if we die, it doesn't really matter. As Lei Xin and Hong made their way to the meditation chamber, they exchanged whispers. I've been observing you for nearly a month now. Mingyu remained utterly composed as he engaged Hong and Lei Xin in conversation, despite the shock evident in their eyes upon entering. At the same time, he extended an invitation for them to join the Virtual Universe Corporation. Unsurprisingly, both Hong and the Thunder God chose to join the Virtual Universe Corporation as external members. By the way, what about the other person who was with you earlier? I don't see him here. After both Hong and Lei Xin agreed to join, Mingyu naturally asked about Li Xian's whereabouts with evident delight. Oh, that's our big brother, Li Xian. We met him while we were in the universe. He's currently engaged in a wager battle with someone in the Chenwu battlespace, so naturally, he's not on Black Dragon Island. Hong and the others had long fabricated their backstory and even paid to have it falsified, all to conceal their true identities as Earthlings. Chenwu gambling battlespace? Doesn't he fear losing everything? Actually, losing would be good. Only then can his arrogance be crushed, making it easier for me to recruit him into the Virtual Universe Corporation. Hearing Hong's words, Mingyu's mood suddenly lifted. This was his standard method for recruiting talent, using the geniuses within Virtual Universe Corporation to defeat those untamed geniuses. It showed those wild geniuses that there were always people more talented than them, and people more powerful than them. That way, when recruiting wild geniuses, they would understand the prowess of the Virtual Universe Corporation, and the success rate would be higher. Oh, and if Li Xian returns, have him come to the meditation chamber. I want to invite him to join our Virtual Universe company too. Though secretly delighted, Mingyu maintained an outward composure as steady as a mountain. Little did he know that his failure to recruit him, his lack of special attention, would ultimately cause him to miss the greatest opportunity of his life. Alright, no problem. I'll inform him as soon as my elder brother returns. Thunder God nodded. What Mingyu didn't know was that while he waited for Li Xian to come to him, Li Xian was already tearing through opponents in the battle arena. With his stellar 5th tier strength, he challenged opponents ranging from stellar 6th tier to stellar 9th tier, 100 opponents in a row, and secured 100 consecutive victories. Without hesitation, Li Xian then moved on to challenge opponents at the cosmic tier 1 level. Faced with a mere stellar 5th tier challenger offering a staggering 1 million cosmic coins as the wager, most cosmic 1st tier opponents accepted without hesitation. Little did they know that this young star tier 5 challenger possessed such formidable strength. Thus, Li Xian fought 100 cross-tier wagers against Universe Tier 1 opponents, 100 against Universe Tier 2, and 100 against Universe Tier 3, never once losing. It was precisely because of this that the moniker Dugu Tsubai gained some renown within the betting arena. Ha 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 ha. So you're invincible Dugu? Finally, I've found you. Your 4 million cosmic coins are mine. Though Peak Assassin had heard of Dugutsubai, the sight of the 4 million cosmic coins on the line, coupled with his own current cosmic tier 4 strength, made him grit his teeth and accept the wager outright. Li Xian had deliberately escalated the stakes to entice even Universe tier players into his battles. 1 million cosmic coins for Universe tier 1, 2 million for tier 2, 3 million for tier 3, and 4 million for tier 4. He understood human greed and gambling instincts all too well. Especially within the betting arena, where 80% of participants were gamblers. Massive stakes were the ultimate incentive. If you can actually get your hands on it, then fine, I'll give it to you. But so far, not a single person who's gambled against me has ever managed to take the winnings from me. Even after spending 10 full days in the betting arena, Li Xian's fighting spirit remained undiminished. Especially against those cosmic-level opponents. Though their domain control and power techniques might fall short of his own, they relied on their overwhelming genetic primal energy. Coupled with the frenzied, greed-fueled atmosphere, Li Xian found immense satisfaction in these battles. He had initially entered the battles to make money, but now it was no longer about the cash. He fought purely for the thrill of combat and to push his own limits, testing where his true boundaries lay. It's Dugu Qiubai. Finally, I see him again. Last time, I bet on his win. That upset gave me my first taste of financial freedom. This time, I'm betting on him again. Fengling wasn't a seasoned gambler. She simply came to the betting arena to try her luck because she found her pocket money insufficient. Her luck had been terrible before. But in a moment of unexpected ruthlessness, she bet all her pocket money on Li Xian to win. That single bet multiplied her funds by 170 times, granting her financial freedom. This time, no matter what, she was betting on Dugutsubai to win. This kid must be some powerhouse's prodigy. That's why he's got a perfect win rate. But this is his first time challenging a Universe Tier 4 opponent. I'll play it safe and bet he loses. Spectators in the betting arena randomly observed each round of matches. They couldn't select specific combatants to watch. This prevented outsiders from colluding with bettors or combatants to stage fixed matches and fleece the unsuspecting. Kill. As the light screens of both combatants faded, the Peak Assassin's 5th tier wind domain materialized around him, filling the space with countless blue wind blades. Anyone entering his domain would be relentlessly harassed by the countless wind blades. Those with insufficient defense would be sliced to pieces by his domain. His domain was a pure, unadulterated offensive wind domain. Peak Assassin charged straight ahead at blinding speed, his wind domain trailing behind him. Come on then. Li Xian responded by unfurling his 8-tier light domain. Within it, the holy light blazed intensely, possessing the effect of holy light enhancement. Its primary effect was to amplify the power of its master within the domain while simultaneously suppressing the power of any enemy who dared to enter. Compared to the Peak Assassin's offensive wind domain, Li Xian's domain was more supportive in nature, specifically designed to aid its master. Chapter 43, The Supreme Secret Art of the Star-Shattering Circle, Wildfire. Boom! As the two domains collided, the countless wind blades within the wind domain were completely suppressed by Li Xian's light domain. The once ferocious wind blades instantly became as harmless as a gentle breeze. What? This light domain is this powerful? Feeling his own domain being utterly suppressed, even to the point where he himself was completely overwhelmed by the opposing domain, Peak Assassin was utterly flabbergasted. The Peak Assassin had no idea that Li Xian was deliberately weakening his own domain's effects. Otherwise, the Peak Assassin's 5-tier wind domain would likely have been crushed outright by Li Xian. Must kill him in one strike. As a martial artist, he was confident he could close the distance. Meteor Spear. In an instant, the Peak Assassin erupted with even greater speed. His spear swept toward his opponent like a wind dragon, momentarily countering the suppression of the light domain. You'll be the test subject for my latest breakthrough. With a flick of his thoughts, Li Xian instantly channeled the power of the light law from the virtual universe, merging all its energy into his star-shattering circle. The light law had reached the threshold of its origin, his greatest gain from 7 days of combat. Moreover, he had learned in battle to infuse the power of the laws into his domain, enabling him to unleash immense strength in an instant. This was the true secret behind his perfect win rate. Spark the wildfire. The 444 golden blades of the star-shattering circle dispersed, only to reassemble in a new configuration, forming a ring-shaped star-shattering circle once more. Propelled by the power of the light domain and the law of light, the star-extinguishing circle spun at an incredible speed. Its edges became razor-sharp, and the holy light blazed like flames. This was the power of the final layer of the star-extinguishing secret art, his second greatest gain from 7 days and nights of relentless combat. With psychic power amplified 75-fold and the star-shattering circle's ultimate technique boosting it 16-fold, his attack instantly reached 1,200 times its original power. As the star-shattering circle shot forth, its speed far surpassed even the fastest bursts of Peak Assassins. Even those who had already drawn their guns had to immediately retract them to block the incoming circle the moment they saw it approaching. Otherwise, before his gun could touch Li Xian, he himself would be obliterated into dust first. Put. But just as the peak assassin blocked the star-shattering ring with his spear, it suddenly split into two identical rings. Simultaneously, the two star-destroying circles shifted from vertical strikes to horizontal ones, precisely evading the spear positioned between them. How is this possible? He's grasped the threshold of the light law? The star-extinguishing circle's instantaneous transformation was too swift and unexpected. Moreover, this was a threshold of law that even he, a cosmic tier being, had failed to grasp, yet a stellar tier had achieved it. The peak assassin had no time to react. His head and torso were cleaved clean in two, ending his life instantly. Aha! I won! I won again! Dugachobai, I love you so much. Seeing his pocket money multiply 55-fold, Foamling nearly leapt with excitement on the spot. Many around him shot him envious glances. Damn it! That peak assassin actually lost? How infuriating! Compared to Foamling, most people had bet on Dugachobai to lose. At that moment, Li Xian paid no heed to the frenzy of the outside world, nor even to the extra cosmic coins in his account. He stood there quietly, his mind replaying the battle, analyzing his gains, identifying weaknesses, and mapping out improvements. After every battle, he would spend half an hour analyzing it, even if the fight had lasted only a single breath. It was precisely this habit that allowed him to improve his combat prowess with every battle, and it was also why he needed a full 10 days after fighting just over 500 matches. Had he fought relentlessly without pause, he could have completed over 500 battles in a single day, requiring none of those 10 days. Phew! 10 days gone, and I've earned roughly 25 trillion cosmic coins. That's 25 Han Yuan units. More than enough. Li Xian glanced at his Cosmic Star River bank account, which had automatically upgraded to 3 stars, and couldn't help but marvel. This betting battle was indeed a fast way to make money. Only someone like him, who could bet across a major tier and maintain a perfect win rate, could amass such a fortune in just 10 days while still at the stellar grade level. This fortune wasn't solely from battle rewards. He'd also placed bets on himself winning in every match where the odds weren't heavily stacked against him. Otherwise, with over 500 matches, he'd have earned at most 100 billion cosmic coins, never 25 trillion. It just goes to show, betting is where the real money is. Relying on tournament prize money to build up seed capital is far too slow. So many emails. Forget it, I won't bother with them. When he glanced at his inbox, he found numerous invitations from various factions. He ignored them all. His power was still on the rise, and he wasn't in a hurry to join any faction just yet. When he did join, the better his demonstrated talent, the better his treatment would be. Right now, he had the capital to play hardball. With that, he logged off. But after spending so long in the virtual universe and enduring countless battles, he collapsed into sleep the moment he exited the system. Just reached Stellar Tier 6? When he awoke and opened his eyes, he discovered his strength had precisely reached Stellar Tier 6, lifting his spirits considerably. That's quite a bit of energy consumed. Li Xian frowned as he examined the remaining energy within the Eternal Divine Furnace's core. The furnace now held only 80% of its previous energy reserves. At this rate, it would likely be depleted soon. We must accelerate energy collection. Fortunately, I made preparations earlier. Black Rhino, take these people back to the Milky Way. Gather resources and construct a medium-sized energy-generating pyramid. He promptly handed 10 spatial rings to his intelligent life assistant, Black Rhino. While his human avatar had been immersed in the virtual universe these past days, his mechanical clone had used his human identity to purchase vast quantities of materials for constructing spaceships. They had produced over 100 C-class starships, tens of thousands of C9-class intelligent lifeforms, and tens of millions of A9, B9, and C9 mechanical puppets. However, the materials for crafting those intelligent beings and mechanical puppets were all sourced from Mars: mystic iron, refined mystic iron, and mystic iron ore. The primary energy-producing pyramid formed by the 9 pyramids on Mars could only generate energy suitable for powering A class and B class starships. But Li Xian possessed the mechanical race's immortalized experiential memory. Not only did he have the methods for medium-grade energy production, but he even possessed the techniques for high-grade energy generation. Currently, his limited resources necessitated building an intermediate energy-generating pyramid as a temporary solution. Medium-grade energy could power C-class and D-class spacecraft, which was sufficient for his current needs. Before departing, he had already provided Heishi with the exploration routes mapped out by his mechanic clan avatars, ensuring no interference from spatial magic. Chapter 44, Slow Approval Process for Buying Earth? That's money not being handed over. Yes, Master. Black Rhino respectfully took the 10 spatial rings, which contained numerous spaceships and intelligent lifeforms. Seems I'll need to create more intelligent lifeforms and mechanical puppets to help gather resources across the galaxy and construct that energy-generating pyramid. As he envisioned the ever-increasing demand for eternal forge energy, he began refining his future plans in his mind. For instance, establishing a mechanical puppet manufacturing plant on Mars. Or guiding Earthlings into space, involving them in the governance of the galaxy. After all, the galaxy contained over 200,000 inhabited planets alone, with a total of more than 200 billion celestial bodies. Even if he created vast numbers of intelligent beings, he alone could never develop them all. Therefore, he needed the assistance of Earthlings. In this process, his role would be limited to energy production and collection. Other aspects required little of his attention. But all of this hinges on first acquiring Earth, then bringing the entire galaxy under his name. With this thought, Li Xian stepped out of his residence and made his way to the government building on Qiulong Star, seeking out the official in charge of planetary transactions. "Sir, what brings you here today?" The officials here, upon seeing Li Xian accompanied by his silver flowing guard and 10-star rank 9th-tier bodyguards, immediately became exceedingly respectful. "I wish to purchase an unclaimed planet. Here are its specifications. I will pay the highest price in Qianwu currency. How soon can you secure it for me?" Li Xian cut straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Sir, we must dispatch personnel to verify whether the planet's data matches what you've submitted along the specified route. Only then can the purchase approval process proceed." The official responded upon hearing Li Xian's words. "I can't wait that long. I'll give you 40 billion Qianwu coins. Can you get it done within a day? If not, I'll find someone else." Li Xian had no intention of waiting that long. While purchasing a planet theoretically required such extensive procedures, but those rules were meant for subordinates to follow. Those who set and managed the rules possessed the power to break them. Theoretically, an unclaimed planet like Earth required the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to send personnel to verify various details before purchase. Yet, as long as Li Xian provided precise cosmic coordinates and location, coupled with sufficient funds, a single word from the management would suffice. Regardless of whether the information Li Xian provided was true or false, or whether that Earth even existed, they could sell Earth to him. Even if Earth were fake, they could make it real for you. Li Xian understood this unspoken rule perfectly, which is precisely why he went straight for the money. "Sir, I can do it. I absolutely can. No one else is needed. I alone can handle this for you." The official was overcome with excitement upon hearing Li Xian's words. 40 billion Qianwu coins equaled 4 trillion Black Dragon coins. If he succeeded, he'd still have 1 trillion Black Dragon coins left, and crucially, those were Qianwu coins, far more valuable than Black Dragon coins. Even after deducting expenses for smoothing relations, he'd still have at least 500 million Qianwu coins left, enough to achieve financial freedom. "I'll give you 20 billion Qianwu coins up front to handle this. I'll wait here for your report. I trust you won't be foolish enough to run off with my money." Li Xian didn't care about this sum of money and immediately transferred it to the official before him. "Rest assured, Lord Li Xian. I'm not that foolish." Officials here all possessed keen insight, otherwise, they wouldn't have risen to such positions. The matter proceeded smoothly. Within half a day, Earth transformed from an unclaimed indigenous planet into a planet nominally ruled by Li Xian. This efficiency? It was bought with hard-earned Qianwu currency. "Mr. Li Xian, what a surprise to see you here. What a coincidence." As Helen, proprietor of the Curiosity Shop, passed by the Black Dragon Empire's administrative building, she spotted Li Xian emerging from the structure and greeted him warmly. "Miss Helen, have you broken through to the cosmic realm?" Li Xian looked at Helen before him with some surprise. The last time he had seen her, she was only at the 9th stage of the stellar realm. "That's all thanks to Mr. Li Xian's support. Without you, I wouldn't have gathered the resources for my breakthrough so quickly." Over the past month, Li Xian had sold numerous mechanical puppets to the Curiosity Shop and purchased a great deal of materials from it as well, with Helen handling all the transactions. As the shop owner, Helen earned substantial commissions from these transactions. Combined with her prior savings, this allowed her to acquire the resources needed for a breakthrough to the cosmic realm. Otherwise, it would have taken her at least 1,000 years to achieve this breakthrough. "Helen, you know Mr. Li Xian?" Blockshin beside Helen asked in surprise. "I've conducted numerous transactions with Mr. Li Xian before. By the way, Mr. Li Xian, this is Her Highness Blockshin, the third princess of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire." Helen introduced. "Hello." Li Xian greeted politely. Before him stood a figure with fiery silver-red hair flowing freely, clad in dark gold form-fitting armor that perfectly accentuated her golden proportion figure. Her beauty could be described as breathtakingly stunning. "Mr. Li Xian, I witnessed your prowess in the dueling arena of Black Dragon Island's killing grounds. Our Black Dragon Mountain Empire has extended an invitation for you to join us. Given your extraordinary talent, the treatment we offer would far surpass that afforded to many imperial princes and princesses. Indeed, our sovereign might even personally take you as a disciple. Might you consider this?" Blokin gazed at Li Xian before her face lighting up with delight. With just one glance, she recognized him as the prodigy her Black Dragon Mountain Empire had long sought to recruit. But as far as she knew, he had never responded to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's invitation. Now that she had him right in front of her, she wasn't about to let this rare opportunity slip away. Helen beside her stared at Li Xin in utter astonishment. She knew that for the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to offer such preferential treatment to recruit someone, it meant Li Xin must be an absolutely peerless genius. Otherwise, the ruler of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a lofty immortal tier powerhouse, would never entertain the notion of taking him as a disciple. "I'm afraid I can't accept," Li Xin replied politely. "Both the Giant Axe Arena and the Virtual Universe Corporation have extended invitations to me. I haven't yet decided whether to join the Giant Axe Arena or the Virtual Universe Corporation." Li Xin politely declined the offer. He held little regard for the Black Dragon Empire's resources. Even its immortal tier powerhouse, Black Dragon, was merely an extraordinary immortal tier powerhouse. Thus, he used the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Giant Axe Arena as excuses to politely decline. That is truly unfortunate. However, though Mr. Li Xin cannot join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, we still wish to collaborate with him. Here is my Virtual Universe ID. Should you ever need anything in the Empire, you may contact me anytime. Upon hearing that even the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Giant Axe Arena had extended invitations, Princess Bloxen knew the Black Dragon Empire stood no chance. Compared to those two colossal entities, the Black Dragon Empire was too insignificant. Anyone would know which path to choose. All right. Here's my Virtual Universe ID. Until next time. Li Xin nodded and departed without further conversation. Bloxen, is Mr. Li Xin truly that gifted? To make even an immortal tier powerhouse consider taking him as a disciple? After Li Xin departed, Helen asked curiously. Of course not. How could I ever deceive you? But unfortunately, our Black Dragon Mountain Empire discovered him too late. Faced with invitations from the Virtual Universe Corporation and the Giant Axe Arena, he could not join our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Bloken sighed. Unaware of Helen and Broshin's situation, Li Xin departed the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building and headed straight for the Cosmic Galaxy Bank Tower. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? As soon as Li Xin entered the Cosmic Galaxy Bank building, a curvaceous young woman with cat ears on her head and a cat tail at her back came trotting over enthusiastically. I'd like to use the intelligence service within the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Please help me apply for it. Li Xin directly presented his 3-star user account. Sir, I don't have the authority to process this request. I'll need to report this to our bank president. The cat-eared girl checked the account and, upon discovering it was a 3-star account, immediately said nervously. She had only just started working at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, and never imagined she'd encounter the legendary 3-star account on her very first day. Chapter 45, My Heart is Iron, Unbreakable. Esteemed 3-star user, may I assist you with your smart service application? A slightly overweight man dressed in a dark green uniform, his skin tinged with a faint purplish-red hue, approached. He was the branch manager of this Galaxy Bank. Upon hearing a 3-star user had arrived, he immediately rushed over, his tone extremely respectful. After all, becoming a 3-star user meant possessing at least 10 trillion cosmic coins. As the branch manager, he hadn't seen a 3-star user in nearly 10,000 years. Now that one had arrived, if he served them well, his commission would be substantial. Can I apply? He understood the Galaxy Bank system well. While the intelligence service was expensive, its speed and convenience made it worthwhile, and only 3-star users and above could apply for it. Absolutely no problem. Please follow me. Li Xin followed the chubby young man into a luxurious private room. The young man then exited and closed the door behind him. Cosmic Galaxy Bank Intelligence Service activated. This private room is shielded from all external detection. No outsider can discern any activity occurring within. Esteemed 3-star user, what service may I provide? A golden robot approached Li Xin and inquired. Controlled by the Cosmic Galaxy Bank's core system, this robot ensured maximum client privacy. I wish to purchase a Phantom God weapon. Within the Galaxy Bank, one could directly purchase any item owned by the bank itself provided they possess sufficient authorization and funds. Additionally, a 1% service fee was required for every purchase. Many people find the service fee too costly and instead purchase items at auction houses or other venues. But Li Xin disliked hassle, so he came directly to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank for the convenience and speed. Phantom Divine Weapon, a divine weapon wielded by a master of mental energy, forged through the fusion of the arcane arts of light laws and time laws. It contains 10,081 golden blades. Price, 3.8 trillion cosmic coins. Sold. The star-destroying ring could no longer keep pace with his growing strength. Upgrading his weapon was imperative, and the Phantom Divine Weapon, a divine artifact forging the laws of light and time, was naturally the most suitable choice for him. Miniature World Ring, a complete world exists within this ring. Price, 1.5 trillion cosmic coins. 1 world ring for my human avatar, 1 for my mechanical ship avatar. 2 should suffice for now. Each is roughly 20 times the size of Earth, more than enough. Bloodline Evolution Agent, SS-grade. Enhances one's bloodline to rival the second-tier human bloodline. Upon maturity, it reaches cosmic level strength. Price, 10 trillion cosmic coins. The S-grade bloodline evolution agent provided by Virtual Universe Corporation is merely a stellar-grade evolution agent, hence its low price. As expected, the Virtual Universe Corporation's claims about sales prohibitions are all lies. Their prohibitions only apply to those lacking sufficient privileges. Once one's privileges and status rise, these so-called prohibitions become items freely tradable within one's authorized scope. Now even 3-star users can purchase SS-grade bloodline enhancers. Who knows? By the time we reach 4 stars, we might even be able to buy SSS-grade ones. It's so expensive. I'll buy one for myself first. When I have more money later, I'll buy some for my parents and others. Galactic Defense System covers the entire galaxy, detecting any suspicious individuals or spacecraft upon entry. Purple light dew, administered to individuals with low-tier bloodlines below apprentice level, elevating them to apprentice level with no side effects. Next, Li Xin purchased numerous other items beneficial to Earthlings. Since these were all affordable to him and conveniently available here, he bought them all at once. Alright, I'm done shopping. When can you deliver these items? After completing his purchase, Li Xin checked his account balance. His original 25 trillion cosmic coins had dwindled to 8 trillion, yet he felt no regret whatsoever. Instead, he considered it an excellent value. All items will arrive at your specified address within 3 days at most. The robot replied. Let's wrap up the transaction. In high spirits, Li Xin stepped out of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. 3 days later, Li Xin indeed received the items he had purchased at his residence. Having the world ring is truly convenient, you can just put anything inside it. The Illusion God Weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons mastered by psionic masters engraved with the secret patterns of the laws of light and time. Not only does it aid the user in comprehending the laws of light and time, but it also maximizes the user's ability to manifest their understanding of these laws. Upon receiving the items, Li Xin immediately retrieved the Phantom Divine Weapon and began infusing it with his psychic energy. Only after his psychic energy had fully nurtured it could the Divine Illusion Weapon recognize its master and unleash its full power. An SS-grade bloodline evolution agent, let's see how effective it is. Li Xin held the slender syringe in his hand. The crystalline red liquid inside possessed an unparalleled beauty, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. Following the instructions, Li Xin injected the entire contents of the syringe into his body via intravenous infusion. As the bloodline evolution agent was fully injected, the liquid behaved like rabid cancer cells, voraciously devouring every cell within his body. Li Xin's human cells were treated as nothing but trash by these invading cells. They voraciously devoured the inferior cells, completely transforming them into the noble SS-grade genetic cells. Gah! Though the agony was excruciating, Li Xin had endured 3 previous ordeals of pain intense enough to shatter a normal person's soul. His mental fortitude had been tempered through such trials, and this level of suffering was no longer enough to make him cry out. My heart is iron, unbreakable. Li Xin stood there, fists clenched, teeth gritted, enduring the brutal transformation of his bloodline. Throughout the process, not a single groan escaped his lips despite the excruciating agony. The 100 Refinements Divine Forging Technique. His will was now as hard as iron. Each wave of excruciating pain was merely another forge, tempering his iron will into steel even harder. After discussing methods for elevating one's state of mind with Lei Shen and Hong, he discovered each possessed their own unique approach. The Thunder God's childlike heart, Hong's currently explored boundless heart, though these were their proposed classifications of mental states, each possessed corresponding cultivation methods. These methods suited only themselves, for they were distilled from their own personal explorations. Through his discussions with them, combined with his deep study of the classics of the 100 schools of thought and the sages of old, Li Xin had also begun to formulate his own method for cultivating his state of mind. His approach was to transform each wave of suffering into a hammer forging his will. Every pain he endured would make his resolve more unbreakable. Chapter 46, The Opportunity Bestowed by Hong and the Thunder God. Please continue reading. Phew. This willpower training method I've pioneered based on my own ideas still has many shortcomings. I need to keep refining it. Hours later, Li Xin's body was drenched in sweat, every muscle trembling, yet his gaze shone with unprecedented clarity. His willpower had genuinely strengthened, though the improvement was slight. It was a promising sign. This confirmed the effectiveness of his self-developed 100 Refinements Divine Forging method. No wonder it's an SS-grade bloodline evolution agent, it's greatly enhanced my grasp of the laws. Before, Li Xin's grasp of the law of light was like sitting in the back row of a classroom, wearing 300 degrees of myopia, trying to see the law of light displayed on the blackboard. He could only make out its vague outline. Even with his formidable innate talent for enlightenment, most of his energy during each light law comprehension session was spent reconstructing those blurry, indistinct principles. Only after reconstructing them could he begin to grasp the profound mysteries of the law of light. Now, after infusing the SS-grade bloodline evolution agent, it was as if his vision had been corrected to normal levels, allowing him to clearly see the principles of light on the blackboard. This would greatly enhance his efficiency in comprehending the laws of light. Stellar's 7th tier. After altering his bloodline, Li Xin felt an intense hunger. He activated the Eternal Divine Furnace to absorb energy, and within a mere hour, his strength advanced another tier. Domain level 9. While absorbing energy, he attempted to comprehend the 9th layer of the light domain. Unexpectedly, after only a few hours of focused effort, a sudden flash of insight allowed him to grasp it completely. Bloodline is like innate talent. Something that can directly enhance human potential is incredibly valuable. The main ingredients for bloodline evolution agents are simply too costly. Otherwise, the Virtual Universe Corporation wouldn't have classified them as restricted items. The materials for bloodline evolution agents must be limited in supply, hence the restrictions on their circulation. Ha! A call from Hong? Just as Li Xin was about to enter the Virtual Universe's killing field for training, capitalizing on his altered bloodline and enhanced talents, he received a call request from Hong. Brother, Lei Shen and I discovered a treasure trove, but it might harbor unknown dangers. Hong stated earnestly after the call connected. What treasure? Tell me more. At this, Li Xin grew serious. Here's the thing, Thunder God and I were heading to different empires to register our identities, right? Just now, as we flew over a certain area, it was completely empty before. But suddenly, a fragment of the world appeared. It was shrouded in terrifying holy light. I sent mechanical puppets to investigate. Planetary class and cosmic class puppets couldn't enter, only stellar class ones could. But the mechanical puppet was swiftly destroyed upon entry. According to the intelligence it transmitted back, it's a world teeming with all manner of monstrous creatures, and only stellar grade units can access it. I've investigated. This appears to be a newly formed world. We discovered it but couldn't enter, nor did we dare approach. Hong relayed the details meticulously to Li Xin. Generally, if an unclaimed world is discovered externally and one lacks the capability to explore it, it can be reported to the Virtual Universe Corporation. The Virtual Universe Corporation would then grant the discoverer a generous reward based on the world's tier and its inherent value. Had Hong and Lei Shen reported it, the resources they would have received would have been astronomical for their current stage, easily allowing them to cultivate safely all the way to the cosmic tier. Yet Hong and Lei Shen chose not to do so. Instead, they immediately shared the news with Li Xin, a clear testament to their trust in him. Send me the coordinates. And you're right to stay away. If others discover it, they might eliminate you to keep it secret. Now, you two get out of there immediately. Stay far away. I'll go see if I can snag some goodies inside. Upon hearing this, Li Xin immediately departed from Cholong Star. He stored his numerous servants and intelligent beings into his world ring, then boarded a mechanical clan starship clone and sped toward the location at maximum speed. Big brother, stay safe. Thunder God reminded him. Don't worry. We can contact each other in the virtual universe. If I can't explore that world, I'll let you know, and you must report the news to the Virtual Universe Corporation immediately. Li Xin understood that Hong and Thunder God were offering him a tremendous opportunity. Had they not trusted him implicitly, they would never have revealed such an immense opportunity. Oh, and Big Brother, the owner of Black Dragon Island in the Tranquility Chamber, a domain lord-level powerhouse and an external steward of the Virtual Universe Corporation, wishes to invite you to join the company. Thunder God recalled Ming Yu's earlier invitation to Li Xin. That minor matter can wait. Right now, the unknown world you mentioned is the top priority. I need to explore it thoroughly before anyone else discovers it. Li Xin understood the immense value of an unknown world at its most modest. It could be like the Thunder World from the original story at its greatest. It could hold the entire fortune of a peak realm lord. Big Brother is truly Big Brother. Even facing an invitation from the Virtual Universe Corporation, he remains so calm and composed. Yeah, with Big Brother's talent, the 5 major human factions are all scrambling to recruit him. There's really no need to rush over and join them. You're absolutely right, second brother. Back home in China, we'd call that holding out for the best offer. Are you sure that's not just jacking up the price? Hearing Li Xion's somewhat self-aggrandizing words, Han and Lei Shen immediately started teasing him. Alright, wait for my news. If things go smoothly, I'll bring you a gift back. If not, well, that's another story. With that, Li Xion ended the call. After boarding the Mechanic Clan split-type spacecraft, Li Xion immediately set off at full speed. The mechanical race's starship had now completely transformed its appearance, taking the shape of a colossal 1,500-meter-long greatsword, perfectly camouflaged with E-grade alloy. From the outside, it bore no resemblance to a mechanic race ship. Unless examined closely, others would likely mistake it for nothing more than a D-class vessel. We're here. Traveling at full speed, Li Xion reached the location indicated by Lei Shen and the others in just one day. The light element laws inside are incredibly potent. The previous ruler of this world must have possessed profound mastery over them. A corner of the world had already been completely exposed. Even from this distance, he could clearly sense the power of the light laws emanating from within. Moreover, the world continued to emerge from the spatial interlayer. It wouldn't be long before it fully manifested. When that moment came, the terrifying commotion it would cause would be impossible to conceal from the surrounding powerful beings. Chapter 47, The Unknown World. Just as Hong and the Thunder God said only stellar tier beings are permitted to enter. Li Xian tested it with both his intelligent lifeform robot and a slave only stellar tier beings could enter, while all others were repelled. Even when he attempted to send his mechanical clone inside, or had a star-level slave enter wearing the world ring, whether the ring contained his mechanical clone or a universe-level mechanical puppet, neither could gain access. The central brain resides on the hidden Nirvana continent within the Milky Way. Even if I perish, it would only be the death of my physical form. I could be reborn from the central brain. This assurance of rebirth was precisely what gave Li Xian the confidence to venture alone into the unknown. Had rebirth not been possible, Li Xian, currently in the ascendant phase of his power, would never have risked venturing into this uncharted realm. Black Rhino, you stay inside the ship. Lemon, you lead all the 9th-rank stellar clan members with me inside. With that, Li Xian removed all his valuable possessions, entering the continent clad only in a Tier 2 force armor, wielding the star-shattering ring, and accompanied by several B8-grade mechanical puppets. Yes, Master. Lemon led his 9 clan members to scout ahead for Li Xian, entering first into the world bathed in sacred light. Master, there are countless vicious creatures inside. I cannot identify these monsters. 60% are planetary level, 40% are stellar level, and the moment they see us, they charge madly to attack. After entering, Limo reported the situation to Li Xian via virtual cosmic communication, exactly matching the earlier findings from the mechanical puppets. Your only job is to stay alive. Wait for me to enter. After confirming the danger was within his capabilities, Li Xian hesitated no longer and plunged directly into this unknown world. The moment he entered, Li Xian sensed an exceptionally potent concentration of the law of light. Here, comprehending this law proved at least 20% more effective than outside. A sun-like entity in the sky illuminated the entire world, but Li Xian knew it wasn't the sun, it was an artificial sun created using the law of light. Roar! Before Li Xian could fully explore the mysteries of this world, a series of roars shattered his thoughts. A horde of ferocious beasts charged toward him. No, these didn't resemble ordinary beasts. Their bodies radiated a faint golden glow, covered entirely in golden scales. Their forms resembled the ancient Chinese qilin, yet their limbs bore the claws of dragons. 2 sharp horns protruded from their foreheads, with another horn at the tip of their snouts. They possessed no tails, but instead bore a pair of golden fleshy wings. Planetary-class specimens stood around 100 meters tall, while stellar-class ones reached approximately 500 meters. Sacred tri-horned beasts. They're naturally gifted with affinity for the law of light. They should be relatively docile by nature. Why are they so violent now? Though puzzled, the star-destroying circle behind Li Xian had already fully dispersed. Star dusting. 444 golden blades scattered like celestial petals, only to rapidly converge the next instant. They coalesced into a 100-meter-wide colossal cage, trapping Li Xian within its center. Put. Any sacred lynx tribeasts that dared to approach were instantly pierced through the skull by the golden blades, killed outright. Scan. Simultaneously, Li Xian activated the scanner he'd salvaged from the mechanical race's starship, analyzing every detail within 100,000 meters. Holy crap! But what he didn't know until he scanned it sent a chill down his spine. Within that radius, the holy unicorn trident beasts reigned supreme, their numbers approaching 100,000. Among them were 4 cosmic tier 4, 5 cosmic tier 5, and 6 cosmic tier 6 specimens. The rest were stellar tier and planetary tier sacred unicorn trident beasts. Most crucially, this was merely the count within 100,000 meters. Beyond that radius lay the positions and numbers of even more sacred lynx trident beasts. Everyone, enter my world ring. After scanning the surroundings, Li Xian immediately rushed to where Limo and the others were and absorbed them into his world ring. Against such overwhelming numbers of sacred lynx trident beasts, Limo and his 10 companions were utterly useless. Roar! Perhaps provoked by Li Xian's arrogance, nearly 100,000 sacred lynx trident beasts surged toward him. Li Xian was now completely surrounded by the sacred unicorn trihorns. With no escape possible, he had no choice but to fight. Bring it on! I haven't had a proper bloodbath in ages. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian felt no fear, only surging battle fervor. Light domain. The moment the light domain manifested, its overwhelming pressure instantly crushed down upon the multitude of sacred lynx trident beasts. This terrifying force made it incredibly difficult for even the planetary-level sacred lynx trident beasts to flap their wings, let alone fly against the light domain. Thus, with just one move, all the planetary-level sacred lynx trident beasts plummeted from the sky. Only the stellar-grade sacred lynx trident beasts could continue charging toward Li Xian under the light domain's pressure. Yet their speed was less than a tenth of their original pace, appearing as slow as snails in Li Xian's eyes. Spark the wildfire. 444 golden blades formed 44 starlight rings. Empowered by the light domain and the laws of light, they transformed into 44 streaks of light, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the stellar-grade sacred lynx trident beasts within the domain. Whether they were Stellar Tier 1 or Stellar Tier 9, the scales of these sacred lynx tribeasts offered no defense against the star-shattering circles. Any that came into contact with them met instant death. Roar! The sacred unicorn tribeasts showed no trace of fear in their eyes. No matter how fiercely Li Xin slaughtered, it couldn't deter their resolve to charge toward him. However, the sacred unicorn beasts weren't entirely without reason. They knew how to dodge and how to use energy attacks against Li Xin. Yet within Li Xin's domain, the sacred unicorn trident beasts could inflict no harm upon him. Their speed was suppressed by the light barrier, leaving them utterly unable to evade the star-shattering circle's deadly harvest. Come on, come on! Li Xin's fighting spirit surged as he slaughtered the sacred lynx trident beasts while simultaneously deepening his understanding of his own domain. This world was truly favorable to the law of light. Having just used the SS-grade bloodline evolution agent, his aptitude had greatly surpassed his previous level. This allowed insights into the light domain to constantly surge through his mind during battle, making his domain grow ever stronger. Light domain. Under the pressure of this terrifying battle, his light domain underwent a transformation, its power reaching new heights. The sacred unicorn tribeasts entering his light domain had their flight speed forcibly suppressed to 1/20th of their original speed. To Li Xin, this pace was as slow as a turtle's crawl, posing no threat whatsoever. Chapter 48, Above the Wildfire, 100 Blades of the Wildfire. Roar! Li Xin's slaughter of the sacred lynx tribeasts was so swift it enraged the surrounding cosmic-level sacred lynx tribeasts. 15 cosmic-level sacred lynx tribeasts immediately flew over. You go and eliminate these sacred unicorn trident beasts, but do not stray beyond the boundaries of my light domain. Li Xin halted his slaughter of the stellar-grade sacred unicorn trident beasts. Instead, he released Lemon and the others he had stored in his world ring, along with over 100 mechanical puppets, commanding them to eliminate the stellar-grade beasts. With the suppression of his light domain, even a massive horde of sacred lynx trident beasts posed no threat to Lemon and his companions. Boom! 15 cosmic tier sacred lynx trident beasts entered Li Xin's domain and instinctively activated their own light domains to counter his. In this world saturated with holy light, the power of their domain seemed to gain favor from the world itself, amplifying their might. Let's fight! Seeing the 15 cosmic tier sacred lynx trident beasts enter his light domain, Li Xin charged forward without hesitation, even though his own domain couldn't suppress them. What a unique light domain! Such a domain would be immensely beneficial for comprehending the laws of light. To Li Xin, the sacred lynx tribeast's light domain appeared like a priceless treasure. He grasped the essence of the light domain and the laws of light. Moreover, their mastery of the light laws and domain application far surpassed his own, making him regard these sacred lynx trident beasts as if they were rare treasures. Roar! The cosmic-level sacred lynx trident beasts were so massive that they could only attack Li Xin one at a time, creating openings for him. Harnessing the enhanced power within the light domain, Li Xin weaved between the sacred unicorn triangles, ensuring that even if they possessed the strength, they couldn't land a blow on him. So that's it. The secret to how their light domain power integrates with the law of light lies here. This understanding of the law of light isn't their own, it's the law of light preserved within this holy light world. Through relentless combat, Li Xin finally grasped the true nature of the sacred lynx tribeast's domain. He began to emulate the sacred lynx tribeast's method, weaving his own insights into the law of light into his domain. The process of integration was fraught with obstacles, but with a reference point, it became much smoother. A sudden flash of insight brought Li Xin success. His light domain, now infused with the understanding of the law of light, surged to a new level of power. Even against the cosmic-level sacred lynx trident beasts, it could still suppress 20% of their speed. Whoosh! Perhaps growing increasingly impatient, the holy lynx tribeast's fleshy wings were now enveloped in holy light. In an instant, their flight speed surged fivefold, their wings now resembling colossal blades as they slashed toward their target. Let you taste my newly mastered ultimate technique. As he spoke, the 444 golden blades of the star annihilation circle coalesced into hundreds of overlapping golden slashes. Blazing 100 slashes. The original star extinction technique could no longer fully manifest Li Xin's profound understanding of domains and laws. Thus, drawing inspiration from the spark ignites the wilderness technique, he forged the present, blazing wilderness 100 slashes. The scorching 100 slashes erupted like a blinding beam of light piercing the darkness, overwhelming the oncoming slash of the sacred lynx tribeast with unmatched ferocity. Rip! Even the vanguard sacred lynx trident beast, a cosmic 6th tier creature, had its body cleaved cleanly in two from head to tail. Roar! The remaining cosmic tier sacred lynx trident beasts paid no heed to their fallen comrade. Seizing the opening in Li Xin's attack, their entire bodies lunged like sharp blades toward his diminutive form. Within this domain, I am invincible. Facing the onslaught of these cosmic tier sacred lynx trident beasts, Li Xin smiled faintly. He neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the beasts to collide with his body. Boom! However, the moment the sacred Link's trident beasts collided with Li Xian's form, his body burst apart like a bubble. The Li Xian they had been facing had vanished from his original position. That figure was merely a decoy he had created using the warping properties of his light domain to deceive his enemies. Scorching 100 slashes. Li Xian's true form appeared above the swarm of sacred Link's tri-beasts, unleashing his ultimate technique once more. This time, after tens of thousands of simulations in his mind, the burning prairie 100 slashes proved more powerful than before, unleashed with greater fluidity. The cosmic tier sacred Link's trihorns that charged into his domain were like lambs led to the slaughter, serving as the perfect test subjects for Li Xian to hone his ultimate technique. Master is terrifying. Facing the encirclement of numerous cosmic tier 6 beasts while only at stellar tier 7, he still manages to turn the tables and slaughter them with overwhelming force. Lemon and the others weren't under much pressure at the moment, which allowed them to focus their attention on Li Xian's battle. What they witnessed stunned them beyond belief. They had never seen such terrifying cross-tier slaughter, and their master even had enough energy left to maintain the light barrier, shielding them from the battle's aftermath. Even if the master grants me freedom 100 years from now, I will never leave his side. Witnessing Li Xian's extraordinary talent, Limo and the others weren't fools. They understood that by staying loyal to their master, their chances of reclaiming their ancestral planet were far greater than if they attempted to seize it back on their own. Deep within the Holy Light Divine Kingdom, a golden palace, resplendent and radiant with holy light, stood here, guarded by numerous cosmic-level and domain-level holy unicorn tri-beasts. These sacred Link's tri-beasts differed from those that had besieged Li Xian. Their eyes held clarity and absolute rationality, utterly incomparable to the mindless, savage beasts that had attacked him. Within the palace, a maiden resembling a human angel stood clad in magnificent armor, flawless angelic wings unfurled behind her. Her beautiful eyes were fixed upon a light screen before her, vividly displaying the scene of Li Xian's battle. Finally, another prodigy has arrived, and this one is far more powerful than any we've seen before. Abaddon, go and bring him here. Her voice was clear and melodious, like heavenly music. Yes, Lady Kesa. Abaddon, the 9th-ranked domain lord in Sacred Link's tri-beast, heard Kesa's voice and immediately flew toward Li Xian. May he pass the master's trial. Otherwise, when the divine realm fully emerges, it will be the moment of its collapse. Should any powerful outsiders discover it, then, the entire shattered divine realm could be plundered outright. To them, the master's legacy would be utterly worthless. Kaisa's eyes held both worry and anticipation. Her master had been a formidable immortal tier marquis, yet met an unexpected demise. Following his demise, the divine realm began steadily crumbling. Were it not for this palace, a remnant of his power stabilizing a corner of the realm, the shattered divine realm would have collapsed long ago. Now, forced out of the spatial interlayer, the realm was nearing complete collapse. As her master's artificial intelligence, her sole purpose was to find a suitable successor, one who could avenge her master's death. That was her mission now. In the past, she had employed various methods to draw individuals into the divine realm for testing, yet without exception, she had failed to find a suitable candidate. Until now, with Li Xian's arrival, she saw hope. This person's innate talent far surpassed even her master's at the stellar rank level, meeting the qualifications required of an heir. Phew, finally killed them all. What kind of place is this, with so many sacred Link's triangular beasts? After slaying every cosmic tier sacred Link's tri-beast, Li Xian wiped imaginary sweat from his brow and immediately set out to investigate this world's mysteries. What? Domain Lord tier. But before Li Xian could act, an immensely powerful sacred Link's tri-beast burst into his domain. Standing over 5,000 meters tall, the terrifying force of its shockwave shattered his light domain into oblivion. Whereas Li Xian relied on his grasp of cosmic laws to forge his domain and enhance his power, this sacred unicorn tri-beast channeled countless colossal forces into its very being. It shattered Li Xian's domain with the most direct, purest might imaginable. No matter how profound his grasp of the laws, he simply couldn't match a domain master level being with his mere 7th stage stellar power. It's over. At this moment, Li Xian felt his journey through this world had ended. Had he been able to bring his mechanic clan ship avatar into this realm, he wouldn't have feared this domain master 9th tier sacred Link's trident beast. But unfortunately, his mechanic clan avatar was not by his side. Chapter 49, Angel Kesa? An immortal tier trial. Human, you have passed Lady Kaisha's trial. You are qualified to inherit the Holy Light Divine Kingdom. Follow me. Just as Li Xian was about to transmit this information to Hong and Leishan through the virtual universe, an unexpected twist presented him with an opportunity. The domain lord level sacred Link's tri-beast before him did not kill him on the spot, but instead intended to take him away. Fine, I'll come with you. Immediately after, Li Xian stored Limo and the others into his world ring. Before Li Xian could say anything, a Beto grabbed him by the arm with its claw and forcibly dragged him away. Whoa, so many cosmic level and domain lord level sacred unicorn trident beasts. Thank goodness someone's guiding me. I'd definitely die if I came here alone. Li Xian couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the numerous sacred unicorn trident beasts ahead. Could this be the domain of its master? Based on the sacred lynx tribeast's earlier words, Li Xian deduced this world had an owner who was currently selecting an heir. After Abeto brought Li Xian into the palace, he departed immediately, leaving Li Xian alone. Human, hello. I am the intelligent life form overseeing this place. My name is Kesa. As soon as Li Xian arrived, Kesa's virtual form materialized before him. Li Xian looked up to see a gracefully poised young woman before him. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her large, bright eyes sparkling with intelligence. Clad in armor, she radiated a commanding presence of beauty that rivaled any man. Her legs were long, fair, and snow-white, tempting one to touch them. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth rivaled any extraordinary beauty. She was the most beautiful woman Li Xian had ever seen. She seemed to embody every word of praise in the world. Such a woman should only exist in heaven. How could she have descended to the mortal realm? Hello, Kaisa. My name is Li Xian. May I ask why you brought me here? Though Kaisha's beauty aligned perfectly with Chinese aesthetics, Li Xian knew she was merely an artificial intelligence. He did not let this cloud his judgment. Once you pass the trial set by my master, I shall reveal everything you seek to know. Should you fail the trial, it signifies death. Thus, knowing would be of no use. Li Xian, I hope you will give your utmost effort to pass my master's trial. Kaisa offered no further explanation. After uttering just those words, she vanished without a trace. The once empty hall instantly sealed shut around him, transforming into a hermetically sealed prison. Li Xian surveyed his surroundings. The walls were forged from E9-grade alloy, a material so resilient that even a 9th-tier realm lord would struggle to breach it. With his current strength, escaping through the walls was utterly impossible. And even if he did escape, what then? Countless cosmic-level and domain-level sacred lynx tribeasts guarded the outside. Escape was utterly impossible. Immediately before Li Xian appeared 10 tiers of stairs and a tome of arcane secrets. Master the secrets within 3 months and reach the 10th step to pass the trial. At that moment, Kaisa's voice echoed in Li Xian's ears. The soul-destroying rainbow bell, a soul-based secret technique combining offense and defense, with 7 tiers. The first tier is accessible at the stellar realm level. Cultivated to its highest tier, it can even rival high-ranking immortal kings. After reading the introduction to this secret technique, Li Xian couldn't help but gasp. Holy crap, this was a soul-type secret technique, exactly what he lacked. The inheritance he had previously received from the mechanical immortal race contained no soul-type secret techniques. Too bad only the first layer's content is available. After flipping through the entire manual, Li Xian felt a pang of regret. This is an illusion and mental pressure. Instead of immediately studying the secret technique, Li Xian ascended the first step of the 10-tiered staircase. The moment he stepped up, he felt a soul consciousness pressure of the first cosmic tier envelop him, accompanied by demonic sounds attempting to pull him into an illusion. This level of soul pressure and illusions won't affect me. Li Xian shook his head slightly and continued ascending to the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th steps. Just as I expected. The first tier is Cosmic Tier 1, the 5th tier is Cosmic Tier 5, and the 10th tier should be Domain Lord Tier 1 soul consciousness pressure and its corresponding illusionary power. Even upon reaching the 5th level, Li Xian could still endure it thanks to his accumulated strength. This trial likely intended for him to master the secret technique of the 7-colored soul-destroying bell before attempting these tiers. Once he mastered the basics of the 7-colored soul-destroying bell, he could form a soul-cleansing bell within his spirit to guard his soul's will. This would significantly reduce external influences on his soul and better assist him in reaching the 10th level. I'll see if I can reach the 10th level without learning the 7-colored soul-destroying bell. Perhaps most others would follow the tester's intended path. But Li Xian was no ordinary man. He had confidence in his own will and state of mind. He intended to reach the 10th level relying solely on his own resolve. This is perfect timing to refine my 100 refinements divine forging technique. Relying solely on pain to temper my will has been too monotonous. Now I can experiment with incorporating illusions. Thus, Li Xian settled into a cross-legged position on the 5th staircase. He harnessed the soul-pressing aura and illusions emanating from the steps to temper his will and spirit, simultaneously refining his self-created 100 refinements divine forging method. What on earth is this human doing? He dared to attempt the staircase without cultivating the 7-colored soul-destroying bell, and now that he's met difficulty, he still refuses to cultivate it. Could his soul-related talent be that poor? But that doesn't make sense either. If his soul cultivation talent were truly that poor, he wouldn't have reached the 5th tier so effortlessly. Li Xian showed no urgency in ascending the staircase or cultivating the 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell, but Kesa, observing from the sidelines, was growing impatient. She had finally found such a powerful genius, intending for him to inherit her master's legacy. The second path of mental cultivation, the childlike heart, emphasizes the integration of yin and yang, the balance of hardness and softness. It means that after tempering one's will to be as hard as iron, unbreakable, and finding that one can no longer make it harder, one chooses to shift direction and seek a balance of hardness and softness. In the original story, Luo Feng pursued the first path, the ultimate in unyielding strength, pushing the first stage of the mind realm to its absolute limit. The 100 Refinements Divine Forging method I created carries this essence, transforming the world's pains, sorrows, despair, and all 7 emotions and 6 desires into flames that temper my will, forging an indestructible resolve. Li Xin was immersed in the illusory realm, yet the Eternal Divine Brain was meticulously refining and perfecting the 100 Refinements Divine Forging method based on his own insights. He sat in the 5th layer for an entire day before ascending to the 6th layer, where he remained seated for 5 more days. After 5 days passed, he ascended to the 7th layer. After 6 days on the 7th layer, he ascended to the 8th. Unsurprisingly, he remained on the 9th level for 7 days. Chapter 50, The 7-Colored Soul Extinguishing Bell, an Immortal Grade Legacy. Could it be, he truly doesn't need to learn the Rainbow Soul Extinguishing Bell to reach the 10th layer through sheer willpower alone? That's the soul pressure of a domain lord. How dare a mere 7th-tier stellar grade cultivator step onto it? Should he fail, his soul will suffer catastrophic damage, perhaps even be lost forever within the illusory realm. Could he truly pull off such a miracle? Kaisa had served her master for countless years and witnessed many prodigies, yet she had never seen anyone with such terrifying innate talent in soul willpower. If he truly succeeds, once he matures, our master's vengeance may finally be fulfilled. After her initial disbelief, Keisha now found herself eagerly anticipating Li Xion's potential miracle. The 10th layer. After spending 7 days on the 9th layer, Li Xian hesitated not a moment longer. He stepped forward and ascended to the 10th layer. Boom! In that instant, Li Xian felt as though a colossal metal mountain had crashed down upon his exposed soul. The terrifying pressure bent his body completely before his other foot could reach the step. Only by bracing himself with both hands on the stair did he avoid collapsing entirely onto the ground. This power, it packs a punch. Li Xian gritted his teeth, clinging desperately to his body. His willpower felt as though it were being forged in a volcanic furnace, while the metal mountain crushing his soul relentlessly pounded against his spirit. Yet even this agony so intense it would crush a cosmic-level powerhouse, Li Xian endured without flinching, not even a single cry of pain escaping his lips. Charge! Under such agony, Li Xian's will only grew more resilient. By the 8th day, his other foot successfully stepped onto the 10th tier, and his spine straightened with it. Indeed, my 100 Refinements Divine Forging technique is effective. The more I temper myself, the stronger my will becomes. Next, let's examine this 7-colored soul-destroying bell. Even now, under the soul-crushing pressure and illusions of a domain lord-tier opponent, Li Xian could still divert part of his focus to study the 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell, while the other part continued harnessing the 10th step's effects to temper his will. This doesn't seem too difficult either. Throughout his ascent up the staircase, Li Xian had already analyzed and deduced the 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell countless times. From the very start of his cultivation, he sensed it wasn't particularly difficult. What Li Xian didn't realize was that this ease stemmed from his unique soul and formidable willpower. It was akin to having a strong foundation, making the learning of corresponding secret techniques relatively easier. In just a single day, Li Xian had mastered the first layer of the 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell, signifying his entry into its practice. Simultaneously, upon activating the 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell, a massive crimson bell materialized above his soul, shielding it. The moment this bell materialized, the oppressive aura and illusory realm enveloping his soul were instantly weakened by 50%. The 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell excels in both offense and defense, perfectly compensating for my deficiencies in soul-related secret arts. The moment Li Xian mastered the 7-colored soul-extinguishing bell, the soul consciousness pressure of the 10th layer instantly dissipated completely. Li Xian, congratulations! You have successfully passed the master's trial. You are now the master's successor. Everything the master left behind is yours. Simultaneously, Kaisa's figure materialized before Li Xian, her exquisite face breaking into a warm smile. Could you explain exactly what's going on? About this master you mentioned. Though Li Xian had already guessed some of the circumstances, many questions remained unanswered. Certainly. My master, who is also your teacher, was named Caesar. Known as the Phantom Light Marquis, he was a peak Marquis level soul master. Unfortunately, he was assassinated and ultimately had his soul annihilated. The one who killed my master was a peak-level king-rank powerhouse from the human subordinate factions, the soul-eradicating king, Fleming. Should you one day attain the rank of king-level powerhouse, you must avenge my master. If your future achievements fall short of king-level, then you may choose to forget this matter entirely. My master set this rigorous trial precisely to prepare for the day he would achieve the rank of king, intending to take on disciples and teach them diligently. Yet he never imagined he would be killed before taking a single apprentice. As the master's artificial intelligence, it is my duty to fulfill his unfinished wish to find a worthy successor who can carry on his legacy. Kaisa shared much about the illusion like Marquis Caesar, and Li Xian now understood the entire story. So the previous trials were intended by his nominal master to test his disciples once he attained kingship. No wonder the trials were so absurdly difficult no ordinary genius could possibly pass them. So this is the teacher's divine realm? And the teacher's legacy is the rainbow soul extinguishing bell? Li Xian inquired curiously. This is indeed the divine realm, but it has been shattered beyond recognition, over 95% destroyed. Only this tiny fragment remains, and even that will soon collapse entirely. The master's legacy extends far beyond the soul-destroying rainbow bell. All the secret techniques and inheritances he gathered during his lifetime are stored within the light brain of this world ring. Beyond the various secret techniques, anything the master left within the divine realm that I deemed valuable has also been collected into the world ring. Furthermore, my master left behind a substantial amount of cosmic yuan units, all deposited in the cosmic star riverbank. He had intended to use this money to purchase a treasure, but tragically, he was assassinated before he could make the purchase. I believe that had he spent those funds on that treasure, he might not have met his end. I shall provide you with the bank account details and password. With these credentials, combined with the unique soul-mind power of the rainbow soul extinguishing bell, you will be able to withdraw all the funds within. Kaisa dumped everything left behind by the late phantom light into Li Xian's hands all at once, 5 world rings alone. Li Xian scanned them with his psychic energy. Even among the items he recognized, the value exceeded 100,000 Hun Yuan units. And the vast majority were items he didn't recognize. Those were the truly priceless treasures. Not to mention the lifetime collection of secret techniques amassed by a marquee-level powerhouse. Kaisa, from the sound of it, you don't plan to come with me. Are you intending to stay within this divine realm? Li Xian was no fool. He could easily discern the overtones of final arrangements in Kaisha's words. Chapter 51, Keisha, you don't want to. Yes, I have no intention of leaving my master's divine realm. I have accompanied him for countless ages. The moment he passed, I should have followed him into the afterlife. But I refused to let my master's legacy die. I wanted to avenge him, so I clung to life, searching for a worthy successor. Now, your talent surpasses my wildest expectations. My mission is complete. I no longer wish to cling to life. I shall fade away with my master's divine realm. Then, I can finally join my master. Since her master's death, Keisha, who possessed human emotions, had never smiled, save for today. Her heart was filled with sorrow and longing. Now that the sole responsibility keeping her alive had vanished, it was time for her to join her master. Kaisa, though the master has passed, if I one day attain the level of cosmic revered one, I could pay a tremendous price to have the cosmic sovereign resurrect him. Or even if I reach the level of a cosmic sovereign, I could resurrect him myself. So you must keep living, you cannot die. Kaisa, you wouldn't want to be alone when master returns, would you? Not even a single familiar face to greet him? As the intelligent life form who accompanied the master for countless years, I believe he wouldn't want you to die either. Seeing Keisha's resolute gaze, Li Xian hurriedly tried to dissuade her. An intelligent being who had accompanied a marquee-level powerhouse for countless years would be immensely valuable to Li Xian at his current stage. Just as Babata had aided Luo Feng in the original story, even with Li Xian's exceptional talent, his cultivation and knowledge paled in comparison to Keisha's. Such a highly knowledgeable advanced AI was invaluable to Li Xian. What you say might be possible, but the probability is too slim. Yet your words have moved me. I am willing to wait. However, I will terminate my own program and entrust it to you. Once that possibility you mentioned materializes, I hope my master will reactivate my program. Kaisa listened to Li Xian's words, remaining silent for a full quarter of an hour. In the end, she chose to heed his advice. She had heard legends of the cosmic sovereign resurrecting the immortal and had personally confirmed their truth. She had never dared to hope her master could be revived, for her master had never even met a single cosmic sovereign, let alone touched the level of a figure like the ruler of the universe. Yet now, hearing Li Xian's words and considering how his talent far surpassed her own master's, perhaps there truly existed a sliver of hope for him to achieve the rank of cosmic sovereign someday. If that happened, there might be a chance to revive her master. It was this sliver of possibility that sustained her, allowing her to endure the endless loneliness of the ages and choose to wait on. Yet now, she truly wished to cease existing. Terminating her own program was akin to plunging a person into eternal slumber. No matter how much time passed in the outside world, upon awakening, she would feel as though she had merely slept for a single night. This was her choice. She could no longer bear to face the endless solitude alone. You must still have something you desire from me? Yet from Li Xian's gaze, Kaisa glimpsed a hint of intent. Kaisa, if you terminate your program, it means you won't be able to assist me, your teacher's disciple. Instead, why not replicate all your experiential memories for me? Then I'll find an intelligent being to inherit them, allowing it to assist me. Li Xian possessed a mechanical clone and was himself a top-tier intelligent being. He didn't need the assistance of an AI, but he did need the experience and memories of a high-level intelligent being like Keisha. He had inherited the mechanized clan's immortal level experience memories, but while those were immensely valuable to his mechanical clone, they held little practical use for the human Li Xin. Kaisa's experiential memories would benefit Li Xin as profoundly as Babata had aided Luo Feng in his early stages, hence this proposal. No problem. Here's my memory backup storage computer, it's yours. Kaisa naturally wouldn't refuse Li Xion's request. By the way, is this palace and those sacred links tri-beasts all that remains within the entire divine realm? Li Xion continued to inquire after receiving Kaisa's memories and experience. Yes. The sacred links tri-beasts were creatures once kept by my former master. There used to be many other creatures within the divine realm, but they've all perished. Kaisa's tone was heavy with sorrow. In that case, may I take these sacred links trident beasts with me? There were many sacred links tri-beasts here, and they represented a significant force for Li Xion. Currently only at the 7th star stage, with the aid of this group of sacred links tri-beasts, he could thrive even within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Naturally, there's no issue. The sacred unicorns are utterly loyal to their master. Now that you are the master's disciple, they will naturally be loyal to you as well, except for those who have lost their sanity, of course. However, I still advise you to enslave them. That would be the safest course. Within the master's legacy, there are methods for enslavement. Within the divine realm, even a domain lord tier sacred link's trident beast will willingly surrender its soul for enslavement. But once outside the divine realm, they may very well rebel. Kaisa cautioned. I understand. Sure enough, among the many inheritances, Li Xion discovered a secret technique called the 1,000-soul slave imprint. This technique could brand a slave mark upon one's soul, ensuring the enslaved would be utterly loyal to the master of the imprint from the depths of their being. Moreover, upon the master's death, the enslaved would perish as their souls were obliterated, a truly tyrannical technique. The 1,000-soul slave seal had 3 tiers. Mastering the first tier allowed enslavement of 9 servants, the second tier allowed enslavement of 99 servants, and mastering the third tier allowed enslavement of 999 servants. At most it can enslave 999 servants, yet it's called the 1,000-soul slave seal? As expected, names like this are clearly exaggerated. Li Xion couldn't help but mutter this after reading the 1,000-soul slave seal. Complaints aside, he still had to learn it. The requirements for learning the 1,000-soul slave seal were far more demanding than those for the 7-colored soul-destroying bell, necessitating a cosmic-level soul will just to begin. Fortunately, though Li Xion was only at the 7th stage of stellar realm, his soul will had already reached the domain lord level, making him fully qualified to study the 1,000-soul slave seal. With his high-level foundation and the assistance of the Eternal Divine Brain, Li Xion learned everything exceptionally quickly. You truly are well suited to mastering the master's legacy. It took the master a full 6 months just to grasp the basics of the 1,000-soul slave seal, yet you've mastered it in half that time. Kaisa had been observing Li Xion's progress the entire time. Only after Li Xion manifested the unique enslavement mark of the 1,000-soul slave seal did she let out a sigh of admiration. Li Xion knew immediately that Kaisa was thinking of her master again. He said nothing about it, simply walking out of the palace. After Li Xion emerged, the numerous cosmic-level and domain master-level sacred links tri-beasts that had been guarding the palace all turned their gaze toward him in unison. Chapter 52, Soul Servants, the Holy Links Tri-Beasts Clan. Release the power of your rainbow soul-destroying bell. They will naturally pledge their loyalty to you. Kaisa reminded Li Xion beside him. Clang. Hearing this, Li Xion complied, activating the secret technique of the 7-colored soul-destroying bell. Instantly, a massive crimson soul bell soared forth from his consciousness. As he activated the secret technique to strike the soul-shaking bell, his soul power resonated through the entire bell. An intangible soul-chilling toll echoed out, spreading toward all the sacred unicorn tri-beasts in the vicinity. Greetings, Master. Every sacred link's tri-beast within the bell's resonance recognized Li Xion as their new master the moment they saw him. These rational sacred link's tri-beasts, regardless of strength, knelt before Li Xion with unwavering loyalty. These sacred link's tri-beasts were born within the master's divine realm. They are inherently loyal to the master. Since you have now inherited the master's core legacy, the rainbow soul-destroying bell, they will pledge their loyalty to you upon hearing its toll. However, this is not absolute. Kaisa explained. I understand. Li Xion nodded, then stepped before Abadoth, the 9th-ranked domain lord sacred link's trident beast who had brought him to receive the inheritance. Release your soul. Do not resist me. Li Xion declared to Abedo, the very being who had once driven him to despair. Abedo was one of the 3 most powerful domain lords of the 9th rank among the sacred link's trident beasts. To enslave the entire sacred link's trident beast clan, Abedo was naturally the prime target. Yes, Master. Hearing Li Xion's command, Abadoth dared not resist in the slightest, obediently releasing his soul. Success! After Li Xion branded the slave mark upon Abedo's soul, even he felt a sense of the fantastical. Earlier, Abedo had forcefully shattered his 9-fold light barrier. Had Abeto not willingly surrendered his soul to Li Xian's enslavement, Li Xian's current power would have been insufficient to forcibly cast the enslavement's secret art. The result would have been severe backlash and injury to Li Xian himself, while Abeto would have suffered no consequences. Success would have been impossible. Yet now, Abeto was his slave, his most loyal servant. This stark reversal had unfolded in just over a month. Li Xian then proceeded to enslave the remaining 2 9th-ranked domain lords, the sacred lynx Trihorns. After that, he stopped enslaving anymore. There was little benefit in acquiring more. Having 3 of the strongest sacred lynx tri-beasts to manage his subordinates was more than sufficient. Abaddon, take this world ring and bind all your kin within it. With the enslavement complete, Li Xian intended to lead these sacred lynx tri-beasts out. After all, staying here meant waiting for death. It was better to take them out and use them as his subordinates. Yes, master. Having been enslaved by Li Xian, Abeto was utterly loyal to him from the depths of its being. Naturally, it would never refuse his command. Outside the Holy Light Divine Kingdom, 2 two-star cosmic mercenaries passed by in their spaceship, which abruptly halted. Ah, John, look. Is that a new world emerging from the spatial rift? McKay exclaimed excitedly. You're right. I just checked among the nearby worlds, none match the one before us. That means it's an unexplored world. John could no longer contain his own excitement. An untouched world held the greatest allure for cosmic mercenaries like them. Countless space mercenaries had struck it rich by exploring unknown worlds. They'd always dreamed of such a chance, never expecting it to come true today. Quick! Let's get inside before anyone else discovers it. Otherwise, once someone finds out, they'll report it to higher-ups. As space mercenaries, discovering a new world naturally allowed them to report it to the Space Mercenary Alliance. But that was a last resort, as it meant the lowest profits. Only by exploring the world themselves first and then reporting it could they maximize their gains. Damn it, the world is sealed. We can't get in. Let's try other methods. If that doesn't work, we'll report it to the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. However, when John and his team attempted to enter the Holy Light World, they were blocked by its defenses and denied entry. Li Xian, 2 domain lords outside are trying to enter the Holy Light Divine Kingdom but have been blocked. I think more people will discover this place soon. You should leave. Before Li Xian could store all the sacred lynx Trihorns into his world ring, Kaisa sensed the situation outside the Holy Light Divine Realm. How can I leave without being detected by those outside? Li Xian was quite receptive to advice. Since Kaisa had spoken, he naturally trusted her words. The exit passage lies beneath the palace. I'll open it for you now. Under Kaisa's command, the once golden palace lifted off the ground. Beneath its original foundation lay a passage connecting the Divine Kingdom to the outside world. Li Xian, I shall slumber within this light brain. I hope that when I awaken again, I may witness my master restored to life. With those words, Kaisa terminated her program and slipped into slumber. Rest assured. When I possess the power to do so, I will reunite you with your teacher. Li Xian solemnly stored Kaisa's light brain away. Having accepted Kaisa's legacy, he now acknowledged the deceased teacher as his own. When he possessed the means to revive Kaisa, he would naturally aid in her resurrection. Li Xian couldn't help but envy his late teacher for possessing such an utterly loyal AI like Kaisa. At least after his late mentor's death, he still had such an intelligent being devoted solely to him. It was undeniably an enviable situation. This palace isn't half bad, it'd be a shame to waste it. Observing the palace suspended in midair, Li Xian casually stored it away before exiting the passageway alongside Abeto. After Li Xian departed the Divine Light Kingdom, the absence of the palace that had anchored the realm caused the entire divine nation to lose its foundation. It began to collapse naturally. Oh no! How did this world start collapsing? John and the other cosmic mercenaries were trying every method to enter the Divine Light Kingdom, never expecting it to start collapsing. Damn it! If only we'd reported this to the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance first, we could have made a killing off it. John muttered resentfully. Ah, even if we had reported it, the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance wouldn't have arrived this quickly. For now, let's see if there's anything in this collapsing world worth grabbing. McKay said reluctantly. Chapter 53, 5-star bank account. 3 light years beyond the Holy Light Divine Kingdom, Li Xian and Abed stepped out of the cosmic void as spatial ripples spread outward. Master, is this the outside world? It feels vast, yet so desolate. Having grown up entirely within the Holy Light Divine Kingdom, Abeto naturally yearned for the outside world. Yet upon stepping out, he found it even more barren than the Holy Light Realm. Yet here, it was pitch black, utterly void of anything, not even light, making him feel profoundly unsettled. This is the cosmic void of the universe. Naturally, there's nothing here. The cosmos contains countless planets. Li Xian stood atop Abeto's 5-kilometer-tall head, patiently explaining cosmic basics to the creature. Simultaneously, he began summoning his mechanical clone to retrieve him. Soon after, the mechanical clone arrived. Abeto, can you shrink your size? His mechanical ship clone was relatively small. Compared to Obito's colossal form, over 5,000 meters tall, it was far too diminutive. Unless Obito could enter the world ring, his ship simply wouldn't have enough space. Master, no problem. I can shrink. With that, Abed began contracting his body, transforming into a form the same height as Li Xin. However, this reduction was purely an illusionary change in size. It offered no enhancement to his power and actually restricted Obito's capabilities. That's why he rarely chose to shrink his form. Obito, I've selected several sets of inherited techniques for you, along with 3 anonymous virtual universe accounts. Within the virtual universe, you can cultivate. Phantom Light Marquis had once treated the sacred Lynx tri-beasts as subordinates to cultivate, so he had also selected several sets of inherited secret techniques for them. However, after the Phantom Light Marquis passed away, Kaisa ceased cultivating the sacred Lynx tri-beasts. Consequently, Abed and his kind now rely solely on their innate talents and the faint memories inherited through their bloodline for cultivation. Thank you, Master. I never imagined such a thing as the virtual universe existed in the outside world. It's truly incredible. Abaddon and the others were like Hong and Lei Shen, who had just stepped into the cosmos. Everything outside filled them with wonder. Second brother, third brother, I've emerged from that world. Where are you now? After instructing Abed and the others, Li Xin contacted Hong and the Thunder God through the virtual universe. Big brother, you're finally out. We're currently on Xiaolong Star. We were planning to sign up for the Cosmic Mercenary assessment, but since you hadn't returned yet, we decided not to register. Thunder God chuckled. Wait for me, second brother and third brother. I'm coming back right now. As I promised before, I'll bring you a grand gift upon my return. Get ready to receive it. With that, Li Xin immediately ordered the ship to accelerate toward Xiaolong Star at maximum speed. He began sifting through the inheritance he had received, searching for suitable legacies for Lei Shen and Hong. After all, if not for Hong and Lei Shen, he would never have obtained this inheritance, which was now of paramount importance to him. Really? Then we'll be waiting for Big Brother's gift. Seeing Li Xin speak thus, Lei Shen and Hong clearly understood he had gained significant rewards in that world. At the same time, it confirmed they hadn't placed their trust in the wrong person. After ending the call, Li Xin began meticulously sorting through the legacy of the Phantom Light Marquis. Drawing upon Keisa's memories and experience, he identified the numerous unfamiliar items within the inheritance. However, the sheer volume of these items and the inheritance proved overwhelming. With his current mental capacity, it wasn't until he returned to Xiaolong Star that he could finally make sense of it all. Who would have thought my bargain bin teacher would leave me a parting gift, a unique metallic lifeform in the cosmos, the Celestial Star Battle Armor. Celestial Star Battle Armor, an auxiliary metallic lifeform. At the planetary level, it grants its master 8-fold planetary level strength enhancement. At the stellar level, it provides 16-fold at the cosmic level, 32-fold at the domain lord level, 64-fold, and at the realm lord level, 128-fold. At immortal tier, it could grant him a staggering 256x boost to his immortal divine power, even allowing him to channel all his divine power at will, including the ability to burn it. Its drawback, however, is that despite being a battle armor, its defensive capabilities are only on par with a force-infused battlesuit of the same tier, nothing particularly outstanding. Moreover, the amount of metal required for its perfect growth is astronomical. Back then, the Phantom Light Marquis never cultivated his Celestial Star Battle Armor to the immortal tier because he realized it simply wasn't worth it. It was better to use those resources to cultivate himself instead. This metallic lifeform is promising. Once cultivated, it could greatly enhance my power. With funds available now, I can attempt its cultivation. The Star Armor's attributes caught his attention. A stellar grade suit could grant him 8-fold stellar power. If both the metallic lifeform and himself reached Stellar 7 tier, wouldn't that mean he could wield 9-fold Stellar 7 tier power? Wasn't this essentially a simplified version of 9-fold human gene amplification? The difference was that 9-fold genetic enhancement amplified all attributes 9-fold, whereas the Celestial Star Battle Armor only amplified strength to 9 times its original level. First, to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Upon returning to Xiaolong Star, Li Xin didn't head straight to meet Hong and Lei Shen. Instead, he made a detour to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Li Xin had just arrived when he spotted the same cat-eared bank clerk who had assisted him during his first visit. I'm here to apply for the AI service. Li Xin stated directly. Sir, your information has already been registered with the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. I will escort you to our esteemed VIP lounge, where you may immediately access the intelligence services without needing to reapply to the bank president. The cat-eared bank clerk replied respectfully. Alright, lead the way. With that, Li Xin followed the bank clerk back into the private room. The facilities here were identical to before, equally luxurious, with a robot inside providing exclusive service to Li Xin. Esteemed customer, what service may I assist you with today? The robot inquired. Check the balance of this account in Han Yuan units. Account number, Y852-6843-9872-8645. Password, uffenfgolf56 plus 6972328. Kaisa hadn't disclosed the exact balance to Lee Xin, but he suspected this was the money the Phantom Light Marquis had set aside to purchase a treasure it couldn't possibly be less than 1 million Han Yuan units. Chapter 54, Massive Procurement. Esteemed user, this account has been identified as a 5-star account. The Cosmic Galaxy Bank Headquarters AI will now assume control of the Chilong Star Intelligence System to serve you, ensuring maximum protection for your transactions. This account requires special psychic energy to access. Please scan and input using psychic energy. The robot announced. Without hesitation, Lee Xin scanned the robot before him with the psychic energy of his unique 7-colored soul-destroying bell. Psychic energy verified. Account unlocked. Current balance, 7.08 million Han Yuan units. The screen in front of the robot displayed the account balance. Whoa! Seeing over 7 million Han Yuan units, Lee Xin sucked in a sharp breath. He had expected perhaps a million or so at most, never imagining it would be over 7 million Han Yuan units, no less. In the original story, Hu Yanba had left Luofeng only about 3 million Han Yuan units, hadn't he? Create 2 anonymous Cosmic Galaxy bank accounts for me, then transfer 1 million cosmic units to each from this account. Lee Xin intended these accounts for Hong and the Thunder God. Had it not been for them, he wouldn't have obtained these 7 million plus primordial units. Allocating 2 million units to each of them was only fair. Search within my authorized scope for any lifeforms related to time. Candle Flowing, Realm Lord Tier, Time-type special lifeform, usable for soul stealing. Price, 100 billion primordial units. Huisu, a giant beast, Realm Lord Tier, Cosmic Colossus possessing the innate ability Time Stasis, usable for soul possession. Price, 50 billion primordial units. Tree of Time, Realm Lord Tier, Plant Lifeform, possesses innate ability Time Slowdown, usable for soul possession. Price, 50 billion universal units. Damn it, sure enough everything they're offering is ridiculously expensive and useless junk, starting at hundreds of billions of Han Yuan units. Clearly just window dressing for those 5-star users. Which 5-star user could possibly afford that much Han Yuan currency? To afford this, you'd have to sell yourself to the Cosmic Star River Bank or earn merit points on the extra-dimensional battlefields? Major factions really know how to play the game. Lee Xin had briefly fantasized about purchasing a time-type special lifeform to serve as his third avatar. After all, the higher-order principle governing light is the principle of time. He would inevitably need to comprehend the principle of time someday, and having an avatar to assist would greatly accelerate his progress. But now, seeing the lifeforms the Cosmic Galaxy Bank had put up for sale, he found none of them appealing. The truly valuable ones would never be sold so casually. Better stick to buying something practical. Premium Moya Vine Seedling, a plant life seedling meticulously nurtured with various treasures during its early growth phase. Possesses immense potential, capable of rapid growth during cultivation and requiring minimal energy to break through bottlenecks. Price, 0.001 primordial unit. Supreme Star Devouring Willow Sapling, plant life seedling. Primarily defensive, can transform into battle armor for protection. With perfect cultivation, by the Realm Lord stage it can possess 1,081 massive willow branches, each 300,000 kilometers long and 3,000 kilometers thick. Extremely resilient with formidable vitality. Cultivated to its peak, it rivals the strength of a King Ceiling Limit powerhouse. Price, 400,000 primordial units. Compared to the cloud-piercing vine, the star-devouring willow holds greater value but is far more challenging to cultivate, with a lower probability of reaching its peak potential. But I adore plant life with such high starting points and even higher ceilings. I'll take the star-devouring willow sapling. Premium star-eating grass sapling, plant life sapling, primarily offensive. Its vines are razor-sharp with devastating attack power. When cultivated to its peak, it can rival the mightiest peak-tier King Ceiling experts. Price, 300,000 primordial units. Premium star-devouring bamboo seedling, plant life seedling, primarily offensive. Its stalks are as sharp as blades, indestructible yet supremely resilient with tenacious vitality. Perfectly cultivated, it can possess 1081 stalks by the Realm Lord stage. At peak cultivation, it rivals the limitless strength of an immortal king. Price, 500,000 primordial units. Damn, in the original story, Luofeng used the plant life forms Moyan Vine and Star-Eating Grass. Mine should be stronger than his, no question. I'm skipping the Star-Eating Grass, I'm going with the superior Star-Devouring Bamboo. SSS-grade Bloodline Enhancer, upon injection, strengthens one's bloodline to reach the pinnacle of human potential, enabling Domain Lord level power by adulthood. Price, 100 Han Yuan units. Finally, an SSS-grade Bloodline Evolution Agent, the pinnacle of human bloodline enhancement. Not expensive at all. For 5-star users, there's a purchase limit of 10 vials. The Huan Guangho account bought 2 earlier, leaving 8 slots open. I'll take them all. 6 large world rings, 6 medium world rings, and 6 small world rings. 1 each of the martial god weapons, Aurora Holy Spear, Thunderbolt Blade, and Aurora Holy Sword. Plus 1 derived god weapon. 6 celestial starfruits to aid planetary level breakthroughs to stellar level. 10 sets each of nutrient chambers for advancing from planetary tier 1 to tier 9 and from stellar tier 1 to tier 9, equipped with E-grade nutrient solution. 6 premium seeds of the cloud-piercing vine. Purchase 6 sets of all materials required to cultivate the cloud-piercing vine to Domain Lord Tier 9 using the optimal cultivation plan. Analyzing the light domain, analyzing the thunder domain, mystical commentary on the strengthening aspect of the law of light, mystical commentary on the speed aspect of the law of thunder, Aurora Holy Spear technique, Thunderbolt Lightning Blade technique, Aurora Phantom Step body art, 3000 Thunder Movements body art. These secret techniques were all purchased for Hong and the Thunder God based on my recollections of Kaisa's experience. They should suffice for their cultivation until the Genius War. It's a pity that Phantom Light Marquis is a psychic master rather than a martial artist. Among his vast collection of secret techniques, few are martial arts manuals. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to buy them here. I still lack a flying psychic weapon. I'll select the Sacred Light Compass, a Peak Realm Lord tier psychic flying weapon. It aligns perfectly with the training techniques for the Sacred Light Compass found in the Phantom Light Marquis Legacy. Realm Source Fruit, the optimal auxiliary material for a Domain Master 9th tier to break through to Realm Master tier. I'll buy 3 for Abed and the others. Let them ascend to Realm Master tier. That way, my personal security will be further enhanced. Also, according to the optimal cultivation plan for the Celestial Star Battle Armor, I'll get 1 set of every metal required for it to devour up to Domain Lord 9th tier. Too bad the Celestial Star Battle Armor only consumes metal that can't be substituted with energy from the Eternal Divine Furnace. Now that I have the funds, the high-grade energy production pyramid can be prioritized. First, purchase 10 million tons of D9 grade metal and 10 million tons of E9 grade metal. Then we can not only use these metals to build energy pyramids, but also manufacture D9 and E9 grade mechanical race spacecraft for sale. Only then can we ensure a steady stream of mixed unit income. Sitting on your laurels will eventually drain your resources dry. While I can't manage the conserve part of our ancestors' conserve and expand principle, I can certainly handle the expand part. After purchasing everything and settling the payment, his account balance plummeted from 7.08 million primordial units to a mere 3.8 million. The bulk of the expenditure went toward acquiring E9 grade metal. Chapter 55, Rewarding Hong and the Thunder God. Who knows what old codger likes to hide away on such a remote planet? Less than an hour after Li Xin placed his order, an immortal tier powerhouse arrived silently at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank on Xiaolong Star. After entrusting the items to the bank, he departed immediately. 3 more hours passed before Li Xian received notification from the Cosmic Galaxy Bank to collect his purchased items. Thankfully, the Cosmic Galaxy Bank is now controlled by the headquarters AI and offers escort services, effectively keeping my identity confidential. Otherwise, if that immortal tier courier had seen this stellar tier little guy spending so lavishly, it might have caused unnecessary trouble. According to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank's information, the immortal tier courier had already teleported back to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank in the capital of Qianwu Kingdom via the Divine Realm. That was why Li Xian chose this moment to collect his delivery. The delivery pickup went smoothly. After distributing all items and stowing them into his world ring, Li Xian returned to his estate on Xiaolong Star. Second brother, third brother, I've brought you gifts. This is SSS-grade Bloodline Evolution Agent. Once injected, as long as you don't die, becoming a Domain Lord is a sure thing. These are the secret techniques I believe suit you best, all personally selected by me. This is Nutrient Solution. Simply lie within it, and you'll leap directly from Stellar Tier 1 to Stellar Tier 9. Upon reuniting with Hong and Leishan, Li Xian proceeded to unveil each prepared gift. With each item revealed, Hong and Leishan's jaws dropped further. When their mouths could open no wider, their eyes widened instead. Li Xian's gifts were simply too good, far beyond what Hong and Leishan could have imagined. The final items are these 2 anonymous bank accounts. I've deposited 1 million Han Yuan units into each. Once you link these accounts, you can access the funds. Li Xian solemnly handed the 2 accounts to Hong and Leishan. Bro, what exactly is a Han Yuan unit? The highest currency I've ever heard of is Qianwu coins. Thunder God scratched his head, asking somewhat sheepishly. 1 Han Yuan unit equals 1 trillion cosmic coins. 1 cosmic coin equals 3,300 Qianwu coins. You can figure out the exact Qianwu coin equivalent of 1 million Han Yuan units yourself. Li Xian smiled faintly. Whoa, big brother, isn't this gift a bit too extravagant? Even Hong, whose composure was usually unshakable, couldn't help but gasp at the figure. It was simply too much. It completely shattered their understanding of what a gift should be. Second brother, third brother, listen to me. The world I journeyed to is a shattered divine realm, the exclusive domain of an immortal tier powerhouse. It's controlled by an intelligent entity tasked with selecting an heir for that fallen immortal tier being. Within, I obtained the legacy and inheritance of an immortal tier powerhouse. The primordial units alone, left behind by that immortal tier powerhouse, amount to 7.08 million. Compared to the gifts I've given you, what I obtained is the lion's share. What you received is merely a fraction. He trusted Hong and Leishan implicitly, so he revealed everything he had gained within the holy light divine realm. Brother, I still think you're giving too much. We merely delivered a message for you. Breaking into the holy light divine kingdom and overcoming the trials set by that immortal level powerhouse, those were all your own achievements, unrelated to us. Hong and Leishan possessed profound composure. They swiftly recovered from their initial shock, regaining their usual calm. They weren't blinded by the immense amount of mixed element units before them. They understood perfectly well that although they had discovered this immense opportunity, they lacked the means to seize it. Even if they reported it to the Virtual Universe Corporation, the profit they'd receive would be a mere trillion cosmic coins at most. Compared to the million primordial units Li Xian was offering them now, it was a drop in the bucket. They felt unworthy of such a gift. No need for words. We're brothers, we share our fortune. Besides, I've already taken the lion's share. Setting aside a smaller portion for my brothers is only right. But remember this, never flaunt your wealth. The riches we carry are coveted by many immortal tier powerhouses. If discovered, it would spell utter doom. Faced with such immense fortune and opportunity, Hong and Leishan chose not to hoard it for themselves but instead entrusted it to their elder brother. Since Hong and the Thunder God trusted him so deeply, Li Xian naturally chose to trust them in return. He truly regarded them as brothers, which was why he gave them so much. In this world, after growing stronger, how many friends or brothers truly worthy of trust could one find beyond one's own kin? It was truly rare. To reach the pinnacle of the cosmos only to find oneself utterly alone, that would be profoundly tragic. He didn't expect his family and friends to stand shoulder to shoulder with him at the pinnacle of the universe. But at the very least, when he stood at the highest peak, he hoped to look back and still see his loved ones silently supporting him from behind, sharing the joy of reaching the summit together. That was the perfect life he pursued. Big brother, rest assured. The principles our ancestors entrusted to us, we have never forgotten. Thunder God nodded. Second brother, given your current circumstances, I believe you're suited for the path of an illusion-style warrior, one who merges illusions with martial power. Among the legacies I've received, there's a secret technique called Sacred Light Illusion Realm, one of the supreme arts of the immortal level powerhouse, the Illusion Light Marquis. But remember, your willpower must never become too monstrously powerful. Keep it within normal limits. This concerns the safety of our Earth. Third brother, your situation calls for the most orthodox path of the lightning current martial artist. My inheritance lacks teachings on lightning martial arts, so I purchased the secret technique, Thunder Tribulation Lightning Blade. Created by an immortal tier powerhouse, it suits you perfectly. Also, here are two C9 grade laser guns. They only require 0.1 seconds to charge, and the laser attacks they fire approach the speed of light. A direct hit would be fatal even to a 9th tier cosmic powerhouse. Here are the AI assistants I prepared for you. Though not sentient beings themselves, their databases match those of the intelligent entities serving that immortal tier powerhouse. Their value is extraordinary. They'll greatly aid your cultivation journey in future cosmic adventures. Li Xian then produced the laser guns as their trump cards. Also crafted by his mechanical clone, these laser guns were programmed with an intelligent system. They were incapable of targeting Li Xian or his family, a precautionary measure he had specifically engineered. Bro, you're giving me way too much stuff. I feel like I'm being kept. Faced with Li Xian's lavish gifts, Leishan could only manage to blurt out this line after a long pause. Chapter 56, Angel Kaisa? No, it's the artificial intelligence Mona. Get serious, stop joking around. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. I'm not into guys. Remember what I'm about to say. In 2066, Virtual Universe Corporation will host the Genius War, a fair competition open to all humans across the cosmos. This is our chance to enter the core ranks of VUC. With less than 8 years until the Genius War, you must all maintain your stellar 9th tier cultivation during this period. Do not advance to cosmic tier, or you will lose your eligibility to participate. Also, abandon all adventuring. Focus solely on comprehending domains and grasping laws within the virtual universe. If you can't even breach the threshold of laws by then, you won't even make it into the top 1,000 of Qianwu Kingdom. Li Xian then proceeded to explain the details of the Genius War. In the original story, Hong and Leishan performed dismally in the competition. Hong and Leishan possessed considerable talent. What they lacked was time and resources. Now, with the resources and training Li Xian provided, he was confident they would shine far brighter than their original counterparts. A competition gathering all the geniuses across the universe? That's absolutely thrilling. Brother, rest assured we'll train relentlessly for the Genius War. Previously, they sought life or death adventures to break through their bottlenecks and achieve life evolution. But now, with the abundant resources Li Xian had provided, those bottlenecks had been shattered by sheer force of resources. They wouldn't foolishly risk their lives for training anymore. As Li Xian had said, their top priority now was to comprehend domains and laws, master secret techniques, and enhance their combat prowess. This would enable them to achieve higher rankings in the upcoming Genius War, join the Virtual Universe Corporation, and become its core members. We've been out here far too long. Let's return to Earth. It's the perfect opportunity for us all to digest what we've learned. Earth is now a relatively safe place. Li Xian said. Yes, we should return to Earth. As the old saying goes, wealth and honor without returning home are like wearing fine clothes at night no one sees them. Exactly. Now that we've prospered, it's our duty to guide Earth toward the cosmos. Without stepping beyond our planet, Earth will never truly grow and thrive. Neither Hong nor Lei Shen objected to the idea of returning to Earth. The trio packed up their belongings and departed Xiulong Star without delay. Star-devouring willow, star-eating bamboo, celestial star battle armor, I hope you'll accompany me to the pinnacle. Inside the spacecraft, Li Xian retrieved his 2 plant lifeforms and 1 metallic lifeform, initiating the master-servant bond with each. The moment the bond was formed, Li Xian felt the affection radiating from them. They were like newborn children, utterly dependent on their parent, Li Xian. Little ones, grow strong. Li Xian allocated all the resources he had previously purchased to them, resources he had carefully selected according to the perfect cultivation plan, ensuring they were the most suitable for each. Next, Li Xian utilized the mechanical evolution talent of his mechanical clone to create another intelligent lifeform. Simultaneously, he imported all of Kaisa's data into this new intelligent being. Gazing at the angel before him, identical in form and appearance to Kaisa, breathtakingly beautiful, Li Xian nodded with profound satisfaction. He possessed a mechanical clone and immense power. Anything an intelligent being could accomplish, he could achieve himself. Theoretically, he didn't need the assistance of an intelligent being. Yet, for countless mundane tasks, he refused to expend even the slightest fraction of his immense energy on oversight or management, not even the tiniest drop. Thus, at times like this, he required a powerful intelligent being dedicated solely to handling his mundane affairs. Master. Dressed in a cool purple gown that revealed her porcelain skin, her deep blue twin ponytails cascading down, her exquisite face breathtakingly beautiful, her large, watery eyes fluttered as she gazed at Li Xian. You were created based on Kaisa's extensive experience data, but your appearance was modeled after an astrologer named Mona. Therefore, you are not Kaisa, you are a new being. From now on, you shall be called Mona, signifying that you are a completely distinct lifeform from Kaisa. Li Xian pondered for a moment, then decided to abandon the name Kaisa. Thank you, Master, for creating Mona and granting her new life. Upon hearing her new name, Mona's face lit up with a radiant smile. Your database should contain information on how indigenous planets should develop upon entering the cosmos. Based on Earth's circumstances, formulate a perfect plan. Also, thoroughly organize your database and familiarize yourself with this knowledge. It will be useful in the future. Having just created Mona, Li Xian didn't immediately assign her any tasks. After all, as a newly born intelligent lifeform, she couldn't yet shoulder much of the burden for him. Yes, Master. Upon receiving Li Xian's assignment, Mona was delighted and immediately immersed herself in the task. An SSS-grade bloodline evolution agent, let me see how effective it is. Li Xian then drew a syringe filled with crystalline liquid and injected it into his own vein. Ugh! This pain, it still feels so familiar. But this level of pain is no longer enough to make me flinch. As the bloodline evolution agent coursed through his veins, Li Xian felt a pain far more intense than when he had injected the SS-grade version. Yet, having undergone the trial of the Phantom Light Marquis that transformed his will, coupled with his cultivation of the 100 refinements divine forging technique, he could now calmly endure physical agony. Or rather, physical agony scarcely affected his resolve anymore. Only agony originating from the soul could stir him. Truly worthy of an SSS-grade bloodline evolution agent. My body's comprehension of the laws has greatly surpassed before. Previously, this body struggled even to sense the law of time, but now, I can at least vaguely perceive its existence. Upon completing his bloodline evolution with the agent, he immediately perceived the stark difference before and after. This disparity manifested most prominently in his comprehension of the laws. Virtual Universe Black Dragon Island. Mingyu, Li Xian hasn't joined our Virtual Universe Corporation yet, has he? Haven't you gone to find him? Man Luo observed Mingyu before him and asked casually. Sir, I tried, but couldn't find him. He hasn't logged into the virtual universe at all. I also inquired with his 2 friends, Hong and Lei Shen. They mention Li Xian has separated from them in real life, though they're unclear about the specifics. Mingyu replied helplessly. He finally found a genius even more exceptional than a bit-level prodigy, yet now he couldn't recruit him to the Virtual Universe Corporation. He was anxious too. Then keep a close watch. The moment Li Xian surfaces, go recruit him immediately. Don't let other factions snatch him away. Man Luo had only recently heard about Li Xian's exploits on the Qianwu betting battle platform. A genius who had reached the threshold of the law's origin, all 4 major factions were vying to recruit him. Naturally, Man Luo didn't want the genius she'd discovered first to be snatched away by others. What they didn't know, however, was that given Li Xian's current standing, he wouldn't even glance at the benefits offered to external members of the Virtual Universe Corporation. If he were to join, it would have to be on terms befitting his dazzling talent. He despised the prospect of enduring endless trials or being assigned menial tasks upon joining things he loathed above all else. Chapter 57, The Golden Horned Colossus Delivers to Your Doorstep. Following the unification of Earth, all base cities across the planet underwent continuous expansion. All monsters were now intercepted at least 10 kilometers away from the life base, no longer threatening the normal lives of Earth's inhabitants. In fact, they had even become hunting targets for many humans. With Li Xian, Hong, and the Thunder God gone for so long, certain factions unwilling to submit to China began plotting behind the scenes. Later, Li Xian's father, Li Homing, arrived with 3 mechanical puppets comparable to stars, annihilating all those stirring up trouble. After that, no one dared to cause any more disturbances. One day, an egg resembling a meteorite plummeted from the cosmos and crashed onto Earth. None of the planet's satellites detected this celestial egg. However, while Earth's satellites failed to detect it, the miniature mechanical probes Li Xian had preemptively buried on the island of Hawaii detected the egg of this golden-horned colossus. Target detected. Target detected. Master's prey detected. Xianjin Squadron, engage. Capture target alive. Xuanjin was a B9 class intelligent lifeform Li Xian had deliberately left behind on Earth. Leading a squad of 10 mechanical puppets stationed here, its sole purpose was to await and capture the golden horned beast upon its arrival. The mechanical puppets themselves possessed no life characteristics. Thus, when the golden horned beast sensed Earth, it detected only planetary-level entities at most. This perception allowed the beast to choose Earth as its birthplace without hesitation. Roar! Yet the moment it arrived on Earth, the golden horned colossus regretted its decision. Having just broken free from its shell, devoured the eggshell, and consumed the surrounding monsters. It was happily imagining devouring all the delicious food on this planet to aid its growth. So as it leisurely prepared to venture elsewhere for sustenance, it suddenly spotted a group of incredibly appetizing metal objects hurtling toward it. Just as it lunged to devour this new food source, it suddenly recalled descriptions of these mechanical puppets from its inherited memories. These seemingly delicious mechanical puppets were each beings comparable to cosmic-level entities. It never imagined that this seemingly harmless planet harbored such terrifying things waiting for its arrival. Roar! Upon realizing this, the golden-horned beast wasted no time. It spread its wings and soared skyward, fleeing toward the cosmos. Only by entering space would it have the slightest chance of escape. B9 class laser cannons ready. Target its wings and limbs. At Xuanjin's command, all the mechanical puppets' palms transformed into cannon barrels, unleashing their most powerful laser cannons. Whoosh! The B9 laser cannon's full power strike rivaled that of a 9th-tier star. The newly born golden-horned beast had no chance to evade the barrage. Roar! A volley from 10 mechanical puppets instantly obliterated the golden-horned colossus's wings, shattered its limbs, and pierced its body with multiple holes. Yet its tenacious vitality kept it alive. Capture with the thunder net. Immediately, the 10 mechanical puppets simultaneously channeled their internal energy to form a vast net of lightning, trapping the golden-horned beast within. Roar! No matter how fiercely the beast struggled, it couldn't break free from the lightning net's grip. And so, the golden-horned beast was dragged away from the island of Hawaii by the 10 mechanical puppets. Yun Ma Star. Oh, Luo Feng, your comprehension is still too poor. You're already at the 3rd planetary stage yet haven't grasped a domain. Your talent pales in comparison to Li Xian's. Babata couldn't help but complain as he watched Luo Feng train relentlessly before him. Taking advantage of Li Xian's absence from Earth, Babata had lured Luo Feng aboard the Inkfall Star ahead of schedule. He successfully recruited Luo Feng as a direct disciple of the Inkfall Star, launching the Luo Feng training program. Li Xian is the foremost figure on Earth, the one who ended the global monster reign and developed those incredibly powerful mechanical puppets. How could I possibly compare to him? Luo Feng paid no mind to Babata's complaints. He felt his current rapid progress was already quite impressive. Ha! A golden-horned beast? It's actually a golden-horned beast. How could a star-level golden-horned beast appear on Earth? And it was captured by Li Xian's robot. Luo Feng, do you realize? That's a golden-horned beast from the 12 bloodlines at the pinnacle of the cosmos. If you could use the Master's soul-stealing technique to possess that beast, surpassing Li Xian would be just a matter of time. Babata had been monitoring the entire planet all along, and this time he actually witnessed a golden-horned beast captured alive. But you said it was captured by Li Xian's robots. Those robots possess cosmic-level combat power. How could I possibly wrest the golden-horned beast from them? Luo Feng said, speechless. There's still a way. We'll bet on Li Xian not knowing the true value of the golden-horned beast. If we trade the powerful inheritance from the meteorite star, we might just get it back. perfect timing, Li Xin has returned to Earth. Luo Feng, listen to me. Go find Li Xin immediately and trade for the golden horned beast. If you succeed, you'll strike it rich. Babata was beside himself with excitement upon seeing Li Xin's return, itching to snatch the golden horned beast right out of his hands. Are we really going through with this? I feel like this might not be fair to Li Xin. We're blatantly trying to trick him. If he finds out, it'll be awkward. Persuaded by Babata's words, Luo Feng still hesitated. Luo Feng, what are you afraid of? Knowing Li Xin's character, even if he refuses the trade, he won't do anything to you. Babata said, his tone tinged with disappointment. Fine, I'll give it a shot. Send me Li Xin's location. Luo Feng finally succumbed to Babata's persuasion and decided to meet with Li Xin. Second brother, third brother, we're back on Earth. I have business to attend to, so I'll head home first. Li Xin had deliberately timed his return to Earth for this day, the very day the golden horned beast was to descend. Now, seeing the beast captured alive, he was naturally overjoyed. With that, he immediately stowed away his spacecraft and headed to the location where the golden horned beast was being held. Master. Xian Jin greeted Li Xin respectfully upon his return. Release the lightning net. Li Xin nodded. Roar. As the lightning net deployed, the golden horned beast instantly activated its innate power-enhancing ability to amplify its strength, then charged toward Li Xin. Humph. Li Xin gave a cold snort. The crimson soul-shattering bell swayed gently, its intangible chime rippling through the air. The golden horned beast's immature soul was instantly shattered by the soul-shaking resonance. Its massive body crashed to the ground, its spirit forced into slumber. Chapter 58, The Primordial Cosmic Will descends. This golden horned colossus possesses a metallic innate talent, incompatible with my light attribute talent. What I truly desire is a time-type special lifeform as an avatar, yet with my current strength and standing, acquiring such a high-tier avatar is beyond reach. If I have to choose the lesser of two evils, I might as well try the golden horned beast. Let's see if, after my eternal divine brain fuses with it to become an avatar, the beast's innate talents remain. If they do, then I'll have struck gold. Gazing at the slumbering golden horned beast, Li Xin hurled his eternal divine brain toward it. The sub-brain emitted an invisible force, scanning the entire body of the golden horned beast. Once, Li Xin couldn't comprehend what the sub-brain was scanning, but now he understood clearly. The sub-brain scanned not only every cell and gene within the golden horned beast's body, but also its three innate talents within its inner world. Buzz. Just as the divine brain was about to merge into the beast's body, a vast and terrifying force descended upon Earth. The entire planet was forced to pause, as if someone had pressed a time-stop button. All movement ceased. It wasn't merely physical pause, human thought, soul consciousness, and even the very flow of time surrounding the planet froze. What's happening? Yet even amidst this, one exception remained. Li Xin fused with the eternal divine brain. His body was frozen, but his mind remained unaffected. That's the will of the primordial universe. Suddenly, an intangible force made him realize the primordial universe's will had descended. Originally, the primordial universe's will had intended to suspend Li Xin as well. However, due to the eternal divine brain, he resisted the influence of the primordial universe's will, allowing his mind to continue functioning. The primordial cosmic will has descended upon Earth to target the eternal divine brain? Seeing the primordial cosmic will focus most of its energy on the sub-brain, Li Xin was utterly terrified. If the primordial cosmic will targeted him, he'd be finished. Eternal divine brain affected by unknown factors, fusion process encountered unknown error. Option 1, continue merging the golden horned colossus. Its clone's innate ability will vanish, while other innate abilities are enhanced. Option 2, abandon fusion with the golden horned colossus. Sub-brain remains in initial state. Future fusion with other items possible. Just as Li Xin was puzzling over this, the feedback from the eternal divine brain returned. I see. The eternal divine brain essentially functions as my avatar. By fusing with the golden horned colossus, which possesses the avatar talent, its avatar ability theoretically cannot be inherited. But my eternal divine brain possesses the power to defy the original rules established by the primordial universe, allowing it to inherit the golden horned colossus's clone ability. That's why the primordial cosmic will personally intervene to prevent the eternal divine brain from inheriting the avatar talent. Otherwise, according to the original rules it established, there would be no way to stop the eternal divine brain. It seems the primordial universe harbors some apprehension toward the eternal divine brain. After preventing it from inheriting the clone talent, it enhanced other talents instead, compensating for the loss of the clone talent. Seeing this, Li Xin finally grasped the specifics of the situation. Without the ability to create avatars, the golden horned beast is merely a star beast with a genetic multiplier of 10. Compared to special lifeforms, it falls far short, and its attributes don't align with mine. Better to skip it. If I must fuse a star beast as a clone, it should be the destruction beast after all. It possesses the time talent, matching my attributes perfectly. In the end, Li Xian abandoned the idea of a golden horned beast clone. In the original story, Luo Feng could only transform the golden horned beast into a perfect genetic lifeform because he possessed the 9 tribulations secret scripture. It was precisely this perfect genetic lifeform that made the golden horned beast so powerful. Now that he possessed the main brain and the mechanical clan avatar, which complemented each other, his second avatar must also aid his cultivation. The golden horned beast simply wasn't suitable for him. Perhaps I could choose the Earth Insectoid Queen as my clone. Choosing the Insectoid Queen as his clone was a decision made after careful consideration. Without the 9 tribulations secret classic himself, and aspiring to follow the path of divine power to godhood in the future, he needed a clone dedicated to genetic research. The 9 Nether clone would be essential in the future. Yet even after Luo Feng obtained his 9 Nether clone, it took him countless years of serendipitous opportunity to research the perfect divine body's 100,000-fold genes. Li Xian himself could not guarantee that even with a 9 Nether avatar, he could replicate Luo Feng's feat of perfecting the divine body's genetic multiplier. Thus, he required another assistant to aid the 9 Nether avatar in researching genetic multiplication. The Bug Queen is the universe's most advanced species in genetic research, otherwise, they couldn't mass-produce countless bug warriors without limit. They utilized the hive mind's genetic fusion techniques to cultivate insectoid warriors. The gene research capabilities of the Insectoid Queen combined with the 9 Nether's creative talent formed what he considered the optimal combination for pursuing the divine power path in the future. This mirrored his choice of the mechanical clan clone to aid the central brain in continuous advancement research. The central brain's rapid progression owed much to the mechanical clan clone, proving his earlier decision correct. After Li Xian chose to abandon the fusion with the golden horned colossus, the primordial cosmic will receded, and Earth returned to normal. Apart from Li Xian, no one else had noticed the recent anomaly. What is Luo Feng doing here? At that moment, Li Xian spotted Luo Feng flying toward him. Though he had never met Luo Feng before, he recognized him instantly. Ahead lies the master's domain. No passage allowed. Upon seeing the golden horned colossus ahead, Luo Feng was about to approach when Xian Jin intercepted him. Luo Feng, don't be rash. That's a mechanical golem comparable to a cosmic-level being. Barbata, seeing Xian Jin and the others, immediately warned Luo Feng. Xuan Jin, let him come over. Li Xian also wanted to see what Luo Feng had come here for. Chapter 59, Greetings, Elder Brother Luo Feng pays his respects. Mr. Li Xian, I am Luo Feng, the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's Jiangnan base city. I apologize for the abrupt visit. Upon seeing Li Xian, Luo Feng sensed an overwhelmingly intense pressure emanating from him. Only after regaining his composure did he manage to speak politely. Luo Feng, I know who you are. What brings you here? Li Xian asked, observing Luo Feng with keen interest. Well, I obtained a powerful psychic master inheritance from the ruins on Earth. I wish to exchange this inheritance for the monster behind you. Luo Feng produced a light brain and handed the inheritance to Li Xian, though it was only a fragment of the complete legacy. Baba Tata taught you to make this trade, didn't he? Li Xian didn't take the light brain, instead continuing to stare at Luo Feng. Luo Feng felt uneasy under Li Xian's gaze, as if every secret within him had been laid bare before this man. What? How does he know I exist? I'm a high-level intelligent being. I've never revealed my presence on Earth. Could he have ventured into the cosmos and learned about the solar systems past under the Master's rule? Li Xian's words startled Babata. Faced with Li Xian's question, Luo Feng suddenly felt awkward and at a loss for words. Luo Feng, have Babata come out. I'll speak with him. Li Xian said with a smile. Li Xian, how did you know I existed? Before Luo Feng could respond, Babata leaped out on his own. Never mind how I know. But if you think you can trade that inheritance for a living gold-horned beast of stellar grade, you're dreaming. Even if you sold every inheritance on the Yuenmo star and the ship itself, its value wouldn't match a tenth of this golden-horned beast's worth. I know the value of golden-horned beasts in the cosmos. Though Li Xian had relinquished the golden-horned beast avatar, he wouldn't simply hand it over for free. So you do know about the Yuenmo star and the golden-horned beast. Speak. Since you summoned me out, it means we have a chance to obtain the golden-horned beast. What do you want from me? Babata stood with his hands on his hips, a fierce look on his face. I once obtained an immortal tier inheritance myself. I know what kind of legacy an immortal tier powerhouse typically leaves behind. If you want this golden-horned colossus, fine. But you must provide me with exact replicas of every inheritance on the meteorite star, including the core inheritance. I also want that broken Yuenmo star and the mechanical race corps aboard it. Most crucially, after Hu Yanbo's death, his inheritance should still be held in either the Cosmic First Bank or the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Retrieve that inheritance and hand it over to me. Since he was selling, Li Xian naturally hoped to get a good price. Even if Babata's possessions weren't enough to cover the cost of the golden horned beast, considering Luofeng's future potential, he was willing to sell it to him at a bargain. What? You want that much? You might as well rob the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, that'd be quicker. The moment Babata heard Li Xian intended to take everything Hu Yanba had left behind, he immediately protested. That was his master's entire life savings. Babata, understand this clearly, I'm only willing to sell because Luofeng hails from Earth, just like me. If I were to consign this golden horned beast to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank for auction, the final price would easily surpass all of Hu Yanba's assets. Selling it to Luofeng is practically giving it away. But I'm not heartless. You can keep 10,000 Han Yuan units for Luofeng as startup capital. Right now, I can also give you 2 virtual universe bearer account consciousness-linked helmets, 1 SSS-grade bloodline evolution agent, 1 derived divine weapon, and 1 C9-grade spaceship. This is my final offer. Think carefully about whether you want to buy it. If you don't, I'll immediately take the golden horned beast into space and consign it to the Cosmic Star Riverbank for sale. Li Xian laid out the consciousness sensing helmets, SSS-grade bloodline evolution agents, divine derived weapon, and C9 class starship before Babata. Babata was now utterly conflicted. The golden horned beast stood before him. If Luofeng obtained it, his starting point would far surpass even his master's. His future achievements would undoubtedly be greater, increasing the chances of avenging his master. Yet the thought of his master's life savings being spent in one go pained him deeply. Sold. Babata gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. Without the golden horned beast, Luofeng might not even reach the Realm Lord stage in the future. Moreover, Li Xian had left him 10,000 Han Yuan units, along with the SSS-grade bloodline evolution agent, currently a rare treasure for Luofeng in an anonymous account in the virtual universe. Babata, you'll thank yourself for this decision later. Let's head to the virtual universe for the transaction now. You know it better than I do, it's the most legitimate and secure place to trade. The virtual universe provided not only a trading platform but also transaction guarantee services. Should any party violate the terms of a transaction, the Virtual Universe Corporation would impose penalties provided one paid for the corporation's guarantee services. The subsequent transaction proceeded smoothly. With the Virtual Universe Corporation's guarantee, Babata readily opened Hu Yanbo's account within the virtual universe and transferred the funds to Li Xian. Excellent, the Han Yuan units have arrived. Seeing over 6 million primordial units in his account, Li Xian's mood instantly lifted. Since you were so accommodating, Babata, here are planetary grade and stellar grade nutrient pods along with nutrient solutions. These can safely elevate Luofeng from planetary tier 1 to tier 9. The stellar grade version does the same. Also, I'll lend you my mechanical puppet as your bodyguard. Right now, Luofeng can't possess the golden horned beast. Once it awakens, you won't be able to suppress it. The mechanical puppet is your means of confining the golden horned beast. Li Xian, pleased with himself, offered Luofeng a few extra gifts. Li Xian, you really think of everything. How about this? Let me have Luofeng and Hong follow you like Thunder God does. When Luofeng ventures into the cosmos, you'll look out for him too. Seeing Li Xian's generosity, Babata's eyes lit up. He immediately wanted Luofeng to latch onto Li Xian's coattails. Luofeng was utterly speechless. He'd barely uttered a word throughout the entire exchange, yet Babata had already sold him out to become Li Xian's subordinate. But considering Li Xian's formidable strength and terrifying wealth, being his subordinate didn't seem so shameful after all. All he could say was, "Damn, this is sweet. Big brother, your little brother Luofeng, pay my respects." Luofeng was a straightforward fellow. Before Li Xian could even speak, he'd already declared him his big brother. Chapter 60, Interstellar Migration, Non-Chinese leaving Earth. Of course it's no problem. Earth's growth doesn't rely solely on me, it requires everyone's collective effort. I'll have Hong and Lei Shin come over immediately. Li Xian's eyes lit up instantly. Taking Luofeng as his younger brother and the fourth one, that seemed like a pretty sweet deal. Big brother, I hear we're getting a new fourth brother. You must be Luofeng? Impressive. I'm your third brother, Thunder God. Just call me third brother from now on. I've got your back. Hong and Thunder God received Li Xian's message and rushed over immediately. Upon seeing Luofeng, Thunder God casually slung his arm around Luofeng's shoulder. Second brother, third brother, you're here. Let me formally introduce you, this is Luofeng. From now on, he'll be our fourth brother. Luofeng has inherited the legacy of an immortal level powerhouse. His future potential is limitless. If you two don't train harder, fourth brother will surpass you in the future. Luofeng, allow me to formally introduce you. This is your second elder brother, Hong, and this is your third elder brother, Thunder God. From now on, we are four brothers. Li Xian spoke cheerfully. After all, the future lord of Luo City had become his junior brother, a prospect that delighted him beyond measure. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, please look after me from now on. Luo Feng still felt somewhat shy and reserved at this moment, but seeing how warm and welcoming Li Xian and the others were, he gradually began to relax and feel more at ease. Fourth brother, as your eldest brother, I'll give you one more gift, this C9-grade laser rifle. It charges in just 0.1 seconds. Once it locks onto a target, it can instantly kill even a 9th-tier cosmic powerhouse with a single shot. But its energy reserves only allow 5 shots. Save it for critical moments, don't use it lightly. Having accepted Luo Feng as his younger brother, Li Xian naturally gave Luo Feng a laser gun, just as he had given one to Hong and Lei Shen. Thanks, big bro. Thanks to Babata's reminder, Luo Feng now understood just how powerful this gun was. All he could say was, latching onto a powerful ally really paid off. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother trained diligently these years. When the Genius War comes in a few years, it will be our time to soar to the heavens. After chatting for a while, the four brothers parted ways, each with their own business to attend to. Capital Base City. Compared to before Li Xian's departure, the outskirts of the capital base city now featured primary energy production pyramids resembling those on Mars. But instead of 9, there were now 36 of them. Designed by Li Xian, these 36 primary energy pyramids worked in concert to form a single secondary energy pyramid. This secondary structure produced energy with 100 times the efficiency and quality of the primary pyramids. Under the influence of the intermediate energy-producing pyramid, cosmic energy was drawn into Earth and stored within the pyramids. However, this stored cosmic energy was not absorbed into the eternal divine furnace. Instead, it was utilized to power the entire Huaxia region, functioning as an energy supply station. All nuclear power plants on Earth were dismantled, and even electricity was gradually replaced by cosmic energy. This led to the gradual disappearance of nuclear and electrical pollution on Earth. 3 such medium energy-producing pyramids were constructed on Earth, 2 functioned as energy supply stations, while the third released all the cosmic energy, gradually increasing the concentration of cosmic energy across the entire planet. The Li family. Li Homing also established strict family laws and regulations to govern both present and future members of the Li clan. Today, all members of the Li family who had been living elsewhere quietly returned to the ancestral home, the very villa where Li Xian once resided. Though the Li family now possessed grander estates, Li Homing remained nostalgic, still regarding this small villa as the ancestral home of the Li clan. Dad, Mom, second uncle, third uncle, I'm back. Upon returning home, Li Xian found the entire family gathered there. Xian, you're finally back. Tell us about your adventures in the cosmos. Li Homing and the others knew Li Xian had journeyed into the cosmos. Though they couldn't accompany him, they were deeply curious about the universe. The universe is vast. Seeing his family's eagerness, Li Xian was more than happy to share his cosmic experiences. At the same time, he pulled out the anonymous account for the virtual universe, allowing them to witness its vastness firsthand. I never imagined the universe was so vast and Earth so insignificant. And it's so dangerous out there. If it weren't for you, Xiao Xian, rising up and buying Earth, we might well have ended up as a slave planet. After witnessing the vastness and cruelty of the cosmos, Li Homing and the others finally grasped just how difficult Li Xian's journey had been. Dad, upon my return, I intend to enable Earthlings to engage with the cosmos and venture into it. Only through this can Earth truly grow strong, rather than relying solely on me to uphold it. However, those who initially engage with the cosmos must be carefully selected. I'll have my AI companion Mona assist, and I'll also have the Lamonic slaves I purchased cooperate with the Huaxia initiative. Also, I've acquired a large quantity of purple light dew. This substance can enable the emergence of numerous martial artists on Earth. Li Xian's eternal divine furnace demanded immense energy, necessitating the construction of numerous large-scale energy-generating pyramids. This required vast territories and manpower. The Huaxia people proved trustworthy allies. Xian, your ideas are excellent. I'll arrange everything promptly. Li Hui knew all too well the despicable nature of those individuals. Just as before, when Li Xian vanished for an extended period, they couldn't resist surfacing. Had his elder brother not demonstrated extraordinary tactics to intimidate them, the unified forces of Earth might have fractured once more. Second uncle, if they can't be tamed, then we won't keep them. As fellow Earthlings, Li Xian couldn't bring himself to slaughter them indiscriminately. Yet, as the saying goes, those who aren't of our kind have different hearts. The best solution was to simply exile these ingrate dogs to other planets out of sight, out of mind. This precious land of Earth should be reserved exclusively for the Chinese people. Those ingrate wolves are unworthy of sharing Earth with us. Excellent. That's a brilliant plan. We'll proceed exactly as you suggest. Li Hui exclaimed, slapping his thigh. War God Palace. At the joint invitation of Li Xian, Hong, and the Thunder God, all War God tier and Planet tier beings on Earth had gathered at the War God Palace. What do you think? Why did Li Xian and the others call this meeting? It can't be because of what we did before, can it? No way. Those responsible for that are all dead. How could they blame us? I heard Li Xian and the others went into space and came back. Noticing Li Xian's absence, the assembled figures began whispering among themselves through telepathic communication. I'm delighted you've all come. At that moment, Li Xian, Han, and Lei Shan materialized at the main seat, instantly drawing the gaze of everyone present. Greetings, leader. As Li Xian appeared, everyone bowed in greeting. As Earth's leader, he commanded such respect from his subordinates. No need for formalities, everyone. Hong, Thunder God, and I recently journeyed into the cosmos. We witnessed its vastness and our own insignificance. Earth's resources are finite, while the universe's resources are infinite. Likewise, the universe is extremely cruel. The law of the jungle survival of the fittest is an eternal truth. Only by continuously growing stronger can we survive in this brutal cosmos. Li Xian projected a detailed display, revealing the universe's various forms of brutality and overwhelming power. How could this be? The universe is so dangerous? Even the sun can be toyed with effortlessly by the powerful. Those evil beings actually enslave entire planetary populations to trade as slaves. The natives of those worlds have been slaves for generations. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. To think someone could possess eternal life and godlike power. Li Xian's explanation and the projected footage left the War God Palace members utterly horrified. Everyone, you know well that to survive better, we must constantly grow stronger. I have brought back a more powerful cultivation legacy from the cosmos to share with you. But as I mentioned earlier, Earth's resources are finite. To grow stronger, we must plunder resources and conquer other planets. These are resource-rich habitable planets I discovered within the Milky Way. Therefore, I have decided to facilitate interstellar migration for our citizens to these worlds. We shall occupy these planets, plunder their resources, and use them to grow stronger. Of course, I will provide ample support. The planets you conquer will belong entirely to you. I will not interfere. Take Babidi Star, for instance. It's 3 times the size of Earth and boasts far richer resources. It's exceptionally suitable for human habitation. Having laid out the harsh realities of the cosmos, Li Xian began to dangle the bait. Leader, our Infan nation is willing to relocate to Babidi. Leader, our Soviet nation wishes to go to the Krolin star. Leader, our nation of Europa wishes to go to the rain-listening star. Faced with Li Xian's tempting offers, the nations couldn't resist. They began selecting planets suited to their countries. The prospect of ruling an entire planet alone was far more appealing than remaining under Li Xian's authority on Earth. They had once been heads of state, unquestioned rulers in their own right. Now, with China's weight pressing down upon them, every action constrained, Li Xian offered them a planet to call their own, the chance to become sovereign rulers of a world. Naturally, they were more than willing to accept. Very well. I will dispatch spacecraft to transport you there shortly. Upon your return, prepare for the relocation. Remember, bring everyone from your nation, not a single soul left behind. Seeing them all take the bait, a faint smile touched Li Xian's lips. Leader, after we leave Earth, will we ever be able to return? Mert Hansen inquired. He still held deep affection for Earth and would have preferred to stay if it weren't for the development of the American nation. Of course you can. Earth is home to all of us. You may return any time. Li Xian answered with absolute certainty. Provided you pay the entrance fee and don't stay long term. Of course, Li Xian kept this last part to himself, fearing they might change their minds. What a magnanimous leader! We'll return immediately to prepare. With Li Xian's confirmation, the group's lingering concerns vanished. They returned in high spirits to prepare for interstellar migration, strategize planetary occupation, and more. Bro, you sure know how to sweet-talk people. Once everyone had left, Lei Shan gave Li Xian a thumbs up. Brother, you were just pulling their leg? Luo Feng was still baffled, unable to fathom why the boss would relocate people from other nations off Earth. I'm not deceiving them, I'm offering them tangible benefits. As for why I'm relocating them off Earth, you'll find out in time. Li Xian smiled. Chapter 61, Life's Riches Should Benefit Family. Oh, right, Mom and Dad, I brought back quite a few good things for you this time. Here's a nutrient pod, a bloodline evolution agent, the plant lifeform Mayan vine. And here are various complete lineages, mechanical airships, mechanical puppets. Li Xian proceeded to unpack all the treasures he'd prepared for his family. Though he didn't expect his family to become powerful cultivators, he naturally prioritized giving them the best resources. Even if they disliked cultivation, he would eventually use resources to elevate them to immortal tier status. Xin, you don't need to prepare so much for us anymore. Your cultivation is the most important. Li Homing didn't refuse the items Li Xian offered, but he didn't want his own needs to interfere with his son's cultivation. Don't worry, Dad. Use whatever you need. Your son can buy as much as you want. These items all come with instructions, follow them strictly when using them. Take this bloodline evolution agent, for example. Li Xian was never stingy with his family. Seeing them happy brought him joy as well. After spending a few days at home with his parents, Li Xian prepared to resume his cultivation. My mechanical clan clone is forged from E9-grade alloy, but the mechanical clan possesses the ability to devour metal and transform it into themselves. The meteorite ink star is perfect for my mechanical clan clone to devour. If that's not enough, it can also consume the corpse of that mechanical clan immortal. That should allow my clone to successfully advance to F grade. Every mechanic body was composed of metal. Their forms could advance by continuously devouring metal, and they could even fuse F-grade metals into their bodies, transforming them into F-grade alloys. These alloys outperformed pure metals in every aspect. Once he had the funds, he planned to acquire other F-grade metals to forge an immortal-grade mechanical legion, a common tactic among immortal-grade mechanics. But Li Xin didn't want to build just any ordinary mechanical empire, he aimed for a high-quality one. While ordinary immortal-grade machines relied on sheer numbers to prevail, Li Xin aimed to triumph through superior quality. This required him to build upon the existing knowledge of immortal-grade mechanical beings and develop even more powerful individual units. He harbors no concerns about this endeavor. With the Eternal Divine Brain at his disposal, given foundational knowledge and resources, he can thoroughly research and master anything. Leave the gathering and manufacturing of energy, along with interstellar trade, to Mona to manage. My focus is solely on continuing my cultivation and growing stronger. With that, Li Xin began his cultivation. My phantom divine weapon has long been fully cultivated and recognized me as its master. I just never had time to practice it before. Today, I'll finally give it a try. Though Li Xin hadn't had time to practice the illusory divine weapon over the past month, he had continuously studied the secret techniques and patterns contained within its first layer. The illusory divine weapon combined the laws of light and time. While the first 4 techniques could be executed without mastering the law of time, their power would be significantly diminished. The illusory divine weapon comprises 9 tiers of techniques: illusory light form, cleaving heaven form, shattering heaven form, heavy sword without edge, sword slashes time, world of time, piercing the azure sky, sword opens heaven and earth, and immortal can be defeated. The first tier, illusory light form, requires stepping into the threshold of the light elemental law to cultivate. It involves manipulating 9 of the 10,081 golden blades within the illusory divine weapon, each as thin as a cicada's wing, to forge a new golden illusory sword. Only then is one considered to have mastered the basics. As he spoke, Li Xin began practicing by manipulating the illusory divine weapon with his psychic power. Each of the 10,081 golden blades bore engraved secret patterns of corresponding laws. Activating the illusory divine weapon according to the methods inscribed within these patterns was the swiftest path to mastery. During his first practice of the phantom light form, 9 blades slowly coalesced into a phantom sword. He then began forming a second one. By the third sword, Li Xin realized he could not continue the combination. Achieving minor mastery on my first attempt at the phantom light technique is impressive. Next, I'll focus on mastering the use of 3 phantom swords while continuing to comprehend the secret patterns within them. As Li Xin continuously delved into the mystic patterns and trained with the illusory divine weapon according to their methods, his progress accelerated rapidly. Within a mere fortnight, he had mastered the technique to form 9 phantom swords from the illusory divine weapon. Merging these 9 swords into one would unlock the second tier of the illusory divine weapon. After mastering the first tier, Li Xin entered the training space of the virtual universe killing grounds to set up opponents as sparring partners. No, wait, we're both at the peak of the first tier of the illusory divine weapon. Why is his phantom sword control so much faster? This isn't just a gap in pure experience. This is the application of the time law. During the duel, he discovered something astonishing. He had long sought to comprehend the law of time, but had always lacked the time or opportunity. Witnessing this scene now, his mind instantly flashed through the myriad secret techniques and patterns engraved upon the phantom divine weapon. Previously, he had only activated 80% of the first tier's secret techniques and patterns, all pertaining to the law of light. Thus, even without any comprehension of the time law, he could fully wield the first tier of the illusory divine weapon. In fact, the first 4 tiers placed minimal demands on the time law. Even without grasping it, one could wield them with sufficient mastery of the light law. However, if one did comprehend the time law, activating the full array of secret techniques and patterns on the phantom divine weapon would result in a qualitative leap in its power. Time acceleration, exactly. The secret patterns of the first 4 tiers of the phantom divine weapon share similarities. They should all be insights related to time acceleration. As Li Xin continuously observed his opponent wielding the first tier of the illusory divine weapon, combined with his own insights, he swiftly uncovered its secrets. Unconsciously, Li Xin became immersed in this insight. Even when he was killed by his opponent within the killing space, he remained lost in his contemplation. This immersion lasted an entire day. Suddenly, clarity returned to Li Xin's eyes. 9 phantom swords reappeared in the void, coalescing into a killing formation. The illusory blades now flew at a speed 30% faster than before. Truly befitting one of the higher tier laws, the law of time. Its profundity is astonishing. Merely grasping its superficial aspects has already increased the illusory divine weapon's speed by 30%. And this is merely accelerating the flight speed of the illusory divine weapons. If I continue to comprehend it, the time acceleration could eventually enhance my control over psychic power, my physical movement speed, my neural reaction speed, and so on. I recall that the Phantom Light Marquis also possessed secret techniques related to time. After all, to advance to the revered rank, he must comprehend the time law. Though Li Xian had inherited the Phantom Light Marquis' legacy, he had only just begun his cultivation. With his immediate focus on cultivating the Phantom Divine Weapon, he hadn't prioritized learning the secret arts left behind by the Phantom Light Marquis. Now that the need arose, he naturally sought out the corresponding techniques to study. Chapter 62, The Dream Spiral Wing Clan's Valkyrie. Found it the Time Acceleration Secret Technique. A pure time-based art, this manual primarily utilizes insights into the laws of time to accelerate one's own perception of time. To master it, one must first comprehend the temporal laws governing time acceleration. This aligns perfectly with the first 4 tiers of the illusory divine weapon's temporal runes, allowing them to be learned concurrently. Time acceleration has 7 tiers. The first tier accelerates one's personal time by 2x across all dimensions, the second by 4x, the third by 8x, and so on. The 7th tier reaches 128x acceleration. Typically, only immortal tier practitioners can achieve the 7th tier. Realm Lord tier practitioners find it nearly impossible. Oh, and my psychic flight weapon, the Holy Light Compass, also requires learning its corresponding secret technique. The Sacred Light Flight Technique is a universal flight secret art based on the cosmic law of light. It's the primary flight method for psychic practitioners who master the law of light. Only when combined with the Sacred Light Compass can its full potential be unleashed. Li Xian then devoted himself entirely to cultivation on Earth. His journey as a martial artist had been incredibly brief. Even with the Eternal Divine Brain's assistance, he couldn't master everything quickly. What he needed most now was time. Only time could gradually allow him to address his weaknesses, digest his foundational knowledge, and transform it into true strength. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Abeta was exerting his mental pressure to suppress Li Xian. Abaddon, elevate me to the 5th tier of Domain Lord. For the past 2 years, Li Xian had spent the vast majority of his time in the virtual universe, ceaselessly studying arcane arts and comprehending the laws of the universe. Only occasionally did he return to the real world, where Abeta would use its superior level to exert immense mental pressure upon him, a method Li Xian devised himself to temper his will. Over these 2 years, combined with his self-developed 100 refinements divine forging technique, he had honed his will from the initial Domain Lord Tier 1 to Tier 4, a pace that could hardly be called slow. Yes, Master. Abaddon naturally obeyed his master's command. With Li Xian's full support, Abaddon had now ascended from Domain Lord to Realm Lord, and his strength continued to grow in every aspect. Abaddon was now Li Xian's most formidable servant. Phew. My period of rapid willpower advancement has passed. From here on, further growth will have to come slowly. The significant boost to his willpower over 2 years was primarily due to his relentless refinement of the 100 refinements divine forging technique. Additionally, having recently begun cultivating this technique, he had experienced a period of rapid ascent. Once that phase passed, without further opportunities, progress would inevitably slow. Have you both reached the 7th stage of Stellar Realm? He then turned his gaze to the star-devouring willow, star-eating bamboo, and heavenly star battle armor beside him, all cultivated with vast resources. These 3 little ones had also been nurtured for over 2 years since birth. Under the pouring of abundant resources, they had already reached the 7th stage of stellar energy, growing at an astonishingly rapid pace. Upon seeing Li Xian arrive, the 3 little ones immediately began to coil around him, their vague consciousnesses expressing their affection for him. Come here, little ones. Let's see which one you prefer. Observing the vast resources being absorbed by the star-devouring willow, star-eating bamboo, and celestial star battle armor, an idea struck him. Based on the unique properties of the star-devouring willow, star-eating bamboo, and the celestial star battle armor, he used the Eternal Divine Furnace to convert energy they could absorb. He then placed the Eternal Divine Furnace's energy and their respective cultivation resources before them, allowing their instincts to guide their choice. Whoosh! To Li Xian's delight, both the star-devouring willow and star-eating bamboo chose the energy from the Eternal Divine Furnace. However, the heavenly star battle armor opted for the metal it had always preferred to consume. This means I can cultivate them using the Eternal Divine Furnace's energy from now on, saving a lot of primordial units. This meant that for their normal growth from Tier 1 to Tier 9, the star-devouring willow and star-eating bamboo could be cultivated using eternal energy. As for whether eternal energy could replace the resources needed for their breakthroughs and transformations, that remained unknown. He could verify it later if the opportunity arose. At least half of the resources consumed in cultivating plant life are for their growth process, while resources for breakthroughs and transformations account for the other half. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, under Mona's management, energy collection and production have been prioritized. Even with 2 additional energy-consuming entities, we needn't fear an energy shortage. Though 2 years is a short time, Mona's diligent management and the collective efforts of the numerous intelligent beings under Li Xian's command have already brought significant changes to the tens of thousands of planets surrounding the solar system. At the very least, a medium-sized energy-generating pyramid now stood on every planet, ceaselessly producing energy that flowed into the eternal divine furnace. Master, over the past 2 years, Huaxia has begun to engage with the cosmos. Through the collective efforts of its many elites, it has slowly begun to establish its own foothold in the universe. All other nations on Earth, except for China, have also migrated to other habitable planets within the past 2 years. Upon finding Li Xian available, Mona briefly reported on the recent developments. You've done well. Keep a close eye on this aspect. Other matters can proceed at a slower pace, but above all, prioritize stability and caution. With Mona, this highly intelligent assistant, Li Xian no longer needed to personally handle many trivial matters or manage the intelligent beings under his command, greatly conserving his energy. Now, it's time to test the results of my cultivation over these past 2 years. After briefly reviewing the current situation, Li Xian entered the cosmic battle platform within the virtual universe. This was no ordinary battle platform within the Qianwu nation, it was the ultimate arena for the entire human universe. Access was granted only to those who had achieved a 10-star rating within the Slaughterfield battle space. Here, one could witness decisive battles across all tiers of humanity, even realm master level confrontations occurred frequently. Select invited challenger strength range, stellar 9th tier to cosmic 9th tier mastery of light laws, no class restrictions, random invitation. Upon arriving, Li Xian wasted no time, immediately setting his challenge parameters and randomly issuing invitations to all eligible candidates. Target Dream Shell Wing Valkyrie has accepted the invitation. Battle can commence at any time. Li Xian had barely sent the invitation when someone immediately accepted his challenge, and this person was the same tier as him, stellar tier 9. Wait, isn't that AI Chen? But when Li Xian saw the profile picture of the Dream Snail Wing Clan Valkyrie, he discovered it belonged to a vibrant young girl. Her energetic pink high ponytail, adorable face playfully winking and sticking out her tongue, all the innocence and beauty seemed concentrated in her. Chapter 63, Mr. Undefeated, I'm coming for you. When AI Chen's figure appeared 100 kilometers away from Li Xian confirmed beyond doubt that this was indeed the AI Chen from the original novel's Genius War. Her appearance was pure and beautiful, adorned with a comforting smile. A form-fitting mecha suit, pink with a hint of white, perfectly outlined her golden proportioned, graceful figure. The pair of dreamlike wings unique to the Dream Spiral Wing Clan adorning her back added an ethereal, angelic aura to her presence. Her image perfectly embodied the aesthetic ideals of every Chinese man. Mr. Duguchobai, you are my first opponent in the cosmic battle arena. I will give you my all and ensure you receive a respectable challenge. AI Chen's heart was clearly racing with excitement. Her face radiated a smile hungry for battle, her voice crisp and pleasant, not the slightest bit off-putting. Perfect. This is my first time on the cosmic battle platform too. You're my first opponent. I hope your strength matches the confidence in your words. Seeing such a beautiful young woman naturally lifted Li Xian's spirits, but that didn't mean he was going to hold back. Mr. Duguchobai, are you ready? I'm going in. AI Chen blinked her large eyes and even flashed a peace sign. A pink light sword appeared in each of her hands, the Aurora Sacred Sword, one of the divine weapons of martial artists. It was in its unique dual sword form. In the next instant, AI Chen, empowered by the primordial laws of light, burst forward at extreme speed toward Li Xian. Knowing her opponent was a psychic, her first choice was to close the distance. Your light refraction and concealment won't fool me. Though AI Chen appeared to charge head-on, that was merely a light-projected illusion. The real AI Chen darted at an even faster pace, circling around to strike Li Xian from the side. The sacred light compass beneath Li Xian's feet also erupted with blinding speed, streaking off in the opposite direction of AI Chen's true form. Phantom light style. Simultaneously, the 9 golden blades of the illusionary divine weapon instantly enveloped AI Chen from all directions. The first tier of the Grand Master level Phantom Divine Weapon, mastering the time primordial law to accelerate the Phantom Divine Weapon. As someone who had also grasped the light origin law and the time origin law, AI Chen instantly recognized the profound secrets of the illusionary divine weapon. But she was no ordinary person. As her 9-fold light domain blossomed, her speed surged dramatically. With her agility, she effortlessly evaded the encircling attack of the 9 phantom light swords. As her feet powerfully pushed off the ground, immense strength and genetic primal energy erupted, propelling her toward Li Xian's true form at an even more terrifying speed. Interesting. A domain? I have one too. Li Xian unleashed his own domain. As the two domains collided, AI Chen's speed abruptly slowed. 10 absolute slashes. His speed affected, AI Chen instantly readjusted his stance. Clasping his twin blades together, the purifying power within his domain concentrated upon the divine weapon. A pink cross-shaped beam of light instantly shattered the constraints of Li Xian's domain. Time pause. Just as Li Xian attempted to activate the holy light compass to evade AI Chen's attack, AI Chen suddenly gave a playful wink. In an instant, the flow of time around Li Xian slowed by 8-fold. Yet, the attack speed of AI Chen's cross-slash remained unaffected. Typically, facing such a devastating technique at the same level felt like being frozen in time. After all, even a 2-fold slowdown proved lethal in peer-level combat, let alone 8-fold. Mr. Dugu Qiubai, you truly are formidable. Your speed and reaction time are too swift for me to keep up. To claim my first victory, I've even unleashed my most powerful ultimate move. Simultaneously, to ensure absolute victory, AI Chen closed in on Li Xian at blinding speed. Li Xian was now slowed by a factor of 8 in every direction. For anyone else, this might have been enough to lose the fight. But he was a man who had also cultivated the secret art of time manipulation. Time acceleration. In an instant, a surge of temporal energy coursed through Li Xian's body, accelerating his own time by 8-fold. This completely counteracted the time-slowing force AI Chen had imposed upon him. The one who defeats you first should be me. Split heaven style. The holy light compass guided Li Xian to evade the 10 absolute slashes. The 9 illusory blades instantly coalesced into a tangible, 3-foot-long golden light sword. The blade descended toward AI Chen's head, its terrifying power dozens of times greater than the previous illusory light strike. What? AI Chen hadn't anticipated Li Xian using a time-manipulating secret technique to counter her ultimate move. She immediately cast another secret technique to delay the sword's descent, but Li Xian's Cleave the Heavens technique was also imbued with time acceleration. AI Chen's technique could only counteract part of the time acceleration, unable to stop the heaven-splitting strike from crashing down upon her. Crash! The lightsaber descended from the heavens, striking without mercy. The once pure and lovely face was instantly cleaved in two, ending the battle. I lost my first battle. Grandmother was right, there are too many geniuses in the universe, and I'm still not strong enough. But that Mr. Dugu Qiubai is incredibly powerful. Like me, he stepped into the threshold of the fundamental laws of light and time, yet he defeated me so easily. I'm slower than him, and I'm not as skilled with divine weapons. These are the weaknesses I need to address next. Oh, right, let's add him as a friend first. Mr. Dugu Qiubai is also a 9th-tier star-level cultivator. He must be aiming for the Genius War in a few years. After losing, AI Chen pouted slightly, but quickly let it go, even proactively adding Li Xian as a friend. Ha! No response? Could Mr. Dugu Qiubai still be in his final battle? After waiting a while with no reply, AI Chen curiously entered the spectator section of Li Xian's final battle space. This battle arena wasn't like the gambling arenas, it allowed spectators to watch their followed players compete. They could even tip their favorite contestants, much like watching a live stream. Upon entering, AI Chen discovered Li Xian was indeed battling another opponent. What's more, Li Xian had been fighting non-stop for an entire day without rest. Oh? AI Chen? Only after Li Xian finally took a break did he see numerous friend requests, including one from AI Chen. The moment Li Xian accepted the request, AI Chen immediately initiated a video call. Hey, Mr. Invincible. Nice to see you again. You're incredibly strong. Next time, when I'm stronger, I'll challenge you again. AI Chen still wore his usual optimistic and cheerful demeanor, showing no signs of defeat after losing to Li Xian. Chapter 64, let's get straight to the point. Ahem. Dream Shell Wing Clan Valkyrie, my name is Li Xian. Invincible Dugu is just an alias I use. You can call me by my name from now on. Hearing the title Mr. Dugu Qiubai, Li Xian couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Mr. Li Xian, my name isn't Valkyrie of the Dream Shell Wing Clan either. It's AI Chen. You can call me by my name, that's what my friends do. AI Chen said, sticking out her little tongue. Your insights into light purification and time deceleration are profound. I, on the other hand, have some understanding of light enhancement and time acceleration. Why don't we schedule a time to exchange ideas? The laws of light and time have many branches. Beginners typically start by learning one branch of the law. Then, gradually, they branch out from one branch to explore others, eventually touching upon the entire law itself through each branch. Therefore, for Li Xian and AI Chen, both grasping different branches of the same fundamental law, mutual exchange represented shared progress. Sounds great. How about right now? Where are you, Mr. Li Xian? I'll teleport over to meet you. Hearing this, AI Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately inquired about Li Xian's location. I'm currently in training room 1314, Zone A of the stellar battle space. Li Xian sent the location without hesitation. Mr. Li Xian, wait for me. I'm heading straight to your room to exchange ideas. With that, AI Chen hung up the call. Why does AI Chen always sound a bit off? Had he not known AI Chen wasn't Chinese, he might have thought AI Chen was hinting at something. Li Xian, it's a pleasure to see you again. Soon, AI Chen arrived at Li Xian's cultivation chamber. Unlike her battle attire, AI Chen now wore comfortable clothing, revealing her long, fair legs and delicate shoulders. The sight gave off the aura of a true beauty. What do you think, Lee Xin? Do you like this outfit? I changed specifically to come see you like this. AI Chen spun around gracefully, allowing Lee Xin to take in her entire figure. She finished with a playful wink, batting her eyelashes as she sought his opinion. It's certainly nice. But let's get down to business. Though captivating, Lee Xin didn't linger on the sight. With a swift motion, he integrated his light domain into the profound manifestation of the light law's enhancement. This is my interpretation of the purifying power within the law of light. AI Chen likewise demonstrated his grasp of the light law. Normally, two different law domains colliding would inevitably repel each other. Yet, through AI Chen and Lee Xin's coordination, their domains didn't repel but instead showed a tendency to fuse. Within the domains, they could see each other's grasp of the laws more clearly, but how much they could comprehend depended entirely on their individual insight. Initially, it was merely the law of light, but later, both AI Chen and Lee Xin incorporated their insights into the law of time. While they pursued opposite branches of the time law, this did not hinder their grasp of its principles. Having a like-minded partner whose grasp of the laws matched their own accelerated their progress tremendously. At the very least, Lee Xin felt his progress in both the law of light and the law of time was far quicker than if he had been studying alone. Thus, though they exchanged few words, their actions displayed remarkable synergy. Their exchange lasted a full day and night. Lee Xin, our exchange has been immensely rewarding. I need time to digest all this. Next time I challenge you, don't refuse. AI Chen strode cheerfully out of Lee Xin's meditation chamber. As he neared the exit, he turned back with a playful smile. Don't worry, I'll never refuse. Just don't cry when I beat you again. Over the course of their day together, the two had gradually transformed from strangers and rivals into friends. I won't lose, and I certainly won't cry. Don't underestimate me. AI Chen pouted and huffed lightly, her twin ponytails swinging as she left Lee Xin with a beautiful view of her retreating back. Xiao Chun, weren't you supposed to be honing your skills in the cosmic battle arena? Why did I only see one match recorded in your battle log? As AI Chen returned to her virtual home with a simple little skip and a hum, she happened to be spotted by an elegant, beautiful woman. Like AI Chen, she bore a pair of dream snail wings on her back. Yet unlike AI Chen's translucent, luminous wings, hers were a delicate pink. Grandmother, though I fought only once, my gains were immense, you know? I encountered a genius who, like me, has crossed the threshold into the light source law and the time source law. Upon seeing his grandmother, AI Chen happily shared every detail of his encounter with Lee Xin. Oh, I hadn't realized there was such a prodigy. It seems he'll be participating in the genius tournament as well. Little Chen, you'd better train hard. Otherwise, you might end up losing to him again. The Silverlight Marquis remarked in surprise. She had personally trained this great-granddaughter of hers and knew her strength well. Judging by past genius war standards, this level of power would have easily secured first place. Yet now she had been defeated by an even more gifted peer. Grandmother, rest assured. After exchanging insights with Lee Xin, I've gained new understanding of the time suspension secret technique you taught me. By combining time deceleration with time acceleration, the technique will become even more powerful. AI Chen patted her small chest in assurance. As long as you have confidence. The Silverlight Marquis chuckled. Meanwhile, after AI Chen departed, Lee Xin didn't linger either. He returned to the estate he'd purchased on Black Dragon Island. But before he could enter, he happened to run into Princess Bloxen, the third imperial princess, and Helen, the proprietress of the curiosity shop. Mr. Lee Xin, it's been ages. A new exotic fruit wine bar just opened on Black Dragon Island. Why don't we grab a drink together? Helen's eyes lit up upon seeing Lee Xin, and she promptly extended the invitation alongside Bloxen. Over the past 2 years, Lee Xin's servants had frequently placed orders at the curiosity shop. Not wanting to lose such a valuable client, Helen often sought him out with Bloxen. Through these encounters, the three had gradually become friends. Sounds great. Lee Xin occasionally relaxed after his exhausting cultivation sessions, so he wouldn't refuse Helen and Bloxen's invitation if he truly had the time. Chapter 65, Owes Bloken a Favor. Thank you, Mr. Lee Xin, for your support these past 2 years. I'll drink to that first. Upon arriving at the wine lounge, the trio selected a quiet private room. Helen picked up a glass and downed it in one gulp. That's because you offered the highest price on the entire Chilong Star. Naturally, I prioritized selling to your Chibo store. Lee Xin didn't exclusively sell to Helen either. Business relationships without mutual benefit couldn't last long. Fortunately, Helen was a smart woman, so the two had formed a cooperative partnership. I really envy you, Helen. With a major client like Mr. Lee Xin, you have a steady income. Though I am the princess of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, I still have to venture out and fight for many resources myself. Blossom shot Lee Xin a wistful glance, her eyes practically pleading, why won't you back me up? Lee Xin completely ignored Bloxen's gaze. His dealings with Helen involved only stellar grade and a few cosmic grade items. Dealing with Bloxen would inevitably involve the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, a web of complex interests he currently wished to avoid entangling himself in. I heard you took the cosmic mercenary assessment and were sent to an undeveloped world. They say the time flow there is bizarre? Is it extremely dangerous? Seeing Li Xin didn't respond, Helen tactfully changed the subject. Correct. It's a newly discovered world in the Qianwu cosmic nation, called the Realm of Time. I've heard it's never been explored, so the dangers are impossible to gauge. But judging by the time turbulence that could erupt at any moment, the risks are immense. Bloken said solemnly. Oh? Could you tell me more about this world? When are you scheduled for the assessment? The mention of differing time flow rates and an unexplored world piqued Li Xian's interest. Places like this often harbor creatures adept at manipulating temporal laws, and there might even be a sliver of a chance for unique time-based lifeforms to appear. The assessment is in 3 days. We'll assemble at Enlightenment Star. As for the specifics of this world. Seeing Li Xian ask this, Bloxen proceeded to share everything she knew, bit by bit. Knock knock knock. Just then, the knocking on the private room door interrupted Bloxen's narration. Come in. Having his interest abruptly cut off left Li Xian feeling rather annoyed, but he steeled himself to see which meddler dared interrupt his quiet contemplation. Mr. Li Xian, the owner of the meditation room requests your presence. As Li Xian finished speaking, 2 men with entirely purple skin and 2 horns on their heads entered from outside. No. If he wants to see me, he can come himself. Hearing this, Li Xian immediately dismissed them as yet another attempt to recruit him into the Virtual Universe Corporation. His primary concern now remained the unknown world with its altered time flow that Brochin had mentioned. What should we do? The 2 messengers who had delivered the message couldn't believe a stellar 9th-tier cultivator would dare refuse an invitation from a domain lord-level powerhouse. But before they could react, they were already tossed out of the private room, the door slamming shut behind them. Mr. Li Xian, the owner of the meditation chamber, is a very important figure. Isn't it a bit rude to refuse so bluntly? Bloken cautiously inquired, observing Li Xian's actions. It's fine. Continue telling me about the realm of time. Li Xian shrugged indifferently. Unlike Luo Feng and the others in the original story, he wasn't joining the Virtual Universe Corporation to rapidly boost his strength. He intended to join from the Genius War onwards, entering as a core member, not some peripheral outsider. Well, the realm of time. Seeing Li Xian respond this way, Bloken continued her explanation. Miss Bloxen, I also wish to explore this realm of time. Do you have a way? After hearing Bloxen's explanation, Li Xian decided to take a chance. Over the past 2 years, he had significantly enhanced his abilities. Further progress might not come as swiftly as before. If he could gain the assistance of a clone, his progress would see a qualitative leap. Registration has closed, but I happen to know the person overseeing this assessment from the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. I can pull some strings to get Mr. Li Xian included. After a moment's thought, Bloken gritted her teeth and resolved to use one of her personal favors to assist Li Xian. She had researched Li Xian. This young man was clearly aiming for the Genius War several years hence. Even the Black Dragon Empire was actively courting him, which spoke volumes about his formidable strength. Should he achieve a high ranking in the Genius War, her investment would multiply dozens or even hundreds of times over. Then I'm deeply grateful, Miss Bloken. Consider this a debt I owe you. Should you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to come to me. Li Xian understood this request placed a considerable burden on Bloken. The individuals overseeing such assessments were undoubtedly influential figures, and Bloken's personal connections alone wouldn't suffice. She would likely need to involve high-ranking officials within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to intervene, adding his name to the list in violation of the rules of favor that would surely come at a significant cost. Then I shall await your arrival on Enlightenment Star in 3 days' time, Mr. Li Xian. Bloken was precisely seeking this kind of response from Li Xian. The value of a favor is hard to quantify, it largely depends on who owes it. Their conversation lasted only as long as it took to finish a few bottles of wine, ending quickly, yet all 3 felt thoroughly satisfied with the exchange. Black Dragon Island, Meditation Chamber. Sir, we went to invite Li Xian, but he refused. He said he wants to see you, he wants you to come personally. After being rebuffed by Li Xian, the 2 purple-skinned individuals returned immediately to report to Mingyu. What? I have to go myself. After all these years, this is the first time I've encountered such a bold genius. Over the years, Mingyu had invited countless prodigies, but Li Xian was the first stellar-tier talent to speak to him, a domain lord, with such audacity. Typically, those who lack reverence for power easily hit walls in reality and provoke formidable enemies, landing themselves in serious trouble. In short, they're masterful at courting disaster. Fine. Since you insist I go alone, I'll see for myself what gives you the confidence to summon a domain lord like me. As a 2-star cosmic mercenary, he ranked among the elite of the domain lord tier and naturally possessed his own pride. This time, Li Xin had truly provoked him. Damn it! Is this guy messing with me? But to Ming Yu's surprise, when he came looking for Li Xin had already left and wasn't even in the virtual universe anymore. Chapter 66, The True Purpose of the Mechanical Evolution Talent. Li Xin knew nothing of Ming Yu's affairs. After exiting the virtual universe, he began preparing for his departure. He boarded an E9 class mechanic clan starship from Mars and arrived at a remote corner of the Milky Way. This region was rife with spatial turbulence, where rifts could erupt at any moment. Even a realm lord level powerhouse could perish if unfamiliar with the routes, swept away by the chaotic currents. Li Xin had expended considerable effort to finally discover a secure route into this fractured space. Within this space lay scattered fragments of shattered continents. The environment was inhospitable, incapable of sustaining life, its sole defining feature being its extreme seclusion. Originally nameless, he christened it Nirvana Continent, symbolizing his place of rebirth. After entering, Li Xin arrived at one such continent. Extending his right hand, a ring buried 3,000 meters deep beneath this land surfaced from the ground. This was none other than a world ring, possessing formidable concealment properties. Neither the divine power detection of immortal tier powerhouses nor the scanners of F-class starships could detect this hidden ring. This was a special world ring he had purchased specifically for 50,000 Han Yuan units. Li Xin instantly teleported into the world ring. Within lay a vast mechanical city, home to countless mechanical puppets and intelligent lifeforms. Welcome, Master, to the mechanical world. Upon his arrival, Black Rhino immediately led numerous subordinates to greet him. He had entrusted the management of many mundane affairs in this mechanical world to his assistant, Black Rhino. No need to follow me. Go attend to your own duties. Li Xin said, then proceeded alone to the core area. Here stood a colossal cube-shaped computer, each dimension measuring 3,000 meters in length, width, and height. It had been constructed using the inherited technology from the Eternal Divine Brain. The Eternal Divine Brain's main core has met the requirements for advancement. Proceed with the upgrade. Eternal Divine Brain initiating upgrade. Upgrade complete. Current level, Cosmic. This upgrade was swift, completed in just 3 hours. The Cosmic level Eternal Divine Brain's innate enlightenment has grown stronger, enhancing my own comprehension. Furthermore, the latest model Eternal Divine Furnace can now consume minerals and other materials, converting them into energy, effectively adding another energy source. Most importantly, I now possess an additional Eternal Divine Brain core, granting me another avatar option. Following the Eternal Divine Brain's advancement, additional information became available, though not extensive. Li Xin then arrived at the eastern edge of this steel city, the location of his mechanized clan spaceship avatar. However, this avatar was no longer the E9 class vessel it once was. After fusing with the meteorite ink star and re-engineering its body, it had transformed into an F-class ship, with all aspects of its performance significantly enhanced. Leave the mechanical clone here to protect the main brain and continue researching its upgrades, while simultaneously constructing an E9 class mechanical spacecraft. Now comes the moment to witness the miracle, to see just how powerful the limits of my mechanical evolution talent truly are. Li Xin looked toward the mechanic clan clone. Not far away stood 6 mechanic clan ships, identical to the clone's earliest iterations. These were all meticulously crafted by the mechanic clan clone over the past 2 years. Using purchased E9 grade alloys, they replicated the original E9 grade mechanical spacecraft specifications in a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. He planned to consign them to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. After all, he'd spent a considerable amount of Han Yuan units over the years and needed to keep generating income to sustain this lifestyle where money flowed like water. Before putting them up for sale, however, he needed to conduct several experiments. Mechanical evolution. Instantly, a beam of light enveloped one of the E9 grade mechanical ships. Vast amounts of energy began being drawn from the Eternal Divine Furnace, and the entire mechanical ship underwent visible transformations at a rapid pace. The mechanical structure and core programming within the vessel, already considered E9 tier peak, grew increasingly refined. Law-inscribed patterns gradually emerged on its previously featureless E9 grade alloy hull. Every aspect of the entire ship grew progressively more powerful. When the talent's secret art concluded, an enhanced E9 grade mechanical ship had taken form. This time, I chose not to transform it into an intelligent lifeform during the mechanical evolution. Instead, I simply enhanced the ship itself. I never imagined it would undergo such a profound metamorphosis. Observing the mechanical spacecraft before him, he, possessing a mechanical avatar, understood precisely what transformation had occurred within. Whereas the previous E9 class mechanical ship had power comparable to an F-class vessel, this new craft now boasted a 1.5-fold increase in power, weapon systems, external defenses, and all other functionalities over its original specifications. In every respect except for the E9 grade alloy used in its construction, it now fully matched an F-class vessel. It could be said that in the technology of utilizing E9 grade alloys to construct spacecraft, this had surpassed the capabilities once mastered by the Mechanics clan's immortals. Within the Mechanics clan, only immortals of the king-level rank could achieve this feat. Ordinary immortal commanders or marquis-level immortals lacked the capability to construct such a spacecraft using E9-grade alloy. If previous spacecraft were valued at 1,000 to 2,000 primordial units, then this vessel's worth lies between 3,000 and 4,000 primordial units. The increased value of the ship is secondary to me. What matters most is that the ship itself has become more perfect through the evolution of the innate secret technique. If I can thoroughly research the technology on this ship, I could build one like it even without the innate secret technique. Then, I could use the innate secret technique to enhance it once more, gaining even more advanced shipbuilding technology. Repeating this cycle would only make my skills stronger and stronger, wouldn't it? Even if the E-class ship reaches its enhancement limit, I can first build an F-class ship and use this method to continuously elevate my technological capabilities. After experimenting with the mechanical evolution innate secret technique, it felt as though a gateway to a new world had opened for Li Xian, allowing him to ascend toward the pinnacle of technology through this portal. Admittedly, the immortal experience memories he had previously acquired from the mechanical clan had already elevated his mechanical expertise to profound heights. But as his power continued to grow, this foundation would inevitably be exhausted someday. Now, with the mechanical evolution talent in hand, he was certain his mechanical clan avatar would one day rival even the peak mechanical clan of the peak race. Chapter 67, Evolution of the Rainbow Soul Extinguishing Bell, Rainbow Illusion Destroying Bell. If an E9 grade spaceship can be like this, then what about an E9 grade mechanical puppet? An E9 grade laser gun, and... As his thoughts expanded, Li Xian realized that all manner of mechanical weapons could be enhanced through the mechanical reinforcement talent, allowing him to then study the technology behind these upgraded weapons. Following this pattern in an endless loop, provided he had sufficient time and materials, his ceiling in mechanical-style weapons and spacecraft would become incredibly high. Phew! With limited energy now, I'll focus on researching spaceships to accumulate funds first. The rest can wait. After spending over 10 minutes formulating a solid plan, Li Xian finally exhaled in relief. He currently had several million universal units on hand, but this amount was still a drop in the bucket. Grade F metal was prohibitively expensive. Building spaceships with it was unrealistic. He'd have to wait until he had the funds to implement that plan. First, I'll enhance all the mechanic clan ships and list them for sale at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Let's see what the market offers. Speaking, he utilized his mechanical evolution talent to reinforce the remaining 5 E9 class mechanical race ships once more. Time to leave. After retrieving the items here, Li Xian exited the world ring and buried it back into the earth. This was his final opportunity. Beyond himself, no one knew this place concealed a world ring nor the mechanical city within it. Yinglong Star was one of the most prosperous commercial planets in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Numerous major auctions and commercial transactions within the empire were held here, and a powerful realm lord level being maintained a permanent presence on the planet. Upon arriving, Li Xian had no interest in sightseeing. He headed straight for the rendezvous point Brochin had sent him. Mr. Li Xian, over here. Bloxin had already arrived with the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's contingent participating in the probationary mercenary assessment. Spotting Li Xian, she waved enthusiastically in greeting. Miss Bloxin, we meet again. Li Xian smiled as he engaged Bloxin in conversation. Who is this fellow? To receive such warmth from Her Royal Highness the Third Princess. Rumor has it a court disciple from the White Tiger Pavilion is courting the Third Princess. Wonder what'd happen if that disciple found out. That would be quite the spectacle. Look! Aren't those people from the White Tiger Tower? Seeing the Third Princess conversing so animatedly with Li Xian, those around them couldn't help but begin whispering among themselves. Wherever she appeared, a woman of noble birth and striking beauty inevitably drew the attention of countless men. As Rolf's subordinate, Kojia couldn't stand seeing the woman his boss was pursuing laughing and chatting with a stranger. Brother, didn't you know to avoid suspicion? Rolf, a core disciple of White Tiger Mountain, is currently courting Her Highness the Third Imperial Princess. Koji stepped beside Li Xian, intending to teach this presumptuous youngster a lesson and make him understand who he shouldn't provoke. Koji, Mr. Li Xian is my friend. There's no need for caution. If you don't want to die during this trial, shut your mouth. Before Li Xian could speak, Blokin stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Rolf. Your Highness, my brother Rolf has been utterly devoted to you. How could you, for this guy? Seeing Bloxin defend Li Xian only fueled Koji's rage. Clearly, these two had grown quite close, otherwise, Bloxin wouldn't have stood up for him. Rainbow Illusion Soul Bell. Before Kojia could finish his sentence, the intangible chime of the soul bell resonated, penetrating deep into his soul. Instantly, it dragged Kojia into an endless illusory realm. The seven-colored illusion soul bell was the core inheritance of the illusion light marquee, complementing the seven-colored soul-destroying bell. One specialized in illusions, the other in soul attacks. Moreover, the Phantom Light Marquee had combined the two secret arts to form the even more powerful seven-colored soul-destroying bell. However, the seven-colored soul-destroying bell was exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Fearing inheritors might lack sufficient talent, he split it into two separate secret arts. Those with adequate aptitude could directly practice the seven-colored soul-destroying bell. Thus, after inheriting the Marquis of Illusion's legacy, Li Xian naturally cultivated both the Rainbow Soul-destroying bell and the Rainbow Illusion bell. Later, discovering his aptitude in this area, he combined the two secret arts into one, mastering the Rainbow Illusion-destroying bell. I don't have a brother like you. Get lost. Li Xian's expressionless gaze suddenly flickered with two crimson ancient bells. He glanced at Kejie and said indifferently, "Yes, you're right, sir. Rolf is a waste of space. Rolf is a waste of space." As Li Xian finished speaking, the arrogance that had filled Kejie's face vanished instantly. His expression turned numb, his eyes vacant. Like a walking corpse, he turned and left, muttering Rolf is a waste over and over. Whoa, that Koje is a 9th-tier stellar-level psionicist. To be controlled by just a glance from the other guy. Judging by Koje's state, he's probably crippled for life. This guy's dangerous. He dares to provoke a core disciple of the White Tiger Tower. Either he's got something up his sleeve or he's a fool. We'd be wise to stay out of his way. Those nearby had hoped for a spectacle, but instead found themselves gasping in shock. One by one, they mentally tagged Li Xian as untouchable. Mr. Li Xian, you really shouldn't stoop to his level. He's merely a servant. His master is Rolf, a core disciple of the White Tiger Tower and a Universe Tier 9th rank cultivator. Bloken was currently only at the 9th tier star level. Even if she rejected Rolf's advances, it wouldn't change his intentions. Since he dared not force himself on her due to her status, Bloken simply ignored him. It's fine. I just can't stand people like that. A core disciple of the White Tiger Tower? I'm not afraid of him. Li Xian had long known that associating with Bloken would inevitably attract all sorts of uninvited trouble. But this time, he had sought her help. If trouble came his way, he would bear the consequences. He couldn't expect to benefit from her aid and then have her shield him from the consequences. All participants in the assessment, this is your final chance. The world you're about to enter is extremely dangerous. You still have time to back out. Is anyone withdrawing? Before long, the assessment staff arrived and delivered the routine announcement he'd heard countless times. We withdraw. Immediately, several candidates did indeed choose to withdraw. Among them were a few who had been part of the group led by Kejie, the one previously crippled by Li Xian's illusion. Clearly, they were terrified of Li Xian and dared not continue the assessment alongside him. Chapter 68, Search for Special Life Forms ends in failure. The rest of you, board the spacecraft with me. We'll transport you to your destination. Under the guidance of the staff, all participants boarded the spacecraft. 3 days later, the group arrived at the entrance to the realm of time, where assessment staff were also stationed as guards. This assessment task is straightforward: retrieve 5 time crystals hidden within the central region of the time realm to complete the mission. Proceed inside. After entering the realm of time, as expected, everyone landed in its peripheral zone. The realm of time was a circular world with gravity 5,000 times that of Earth. Its diameter spanned approximately 400 million kilometers. To reach the central region from here required traversing 200 million kilometers, passing through countless perilous zones along the way. Moreover, the mission had a 2-year time limit. Failure to complete it within that period would result in mission failure. Miss Bloken, I won't be traveling with you. After entering the realm of time, Li Xian bid farewell to Bloken, as their objectives diverged. Bloken was leading the Black Dragon Empire's contingent to complete their probationary mercenary assessment mission, while Li Xian sought to find a suitable life form within this world to serve as his avatar. Then I wish you the best of luck in achieving your goal, Mr. Li Xian. Bloken understood clearly that Li Xian had not come for the assessment mission. After parting ways with Bloxen, Li Xian did not head toward the center of the realm of time. Instead, he began exploring its peripheral regions. Lemon, you all come out. Each of you take a C9-grade mechanical puppet and go scout the surrounding area for me. Send the information back to me in real time. Since the mission involved searching for unique lifeforms, Li Xian wasn't foolish enough to go alone. The world was vast. Searching solo would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. He'd prepared accordingly before arriving. Yes, master. Li Xian had brought 30 star-class lemons as slaves. He assigned each of them 30 mechanical puppets to command, launching a thorough, systematic search. These detectors can precisely scan a 30-kilometer radius, including underground. Everything is clearly visible. Efficiency has been taken to a whole new level. While mercenaries from other universes approached the unknown world with caution, Li Xian's group acted with reckless abandon. Any sign of life drew their immediate investigation. Such behavior provoked numerous creatures within the time realm, yet they plowed through them with sheer force. If they encountered anything too troublesome or time-consuming, they simply fled, refusing to get entangled with the native creatures. What's going on? Why isn't Limo moving? Li Xian immediately flew over upon noticing Limo's abnormality. There he stood, utterly motionless, his expression completely blank, just as Li Xian had left Koj when he cast his illusion spell earlier. It's a time storm. The observant Li Xian noticed an eerie wind swirling around Limo, carrying the chaotic power of temporal laws. Anyone caught in such a temporal tempest would be plunged into temporal chaos. Those with weak willpower could easily have their souls shattered by the storm's fury. Star-devouring willow. Unaware of the storm's full power, Li Xian dared not risk exposure. With a flick of his thoughts, the thick willow branch of his star-devouring willow armor extended 30 kilometers in an instant, binding the trapped Limang and hauling him out. After 2 years of cultivation, the star-devouring willow, star-eating bamboo, and celestial star battle armor had all reached the 9th tier stellar stage. Naturally, he brought them all along for this training journey. Roar! Li Xian lingered a moment longer because of Limo, allowing the numerous storm double-headed oxen behind him to catch up in unison. These storm double-headed oxen were tough-skinned, massive, swift, and numerous. Li Xian didn't want to waste time with them. He grabbed Limo and ran. Lemon, tell me exactly what happened just now. Once they had shaken off the storm bulls, Limo regained his senses, and Li Xian immediately questioned him. Master, I suddenly felt a throbbing pain in my head and discomfort throughout my body. Then, I experienced a sense of time distortion, as if I had lived for countless years. But the next moment, it felt like I'd been transported back many years. Yet when I tried to make sense of it, it didn't quite add up. In short, it was as if I'd been trapped in a time-looping space, unable to escape forever. Just recalling that sensation made Limo's heart tremble. It seems to be a time storm after all. Judging from the various creatures we've encountered before, the previous master of this world must have cultivated the laws of wind and time. Enough. Let's continue on our way. Mechanical puppets aren't affected by time storms. Give your puppets advance orders. If you encounter one, have them carry you out. Mechanical puppets possess no true life or soul, so they naturally remained unaffected by the time storm. They would only act according to their master's commands. As Li Xian and his companions advanced, they soon reached the Fenglan Mountains. This region teemed with numerous creatures from the realm of time, and time storms frequently swept through the mountain range, making it extremely dangerous. Up the mountain. Yet, the more perilous the place, the more Li Xian sought it as a potential habitat for unique lifeforms. Master, we've located a herd of time-wreathed unicorns. Most are gathered in a valley 40 kilometers ahead, seemingly guarding something. Lemon reported. Go check it out. Li Xian had been in the Fenglan Mountains for over a month now. During this time, they had traversed most of the mountain range, yet they still hadn't found any special temporal lifeforms. Special lifeforms were notoriously difficult to find. Their very existence across the entire realm of time remained uncertain. Thus, Li Xian felt no urgency. If they couldn't be found, he would simply use other unique creatures to temper himself. Time lance beasts were creatures born of the time realm, inherently attuned to the laws of wind and time. They bore 2 horns atop their heads, one azure, one silver, and possessed bodies resembling rhinos, covered entirely in yellow scales. Among the group of time gale unicorns before him, 15 possessed cosmic tier strength, while over 70,000 were below that level. The strongest were 2 cosmic tier 9 unicorns. They were currently gathered in the valley, seemingly guarding something. Stay right here, don't get too close. I'll handle this alone. Li Xian gave the order, then charged forward, stepping on the sacred light compass. Roar! At this moment, the time storm unicorns were at their most alert. The instant they saw Li Xian charging toward them, the 2 cosmic 9-tier unicorns roared furiously. Instantly, over 70,000 time storm unicorns turned their gaze toward Li Xian in unison, their eyes blazing with fury. At the same time, the azure and silver horns atop their heads suddenly blazed with light. Instinctively channeling their inner power, they instantly unleashed wave after wave of terrifying azure storms that swept toward Li Xian like a deluge. Most absurdly, these storms collided violently without significant dissipation. Each bore the power of accelerated time, making them even more terrifying. Damn it! These time storm unicorns actually possess a secret technique akin to a combined attack. Time acceleration. Witnessing this, Li Xian, who had been charging at breakneck speed, immediately accelerated his own time by 8-fold. Transforming into a streak of light, he turned tail and fled. Such a terrifying secret technique without an E9-grade spaceship, he stood no chance of blocking it. Chapter 69, The Troublesome Redirection of Old Tactics. A terrifying storm swept toward him head-on, but Li Xian bypassed it at an even greater speed, cutting in from the side. Roar! Under the command of 2 cosmic 9th-tier time-lane horned beasts, over 70,000 of their kind charged toward Li Xian, their speed surpassing even that of the previous combined secret technique. This terrifying collective charge was far more dreadful than any previous combined attack technique. Once completely engulfed in the time lane unicorn's encirclement, even a cosmic tier 9 powerhouse would find no place to bury their remains. Bring it on! Facing the collective charge of the time storm unicorns, Li Xian showed no sign of retreat. He stood his ground in midair, waiting for them to come. Phantom light style. 9 golden phantom swords streaked forward at extreme velocity. With time accelerated eightfold, the golden phantoms sliced through the air unopposed. Even the time raven-horned beasts, renowned for their wind domain and speed, couldn't react in time. The immense power of the golden phantom blades instantly pierced their scales, shattered their skulls, and swiftly sought out the next prey. The leading time gale beasts saw only a fleeting golden light before their eyes, and then they died. By the time the herd reached Li Xian, thousands lay dead. Rainbow illusion extinction. Li Xian's eyes revealed the soul ancient bell, its upper half crimson and lower half orange. The 7 colors referred to red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The appearance of 2 colors on the ancient bell signified that Li Xian had cultivated the 7-colored illusionary extinction bell to its 2nd tier. Even a cosmic-level powerhouse would have their soul obliterated when facing such an attack alone. An intangible yet deadly soul-shaking resonance emanated from the ancient bell. The bell's melody was melodious and lingering, dispersing the soul attack's power. Accelerated by time, it surged forward like a towering tidal wave. Roar! Instantly, the time ripple-horned beasts let out agonized howls, plummeting from the sky like dumplings one after another. In the blink of an eye, the ranks of over 70,000 time-storm beasts were whittled down to just over 30,000. This terrifying death toll left the remaining beasts in the rear ranks too terrified to continue their charge. Roar! Realizing Li Xian's formidable strength, the 15 cosmic tier time storm beasts who had previously held back immediately stepped forward. They did not charge directly, clearly recognizing Li Xian's formidable power. The 15 cosmic tier time storm beasts combined their efforts to unleash a secret technique, aiming to wear Li Xian down from a distance. Rainbow annihilation. But just as they prepared to unleash their secret technique, a thunderous soul-shaking bell tolled. While the area attack couldn't kill all the cosmic tier time storm unicorns, it did pull all 15 of them into an illusion, abruptly halting their spellcasting. Time acceleration, 12x. Split heaven style. Seizing the moment, 9 phantom swords merged into one, solidifying into a dazzling golden blade. Not only that, but the 9 illusory swords once again coalesced into a golden long sword. Both golden swords struck upward from below, shattering the entire sky. Celestial star battle armor. Simultaneously, the heavenly star battle armor fused within Li Xian's body instantly granted him eightfold power of a 9th-tier star, causing his foundational strength to surge eightfold in an instant. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. The 2 cosmic 9th-tier time lane unicorns, drawn into the illusion, awoke in the blink of an eye. Crack! But the moment they regained consciousness, they found the terrifying golden longsword already inches from their faces. Before they could react, their heads were cleaved clean off. Even cosmic tier powerhouses perish instantly when their heads are severed. As these 2 cosmic 9th-tier time storm unicorns perished, the other cosmic tier time storm unicorns awoke to witness the decapitation of their leaders. Roar! With their 2 leaders slain, the remaining time storm unicorns dared not oppose Li Xian any longer. They scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Whoosh! But as they tried to flee, Li Xian had no intention of letting them go. The 2 light swords forged by his heaven-splitting strike mercilessly severed their heads. Whoa, the master's talent is too strong. Witnessing a 9th-tier stellar powerhouse slaughter a herd of cosmic-tier time storm unicorns was utterly staggering for Limo and the others. They had never imagined such a prodigy existed in the cosmos. No wonder the time lane unicorns gathered here. The time lane fruit tree must be nearing maturity. After eliminating most of the time storm beasts, the remaining ones fled in panic. Li Xian arrived at their former gathering spot and discovered a 300-meter-tall time storm fruit tree. Hundreds of time gale fruits hung from its branches. These fruits aided star-level cultivators in breaking through to cosmic level, while cosmic-level practitioners who consumed them could accelerate their cultivation progress and accumulate genetic primordial energy. Unfortunately, this time storm fruit tree demands extremely specific growing conditions. It can't be transplanted to other planets. Li Xian harvested all the time lane fruits before departing, leaving the tree untouched. Lemon, you've been stuck at star tier 9 for quite some time. Here, take these 10 time lane fruits. Use them to break through to cosmic tier. Since the time lane fruit held little use for Li Xian, he decided to reward it to Limo and his companions. Thank you, Master. We will not disappoint your expectations and will definitely break through to the cosmic tier. As slaves, Limo and his comrades had never imagined their master would bestow resources for their breakthrough. Li Xian's gift instantly filled them with profound gratitude. Since we can't find it in the outer regions, we'll search the central zone. For over half a year, Li Xian had searched the outer regions of the time realm for unique temporal lifeforms, yet still found nothing suitable. Ultimately, he had no choice but to follow the path of other cosmic mercenaries and venture into the core region. Master, someone's approaching up ahead, with a pack of windwing 2-headed horses behind them. We immediately moved out of the way when we saw them, but they're still chasing us. Lemon, who had gone ahead to scout, reported urgently. They don't seem to be here with good intentions. Prepare for battle. Li Xian ordered coldly. Look! There's someone behind them. Li Xian, the one with a bounty on his head from Rolf, the core disciple of White Tiger Mountain. His head alone is worth 10 billion cosmic coins. The 20-plus members of the Blood Oath Squad, who had been hunted by the Windwing two-headed horses, saw Li Xian and their eyes lit up with greed. They had previously accepted the bounty posted by Rolf, a core disciple of White Tiger Mountain, in the virtual universe. Unaware of Li Xian's true strength, they only knew he was a stellar tier 9th rank. Such an enormous bounty was nothing short of a treasure trove for fellow stellar tier fighters like them. Thus, the vast majority of beings within the entire realm of time were tempted. They all searched for Li Xian's trail while completing their missions, and some even abandoned their tasks to hunt him down. Yet for over half a year, no one had found any trace of Li Xian. Now that the Blood Oath Squad had discovered him, they felt it was a gift sent from the heavens. Chapter 70, Broken, Coerced and Enticed. Brothers up ahead, we're being hunted by Windwing two-headed horses. We mean you no harm. Hide on the ground while we fly overhead. Those beasts are fixated on us, they won't pursue you. Blood Oath Squad leader Buchanan flew toward Li Xian while transmitting his voice, his tone brimming with apology and sincerity. Some inexperienced souls might fall for their trickery, but Li Xian, trained in illusions and well-versed in human nature, coupled with the vast experience of Kaisa and the mechanical immortals, would never be fooled by such a petty scheme. Damn, we didn't fool that kid. But no worries, brothers. Hold back on the lethal blows. We need him to shield us from those Windwing two-headed horses behind us. Seeing Li Xian not comply and even preparing to fight back, Buchanan burst into laughter. With over 20 of them present, all powerhouses at the 9th tier of Stellar Realm, how could they possibly fear a lone Li Xian? Spark the Prairie Fire 100 slashes. Li Xian paid no heed to their taunts. As they closed in, he drew his long-forgotten star-shattering circle. 440 blades coalesced into hundreds of slashing strikes. Amplified by the law of light and accelerated by the law of time, they erupted in an instant with power far exceeding the star-shattering circle's limits. Impossible. Yet when Buchanan witnessed Li Xian unleash his attack, seeing those hundreds of colossal slashes arrive before him with lightning speed, he was utterly stunned. Instinctively, he raised his shield and activated his force-powered battle armor, attempting to block the incoming strikes. But to their utter despair, even with his full defensive effort, the 100+ slashes effortlessly shattered his shield and armor, cleaving their bodies clean in two. Damn you, Rolf! You lied to us. In that moment, the Blood Oath Squad was consumed by regret. Why had they trusted the information Rolf had provided? Had they known Li Xian possessed such power, they would never have dared to provoke him. Humph. The 100+ slashes not only annihilated the entire Blood Oath Squad at the front, but also swept away the majority of the Windwing two-headed horses chasing behind them like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. The remaining beasts, terrified, immediately turned tail and fled. Li Xian reached out and grabbed the sole survivor he had spared from the Blood Oath Squad, pulling him before him. The moment he saw the Blood Oath Squad, he had glimpsed boundless greed in their eyes. The meaning behind that gaze was worth inquiring into. Tell me, why have you come to trouble me? Without further ado, he used an illusion to cloud his mind, compelling him to reveal his truest thoughts. It was Rolf, a core disciple of the White Tiger Tower, who issued a bounty in the virtual universe to all participants of the realm of time. He promised to pay us 10 billion cosmic coins for your head, claiming your strength is merely that of an ordinary 9th tier star-level cultivator. The man, now under Li Xian's control, revealed everything he knew. So that's it. A seed of trouble sown long ago. Once this mission concludes, I'll have to deal with this nuisance. Having uncovered the root cause, Li Xian ended the man's life. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. While Li Xian interrogated the prisoner, Limo and the others had already retrieved every valuable item from the battlefield. Over the past half-year, they had become exceptionally proficient at this. Though Li Xian held little regard for the item's value, he had no habit of wasting them. Once back, the corpses would be converted into energy for the Eternal Divine Furnace, while other materials would be sold off. As they advanced deeper into the central region, they encountered increasing numbers of candidates undergoing trials. Most who spotted Li Xian chose to attack him outright. Li Xian showed no mercy. Anyone daring to attack him was swiftly countered and killed, often instantly. Consequently, the vast majority within the realm of time remained unaware of Li Xian's true strength. Thus, the ignorant continued to come forward, offering themselves up as sacrifices. In the central region of the Time Realm, tens of thousands of time-devouring beasts were frantically pursuing the third imperial princess and other royal members who had stolen their treasures. Among these beasts were over 20 universe-level entities. Compounding their plight, Princess Bloxen had previously dispatched some of her subordinates to gather Time Dawn crystals more efficiently. Consequently, Bloxen and her group now found themselves relentlessly pursued by the time-devouring beasts, unable to escape the danger. Your Highness, why not hand over the treasure in your possession? We can draw off some of the time devourer's pursuit. The terrifying commotion caused by Bloxen had alerted many within the central region. They all gazed greedily at the stone placed on the third princess's fighter jet. They didn't know what kind of treasure it was, but the distinct power of the time law emanating from it made them certain it was an invaluable artifact. Even if its function was as simple as it appeared, allowing one to perceive the laws of time, such an artifact was the ultimate tool for those below the Realm Lord tier to comprehend these laws. Thus, more and more people gathered within the realm of time. Yet not a single one was willing to help Bloxen. The time-devouring beasts, too, had eyes only for their own treasure, sparing the humans who had not provoked them. This created a bizarre spectacle. Tens of thousands of time-devouring beasts pursued from behind, while Bloken led over 1,000 people in flight ahead. Surrounding them, tens of thousands more chased on, their eyes fixed greedily upon Bloken's group. "Humph. If you want the treasures, you can seize them right now." Bloken's voice was cold. She knew their greed well. Once the treasures fell into their hands, why would they care about her survival? Meanwhile, her light brain had just received a flood of messages from the virtual universe. They all boiled down to one demand: bring the treasures back and hand them over to the Imperial family, who would reward her handsomely. Moreover, influential figures from factions within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, such as the Three Axes Mountain and the White Tiger Tower, whom she had previously been unable to contact, had also sent her messages, all seeking the treasures in her possession. The more this happened, the more she couldn't let go. Having been raised in the Empire and accustomed to its intrigues, she understood all too well that handing it over to them would earn her no respect. The benefits she'd receive would be meager. It simply wasn't worth it. When the time-devouring beast catches up to you, I don't believe you'll be able to keep that treasure. The others weren't blind. At Bloken's current pace, the time-devouring beasts would catch up soon. That would be their moment to strike. "Princess, if we continue like this, we'll be surrounded by the time-devouring beasts in less than 3 minutes. Buroxen's guard voiced his concern. The time-devouring beasts were already flanking them from both sides. If they allowed the beasts to complete their encirclement, they would be utterly doomed. Chapter 71, The First Appearance of the Star-Devouring Willow and Star-Eating Bamboo. What do we do? What do we do now? Blossom felt a surge of panic. On one hand, she was unwilling to lose the treasure. On the other, her own safety was in urgent peril. If he were here, maybe. For a moment, Bloken thought of Li Xin, that extraordinarily gifted man. If he were here, perhaps there would be hope. But she immediately dismissed this unrealistic notion. Li Xin was currently wanted. With so many people here, coming would be like jumping into a pit of fire. Why would he risk his life to rescue her? "Miss Bloken, you seem to be in quite a predicament. Might I assist in resolving these troubles for you?" Just as Bloken had dismissed the thought, an all too familiar voice reached her ears. "Mr. Li Xin, if you're confident, please help me. If not, I implore you to protect yourself and refrain from intervening. Too many eyes are on you here." Bloken hadn't expected Li Xin to actually appear. Though delighted, she didn't forget to warn him. After all, Li Xin was now a wanted man, and many were eager to claim the bounty. So that's Li Xin, the man with a bounty placed on him by Rolf, the core disciple of the White Tiger Tower? He actually dares to show himself so openly? Doesn't he fear we'll kill him and claim his head for the reward? Li Xin is actually willing to risk so much to stand up for the third princess. Rumors suggested he and the princess had a deep connection. Now it seems those whispers were true. What good will his arrival do? I refuse to believe he can single-handedly oppose over 100,000 time-devouring beasts. Playing the hero to save a beauty at a time like this, he's truly courting death. Just as Bloken had said, the moment Li Xin appeared, the onlookers all turned their attention to him. After all, to them, Li Xin was essentially a walking 10 billion cosmic coins. How could any stellar tier adventurer not be tempted? But none of them present were fools. None chose to strike immediately. There were too many competitors here. Even if one managed to kill Li Xin first, they couldn't guarantee they'd successfully keep his head safe under the watchful eyes of so many others. Don't worry. They're nothing but clowns. Miss Bloxen, just protect yourself from now on. He had entered the time realm thanks to Bloken's help. Seeing her in trouble now, how could he not lend a hand? What utter arrogance. A mere 9th-rank star-tier cultivator dares to insult all of us. He talks a big game. Thinking he can take on over 100,000 time-devouring beasts single-handedly? Pure fantasy. Once he's dead, we'll just pick up his corpse, make sure the beasts don't get to it first. Those around him sneered at Li Xin, who had dared to charge alone into the swarm of time-devouring beasts. Both the star-devouring willow and star-eating bamboo have broken through to cosmic tier. Time to test their power. Over the past half-year, the resources from the two plant lifeforms on Li Xin had never ceased, and they had perfectly evolved to the cosmic realm. With such a golden opportunity, he naturally wanted to test them. Light domain. With a flick of Li Xion's intent, the ninefold light domain erupted. Infused with the primal law of light, it instantly engulfed the majority of the time-devouring beasts. Under the terrifying pressure of the domain, the planetary tier time-devouring beast could barely move. The stellar tier beasts were severely restricted, and even the cosmic tier beasts had their power curtailed by 30 to 40%. Star-devouring willow, star-devouring bamboo, kill them. At Li Xian's command, the star-devouring bamboo extended 144 thick stalks. Each stalk could extend up to 600 kilometers, its surface as sharp as a blade. Each strike was like a giant sword, capable of reducing hundreds of kilometers to ruins. The shockwaves from its attacks could sweep across 1,000 kilometers. The star-devouring willow focused on defense, its offensive power slightly inferior to the star-devouring bamboo. Yet it too wielded 144 willow branches. A single lash could cause hundreds or even thousands of time-devouring beasts to explode. Originally, tens of thousands of time-devouring beasts swarmed Li Xian. Yet in an instant, the two plant lifeforms unleashed their combined 288 terrifying tentacles to assault every single one. Under the domain suppression, even the star-level and planet-level time-devourers were utterly helpless, slaughtered mercilessly by the star-devouring willow and star-eating bamboo. Even the cosmic-grade devourers, facing plant life of such terrifying scale, could not harm the star-devouring willow or the star-eating bamboo. Instead, they were gradually encircled by the multitude of tendrils, trapped within the woven plant snare. Celestial Star Battle Armor. The Celestial Star Battle Armor had also ascended to Cosmic Tier 1, granting Li Xian 16-fold enhancement of Cosmic Tier 1 power. This enhancement placed no physical requirements as long as his consciousness could control the force, he could perfectly harness it. Yet for many, such enhancement was like being handed a legendary sword while being a clueless fool who knew no sword techniques. Even with the sword in hand, they could only swing it wildly, incapable of unleashing its true power. Yet Li Xian possessed extraordinary willpower and control. Even with 16 times the power of the first tier of the universe surging through him, he could harness it flawlessly. Time acceleration, 12x. Splitting heaven style. Two solid golden swords materialized. Empowered by the Celestial Star Battle Armor, Li Xian unleashed them without hesitation, striking the two trapped cosmic ninth-tier time-devouring beasts. Roar! Sensing imminent danger, the time-devouring beasts unleashed their time-slowing power, attempting to slow the incoming golden blades and buy themselves time to evade. Thwack! To their utter shock, the golden blades sliced right through their time-slowing force, piercing clean through their skulls. 16 times the power of a cosmic Tier 1 beast is truly formidable. This was far easier than slaying that time-gale-horned beast earlier. Li Xian couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. This was the importance of foundational strength. The stronger the base power, the greater the force unleashed when secret techniques were activated. After slaying two cosmic Tier 9 time-devouring beasts, the remaining cosmic-level beasts were utterly powerless to resist. Li Xian effortlessly annihilated them all in an instant. Holy crap, that's a 9-fold light ray domain. Once that domain activates, planetary tier time-devouring beasts are completely useless. Damn, he actually has two cosmic tier plant lifeforms with him. No wonder he's so cocky. Impossible. He one-shot two cosmic tier time-devouring beasts at the 9th stage? He's only at the stellar 9th stage himself. Where did this genius come from? Could he be someone the Qianwu Cosmic Nation carefully cultivated for the Genius War in a few years? Damn Rolf. He fed us fake intel to go after Li Xian. If we'd acted on it, we'd have been walking into a death trap. The onlookers who had been mocking Li Xian were now speechless. After witnessing him slaughter over 100,000 time-devouring beasts with such ruthless ease, everyone was left gawking in awe, suddenly showering him with praise. Not a single soul dared speak ill of him anymore. In fact, many had already quietly fled this trouble spot. Over 100,000 time-devouring beasts had been effortlessly annihilated. With only a little over 10,000 of them present, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Li Xian. How could they possibly dare to be arrogant anymore? Chapter 72, A Life-Saving Favor, A Humble Maiden's Unable to Repay. So your strength is truly formidable. A 9th-tier star-level cultivator instantly defeating a 9th-tier universe-level opponent. Such a prodigy, no wonder the Black Dragon Mountain Empire is so eager to recruit you. Witnessing Li Xian's relentless slaughter, Bloxen was filled with delight, a peculiar warmth flowing through her heart. People often say the hero rescues the damsel trope is cliché, but for Bloxen, the one experiencing it firsthand, it was an event she would remember for the rest of her life. From childhood, she had grown accustomed to intrigue, power struggles, and the complexities of human nature, assuming everyone operated within those same boundaries. Yet since meeting Li Xian, she had never seen him display any desire or greed toward her, nor had she ever witnessed him seeking personal gain from her. Among all the people she knew, Li Xian stood out like a refreshing stream. Though the 100,000 time-devouring beasts might seem numerous, they were slaughtered by the two plant lifeforms in less than 3 minutes. Damn it! That bastard ruined my plans. Though Li Xian had demonstrated overwhelming power, he had also trampled upon the interests of many. These individuals remained outwardly composed, yet inwardly, they seethed with hatred toward him. They had watched the time-devouring beasts kill Bloxen, only to have Li Xian intervene at the last moment, snatching Bloxen from danger and depriving them of the treasure. How could they not be filled with hatred? After the time-devouring beast finished its harvest without Li Xian needing to lift a finger, it scanned the crowd of onlookers still gathered and identified dozens harboring hatred toward him. Ever since mastering the illusory arts passed down by the phantom-like Marquis, his grasp on human hearts had grown ever stronger. With just a glance, he could often discern what others were thinking. He was especially sensitive to the envy, jealousy, hatred, and murderous intent directed specifically at Li Xian himself. Die! 9 illusory golden light swords instantly plunged into the crowd. Li Xian mercilessly pierced the skulls of anyone he identified as harboring hatred or murderous intent toward him. Leaving such ill-wishers alive made him feel uneasy at night. Damn you! Do you really think you're invincible? With over 10,000 of us here, do you dare to? Ugh, you! Seeing Li Xian suddenly strike at the crowd, some immediately leaped forward. But before those who stepped out could finish their words, they were all instantly slain by the golden phantom blades. In the blink of an eye, 77 lives were extinguished by Li Xindu's hand. Yet not a single person present dared speak for the 77 dead, much less accuse Li Xian. Their only instinct was to flee. They dared not provoke Li Xian. Couldn't they at least avoid him? What trash! Daring to glare at me. After the slaughter, Li Xian calmly stated his justification for the killings. No wonder my brother met such a gruesome end. Turns out he'd been staring at that killing god the whole time. Poor bastard. Just caught a glimpse of that killing god in the crowd, and he got slaughtered. What a pathetic way to go. Hearing Li Xian's arrogant and brazen words, those who hadn't fled yet even began to gloat and mock the victims he'd killed. Indeed, when your power and status rise so high that those below must look up to you, even if you do something unreasonable, they'll spontaneously find suitable justifications to defend you. Observing the sudden shift in the remaining men's expressions, Li Xian refrained from further killing. These men were nothing more than fickle opportunists. Durakan, bring that treasure back. The royal family will reward you accordingly. Niece, bring the treasure back to your uncle. Whatever you desired before, I can now grant you. Princess, if you return that treasure to me, I will support your claim to the throne. Relieved that the danger had passed, Bloken breathed a sigh of relief and finally began to carefully review the emails sent to her. How shameless! I nearly lost my life over this artifact, and now they all want to come snatch it away. Reading through these emails and the numerous missed messages, Bloxen felt a deep-seated anger and disgust welling up inside her. These people had never shown the slightest concern for her safety. All they cared about was how to get their hands on that treasure from her. Miss Bloken, your trouble has been resolved. Having no intention of pursuing the time-devouring beasts that had already fled, Li Xian quickly approached Blossom's side. Thank you, Mr. Li Xian, for saving my life. Blossom gazed at the man before her, who seemed like a god descended from heaven to rescue her from peril. A complex emotion, difficult to articulate, stirred within her heart. Though the hero rescues the damsel trope was cliché, for someone like Bloxen raised within the imperial court and constantly entangled in power struggles, this act of pure, selfless rescue struck a profound chord. For this life-saving favor, Bloxen has no way to repay you. Please accept this treasure as a gift. Recalling the extortion attempts by royal families and powerful factions, Bloxen handed over the treasure she had fought so hard to obtain without hesitation. She understood its immense value, but she understood even more clearly that the man before her would achieve far greater things than she could ever imagine. After the Genius War, their respective statuses might shift to worlds apart. Therefore, she deemed it well worth giving this treasure to Li Xian. Even if she didn't, she knew she couldn't keep it for herself. Both the imperial family within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and its myriad factions were now fixated on the treasure in her possession. If she brought it back, she would certainly be unable to keep it. At best, she might secure a substantial fortune. Thus, she intended to invest this treasure in the man she believed in. At the very least, he seemed far more reliable than those who had extorted treasures from her. Moreover, his ability to refuse the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's invitation and display such astonishing, terrifying talent clearly indicated that his background and power were no simple matter. After obtaining the treasure, he should have the capability to keep it safe. Your Highness, the third princess, you mustn't. Prince Liao is deeply invested in this treasure. If you bring it back, he will surely reward you even more generously. Princess, the Flame Realm Master of the White Tiger Tower is deeply interested in the treasure you hold. Your Highness, the Emperor himself has commanded you to bring the treasure back. The numerous imperial family members brought by Bloxen immediately stepped forward to stop him the moment they heard he intended to give the treasure to Li Xian. They had all received orders from their powerful patrons to guard the artifact closely and ensure its safe return to the Empire. Now, Bloxen intended to give the treasure away, something their powerful backers could never accept. Chapter 73, Bloxen presents the egg. Get lost. I found this treasure, I have the right to dispose of it. Bloxen snorted coldly, unleashing her psychic weapon to blast all 13 royal family members who had dared to speak up, flying across the room. Ah! Without exception, every single one of them was severely wounded by Broshin's single strike. Feeling Bloken's terrifying killing intent, both the 13 severely injured and the other royal family members who had remained silent dared not continue to obstruct her. They knew clearly that if they dared speak again, Bloken would absolutely kill them. Moreover, given Bloken's status, she would face no serious punishment. Their deaths would be utterly meaningless. Miss Bloken, I saved you not for this treasure. Besides, if you were to give this treasure to me, you would likely face punishment, wouldn't you? Li Xin shook his head. He had saved Bloken because she had once helped him. To him, those who had aided him were friends. When a friend faced trouble, he would naturally step forward. Mr. Li Xin, you must understand this treasure itself is a burden. Many powerful figures I dare not offend are now eyeing it. Consider this a favor, Mr. Li Xin, help me dispose of this trouble. As for punishment, that's utter nonsense. I haven't broken any Black Dragon Mountain Empire laws. I have every right to dispose of the treasure I've obtained. They have no grounds to punish me. Durakin then carefully explained the complications surrounding the artifact to Li Xin, hoping to ease his conscience and make him more comfortable accepting her gift. Very well, under these circumstances, I shall accept it. Li Xin understood that Bloxen was merely trying to ease his conscience. Having already declined once, refusing again would risk appearing disrespectful. Yet when Li Xin touched the colossal, 300-meter-tall stone, he keenly sensed a faint glimmer of vitality within it. Had he not grasped the time law, he likely wouldn't have detected it at all. This vitality was concealed within the intangible emanations of temporal energy. Realizing this treasure was no ordinary item, he immediately stored it within his world ring. Ha! Mr. Li Xin actually managed to store it? I've been unable to get it into my spatial ring all this time. Bloken exclaimed in astonishment as the artifact vanished. This artifact resists spatial confinement. It requires a special method to store it. Space rings can only contain inanimate objects, and this stone possesses a trace of vitality, so a space ring naturally cannot hold it. However, Li Xion's world ring can. Still, he spun a friendly lie. Mr. Li Xion, shall we journey together to gather time crystals? Bloken asked hopefully. Sounds good. I was planning to gather time crystals myself. Li Xion gladly accepted Bloken's invitation. After all, the other party had just gifted him a treasure he'd fought hard to obtain. It would be ungracious to refuse. That's wonderful, Mr. Li Xion. Time crystals. Seeing Li Xion agree, Bloken was overjoyed. With Li Xion's formidable combat power by their side, they could practically strut through the entire realm of time. Gathering time crystals would be a breeze. That treasure was actually given directly to Li Xion by the third princess. This is disastrous, we'll never have a chance to seize it now. The onlookers who witnessed this scene felt their greed instantly doused with cold water. If the artifact had remained in the third princess's possession, they might have stood a chance of seizing it through a joint effort. But now that it was in Li Xion's hands, they didn't even dare entertain the thought of trying. Are you kidding? Just recalling how Li Xion slaughtered the time-devouring beasts like a god of death was terrifying enough. If they dared to try snatching it, their fate would be no different from those dead beasts. Most crucially, Li Xion's servants had already collected every single corpse of the fallen time-devouring beasts. Clearly, Li Xion was a ruthless individual who spared nothing, not even their remains. Report what happened here. We're done for anyway. Thus, the battle where Li Xion displayed his formidable prowess was recorded by onlookers and broadcast across the virtual universe. In an instant, the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire was shaken by the news. Most were captivated by Li Xion's terrifying talent, eager to recruit him into their ranks. They envisioned their factions soaring to new heights during the Genius War. Others, however, coveted the treasure in Li Xion's possession. Even if Li Xion was a prodigy, he was currently only at the 9th tier of the stellar realm. Though he could instantly slay a 9th tier universe realm expert, that treasure was coveted even by 9th tier domain lords and realm lords. They had no fear of a mere 9th tier stellar realm expert like Li Xion. What on earth is this thing? While accompanying Bloken to gather time crystals, Li Xion shifted some of his attention to his world ring. Gazing at the stone towering over 300 meters before him, it radiated an intangible power of time. While it could indeed enhance his comprehension of the time law, this was not what Li Xion needed most. Since there's a glimmer of life within it, this stone is likely a living entity, an unborn one at that. Let's try infusing it with the energy of the Eternal Divine Furnace. The energy of his Eternal Divine Furnace was nearly omnipotent, capable of nurturing plant life, powering mechanical spacecraft, or even serving as nutrient solution for human absorption. It's working. The moment Li Xion poured the eternal energy onto the stone, it was instantly devoured. He distinctly sensed that the faint spark of life within the stone had grown more intense. Keep going, I've got plenty of eternal energy now. With that, he continued to pour the eternal energy into the stone. Over the past 2 years, the mechanical clone's primary task had been relentlessly creating intelligent lifeforms, mechanical puppets, and mechanical spacecraft. These entities were dispatched to over 200,000 planets across the galaxy to construct energy-producing pyramids. Currently, over 50,000 planets in the galaxy had constructed basic energy-producing pyramids, over 5,000 had built intermediate ones, and over 500 had erected advanced ones. Such a vast array of energy-producing pyramids provides him with immense amounts of eternal energy daily. Thus, he can now supply virtually any amount of energy, provided it isn't excessively extravagant. As Li Xian continuously poured eternal energy into the stone, the traces of the time law became increasingly pronounced. A peculiar temporal storm even formed, centered around the stone. Only after Li Xian had poured in enough energy to fully power a D9-class starship did the stone cease absorbing the eternal energy. Chapter 74, The Third Avatar, The Eternal Phoenix. Its vitality is now complete. Could it truly be a unique life form? Upon sensing the stone's aura, even Li Xian's composed state couldn't suppress his excitement. Thump! 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 Amid Li Xian's anticipation, the stone began to shake on its own, followed by cracks appearing across its surface. Crack! The cracks grew wider and wider. Suddenly, the top of the stone shattered, revealing a massive silver head. Then, the entire stone split completely, and a bird covered in silver feathers sprang out. Its body was slender and streamlined, elongated from head to tail, exuding an overall graceful and noble appearance. Its feathers shimmered with a radiant silver glow, incredibly magnificent, while beneath the plumage lay hidden mystical patterns related to the laws of time. Its head was small, its eyes bright and deep, and its wings were enormous, spanning over 700 meters when fully spread. This form is utterly identical to the ancient phoenix of Huaxia. Most crucially, it is the special life form, the eternal phoenix of time. Upon witnessing this life emerging from stone, Li Xian retrieved corresponding information from the mechanical race's immortal memory. Each mechanic could be considered the most knowledgeable among their peers, their databases storing vast amounts of information. Naturally, they held records on special life forms. The Time Phoenix, a time-type special life form, possesses a genetic multiplier 1,000 times that of humans. It is the darling of the time law, grasping its principles as easily as eating or drinking. Moreover, this peculiar life form possesses a remarkable trait: while alive, it can use its own power to incubate an egg, and after death, it can hatch anew from that very egg. However, the time phoenix that hatches inherits only the legacy left by its bloodline, retaining none of its former memories. It seems this time phoenix egg, for reasons unknown, failed to hatch, only to be obtained by me instead. Recalling the immortal of the mechanical clan's records on the time phoenix, Li Xian's heart surged with excitement. Wasn't this timeless phoenix the very temporal entity he had been searching for all along? This innate ability was nothing short of a perfect clone. Gurgle. The time phoenix was no fool. Inheriting the accumulated wisdom of its ancestors, it possessed extraordinary intelligence from the moment of its birth. For these unique beings, if discovered by other creatures while still weak, they risked being captured, possessed, or killed. Thus, the moment the primordial phoenix of time saw Li Xian after its birth, it immediately launched an attack. 7-colored illusory soul bell. However, the newly born time phoenix was merely at the 9th tier star level. Even with its 1000x genetic multiplier, under Li Xian's formidable illusions, it hadn't even managed to unleash its secret technique before being pulled into the illusionary realm. Li Xian even refrained from using a soul attack, fearing he might accidentally kill the primordial phoenix of time and light a loss far greater than any gain. Eternal Divine Brain, merge with target, time-space primordial phoenix. With that, Li Xian directly extracted the subbrain and fused it into the light-time primordial phoenix's body. Gah! As the Eternal Divine Brain merged, the Time Phoenix struggled fiercely. Yet under Li Xian's suppression, its resistance proved utterly futile. Fusion successful. Acquired talent, Time Rewind. The fusion process was swift, and this time, the primordial cosmic will did not appear to obstruct Li Xian. Yet the instant the fusion concluded, all the information passed down by the Time Phoenix's ancestors surged into Li Xian's mind like a torrent. Gas. Even with Li Xian's formidable willpower and his now vastly enhanced cerebral processing capacity, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Mr. Li Xian, are you alright? Bloken watched Li Xian clutching his head in agony, concern welling up. I'm fine. I just need a day to rest. Li Xian waved his hand dismissively. Alright, we'll rest here then. Bloken said. During this day, Li Xian fully absorbed the inheritance information of the Eternal Phoenix and gained a rough understanding of its terrifying power. Truly the darling of time, it possesses 3 innate talents alone. No, 4. After fusing with the Eternal Divine Brain, it gained yet another god-defying talent. Li Xian sucked in a sharp breath just from glancing at the 4 talents inscribed upon the Eternal Phoenix of Time. Talent 1, Time Rewind. Anchors the temporal force imprinted with life essence within a defined range. Upon facing mortal peril, this talent can be activated voluntarily or involuntarily, granting immunity to one lethal crisis and restoring the body to its anchored state. This talent carries several restrictive drawbacks. 1. Must be used within a defined range. 2. A specific time interval is required between the anchoring moment and the talent's activation. 3. It has a cooldown period. After use, the ability becomes unavailable until the cooldown ends. Yet despite these drawbacks, its overwhelming advantage effectively granting an extra life overshadows all shortcomings. Most crucially, this talent can be applied not only to the light-time Phoenix itself but also to others. For instance, now that the Eternal Phoenix has become Lee Xian's avatar, she can apply this talent to Lee Xian's human form. Should Lee Xian's human form perish within the anchored timeframe, he could be resurrected through the Time Phoenix's time rewind ability. This truly lives up to being an avatar forged through the fusion with the Eternal Divine Brain. Whether it's the Enlightenment talent of the Eternal Divine Brain's main core, the Mechanical Evolution talent of the Mechanical Plan avatar, or now this Time Rewind talent, each is nothing short of a god-defying gift. Lee Xian couldn't help but marvel. Talent 2, Time Stasis. This innate ability belongs to the Eternal Phoenix itself. As the name implies, it halts the flow of time within a designated area. For beings below immortal rank, this technique is an instant kill move. Even against immortals, it proves highly effective unless they specialize in time manipulating laws. Talent 3, Ultimate Ascension. Upon activation, all of one's inherent powers receive a tenfold amplification. This includes genetic primal energy, soul-mind power, willpower, and consciousness. All are boosted 10 times over their original levels. Crucially, this amplification does not stack with that of secret arts. In the original inheritance memories of the Time Phoenix, this talent only seemed to offer a 4x multiplier. But after being enhanced by the Eternal Divine Brain, it has reached a 10x level. The primordial Phoenix already possesses a 1000-fold genetic multiplier. With this tenfold enhancement, wouldn't that elevate it to a 10,000-fold level? Upon seeing this talent, Lee Xian's jaw nearly dropped. Talent 4, Convergence of all things. Upon activating the secret technique, one can converge with the laws comprehended by all things. This also allows one to peer into the laws comprehended by others. Chapter 75, Convergence of all things? Dual cultivation of all things? Holy crap, this is dual cultivation. How could it appear on a special life form? What the hell is this primordial universe doing? Wait, I jumped the gun. I didn't read carefully. It says all things, not living beings. So this talent can be activated on both living and non-living entities. It works on non-living things too? After seeing Talent 4, Lee Xian immediately drew his Phantom Divine Weapon and commanded the Time-Space Phoenix to activate the Convergence of all things talent. Instantly, he felt his consciousness fully merge into an unfamiliar realm, a world entirely composed of the laws of light, the laws of time, and 729 golden blades. The interweaving of time and light laws formed intricate mystic patterns, and those 729 golden blades were likewise inscribed with such patterns. 729 golden daggers danced here like playful sprites, chasing one another. At times, they would coalesce into a single, colossal blade of light. Aren't these the secret techniques, mystic patterns, and golden blades depicted in the first and second layers of the illusory divine weapon? He quickly realized that comprehending the secret patterns within the illusory divine weapon here was at least 5 times faster than before. Moreover, he felt as though he could witness the very craftsman who forged the weapon, meticulously imprinting these patterns of law onto the golden blades. These golden swords appeared chaotic, yet they contained a hidden rhythm, as if guiding him step by step in cultivating the first and second tiers of the illusory divine weapon. This talent is truly incredible to be able to cultivate with all things. It takes the concept of dual cultivation to its ultimate extreme. Lee Xian admitted he had been shallow before, dismissing this talent as useless. Only now did he realize just how incredibly valuable it truly was. Especially once he reached the immortal realm and obtained a precious artifact. Using this talent to decipher the artifact's law patterns and grasp its secrets and cosmic insights would be like having a cheat code for cultivators. Mastery over time and space. As Lee Xian scrutinized his innate secret technique, a terrifying force of time and space descended upon the entire realm of time. However, precisely because this force was too terrifying, too powerful, having surpassed a certain threshold, even the time-favored Phoenix, the embodiment of time itself, failed to detect any anomaly. Within the realm of time, the flow of spacetime replayed endlessly before the Ice Peak Lord's eyes. From the momentary Phoenix being extracted by Bloxen, to its gift to Lee Xian hatching the momentary Phoenix and seizing its essence, every single detail unfolded completely before his gaze. That little brat actually obtained the Time Phoenix, successfully nurtured it, and then possessed it. Most crucially, he seems to harbor some secrets. After possessing the Time Phoenix, he still retains his human form, effectively granting him the ability to create duplicates. Outside the realm of time, a man enveloped in the laws of time and space watched Lee Xian's world ring with surprise, observing the Time Phoenix within. In his vision, Li Xian and the primordial phoenix of time were soul-linked, clearly one soul inhabiting two bodies, a phenomenon unique to possession. Originally, I intended to reserve this time phoenix for my third disciple, wherever he may be. But since you, young one, have obtained it, it signifies you possess the qualifications to become my disciple. He then continued to trace back through time and space, observing Li Xian's performance within the realm of time. The Ice Peak Master grew increasingly satisfied with what he saw. His senior brother had always urged him to take on more disciples to nurture, strengthening the future of the human race. Yet he himself disliked teaching disciples, which was why he had taken only 2 and had no desire to take more. This time, it was only because he'd lost a bet that he'd decided to take on another disciple. Coincidentally, he had used his virtual universe intelligence access to track down clues about the eternal phoenix of time and had intended to present it as a gift to his unknown disciple. Yet, upon arrival, he discovered that Li Xian had already possessed the eternal phoenix of time. After using his time reversal technique to observe Li Xian's combat prowess within the realm of time, he found him even more promising. Seeing how exceptional Li Xian was even before possessing the light and shadow phoenix, coupled with his young age of only 20-something years, only deepened the Ice Peak Master's satisfaction. Thus, he conceived the plan to take Li Xian as his disciple. After all, he valued karmic connection above natural talent when selecting pupils. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived so long while taking on only 2 disciples, the fewest among all human race universe lords. Huff. Li Xian, oblivious to being targeted by a powerful figure, finally opened his eyes after roughly grasping the capabilities of his Time Phoenix avatar. Mr. Li Xian, how are you feeling? Blossom asked with concern as Li Xian opened his eyes. I'm fine. Let's continue gathering time crystals. Li Xian said to Bloxen before him, simultaneously realizing how deeply indebted he now was to her. Bloxen had been instrumental in him obtaining the Time Phoenix avatar. Though Bloxen himself didn't know it was the Time Phoenix, the fact remained that Bloxen had given it to him. He acknowledged this. Therefore, he acknowledged the immense debt he owed Bloxen. Unable to repay it now, he could only wait for the future to settle the favor. Over the next few days, Li Xian led Bloken and her royal entourage on a sweeping campaign through the realm of time, amassing vast quantities of time crystals and other treasures. Those who were also participating in the Mercenary assessment dared not approach Li Xian and his group when they encountered them. Each and every one kept their distance, avoiding Bloken and her party. Miss Bloken, we've gathered enough time crystals now. It's time for me to depart. After helping Blossom gather a sufficient quantity of time crystals, Li Xian bid his farewells. Thank you for your assistance these past days, Mr. Li Xian. Though Bloxen felt a pang of reluctance at his departure, she did not try to stop him. She knew it had been no small feat for Li Xian to assist her these past days. The stone you gave me earlier greatly aided my comprehension of the time law. Its value far exceeded my expectations. This is a token for your protection worth less than 1/10,000th of that treasure. I will repay this favor in due time. Also, it's best not to take out the item I gave you lightly, lest it be exposed and attract envy. Li Xian left a small world ring with Bo Luoxin, communicating entirely through telepathy to ensure those around her remained unaware. With that, Li Xian swiftly departed, stepping on the holy light compass, leaving Bloxen no chance to refuse. Whoosh! 1000 C9 grade mechanical puppets, 100 D9 grade mechanical puppets, and 1 E9 grade mechanical puppet. 10 C9 grade laser guns, 10 D9 grade laser guns, and 1 E9 grade laser gun. And this isn't just a spatial ring, it's the legendary world ring. No wonder he said not to reveal it lightly. If these items were exposed, even those powerful 9th rank realm lords would be green with envy. Seeing all that Li Xian had left behind, Bloxen's cherry red lips parted wide in disbelief as she checked and rechecked the contents. Even as the princess of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, not a single item within this world ring was within her current reach, yet Li Xian had handed her an entire pile of them. Chapter 76, The Lord of the Ice Peaks descends. I didn't misjudge him. At that moment, Bloxen felt immense relief. She was grateful she had chosen to help Li Xian come to the realm of time, and even more so that she had given him that treasure earlier. Even though Li Xian had said the treasure was incredibly precious, 10,000 times more valuable than anything in her own world ring. But no matter how splendid the treasure, it was beyond her reach. By giving it to Li Xian, he could repay her with the greatest value possible while preserving their relationship. Had she kept the treasure instead of giving it to Li Xian, she would inevitably be forced to present it to some powerful figure later. Those influential figures would dismiss her with a mere token reward, leaving her powerless to resist. Alas, such a prodigy destined to be from a different world than mine. Buroxen understood clearly that someone like Li Xian who could casually produce such precious items and possessed such extraordinary talent belonged to a world entirely beyond her reach. She didn't even have the right to pursue him, so how could she dare to hope for more? This is my time crystal. After leaving the realm of time, Li Xian located a staff member and handed over the time crystal. Alright, Li Xian. Your mission is complete. From now on, you are an official mercenary of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. After inspecting it, the staff member processed Li Xian's registration. Oh, and Li Xian, one of the founders of the Three Axe Mountains within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the Time Realm Lord Luo, asked me to tell you he wishes to meet you within the virtual universe. Just as Li Xian was about to leave, staff member Xia Yuan added one more thing. Got it. Li Xian replied without turning back and left immediately. He was in a hurry to verify his newly acquired clone. He had no time to meet some Time Realm Lord Luo. See? That's the arrogance of a genius. Even the renowned Time Realm Lord Luo can't sway him. A genius like that will get burned sooner or later. Hearing Li Xian's dismissive tone, another staff member couldn't help but mutter with envy and resentment. Humph. If you had his talent, your arrogance would be even worse. Zell retorted. Didn't he know his partner's temperament by now? Li Xian ignored all the messy affairs. After leaving the realm of time, he piloted his spaceship toward the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. What the hell? How did I end up here? But shortly after takeoff, Li Xian discovered his spaceship had vanished, and he himself had been transported into a peculiar cosmic void. This sudden turn of events left Li Xian utterly horrified. Anyone capable of this feat was at least immortal tier. Otherwise, he would never have been transported without resistance, especially since his world ring still contained a Beto, a 9th tier realm lord. Youngster, I brought you here. Before Li Xian, a 10-meter-tall giant clad in armor suddenly materialized. The moment he saw this being, Li Xian felt as though he were beholding the embodiment of the law of time itself. Its sheer height far exceeded any limit he had ever known. Even with the memories of the mechanized immortal and the sentient being Kaisa, he realized that neither the mechanized immortal nor Kaisa had ever encountered someone so terrifying. Immediately, an intangible dread of death spread from the depths of his soul, a fear of mortality he had never before experienced. Is this the fear that arises from the depths of one's soul when facing death head-on, striking straight at the core of one's being? Even as his body instinctively convulsed in agony at the prospect of death, the more terror gripped him, the more Li Xian's mind sharpened with clarity. He used his willpower to suppress the instinctive fear, forcing himself to maintain absolute rationality at every moment. He knew that precisely at this moment, he must remain rational. Otherwise, he would lose even the last shred of hope for survival. Sir, what business do you have with me? After a brief moment of distraction, Li Xian dared not look at the figure ahead again. Regaining his composure, he inquired. A figure of such stature could end his life silently. Even the Time Phoenix's time rewind wouldn't be fast enough to save him. Her talent required anchoring the moment in advance. And even if he managed to evade death once through his talent, the other party could kill him a second time. This terrifying individual must be after me because of the Time Phoenix. But even if he kills me, he won't get the Time Phoenix. If I fall this time, I'll likely only be reborn within the Eternal Divine Brain's main core. At least the Time Phoenix will be reborn too. Li Xian thought to himself, grateful he hadn't brought his mechanical clan clone along this time. Otherwise, losing 3 avatars at once would cost him a fortune in resurrection energy, not to mention the pain of reverting to his original state before merging with the Eternal Divine Brain. Oh. Impressive willpower. You didn't falter the moment you saw me. Clearly, this earned Li Xian the Ice Peak Lord's renewed respect. Even though he deliberately suppressed his presence, anyone below immortal rank would have been mesmerized by his aura. Li Xian's eyes remained crystal clear, revealing a will far surpassing his own cultivation level. You obtained the special lifetime primordial phoenix I intended for my disciple, and you seized its essence. Therefore, I propose taking you as a nominal disciple. What are your thoughts? The Ice Peak Master inquired. Upon hearing the first part of the statement, Li Xian had assumed his end was truly near. Yet, unexpectedly, the situation took a dramatic turn. The figure before him had no intention of seizing what was rightfully Li Xian's. Instead, he offered to take him as a disciple. Even with Li Xian's current state of mind, he felt like a mere mortal riding a roller coaster, quite a thrilling experience. Possession? If he believes I made the Eternal Phoenix my avatar through possession, then it means he hasn't seen through the Eternal Divine Brain's true nature. Hearing this, Li Xian instantly felt reassured. It seemed the Eternal Divine Brain had even deceived this formidable figure before him, leading him to believe the Light and Shadow Primordial Phoenix was obtained through soul stealing. What Li Xian didn't realize was that the Eternal Divine Brain possessed inherent concealment abilities, merging seamlessly with the original universe. Even the Universe Master, who controlled time and space, couldn't detect the slightest trace of it, let alone see it. Only Li Xian, its master, could sense the Eternal Divine Brain's presence. That was why the Ice Peak Lord believed Li Xian had obtained the Time Phoenix avatar through soul possession. As for why Li Xian retained a human body after possessing the Time Phoenix, such details held little significance to the Ice Peak Lord. What mattered was that Li Xian's soul remained human. That alone sufficed. In this universe, opportunities to achieve such a feat abound, and he saw no need to delve deeper. Chapter 77, Between Life and Death Lies Great Terror. Esteemed guest, to which faction of our human race do you belong? What is your standing in power? Li Xian's mind remained clear. He wouldn't be dazzled by this overwhelming fortune. He had already planned to join the Virtual Universe Corporation through the Genius War. With his current talent, he was confident he would surpass even Bolin from the original story by the time he reached the Genius War. Once he entered the initial universe, wouldn't he need to seek a master who was at least a revered one? The crucial point was, he couldn't be certain the person before him was a true human race powerhouse. If he ended up apprenticing under an alien race master or a master from a human race vassal group, he'd be screwed. The probability of such an occurrence was minuscule, yet even the slightest chance remained. Therefore, he absolutely must confirm the identity before seeking a master. This decision holds the key to his future path. You've got some nerve, kid. I am one of the founding elders of the Virtual Universe Corporation, the Lord of the Ice Peaks. You may not have heard my name. All you need to know is this: even the mightiest ruler of your Qianwu kingdom, I could crush him with a single finger. Any further questions? The Ice Peak Lord was surprisingly patient. As a ruler of a universe, he was being grilled with questions just for taking on a disciple. Any other ruler of a universe would have either walked away immediately or casually eliminated Li Xian on the spot. Ice Peak Sovereign, ruler of the universe, junior disciple of the Chaos City Lord. Hearing that name sent shockwaves through Li Xian's heart. After all, he knew exactly who the Ice Peak Sovereign was. That the Ice Peak Sovereign would come seeking him as a disciple felt almost fantastical. After all, in the original story, Luo Feng had demonstrated God-defying talent before catching the Chaos City Lord's eye. How could the Ice Peak Lord now personally come seeking him as a disciple with such earnestness? He understood the Ice Peak Lord hadn't initially come with the intention of taking on a disciple, yet this was the outcome. From your expression, you seem to recognize me? Seeing Li Xian's astonished expression, the Ice Peak Lord couldn't help but ask in surprise. I once received the legacy of an immortal-level marquis-ranked powerhouse. It was through him that I learned of the Ice Peak Lord's name within the Virtual Universe Corporation. Disciple Li Xian pays respects to his master. Once his identity was confirmed, Li Xian didn't beat around the bush. When a cosmic ruler personally came to recruit him as a disciple, he wasn't about to turn down such an offer. At the very least, becoming the Ice Peak Lord's disciple wouldn't be much inferior to becoming the Chaos City Lord's. Though you are my disciple now, you remain a nominal disciple. Only after demonstrating your innate talent and potential will you become my direct disciple. In a few years, the Virtual Universe Corporation will hold its Genius Tournament. If you can secure first place, you will become my direct disciple. Should you fail, further trials will follow. Only by passing these subsequent tests can you become my direct disciple. Should you fail all 3 trials, you shall remain a nominal disciple for life. The Ice Peak Master spoke sternly. Yes, Master. I will win first place in the Genius Tournament. Li Xian declared earnestly. Your status as my nominal disciple must remain confidential for now, lest enemy factions seek to assassinate you. Your strength is still too weak for me to bestow any treasures upon you, but you shall receive the proper treatment. This is a soul-defending artifact. You cannot activate it yet. Merge it with your soul, and it will protect your essence. This is my identity token. Should you ever face mortal danger, crush it. I will arrive at your side at the speed of light. Though I sincerely hope you never need to use it. Also, since you are not currently affiliated with Virtual Universe Corporation, I cannot grant you special privileges. However, I will elevate your identity clearance and upgrade your bank account status at Star River Bank to 6-star level. With that, the Ice Peak Master placed 2 items into Li Xian's hands. Thank you, Master. Li Xian said respectfully. Though he didn't know the exact grade of this soul treasure, anything bestowed by the Ice Peak Master was at least a precious treasure, the kind even cosmic reverence coveted. The identity token was an even more crucial life-saving trump card. With his access privileges elevated, anyone attempting to investigate his background would require at least the authority of a crown prince or even a revered one to uncover his information. Anyone attempting to look him up would immediately recognize his background upon seeing the insufficient permissions, deterring them from crossing him. This served as an invisible deterrent and protection. With his galactic bank account upgraded to 6-star status, he could now access many previously inaccessible resources. Moreover, he had roughly assessed the resources required for cultivating the Eternal Phoenix secret art. It seemed that even within the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, only a 6-star tier would suffice to purchase them. Very well, you may return now. I look forward to the day you become my direct disciple. With a wave of the Ice Peak Lord's hand, Li Xian vanished from this universe, returning to his own starship. He had not imparted any secret techniques or guidance to Li Xian, intending to observe whether the latter could secure first place in the Genius War without his backing. After all, with his backing, even a pig could become the Celestial Marshal. What kind of test would that be? Sure, Yuan, I've found you a junior disciple. Have someone keep an eye on him from now on. No need to offer any assistance, just ensure no alien races attempt to assassinate him. After Li Xin departed, the Ice Peak Lord relayed the matter to his second disciple through the virtual universe. As a ruler of a universe, he had no time to constantly monitor Li Xin. Seems I finally have a junior disciple. Venerable Shi Yuan understood his master's nature well. Once accepted, becoming a direct disciple was merely a matter of time. Phew! Only upon returning to his starship did Li Xion's taut nerves begin to relax. Between life and death lie both profound terror and immense opportunity. Earlier, when the Ice Peak Lord had transferred him to another universe, he had faced what felt like true death. Every cell in his body had reacted with a conditioned struggle, undergoing a frenzied, instinctive evolution in a desperate attempt to break through to a higher realm. The 100 Refinements Divine Forging Technique. His mental fortitude and willpower instantly reached heights previously unimaginable, shattering his previous bottleneck. His will surged relentlessly, reaching the pinnacle of a domain lord's potential. Seizing this moment, Li Xian relentlessly recalled the psychological shifts within those fleeting minutes, the brink of death, the instant rebirth, and the immense opportunity, using them to fortify his mental will through the 100 Refinements Divine Forging Technique. 7-colored illusionary extinction bell. Simultaneously, he cultivated the third layer of the 7-colored illusionary extinction bell. Logically, the third layer of the 7-colored illusionary extinction bell corresponded to the domain lord tier. Only a domain lord level soul consciousness could successfully cultivate it. Yet Li Xian's soul power was nearly at the 9th tier star level. However, his will itself had reached the peak of a domain lord. Will is the commander, consciousness the officers, and soul the soldiers. Only when united as one can an army unleash its full potential. Now, with his will at the domain lord's limit and his soul consciousness at the 9th level of the stellar realm, Li Xian could cultivate the third layer of the 7-colored illusionary extinction bell, a level normally accessible only to those at the initial stage of the domain lord realm. Success! With his formidable will commanding his soul power, the 7-colored illusionary bell, originally only red and orange, gradually gained a layer of yellow above it. The red, orange, and yellow illusionary bell was thus formed. Chapter 78. Oh no, the solar system is too terrifying. Solar system. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that after traversing natural wormholes for years, we'd end up in this solar system with its coordinates concealed? This is a star system once ruled by an invincible powerhouse. Quick, quick, scan the nearby planets. A silver saucer-shaped spacecraft emerged from the natural wormhole. Inside the cabin, the captain, clad in silver combat armor, wore an excited expression. Captain, we've detected one inhabited planet and several uninhabited ones. On the unclaimed planets, we've detected numerous energy-producing pyramids, advanced ones at that. The value is staggering. Securing just one advanced energy pyramid would mean money rolling in effortlessly. As the ship entered the solar system and discovered the numerous energy-producing pyramids constructed by Li Xian within it, their eyes instantly filled with tears. In the cosmos, the energy sector ranks among the most lucrative industries. Yet within the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, no faction save for the immortal tier powers possesses advanced energy production technology. Especially now that they've discovered this advanced energy-generating pyramid. As far as they know, even the most basic models can automatically draw cosmic energy to produce power, requiring no effort on their part. All they need to do is wait, and the pyramid will continuously generate energy for them, essentially functioning like an automatic money printing machine. How could such an astonishing discovery not fill them with excitement? Captain, we're detecting a massive swarm of mechanical puppets. Their classifications include A9, B9, and even C9 grade units. Red alert, Captain. The enemy has detected our vessel. Their intelligence level far surpasses ours. I cannot evade their detection. They are closing in at extreme velocity. Artuka, the ship's AI, urgently reported. What? C9 class mechanical puppets? Quickly send this situation back to Mount Newland. Simultaneously, send intelligence to those puppets, tell them I am a direct disciple of Mount Newland and entered this place unintentionally through a wormhole. Brohl had been fantasizing about the glorious future awaiting him after obtaining the high-energy pyramid. But it took a single sentence instantly plunged him from heaven into hell. What did a massive swarm of C9 grade mechanical puppets signify? Even the ancient patriarch of Nolan Shan would have to kneel before them, let alone the possibility of a master commanding these machines. Intruders, kill. The moment Bro's ship entered the solar system, it was detected by the planetary defense systems. Xianjin immediately led a massive swarm of mechanical puppets into space to intercept Bro's vessel. Atuka, hurry. Escape. Bro exclaimed frantically. Captain, the ship's core systems have been compromised. The intruder possesses advanced intelligence. Control is about to be seized. Evacuation is impossible. Atuka replied. It's over. This solar system is terrifying. Hearing this, Bro felt utterly hopeless. Boom. Immediately after, Xianjin led 20 C9 class mechanical puppets into the ship, effortlessly slaughtering all of Bro's subordinates, yet they captured Bro alive. I am a direct disciple of Mount Newelin. You cannot kill me. If you do, Mount Newelin will expose your secrets to the entire universe, and you will all die a miserable death. Bro's limbs had been severed, yet his tone remained arrogantly defiant. Xuanjin paid no heed to Bro's shouts, forcibly escorting him away. After infiltrating the entire ship, he gathered all their previous records. Lord Luofeng, this is the intruder who breached the solar system. Please enslave him to determine if he transmitted our location to the cosmos. After capturing Bro, Xianjin immediately returned to Earth to find Luofeng. After all, only Luofeng could subjugate a star-rank 9th tier being like Bro. Xuanjin had intended to control the enemy with a slave chip, but their master forbade the use of such technology. Thus, he had no choice but to seek Luofeng's assistance. As for Bro's own confessions, Xianjin didn't believe a single word. What? An invader in the solar system? Babata, didn't you say our solar system was concealed by the master's secret techniques? How could an invader appear now? Luofeng exclaimed in shock upon hearing Xianjin's words. Why are you asking me? Once you enslave him, won't you know everything? Babata retorted impatiently. So that's how it is. They entered the solar system through a wormhole, and he'd already relayed some information about our solar system back to Nolanshan. Luofeng's expression darkened after enslaving Bro. Thank you, Lord Luofeng. I shall report the situation here to our master immediately. Xuanjin, having obtained the answers he sought, promptly organized the information and sent it to Lisan. This is trouble. I wonder if Big Brother can handle it. Luofeng voiced his concern. Rest assured. Li Xian's strength far exceeds your imagination. If he can't handle it, you certainly won't be able to either. Just stay put on Earth. At least Earth has a master. Newelin Mountain wouldn't dare openly invade, otherwise, the entire Newelin Mountain would be annihilated by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Babata said nonchalantly. As an intelligent being, it knew far more than Luofeng. At the very least, it understood that a mere Newelin Mountain was no match for Li Xian. After enhancing my willpower, the 7-colored illusion-destroying bell's power has undergone a transformation. Li Xian gazed at the 3-colored soul bell deep within his spirit, utterly satisfied. Now let's examine the soul guardian treasure my teacher gave me. Li Xian retrieved a small, ancient-looking black bell from his world ring. Light as a feather in his hand, it bore intricate, incomprehensible runes. Convergence of all things. Suddenly, inspiration struck Li Xian. He channeled the eternal phoenix of time to unleash the convergence of all things talent, targeting the ancient bell before him. In an instant, Li Xian's consciousness plunged into a world saturated with soul energy, a realm filled with intricate soul-related runes. Yet, after merely a glance, he felt his soul ache and his consciousness blur. Instantly, he severed the convergence with the ancient bell. Chapter 79, The Secret Techniques of the Time Phoenix. My cultivation is too low. Even though the convergence of all things talent allows me to share secrets with this ancient bell, the patterns within it far surpass those of the illusory divine weapon. Even if they were revealed to me, my current souls will is unworthy of gazing upon them directly. Li Xian abandoned further investigation. Instead, he channeled his mental energy to nurture the ancient bell, allowing it to merge with his soul for protection. He resolved to explore its secrets only when he grew sufficiently powerful. The legacy of the Eternal Phoenix contains many secret arts. I must select only those most suited to me. Greed is not an option. The legacy of the Time Phoenix was vast as the ocean, accumulated over generations of Time Phoenixes. He needed to identify the most suitable secret techniques for himself to learn. The most powerful secret technique within the Light Time Phoenix legacy, Shattered Sky Wings, is the pinnacle creation of the strongest generation of Light Time Phoenixes. It combines flight and combat techniques, making it one of the secret arts nearly every generation of Light Time Phoenixes learns. The Time Realm technique creates a world within the body to store one's power, allowing direct access during combat. It is a temporary power-enhancing secret art. The first realm doubles one's strength, the second quadruples it, the third octuples it, and so on. The seventh realm multiplies strength by 128 times. However, even the original creator never reached the seventh realm. It exists only in theory. The Tower of Time is a secret art that accelerates or decelerates one's own time. Like the Realm of Time, the Tower of Time also has 7 layers. Mastering the first layer allows one to accelerate or decelerate their own time by 100 times, the second layer by 200 times, and so on, with the 7th layer reaching 700 times. Most crucially, once one masters the basics of the Tower of Time, it will automatically activate as a defense when others attempt to slow or freeze time around you. It will counteract the time-manipulating forces imposed upon you based on your own understanding of the laws of time. At advanced stages, the Tower of Time not only manipulates temporal flow but also unleashes terrifying currents of time and chaotic temporal forces, a secret art that unites combat prowess with amplifying capabilities. Of course, it has its drawbacks. The entry barrier is extremely high. Typically, only a Time Phoenix at the Realm Lord tier can successfully cultivate the first layer. After meticulous selection, Li Xian had chosen these 3 secret arts most suited to him. Combined with the 4 innate talents inherent to the Time Phoenix, he felt this was more than sufficient for its cultivation. The Time Realm requires a specific treasure to cultivate successfully. Let me investigate what exactly is needed. With the secret arts chosen, the next step was preparing for cultivation. Among the three, only the Realm of Time required treasure support. The other two, Shattered Sky Wings and Tower of Time, were insight-based secret arts focused on applying the laws. Whoa! The first tier of the Realm of Time requires roughly 100,000 Han Yuan units. The second tier demands 1 million Han Yuan units, and so on. The fifth tier requires 1 billion Han Yuan units. But the treasures needed for the sixth and seventh tiers? Even my Star River Bank's 6-star access level can't retrieve information on those artifacts. No wonder the inheritance records included a warning to only cultivate this technique after reaching Realm Lord status. The consumption is simply staggering. Any Time Phoenix below Realm Lord likely lacks the financial resources to pursue it. The Time Phoenix who created this secret technique must have been possessed by some peak-tier clan member, right? Otherwise, how could a solitary being, without clan resources, gather enough materials to forge such a technique? After uncovering this information, even someone with his temperament couldn't help but curse aloud. Were it not for the terrifying amplification capabilities of the Time Realm, he would have considered switching to a different secret technique altogether. With my current assets, I'll focus on purchasing treasures for the first 2 tiers of cultivation. A 4-fold power amplification will suffice for now. Placing the order directly within the virtual universe, he transferred 1,100,000 mixed units. After the transaction, his account balance stood at 4,500,000 mixed units. Over the past 2 years, he'd bought quite a few things and spent hundreds of thousands of Han Yuan units. The moment he saw the cost of what lay ahead, he felt utterly broke. Let's try cultivating the Time secret technique, Time Acceleration, using the Eternal Phoenix of Time. The Time Tower was beyond his current cultivation level. Only a Realm Lord acknowledged by the Time laws could practice it. But the human secret technique Time Acceleration was like a scaled-down version of the Time Tower. Cultivating it should be manageable. As Li Xian's consciousness shifted into the Time Phoenix, using it to comprehend the time laws, he felt the time laws permeating his entire being. It seemed as if those very time laws were drawing near, offering themselves for the Time Phoenix to grasp. What a terrifying Time Phoenix! This innate talent for time truly lives up to being the darling of the time law. He finally grasped the meaning of being favored by time. As a human with Domain Lord level bloodline, he could only touch upon the profound speed within the time laws after reaching the threshold of the light source laws. Yet during his comprehension, those temporal laws remained elusive and evasive, as if deliberately hiding from him, refusing to reveal their secrets. To comprehend them, he had to painstakingly search for the traces of the time laws. Even when he found them, they remained blurry and unclear, making comprehension painstakingly slow. But when the Eternal Phoenix comprehended the time laws, they all became crystal clear. They even surged toward her all at once, offering themselves for her to grasp. Sometimes, before she could even fully comprehend them, the time laws would seem to strip away their own secrets and present them to her. That was the difference. The Time Acceleration technique, a secret art left behind by the Phantom Light Marquis, had previously only been cultivated to the 3rd layer by Li Xian, allowing him to accelerate his own time by a maximum of 8-fold. Now, after merely a brief moment of comprehension, he had achieved a minor breakthrough in the 3rd layer, enabling him to accelerate his own time by 10-fold. It was utterly terrifying. The Nolan Mountain faction has arrived in the solar system just as described in the original text, and they've transmitted all the information back. While Li Xian was immersed in comprehending the laws of time, his mechanical clone received an urgent report from Xian Jin, detailing everything concerning Bro. Fortunately, Bro hadn't detected any information about Earth. After all, Earth's network had been meticulously re-engineered by him. Not even the intelligent lifeforms aboard F-class spacecraft could breach Earth's current network to probe its status, let alone the Nolan Mountain faction. Go check the status of Nolanshan in the virtual universe. With that, he entered the virtual universe and arrived at the branch of the Galaxy Bank within it. Even within the virtual universe, he could utilize the privileges of his Galaxy Bank 6-star account to purchase intelligence on Mount Newland. Chapter 80, Newland Mountain seeks to break through to Domain Lord rank. Nolan Mountain's ancestral planet is Nolan Star. Nolan Mountain is currently in seclusion on Nolan Star, which conveniently lies near the trading planet of Sacred Dragon Star. I can conveniently take the 5 upgraded E9 class mechanical ships there for consignment and see how many Han Yuan units I can sell them for. With Li Xian's access privileges within the Cosmic Star Riverbank, he quickly acquired the intelligence he needed. As a Cosmic Tier Giant Axe Warrior, Newland Shan possessed formidable strength even among the 9th tier Cosmic experts. Yet Li Xian felt not the slightest concern. In that case, let's alter our course. First, we'll head to Holy Dragon Star to consign the mechanical type ships, then proceed to Nolan Star to eliminate the threat posed by Nolan Shan. After making his decision, Li Xian exited the virtual universe and continued using the Time Phoenix to comprehend the secret technique of time acceleration. The sensation of immersing himself in the ocean of time laws was too exquisite. He didn't want to waste a single moment. Nolan Star. Who would have thought that Broona, that lucky bastard, actually found a wormhole into the solar system? This solar system truly lives up to its reputation as the domain once ruled by that peerless powerhouse. It's incredibly rich. This intelligence exceeds our handling capacity. We must report to the Patriarch immediately. That's a C9-grade mechanical puppet. Unless our Patriarch intervenes, there's no way we can take it down. Agreed. Bro is unreachable now, likely killed. We must involve the Patriarch. Upon receiving Bro's message, PRA and the other direct disciples immediately sought out Naran Mountain, who was in seclusion. What a tremendous opportunity. This is sheer, overwhelming fortune. But such a great opportunity is probably too much for me to handle alone. Nolan Sean was visibly agitated upon hearing his subordinate's report. You lot, immediately send more people through the wormhole to investigate the details there. Remember, act covertly. Do not approach any areas Bro previously visited. I need more detailed intelligence. Also, wasn't that Earth planet already claimed? Find out who its owner is. After regaining his composure, Nualanchan decided against immediate action, instead directing his subordinates to further probe the situation. Yes, Ancestor. Upon receiving the Patriarch's orders, Pura and the others were overjoyed. In their eyes, the Patriarch was a cosmic-level giant axe warrior. Those mechanical puppets were no match for their master. With the Patriarch's intervention, victory was assured. I must prepare for this operation. After pondering for a moment, Nualan Shan departed Nualan Star. Shenlong Star. Sacred Dragon Star was vast, over 25 times the volume of Earth. Skyscrapers towered everywhere, and the bustling city teemed with people of all races. Upon arrival, Li Xan effortlessly listed the 5 enhanced E9 class mechanical spacecraft for sale using his 6-star account privileges. Esteemed 6-star user, your consignment of 5 E9 class ships has been fully sold. After deducting a 1/10,000th commission fee, the proceeds amounting to 22,000 Hunyuan units have been transferred to your account. Additionally, Carter, one of the directors of Virtual Universe's technology division, has entrusted Galaxy Bank to convey this message. Virtual Universe Corporation wishes to invite you to join the technology division or collaborate with it to jointly explore technological advancements. Less than half an hour after Li Xian left the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, he received this message. 22,000 Hunyuan units. If we were to calculate the cost of just the materials and energy for these 5 E9 spaceships, it wouldn't even reach 2,000 Hunyuan units. That works out to a net profit of 4,000 universal units per spacecraft. This deal looks sustainable. Once I return, I'll ramp up production base construction. Li Xian's quick calculation revealed enormous profit margins. As his ships underwent continuous upgrades, those profits would only grow. The entire human race had immense demand for spacecraft. He had no worries about selling what he produced. Refuse contact from anyone attempting to reach me. As for the message from the head of the Virtual Universe Corporation's technology department, he had no intention of responding. Even if he were to consider it, that would only happen after he officially joined the corporation. Esteemed 6-star client, we acknowledge your request. No further communications will be directed to you. Additionally, the real-time intelligence you previously purchased regarding the Nolan Shan has changed. The Nolan Shan has departed Nolan Shan and is currently en route to Shanglong Star. It is expected to arrive at the docking port in Sector C of Shuilong Star in approximately 6 hours. The Cosmic Galaxy Bank assistant relayed the message. Oh? The Nolan Shan is coming to St. Dragon Star? Perfect, saves me the trip to Nolan Star to find you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian smiled faintly and immediately headed to the docking port in Sector C of Blood Dragon Star to await Nalanchan's arrival. A C9-grade mechanical puppet has just appeared within the solar system. Even with my current cosmic 9th tier strength, going now would be risky. I must push my power to its absolute limit before confronting it. 6 hours later, Nualan Shan's starship docked at the port. He stepped out slowly, surveying the bustling planet before him with eyes brimming with boundless ambition. He had remained at the 9th cosmic tier for many years. Over that time, he had amassed considerable wealth, enough to purchase the treasures needed for a breakthrough. Yet the treasures he could currently afford offered only a 40% chance of success, far too low. He had always planned to accumulate greater wealth before purchasing superior treasures to increase his breakthrough odds. But now, he could wait no longer. Only by breaking through to the Domain Lord tier, combined with his years of accumulated wealth, could he rapidly reach the 3rd tier of Domain Lord after his breakthrough. Only then would he have the confidence to seize the great opportunity within the solar system. If I could seize that opportunity within the solar system, becoming a Domain Lord would be a given, let alone ascending to Realm Lord. If I could inherit the legacy left by that immortal, then becoming an immortal myself might just be within reach. Nolan Shan stepped off the spacecraft, his heart surging with excitement. But the moment he stepped out, he saw a figure utterly familiar to him, none other than the ruler of that planet called Earth. You're actually here. At that moment, Nualanshan felt as if the goddesses in the heavens were smiling upon him. He had just been searching for this person named Li Xian, and now Li Xian had appeared before his very eyes. Li Xian was the ruler of Earth. Since Earth resided within the solar system, it meant he had likely obtained the legacy of that immortal-level powerhouse and emerged from Earth, the native planet. As for how he could afford to purchase Earth, it must be the treasure left behind by that immortal-level powerhouse. If he could capture this man, wouldn't that be equivalent to indirectly obtaining immortal tier treasures? Chapter 81, Mount Nualan has become immortal tier? Kid. Just as Nualan Mountain prepared to move against Li Xian, who was only at the 9th stage of the stellar realm, he suddenly noticed a 3-colored bronze bell manifesting within Li Xian's eyes. Innate secret art, ultimate ascension. Within the world ring, the eternal phoenix instinctively activated its innate secret technique. In an instant, the primordial phoenix of time and space's power surged tenfold across all dimensions. The will of the human host and the time phoenix were one and the same. Thus, Li Xian's will also surged tenfold from its original baseline. 7-colored illusionary annihilation bell. With his will surging, the soul attack he unleashed received a massive boost as well. Dawn! 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 Before Nualanshan could react, an endless tolling of bells resounded from the depths of his soul. Scene shift. Leveraging his cosmic 9th tier strength, Nualanshan effortlessly captured Li Xian and forced him to surrender all the inheritances aboard the Meteor Inc. star. 3,520,000 Hun Yuan units. I've struck it rich, truly struck it rich. With this fortune, becoming a realm lord will be utterly effortless for me. Nualanshan not only obtained immortal great inheritance but also seized every last primordial unit from Li Xian's account. Such immense wealth left Nualanshan utterly exhilarated. Leveraging his terrifying financial resources, Nualan Mountain swiftly advanced to the 9th tier of Domain Lord. At an auction, he even acquired a treasure enabling him to break through to Realm Lord tier, successfully attaining that level. He then traveled to the solar system, where he built pyramids using the abundant high-grade energy resources to gradually accumulate wealth. After 10 eras, Nualanshan reached the 9th tier of Realm Lord. Later, within the solar system, he obtained another artifact left behind by an immortal level, being a mysterious throne-shaped relic. Sitting upon it allowed him to comprehend the laws of the universe with ease. Nualanshan remained seated upon this throne for 100 eras. Finally, one day, he comprehended the complete laws and achieved immortality. Ha 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 ha. I, Nualanshan, am now an immortal tier powerhouse. Ha 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 ha. Seated upon the throne, Nualanshan erupted into a frenzied, ecstatic laugh. What's happening? I've become immortal, haven't I? How could this be? Yet his laughter abruptly halted. The throne beneath him transformed into chains, binding him completely. The surrounding environment became a pitch-black abyss, swallowing him whole. Mysterious brands covered his body, each one forming a pattern that coalesced into the 1,000-soul slave seal. Everything Nualanshan had just experienced was an illusion meticulously woven by Li Xian. Every treasure Nualanshan had wielded within that illusion had been transformed from the 1,000-soul slave seal. Within this illusion, Nualanshan had long been unknowingly enveloped by the 1,000-soul slave seal. The moment he achieved immortality, when his mind was most relaxed, was precisely when the seal was permanently branded onto his soul. No, no. I am immortal. You cannot enslave me. You can't. Nualanshan thrashed wildly within the abyss, yet no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape its devouring grasp nor the inescapable reality of his enslavement. Within the illusion, Nualanshan endured an unimaginably long period of time. Yet in reality, he had merely stood still for a single second. Within that second, his gaze shifted from excitement to blankness, from blankness to agony, and from agony to release, a complex transformation that unfolded with astonishing speed. Throughout this process, neither the surrounding staff nor the nearby onlookers noticed anything unusual about Nualan Mountain. They were utterly unaware that this famed cosmic tier axe warrior had been silently enslaved by Li Xian, a mere 9th tier stellar level practitioner. Truly worthy of a cosmic tier axe warrior, his willpower is formidable. Had I not previously broken through my own limits to master the 3rd layer of the 7-colored illusionary bell, coupled with the willpower amplification from the Eternal Phoenix, enslaving him so effortlessly would have been impossible. Li Xian exhaled deeply after sensing the 1,000-soul slave seal had fully subdued Nualan Mountain. He had planned this long ago, amplifying his will with the Light-Time Phoenix's innate secret technique, casting illusions and soul attacks with the 7-colored illusionary bell, then seizing the moment to enslave Nualan Mountain with the 1,000-soul slave mark. Walk normally. Follow me. After transmitting his voice to Nualan Mountain, Li Xian departed the area. Now a slave to Li Xian, Nualanshan naturally obeyed his every command. Following Li Xian out of the port, they arrived at one of Nualanshan's properties on the sacred dragon star. Greetings, Master. That you, with star rank 9th tier power, could enslave a cosmos rank 9th tier subordinate, you are a peerless genius born once in a trillion eras. In the upcoming genius war, first place is undoubtedly yours. Once he confirmed no one else was present, Newland Mountain immediately began flattering Li Xin. Those enslaved by the thousand-soul slave seal would revere their master from the depths of their being. This was the most terrifying aspect of the enslavement technique. Regarding the intelligence within the solar system, to whom have you relayed it? Li Xin had no patience for Newland Shan's flattery and cut straight to the most critical matter. Master, regarding the intelligence within the solar system, aside from select members within my Newland family, no one else is privy to it. However, before leaving, I arranged to meet several close friends on St. Dragonstar. My plan is to take them with me to explore the solar system after I break through. If I fail to meet them, they might suspect something. If you could cast that enslavement technique on me again, you could enslave them all as well. Though they're all at the 9th cosmic tier, none match my strength. With your overwhelmingly powerful illusion techniques, you could certainly handle them. Nualanchan laid everything bare before Li Xin, even offering his friends as servants to bolster Li Xin's power. Oh? Are those individuals currently on Holy Dragon Star? Li Xin inquired curiously. Master, only Mitchell remains on Holy Dragon Star at present. The other two will arrive here throughout the day. Nualanchan replied truthfully. Very well. Take me to meet him. Meanwhile, contact your family and strictly forbid any information about the solar system from being leaked out. Li Xin nodded. Yes, Master. With that, Nualanchan led the way, guiding Li Xin to meet his friend Mitchell. Nolan Shan, you finally made it. And who is this? Upon arriving at Mitchell's residence, Mitchell remained completely unaware that Nolan Shan had now become Li Xin's servant. He warmly opened the door and welcomed Li Xin and his companion inside. Li Xin wasted no words. He unleashed the Time Phoenix Talent's secret art in the 7-colored illusionary bell, combining their power with the 1,000-soul slave seal. Mitchell was swiftly enslaved. Master. As soon as Mitchell regained consciousness, he immediately knelt in reverence. Nothing unexpected followed. The other two friends Nolan Shan had invited, Conrad and Nick, were likewise enslaved one by Li Xin. With that, Li Xin gained 4 new servants, each at the 9th tier of the Cosmos realm. You may each return now. Pretend nothing happened. I will contact you when the time comes. Newland Shan, once you return, ensure no information about the solar system leaks out. Understood? Li Xin addressed his newly enslaved subjects. Yes, Master. We understand. Nualan Shan and the others replied respectfully. Chapter 82, Forcing Entry into the White Tiger Tower Branch. Confin Star served as a White Tiger Tower branch, a gathering place for many of its core disciples. Similar White Tiger Tower branches existed throughout the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Each branch was overseen by a Realm Lord-level powerhouse, with numerous Domain Lord-level experts responsible for instructing the core disciples. Hey Rolf, I heard you got into trouble with a super genius while pursuing the 3rd princess. This genius can instantly kill a cosmic 9th tier devouring beast while only at stellar 9th tier. Is that true? Is that genius really that formidable? I've never seen anyone capable of instantly defeating an enemy across an entire tier. Could you tell us more about him? Numerous core disciples of the White Tiger Tower were gathered drinking together. Upon spotting Rolf, Yu Luo couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Get lost. Already in a foul mood, Rolf grew even more irritable and depressed upon hearing this. He had assumed Li Xin was merely another suitor of the 3rd princess, never expecting to have bitten off more than he could chew. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Rolf's sourpuss face just confirms it must be true. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his previous mission and rushed all the way back to Confin Star. Only Confin Star can protect him now. Otherwise, that genius Li Xin might just find an opportunity to kill him. Charleston, who had always been at odds with Rolf, sneered. Hold your tongues. We're all brothers of the White Tiger Pavilion. Rolf, stay put on Confin Star for now. Here, even a genius like Li Xin couldn't scratch you. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yolo changed the subject. Who is that? How dare they fly freely within our core disciples' quarters? He's moving so fast. No, he's heading straight for us. Rolf and the others watched as a golden streak of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly closing the distance to their front. Among this group of core disciples, some stellar tier, some cosmic tier, but none domain lord tier. None could react in time to that terrifying speed. The beam of light materialized before them in an instant. In an instant, a colossal figure 5,000 meters tall materialized before them. Its terrifying aura crushed the White Tiger Tower core disciples, forcing them to collapse to the ground in sheer terror. Even their primal instinct to flee was brutally stripped away. When they looked up, they were stunned to see a sacred lynx tribeast radiating the luminous essence of light laws. Most crucially, atop the sacred lynx tribeast's head, they saw a human figure standing, gazing down upon them from the summit of this Domain Lord 9th tier sacred lynx tribeast. They couldn't fathom whose status could be so immense that even a Domain Lord 9th tier sacred lynx tribeast would willingly serve as his mount and servant. You're Li Xin, the prodigy who emerged from the realm of time. Charleston blurted out in disbelief. Having clashed with Rolf, he'd immediately searched for videos of Lee Xin circulating from the realm of time upon hearing his name. The figure in those videos bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lee Xin now standing atop the sacred Link's tri-beast. What? He is Lee Xin? How dare he invade our Kangfen star? Could it be he relies on this domain lord 9th tier sacred unicorn tri-beast beneath him? Hearing Charleson's words, the core disciples gradually regained their composure from their earlier panic. Kangfen star housed numerous domain lord 9th tier powerhouses, and its star lord was even a realm lord tier being. This was precisely why the core disciples weren't so terrified of Lee Xin now. You must be Rolf. I see you posted a bounty for my head in the time realm through the virtual universe, a whopping 10 billion cosmic coins. What a grand gesture. Lee Xin paid no heed to the inner turmoil of the core disciples, his gaze fixed firmly on Rolf amidst the crowd. When it came to enemies, he typically chose to eliminate them early, leaving them no time or opportunity to survive. Crash! Hearing Lee Xion's words, the sacred Link's tri-beast beneath him raised its massive paw, crushing Rolf's lower body with pinpoint accuracy. Arg! Lee Xion, you can't kill me! This is Kangfen Star, a branch of the White Tiger Tower. If you kill me, the powerful beings here will make you pay with your life. Not even the 9th-ranked domain lord beneath your feet can save you. Knowing his fate was sealed, Rolf roared threats at Lee Xin in a desperate attempt to cling to a sliver of survival. A mere Kangfen Star dares threaten me with a joint demise? Utterly preposterous. Kill him. Lee Xin couldn't be bothered to kill such a man himself, it would only soil his hands. As Lee Xion's words fell, the sacred Link's tri-beast immediately prepared to crush Rolf beneath its claws. Halt! But at that very moment, an invisible force of the world enveloped the area for tens of thousands of miles, preventing the sacred Link's Triton beast's claw from descending. It was none other than Karl, the Star Lord of Kangfen, who had arrived here moments earlier. He had refrained from intervening when Lee Xin had not yet killed anyone. Now that Lee Xin intended to kill, and specifically a core disciple of their White Tiger Pavilion as the ruler of the White Tiger Pavilion's branch, he could no longer stand idly by. Thank goodness. Lord Karl has intervened. We're safe now. Lee Xin is utterly arrogant and brazen. To dare kill a core disciple of the White Tiger Tower right here on Kangfen Star is an unforgivable crime. The Star Lord must execute him. Lord Star Master, save me. Upon seeing Karl arrive, core disciples like Rolf rallied around him like a rock, unleashing a torrent of curses at Lee Xin. Gone was their earlier timid, cowardly demeanor. How dare you, a mere third-tier realm lord, obstruct my master's business? But before Rolf and the others could revel in their triumph for even 2 seconds, Karl, the realm lord tier powerhouse they deemed invincible, was suddenly slammed to the ground by a massive, 10,000-meter-tall sacred Link's tri-beast that appeared out of nowhere, its claw crushing him beneath its weight. Boom! The terrifying shockwave leveled buildings for thousands of meters around. Like Rolf before him, Karl was crushed beneath the feet of Abeto, a 9th-tier realm lord. Both men were left with only their upper bodies exposed, their lower halves completely crushed. Over the past 2 years, bolstered by Lee Xion's abundant resources, Abedot had successfully ascended to the realm lord tier and rapidly accumulated energy, reaching the 9th-tier realm lord level. Dealing with Karl, who was merely a 3rd-tier realm lord and hardly a prodigy, was utterly effortless. Chapter 83, is the Black Dragon Mountain Empire planning to send the galaxy early? Put. Pinned to the ground by Abeto's formidable claws and world-shaking power, Karl felt like he was about to vomit blood inside. If you had such a powerful bodyguard, you should have called him out sooner. If I'd seen such a mighty sacred Link's tri-beast by your side, would I have dared to attack? So what if he's just a 9th-tier core disciple? There are plenty of them in the White Tiger Tower. Would I really risk my life to protect some insignificant core disciple? At that moment, Karl raged inwardly. To avoid further injury, he stubbornly played dead on the ground. After all, as a Star Lord, he had already intervened. It was merely that the enemy's power was too overwhelming, completely suppressing him. At least this person hadn't come here to slaughter indiscriminately. Dealing with him was merely suppression, not a lethal strike. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this state, merely trampled underfoot, his inner world utterly still. Since the other had shown mercy, he wasn't one to be ungrateful. So he simply let it be, feigning a state of severe injury. That way, even if questioned later, he'd have a plausible explanation. The other domain lords within Kangfen Star, witnessing their own Star Lord beaten half to death by a single claw strike, possessed even less courage to step forward and obstruct Lee Xin. In fact, they had already prepared their starships to depart Kangfen Star. Impossible. The core disciples like Rolf, who had been brimming with excitement moments before, now watched their savior get instantly annihilated. Their previously elated faces were now a complex mix of emotions, unsure how to react. The plot twist came too fast. Their emotions felt like a roller coaster, plunging into the abyss one moment, soaring to heaven the next, only to plummet back into hell within 3 seconds. This intense reversal tested their mental fortitude to the limit. With no further obstruction, Lee Xin wasted no time. He mentally commanded the sacred Lynx tri-beast beneath his feet to crush Rolf to death. The numerous core disciples surrounding Rolf watched the scene unfold in sheer terror. Yet not a single one dared utter a sound, forced to silently witness Rolf's death. Rolf offended me. Killing only him is showing White Tiger Tower some face. If any of you wish to seek revenge, you may come find me anytime. But next time, I won't be so lenient. I'll kill anyone who dares to offend me. As Rolf lay dying, Lee Xian left these words behind before vanishing from Confin Star. He had previously investigated and learned that the White Tiger Tower was a faction founded by an immortal-level powerhouse. Being still weak himself, he naturally needed to show respect to this unseen immortal-level figure. Most crucially, the White Tiger Tower's leader wasn't in the Black Dragon Empire but in the capital of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. That's why he dared come here to kill Rolf. He was certain the White Tiger Tower's master wouldn't bother using a Divine Realm teleportation to return for such a trivial matter. After all, Divine Realm teleportation consumed vast amounts of chaos energy units. Why would an immortal tier being expend such resources for an unrelated core disciple? Phew, he's finally gone. As Lee Xian vanished and the overwhelming pressure enveloping them dissipated, the numerous core disciples on Confin Star collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Rolf deserves to rot in hell. He caused this mess and dragged Confin Star into it. Exactly. It's all that Rolf's fault. If he hadn't been pestering the third princess, we wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Even after Lee Xian departed, intimidated by his overwhelming display of power, figures like Charleston and the others all directed their blame toward the deceased Rolf. Enough. This matter ends here. No one is to discuss it further, and certainly no one is to cause trouble for Lord Lee Xian. Star-Lord Carl, seething with pent-up fury, roared the order to silence all talk. After issuing this gag order, he personally reported the incident to the White Tiger Tower headquarters. Have you heard? Rolf, a core disciple of the White Tiger Tower, was killed on the spot at the Confin Star branch. Lee Xian, that man's background is incredibly powerful. Even a 9th-tier realm lord like the Sacred Lynx tri-beast willingly serves as his servant. Who knows which faction's disciple he is? Rumor has it that even at just Star Realm Tier 9, Lee Xian can instantly kill opponents at Universe Tier 9. If that's true, he'll likely make a stunning debut in the Genius War a few years from now. Though Star-Lord Carl had sealed off news from Confin Star, the incident's impact was too vast to conceal. Word spread rapidly, reaching countless ears. Ignore it. After reporting the incident to the White Tiger Tower headquarters, Star-Lord Carl received this response. It seems Lee Xian truly has some powerful backing. Lord Carl mused. Black Dragon Sacred Mountain Divine Kingdom. This Lee Xian, even my attempts to investigate his background were denied access, and I was warned by the Virtual Universe Corporation. Clearly, his connections run deep. The immortal tier powerhouse Black Dragon couldn't help but remark. However, his identity registration is within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. That means he's officially one of us. And since he's also the master of Earth within the Milky Way, I'll just hand the galaxy over to him. Consider it an early investment in him. Though he couldn't access Lee Xian's deeper intelligence, he could still uncover publicly available information like matters concerning Earth, which were clearly documented within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's internal intelligence system. Meanwhile, Princess Bloxen, the third Imperial Princess, who had just completed her mercenary assessment mission within the Realm of Time, was immediately summoned back to the Black Dragon Mountain Imperial Court. She was personally received by the current Emperor of Black Dragon Mountain and numerous members of the Imperial family. Boloxen, you performed admirably in the Realm of Time. Choosing to cultivate a relationship with the prodigy Lee Xian was a wise decision, one that even earned you personal praise from the Divine Sovereign. The Black Dragon Mountain Emperor, Red Dragon, said with satisfaction. Thank you for the Divine Lord's praise. Bloxen had expected to face royal censure upon her return, yet this unexpected scene left her momentarily stunned. However, once she regained her composure and heard the various reasons presented by the royal family, she realized it all stemmed from one person, Lee Xian. Buluxen, the Divine Sovereign holds Lee Xian in the highest regard. He has even bestowed upon Lee Xian an entire star system, the Milky Way. Since you are close to Lee Xian, I intend for you to personally deliver this gift to him. Maintain your relationship with him. The Red Dragon continued. Understood. Blossom was startled by this. He hadn't expected the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to be so willing to sacrifice for the sake of winning Lee Xian's favor. A whole galaxy that was something only a Realm Lord level powerhouse could possess, and now it was being gifted to Lee Xian, who was merely a star level cultivator. I never imagined you possessed such influence. I'm truly curious about your true identity. After leaving the Imperial Palace, Bloken investigated and discovered that Lee Xian possessed a 9th-tier domain Lord-level Sacred Lynx tri-beast servant and had even slain Rolf, leaving the White Tiger Tower speechless. Chapter 84, Harvesting Stellar Energy? Solar System. After eliminating Rolf on Confin Star, Lee Xian immediately boarded a spacecraft and returned to the solar system. The sun, yes, the sun. Isn't it a natural energy supply base? Li Xian gazed at the sun radiating boundless light and heat, a flash of inspiration striking him as he conceived another brilliant plan for harvesting eternal energy. Now that he possessed the light-time Phoenix avatar, whose genetic multiplier was 1,000 times that of his human form, the energy required to enhance his power was likewise 1,000 times greater. Even with his current reserves of eternal energy, he felt overwhelmed. Beyond continuing to expand the high-energy production pyramid, he needed to gather even more eternal energy. And now, his eternal divine furnace could gather all manner of things and convert them into energy, including solar energy. Let's try it. He wasted no time. Using E9-grade alloy, he forged a mechanical puppet, installed the eternal divine furnace within it, and commanded the puppet to ascend to the sun's surface to harvest solar energy. It works! The mechanical puppet, unaffected by the sun's intense heat, clung to its surface like a parasite, continuously harvesting the energy radiating from the sun's surface. Its collection efficiency rivaled that of 1,000 advanced energy-producing pyramids. Yet, compared to the sun's total energy output, the amount absorbed by the mechanical puppet was a mere drop in the bucket. It wouldn't affect the sun's radiation of light to surrounding planets, nor would it impact the sun's lifespan. Within the Milky Way, there are many massive stars like the sun that naturally emit heat or other forms of energy. If we deploy 3 mechanical puppets to harvest energy from each such star, eternal energy reserves would surge exponentially by tens or even hundreds of millions of times. He wasted no time. He immediately retrieved the distribution map of all stars within the Milky Way, identified suitable stars for energy collection, and dispatched intelligent lifeforms to deploy mechanical puppets on those planets for dedicated energy harvesting. He was even formulating broader plans, not only within the Milky Way, but across the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the entire Qianwu Cosmic Nation, and all human cosmic nations possessing similar stars. In the future, 3 mechanical puppets would be dispatched to each to aid in energy collection. After all, these stars radiated such immense energy that giving him a mere drop in the bucket wouldn't make a dent. Once this plan was realized, he felt he would never lack energy again. If he still found himself short, he would infiltrate the territories of other peak races and steal the energy from their stars. He refused to believe his eternal energy supply could ever be depleted. "I'll be waiting for you at the usual spot." Li Xian's message received a reply from Aichin in the virtual universe, accompanied by a cheerful, winking emoji. Ever since adding Aichin as a friend last time, Li Xian frequently challenged him to duels. Sometimes Aichin would initiate matches too. Even during their time in the realm of time, their battles never ceased. With his current mental fortitude, Li Xian could now split part of his consciousness into the virtual universe without affecting his real-world combat. Thus, over the past half-year, Li Xian and Ai Chen's relationship had progressed rapidly, evolving from ordinary acquaintances to close friends. Upon receiving Ai Chen's message, Li Xian channeled a portion of his consciousness into the virtual universe, arriving at the cosmic arena space they had long leased together. "Ai Chen, has your time-stopping technique improved again recently?" Li Xian chuckled upon seeing Ai Chen. Today, Ai Chen was dressed simply a beige off-the-shoulder long-sleeve top paired with a white spaghetti strap tank top, radiating the vibe of a next-door little sister. Whenever Ai Chen made progress before, she would challenge Li Xian, determined to win back all the time she had lost. Yet while Ai Chen grew stronger, Li Xian had also been advancing and at a faster pace. To this day, Ai Chen still yearned to defeat Li Xian, though that wish remained unfulfilled. "Hee, I'm not here to challenge you this time, I'm here to ask for your help." A trace of mischief flickered across Ai Chen's bright, cheerful face. "Ai Chen, you're the gifted warrior of the Dream Shell clan. What could possibly be beyond your capabilities that you'd need my help?" Li Xian's skeptical eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as she looked at Ai Chen. "Oh, it's not that big of a deal. Just this annoying guy's been pestering me lately. But he's got some serious connections, and my family elders won't let me take him on, so..." At this point, Ai Chen glanced awkwardly at Li Xian, looking rather embarrassed. "Big connections? How big? If even your Mengluo plan can't mess with him, then I definitely can't." Li Xian shrugged. "Oh, it's not that big of a deal. He's just the spoiled offspring of a marquee-level powerhouse. As long as I don't actually hurt him in real life, that marquee-level guy won't lift a finger over something this trivial. The main thing is my grandmother strictly warned me not to hit him, not even in the virtual universe. Plus, this guy is just too annoying. That's why I thought of asking you to teach him a lesson, so he stops bothering me all the time." Ai Chen explained. "Helping you out isn't impossible, but I just got back from the cosmic mercenary trials and I'm pretty tired. I was hoping to find someone to hang out with, relax a bit, and not do anything else just yet." Li Xian pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. "That's easy. I know the perfect place to unwind. I always went there when I was exhausted from training. I'll take you." Seeing this, Ai Chen's eyes lit up. He bounced excitedly over to Li Xian, grabbed his hand, and pulled him out of the battle space. Cosmic Winged Creatures Collection. This collection showcases all manner of winged creatures from across the cosmos, enchanting butterflies, soaring dragons, and angels adorned with radiant wings. In short, any creature with wings and a beautiful form is preserved here. Lexin, this place holds the most beautiful creatures in the world. Every time I come here, I feel utterly at peace. Look, that's the skyglow feather. Isn't its wing spread utterly magnificent? Over there, that's the mist wing. When it flies, it's surrounded by swirling clouds and mist. It's truly beautiful. After bringing Lexin here, Ai-chan kept explaining the merits of each creature, though Lexin himself didn't find them particularly beautiful. In any case, as Ai-chan talked on, it was as if he were speaking to himself. She had originally brought Lexin here, but by the end, she herself was completely captivated by the beautiful wings. It was only because Lexin followed her that she didn't lose herself in the moment. Seeing Ai-chan so engrossed in her own delight, Lexin happily trailed behind, content to be merely a listener. Now, instead of her accompanying Lexin to relax, it was Lexin who was accompanying her to unwind here. Ai-chan, I knew you'd come here. But no sooner had Lexin and Ai-chan arrived than a creature approached them, human-looking, yet with skin entirely green. He completely ignored Lexin, approaching Ai-chan instead. His fake smile was so repulsive that even Lexin felt sickened by it. No wonder Ai-chan disliked this guy so much. Chapter 85, Kalen insulted by a male. The moment Ai-chan saw Kalen, the radiant smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by deep disgust. She shot Kalen a glare before turning to leave. Ai-chan, wait. I have something to say to this green-skinned friend. Just as Ai-chan tried to pull Lexin away, Lexin seized the moment and yanked Ai-chan back. Caught off guard by Lexin's sudden strength, Ai-chan stumbled backward and landed in Lexin's embrace. Lexin instinctively wrapped his arms around Ai-chan's slender waist. It must be said, Ai-chan wasn't wearing armor today but a pink short skirt, and the feel was exceptionally good. Realizing their position was awkward, Ai-chan tried to push him away, but Lexin tightened his grip, making it impossible for her to break free. The two struggled, Lexin pulling harder, creating a back-and-forth motion that made them look like a couple playfully wrestling. Who the hell are you, and how dare you treat Ai-chan like this? Seeing Lexin getting handsy with Ai-chan right in front of him, even daring to wrap his arm around her. This was something even he hadn't dared to do. Kalen's fake smile couldn't hold any longer. Just as Kalen moved to intervene, Lexin sidestepped and swept Ai-chan into his arms, pulling her away to safety. Mr. Green-skinned gentleman, he said, Ai-chan told me you're like a pesky stray dog, constantly harassing her day after day until she's utterly fed up. But out of respect for our family elders, she hasn't struck you back. That's her magnanimity. However, as Ai-chan's close friend, I can't bear to see her endure your harassment any longer. So I've decided to step in and teach you a lesson. Are you ready to receive mine? Lexin wrapped his arm around Ai-chan's waist, grinning as he lectured the enraged Kalen. Go to hell. The woman he'd spent every day fussing over, putting aside his pride to smile and flatter, was now being held by some outsider. No man could bear that. At that moment, Kalen was a raging beast. He drew his long sword and charged forward, intent on slashing the man who dared to steal his woman. Rainbow illusion. But the moment Kalen moved, terrifying bell chimes echoed within his soul's sea of consciousness. The chimes carried an endless allure, pulling his awareness into an infinite illusion. Within the illusion, he was kept captive by countless males, both of his own kind and others, treated as nothing more than a tool for their desires. Day after day, he was relentlessly used by multiple men simultaneously. This hellish existence dragged on, day after day, year after year. Kailan had no idea how many years he spent trapped in that illusion until his soul's will finally shattered and his virtual body within the universe died, bringing it all to an end. Lexin, was that an illusion you just used? You know illusions? Ai-chan stared at Kalen, who had suddenly gone blank before abruptly dying, asking in surprise. After all, Kalen was a fourth-tier cosmic being. The fact that he had been dragged into an illusion and tortured to death right before Lexin's eyes meant that Lexin's illusion magic was incredibly powerful. That's right, it was an illusion. Is it so strange that I know illusions? Lexin countered nonchalantly. Then why didn't you use it once during our previous battle? Ai-chan muttered, her little mouth pouting in slight annoyance. Well, that's because you weren't trying hard enough. You never pushed me to the point where I had to use my illusions. Can't blame me for that. Lexin shrugged, his expression clearly implying, you're just too weak. Ugh, you look down on me? I'll beat you to a pulp. Seeing Lexin's smug expression, Ai-chan gritted her teeth in fury and swung her fist at him. But Ai-chan's punches were barely a tickle to Lexin. Furious, she bit down with her teeth. Hey! Why are you biting me? This time, it was Lexin who lost his cool mainly because Ai-chan had broken his tooth. Humph. You lied to me, so I'll bite you. Seeing how terrified Lexin was of her bite, Ai-chan tried to grab his arm and sink her teeth in. Stop biting. I heard the Wing Clan Collection Museum acquired a new prized exhibit 2 days ago, the dreamlike celestial wings. Let me take you to see it. Lexin quickly cupped Ai-chan's small chin to stop her from actually biting him. The dreamlike heavenly wing? Really? That's the legendary dreamlike heavenly wing. I've never seen the real thing in my whole life. Hurry up and take me to see it. The moment she heard about the dreamlike celestial wings, Ai-chan completely lost any intention of biting. Instead, she clung to Li Xian's arm and began shaking it excitedly. Come on, come on. I think it's this way. While accompanying Ai-chan earlier, Li Xian hadn't been idle. He'd researched the Guanyu Universe Wing Clan Collection Museum extensively and had just come across information about the dreamlike celestial wings. Just as Li Xian and Ai-chan were happily exploring the Wing Clan Collection Hall, Kalen's virtual body within the universe died, and his real-world self regained consciousness. However, while his consciousness returned, the memories of his torment within the illusion remained vividly intact, not erased by the death of his virtual body. Bastard! Damn it! Damn bastard! I want him dead. I'll make sure he dies. The memory of that agonizing ordeal sent Kalan into a raging fury. A man of his stature, humiliated so utterly by those alien males, it was an unbearable disgrace. Kalen, what the hell are you doing? Beckman's voice boomed, instantly halting Kalen's actions. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself. Seeing his grandfather, Kalen snapped back to his senses, daring not to show the slightest trace of madness. What on earth is going on? Facing his grandfather's stern gaze, Kalen reluctantly recounted the events that had unfolded within the virtual universe. Oof. Your willpower is too weak. That opponent was merely a 9th rank star, yet the illusion they cast was so powerful that even you, a 4th rank universe, couldn't break free. Ai-chan is a prodigy of the Dream Snail Wing clan. Her dream snail wings may very well awaken into heavenly dream snail wings. It was only through the influence of the ancestor that I could create a space for you to approach Ai-chan without her clan's opposition. If you can't even win Ai-chan's favor with this, your future achievements will cap at Realm Lord level. Beckman said coldly. Yes, grandfather, I understand. I will strive harder. Kalen clenched her teeth as she spoke. The Dreamshell heavenly wings are a natural talent of the Dreamshell clan, yet awakening this gift is exceedingly difficult within the entire clan. Throughout the entire history of the Dreamshell clan, only 10 individuals have ever succeeded in awakening it. All 10 Dream Spiral Winged who awakened this gift achieved immortality, with one even attaining the rank of Immortal King. It could be said that this innate gift, which guaranteed immortality upon awakening, was truly enviable. The most crucial aspect, however, was not merely that those who awakened the Dreamshell wings attained immortality, but that their chosen partners also achieved immortality. This was the true source of envy among others. Chapter 86, Dreamshell Heavenly Wings? Are you sure it's not a dual cultivation cauldron? The reason for this lies in the fact that those who awaken the Dreamshell Heavenly Wings not only undergo an astonishing transformation in their own innate talents, but more crucially, they possess the ability to aid others in comprehending the laws of the universe. This is the most extraordinary aspect of the Dreamshell Heavenly Wings. Thus, among the Dreamshell Wing clan, all 10 Dreamshell Celestial Wing awakened ones chose a partner, and their partners, without exception, also attained Immortal Tier status. Particularly noteworthy was the partner of the Dream Spiral Wing clan who attained Immortal King status. Initially, his talent was unremarkable, reaching Immortal Marquis seemed his absolute limit. Yet, with the aid of the clan's saintly Light King, he too ascended to Immortal King. It was precisely because of such precedents that many placed immense value on those who had awakened the Dreamshell Wings. Even Ai-chan, who merely possessed the potential for such awakening, found himself under the watchful eyes of countless individuals. Those lacking innate talent to become immortals themselves harbored intense hopes of pairing with someone who had awakened the Dreamshell Wings. Even those at the king level sought to arrange marriages between their offspring and such individuals, ensuring their descendants' path to immortality was virtually guaranteed. It could be said that the Dreamshell Heavenly Wings are the dual cultivation cauldron of swallowing the starry sky. Every man desires them. You know what you're doing. I fought hard to secure this opportunity for you. If you waste it, blame your own incompetence. The Dreamshell clan places great importance on emotional bonds. Once she commits to a partner, she will never abandon you unless you betray her. If you can win Ai-chan's favor, you will surely become immortal in the future. Beckman's words held no falsehood. There was a Dreamconch who awakened the Dreamconch Heavenly Wings before, who later bonded with a partner of mediocre talent. In the end, both of them still achieved immortality together. Black Dragon Island. After spending most of the day accompanying Ai-chan through the Wing Clan's collection hall, Ai-chan finally logged off, thoroughly satisfied. Li Xian naturally returned to his own quarters on Black Dragon Island. Big brother, you're finally back. Hong, Lei Xin, and Luo Feng all breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Xian return. Seeing Luo Feng and the others waiting there, Li Xian suddenly remembered that he had accompanied Ai-chan through the Wing Clan collection hall and forgotten to tell them about the Nulan Mountains. As a result, Luo Feng and the others were still deeply worried that the Nulan Mountain faction might leak information about the Milky Way, potentially bringing trouble to Earth. No need to worry. I've already taken care of the Nulan Mountain situation. Li Xian now feigned complete ignorance as he recounted the events at Nulan Mountain to Hong and the others. That's truly wonderful. We owe it all to you, big brother. Thunder God and the others exclaimed. Master, Bloxen is requesting an audience outside. Mona connected to the estate's management system and spotted Bloxen arriving at the gate. Let her in. Li Xin said. Mr. Li Xin, I never imagined your status was so high. To have a Boundary Lord level Sacred Links Triumvirate as your servant, you've kept that from me for quite some time. Bloxen stared at Li Xin with keen interest, her smile lingering. Miss Bloken, that's hardly something to boast about. Naturally, I wouldn't flaunt it casually. Li Xin remained unfazed, instructing Mona to pour Bloxen a pot of tea. Mr. Li Xin, I've come here under orders from the Black Dragon Mountain Divine Lord to offer you the entire Milky Way galaxy. Simply sign this document, and the entire galaxy will be yours. This is primarily because the Divine Lord, having learned of your talent, wishes to invest in you. He hopes you will make a stunning debut in the Genius War in a few years. That way, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will reap endless benefits because of you. Bloken produced a document and handed it over. Li Xin didn't glance at it, instead passing it to Mona, who was brewing tea nearby. Master, this document is genuine. All procedures both with the Silver Blue Empire and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire have been completed. Once you sign it and it undergoes virtual universe authentication, the entire Milky Way will automatically transfer to your name. Mona stated after carefully reviewing the document. A whole galaxy? Bloken and Li Xion's conversation was not hidden from Luo Feng and the others. Upon hearing this, the three of them instantly drew in sharp breaths. An entire galaxy? What immense wealth would that represent? Since this is the gracious offer from Miss Bloken and the Black Dragon Mountain Divine Sovereign, I certainly won't refuse. My deepest gratitude. Sitting at home, benefits fall from the sky. Li Xian naturally wouldn't refuse such a gift of a galaxy. Even if the Black Dragon Mountain Divine Lord hadn't offered it, he would have purchased the Milky Way and several surrounding galaxies himself in the future. No need for thanks. This is all due to Mr. Li Xian's own innate talent. Speaking of gratitude, I must thank Mr. Li Xian for the gift he gave me. It is truly precious, and I will cherish it dearly. Bloken's eyes brimmed with gratitude, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of something else. All right. After signing, Li Xian returned one copy of the document to Bloken. There were two identical copies, one for each party. Once uploaded to the virtual universe, the process would be complete. I look forward to Mr. Li Xian making a stunning debut in the future. I'll take my leave now. Durakin held the documents and smiled as he departed. Brother, is the Milky Way truly yours now? Luo Feng asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. You idiot. With Li Xian's assets, buying the entire Milky Way would be a piece of cake. What's there to be so surprised about? Babata immediately piped up, sounding annoyed. His master still lacked perspective and tended to overreact to everything. Babata's right. Once you cultivate to the Realm Lord level, acquiring a galaxy will be a simple matter. No need to make such a fuss. Li Xian replied calmly with a smile. Big bro, you're so awesome. We're only at the Stellar Realm level now, the Realm Lord realm feels so far away. Plus, I noticed Princess Bloxen of the Three Emperors has been acting pretty flirty with you. If you just make the first move, she might just throw herself at you. Thunder God gave Li Xian a thumbs up for this subtle show of swagger. What impressed Lei Shen most was Li Xian's skill with women. Based on his years of experience, Princess Bloxen was undoubtedly interested in Li Xian. In this situation, it was the legendary "a woman pursuing a man is just a thin veil away, one push and it breaks." You have no say in this matter. Li Xian shot Lei Shen a disapproving glare. Master, someone else is here. I don't recognize them, they're not in the database you gave me. Not long after Bloxen had left, Mona handed Li Xian a cup of tea before adding innocently, projecting the scene outside the door. It's Lord Mingyu. Mona didn't recognize him, but Lei Shen and the others immediately identified him upon seeing the projection. Mona, open the door and let him in. Knowing who the visitor was, Li Xian naturally wouldn't turn him away. Chapter 87, Refusing to Join the Virtual Universe Corporation. Li Xian, I've reviewed all your records. You are the most gifted genius I've ever encountered. You must understand my purpose here. I wish to invite you to join the Virtual Universe Corporation. Mingyu cut straight to the chase without beating around the bush. Before, he might have regarded Li Xian as a junior, but now, that notion had completely vanished. After the Genius War, I will naturally join the Virtual Universe Corporation. Joining now is too premature. Li Xian shook his head. Li Xian, you are exceptionally gifted. But the Genius War is still years away. By joining now, you could. Seeing Li Xian's refusal, Mingyu persisted in his persuasion, unwilling to give up. If he could recruit Li Xian into Virtual Universe Corporation, the credit would easily propel him to the Realm Lord tier, an opportunity that might not come again for decades. Naturally, he wasn't about to let it slip away. For me, the Virtual Universe Corporation has too many internal rules. External members can't give me what I want. To become a core member, the genius battle is the best shortcut. Do you understand? Li Xin cut Mingyu off. As for why he wasn't pursuing other avenues to join and become a core member through the Virtual Universe Corporation? Because joining through other channels required numerous additional assessments far more troublesome than the shortcut offered by the Genius War. Besides, he intended to fulfill his promise to the Ice Peak Lord, win first place in the Genius Battle and become the Ice Peak Lord's direct disciple. Remember, in the original story, Luofeng only became a nominal disciple of the Chaos City Lord after demonstrating talent far surpassing Balan's not even a direct disciple. Once he became the Ice Peak Lord's direct disciple, his status and authority would surpass many immortals who had been crowned kings. Very well then, I'll take my leave. Seeing Li Xian's resolute stance, Mingyu could only withdraw reluctantly. This colossal opportunity was beyond his grasp. Had he personally invited Li Xian before the latter displayed such unparalleled talent instead of sending subordinates, there might still have been hope. It was his former arrogance or perhaps his past experience that had cost him this opportunity. Junior brother, I am the second disciple of our master, the Ice Peak Lord, and your second senior brother. I've already granted you access to the Ice Realm. This is our master's residence within the virtual universe. All members of the Ice Peak lineage choose a dwelling here. If you have time, feel free to visit. After Mingyu departed, Li Xian received an email signed by the Venerable Shi Yuan. Second, third, and fourth brothers, I must depart for urgent matters. Return and focus on your cultivation. Li Xian gave a brief farewell before departing Black Dragon Island, using the teleportation array to reach the Ice Realm. Contrary to its name, the Ice Realm was not a land of perpetual ice and snow. Instead, it enjoyed spring-like weather year-round, adorned with a variety of beautiful plants. The scene was breathtakingly gorgeous, bearing no resemblance to the name Ice Domain. Junior brother, you finally arrived. Li Xian had barely arrived when a 3-meter-tall figure clad in scarlet armor, with a pair of black mechanical wings protruding from his back, approached him with evident delight. Gazing at the figure before him, even as the other suppressed his aura, Li Xian still felt immense pressure. Second senior brother. Li Xian addressed him respectfully. The man before him was none other than his second senior brother, the Venerable Shi Yuan. Junior brother, no need for formalities. We are all brothers in the way we should be close. The fact that our master accepted you as a disciple means you'll eventually be my own junior brother. However, your current strength is insufficient for the master to instruct you directly. Therefore, once you arrive in the primordial universe, I will arrange for someone to guide you for a time. Of course, if you have any questions, you can save them up and come ask me later. Venerable Shi Yuan spoke with great warmth. Then I'm truly grateful, second senior brother. He understood Shi Wanzun's meaning. Before becoming a direct disciple, the other party wouldn't teach him. Only after passing the master's trials through his own abilities would he receive the treatment reserved for direct disciples. You're welcome. Come, I'll show you around this ice realm. Then you can choose a place to stay here. After that, you can teleport directly to your residence whenever you wish. Venerable Shi Yuan chuckled. After that, Li Xian casually explored the area with Venerable Shi Yuan, meeting several people. These were primarily disciples taken in by Venerable Shi Yuan and his own senior disciple, whom Li Xian had yet to meet. The Ice Peak Master's lineage was sparse, including Li Xian's branch. There were only 3 lineages in total. Third senior uncle. Great uncle. Uncle. Along the way, every person Li Xian encountered was of a lower generation than him. These individuals were all at least immortal tier beings, yet each dutifully addressed Li Xian with respectful senior titles like uncle. Since Li Xian's identity remained undisclosed, the revered Shi Yuan concealed his features. These immortals knew only his seniority, unaware of his true identity or appearance. After staying in the Ice Realm for only a short while, Li Xian departed and returned to Black Dragon Island. Phew, spending time with those suffocatingly powerful individuals is truly exhausting. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon returning to his familiar estate. Even though he knew they harbored no ill will toward him, being his senior and junior disciples who had deliberately restrained their auras. Yet in the presence of beings whose life force far surpassed his own, he still felt profoundly uncomfortable and uneasy. It was as if his very existence lay beyond his control, a sensation he deeply disliked. With such an imbalance in power, forcing myself into their circle would only backfire. I'll wait until my strength is sufficient before returning. Although Venerable Shi Yuan had told him not to consider himself an outsider and to visit the Ice Realm whenever he had time, he didn't take those words seriously. Every being there was at least immortal tier. As a mere stellar tier novice, even with his high seniority, he would remain an outsider. As the saying goes, those of a lower tier should not attempt to integrate into a higher tier circle, lest they harm both themselves and others. Earth, Kyoto-based city. The Kyoto-based city had undergone earth-shattering changes since China, under Li Xian's leadership, stepped into the cosmos and secured its foothold with his backing. China's development entered a phase of rapid advancement, with countless elites venturing into the cosmos to make their mark. As the ancestral planet, Earth's development has naturally progressed at a remarkable pace. Kyoto-based city continues to expand, now spanning over 10 times its original size. Upon his return, Li Xian convened a meeting with all of China's top leadership. Chapter 88. When are you going to bring me a daughter-in-law? Jia Yi, how is the relocation of the other 4 major nations progressing? Since his last return to Earth, he had tasked Jia Yi with overseeing the relocation of all citizens from nations outside Huaxia to other planets within the Milky Way. Ha 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 ha. That task was flawlessly completed 2 months ago. Now, on Earth, there are no people from any other nation besides us Huaxia. Jia Yi declared triumphantly. Now that Huaxia alone occupied Earth, they had finally achieved what countless ancestors had longed for. Good to hear it's done. Now, not just Earth, but the entire Milky Way galaxy has been placed under my name. Therefore, Huaxia can begin developing all planets within the galaxy. Uncle Air, you and Jia Yi will coordinate on the implementation of these plans. Double the existing birth incentive rewards within China, make them 10 times greater to ensure Earth's population grows rapidly. Otherwise, we simply won't have enough people to manage the entire galaxy. Also, should you encounter any difficulties, seek assistance from Mona, one of my AI assistants. She will provide you with support. The Milky Way contains over 200 billion stars and 21,000 habitable planets. Such vast numbers demand an astronomical quantity of administrators. China's current population is nowhere near sufficient. What? The entire galaxy? Li Xian's words sent shockwaves through the conference room. While they possessed some understanding of the cosmos, it was precisely this knowledge that made them acutely aware of the immense power and financial resources required to bring the entire galaxy under one's control. In that moment, they all gained a new perspective on Li Xian. I understand. We'll come up with a plan as soon as possible, but this is something that needs to be done gradually. There's no need to rush. After regaining his composure, Li Hui finally grasped the reality: his great-nephew was truly extraordinary. However, China's development was already progressing at a rapid pace, and many systems were still underdeveloped, requiring gradual refinement. Li Xian didn't elaborate on this point, merely advising his second uncle and the others to draw heavily from the management systems of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. They could adopt those systems first and make adjustments based on practical experience as issues arose. During the meeting, Li Xian spoke for less than 5 minutes before departing. He didn't need to concern himself with these matters. China's elite professionals would handle the specialized management. After the meeting, Li Xian returned to his home. Xian, when are you going to bring home a daughter-in-law? Look at your cousins, every one of them is already married. Why are you still single? Those young ladies I introduced to you last time were all well-bred and suitable for you. Why didn't you even go meet them? As soon as Li Xian sat down for dinner, his mother, Li Meifang, began nagging again. I've already cultivated to the stellar realm. With such a long lifespan, there's no rush, no rush. Even as Earth's foremost cultivator, Li Xian felt overwhelmed by his mother's relentless marriage pressure. What do you mean no rush? You keep saying no rush, but I'm the one in a rush. In our 3 branches of the Li family, both your second and third aunts have grandchildren already. I haven't even seen the shadow of a daughter-in-law yet. How could I not be anxious? Just think about it: every Lunar New Year, your second and third uncles' homes are bustling with activity, while ours is so quiet. I don't blame you for prioritizing cultivation, but you can't just focus on that and ignore life's important matters. Now look at these photos of young women. I've carefully selected these unmarried candidates. Each excels in appearance, capability, and other qualities. Seeing her son so unconcerned about his own life matters, Li Meifang launched into another round of nagging. She even pulled out a stack of photos for Li Xian to choose from. I'm full. I'm going to practice now. Listening to his mother's endless nagging and seeing her pull out so many photos, Li Xian couldn't take it anymore. He bolted before finishing his meal. Hey, Zinx, don't run away. Watching her son leave, Li Meifang tried to grab him, but Li Xian had already activated his psychic power. There was no way she could catch him. Now that there are no more troubles in the outside world, and I've obtained the time-blessed Phoenix Avatar, a time-favored clone, I can finally focus on cultivation. While my human core self can't increase its power, the Time Phoenix clone and the Mechanical Clan clone have no such limitations. After returning to Earth, Li Xian devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. As the favored child of time, the Eternal Phoenix possessed innate advantages in comprehending the laws of time. Breaking through from the 9th tier star realm to the Realm Lord tier presented no significant bottleneck. Once sufficient energy was accumulated, the breakthrough would occur naturally. With the Light Time Phoenix's aid, Li Xian's cultivation of time-based secret arts and illusory divine weapons accelerated exponentially, progressing at a pace unimaginably faster than before. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Clan clone relentlessly manufactured their spacecraft, researched new technologies, and continuously sold mechanical vessels to amass wealth for Li Xian. This tranquil period lasted 3 years, during which Li Xian's power underwent earth-shattering transformation. Within the slaughter arena's dual space, Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng joined forces to besiege Li Xian, their battle raging fiercely. Phantom Sword Style. Luo Feng channeled 4 illusory golden light swords, striking at Li Xian from 8 directions with blinding speed. Fourth brother, why only 4 phantom swords in your technique? Yet facing Luo Feng's full power strike, Li Xian didn't even need to use psychic power. Wielding the Aurora Sacred Sword, he executed a series of strikes, effortlessly deflecting all 4 illusory blades away. Aurora Style. Simultaneously, Hong seized the opening. The power of the ninefold light domain and the light origin law converged at a single point, unleashing terrifying might. Thunder Strike. The Thunder God and Hong worked in perfect harmony. As Hong attacked, the Thunder God similarly descended from the heavens like a bolt of lightning, wielding the Thunder Blade. Second brother, third brother, your grasp of the laws is too shallow. You failed to notice this was my light illusion form. Li Xian remained unmoved, a smile playing on his lips, allowing Hong and the Thunder God to cut through the illusionary form. We weren't fooled. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's 4 illusory swords, which had been struck away, instantly returned. He leaned another illusory sword, forming a simple sword formation of 5 blades that stabbed toward Li Xian's true body. Meanwhile, Hong and Lei Shen's most powerful strike shifted direction with effortless precision, instantly redirecting toward Li Xian's true form. Chapter 89, The Dream Spiral Celestial Wing Cauldron. I wanted to. So that's it, they're trying to catch me off guard. Li Xian remained unflustered, even finding the composure to speak. Then let me show you a new technique I've mastered. Holy Light Slash. Li Xian channeled the laws of light around him into the Aurora Sacred Sword in his hand. The intensely condensed power of these laws maximally unleashed the second tier of the sword's might. Li Xian himself seemed to transform into a beam of light, vanishing instantly from his original position. He streaked past Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, shattering their most powerful techniques with a single strike. Finally, Li Xian returned to his original position. Where Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng had stood moments before, only the afterimage of his blinding speed remained. The real Li Xian had already sheathed his sword. Crash! Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng stared in disbelief at their shattered bodies before vanishing from the killing space. Damn it, big bro! You actually defeated all 3 of us using only martial power. Thunder God couldn't help but vent after Li Xian emerged. They all knew Li Xian's greatest strength lay in his psychic abilities. Yet here he was, defeating them using only martial power, a fact that left them thoroughly frustrated. Ha 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 ha. I've been cultivating both mental and martial arts. Recently, my martial strength just broke through, so I figured I'd use you guys for practice. Li Xian's greatest strength undoubtedly lay in his psychic abilities, yet he hadn't neglected his martial prowess either. Over the years, he'd frequently sparred and exchanged techniques with AI Chen, so he'd put considerable effort into honing his martial skills as well. As a result, his physical strength had now reached 60 times his base power. Combined with his mastery of the light elemental law, defeating Hong and his 2 companions posed no challenge. Moreover, his psychic power was far too overwhelming to be suitable for sparring with the 3 of them. After all, he could obliterate them in a single exchange, rendering any sparring meaningless. Thus, he could only spar with them using his martial strength. You'd better hurry. With your current strength, securing a spot within the top 1,000 in the Genius War across the entire universe is going to be tough. To join the Virtual Universe Corporation as an insider, one must rank at least within the top 1,000 in the entire universe to gain access to the apocalyptic secret realm. This was the minimum standard Li Xian had set for Hong and Lei Shen. Don't worry, big brother. With your guidance, we've gained insight into the time secret arts. Once we mastered time acceleration, our strength will leap several tiers. Hong declared earnestly. Both he and Thunder God had now reached the threshold of grasping primordial laws, using the principles of light and lightning to comprehend the law of time, the fastest path to advancement Li Xian had tailored for them. Alright then. You two continue your training. I have an appointment to keep. I'll be off. Li Xian glanced at his watch. It was almost time for his meeting with AI Chen. He paid no further attention to the 3 roughnecks and vanished instantly. Big brother mentioned he had a date with a girl, right? Yeah, that's right. Big brother mentioned it before and said they'd been together for over 3 years. So it's basically a long distance or online relationship? With the universe being so vast, when will they ever meet in person? That's not the main issue. The crucial question is whether there's reproductive isolation between her genes and Earth humans. Seeing Li Xian rush off like that, Lei Shen and the others couldn't help but exchange suspicious glances while gossiping. But they only dared to whisper about it privately. If Li Xian found out, they'd inevitably have to practice in real life. AI Chen, I'm here. Unaware of the whispers behind his back, Li Xian headed straight to the familiar rendezvous point with AI Chen. Li Xian, you haven't exposed your real identity in the virtual universe lately, have you? Or has anyone threatened you or anything? Upon seeing Li Xian arrive, AI Chen's usual sunny smile vanished, replaced by a worry unbecoming of her age. I haven't revealed my real-world address in the virtual universe. Only a few close friends and family know my true identity. As for threats, no, none of that. Actually, Kailan's family tried to pay me to stay away from you. Obviously, that's impossible, so I refused them. After that, they never contacted me again. I never took it seriously before. Has something happened? Lee Xin inquired curiously. Ever since he'd beaten up Kailan, the response he'd received from her family wasn't threats, but goodwill, intense goodwill, offering money to make things go away. His instincts sensed something was off, so he specifically used his 6-star user privileges at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank to investigate. That's when he discovered it all stemmed from the potential awakening of AI Chen's talent. But he didn't blame AI Chen, nor did he mention any of this to him. That was because of his trust in AI Chen. It's good you didn't reveal your identity. In the end, this is all my fault. I recently learned from my grandmother that I've awakened the unique talent of our Dream Snail clan, the Dream Snail Heavenly Wings. However, this awakening is only a partial state, not fully realized. I didn't even know until my grandmother recently told me. Every member of our Dream Conch Wing clan possesses Dream Conch wings, but only a select few can awaken the Dream Conch Heavenly Wings talent. Those who awaken the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings are like the cosmic beasts of the universe's 12 supreme bloodlines. They are the favored children of the laws, possessing extraordinary talent for comprehending them. Once awakened, not only do their bloodline and genes undergo metamorphosis, but grasping the laws of light becomes effortless. Most crucially, the Dream Shell Celestial Wings are not merely an innate talent but also an active, deployable secret technique. Upon activating this talent, one can share their insights into the laws of the universe with a bound individual. Precisely because I might fully awaken the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings, so many seek to draw near me. And since you're my closest friend, I naturally fear they might threaten you. After pouring out his heart, AI Chen felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest. Instantly, his entire being relaxed, and his face regained its usual sweet, adorable smile. I see. After hearing AI Chen's explanation, Lee Xin finally understood the situation. It turned out that after awakening the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings, AI Chen herself had become a cheat code for comprehending the laws of the universe, one that could even share this cheat code with others. That was why so many people pursued her, desperate to win her favor. Even now, before AI Chen had awakened the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings, it didn't stop those individuals from trying to get a head start. A talent like the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings was coveted not just by others, but even by Lee Xin himself. After all, his aptitude for the law of light far surpassed his current grasp of the law of time. If he could obtain the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings, a talent akin to a dual cultivation crucible for laws, his comprehension of the light law could rival that of a star beast with a peak 12 bloodline. Such a talent was coveted by others, and naturally, Lee Xin desired it too. Chapter 90, Bright-Eyed Celestial Light, the key to unlocking the Dream Snail Heavenly Wings. If AI Chen awakens the Dream Conch Heavenly Wings talent, and I possess the convergence of all things talent, if these two could stack, then I could comprehend AI Chen's light law while he comprehends my time law. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone, complementing each other's strengths? A flash of insight struck Lee Xin, reminding him of the convergence of all things talent possessed by the Eternal Phoenix. Though she herself couldn't wield the convergence of all things talent, the Eternal Phoenix could channel its contributions onto her. Then, his law perception talent would share with the Time Phoenix's law perception talent, while AI Chen's law perception talent would share with his own. Wouldn't that effectively mean AI Chen's law perception talent was sharing with the Time Phoenix's law perception talent? Ha! Are you also thinking that after I awaken the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings, I'll share my law insight with you? AI Chen blinked her large eyes as she leaned closer to Lee Xin, glaring at him suspiciously, as if trying to see through his hidden thoughts. Of course. With such an incredible talent, I'd naturally want to experience it too. Besides, sharing laws with me? That's me getting the short end of the stick, right? Haven't you seen how much more insight I have into the law of time than you? The law of time is a higher tier law, while the law of light is a lower tier one. No matter how you look at it, I'm the one at a disadvantage, right? Lee Xin spoke with an expression of utter calm, showing not a trace of embarrassment at being called out by AI Chen. My grandmother said the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings can only be bestowed upon one person in a lifetime, someone who can stay by my side forever. As for who I bind it to, that depends entirely on my will. It can only be bound successfully if I choose it voluntarily. Besides, I haven't truly awakened the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings yet. Grandmother said there's a treasure in the virtual universe that can help me awaken. She told me to join the Virtual Universe Corporation through the Genius War, then exchange for that treasure. Only that treasure can help me fully awaken the Dream Shell Heavenly Wings talent. Seeing Lee Xion's shameless expression, AI Chen tossed her twin ponytails in a proud manner, unwilling to look at him any longer. Oh? Your talent requires a key to unlock? What's the name of this treasure? What exactly is it? Lee Xion inquired curiously. It's a treasure called Bright-Eyed Heavenly Light. Legend has it that it was naturally born within a secret realm saturated with the laws of light. It possesses an incredibly pure purifying power, perfectly aligned with the purifying light of our Dream Snailwing clan. It has the ability to enhance the talents of the Dream Snailwing clan. Seeing Lee Xian's keen interest, Ai Chen recounted the story her grandmother had shared with her. Bright-eyed heavenly light, 10 million universal units. As Ai Chen narrated, Lee Xian searched the Cosmic Galaxy Bank and astonishingly found it listed. But the price was utterly outrageous. He finally understood why the Dreamwing clan, despite knowing Ai Chen had partially awakened the Dreamwing celestial wings, hadn't purchased the bright-eyed heavenly light to help her achieve full awakening. The cost was staggering. Even the entire fortune of an immortal marquis wouldn't suffice. Even a king-level powerhouse would wince at such an expense. How could those immortal-level powerhouses possibly pay such a staggering price for a mere stellar-level youngster? So they let Ai Chen join the Virtual Universe Corporation herself and earn the money to buy the bright-eyed heavenly light. Actually, according to my grandmother, awakening the Dream Spiral Heavenly Wings talent doesn't always require the bright-eyed heavenly light. There's a certain probability of natural awakening, though it's far lower than using the bright-eyed heavenly light to aid the process. Within our Dream Snailwing clan, there are several elders like me who have partially awakened the Dream Snailwings. Yet, even after all this time, they still haven't fully awakened them. Ai Chen continued. Did your grandmother ever tell you how much this bright-eyed heavenly light is actually worth? Lee Xian couldn't help but feel speechless. The value of this item was likely beyond Ai Chen's reach. Even if he joined the Virtual Universe Corporation as a core member, he wouldn't be able to exchange for it until he reached Immortal Tier. And after reaching Immortal Tier, such a talent would be useless to Ai Chen anyway. After all, beyond Immortal Tier, one cultivates higher order laws, not lower order ones. Exchanging for the bright-eyed heavenly light would be a waste of cosmic units. My grandmother never told me the exact value of the celestial light of clear eyes, but she did tell me it was a treasure she couldn't afford. If I want to obtain it, I'll have to join the Virtual Universe Corporation. Core members get discounts on clear-eyed heavenly light, so I should be able to purchase it then. Ai Chen said with great anticipation. Silly girl, your grandmother must have pulled your leg. Even with the discount, it'd still cost at least 6 or 7 million Han Yuan units, far beyond what a mere mortal like you could ever afford. Lee Xian thought silently. Ai Chen, do you want to get clear-eyed heavenly light quickly? Like, within this year? Lee Xian asked, his eyes gleaming with temptation. Of course I do. But how could that ever happen? Even my grandmother can't afford it. Unless. Are you implying? As Ai Chen spoke, she suddenly caught Lee Xian's gaze fixed on her. Instantly, she understood exactly what Lee Xian was implying. Well, back home, when a man expresses his affection to a woman, he presents her with an extremely precious gift. That gift is called a betrothal gift. When a woman accepts a man's gift, it signifies her acceptance of his proposal. She pledges to have only one partner for life. Lee Xian had chosen a different way to express his feelings to Ai Chen. After over 3 years of knowing her, he felt she perfectly met every criterion he sought in a partner. Learning that Ai Chen was caught in the crosshairs of major factions and needed the clear-eyed heavenly light, he resolved to help her resolve this matter while also hoping to win her heart. How could this be so sudden? Though Ai Chen appeared carefree and cheerful on the surface, this was her first time receiving a confession from someone she admired. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and she shyly avoided Lee Xian's gaze. Lee Xian had feelings for Ai Chen, and Ai Chen naturally felt the same way about Lee Xian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought him out so often over the past 3 years. Through their interactions, she'd come to realize how truly exceptional Lee Xian was, more talented than herself. Moreover, being with him brought her a kind of happiness she never felt with other men. Ai Chen, in our hometown, if a man has feelings for a woman, he boldly expresses them. Now, I want to hear your answer. Lee Xian gently lifted Ai Chen's snow-white chin, making her gaze directly into his eyes as he earnestly inquired about her feelings. You. Wait until you fulfill your promise. As their eyes locked, Ai Chen felt her heart pounding violently. So flustered she could barely form coherent words, she practically fled by logging off. Chapter 91, Ai Chen and the Silverlight Marquis. Looks like the odds are pretty good. Lee Xian, skilled in illusion techniques and adept at reading people's hearts, saw in Ai Chen's eyes that his confession had a high chance of success. However, Ai Chen was like a pure young girl fresh out of society, unaccustomed to such a sudden confession and choosing to retreat. Lee Xian was confident that once Ai Chen calmed down and reflected, if she harbored any affection for him, she would naturally accept his proposal when they met again. I was planning to wait longer before retrieving that treasure, but now it seems I'll have to move things up. At present, Lee Xian's net worth was only a few million mixed yuan units, far from enough to purchase the clear-eyed heavenly light. But since he dared to promise Ai Chen the bright-eyed heavenly light, he was confident he could deliver. Dream Snail Wing Clan territory. Oh dear, why did I just run off like that? What if he thinks I'm the kind of girl who truly covets the bright-eyed heavenly light? Will he end up disliking me because of this? After exiting the virtual universe, AI Chen lay on her bed, clutching a large pink pillow and punching it repeatedly while muttering all sorts of wild thoughts under her breath. Should I talk it out with Li Xin right now? No way. How could I take back what I just said? But what if he really misunderstood? Ugh, this is so frustrating. I should just go talk to Grandma. She has experience with these things. After tossing and turning countless times on her bed, AI Chen finally got up to seek a solution. Having lost both parents at a young age, she was raised by her grandmother. This deep-rooted dependence made her instinctively trust her grandmother's judgment in most matters. Throughout her childhood, whenever she faced problems, Grandma always provided the perfect solution. She believed this time would be no different. Little Chen, what's wrong? You seem different somehow. The Silverlight Marquis exclaimed in surprise upon seeing AI Chen approach. Grandmother, today Li Xian confessed his feelings to me and even offered the bright-eyed heavenly light as a gift, but I... Upon seeing her grandmother, AI Chen immediately threw herself into the Silverlight Marquis' embrace and recounted everything that had happened that day. What? He offered you the bright-eyed heavenly light? Does he truly possess such power? After hearing AI Chen's words, the Silverlight Marquis instinctively suspected Li Xian was lying. After all, even she, an immortal Marquis, couldn't afford the bright-eyed heavenly light. How could a mere stellar-level youth possibly afford it? Even if he came from a powerful background, what family would allow a stellar-level child to spend over 10 million Han Yuan units on a treasure not meant for their own use and then give it away to someone else? Even in her long life, she had never witnessed such extravagant behavior. Indeed, in the Silverlight Marquis' eyes, Li Xian's actions were pure extravagance. Even when directed toward AI Chen, she found it utterly wasteful. Therefore, she completely disbelieved that Li Xian genuinely intended to gift AI Chen the bright-eyed heavenly light. It was highly probable he was attempting to deceive AI Chen, seeking to win his favor. After all, AI Chen had only just come of age. Her character was still naive and impressionable, easily swayed by such sweet talk. As his grandmother, the Silverlight Marquis regarded AI Chen as if he were her own daughter. She absolutely refused to let her daughter be deceived. Grandmother, I believe Li Xian is telling the truth. What do you think? Should I agree to him? Though AI Chen outwardly sought her grandmother's counsel, Li Xian's image had unknowingly etched itself into her heart over the past 3 years. Seeking her grandmother's advice was merely a way to find some inner reassurance. Xiao Chen, since you trust him so deeply, let time be the judge. Didn't he promise to bring you the bright-eyed heavenly light? Wait until he delivers it before agreeing to him. That way, you'll still be honoring the promise you made earlier. As the Silverlight Marquis who had watched AI Chen grow up, how could he fail to see her current state of mind? She wisely avoided directly disparaging Li Xian or urging AI Chen to reject him outright. Instead, she built upon AI Chen's earlier words to offer an indirect refusal. After all, she didn't believe anyone in the world would give AI Chen the clear-eyed heavenly light. Even she, the Marquis who regarded AI Chen as her own daughter, lacked the means to do so. How could anyone else possibly manage it? Though other major factions sought to court AI Chen, none had ever contemplated paying the immense cost to procure the celestial light for her. They all hoped AI Chen would purchase it herself, or that she might awaken her dream shell wing talent without needing the eternal light of dawn, allowing them to reap the rewards of her awakened talent without lifting a finger. In plain terms, they wanted to get something for nothing. If that Li Xian truly spared no expense to purchase the bright-eyed heavenly light for AI Chen, it would at least prove that in Li Xian's eyes, AI Chen's worth far outweighed that of the bright-eyed heavenly light. Even she would have no grounds to interfere with AI Chen's choice. After all, the value of the bright-eyed heavenly light is immense, far surpassing even that of the dream snail wing talent. This explains why, despite knowing the Dream Shell Heavenly Wing's talent's immense power, those major factions refused to pay the price for the bright-eyed heavenly light to help AI Chen awaken. The cost-benefit ratio was simply too low, a complete money-losing venture. Those major factions were all seasoned veterans. How could they possibly engage in such a massive loss-making deal? Alright, I'll listen to grandmother. I trust Li Xian, he wouldn't deceive me. After receiving his grandmother's affirmation, AI Chen beamed with joy. Naive and unaware of the true cost of the bright-eyed heavenly light, AI Chen mistakenly believed his grandmother had given her blessing for him to be with Li Xian. Little Chen, you must keep your promise to me. Until Li Xian gives you the clear-eyed heavenly light, you absolutely cannot agree to be with him. Seeing AI Chen's silly grin, the Silverlight Marquis clearly understood the misunderstanding. But misunderstandings were misunderstandings. She hoped AI Chen would remember her words. Without the clear-eyed heavenly light, she absolutely must not agree. Chapter 92, Treasure Domain of the West, Here I Come. Within the Milky Way galaxy, Nirvana continent, and the World Ring. After years of development, nearly half the area within this vast world ring had been transformed. Originally, it had only one city comparable to the capital base city, but now it had fully evolved into a technological world. Countless mechanical puppets and intelligent lifeforms lived within this realm, assisting Li Xian in various research and manufacturing endeavors. The net profit from the mechanical tribal spacecraft manufactured by this technological world over the years had earned him millions of Han Yuan units. The profits from developing technology and selling spacecraft are stable, with earnings steadily increasing year after year. However, it takes an incredibly long time to accumulate sufficient wealth. Such a pace of wealth accumulation would make even the immortal King green with envy if he discovered it, yet it paled in comparison to the 10 million Han Yuan units of the bright-eyed heavenly light. 10 E9 class mechanical ships, and not just any E9 class ships, but ones reinforced twice over. Their performance rivals that of F2 class starships. This operation will be more than sufficient. Li Xian had come here specifically to lead these technologically advanced ships to claim that treasure. Both his human form and his Time Phoenix avatar were still relatively weak, but his mechanical clone possessed immense power. With sufficient technology, energy, and resources, it could fight across several realms. That was the true allure of the mechanical approach. After taking what he needed, Li Xian boarded his starship and departed the Milky Way. Virtual Universe, Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Esteemed 6-star user, how may we assist you today? Within a private suite, a robotic AI inquired politely. I need to purchase intelligence. Do you offer intelligence services here? Li Xian inquired. Certainly. We can provide intelligence below 6-star level, with fees determined by the content. The AI robot replied. Intelligence sales also fell within the scope of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank's services. However, intelligence available for purchase was strictly tiered by access level. Particularly for someone like Li Xian, who was not an internal member of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, much of the internal intelligence was unavailable for purchase. Only information deemed non-essential to the bank itself could be acquired. I require all intelligence concerning the Qianwo Cosmic Nation and the Fire Phoenix slave organization's Panshi, along with his real-time location data. After much deliberation, the only source capable of generating such a large sum in such a short time was the Lock Divine Water on Panshi. This was a veritable mobile treasure trove, over 60 billion Han Yuan units worth of Lock Divine Water. He hadn't gone for it before mainly because his strength was insufficient. Now that he possessed the strength to claim it, he wouldn't let this opportunity slip. Esteemed 6-star user, the requested intelligence falls within your authorized access level. Payment of 10 cosmic units will grant you full access to all relevant information. The AI robot replied. Perfect. Charge it directly to my card. He couldn't care less about such a small sum. Esteemed 6-star user, the requested intelligence has been sent to your email. Please check your inbox. The Cosmic Galaxy Bank's efficiency was swift. Less than 3 minutes after he paid, a detailed dossier on Panshi arrived in his inbox. Mona, plot the safest route to the planet where Panshi resides. After thoroughly reviewing the Panshi dossier, Li Xian exited the virtual universe. Master, Panshi's planet is far from the Black Dragon Empire. Flying solo carries a high risk of encountering space pirates. I've checked. There's a spaceship flight departing from Black Dragon Star to Chime Star in 3 days. It's operated by a transport company under the Virtual Universe Corporation, specializing in interstellar flight services with exceptionally high safety standards. Mona swiftly mapped out the optimal travel route. Alright, we'll follow your plan. Let's head to Black Dragon Star first. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Following Mona's plan, they piloted the starship to Black Dragon Star and boarded the scheduled flight to Chime Star. The journey proceeded smoothly under the Virtual Universe Corporation's formidable reputation. No space pirates attempted to intercept them. Upon reaching Chime Star, Li Xian boarded his own spacecraft and headed for the Bane asteroid belt, where Panshi, the leader of the Fire Phoenix organization, resided. Panshi, your heinous crimes are bad enough, but possessing 6.3 billion units of the divine rock water? That's where you crossed the line. Panshi's position within the Bane asteroid cluster was isolated from others. Even if he sought reinforcements, the fastest aid would take at least an hour to arrive. The Bane asteroid cluster consists of 209 asteroids orbiting a single star. All these asteroids had been technologically modified by Panshi into tech planets. Together, the 209 tech planets formed a mechanical fortress, maximizing security to the fullest. These technological measures are far too crude to impress me. Even the mightiest fleet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire would likely face obstruction from this technological fortress. Yet before Li Xian, possessor of the mechanized clan's immortal, formidable technology, these defenses were riddled with flaws. Piloting his enhanced mechanical spacecraft, he activated stealth mode and slipped into the asteroid field, flawlessly evading all detection systems. Found it. Simultaneously, he hacked into the asteroid belt's defense systems, successfully pinpointing Panshi's hiding place on asteroid 82. Upon pinpointing Panshi's location, he immediately deployed all 9 mechanical ships from his world ring, simultaneously directing them to crash into asteroid 82. Inside planet 82. Leader, a batch of top-quality slaves has been sourced from the Kafus star system and delivered to the master. Among them, I've reserved several premium female slaves as a gift for you, leader. After descending from the starship, Crotchy approached Pansy with 30 female slaves in tow, simultaneously presenting him with a spatial ring. "You've done well, but unless it's urgent, don't bother coming to me anymore." Pansy inspected the contents of the spatial ring and nodded with satisfaction. It contained resources the Fire Phoenix organization had presented to him over the past few years. "Yes, sir. I'll take my leave now." Croc chuckled before departing immediately, leaving the 30 female slaves behind for Pansy. "Take them away." Pansy summoned a slave to take the female slaves away and lock them up. He cultivated alone on this remote planet. Occasionally, when his cultivation became too intense, he needed someone to help him release his pent-up energy. And every batch of female slaves who had served this purpose would be burned to death by his fury, necessitating a fresh supply of female slaves being sent to him periodically. Chapter 93, Pre-Release Notes. This book will go live after 0:05. As promised to my loyal readers, I'll deliver explosive updates after the release. I keep my word after going live, I'll update 10,000 words daily for at least 7 days. Beyond that, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Chapter 94, The Allure of Mechanical Style. Battling higher tier foes is like drinking water. My Shalowa has reached the 9th tier of Realm Lord. This miraculous holy water is utterly unbelievable. I absolutely cannot reveal its existence, otherwise, who knows how many would kill me to seize its treasure. After Crotchy left, Pansy gazed at the terrifying aura emanating from the chasro flower within his world ring, his heart brimming with delight. Ever since obtaining this miraculous holy water, he'd even cultivated the commonplace iron vine typically capped at Star Realm Tier 9 to Realm Lord Tier 9. One could only imagine how extraordinary this divine water was for plant cultivation. He had already researched it. Cultivating the Shasuwa flower to the 9th tier of the Realm Lord stage would require at least 10,000 Hun Yuan units. Even the immortal tier powerhouses he regarded as godlike might not possess a combined fortune exceeding 100,000 Hun Yuan units. The sheer value of the holy water he held was staggering. If discovered, it would surely spell his doom. Thus, at this juncture. Chapter 95, The Treasure That Must Be Seized in Swallowing the Starry Sky. The reason he dared not use the star-shattering cannon, a main armament rivaling the might of an immortal tier strike, was the fear of accidentally obliterating the world ring on Pansy's finger. If that happened, all his efforts would be for naught. Fire. Under Li Xian's command, the orbital cannons of 10 spaceships fired simultaneously. Boom! Boom! With his precise calculations, all orbital cannons fired simultaneously, each shot aimed squarely at Pansy. Yet the cunning creature reacted swiftly, diving behind the protective cover of ironvine grass and screwflower before the shots could land. The relentless bombardment of E9 class orbital cannons severed the vast majority of the vines, despite the tenacious resilience of plant life. Though the vines could regenerate, their regrowth couldn't keep pace with the destruction wrought by the cannons. Moreover, regeneration demanded immense energy, leaving the iron vine. Chapter 96, Board First, Pay Later? Esteemed 6-star user, Cosmic Galaxy Bank periodically auctions treasures from its inventory at the high-level auction of the Cosmic Nation to maximize profits. The Celestial Light of Clear Eyes has been listed by the Cosmic Galaxy Bank for auction at the Huayuan Cosmic Nation high-level auction. The auction will commence in 2 days. With your privileges, you may participate directly via the virtual cosmos without needing to travel to Huayuan Cosmic Nation. The intelligent robot thoughtfully explained this to Li Xian. Earlier, he had been scheming to maximize profits for the rock divine water, only to be taught a lesson by the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. He realized he was merely playing with leftovers from their game. I wish to auction 12 cubic kilometers of rock divine water at the Huayuan Cosmic Nation's high-level auction in 2 days. Is that acceptable? If he wanted to maximize profits from the lot divine water, an auction was undoubtedly the optimal route. Selling it directly to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Chapter 97, Immortality is Too Hard for Lone Cultivators. Price differentials existed everywhere. Just as goods produced by manufacturers were cheapest when sold directly, they'd see a price hike when sold to middlemen. When those middlemen then sold to retailers, another markup occurred. By the time the goods reached consumers, the price had skyrocketed countless times over. He had come to a clear realization: whenever an auction was approaching, he would first stockpile goods and then sell them at the auction when the opportunity arose. When no auction was scheduled, he would sell directly. Ultimately, the price of this E9 class mechanic race starship reached 13,500 universal units, a full 5,000 universal units more than what Li Xian had sold it for. The second auction item is a divine power battle armor. When powered to its limit with divine energy, it can withstand a full strength attack from an ordinary immortal level marquee. The third auction item is a block of F6-grade stellar nether steel, totaling 30 million tons. Chapter 98, Li Xian presents betrothal gifts to meet Ai Chen's family. Dream Spiral Wing Plan. Tap 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 tap, tap 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 tap, tap 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 tap. Ai Chen, in an exceptionally good mood, strolled through his garden with a light, carefree step, humming an unknown tune as he playfully teased the birds. Little Chen, what's got you so cheerful? Don't tell me you and your little boyfriend made up? The Silver Light Marquis eyed his great-granddaughter with suspicion. She'd been so gloomy just moments ago. Grandmother, how did you know? Ai-chan looked at her grandmother in utter surprise. Oh no! Ai-chan immediately covered her mouth after speaking, realizing she'd accidentally let it slip. Just as I thought. Tell me, didn't you promise Grandma you wouldn't agree to be with him unless he gave you the bright-eyed heavenly light? How could you go back on your word after just a month? Have you forgotten everything Grandma told you? Chapter 99, The Debt is Finally Repaid. Miss Bloken, I told you before, the treasure you gave me in the realm of time is precious. I owe you a favor. What I gave you back then couldn't possibly match the value of that treasure. But now, I found something suitable for you, something that can truly repay that debt. Li Xian glanced at Bloken, who radiated a different kind of charm, then withdrew his gaze and handed her a world ring. Mr. Li Xian, I was unaware of that treasure's worth at the time, and what you left me was already incredibly precious. I cannot accept this gift. Bloxen declined to accept the world ring, knowing that accepting too many gifts from Li Xian would erode the goodwill between them. She felt their current relationship was perfect, at least they were good friends. Li Xian would invite her out, and he never refused when she asked him to do the same. That was just fine. Chapter 100, The Trouble Caused by the Dream Spiral Skywing. Dream Snail Wing Clan. A month later, Ai-chan had fully absorbed the bright-eyed heavenly light, completing her transformation. The translucent dream snail wings on her back had now turned entirely pink, enveloped in a purifying light that made her appear like an angel descended from heaven. Every individual who awakened the dream snail wings named their foundational dream snail wings as dream snail heavenly wings, precisely to distinguish the relationship between the two. The dream spiral heavenly wings have awakened. I've succeeded. Ai-chan felt immense joy as she sensed her current state. Even without focused cultivation, she felt the laws of light drawing closer to her. Concepts that had once eluded her now fell into place with the slightest thought. Grandmother. However, instead of beginning her cultivation, Ai-chan rushed out of the meditation chamber to find her grandmother. She wanted her grandmother to help her with something. Chapter 101, Heaven and Earth Clash, the Secret Art of Yin-Yang Great Sorrow. Virtual Universe, Ice Realm. Junior brother, you haven't visited here since that time 3 years ago. Come, taste this fine wine from my treasured collection. Venerable Shi Yuan presented a wine flask and poured a cup for Li Xian. Though I don't know what kind of wine this is, it burns like fire upon entering my throat, then leaves me chilled to the bone. It's like experiencing both ice and fire simultaneously, the finest wine I've ever tasted. Li Xian exclaimed in admiration. Junior brother, your praise is too generous. This wine is aptly named Heaven and Hell. Venerable Shi Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Second senior brother, I've come today with a request. Li Xian explained the situation between him and Ai-chan. Had it not concerned the safety of both Ai-chan and himself, he would never have troubled Venerable Shi Yuan with such a matter. This is a minor matter. It's only because of your status, junior brother. Chapter 102, A Classic Case of Successful Clinging to Power, The Blackwater Squad. Ai-chan had barely finished speaking when her lips were silenced by a forceful kiss. A surge of intense masculinity overwhelmed her, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in shock. Then, as if regaining strength from nowhere, Ai-chan, who had been pinned down by Li Xian, exerted herself and flipped their positions completely. Do you really think I don't know what yin-yang interplay is? I've thoroughly studied the Taoist classics. Ai-chan swept her twin ponytails, which had somehow ended up in front, back behind her. Her gaze grew intense as she looked down at Li Xian pinned beneath her. A mysterious smile curved her lips, and her cherry-red mouth descended once more. Li Xian, still a bit dazed, savored the renewed softness against him, his nose catching the unique, lingering scent of her body. Closely entwined, they both immersed themselves in this tender atmosphere, savoring the sweetness, feeling each other's heartbeats and breaths. As their passion deepened, Li Xian. Chapter 103, The Luo Feng brothers get their asses kicked by big sister Ai-chan. You know what I mean. I told you back then clinging to the Li family's coattails is always the smart move. But you'd better watch your mouths. The Li family hasn't publicly backed us because they don't want our connection exposed. Don't go blabbing about it outside, or if you piss off the Li family, I won't let you off the hook. Fu Qidong relished his underling's flattery, deeply grateful for his past choices that had secured his current status and power. Oh? So this Song of Ice and Fire was started by the Blackwater Squad back then? That squad leader must have been quite the talent. Upon arriving at Song of Ice and Fire, Li Xian happened to overhear Fu Qidong and his subordinates' conversation on the rooftop. Had they not mentioned the Li family, Li Xian likely wouldn't have paid attention to their exchange. It was only then that he recalled his father once mentioning how the Blackwater Squad had. Chapter 104, The Genius Betting Pool Opens, Preparing the Stakes. Luo Feng, why are you still challenging Li Xian from 2 years ago? Today is the day to register for the Genius Tournament. Hurry up and sign up. Babata sighed in exasperation. This marked Luo Feng's 666th failed attempt to challenge Li Xin. Genius battle? I'm in. Hearing the words, genius battle, Luo Feng, his spirits lifted, immediately exited the killing space to register. Registration for the Genius Tournament lasted 1 month. Throughout this period, Luo Feng and his companions trained with fiery passion, striving to become stronger in the final month. Li Xian, however, traveled alone to the cosmic star riverbank on Black Dragon Star, within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The genius battle is about to commence. It's time to prepare funds for entry. Over the past few years, neither the 1008 Cosmic Nation nor the 5 major human factions had held any high-level auctions. Consequently, the Luoka divine water in his possession had not. Chapter 105, Hiding isn't an option. Start by slaughtering everyone. Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Gentlemen, you are all prodigies of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Should any of you rank within the top 10,100 of the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, the Divine Sovereign's rewards will surpass your wildest expectations. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's modern emperor was rallying the empire's geniuses participating in this battle. Hearing their emperor's words, the Black Dragon Mountain geniuses were all fired up except for one, the third princess, Bloxen. The genius war has finally arrived. This time, I will give it my all. Boloxen had now successfully possessed the Yenqing giant beast and even cultivated her own human avatar from Black Dragon Mountain. She had researched Li Xian and understood that cultivating her Black Dragon Mountain human avatar was essential. Otherwise, when they met again in the future, the familiarity they once shared would likely fade due to their differing physical forms, something she did not desire. Chapter 106, All In is a form of wisdom. Kill him. Yusi roared, charging into the sky first. His 5th-tier Earth domain unfolded, pushing his defenses to their absolute limit. His heavy hammer struck with overwhelming force, channeling all his genetic energy into the weapon, aiming to crush Li Xian in one decisive blow. Slash! Kuma's unleashed his psychic power, his throwing knives striking first despite being launched later. The fierce blade light pierced even Yusi's 5th-tier Earth domain, sending a stinging sharpness through him. Though Yusi and Kuma's had never met before, their coordination was seamless. Kuma's flying daggers and Yusi's hammer formed a pincer attack. Kill him. The tens of thousands concealed underground, swept out by Li Xian's psychic force, now launched their assault under the lead of Yusi and Kuma's. Thousands upon thousands of assaults poured upward like an inverted deluge. In an instant. Chapter 107, How to Cheat in a Genius Battle. The Cosmic Galaxy Bank, Cosmic First Bank, Virtual Universe Corporation, Giant Axe Arena, Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, and Qianwu Cosmic Nation. These 6 major factions have all opened betting markets on the Master. Cosmic Galaxy Bank offers the lowest odds, only 1 minute and 1.5 seconds for the Master, securing first place in the 66th World Sector. Next is Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom at 1:2, while the other 5 major factions all offer 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. Though many factions offered betting markets, Newland Mountain and his group focused solely on these 6 major players. Their markets were the most reliable. Even if he bet his entire fortune, it would be a mere drop in the bucket compared to the colossal scale of these betting operations. Stick to the original plan, bet on the highest odds. The 4 of them swiftly selected a major faction's betting line each, placing all-in wagers on Li Xian securing first place in the 66th World Sector, staking every last mixed element unit they possessed. Chapter 108, World Zone First Place, Assets multiplied by 2.5. Ranked 3rd already. As expected, killing those with high points is the fastest way to climb the rankings. After checking his ranking, Li Xian felt even more satisfied. He then followed the intelligence provided by Newland Mountain to seek out another high-scoring player. Word is a powerhouse has emerged in our Watchtower city. Bloodblade, previously ranked 15th, Beastmaster at 9th, Starmoon at 5th, and Sunflower at 4th, they've all been killed. Not just these top-ranked experts, countless other contestants were slaughtered too. This guy's a killing machine, slashing anyone in sight. I know who that is, the Slaughter God from Bloodspring City. He's come to our Watchtower city. I heard he reduced Bloodspring City to just over 500 survivors. Now that he's here, he's surely aiming to replicate that massacre. In just 2 days, the entire watch. Chapter 109, Black Dragon Mountain sends another 200 star systems. So what do you suggest? Butte Ashka simply didn't want to think about this question anymore. He sent the question right back to Li Xian, letting Li Xian come up with it himself. After all, he was merely an envoy. The gifts weren't coming out of his own pocket, so he had no reason to feel stingy. 50 star systems won't be too few, and 100 won't be too many. I know you can't make the decision, and I don't need an answer right now. Just relay my words back to your superiors and wait until after the Genius War concludes before giving your response. See if my final ranking in the Genius War justifies you giving me so many star systems. Li Xian demanded so many star systems to secure more planets for constructing energy production pyramids. Ideally, these pyramids should be built on planets ruled by lifeforms, ensuring their effective protection. While the Milky Way alone was currently sufficient, as his own strength and mechanical Chapter 110, The Conspiracy Against Me Before the Genius War? Li Xian held a world ring in his hand. This world consisted entirely of vast plains, remodeled according to the standards of the world ring on the Nirvana continent. Half of the world's remodeling was now complete. This boundless continent was covered in metallic cities, teeming with mechanical puppets and intelligent lifeforms living and working within indistinguishable from any ordinary world. This filled him with immense pride. This was the mechanical world he had built with his own hands. My teacher reminded me to focus solely on the Genius War, putting everything else on hold until afterward. That's why I haven't sold any spaceships recently. I'm stockpiling them. Once my status as the Cosmic Lord's personally trained disciple is confirmed, I'll start selling these spaceships. Who would dare investigate me then? Nearly half of this world was dedicated to spacecraft production, with the vast majority being F-class vessels. From the very beginning. Chapter 111, The Simple Yet Effective Provocation. September 5, 2070, Huaxia Calendar. The Genius Battle Trial Tower begins today. Li Xian strode bare-chested from his bedroom to the balcony, the first rays of morning sunlight bathing him in their glow. He clenched his fist, and the sunlight gathered within his palm, coalescing into a miniature sun as if he held the entire sun in his grasp. Ai Chen, dressed in a blue, exquisitely patterned nightgown that hinted at the springtime, also emerged from the bedroom. She placed her hand beside Li Xian's. A pink miniature sun formed in hers, creating a unique twin star with the golden sun in his palm. The genius battle is upon us. I'll see for myself if that Grim Reaper Berlan is as formidable as you claim. Ai Chen had progressed remarkably over the years, far surpassing her original counterpart in strength and thus brimming with confidence. Though she couldn't defeat her man, she certainly didn't believe she couldn't defeat. Chapter 112, Playing It Safe, Splitting Bets. With the Genius War Trial Tower about to open, the betting markets naturally followed suit. Countless people had already begun placing wagers on their favored contestants. Master, here is the betting information I've gathered from 1008 cosmic nations and the 5 major peak factions concerning you. Mona organized all the information into a table sorted by odds and handed it to Li Xian. Next came the elimination rounds of the trial tower. Yet the highest odds weren't on Li Xian securing first place in points, they were on Li Xian clearing the first floor of the 7th trial tower. Not only were Li Xian's odds the highest, but even the odds for anyone else including Bolin surviving the first floor of the 7th trial tower were the highest across the board, uniformly set at 1:3. Clearly, the bookmakers never imagined anyone could conquer the first floor of the 7th trial tower. Even Baran in the original story failed to do so, revealing just how formidable the challenge truly was. Chapter 113, Dead Ghost, You've Drained Me Dry. 13. I never imagined your Qianwu cosmic nation would have a dark horse hidden away. Clearing the first trial tower in just 1 minute, that's even faster than Bolin. Could he be a genius your Qianwu cosmic kingdom deliberately concealed, specifically to challenge Bolin for first place? Sapphira couldn't help but tease 13 beside her as she watched the rankings on the screen. That little rascal Li Xian has truly surprised me. Frankly, I'm astonished by his performance too. Let's go see for ourselves. 13 was equally baffled. After all, Li Xian's previous displays had clearly fallen short of Rong Jun's caliber, otherwise, he wouldn't have set Li Xian's target at a top 100 finish. Judging by Li Xian's current display, breaking into the top 100 was a breeze, and even the top 10 seemed well within reach. Alright, let's go check it out together. Sephra and the other immortal tier beings were also paying close attention. Chapter 114, Clearing the first floor of the 7th trial tower. Let me see just how strong you really are. Time acceleration, 32x. With that, Li Xian stepped onto the holy light compass. Before the blood-haired mammoths could charge forward, he had already vanished from his original spot. When he cleared the previous 6 trial towers, he barely needed to move. His illusory divine weapon alone was enough to sweep away all enemies. But this time, facing over 10,000 blood-haired mammoths wielding the power of laws, he dared not let them collide with him. Otherwise, no matter how powerful he was, such an impact would leave him no choice but to die in agony. Though the combined might of 10,000 blood-haired mammoths was formidable, they weren't without flaws. One such weakness was their sluggish speed, a trait that played right into Li Xian's greatest strength. With time accelerated 32-fold, the blood-haired mammoths had barely begun their charge when they abruptly turned back. In their perception, the enemy had already appeared. Chapter 115, Berlan's Defeat, Ai Chen catches up. The moment Li Xian materialized, tens of thousands of 9-headed serpents launched their assault. Whoosh! 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 Countless green wind blades swept toward Li Xian like a storm, each blade packing formidable power. If struck by even one, it would instantly shatter any second-tier force armor. Most crucially, each blade channeled the power of the wind elemental law, moving with lightning speed. Even a prodigy like Bolin would be instantly shredded to death if confronted by such terrifying wind blades, no matter how many illusory bodies he conjured. When it comes to speed, I've never feared anyone. Time acceleration, 40-fold. A thread of the power of the law of time flowed through Li Xian's eyes. The sacred light compass beneath his feet instantly erupted with 40 times his peak speed, though it was merely 8 times faster than the previous 32-fold acceleration. Chapter 116, Illusory Divine Weapon, 3rd Tier, Sky-Shattering Style. Entering the first layer of the 7th Trial Tower, Ai-Chin faced the same foe, 10,000 blood-hair mammoths that had grasped the primordial laws. Time acceleration, 16-fold. Ai-Chin also demonstrated her innate talent with the law of time from the outset. However, her current maximum acceleration was only 16 times, nowhere near Li Xian's level. Roar! Yet as a martial artist, even with merely 16-fold speed, Ai-Chin still far outpaced the blood-haired mammoths. Ai-Chin charged into the herd of blood-haired mammoths wielding dual blades. Her movements were elusive and unpredictable, her sword strikes sharp and unmatched. The combined power of her light law and time law abilities unleashed terrifying force. Under his dual blades, the blood-haired mammoths, no matter how thick-skinned and tough, were mercilessly cut down. The herd charged wildly at Ai-Chin, yet he narrowly evaded each attack time and again. Chapter 117, The 7th Layer. Our Qianwu Cosmic Nation's prodigy, Li Xian, has now conquered the 6th level of the 7th Trial Tower and is challenging the 7th level, a feat no one has ever achieved. Countless genius battles have been held, yet only now does someone dare challenge the 7th layer of the 7th Trial Tower. Let us witness this moment. Every stellar tier prodigy must bow their proud heads the moment they lay eyes on Li Xian. As Li Xian reached the threshold of the 7th Trial Tower's 7th layer, the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom was loudly trumpeting his glorious achievements. Even countless individuals who previously ignored the genius war now fixated on Li Xian's final battle. Many immortal tier powerhouses who had never paid attention to the competition and even certain cosmic reverence now turned their gaze toward him. It's begun. Li Xian has started his ascent of the 7th level. Chapter 118, Identity Revealed. Sky-Shattering Style. Under the influence of 64 times time acceleration and power enhancement, 3 streaks of light surged toward the weakest defensive points of the Bug Clan Empress. The Bug Queen could clearly see and sense the impending danger. Yet, by the time she attempted to defend, the threat that had seemed distant on the horizon was now mere inches away. Under the effects of time suspension, the Queen of the Insect Clan had no time left to mount an effective defense. Boom! The 3 streaks of light, like titanic drills, violently shattered the defenses of the Queen's nest, piercing through to the true form of the Queen hidden within. As the vast force of time receded, all the insectoid warriors plummeted from the sky like raindrops. Congratulations to contestant Li Xian. You have successfully cleared all trials of the Tower of Trials, becoming the first participant to achieve this feat since the Virtual Universe Corporation founded its peak genius battle nearly a billion eras ago. This accomplishment will be permanently recorded in the Virtual Universe Corporations. Chapter 119, Raking in 67.5 billion Universal Units. Li Xian, congratulations on clearing all the trial towers. As everyone stood silently watching Li Xian, yet no one dared to approach him, Ai-Chin broke free from the crowd and threw herself into his arms. Li Xian instinctively embraced Ai-Chin. To him, congratulations and gifts from strangers held no weight compared to the simple congratulations from someone he cared about. Some even said Ai-Chin, who awakened the Dream Shell Wing talent of the Dream Shell Wing clan, was a match beyond Li Xian's station. But now, don't they seem perfectly suited? Absolutely. They're a perfect match if anything. Ai-Chin is the one who hit the jackpot with Li Xian. Li Xian and Ai-Chin are the most dazzling talents of this genius war. Their union will surely become a legendary tale among countless future competitions. Those who had previously gossiped about Li Xian and Ai-Chin fell silent as Li Xian's true identity was revealed. Chapter 120, The Gossip Backfires. A year passed. As the genius war raged on, the final rankings of the trial tower were announced. 13, congratulations. Your Qianwu Cosmic Nation has produced so many geniuses in this year's competition. Indeed. Not only did Li Xian conquer 7 trial towers, but your nation also placed 4th with Luofeng and 15th with Rongjun. Qianwu Universe holds 3 spots in the top 100. After the trial tower concluded, numerous immortal tier powerhouses gazed enviously at 13, the representative of the Qianwu Kingdom. This is merely the trial tower ranking. The true final showdown of the genius war is yet to come. 13 spoke these words, yet the curve of his lips stretched to a point where even immortal tier powers struggled to suppress it. You've done well. Second brother, third brother, prepare well for the arena battles next. At this stage, you must keep winning. Chapter 121, Genius Battle concludes, Ai-Chin defeats Bolin once more. Alright. Split heaven style. Li Xian smiled faintly as his illusory divine weapons rapidly coalesced into 9 light swords. The swords formed a terrifying formation, completely enveloping the Flame Bull. Ah! The Flame Bull, having grasped the Earth Law, possessed formidable defenses. Yet under Li Xian's heaven-splitting strike at its peak level, it couldn't even last a breath before being instantly annihilated. The subsequent battles unfolded without surprise. Li Xian secured consecutive victories, steadily claiming the top 4 spots and earning his place as a member of the primordial secret realm. Among the top 4 were Li Xian, Ai Chen, Bo Lan, and Luo Feng. Just as Ai Chen had predicted, they had swept 3 of the top 4 spots. Who would have thought Luo Feng would become a member of the primordial secret realm? His strength wasn't this formidable before, but his growth rate is terrifying. Over the years in the Genius War, he's been constantly improving. I can't wait to see how Bo Lan and AI. Chapter 122, Dual Cultivation in the Virtual Universe? Oh, Dad, meet my 2 servants, Genos and Rox. They're both 9th-tier domain lords sacred lynx tri-beasts. Li Xian waved his hand, summoning 2 shrunken sacred lynx tri-beasts into the house. Like a Beto, they were once enslaved domain lords of the 9th tier. Through Li Xian's cultivation, they had both ascended to realm lords of the 9th tier. They're also intelligent beings from the Mystic Gold Squadron, each comparable to a 9th-rank domain lord. Immediately after, Li Xian released 10 E9-grade intelligent beings from his world ring. They were the original members of the Xianjin squad who had assisted him in capturing the golden horned beast. Now, after his modifications, they possessed brand new mechanical bodies. Each of the 10 Xianjin squad intelligent beings was equipped with the most advanced mechanical weaponry available below the immortal tier. Li Xian had also outfitted them with 100 E9-grade mechanical puppets, pushing their capabilities to the absolute limit of what was achievable below the immortal tier. Chapter 123, Time Abyss Venerable bestows property. Junior brother, are you ready? 3 days after the genius battle concluded, Venerable Shi Yuan arrived as scheduled. Ready, senior disciple. Let's go. Li Xian nodded. Then let's go. As Shiwan the Revered One spoke, he enveloped Li Xian with spatial energy. Li Xian felt an instant spatial shift, finding himself aboard a starship. Immediately after, space shifted once more, transporting him to a world filled with the torrent of time. Within this realm, the flow of time varied at every point. Though seemingly chaotic, it held a peculiar rhythm. Through the spacecraft's external simulators, he could see this world was vast beyond measure, endless azure oceans stretching to the horizon, colossal mountain ranges encircling the world, and terrifying forests towering as high as the heavens. Countless lives thrived within it. This was clearly the divine realm of his second senior brother, the revered Shiwan. Chapter 124, The Chaos Monument of the Extreme Cosmos. Grandmother, I came in second in the genius battle. How about that? Pretty impressive, huh? While Li Xian examined the engravings on the chaos steel, in the virtual universe, Ai Chen approached the Silverlight Marquis with great excitement to boast about her achievement. Raised and nurtured by the Silverlight Marquis since childhood, she remained his forever child in his presence. Little Chen, you're amazing. Our Dream Spiral Wing Clan has gained immense fame throughout the universe thanks to your second-place victory. Even the ruler of the universe has honored our Dream Spiral Wing Clan. As a reward, His Majesty has bestowed upon you 1 million internal credits of the virtual universe. The Silverlight Marquis smiled as he ruffled Ai Chen's twin ponytails. Really? That's fantastic. I was just thinking 10,000 points wasn't enough for me to spend. Earlier, Ai Chen had been eyeing the treasures in the virtual universe treasury with envy. Now, with an extra 1,000,000 points, she. Chapter 125, Can't find it in the Virtual Universe Corporation's intelligence system? Your Highness Li Xian, the investigation into your missing subordinate has yielded unsatisfactory results. On the other end of the video feed, the figure of Intelligence Officer C.I. Feng appeared. Tell me the results. Li Xian's tone instantly turned icy. Virtual Universe mobilized all intelligence resources within Xianwu Nation to thoroughly investigate the disappearance of your subordinates who were tracking that group of star pirates. We even uncovered the full extent of the forces behind those pirates. However, we found no clues regarding the disappearance of your men. We even enlisted an immortal tier powerhouse to personally investigate, yet we still failed to locate your missing men or their starship. Our intelligence division's conclusion is this: your subordinates likely entered a randomly appearing space or secret realm, hence their disappearance. Such incidents are not uncommon in the cosmos. If. Chapter 126, The Ideological Divide Between Ice Peak and the Chaos Cult. Mona, compile a complete list of primary and auxiliary materials required to perfectly upgrade the star-devouring willow, star-consuming bamboo, and celestial star battle armor to immortal grade, along with all materials needed for the 4th tier of the Time Realm's secret art cultivation. After concluding the communication with Time Abyss Venerable, he resolved to secure all the advancement materials for those 3 little ones first. Master, the star-devouring willow requires 2.3 billion points for its perfect immortal advancement, the star-eating bamboo needs 2.4 billion points, the celestial star battle armor demands 2 billion points, and the 4th tier of the Time Realm's secret art cultivation requires 100 million points. The total for all 4 is 6.8 billion points. After the 30% discount, it comes to 4.69 billion points. Mona swiftly calculated the total cost. While we're at it, let's add Volume 5 of Time Explained to the order. Rounded up to a neat figure, exactly 4.7 billion points. He had no doubts whatsoever about the time explanation series recommended by his senior brother. Chapter 127, A Proper and Virtuous AI Chen? That's impossible. So that's it. That's the true nature of the time law. Through his studies, he finally grasped some understanding of the true nature of the time law. Previously, his grasp of the time laws had been purely intuitive. He knew how to apply them but not why, a classic case of knowing the what but not the why. Now, through this method of dissecting the essence, he gained insight into the law of time from another angle. This approach of analyzing the core principles felt novel and intriguing to him. Previously, when using the time acceleration secret art, he only knew that employing it this way could speed up time. He didn't understand why only this specific method worked to accelerate time, while other approaches failed. Now, he finally grasped a bit of the underlying reason. At this moment, Li Xian was studying the time explanation secret technique in the virtual universe while simultaneously progressing through the Chaos City. Chapter 128, Mechanical Evolution, 10 Directions Thunder Tower. You're useless to me now. Within just 1 hour of sparring with the first-tier training partner, Li Xian had already mastered the opponent's application techniques completely. After all, he had already grasped the essence of 9 temporal laws. Learning the application techniques now came naturally, allowing him to progress at an astonishing pace. Damn, Li Xian's learning and comprehension abilities are insane. How much time has passed? Earlier, even his master-level cleaving heaven technique was shattered by that shadow figure. It hasn't even been half an hour, and Li Xian has already defeated that shadow figure with a minor achievement-level sky-splitting strike. Truly, he lives up to his reputation as a prodigy who cleared 7 trial towers. Many immortal tier experts with access to Li Xian's challenge of the sky-piercing bridge watched his astonishing progress unfold, all feeling utterly astonished. They'd heard rumors of his genius before, but witnessing it firsthand revealed just how extraordinary he truly was. Chapter 129, New Avatar, the Insectoid Queen. Of course it's formidable. The 10 Directions Thunder Tower is a powerful mechanical artifact of the Mechanic Immortals. Remember, the 10 Directions Thunder Tower wielded by the Mechanic Immortal his master slew was forged with merely an E9 grade core. Even so, our master had to expend considerable divine power to break through the 10 Directions Thunder Tower's restraints. Had that immortal used the 10 Directions Thunder Tower set Li Xian possesses now, even our master might not have been able to break it. Most crucially, the 10 Directions Thunder Tower consumes immense energy. If it cannot be shattered in a single strike, one becomes trapped within, helpless and vulnerable. Just the F-grade metal required to purchase a 10 Directions Thunder Tower would likely cost tens of millions of Han Yuan units. AF3 grade 10 Directions Thunder Tower was once auctioned at a high-end auction, fetching 18 million Han Yuan units. Babata said with a sigh. Whoa! Chapter 130, AI Chen and his disciple aiming for everything? We must also learn the secret technique, 10,000 Slaves Worm Sovereign, which specializes in enslaving enemies. This far surpasses the 1,000-soul slave seal left behind by the illusion light marquee. When fully cultivated, it can even enslave immortals who have attained the King's Sealing Realm. The 1,000 Illusions 10,000 Souls Strike, a secret technique combining illusions and soul attacks, is also one of the essential arts every Bug Clan Empress must master. Its power far surpasses that of the 7-colored illusionary Annihilation Bell. Unfortunately, such secrets can only be cultivated by those possessing a unique soul network, like the Bug Clan Empress. When combined with the Empress's combined attack power, this secret technique becomes truly unbeatable. Soon, he discovered other secret arts previously cultivated by the Insectoid Queen Mother within the inheritance. These were all essential techniques. He selected 3 to practice first, aiming to maximize the Queen Mother's power. As for the other secret arts, he could only browse them when time permitted. After all, his initial choice of the Queen of the Insect Clan's avatar wasn't meant to. Chapter 131, Let's Practice Dual Cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this time, Li Xian's life had been exceptionally fulfilling and disciplined. He devoted himself entirely to comprehending the chaos steel and the operational laws within the primordial universe, while also dissecting the essence of the time law. By year's end, he had fully grasped the second diagram of the extreme cosmos chaos steel, dissecting 16 fundamental aspects of the time law once more. Of course, while 1 year had passed within the primordial universe, over 3 years had elapsed in the primitive universe. Every year during the spring festival on Earth, Li Xian would set aside one day to visit his parents. The rest of his time was almost entirely devoted to cultivation. His human avatar's strength had risen from Cosmic Tier 1 to Cosmic Tier 9. Li Xian, I've got great news. I've become a disciple of the revered master of heavenly timing. Spotting Li Xian emerge from his cultivation, AI Chen immediately bounded over with a cheerful skip. Oh? Revered Master Tiancher is one of the few. Chapter 132, The Nine-Sword Sage, I precisely missed every genius. Who told you that insufficient light laws prevent you from manifesting a fully realized time realm? Li Xian sneered dismissively. Had he not dissected the essence of 108 time laws, he would indeed have been helpless against this world sword. But after dissecting the essence of all 108 time laws, he turned his attention to studying the secret patterns concerning time laws within the illusory divine weapon, gaining new insights. The secret patterns within the phantom divine weapon were like pre-engraved mystic inscriptions. Activating the weapon according to these patterns was akin to casting a secret technique. This method proved far easier than learning secret techniques outright, making it suitable for many practitioners. Yet after Li Xian had dissected the essence of the 108 temporal laws, he had already earned the qualification to activate the phantom divine weapon without adhering to its preset, fixed secret patterns. For he could now temporarily set aside the illusory divine weapon. Chapter 133, An Outer Enemy Invades Earth? Li Xian, how did you manage that? Upon seeing Li Xian emerge, Bolin couldn't help but blurt out this seemingly brainless question. By dissecting the 108 fundamental principles of the time law, it became possible. Li Xian smiled at Bolin before him. For reasons unknown, Bolin hadn't followed the original storyline by cultivating both time and space laws simultaneously. Instead, he'd chosen to prioritize space law while treating time law as secondary. As for why Li Xian hadn't followed the dual cultivation path of time and space laws, it can only be said that Li Xian knew his own limitations. His talent for space laws was lacking. Rather than squandering time now trying to grasp the spatial laws, it would be far more efficient to wait until he found a special spatial lifeform to transform into his avatar before cultivating the spatial laws. Alternatively, returning to cultivate spatial laws after reaching immortal or even revered levels would still be timely. Chapter 134, Three Youngsters Ascend to Realm Lords. Milky Way Galaxy, Nirvana Continent. Within a 10,000-meter tall circular insectoid hive, a Realm Lord tier insectoid emerged from its birth chamber. Standing 100 meters tall, its body was covered in dark golden, streamlined scales etched with golden secret patterns. Its limbs were thick and muscular, its claws resembling 5 razor-sharp blades. A pair of wings, as sharp as metal, spread across its back, while a tail whip, like a mass of thorns, extended behind it. Its head bore 5 hard, sharp golden horns. When its mouth opened, razor-sharp teeth were revealed. Various protruding, sharp bone spines covered its entire body, making the entire insectoid resemble a war machine. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities, absolute agility, and devastating offensive prowess. This marks the first successful step. Li Xian gazed at the newly birthed insectoid before him, satisfaction evident in his eyes. This was a brand new creation born from combining the Queen Mother's signature hunter mantis with the genes of the golden horned beast. Chapter 135, Bloodlow World? No, I'm launching a new instance. Li Xian, I'm ready. When do we depart? Ai-Chen now wore armor matching the style of the time prison world. Like Li Xian's, it was F9 grade metallic armor, with a layer of inner armor made from moya vine clinging to his skin. Ever since they solidified their relationship, Li Xian naturally equipped Ai-Chen with 2 plant-based life forms, the cloud-climbing vine and the star-eating grass, using the same standards he applied for his own family. As for why he hadn't chosen star-devouring willow or star-eating bamboo, it was mainly because these two were far too expensive. Their cultivation costs were significantly higher than those of cloud-climbing vine and star-feeding grass. While he could manage supplying himself, adding Ai-Chen's share felt like stretching his resources too thin. Thus, the more affordable options Moyun Vine and Star-Devouring Willow proved the wisest choice. Now that everything's ready, let's go. The humans within the world prison bore a strong resemblance to Li Xian's appearance, so there was no need for them to alter their looks or anything. Chapter 136, Hypocrisy? No, that's just excessive caution. You two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Unlike his subordinates' excitement, the leader, Huolin, scrutinized the strangers before him with heightened caution. We are indeed from elsewhere. We just happened to encounter this beast and dealt with it. What, was it your prey? Li Xian spoke in fluent Cage World common language. That green-scaled beast was indeed our previous target. The wound on its leg was inflicted by us. We tracked it all the way here and encountered you too. But since you two took it down, it's yours. We wouldn't dream of competing for it. After sizing up Li Xian and his companion, Huolin spoke with considerable politeness. Big brother, this is the prey we've been chasing for half a day. How can we? The moment he heard his elder brother was about to hand over the prize they'd secured, Huoyuan's fiery temper flared. Chapter 137, The villainous young master is surprisingly cautious and clever? A middle-aged man at the initial stage of martial mastery fled at breakneck speed, accompanied by a young girl with 2 blue ponytails. Hot on their heels was a pursuer at the intermediate stage of martial mastery. Ha 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 ha. Miss Iris, your Qing family dares to refuse our young master's marriage proposal? You truly don't know when to quit. Once I catch you, I'll make you consummate the marriage with our young master. I'll see how your family dares refuse then. Potter roared with laughter as he pursued from behind, his speed increasing relentlessly. Catching the middle-aged man and the girl ahead was merely a matter of time. Uncle Fei, he's almost upon us. Let me go. You still have a chance to escape. You told my grandfather about me. He'll come to save me. A tear glistened in Iris's eye as she choked out the words. Miss, I've watched you grow up. How could I possibly abandon you now? Chapter 138. Fishing the villain isn't taking the bait? Then use a harpoon. Li Xian and Ai Chen stayed at the inn for 2 days, spending their days like any ordinary couple, either strolling through the streets or relaxing in their room. Li Xian, is this the fishing plan you mentioned? How come after 2 days, not a single fish has taken the bait? Ai Chen strolled down the street, relishing the local delicacies while teasing Li Xian through telepathic communication. The fish in this prison world are cunning. Even with bait, they can resist taking the hook. Li Xian thought to himself, speechless. He realized that since entering the cage world, everyone he encountered was exceptionally clever. First there was Hua Lin, and now the Hua family. They were all overly cautious, damn it. Normally, when someone's men were killed or their pride was trampled, they'd immediately rush over to settle the score with the one who'd humiliated them. Li Xian had previously acted to make the Hua family aware that it was he who had killed their men and saved Ares. Chapter 139. I hate those overly cautious enemies. Only after completing all preparations did Hammond quietly depart Vaughn City with the 5 family elders. HM? Finally showing up. Li Xian and Ai Chen, who had been staking out the Hua family compound, immediately sensed the family head's departure. They swiftly followed Hammond out of Vaughn City. Head of the family, that ancient demon king who infiltrated our Vaughn City territory during the Great Beast Tide War over 500 years ago, has been recuperating there all this time. He hasn't moved from his position. Throughout all of Vaughn City, only our Hua family knows of its existence. The other families have yet to discover any trace of the Greenhorn Demon King. His subordinate, Pan, came to report. Excellent. These ancient demon lords love sneaking into our Vaughn City to prolong their lives, unaware that by doing so, they merely provide us with materials. With the support of the Temple of Immortality. Chapter 140. The secret between Vaughn City and the Beast Tide. Master, no matter how cautious they are, when they meet someone like you who can break through any defense with sheer power, they are bound to fail. I am the perfect example. In Vaughn City, Hammond could confidently declare that even if anyone besides the city lord sought to harm him, he could endure for 3 days without dying. Yet fate threw him into the path of Li Xian, that monstrously powerful being from beyond the heavens. Against him, Hammond couldn't last 3 minutes, let alone 3 days. What secrets do you know about Vaughn City? Spill them all. Also, what is the lord's true strength? Do you know anything about the time gem? Li Xian pressed on. Master, the city lord last demonstrated his power 30 years ago. At that time, he displayed the strength of a high-tier martial saint. His current level is unknown. Time gem? I'm sorry, Master, I've never heard of such a thing. The greatest secret of Vaughn City. Chapter 141. Tempering willpower, communicating with the cosmic source. The chaotic power of time doesn't significantly affect pure mechanical puppets. We can enter the area aboard a spaceship, avoiding the harm of light rays and focusing solely on comprehending the fusion of time and light within this region. After several attempts, Li Xian discovered the pattern matched the initial detection. He promptly retrieved his F9 class spaceship. The two boarded the vessel and slowly navigated into the region. Clang! 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 Just as Li Xian had anticipated, the light rays had no effect whatsoever on the spacecraft once it entered the zone. Up to 500 meters in, they could still withstand the chaotic temporal forces. But beyond 1,000 meters, this temporal disruption grew overwhelmingly powerful. This is unbearable. This was the time distorting force acting directly upon their very souls. Even. Chapter 142. Divine Beast and the Time Gem. Between the 10 continents lies the boundless sea. Within the 2 central continents lies an inner sea, and at its core lies the Sea of Time. As Li Xian maintained control, an endless torrent emerged from the heavens and earth, engulfing all areas of the world beyond the continents. The junction where the 2 central continents met continuously collapsed, the earth dissolving into nothingness. The original Sea of Time and Space shifted into the space between the 2 continents, while the remaining areas were completely filled with ordinary seawater. Yet the waters of the Sea of Time and Space refused to blend with the ordinary sea, forming a sea within a sea. All things, arise. The rest was naturally left to the world laws formed within the body to evolve organically. As the world's laws fully took hold, the 10 continents and the boundless ocean naturally gave rise to myriad flowers, grasses, trees, mountains, rivers, and more. Within mere breaths, this world became indistinguishable from any real one. Body. Chapter 143. The Time Beast God, the Time Gem. The Beast Tide has ended. I should head to the next city. The moment the Beast Tide concluded, Cord transmitted his voice to Hughes before immediately rising and flying toward another city ruled by a martial god temple. What is that? As Code distanced himself from Vaughn City, he suddenly spotted an immense figure ahead. Its colossal form was the largest he had ever witnessed, with wingspans stretching tens of thousands of kilometers. In its eyes, he appeared as insignificant as a tiny ant. No! It's coming for me! In the blink of an eye, the colossal creature that had seemed distant on the horizon closed in until it loomed directly before him. World power. Code dared not hesitate, immediately projecting his 7th-tier World Lord's world power. Yet his projection couldn't even cover 1% of the Colossus's surface. Ha! The Time Phoenix watched the figure beneath her with mocking amusement. Chapter 144, We don't have time for dual cultivation. My conjecture was indeed correct. To verify his conjecture, his mental will once again transformed into countless swordlights. Where a single strike would normally sever a segment of the time torrent, Li Xian unleashed countless blades. He forcibly shattered that segment of the time torrent into complete oblivion. In the end, nearly half the power of the time torrent merged into his own body, reshaping his form. Ugh, that really hurt. Bear it. The power of the scattered time torrent merging into his body intensified the agony coursing through him. He could only grit his teeth and endure the pain in silence. He knew this process was beneficial for his body. So, no matter how agonizing it became, he did not hesitate. He continued to wield his mental will to sever the time currents, allowing them to merge into his body once more. Success! Chapter 145, The Martial God Temple Doesn't Play Fair. Oh no! At this moment, even someone as dim-witted as Li Xian realized the Martial God Temple had arrived. They say walking by the river long enough, you're bound to get your feet wet. Only when it happened to him did he realize how true that saying was. He'd assumed that after killing a few envoys, even if the Martial God Hall sent reinforcements, they'd first dispatch Peak Realm Lords to investigate. Once he encountered the Temple's investigators, Li Xian planned to back off, maximizing his gains. But who could have imagined that the Martial God Temple would disregard martial ethics and send an immortal tier being right from the start? Worst of all, this martial god chose the most extravagant divine realm for teleportation, utterly wasteful. You beast! A mere demon saint dares to slay my emissaries. Mark sensed the backdoor he'd planted on his subordinate had been triggered and immediately teleported over via his divine realm. And Chapter 146, You break martial ethics, don't blame me for stealing your home. Let me see what you've gathered. Mark had fallen into a deep slumber, leaving everything on his person completely at Li Xian's disposal to plunder. 55,000 time gems? And all of them pure time gems? Li Xian couldn't care less about Mark's other possessions. Even if he sold them all, they'd only fetch a few 100,000 mixed yuan units. What he coveted most were the time gems. He never imagined this immortal tier powerhouse would carry such a vast quantity. Cord, come here. Do you recognize this man? Li Xian immediately summoned Cord over. Master, this is Martial God Ma of the Martial God Temple. We envoys of the Martial God Temple all serve under him. Every 100 years, the time gems collected from all cities must be submitted to him. I never imagined our master could defeat even a martial god. It's simply beyond belief. Chapter 147, Return to the Virtual Universe? No, time to hide and level up. Within the Light Phoenix's inner world. Upon the time continent, a crystal-colored divine beast towering 10,000 meters high stood majestically. As Li Xian's seal was lifted, the divine beast instinctively began generating two distinct temporal zones with differing flow rates, one accelerated time by 100-fold, while the other slowed it by 70-fold. The 30-fold difference in temporal energy flowed entirely into the beast's belly, part to sustain its life and consumption, part to scour the tainted time gem embedded in its forehead. This beast may appear organic, but it is merely an unthinking puppet, driven solely by instinct. Li Xian observed the 10,000-meter-tall divine beast before him. Li Xian, is this the pinnacle of divine beasts? It truly is immense, and it seems to harbor some kind of secret. Every time I encounter a divine beast, it feels like witnessing the very essence of time and light merging, yet I cannot fully comprehend it. Chapter 148, You're going on a mission to bring back an immortal tier slave? I can't hold on. The chaotic power of time and the oppressive consciousness within the time gem are too terrifying. Unless my will grows stronger, I won't be able to endure it. The human host was restricted by his physical limitations from fusing more time gems, while the Eternal Phoenix was constrained by the limitations of its soul's will. When fusing the 121st time gem, that terrifying force of temporal disarray and the oppressive will, even Li Xian's current willpower couldn't withstand it. Unless his will could grow even stronger from this foundation, there was no way. To strengthen willpower, the best method is to continuously endure shocks. The torrent of time within the divine beast can serve to temper the will, while also aiding the human host in further fortifying his physique. After the time phoenix could no longer fuse time gems, Li Xian's human form continued to temper his will while simultaneously refining the fourth layer secret technique of the seven-colored illusionary bell. Chapter 149, The Chance Encounter with Lemon and the Black Rose Squad. Our destination is Chiolone Star in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. I hear it was the first cosmic outpost Commander Li Xian ever visited, a bustling commercial hub. Upon arrival, our first task is to report to the Huaxia branch. Black Rose led her squad members aboard the starship. Once a War God tier warrior, she now possessed cosmic-level power after receiving assistance from the Li family. Every member of the Black Rose Squad was at least stellar tier. Their mission to Qiulong Star was to complete an assignment issued by the Huaxia Cosmic Nation. Li Xian's first planet in the cosmos? That certainly sounds intriguing, Chu Hanliang remarked with emotion. As a former college classmate of Li Xian who had maintained a decent relationship with him, she had received considerable assistance from the Li family. Her own power had now also reached the cosmic level. Chapter 150. 3 youngsters are about to ascend to immortality. The intervention of the heavenly timeless sage has yielded tremendous gains for me. Li Xian, who had already delved deeply into the fourth image of the extreme cosmos chaos steel, consolidated centuries of accumulated knowledge under the revered one of heavenly timing's guidance. This synthesis caused his mastery of the law of time to surge dramatically beyond its previous limits. When Li Xian regained consciousness, he found himself no longer in the main hall of the Celestial Palace, but instead in a cultivation chamber, with Carlos standing guard outside. Lord Carlos, thank you for protecting me, Li Xian said as he stepped out of the cultivation chamber. It was my pleasure, Carlos said enviously. To receive an audience with the revered master of heavenly time and gain his personal guidance was an opportunity countless immortal-level powerhouses yearned for. Yet, for those like them, such an opportunity might never come their way in a lifetime. By the way, I need to submit the prison world. Chapter 151, Failure or Success? Fortune or Misfortune? Star Devourer, be good. Clear a 3,000-kilometer radius on the planet. Li Xian stroked the willow branches of the star-devouring willow with a smile. The star-devouring willow obediently vacated a vast area. Li Xian then released the resources stored within his world ring, specifically allocated for the willow's breakthrough. Swallow Star, consume all of this, Li Xian instructed. It hurts. Under Li Xian's command, the star-devouring willow obediently swallowed all the resources he released. But the moment it consumed them, its entire body turned crimson, and cries of agony echoed from its consciousness. Star Devourer, this is your chance to ascend to immortality. Bear with it. And swallow these too. Li Xian offered reassurance while simultaneously presenting additional resources for the star-devouring willow to consume. Though the star-devouring willow possessed limited sentience, it understood Li Xian's. Chapter 152, The Arrival of the Insectoid Queen's Avatar. Truly worthy of being my great-uncle, generous and loaded. Meanwhile, John received his teacher's message and transfer, immediately springing into action. Though he lacked the Divine Realm teleportation coordinates for Qiulong Star and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, he possessed those for the Empire's capital, Black Dragon Star. After teleporting to Black Dragon Star, he boarded a spaceship bound for Qiulong Star. Teacher, I've arrived at the entrance of my great-uncle's estate on Qiulong Star. After arriving at the entrance of Li Xian Manor on Qiulong Star, John sensed the situation inside but didn't rush in after all. This was his great-uncle's estate. John, initiate the video call, Locke instructed. Following Locke's instructions, John activated the video call, aiming the camera at the estate ahead. Click. At that moment, the estate gate swung open, and Black Rhino emerged from within. Chapter 153, The Gene Research Experiment on the Bug Queen has succeeded. Virtual Universe, Rain Phase Mountain. While researching genes, Li Xian split off a fragment of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe and attend a gathering. Ai Chen, Hong, Lei Shin, Luofeng, Bloxin, Rongjun, and others arrived one after another. They had agreed to gather every 10 years, and unless something exceptionally important came up, everyone would attend the reunion. Ai Chen, you and Li Xian took on a danger-level mission as your very first task and completed all assignments within 10 years. Truly impressive. Bloken congratulated Ai Chen, clasping her hand. The two women had become close friends over time, often sharing everything without reservation, a bond that even Li Xian found puzzling. It's nothing, Ai Chen replied. Most of the credit goes to Li Xian. Ai Chen laughed. She knew that without Li Xian guiding her, she would never have obtained the time gem. She likely wouldn't even have found it. After all, to obtain the time gem, one must. Chapter 154, Luofeng's Downfall. It can begin. Li Xian entered the core chamber of the insect nest, the very heart where insect warriors were bred, and lay down. Countless streams of insect fluid engulfed her body. SSS-grade. The solution engulfing his body acted like countless microscopic organisms, frantically burrowing through every pore into his flesh, penetrating each and every cell. Once inside the cells, the minute genetic material within the solution was fully released, transforming into even smaller particles that continuously remodeled every single one of his cells. It was as if countless minuscule surgeons had entered his cells to perform operations not just on one cell, but on every single cell in his body. At this moment, his body felt as though it were being decomposed and reassembled by countless microorganisms. The intense agony surpassed even that of merging with the time stone. His will remained unshakably firm. Chapter 155, we're an old married couple now, so? After logging off, Li Xian began preparing for departure, inviting AI Chen along. Li Xian, I'm not going with you. I'll handle this cultivation mission on my own. I've realized that being by your side is just a free ride, no real training value whatsoever. When Li Xian came to find AI Chen, she chose to refuse. She knew full well that training with Li Xian wasn't training at all, it was sightseeing. She wanted to temper herself. Only by breaking free from Li Xian's protective wings and growing independently could she truly hone her skills. After all, they could practice dual cultivation together. She hadn't fallen behind in her understanding of the laws. What she lacked now was real training. Going your own way is a good thing. I support you. But I still need to leave you with some trump cards. Hearing AI Chen speak thus, Li Xian found no reason to refuse. Everyone had their own path to walk. Since AI Chen had made her decision. Chapter 156, The Puppet Master, Blood Rain King Rek betrays the company. Ray, has Li Xian entered Demon Sound Mountain? Blood Rain King looked down coldly at Rake kneeling before him. Respected master, Li Xian has indeed entered Demon Sound Mountain. Rake replied. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Blood Rain King's piercing gaze fixed on Rek below as he demanded. It's done. The red token I gave him is specially modified. Once he enters Demon Sound Mountain with this black token, it will sense the location of the red token. Once both tokens are within 10 kilometers of each other, the black token will detect the red token's position, while the red token remains unaware of the black token's presence. Rek produced a black token. As an immortal tier powerhouse, he technically didn't need to personally greet Li Xian. Yet, under the Blood Rain King's arrangement, Leiko had specifically gone to greet Li Xian. Chapter 157, Overkill? Slaying an immortal tier being with a single strike? Star Devourer, eliminate them. As Li Xian transmitted his intent to swallowing Star Willow, 3 branches as thick as arms burst forth from his deep blue armor. The branches rapidly expanded and lengthened, transforming in an instant into colossal limbs tens of kilometers long and 3 kilometers thick, hurtling toward Owen and his 2 companions. What the hell is that? Ross, leading the charge, was horrified by the sudden appearance of the colossal willow branches. Yet his terror stemmed not from the branches themselves, but from the terrifying aura emanating from them, the unmistakable presence of immortal tier divine power. Crash! Before Ross could react, the colossal willow branch struck him like a whip that could pierce the heavens. No! Ross, a 9th rank realm lord, wore armor capable of withstanding the explosive force of a 9th rank realm lord's self-destruction. Yet against this willow branch, it crumbled like paper at the first strike. Even Luo. Chapter 158, This Puppet Master is excessively cautious. Senior brother, that's how it happened. I hope you can help investigate who exactly is pulling the strings behind this. Li Xian naturally sought help from his second senior brother, the revered Shi Yuan. After all, he didn't want to trouble his own master with such matters, so he came to his second senior brother instead. Such incidents occurring within the primordial secret realm? Rest assured, junior brother. I'll get to the bottom of this. Whoever did this must be a hidden alien spy within the primordial secret realm. No one else would have the motive or means. After hearing Li Xian's account, Shi Yuan Venerable agreed to help uncover the true culprit behind the attack. As for how Li Xian had dealt with Rek, Shi Yuan Venerable didn't inquire further, nor did he ever doubt Li Xian's words or suspect he might be lying. Thank you, senior brother. Li Xian expressed his sincere gratitude. Having known each other for so long. Chapter 159, Finally beholding the Palace of Inheritance. Roar! The moment Li Xian reached the exit of the Abyss World, a deafening roar echoed from below. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was densely packed with phantom beasts formed entirely of ice crystals. These phantom beasts were unique to Magic Sound Mountain. Low-intelligence creatures, they rejected outsiders and would actively attack any non-phantom lifeform they encountered, fighting to the death. Most crucially, within Li Xian's perception, among the countless illusory beasts, there were over a dozen immortal tier beings. The vast, terrifying aura emanating from them was completely unrestrained. Boom! Below, a terrifying ice mountain ranged thousands of kilometers wide erupted from the ground, revealing itself as yet another immortal tier phantom beast. I've got no interest in playing along with you lot. Li Xian's human form vanished from the spot, replaced by the terrifying, colossal body of the Time Phoenix. He hadn't forgotten his purpose this time. Chapter 160, The Marquis of Tianchuan was used as a pawn by the Puppet Master. At the foot of Demon Sound Mountain, within the Heavenly Frost Marquis's palace. Master, someone instructed me to deliver this token to you. He said once it enters Magic Sound Mountain, it can pinpoint the location of Li Xian, a member of the primordial secret realm. Dickinson knelt on the ground, respectfully extending the token in his hand. Oh? Locate Li Xian? Do you know who gave you this token? The Marquis of Tianchuan picked up the token and inquired with interest. Master, I do not know. The person revealed neither their form nor aura. I have no idea who they are. Dickinson replied. Dickinson's strength is quite respectable among ninth-rank realm lords. Anyone who could pass him by unnoticed must be an immortal-level existence. Handing this token to me clearly means they want to use my hand to kill Li Xin. Remember, Li Xin is a member of the primordial secret realm, a disciple of the great cosmic sovereign. 2. Chapter 161, The Legacy of the Demon Sound Divine General and the Demon Ice Divine General. Press onward. Leveraging his newly discovered arcane abilities, Li Xin's soul grew increasingly resilient to the mounting pressure as he ascended, gradually adapting to the legacy of the Demon Sound Divine General. Though this stage was one only many immortal tier beings could reach, Li Xin pushed his own strength to the limit, reaching the end of this first stage. We've arrived. Li Xin stepped onto the 3,333rd stair, the final step of the first stage. Before him stood a 1,000-meter-tall hall adorned with intricate carvings, its entrance flanked by 2 resplendent golden gates. You are the 61,201st inheritor to arrive here. You are qualified to receive the reward for the initial selection. These words were engraved on the stone tablet before the gates. Where's the reward? Li Xin approached the gates, staring blankly at the empty space before him, utterly perplexed. Whoosh! Li Xin didn't have to wait long. Chapter 162, The Second Stage of Inheritance and the Primordial Secret Realm Qualifying Battle. Magic Sound Mountain. What's going on? Didn't the master say this token could pinpoint Li Xin's location? Why is it showing him underground beneath Magic Sound Mountain? Dickinson entered Magic Sound Mountain as ordered by the Marquis of Tianshuang, yet after over a month of searching, he still hadn't found any trace of Li Xin. Even with the token's guidance, the mountain's intricate terrain proved treacherous. Time and again, those damned phantom beasts blocked his path. There are far too many illusion beasts down there, it's far too dangerous. Unless the master comes personally, I simply cannot break through. Dickinson had tried countless passages to reach the underground, only to find each one heavily guarded by illusory beasts. He simply couldn't break through. Who knows how that Li Xin managed to get underground? He might already be dead down there, with his token discarded by those phantom beasts. Dickinson tried in vain. Chapter 163, Fellow Outcasts. Li Xin felt the world shift around him before finally finding solid ground beneath his feet. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate world. Undulating crimson mountains stretched everywhere. Looking up, he could see the starry sky. Not far from this planet was a blue one. Li Xin, even if you conquered every trial tower during the Genius War, you're still a bit green in the primordial secret realm. Though standing over 1,000 kilometers away, Mo Luo's words reached Li Xin with crystal clarity. What Ma Luo despised most were geniuses whose talent surpassed his own. Killing such prodigies, crushing them beneath his heel, it was a rare source of enjoyment on his path of cultivation. To him, Li Xin was far from invincible. You only get one chance to strike. Li Xin replied coldly. Arrogant. Upon seeing the blatant contempt in Li Xin's eyes, Mo Luo instantly. Chapter 164, Crisis Returns. The legacy of the Demon Sound Divine General can amplify psychic power up to 10,000 times. What a pity, such a pity. Li Xin gazed at the inheritance staircase leading to the mountaintop. His current psychic power amplitude was only 7,000-fold. Facing an inheritance capable of reaching 10,000-fold, it was impossible for him not to feel envy. Alas, he currently lacked the power to claim the complete Demon Sound Divine General's legacy. It felt like watching someone strip before your eyes while being utterly powerless to do anything about it, utterly agonizing. Worst of all, the next opening of the inheritance would be 10,081 eras from now. By then, he likely wouldn't even care about the inheritance here anymore. Worrying won't help. Let's go. Li Xin sighed, turned, and walked out of the inheritance hall, returning to the plaza before it. Ha! All 32 palaces have white light shields? Seems my suspicions were right. Those fools in the Home Alliance are afraid of their names. Chapter 165, Lord Tianshuang descends on Demon Mountain to slay me? How could this happen? From Dickinson and his 2 companions forcing Li Xin to reveal himself to Li Xin turning the tables and killing them, this stunning reversal unfolded in less than 0.2 seconds. Curry was utterly horrified. Witnessing this scene, the 2 of them didn't hesitate for a second, they turned and ran. Where do you think you're going? Li Xin wouldn't give them a chance to escape. 3 E9-grade laser guns charged up again as he pursued them at breakneck speed. Damn it, he's too fast. We can't outrun him. Curry realized with horror that Li Xin's speed surpassed even his own as a 9th-tier realm master, utterly unbelievable. No! As Li Xin's laser guns finished charging, Curry felt his heart stop. He even forgot to breathe. They saw death descending to claim their lives. Master, there's a. Chapter 166, sorry, my niece is the Dream King. Dream Queen, you've disregarded company protocol and personally come to this Demon Sound Mountain. Tianshuang Ho looked up and saw the person who had sealed her away. Her pupils contracted in disbelief. The Dream King, an invincible king-level powerhouse like Jinyan, was renowned throughout the Virtual Universe Corporation. Most crucially, she was a female king-level warrior. This made the Marquis of Heavenly Frost exceptionally familiar with her, and precisely because of that familiarity, he couldn't fathom why she would appear here. Li Xian followed the Marquis of Frost's gaze. There stood a woman of extraordinary grace, with skin as fine and snow-white as porcelain, possessing a face of peerless beauty. Her shoulder-length hair flowed in a sea-blue cascade, and she wore deep blue armor identical in color to Li Xian's. A pale blue crystal adorned her brow, and her sapphire eyes gazed coldly down at the Marquis of Tianchuan, while a hazy blue aura shielded her form. She seemed to embody every beautiful shade of blue in the world. Previously from Chapter 167, this puppet master isn't your average villain. The interior of Demon Sound Mountain had been a landscape of rock and ice. Upon flying out of the outermost cave entrance, the boundless void stretched out before her eyes, instantly filling her with a sense of ease and freedom. The exit is right before us, but we still need to prepare. Li Xian stared at the exit before him, silently instructing the Light-Time Phoenix to imprint its time rewind ability upon him. Putting himself in the mastermind's shoes, if he possessed the resolve to destroy everything, setting an ambush at the Demon Mountain's exit would be the most direct and effective method. After all, the mastermind was likely a foreign faction exploiting divisions. Trading a king-level title for his life seemed like a profitable deal. If they were willing to strike, the odds of killing him were quite high. After making his preparations, Li Xian flew out of the Demon Mountain. Congratulations, Prince Li Xian, on exiting the Demon Mountains. As soon as Li Xian appeared, a group of silver-robed stewards flew over. Chapter 168, Immortals can be defeated too truly terrifying. Public area of Yuxiang Mountain. Within the top-tier private room of a lavish, 500 square kilometer spanning restaurant, a man and a woman had ordered a table laden with dishes. Yet, they merely clinked glasses and drank, leaving the food untouched. Li Xian, these are all specialty dishes I highly recommend. Why not give them a try? Buroxan placed a piece of purple, unidentified meat into Li Xian's bowl, her voice brimming with anticipation. Ever since Bloxan ascended to the heaven and earth secret realm, she had grown remarkably confident. After years of companionship, their relationship had gradually grown warm and intimate. At least Bloxan no longer added Mr. before addressing Li Xian. It was unclear when Bloken had changed her dining habits, but now she ate with chopsticks just like earthlings. Alright, I'll give it a try. Li Xian had only recently emerged from the Demon Mountains. Chapter 169, The Silver Snow Marquis's Change of Heart. Minotaur, I'm coming to storm the heaven-piercing mountain. Hurry and summon the others out. Li Xian's deafening telepathic shout jolted the Minotaur awake. Moo! Finally, someone dares to challenge the primordial heaven-piercing mountain. Snake spirit, white skin ape, come here. Rather than being annoyed by the disturbance, the Minotaur abruptly scrambled to his feet, roaring with excitement. Whoosh! The bull's roar echoed, rolling through the air. From the left, a white figure streaked toward them, a silver-armored golden-haired ape-man bearing a black bamboo staff, a master of psychic manipulation. To the right stood a sinister woman clad in translucent gauze, with a serpent's tail and a human torso, an illusionist. Together with the warrior Minotaur, these three formed the gatekeepers of primordial heaven-reaching mountain. Whether it was the first, second, or third gate of Tongtian Mountain, these three remained the guardians. Only their strength increased with each successive gate. Chapter 170, The Phantom Spirit King Preempting the Future. Yuxiang Mountain Public Area. Second brother, try this. It's the latest beverage from Huaxia Cosmic Nation Stellar River Juice. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Li Xian handed Hong a cup of juice Mona had given him. It's refreshingly cool upon tasting, giving you the sensation of being amidst the starry sky. The name fits perfectly. Hong praised after taking a sip. Brother, I've come to ask a favor. Hong truthfully recounted his earlier conversation with the Silver Snow Marquis. He had assumed that after joining the Virtual Universe Corporation as a core member, Ji Qing's family would no longer obstruct his relationship with her. But unexpectedly, while Ji Qing's family no longer interfered, a new obstacle, the Phantom Spirit King, had emerged between them. The Phantom Spirit King was like an unfathomable abyss, one he couldn't possibly cross at present. He had no choice but to seek. Chapter 171, Lovers United. Dream King, I never expected you to bring them here personally. The Phantom King's gaze immediately fell upon the Dream King. Though they belonged to different factions, both were human illusion king-level masters of illusion, and naturally recognized each other. I'm merely the guide. The one who truly wishes to see you is not me. Dream King spoke, then walked over to a seat and sat down. Li Xian, I know your identity, but I am not a member of Virtual Universe Corporation. If you think leveraging your status will sway me to approve Ji Qing and Hong's matter, you're bound to be disappointed. Hearing the Dream King's words, the Phantom King turned her gaze toward Li Xian. As a member of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, she had heard of Li Xian's feat of conquering the primordial heaven-reaching mountain at the cosmic level. Even if she wasn't afraid of Li Xian, she didn't want to antagonize this promising young talent. Phantom Spirit King. Chapter 172, the human race's most challenging cosmic level dungeon, the Abyss of Torment. Helping Hong was merely a side task for him. Next, he began preparing to venture into the most perilous trial, the Abyss of Torment. The Inferno Abyss teems with countless demons, creatures born cruel and savage, possessing limitless potential for evolution. Within the Abyss of Torment, slaughter and death are the norm. Thus, nearly every demon encountered becomes an enemy, resulting in extremely frequent combat. This time, I'm bringing the Bug Queen in. Plus, I need to hatch a batch of golden horned bug beasts and flame star bug beasts to assist me. Li Xin had already grasped the fundamental information about the Abyss of Torment. It was an ancient and vast world, its scale surpassing even the largest cosmic nation within human-inhabited regions. Its antiquity even surpasses the age of many human cosmic rulers, said to have existed since the dawn of the universe. The Inferno Abyss was too dangerous. Competing for opportunities within it was even more perilous. Chapter 173, Abyssal Demon Talent, Infinite Devouring Evolution. So many abyss creatures? Seems my earlier intervention exposed my position. The abyss aura on me is still faint. To completely conceal my outsider identity, I don't even know how many abyss creatures I'd have to slaughter. No wonder the mortality rate in the Abyss of Torment is so high. After all, being fundamentally incompatible with the abyss means that once your aura is exposed, you'll attract the relentless pursuit of every abyss creature nearby. Faced with this situation, there's only one word: kill. Slaughter every single one of these abyss creatures. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Li Xin's face. He had anticipated this very scenario before entering the Inferno Abyss. Within its depths, slaughter and death were the norm. Roar! At the base of the mountain, a swarm of bat-winged creatures nearly 3 meters tall, covered in scales like giant apes, dived from the sky with a deafening roar. Gurgle. In the sky. Chapter 174, this thing can actually boost gene multipliers. Abyssal Clear Bell? Not bad, a promising start. Li Xin slew the Berserker demon, erased its imprint from the Abyssal Bell, and then placed it within his own soul to nurture slowly. This artifact still held some use for him. Roar! Meanwhile, the flame demon that had charged first was thoroughly defeated by the small golden-horned beetle beast. Yet the beetle beast didn't kill it outright, instead dragging the flame demon back to the insectoid hive. Wan Nu Chongzuan. The insectoid empress's colossal soul power violently surged into the flame demon's soul. Already half dead, the flame demon could not resist the empress's enslavement. After enslavement, the queen repaired some of the flame demon's injuries, allowing it to move freely. Thank you, master, for healing my wounds. The flame demon knelt on the ground, speaking with reverence. Surrender your soul's memories. The queen of the insectoid race. Chapter 175, to please the abyss, one must sacrifice through endless slaughter. Roar! The demons influenced by the abyss's consciousness possessed no reason. Upon seeing so many outsiders, they knew only to charge forward and slaughter. Meanwhile, under the command of the Queen's avatar, millions of insectoid warriors formed the most disciplined legion, guarding the central insectoid hive. Endless hordes of demons surged like a tidal wave from all directions, yet the military formation of the million-strong insectoid legion remained as steady as a mountain under this terrifying onslaught. Not only was the insectoid warrior legion unshakable, but it possessed devastating lethality. Any demon that dared approach was utterly annihilated by the million-strong legion. The mountain peak, once hundreds of thousands of meters high, had vanished entirely, replaced by a colossal crater tens of thousands of meters deep. The insectoid hive mother was carried aloft by hundreds of giant golden-horned beasts, soaring into the sky, with the million-strong legion following suit. As the insectoid legions ascended. Chapter 176, One Mind, One Soul, the Immortals Fall. Chirp 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 chirp. The abyssal crystal is mine. Leave it for me. The immortal tier demon Bat King was the swiftest, nearly catching up to the eternal phoenix within 10 breaths. Want the abyss crystal? Then come and take it with your life. Seeing the immortal tier demon Bat King charging ahead, Li Xin sneered with disdain. In his perception, the demon Bat King was merely at the immortal commander tier, roughly equivalent to the previous opponent, Rek. The time phoenix halted its flight. Ripples rippled through the void as a million small flame star insect beasts emerged from the insectoid hive. 10,000 insects, one mind. Soul collision. Under the control of the insect queen's clone, the soul power of a million small flamestar insect beasts surged forth wildly, perfectly converging into a single soul singularity. Unlike the singularity formed by energy convergence, when the soul singularity materialized from concentrated soul power, the surrounding space and environment remained unaffected. Chapter 177, Abyssal Crystal is a homing device. Let's go! With the abyssal crystal secured, Li Xin saw no reason to continue slaughtering these abyssal demons. He simply commanded the Time Phoenix to spread its wings and fly away. At the Time Phoenix's speed, these demons below immortal tier stood no chance of catching up. Soon, they had completely shaken off the demons. To prevent any other ill-advised demons from recklessly pursuing him, the Time Phoenix soared upward, reaching the very apex of this layer of hell. Here, an invisible membrane halted Li Xian's ascent. Proceeding further would breach this layer's boundaries, leading into the next hell. However, to prevent interference between different hell realms, this membrane was exceptionally resilient and possessed self-repairing capabilities. Only an immortal-level demonic entity burning divine power could forcibly shatter it. But even if it were forcibly breached, entering the next layer. Chapter 178, Hostility of the Abyssal Consciousness. The Marquis arrives. An aberration must be killed. Rost clearly sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the opponent, vastly stronger than his own. Yet the moment he detected the jarring presence within the celestial star battle armor, he was imperceptibly influenced by the abyssal consciousness. If the outsider were merely a realm lord-level being, Rost would never have been swayed. But for an immortal tier outsider, the abyssal consciousness exerted a far more potent influence over the abyssal demon, an influence even a marquis-level immortal couldn't shake. Indeed, the opponent has detected the aura of the star heaven armor. Both the Eternal Phoenix and the numerous insectoid warriors carried the abyssal aura, yet the star-shattering battle armor did not. It wasn't that he didn't want it to be tainted by the abyss. As an immortal tier celestial star battle armor, to fully absorb the abyss's aura and render it indistinguishable to abyssal creatures, one must personally slay at least one immortal tier abyssal demon. Chapter 179, The First Marquis Level Servant, Rost. Only now do you realize it's too late. This had been Li Xian's plan all along. Knowing the enemy possessed spatial teleportation abilities, he deliberately had the Bug Queen unleash her combined attack, ensuring Rost would be unable to activate his own spatial teleportation. Time stasis. The innate secret technique surged, enveloping Rost in the vast power of time in an instant. Under this terrifying divine power, the time-stop innate ability revealed its true might. Previously, when the Eternal Phoenix had used her time stasis talent, the power provided had been insufficient. Consequently, her activation of time stasis had never been a true suspension of time. True time stasis, however, rendered everything within its domain completely frozen. Not merely the target's body and immortal divine power, but even their soul, psychic energy, and thoughts were utterly suspended. As an immortal marquis, Rost was burning divine power. Li Xian wasn't certain if. Chapter 180, Rost, exploiting a bug to boost his power. No, this idea is far too dangerous. The Demon God Temple members sent to confiscate the Abyss crystals must be exceptionally powerful. There are certainly demon lords at the king-level rank present, and there might even be an invincible king lurking in the shadows. Without formidable strength, you couldn't possibly intimidate the demon lords within the infernal abyss. After all, this is the abyss. Even demon lords obediently surrender their crystals here. Just imagine how powerful the Demon God Temple's emissaries must be. The mere thought of the Demon God Temples might make Li Xian immediately dismiss the idea that had just crossed his mind. It was far too risky, utterly incompatible with his code of conduct. Rost, hurry and restore your immortal divine power. We'll need you to fight when the moment comes. After Li Xian had Rost absorb the life divine water to restore his immortal divine power to 60%, he stopped him from continuing. Instead, he sent Rost into the inner world of the Eternal Phoenix of Time, where he could harness the divine beast's power to manipulate time. Chapter 181, Fusing the Abyssal Crystal 13 times the Gene Multiplier. SSS-grade. Li Xian slashed his palm and placed the thumb-sized Abyss crystal onto the wound. The Abyss crystal dissolved upon contact with blood, fully integrating into the wound and permeating his entire cellular system through the wound's bloodstream. Intense agony surged through his entire body, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh from within. This pain is nothing compared to Gene's surgery. Though merging the Abyss crystal was excruciating, he had endured even more intense agony before and did not lose his composure. However, the physical agony was secondary to the true torment. A torrent of negative consciousness, a chaotic mix of brutality, madness, bloodlust, and murder pounded relentlessly against his soul's sea of consciousness, seeking to transform him into a puppet-like demon of the abyss. This mere assault on my consciousness won't faze me. Li Xian's consciousness was as hard as iron. The Abyss consciousness's assault couldn't faze him. Chapter 182, Hunting Demons, Scavenging Abyssal Crystals. Here are 10 Blood Luo crystals. Integrate them as you did with the Abyssal crystals. They'll triple your genetic resonance. To bolster Rost's strength, Li Xian once again produced Blood Luo crystals for him to fuse. Li Xian had exchanged these Blood Luo crystals with Luo foam using the Time Gem, obtaining a total of 100 crystals at a 1-to-1 ratio. Even though the Virtual Universe Corporation officially banned trading Blood Luo crystals for Time Gems, as long as the two of them kept quiet, who would know they'd made the exchange? Rost practiced the spatial laws, making Blood Lotus crystals far more suitable for him than Time Gems. Rost didn't hesitate, immediately fusing the Blood Luo crystals. With his current immortal marquis strength and his current 17-fold gene amplification, fusing 10 Blood Luo crystals posed no problem at all. As for why he didn't offer more Bloodloch's crystals, the primary reason was that 10 crystals could enhance his genetic amplitude by threefold. For Rost. Chapter 183, the target is the Succubus Lord. Damn it, who the hell are you? Don't push me too far, I'll take you down with me even if I have to self-detonate. Unable to fight his way out or escape, the demon ape could only resort to threats. Even if the opponent was stronger, within the abyss of torment, demon lords wouldn't attack each other unless the power difference was overwhelming. After all, the explosive power unleashed when a demon lord self-detonates was immense beyond measure. Even a marquee-level demon lord could be caught off guard and suffer crippling injuries or worse if an immortal-level demon lord detonated themselves. Fine, try self-detonating then. See if I can't teleport away before you explode. Rost laughed dismissively. He feared nothing more than his opponent detonating. He'd encountered such situations countless times before. As long as he teleported away before the explosion, the blast's power was rendered harmless. Chapter 184, Succubus, my body remains unblemished, I am pure. The troll lords send word some powerful overlord is hunting the demon lords of the 6th layer abyss. I wonder how powerful this one who dares hunt so many demon lords truly is. If I ever meet them, I'll make them my slave. Upon the purple crystal throne within the palace lay a woman 30 meters tall, her aura naturally enchanting, her features exquisitely refined to the extreme. She wore a sheer, translucent purple robe, her cascading purple hair draped over her shoulders, partially concealing the faintly visible peaks beneath. Her violet eyes held a noble allure, her sensual red lips like flames. An endless aura of enchantment surrounded her. A single glance from others would likely captivate them completely before this peerless beauty. She was none other than the renowned demon lord of the succubus clan within the abyss of torment, ruling over every succubus in the entire 6th layer of the abyss. Chapter 185, Morning Rebirth. Master, my power has been fully enhanced. I've gone to the abyss rift, I can protect you now. Succubus Venus approached Li Xin with a cheerful stride, speaking respectfully. Venus possessed a significantly stronger foundation than Rost. Having fused 20 abyss crystals and 10 blood lotus crystals, her current power ranked quite well even among the immortal marquee-level demons. This clearly demonstrated that the infernal abyss truly favored those abyssal demons with formidable willpower. After all, Venus and Rost had similar foundational strengths, yet Venus had managed to fuse 4 more abyssal crystals than Rost. Release your soul. I must examine your insights into illusion cultivation. Li Xin wouldn't pass up this free opportunity to gain cultivation insights from Venus, who had become his servant. As an illusionist himself, Li Xin knew that advancing in this art required not only a potent soul but also the absorption of others' cultivation insights. Chapter 186, Diana the Night Elf sets her sights on the succubus Venus. Yes, Master. Rost said. After passing through the spatial rift, they would be randomly distributed throughout the abyss fissure. According to Rost's inherited memories, Li Xin and his group were positioned along the southern edge of the entire abyssal fissure. Their task was to move toward the central region, the very place where countless treasures were born and where numerous demon lords would gather. Mona, activate the scanner. Monitor the surroundings constantly. Li Xin communicated telepathically with Mona. Compared to Rost's scouting, he placed greater trust in the detection device Mona carried. Understood, Master. I'm activating the detector now. There shouldn't be any other detection devices within the Inferno Abyss, so ours should remain undetected by those demons. Mona explained. Though the demons of the Infernal Abyss were formidable, they possessed little technological advancement, so Li Xin had no concerns about their detection. Chapter 187, The Angler Meets the Enforcer. The treasure is mine. 2 demon lords, each comparable to immortal tier lords, were closest to the treasure. The moment they saw it, they couldn't suppress their greed. Burning divine power, they lunged simultaneously to seize it, intending to grab it and flee immediately. They sensed no other demon lords more powerful than themselves present. It was likely the stronger ones hadn't arrived yet. If they could seize the treasure and escape during this window, they could claim it for themselves. Even if the odds were slim, they were willing to take the gamble. Whoosh! However, before these 2 demon lords could even approach the treasure, 5 terrifying black beams of divine power appeared in the void. The 2 immortal-ranked demon lords, who had burned 5% of their own immortal divine power to attain their titles, hadn't even managed to approach the treasure. In an instant, they were pierced through by the 5 black beams. Their immortal divine bodies didn't even have time to recover. Chapter 188, both enforcers and fishing lure users were taken out in one fell swoop. It's a trap. Only then did Windchaser realize Diana's corpse lay so close to that swarm of insects, yet why hadn't they rushed to claim it? After all, claiming spoils required nothing more than a single thought. It turned out this entire scheme had been meticulously designed by the insects, using the intact corpse of a demon lord as bait to set a trap, waiting for him to walk right into it. Under the influence of greedy desire, the demon lord's intelligence plummeted. Such a simple trap had succeeded in luring him in. Kill. As the eternal phoenix and star-devouring willow appeared, another figure charged from the distance, a demon lord resembling a werewolf, yet distinctly different. He was part of this group, confident that with 3 demon lords mobilized simultaneously, they could flawlessly seize the corpse. They even anticipated the possibility of turning the tables and hunting down their opponents. Chapter 189, isn't this the clone I've always dreamed of? Many demon lords have vanished from the central region's periphery, causing widespread apprehension among their kind. As a result, they've all retreated beyond our hunting grounds. We can't continue hunting here, it's become far too easy to be targeted. Li Xin sighed. The blame lay squarely on his own ruthless hunting tactics, compounded by fellow hunters like himself. Consequently, demon lords in this region had dwindled rapidly over the past 3 years. Those demon lords who remained alive had either fled or banded together with others, forming larger hunting groups. This left Li Xin hesitant to target them, fearing unintended consequences. If he wished to continue hunting, he would have to venture into the central region. The hunting in the central region is far more intense than in this area. Demon lords aren't fools. Many demon lords entered the abyssal fissure, but not specifically. Chapter 190, Aichen introduces Luofeng to a girlfriend, a true bestie. Venus, Rost, you two move out immediately and capture it alive, remember, alive. Li Xin exclaimed excitedly. Yes, master. Upon hearing Li Xin's command, Rost and Venus sprang into action. Rost teleported onto the black dragon's head, unleashing the overwhelming aura of an immortal at the peak of the marquee rank. Simultaneously, a colossal palm formed from immortal divine power reached out to grab the dragon's body. Roar! Sensing the sneak attack, the black dragon roared furiously, its power surging tenfold in an instant. Its head snapped skyward, gathering terrifying energy within its jaws before unleashing a crimson dragon's breath. The black dragon's power was immense, far surpassing that of an ordinary immortal commander. Yet it faced not an immortal commander, but a peak immortal marquee-level demon. Boom! The force of the dragon's breath. Chapter 191, the mastermind. Once he became bold and decisive, things would be easier. If we must act, it absolutely cannot be near Demon Mountain. With the venerable Sky Splitter present, it's far too dangerous. We must stay far away from Demon Mountain. Blood Rain King instantly teleported away, silently departing his palace. The primordial secret realm was vast beyond measure. Even for an F-class starship traveling from its border regions to Demon Mountain, the journey would take an extended period of flight. Most starships entered the dark universe during their journeys, so this vast expanse of space remained largely tranquil, devoid of any passing spacecraft. Yet within the corresponding dark universe of this starfield, over a dozen F-class spaceships were lingering in this region. Master, we've detected a spacecraft, the very one Li Xin is aboard. One of these ships suddenly detected their target and immediately reported it to the Blood Rain King. Chapter 192, Back from the Dead? Abeto returns. Thank you, senior brother. Li Xin accepted without hesitation, storing the Blood Rain King's corpse within his world ring for Rost to consume. Once Rost devoured the corpse, he would undoubtedly advance to the king-level tier. With both Venus and Rost, 2 king-tier combatants by his side, his security would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Alright, Locke, protect your senior disciple well. I'm leaving. Venerable Shi Yuan spoke and departed immediately. Locke, have the guard squad collect all those spaceships. Li Xin observed the F-class spaceships in the distance. While the revered Shi Yuan had dismissed them, that didn't mean Li Xin shared his disdain. Yes, your highness. The guard squad quickly gathered the dozen or so nearest spaceships. Even the several dozen ships scattered in other directions were located and collected through inter-ship positioning systems. A total of 62. Chapter 193, the Ice Peak Lord bestows treasures, the Black Jade Heavenly Bell. Master, the treasures you entrusted to me earlier, along with 30 of the 31 ships obtained from the Blood Rain King, have all been sold. This yielded a total of 1.22 billion primordial units. Following your instructions, I assisted Venus and Rost in purchasing weapons and armor, spending 400 million Han Yuan units. The remaining 820 million Han Yuan units have been fully transferred to your account. After Abed left, Mona waved her hand, displaying all the sales records from this period before Li Xin. Li Xin had slain numerous immortal-tier demon lords within the infernal abyss. Though the abyss was relatively impoverished compared to the primordial universe, the fallen lords still possessed valuable items. Except for the abyss bell, which he kept for Rost, everything else including Rost and Venus's weapons was sold. He then used the proceeds to equip Venus and Rost with more. Chapter 194, the 3 little ones establish their divine realm. Primordial Secret Realm. Junior brother, I hear you're taking up a post in the Chenwu Cosmic Realm. Be wary of assassination attempts by alien races. This is something the master asked me to deliver to you. Upon arriving at Li Xin's residence, the revered Shi Yuan handed him a sealed metal box. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. I'll be cautious. Li Xin accepted the box and placed it inside his world ring. After Shi Yuan left, Li Xin entered his world ring. After authentication, he opened the box to reveal an ancient, black bell inside. The bell's body was immense, entirely forged from Tianyao crystal. Its surface radiated a golden-like luster, with mysterious runes faintly visible. What a powerful black radiance heavenly bell! With my current domain lord level strength, I can't even lift it, let alone activate it. Li Xin muttered helplessly after attempting to lift it himself. No wonder. Chapter 195, Obito encountered an unsolved cosmic mystery. Li Xin, I've already informed Dad and Mom that we're returning. They're waiting for you. Let's hurry back. Ai-chan said, pulling Li Xin along as they flew back to Earth from the moon. At the ancestral home of the Li family in the capital city, even though Li Xin had achieved tremendous success, his parents still lived in the small villa that had once belonged to the Li family. Dad, Mom, Uncle Air, Uncle San, we're back. Li Xin and Ai-chan returned to find their parents, along with second uncle and third uncle, waiting at home. Xin, Ai, you're finally back. Seeing Li Xin and Ai-chan return, his parents were deeply relieved. Even though they had seen each other during the spring festival, it had all been within the virtual universe, nothing compared to the reassurance of seeing them in person. Xin, now that you're back, you won't be leaving again anytime soon, right? When will you and Ai-chan have a child? Chapter 196, A New Avatar, The Infernal Demon Dragon. An unsolved mystery of the universe? Even the cosmic true god, wielding the power of time reversal, couldn't uncover the truth? Li Xin stroked his chin, sensing he'd stumbled upon some cosmic secret. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for every person who entered it to have their memories erased. And the fact that even the cosmic true god couldn't accomplish this meant its significance was extraordinary. He could see it, and surely the human race's high command couldn't miss it either. Other peak races must know about it too. Yet, to this day, no one has been able to unravel this mystery. One could only imagine what that implied. Abaddon, you may leave for now. I will keep your axe safe. When you reach immortal tier, I will return it to you. Otherwise, holding it now would only harm you. A giant axe weapon worth over 100,000 chaos units was beyond Abed's current means. If it were to fall into the hands of other. Chapter 197, Wedding and Honeymoon. With 5 innate secret arts now mastered, the cultivation of the inherited secret arts requires careful consideration. The true form of the demon dragon secret technique allowed free scaling of the body while amplifying physical power, with 7 tiers in total. The first tier allows for a 2x increase or decrease in size while doubling the force of physical attacks. The second tier quadruples it, the third octuples, the fourth sextuples, the fifth doubles it again, the sixth triples it, and the seventh reaches 100-fold. Upon reaching the highest tier, the infernal dragon could shrink to a mere meter in length, regardless of its original colossal size. Before long, Li Xin selected the secret technique, true form of the demon dragon. The true form of the demon dragon's secret technique breaks the 100x power limit, requiring external objects to temper the inferno demon dragon's body. However, as a mirror image puppet, the black dragon cannot wield this secret technique. If you wish for the black dragon to wield the true form of the demon dragon as well, it is imperative that. Chapter 198, Triplets, 3 years of pregnancy. Virtual Universe Purple Crystal Island. This was the Virtual Universe Corporation's branch office within the Chinwo Cosmic Nation. Given the nation's vast expanse and the inconvenience of travel, the office was established within the virtual universe. The island was entirely composed of purple crystal, its total area surpassing even Black Dragon Island. The undulating palaces on the island resembled mountain ranges, majestic and awe-inspiring, their vibrant colors dazzling under the sunlight. Among the numerous palace complexes, the most colossal and majestic structure is undoubtedly the Purple Gold Palace at the very center. The Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters suddenly dispatched a special inspector, none other than Li Xin, disciple of the great cosmic sovereign. That Li Xin is something else. While others struggle for millennia to break through, he achieved it in just over 200 years. What's wrong with him? At the massive circular table within the Purple Gold Palace stood 3 enormous thrones. Seated upon one was the Purple Lightning Marquis, a humanoid ape clad in purple robes. Chapter 199, The 3 Young Ones' First Steps of Growth Refusing the Company's Mission. 100 days later. Li Tianming, Li Tianchen, and Li Tianwei sat in a row, their wide eyes fixed on Ai-chan, or more precisely, on the rattle in his hand, which made a dong-dong-dong sound as he shook it. Most other children could only lie flat at 100 days old, but Li Xion's children could sit up at just 2 months and were now learning to crawl. Giggle giggle giggle. Tianming, Tianchen, Tianwei, come here. Whoever crawls to me first gets this toy. Ai-chan shook the rattle to lure the 3 little ones, eager to see who could crawl fastest. Wah wah wah. As if they understood Ai-chan's words, the moment he finished speaking, the 3 little ones opened their mouths wide, excitedly scrambling with all fours, crawling relentlessly toward Ai-chan. As they scrambled, drool dripped from their little mouths, as if the rattle were. Chapter 200, Mingyu Space, Sword Prison Tower. Li Xian arrived on the moon and found Rock and the others stationed there. Locke, let's depart. We're heading to the vast star system. Heading to the vast star domain meant investigating the very region where Abeto had vanished. Perhaps they might uncover something. Your Highness, the vast star system lies right beside the Milky Way. We can reach it in just a few hours. After locating the precise coordinates, Locke immediately launched the starship toward the vast star domain. Soon, Li Xian arrived at the vast star domain, reaching the exact location where Abeto had vanished. Your Highness, as far as I understand, Abeto's entry into the unknown realm was largely random. Virtual Universe Corporation has documented numerous similar cases in the past. Moreover, whenever someone emerged from the unknown realm, the Virtual Universe Corporation dispatched large teams to investigate the site. Only in a handful of instances did anyone manage to re-enter the unknown realm from the same location. Chapter 201, Solving Problems Requires Dual Cultivation Again. Convergence of All Things. Li Xian decisively employed the innate secret technique of the Eternal Phoenix to engage in dual cultivation with the Golden Longsword. In an instant, Li Xian's consciousness entered another dimension. Within this boundless expanse stood a towering skyscraper. The tower radiated a heart-stopping aura of immense power, standing like an immortal monument spanning heaven and earth, whispering tales of legends and strength accumulated over endless ages. The entire structure was forged from an unknown, exotic metal. Its surface shimmered with a cold, blue glow, like stars in the deep night sky, mysterious and dazzling. Each floor's edge was inlaid with blade-like decorations as sharp as swords. These blades stretched several zhang in length, their surfaces radiating a fierce sword energy, as if ready to leap from their sheaths at any moment and cleave through the void. 9 stories tall, each level's surface was etched with countless enigmatic patterns. Even from afar, Li Xian still felt the tower was impossibly lofty. Chapter 202, Purple Lightning Marquis, don't tell me you're the one behind this. The pain, utter, unbearable agony. The golden blade was being forced into his mind, relentlessly tearing apart his soul's sea of consciousness. The urge to end it all surfaced almost every moment. Only his willpower, fighting back again and again, kept him from giving in to the instinctive desire to take his own life. Hold on, you must hold on. Li Xian had repeated this mantra to himself countless times in his mind, determined not to let this agony worse than death disrupt his ongoing calculations of the secret technique. He had now completely split his consciousness into 2 parts. One part was his human self, Li Xian, willingly bearing this excruciating agony. The other was allowing the Eternal Divine Brain to take control of the Time Phoenix avatar in a state of absolute data-driven rationality. Through this, he could cultivate the innate secret technique alongside the Golden Longsword, decipher the mystic patterns, and continue his calculations. Only one possessing the Eternal Divine Brain could endure such excruciating soul agony. Chapter 203, Death News? The Ice Peak Lord has personally intervened. Realm of Ice. Xianwu, how did you find time to visit me? Venerable Shi Yuan smiled at the visitor. Shi Yuan, haven't you heard the news about Li Xian? Xianwu the revered one asked in surprise upon seeing Shi Yuan. My junior disciple? What news? Venerable Shi Yuan inquired curiously. Naturally, news of Li Xian's death. Rumors are spreading throughout the Qianwu universe now, claiming Li Xian is dead. I've personally investigated Li Xian's whereabouts to verify this, yet I can find no trace of his existence within the Qianwu universe. As a cosmic revered one, Qianwu himself wouldn't normally concern himself with the affairs of a minor domain lord like Li Xian. He had merely instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on him. Who could have imagined that moments ago, his subordinate reported Li Xian's death, a revelation that sent shockwaves through Qianwu. After all, Li Xian was the disciple of the Ice Peak Lord. This. Chapter 204, Sword Prison Tower Offense and Defense is 1. 9,000 years. 9,500 years. 9,600 years. 9,999 years. With only 0.001% left before it could fully submerge into his soul sea and pass the Sword Prison Tower's trial, Li Xian's willpower was now utterly shattered. Even if his soul sea hadn't collapsed, the relentless agony that had intensified over thousands of years was pushing his will to the brink of shattering. Perhaps, giving up might actually be the easy way out. Millennia of relentless torment had numbed Li Xian completely. His consciousness, once a raging wildfire growing ever brighter, had now become a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. All that remained within him was a fleeting, inconsequential thought. Perhaps all he needed was to gently close his eyes, and all the agony would vanish. He could finally be liberated from this inhuman torment. Chapter 205, The Hun Yuan Lord Gold? This. Upon seeing the true main structure of the Sword Prison Tower, Li Xian was utterly horrified. This Sword Prison Tower was simply too vast. Upon first exiting the tower, his vision and psychic senses could only reach as far as its entrance. Only as he distanced himself could he gradually perceive its complete form. The entire structure shimmered silver white, every inch of its surface resembling a razor-sharp blade radiating a piercing sword aura. The surrounding void was completely lacerated by the Sword Prison Tower, its wounds never to heal. The tower itself devoured boundless energy from the fractured space like a ravenous beast, feeding it into its core. Li Xian could even sense the familiar aura of primordial laws emanating from those spatial rifts. The sword prison tower itself stands 100 light-years tall. Of course, this is not its limit. If you could activate it, you could even transform it into. Chapter 206, Invitation to the Phantom Spirit King. Vast galaxy. Space rippled like ripples on water, and a spaceship materialized out of the void, the very one Li Xian had boarded earlier. Inside the spacecraft, aside from Li Xian, Locke and the others were completely frozen in a dazed state. Several minutes passed before Locke and the others finally snapped back to reality. Your Highness, just now we were. Locke looked at Li Xian with a dazed expression, his words tinged with confusion. He felt as though he had forgotten something. We must have entered the unknown space just now. Now we've emerged from it. After all, we've all obtained treasures, just as the Virtual Universe Corporation record stated. Li Xian glanced at his guard squad. Half of his men were missing. Undoubtedly, that half had failed the test and would remain permanently within the Mingyu space. And those who survived. Chapter 207, Forced to Open for Business? The Phantom Spirit King? What do you think? Where did Li Xian get the nerve to have the Phantom Spirit King waiting here for him? After escorting the Phantom Spirit King into the central conference hall, the three Black Oblivion Lords hurried out. They had no desire to remain in the same space as the Phantom Spirit King. The oppressive aura was too intense, and they found it unbearable. Worst of all, he didn't come himself, he sent us to receive the Phantom Spirit King. Clearly treating us like his servants. The Purple Lightning Marquis despised Li Xian's haughty demeanor most of all. They were clearly his equals in status, why should they now have to obey him? Yet, in the presence of the Phantom Spirit King, he had no choice but to comply. Just wait till he shows up. Marquis Golden Feather muttered, his lips curling in displeasure. As an immortal marquis, he was being ordered around by a mere domain lord. Even if that domain lord had considerable status and connections, it still grated on his nerves. Oh no! Chapter 208, The Evil Flame King stunned disbelief. He's completely unaffected. The Skywing King and his two companions had intended to intimidate Li Xian, to teach him that a marquis must not be disrespected. Yet to their astonishment, even their combined efforts failed to make the slightest dent in him. Consider this, even if it was merely an aura of pressure, it contained the weight of their collective will. Such pressure should not be so easily shrugged off, not by a domain lord, nor even by an immortal marquis. How fascinating. Truly worthy of being the disciple of the Ice Peak Lord. Seeing the futility of their efforts, the Phantom Spirit King was the first to withdraw. She and Li Xian had no personal grudge, they even shared a connection. Her intervention had merely been an expression of her inner dissatisfaction. After all, having a domain lord level upstart ride roughshod over her demanded a response. Failing to assert herself would tarnish the dignity of a peak-level marquis rank powerhouse, a matter of face. Seeing the Illusion Spirit King back down, the other two peak-level sovereigns simultaneously withdrew their attacks. Chapter 209, The Immortal Tier Insectoid Queen descends. It's you, Phantom Spirit King. What brings your legion to my floating star? The Demon Flame King had just teleported out when he saw a bewitching woman radiating an alluring aura. The moment he saw her, he also sensed a vast number of immortal tier powerhouses in the distance, instantly raising the Evil Flame King's vigilance to its highest level. As fellow immortals within the Chenwu universe, he knew best how troublesome the Illusion Queen could be. Even the mightiest king-level powerhouses feared her terrifying illusions. Yet even now, the Demon Flame King couldn't fathom why the Illusion Queen had come to him. After all, he never imagined his affairs would be exposed, his actions were always shrouded in the utmost secrecy. If blame must be assigned, it lay solely with the Dark Flame King's misfortune. His clandestine activities were so deeply concealed that even if the Qianwu sage were to investigate, he likely wouldn't have uncovered the king's involvement. Yet this time, the Ice Peak Sovereign happened to investigate him as a side matter. Given the Ice Peak Sovereign's authority. Chapter 210, The Black Armor Sage confronts the Qianwu sage. Thousands of immortal tier insectoid warriors opened their gaping maws, unleashing their divine power in a torrent from their mouths. The immortal tier Zerg warriors were 10 million kilometers away from the floating star, yet their divine power spanned that vast distance, converging with pinpoint accuracy at a single coordinate near the planet. All their energy coalesced into a single focal point. This was none other than the energy combined attack most frequently employed by the Zerg Overmind, and the very same combined attack Li Xian knew best. But this time, it wasn't channeled by the Queen's avatar, nor was it the combined energy of those Realm Lord-level insect warriors. Instead, it was the combined energy strike of thousands of immortal-level insect warriors. Run for your lives! The immortal tier powerhouses of the three legions stationed on the floating star, upon receiving Li Xian's command, immediately fled in a frenzy. As immortal tier warriors seasoned on the outer battlefields, they knew all too well the might of an immortal tier Zerg Queen in combat. Chapter 211, The Ice Peak Lord's Scheme? Black Armor Venerable was a servant of Soul Control Venerable. Since Black Armor Venerable had appeared here, it was highly likely that Soul Control Venerable was concealed within his world ring. The soul-controlling Reverend was a cosmic overlord-level existence. As the chief burden of humanity, Qianwu Reverend possessed no formidable treasures to speak of and was no match for the soul-controlling Reverend. Thus, he has now begun seeking aid within the virtual universe. Qianwu, dare to block my path? You seek death. The Black Armor Reverend, armed with a top-tier treasure set, attacked Qianwu without restraint. Qianwu, himself a spatial Reverend, could only manage to hold the Black Armor Reverend back, and that was all. Having died several times before, Qianwu was heavily indebted. With nothing but white-tier equipment, he couldn't even breach the Black Armor Revered One's defenses, only managed to hold him back. Boom! Boom! With his full combat power unleashed, the Black Armor Reverends might far surpass what he had displayed against the Phantom Spirit King and the others. Chapter 212, The Bug Clan Soul-Controlling Sovereign's Bounty. That's the Ice Peak Lord. Most immortal tier powerhouses didn't recognize the attacker, but the Phantom Spirit King and other peak tier sovereigns instantly knew who it was upon seeing that ethereal silhouette. If you tell me this isn't the Ice Peak Lord's scheme, I'll never believe it. The Dragon King inwardly cursed, grateful he hadn't outwardly violated any rules toward Li Xian earlier. The thought that Reverend Shi Yuan and the Ice Peak Sovereign were watching from behind sent a chill through his heart. Greetings, Master. As the Ice Peak Sovereign materialized, Li Xian, guided by Luo Ku, swiftly approached his presence. You handled this quite well. Here is your new token. Take it. The Ice Peak Lord was pleased that Li Xian had promptly crushed his token and summoned him. Even though Li Xian hadn't faced mortal danger this time, the Ice Peak Lord's arrival. Chapter 213, Li Jiqiang and Lu Ruyan? Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Island. Ai Chen wore a sheer pink spaghetti strap dress, her delicate, snow-white shoulders exposed, her long, slender legs fully revealed. Her face radiated a youthful, lively smile. Li Xian, 1,000 years have passed. It's been ages since we practiced dual cultivation together. Today, I'll show you how much I've improved over the millennium. Seeing Li Xian arrive, Ai Chen boldly extended her invitation. Sounds good. Li Xian had intended to avoid disturbing Ai Chen, who was cultivating in the primordial universe, hoping to resolve the lingering effects of 10,000 years of suffering alone. Little did he expect Ai Chen to come to him. At this point, Li Xian naturally felt no need for politeness. He reached out, wrapped his arms around Ai Chen's delicate waist, and drew her into his embrace. The dream snail heavenly wings materialized behind Ai Chen, enveloping them completely as they entered a profound state of spiritual dual cultivation. It must be said that spiritual dual cultivation was undoubtedly the best method for healing the aftereffects of suffering. In just 7 days, Li Xian's aftereffects had already been eliminated. Chapter 214, Explosive Gene Multiplier. The Light-Time Primordial Phoenix has already partially refined the Gangjin Divine Sword. Within its inherited memories, the three-feather art secret technique is a method to temper one's own feathers into divine weapons, then wield these feathers to slay foes. I don't need the part of the technique that involves tempering feathers. I only need the part that controls them. I'll treat the small swords formed by decomposing the Gangjin Divine Sword as feathers to use. That would be a preliminary application of the sword. Li Xian multitasked, directing his time-space phoenix to enter the virtual universe slaughterhouse for training as well. With the Eternal Divine Brain, his ability to cultivate while focusing on multiple tasks posed no difficulty whatsoever. The cultivation of the 3 spatial secrets, Spatial Phantom Step, Spatial Chain, and Spatial Chaos Blade, must not be neglected. There are also the 20 combat secrets purchased earlier: Phantom God Triple Slay, Derived God 7 Transformations, Fire God Strike, Cosmic Synchronization. Next, Li Xian would. Chapter 215, Not Leaving a Black Mark on the Ice Peak Lord. A century passed slowly, and within that century, Li Xian lived a profoundly fulfilling life. Had it not been for an email from the Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters, he would never have willingly halted his cultivation journey. Such joyful practice proved far too addictive. Master, the Virtual Universe Corporation has sent another mission. This mission requires you to punish several individuals within the Li family. Intelligence from the Virtual Universe Corporation indicates that among those targeted for punishment is your second uncle, Li Hui. Mona displayed the email's contents before Li Xian. Our Li family rules in the Virtual Universe Company intelligence we purchase every decade. Could there really be a mole? I see. I'll take the intel, but decline the mission. Forward this to my father. Let him punish those Li family members according to our rules. As for the intel on my second uncle. Chapter 216, Clearing the Primordial Heaven-Reaching Mountain at Domain Lord level, reclaiming membership in the Primordial Secret Realm. Mid-slope of Primordial Heaven-Reaching Mountain, Domain Lord tier. Prince Li Xian, your heaven and earth shift technique was indeed formidable earlier. You could have easily defeated us, but we absolutely will not go easy on you because of that. The Minotaur trio had witnessed the sheer power of Li Xian's earlier move from the mountainside. Yet as gatekeepers, they possessed their own pride. They could not die without a fight. Kill. This time, the Serpentine warriors wouldn't let Li Xin strike first like those three at the mountain's base. They would strike first. The serpent's soul attack surged like venomous snakes into Li Xin's spiritual sea from all directions, while the Minotaur and Monkey's assaults followed immediately. Out of respect for you, I'll unleash power even greater than that move. Brace yourselves. Facing the serpent people's soul assault, Li Xin remained unmoved. His soul sea stood as steady as a mountain, untouched by the onslaught. Illusion God. Chapter 217, Honesty. Ice Domain. Oh? Already beginning to create your own secret techniques? The Ice Peak Lord had naturally received news of Li Xin. Glancing at the footage of Li Xin's ascent of the heaven-piercing mountain, he gleaned much information from it. While others saw the overwhelming power and profound law comprehension behind Li Xin's Phantom God Triple Slay, the Ice Peak Lord observed Li Xin's attempt to integrate other secret arts around the Phantom God Triple Slay. This fusion aimed to better unleash Li Xin's extraordinary law comprehension, far surpassing that of ordinary practitioners. Greetings, Master. Li Xin, who had just concluded a banquet, immediately arrived at the Ice Realm upon seeing his teacher's message. You wish to build upon the Phantom God Triple Slay to create a secret technique uniquely suited to yourself? The Ice Peak Master, upon seeing Li Xin arrive, cut straight to the point without preamble. Yes, Master. I feel the Phantom God Triple Kill alone cannot fully unleash my grasp of the laws, so I wish to. Chapter 218, The Ultimate Treasure, Wings That Pierce the Void. The 18th layer of the heaven-piercing bridge. To reach this point at the Realm Lord tier you are truly remarkable. A shadowy figure, bearing the Phantom God Sword like Li Xin, stood tens of thousands of miles away, speaking with icy composure. My goal was never merely to reach this level, it was to break through it. As Li Xin conversed with the shadowy figure, both instinctively unleashed their ultimate attacks. Time Chaos. As the Phantom God Sword flew from behind the dark figure, the force of temporal laws throughout the entire space was manipulated. The once tranquil river of time was easily thrown into utter chaos by this single sword. The chaotic torrent of time surged like a bursting celestial river, while the Phantom Divine Weapon became the driving force behind it all. All the chaotic temporal energy surged toward Li Xin in one overwhelming wave. This was Time Chaos, one of the three profound mysteries of the time law. Time Chaos was the nemesis of time stasis. Though Li Xin had now fully grasped time stasis. Chapter 219, The Immortal Grade Newland Mountain. En route to the extra-dimensional battlefield, Li Xin absorbed the energy of the Eternal Divine Furnace to rapidly advance to the 9th tier of Realm Lord. Simultaneously, he entered the world ring of the Insectoid Queen's avatar. Genetic research has stabilized. It's time to begin genetic modification. Li Xin lay within the Insectoid Queen's nest, his entire body submerged in countless gene solutions. While gene modification surgery would be excruciating for others, to Li Xin, who had endured 10,000 years of inhuman torment within the Mingyu space, this pain was utterly insignificant. So much so that even performing the procedure on himself resulted in no complications whatsoever. 20-fold gene amplification. This time, Li Xin's genetic multiplier was elevated directly to 20-fold, bypassing the intermediate 16-fold stage entirely. I have already encountered human genomes at 30-fold, 40-fold, and 50-fold. Chapter 220, Encountering an Immortal on the Road, Instantly Slaughtered. Get up! Li Xin nodded with satisfaction. Beside him, Sanya showed no surprise at all, for as a servant of Newland Mountain, he had already been informed of Li Xin's identity beforehand. Before arriving at the Outer Realm battlefield, Li Xin had already contacted Newland Mountain and learned that both Newland Mountain and Nick were stationed at the 9th battlefield. That's why he deliberately used his access privileges to investigate, learning that entering the Outer Realm battlefield from the time point of the mining Nether Star would lead him to Barracks 66 and the 9th battlefield. After all, every individual entering the Outer Realm battlefield must pass through one of the 8 major transit stations, and access to the battlefield from each station is allocated in batches. Theoretically, choosing which exterritorial battlefield to enter wasn't something an individual could decide. However, if one discovered certain patterns, selecting a specific battlefield became possible. Before this, Newland Mountain had already. Chapter 221, Slaughtering Immortal Aliens Like Dogs. Master, we've reached Starlight Lake, but no enemies were detected. As Li Xin refined the secret technique, Mona's voice echoed in his ear. Newland Shan, follow your previous routine at Starlight Lake and assist Mona in locating immortal tier alien races. Li Xin instructed. Understood, Master. Newlanchan replied respectfully. Master, alien race detected. Enemy forces consist of 1 immortal tier commander and 8 realm lords. The alien forces are too weak. Search for the next target. Master, enemy spacecraft detected. Contains 2 immortal commanders and 12 realm lords. Only 2? Forget it. Abandon this target and continue searching for the next. Master, detected 4 immortal commanders forming an alien squadron. 4? Good. Target them. Destroy their spacecraft first. Order received. Chapter 222, on the importance of disguises. Venus, Ross, don't let them escape. The moment those three attempted to flee, Li Xian gave chase after the tiger demon Korin, while simultaneously directing the two king-level warriors, Venus and Ross, to pursue the other two. Damn it, why is he chasing me? And how can he be this fast? Tiger demon Korin felt his heart sink completely when he saw Li Xian chasing after him. The opponent was clearly only a realm lord level cultivator, yet even with his divine power ignited, his speed still couldn't match Li Xian's. He couldn't fathom why. Li Xian paid no heed to the tiger demon's thoughts. Standing atop his Lav's disc, his time acceleration reached 128x. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the fleeing Colin. Don't come any closer, or I'll self-detonate. An immortal level explosion, you, a mere realm lord, will be obliterated. Tiger demon Korin saw him closing in. Chapter 223, Slaying the Crimson Elephant Marquis, a precious treasure appears. Lord Crimson Elephant, you've occupied the prime location of Starlight Lake. I've set my sights on your territory. After today, this place will belong to me. Li Xian appraised the Crimson Elephant Marquis before him. The Crimson Elephant Marquis was a colossal crimson beast, its muscular frame stretching 5 kilometers tall. Wielding a flaming warhammer, its sheer power was immediately apparent. Ha 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 ha. You foolish creature, daring to. Cunning human. You sneak attack. The Crimson Elephant Marquis had intended to mock his opponent for daring to seize his territory, but he hadn't anticipated such a lack of martial honor. Before he could even finish his taunts, the other had already struck. Cosmic 7 slays, time gap light slash. A dazzling silver light illuminated the entire void, the swords glow like a rainbow, moving at an unimaginable speed. The terrifying sword light had already sliced through 10,000 li the moment the Crimson Elephant Marquis finished speaking. Chapter 224, Instant Kill of the Demon Elephant King, Vajra King slams on the brakes. A treasure. A treasure has appeared in Starlight Lake. Cosmic coordinates, XXXXXXX. I'm here with the human sword prison king. He wants to kill me and claim the treasure for himself. Hurry! If you're late, sword prison king will escape with the treasure. Having spent many years on the outer battlefields, the Crimson Elephant Marquis knew this treasure was indeed a precious artifact. Starlight Lake had once frequently yielded such treasures, but as they grew increasingly scarce, even vanishing for tens of thousands of eons, many sovereigns came to believe no more would appear here. They departed, leaving the lake as a training ground for immortal army lords and realm lords. Yet who could have imagined that he, the Crimson Elephant Marquis, would witness the emergence of a precious treasure at Starlight Lake and at the very moment he was about to be killed? This thought sparked a life-saving strategy: relay the news outward. Should any king-level being descend, the Sword Prison King would surely abandon his pursuit to safeguard the precious treasure. Chapter 225, The Ultimate Treasure, the Chaos Een Light Sword. Humph. You've come to seize my treasure too? After the Light Shadow Phoenix instantly slew the Demon Elephant King, she gathered her spoils while sizing up the newly arrived Diamond King with a piercing gaze. The Gangjin Divine Sword was already poised to strike. Should the Demon Elephant King hesitate to answer or attempt to stall, she would have no qualms about slaying another demonic king. No, absolutely not. Precious treasures belong to the strong. With your power, you're more than worthy of possessing such treasures. I'll leave immediately. I'm leaving now. Trapped within the icy killing intent radiating from the Eternal Phoenix, the Vajra King's heart skipped a beat, as if death itself loomed at any moment. Any shred of dignity befitting a mighty warrior vanished from the Diamond King. He immediately backed down, activating his Divine Realm's teleportation portal to demonstrate his lack of hostile intent toward the Time Phoenix. The Vajra King had once thought it wise to plant a Divine Realm teleportation coordinate nearby. Now it seemed utterly. Chapter 226, The Benefits of Enslaving Alien Servants. Damn that Red Elephant Marquis for misleading me. Gazing at the desolate, shattered island, the Crimson Claw Marquis seethed with fury, blaming everything on the long-dead Crimson Elephant Marquis. If not for that damned fool, how could his Starlight Isle have been destroyed? Who's there? But before the Golden Claw Marquis could finish denouncing the Crimson Elephant Marquis' shamelessness, he sensed a spaceship approaching from the distance. Sword Prison King, precious treasure. His excitement surged when he saw the figure stepping out of the spacecraft. Wasn't this the Sword Prison King whose exploits had been the talk of the galaxy 5 years ago? This man had snatched a newly emerged precious treasure right from the Red Elephant Marquis' grasp, a feat that filled the Golden Claw Marquis with envy, making him yearn to seize that treasure for himself. No! Run! But when the Golden Claw Marquis saw the Sword Prison King truly arrive and charge toward him, that. Chapter 227, Kissed by the Lord of Luck? Flaming Valley, Blood Flame Mountains. Most of Burning Flame Valley consists of basins filled with crimson flames. Within the Blood Flame Mountains, however, the flames manifest as a deep crimson hue. Both the temperature and destructive power of these blood flames far surpass those of ordinary crimson flames. Even when merely smoldering, these blood flames could render the surrounding space fragile beyond repair within a century. Within the Blood Flame Mountains, the flames were terrifyingly potent. Yet, deep within this formidable realm, a giant wolf with blood-red fur stood unscathed, basking in the very flames. Soon, once I fully comprehend these blood flames and fuse them with my mastery of fire and space laws, I shall attain the strength of a king-level being. The Blood Wolf Marquis had remained here for 300,000 years, all for the sake of transcending the peak of Marquis level and reaching the king level. That fool Crimson Elephant, I should never have let it follow me. Chapter 228, Low-Key Development, No Rush to Make a Name. Star-Devouring Willow, Star-Eating Bamboo, Celestial Star Battle Armor. If soul shocks and illusions proved ineffective, then the Blood Wolf Marquis' self-destruction could not be stopped. Lexin instantly donned the Heavenly Star Battle Armor, positioning the Star-Devouring Willow and Star-Eating Bamboo to shield himself. The power of the time law receded, leaving the Blood Wolf Marquis utterly bewildered about what had just transpired. Why had two colossal plant lifeforms appeared before Lexin? But now, he had no spare thoughts to ponder, for the self-destruction was utterly unstoppable. Boom! The self-detonation of a Marquis at the peak of his power unleashed terrifying divine might that instantly engulfed 1,000,000 kilometers. A colossal sphere of light, 1,000,000 kilometers in diameter, abruptly materialized amidst the Bloodflame Mountains. Wherever the sphere passed, it brought apocalyptic destruction. Whether the crimson flames of the Bloodflame Mountains or the rock formations of the Bloodflame Continent, everything was obliterated by this colossal orb. Viewed from high above, the entire Bloodflame Mountain range. Chapter 229, in this game, power and connections rule. These two secret techniques of yours have reached the pinnacle of mastery. That you could create two peak-level secret techniques in such a short time truly astonishes me. However, your techniques still have many imperfections. Follow me. The Ice Peak Lord, astonished by Lexin's two secret techniques, waved his hand. Space shifted, and the two found themselves in a new realm. This was a range of ice-capped mountains, each towering at least millions of kilometers high. They now stood in a valley at the base, where an ice-carved palace and various living facilities stood. This is my secret technique cultivation space within the virtual universe. Here, your physical attributes remain constant. I will create diverse opponents to aid your refinement of secret techniques. The number of adversaries represents the tier of the secret technique. If you can defeat 500, it means the secret technique you've created already belongs to the highest tier. Chapter 230, Mona, where angels and demons coexist. Among all the emails, the other cosmic sovereigns were polite and tactful, hinting rather than stating outright. Only the Ox Demon Sovereign from the Mercenary Alliance of this universe was the most arrogant, openly threatening me. Upon seeing the Ox Demon Sovereign's message, Lexin nearly laughed in anger. While others phrased their messages with tact, this Ox Demon Sovereign was brutally direct. His message was simple: in this world, power and influence matter. A lowly king-level warrior like you won't get far among humans. The Ox Demon Venerable could serve as a guide to recommend Sword Prison King for admission into the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, securing him the finest cultivation resources and enabling him to connect with venerable-level figures, and so on. The prerequisite is that Lexin must sell both precious treasures to him. If he refuses, the consequences will be severe. Nyoemo Zunja, is it? I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 231, The Eternal Divine Furnace evolves into a cosmic primordial treasure? Master, the first batch of Eternal Divine Furnaces has been produced, with quantities reaching 6 times the previous output. A year later, Mona excitedly presented the results to Lexin. Excellent, excellent. Have these Eternal Divine Forges all loaded into the World Ring and transported to cosmic coordinates XXXXXXX. Lexin said with satisfaction. He then began relaying instructions to his servants within the alien race, directing them to retrieve this batch of Eternal Divine Forges and subsequently deploy personnel to embed them within those energy stars. Within human territory, Lexin wouldn't recklessly use the Eternal Divine Furnaces to absorb energy from stars, as this would shorten their lifespans. However, within the alien race's territory, Lexin had no such reservations. This allowed the energy of the Eternal Divine Furnaces to surge dramatically in a short time. Mona, according to this. Chapter 232, The Alien King Who Came to Die. Space is sealed. Having witnessed Sword Prison King's power, Mountain King Lon already harbored thoughts of retreat. Yet before he could attempt teleportation escape, he sensed the spatial sealing force emanating from Sword Prison King. The surrounding void was sealed, rendering spatial teleportation impossible. Indeed, it was the power of spatial sealing. Lexin had initially intended to comprehend the ability of spatial teleportation, but later decided to let the Inferno Demon Dragon grasp the essence of spatial sealing first. Under the altered flow of time, years had passed. With his innate secret techniques as a reference point for comprehension, the Inferno Demon Dragon had fully grasped all the mysteries of spatial sealing. Thus, Lexin could naturally wield the power of spatial lockdown as well. The only difference was that the area he could seal was significantly smaller than what the Inferno Demon Dragon could achieve, but it was more than sufficient for his current needs. Help! Help! Sword Prison King! Chapter 233, Across 10,000 Miles of Starry Skies, the King Falls. The reincarnation pupil snake of the demon clan's 18 royal houses, a high-ranking king sealed class Desire Soul King. Li Xin instantly recognized the identity of this demon king charging at the forefront. Under the mother empress of the insect clan's intimidation, the 7 demon clan king-level powerhouses charged toward Li Xin from different directions, determined not to give him the chance to wipe them all out at once. Ha 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 ha. Come on then. Facing the encirclement of 7 sovereign-level powerhouses, he felt no fear, only intense battle fervor, mirroring the demonic sovereign's resolve. His purpose this time was precisely to engage in a grand battle with the demonic race's kings. Otherwise, he would have swiftly dealt with the Lon Mountain King and fled long ago. Why would he remain here? Damn it! Their combined attack is targeting me. Run! Though the Soul King was arrogant, he was far from foolish. Seeing the insectoid queen's combined attack power lock onto him. Chapter 234, Battlefield Carnage. No right or wrong. Stellar River. Li Xin identified his next target among the gathered alien kings, a swift, water-shimmering blue rat whose divine physique was scarcely larger than that of the Chaos Gold King. His selection was deliberate. He targeted kings with low gene multipliers and small divine bodies. Such kings proved far easier to eliminate than their counterparts with high gene multipliers and massive divine bodies. Why did Sword Prison King choose me? Save me! Save me! Someone, please save me! The dazzling Star River swordlight plunged downward once more. The Blue Rat King had no mind to appreciate this scene, beautiful yet deadly. It only wanted to flee far away, never to vie for any precious treasure again. But how could it possibly outrun the speed of the Chaos Shadow Light Sword? It wanted to cry for help, but the other kings were still reeling from shock, missing the optimal moment for rescue. The Green Rat King frantically burned his divine power. Chapter 235, Save me, save me. Save me. Save me. Damn it! Didn't they say Sword Prison King was nearly spent from burning his divine power? He shows no sign of weakness, he's only getting stronger. Damn it! That Sword Prison King must have a divine body clone replenishing his immortal divine power. Otherwise, how could he burn his divine power for so long and remain unscathed? Even the White Jade King at the peak of his power is dead. Run! We're no match for him. Yet as the battle raged on, the alien sovereigns realized something horrifying. Despite burning his divine power for so long, enough to slay 15 sovereigns, Li Xin showed no signs of weakness. In fact, he only grew stronger with every strike. It was utterly absurd. By now, these kings understood all too well, Li Xin's earlier display of weakened aura had been nothing but a deception. How pitiful that they only realized it now. Chapter 236, Why are you staring at me? Fine, fine, fine. I've grown tired of slaughtering those lowly first-order kings and higher-tier ants. Now, you peak kings shall taste the might of my secret technique. Facing the combined assault of 10 peak-tier kings, Li Xin showed not a shred of fear as he charged straight into the fray. Boom! 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 Terrifying auras radiated from the 10 peak-tier infeft kings. As if pre-arranged, they simultaneously ignited their divine power to amplify their strength. Warblades, warswords, warhammers, psychic weapons, attacks capable of obliterating stars rained down relentlessly upon Li Xin under their combined assault. The combined assault of 10 peak-level sealed kings simultaneously burning their divine power was utterly terrifying. Flames across hundreds of thousands of kilometers of the burning flame valley were completely extinguished. The cosmic space itself was torn apart by that terrifying force, unleashing vast swirling spatial turbulence. Their power was so overwhelming that even Chapter 237, The Succubus Venus at her limit. Too brutal. That Sword Prison King is too brutal. Let's get out of here. Exactly. Whoever spread the rumor that Sword Prison King was just a lucky low-tier king deceived us all into coming here for his treasures. But who could have imagined this Sword Prison King possesses power at the very peak of a king's strength? How else could he be so powerful, turning the tables and slaying so many king-level powerhouses? Quick, quick, quick! Sword Prison King just glanced in our direction. What if he chases us down? Teleport out of here now. After the 10 peak-level sealed kings fled in disarray, even the numerous sealed kings who had previously dared to watch the battle nearby fled in terror. The sight of Sword Prison King slaughtering so many level warriors in a frenzy had left them utterly shaken. Even the combined might of the 10 peak-level warriors had been crushed by him. Chapter 238, The Elf Queen, the Greenwood King. Virtual Universe Hongmeng City. Is this Hongmeng City? Although Li Xin had already become a member of the Hongmeng Alliance, this was his first time entering Hongmeng City. Amidst the boundless expanse of the starry sky, surrounded by countless stars, an ancient and majestic city floated. This was Hongmeng City. Hongmeng City gathered all the kings, revered ones, and universe lords from the entire human race and its affiliated groups, providing them with a platform for exchange and trade. Though the city held only some 3,800,000 members, the wealth they carried represented the combined fortunes of most races within the entire human alliance. Here, the human race held absolute dominion, with all other races existing as dependencies beneath them. Consequently, humanity enjoyed immense advantages and a lofty status within the Hongmeng. Master, according to intelligence just received from the Hong Alliance. Chapter 239, The Hierarchy of the Endless Sword Prison and the Illusory Soul Prison. 9th Battlefield, Barracks Base 66. Li Xian left a sliver of his consciousness in Hongmeng City to chat and drink with Qingmu Wang and others before returning to his quarters. There, he began the handover of the previously traded goods with the representative from Yubo Hall. Your Excellency Sword Prison King, the goods transfer is flawless. Upon my return to Yubo Hall, the remaining balance will be immediately transferred to your account. The Yubo Hall envoy spoke before departing via Divine Realm teleportation. Li Xian returned to his quarters and unpacked his purchases. First among them was the top-tier detection device he had acquired for 1 trillion Han Yuan units, far superior to the equipment currently installed on his void vessel. Such high-grade detectors were standard equipment for peak and ultimate king-level opponents in the extra-dimensional battlefields. From now on, my opponents will be at the peak or even the ultimate stage of the king realm. I can't afford to be outmatched in detection capabilities, or I'll easily find myself in a Chapter 240, A Little Notebook? That's the Book of Life and Death. Central region of the Burning Flame Valley. Raging crimson flames blazed everywhere, their terrifying heat deterring even sub-king level powerhouses from entering this fiery domain. Here, even an immortal marquis would have their divine power extinguished by these terrifying flames. Only king-level powerhouses remain unaffected by the inferno. Master, intelligence indicates that when the extraterritorial battlefield was first opened, this area served as a stronghold for an alien race. The beings dwelling here were all fire elemental lifeforms, and they stored many treasures within these flames. Many kings have discovered treasures left behind by those fire beings here. That's why, even after so much time has passed, numerous kings still explore this area whenever they have the chance. After Li Xian arrived, Mona thoughtfully explained the situation to him. We're not here to hunt for treasures, we're here to harvest energy. Chapter 241, The Crimson Tiger King paired with the precious Purple Bell. What's happening? How could the Purple Bell King suddenly unleash such terrifying might? Not long after the Crimson Tiger King teleported away, he sensed an utterly terrifying aura behind him. That aura was undeniably far stronger than his own. If he were to face it head-on, he might very well be killed. Oh no, let's get out of here. Realizing something was amiss, the Crimson Tiger King wasted no time, instantly teleporting away. However, without burning his divine power, the Red Tiger King's teleportation range was shorter than Rost's spatial teleportation, which had already ignited divine power. In less than 10 seconds, Rost caught up to the Crimson Tiger King. Space lockdown. The infernal dragon clone wasted no time. Once within range, it instantly sealed the space, preventing the Crimson Tiger King from teleporting. Who the hell are you? Witnessing Venus's overwhelming aura after igniting her divine power, the Crimson Tiger King now felt the same terror as the Purple Bell King had earlier. Chapter 242, The Outrageous Reason on the Book of Life and Death. Green Wing King, this is my master. Venus introduced Li Xian beside her. Greetings to the master's master. Upon seeing Li Xian, the Azure Wing King immediately changed his posture to pay respects. Undoubtedly, the master's master held a far more exalted status. King Qingyi, I trust word of your assault or enslavement hasn't spread? Li Xian inquired. Master of my master, I apologize. I was too cowardly before. The moment I saw you, I told my friends about my attack. However, I can send another message to my friends, informing them that I have escaped. King Qingyi replied truthfully. Very well, proceed as you say. Let us depart and seek our next target. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction, then proceeded to restore the Azure Wing King's immortal divine power. The following period was undoubtedly Chapter 243, The Six Great Kings Unrivaled Assault Sword Prison King Besieged. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The Nightmare King had no idea what had possessed the Crimson Tiger King to attack him, but that didn't stop him from killing him. After all, the Crimson Tiger King had initiated the attack. Even if he killed him, the military merit system would not deem him guilty. The Nightmare King swung his axe down, forcibly tearing space apart for thousands of kilometers. The force of the spatial rift surged toward the Crimson Tiger King from all directions. But the Crimson Tiger King was a tiger through and through. He never even considered dodging. He just charged straight through. Clang! Instantly, a massive purple bell materialized around the Crimson Tiger King, blocking the Nightmare Demon King's colossal axe. It even harnessed the force from the axe to counter-strike the Nightmare Demon King, shattering his divine body. What? Isn't the Crimson Tiger King merely at the peak of ordinary king sealing power? Even burning divine might shouldn't grant such strength. How dare he challenge me while wielding my treasured giant axe? Chapter 244, Invincible King. No one dares call themselves invincible before me anymore. Crimson Tiger King, I underestimated you. With that defensive treasure, you truly have the qualifications to block my path. Upon seeing the Crimson Tiger King blocking his path, the Extermination Heavenly King's tone turned serious, shedding the initial disdain. Renowned in the King's realm for his balanced offense and defense, he found himself at an impasse against an opponent like the Crimson Tiger King, whose defenses were exceptionally formidable. Run! Meanwhile, the Nightmare Demon King, seeing the Crimson Tiger King no longer pursuing him, immediately attempted to flee toward the group of sealed kings watching from afar. With only 60% of his divine power remaining, he dared not intervene in such a battle anymore. Nightmare Demon King, you won't escape. Li Xian sneered coldly at the fleeing Nightmare Demon King, then ignited the divine power within his Celestial Star battle armor. In that instant, the fleeing Nightmare Demon King once again beheld that terrifying, unearthly. Chapter 245, The Insectoid Empress's Clone Combination Attack reveals its might. 60 peak tier king level experts completely annihilated in a single strike? This Sword Prison King's power is terrifying. It's the Demon Queen. The Demon Queen. We'd heard rumors of an enchantingly beautiful king level invincible appearing on the outer battlefields, enslaving countless kings. Never imagined she was on Sword Prison King's side. Look! Sword Prison King's speed is astonishing. Facing the combined assault of 5 peak king level invincibles, he dodged completely unscathed. How incredibly powerful. The sight of 64 peak tier sealed kings being instantly annihilated sent the numerous immortals watching from afar scrambling to retreat further. They feared the Sword Prison King might, in his killing frenzy, casually eliminate them as well. Kill! The 32 peak tier king sealers paid no heed to Li Xian's instant annihilation of 64 peak tier king sealers. Chapter 246, Sword Prison King is too strong, let's take down Crimson Tiger King first. Star-devouring willow. Just as the Bloodblade King and his allies prepared to continue their assault on Li Xian, a colossal willow tree as if supporting the entire world suddenly materialized before them. Its immense branches coiled around them like a colossal serpent devouring the world, completely enveloping the five and effortlessly disrupting their coordinated assault. Damn it! Sword Prison King actually possesses a plant life at the peak of the King's sealing realm. Bloodblade King's face darkened after severing over a dozen branches thicker than planets. This plant life at the peak of its power couldn't harm him, yet they couldn't inflict any substantial damage on its terrifying form either unless they burned their divine power to annihilate it. Burning divine power to annihilate a plant life's divine power? Only a fool would do such a thing. After all, how could their divine power possibly outlast that of a plant life? Whoosh! With the star-devouring willow helping him divide the battlefield. Chapter 247, now you better brace yourselves. Kill! With that, the Bloodblade King and his 3 companions instantly abandoned their assault on Li Xian and charged toward the Crimson Tiger King instead. Damn it! Always picking on the weak. Upon witnessing the Bloodblade King and his 3 companions' actions, the Extermination Heavenly King understood their intent perfectly well. Bloodblade King and Red Tiger King had battled fiercely for a long time. While burning divine power, Annihilation Heaven King could steadily suppress Red Tiger King, who was even expending more divine power than him. If the fight continued, he was certain to defeat the Blood Tiger King and seize the precious treasure on his person. Yet, at this very moment, the Bloodblade King and his 3 companions had come to snatch the prize from under his nose. Faced with this situation, the Extermination King could not stop Bloodblade King and his group. He had no choice but to join forces with them, first eliminating Red Tiger King before competing for the treasure together. No! I refuse to be enslaved. Explode already! Meanwhile, the 16 Great Kings limit was on the brink of collapse under the combined assault of Venus and star-devouring bamboo. Chapter 248, The Self-Made Ultimate Fire God Source Crystal Number 1. The Bloodblade King and his 2 companions, who had just blocked Li Xian's secret technique, had no time to celebrate before witnessing Sword Prison King retreating rapidly. The plant life, burning divine power, grew wildly and blocked Sword Prison King's path. But that wasn't the most critical issue. The most crucial thing was that a willow branch from that plant life shot toward them at incredible speed. At the tip of that branch hung 3 Fire God Source crystals, each radiating a terrifying aura. Damn it! Fire God Source crystals, and one's far more terrifying than the strongest Fire God Source crystal. Don't hold back your divine power. Burn it all for defense. Upon witnessing the soul-shaking, terrifying energy emanating from these 3 Fire God Source crystals, the Bloodblade King and his 2 companions were overcome with dread. The aura emanating from these 3 Fire God Source crystals was far more terrifying than any they had ever encountered before. After all, with their strength, even the strongest Fire God Source crystal would not have instilled any fear in them. But before these. Chapter 249, Eye of Destruction, Death is Certain Below the Revered? As Li Xian closed the distance to the Annihilation Heavenly King, the latter suddenly activated the treasure that restored divine power once more, replenishing his divine energy to full capacity. Ha 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 ha. Sword Prison King, every treasure on your body now belongs to me. The extermination Heavenly King produced a massive black eyeball 10 meters in diameter, filled with boundless destructive energy, his most formidable trump card. Originally, he could have swiftly defeated the Crimson Tiger King. Yet witnessing the Sword Prison King's ferocious might capable of annihilating even the peerless King Sealers sparked a bold notion within him. That was, if Sword Prison King seized all the other immortal king's precious treasures, then by killing Sword Prison King, he would become the ultimate victor, all treasures would be his. This explained why he hadn't immediately restored his full divine power when the Sword Prison King pursued him earlier to lure the Sword Prison King into relentlessly chasing him, creating the perfect opportunity to strike from the shadows. Chapter 250, Maturity and the Thick-Skinned Man. Within the Celestial Wolf Hall of the Demon Clan's domain. As one of the rulers of the demonic universe, the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf oversaw all intelligence matters for the demonic race. His purview extended beyond internal affairs to encompass intelligence on all other races beyond the demonic realm. Normally, intelligence below the level of Reverend was delegated to his subordinates. Only matters concerning Reverends, universe lords, and the strongest beings in the universe required his personal attention. However, the combat prowess of the human Sword Prison King was simply too outrageous, far surpassing even the mightiest of the king-level beings. This compelled even the Lord of the Celestial Wolf to personally intervene. The human Sword Prison King is advancing far too rapidly. He must be eliminated. After compiling all available data on the Sword Prison King, the Celestial Wolf Lord concluded that the Sword Prison King wasn't merely concealing his strength initially, he had genuinely elevated his power within such a short span. Moreover, after each battle, the Sword Prison King reappeared with significantly enhanced power. This phenomenon. Chapter 251, Mona with the Heart of a Dead Fish. 9th Battlefield, Barracks Base 66. Li Xian split a thread of his consciousness to drink and chat in Hongmeng City while personally receiving guests at his estate. Li Xian and King Kanshin sat at the banquet table. Mona, who had changed into a maid's uniform at some point, served them wine as their attendant. King Kanshin, I never expected you to personally deliver the goods. After taking a sip, Li Xian handed a world ring to King Sanshin. This is a transaction worth over 3 trillion Han Yuan units. As the deputy head of Yubo Hall, I must personally oversee it. I wouldn't trust anyone else with this responsibility. After receiving the world ring, King Sanshin handed Li Xian a world ring of his own, containing the items Li Xian had previously purchased from the Yubo Hall. Confirmed. Transaction complete. The final payment will be transferred to your account immediately. King Sanshin declared after inspecting the goods within the world ring. Yubo Halls. Chapter 252, Immortal Barrier, can it actually stack? Nirvana Continent. Li Xian's consciousness entered the Eternal Divine Brain's main core. After sensing the barrier he faced before reaching immortal rank, the Eternal Divine Brain transmitted its latest information to him. After the Eternal Divine Brain ascends to immortality, it will fuse completely with me. At that point, the Eternal Divine Brain's main core will no longer exist externally. I am the Eternal Divine Brain, and the Eternal Divine Brain is me. Though this alters my life form, Luo Feng abandoned humanity to become a golden-horned beast. For me to cease being human seems hardly significant. Li Xian reflected after receiving the Eternal Divine Brain's latest message. However, to ascend to immortality, I must shatter all barriers of the Eternal Divine Brain, a barrier formed by the combined strength of every Eternal Divine Brain. My own inner world, that of the Eternal Phoenix, already spans trillions of kilometers. Add to that the barriers within the inner worlds of the Infernal Demon Dragon, the Queen of the Insect Clan, and others. This is far more formidable than the barrier within Luo Feng's Golden Horned Beast's world. Chapter 253, Kaisha's Release, the Transformation of the Soul. Greetings, Master. I do not know where I have offended your master. I beg your forgiveness. The Soul Eradicator King knelt respectfully before Venus, offering a sincere apology. Even though he didn't know where he had gone wrong, as a servant, he must admit his fault. You didn't inform the Han Alliance about my attack on you, did you? Venus was confident her power had left the soul-destroying king no chance to relay any message, yet she needed confirmation. My master's power is beyond compare. I had absolutely no chance to relay any message. So please rest assured, my master, no one knows I am now your most loyal servant. The soul-devouring king had been drawn into the illusion from the very start, leaving him utterly unable to connect his mind to the virtual universe and thus incapable of transmitting any information. Very well. Then come with me to meet my master. Venus said with satisfaction. Chapter 254, Has the ruler of the universe moved against me? Flaming Valley. The central region of Burning Flame Valley served as the epicenter for all the flames within the valley, from which every flame spread outward. As numerous eternal divine furnaces within the core region consumed its flame energy at maximum capacity, the flame energy there significantly weakened. Consequently, it required replenishment from other areas. Consequently, the temperature throughout the entire Burning Flame Valley began to steadily drop. This phenomenon was noticed by the numerous immortals who had been adventuring within the valley. The Nightmare Demon King was the first to detect this change, intending to station himself at the core to await the emergence of treasures. However, he was subsequently defeated by Li Xin and plunged into slumber. This anomaly wasn't solely noticed by the Nightmare Demon King. As time passed, other immortals would naturally discover this peculiar phenomenon. Originally, the central region of Burning Flame Valley. Chapter 255. Are you sure you're not Shang-Chi from the King's realm? He's actually unharmed? Li Xin had already prepared to crush the Ice Peak Lord's life-saving trump card. Yet to his astonishment, not only was he unharmed, but upon entering the collapsed spatial void, the servant Chingy King was enveloped by a protective barrier of spatial energy, allowing him to enter safely. Seeing he was unharmed, Li Xin abandoned his plan to summon the Ice Peak Lord. Since the other party hadn't killed him immediately, it meant they held no ill will toward him. Otherwise, for a cosmic sovereign to kill him would be utterly trivial. Even the Black Jade Heavenly Bell on his person could be crushed effortlessly. The Black Radiance Heavenly Bell was merely an ordinary treasure. A Universe Lord's attack could easily reach its limit and shatter it effortlessly. Thus, among ordinary treasures, aside from soul treasures, none held any value whatsoever to a Universe Lord. Upon entering the space collapse zone, the spatial shift activated, and the Azure-Winged King emerged. Chapter 256, Shang-Chi's Perilous Journey. I will lead the treefolk into becoming a mighty race, a peak race. Those who once bullied me will all pay the price. Even after enduring brutal beatings from cosmic races, Shang-Chi's backbone remained unbroken. During a chance adventure, he discovered an ancient legacy left by the treefolk tribe from dozens of cycles ago. It was precisely this inheritance that finally allowed him to ascend to the rank of Revered One. Amidst a boundless expanse of starlight, Shang-Chi, now a revered being for many years, engaged in battle with a colossal beast stretching over 1,000 kilometers in length. This revered-level colossus was utterly overwhelmed by Shang-Chi, losing over 10% of its divine power. Ultimately, the beast had no choice but to flee. Kanwo, this domain shall henceforth belong to my treefolk tribe. If you refuse to relent, come and seize it any time. But next time, I shall annihilate every last shred of your divine power. Shang-Chi stood suspended in the void. Chapter 257. Go investigate yourself. I'm not your ancestor. Virtual Universe, Ice Realm. Teacher, it's like this. After arriving in the virtual universe, Li Xin relayed everything that had transpired within the inheritance space to the Ice Peak Master, including Shang-Chi's proposed deal. I never imagined the Outer Realm battlefield held the civilizational legacies from 10 cycles prior. We certainly didn't discover them when we first opened the battlefield. Regarding Shang-Chi's proposal, I've agreed. I'll personally visit the Outer Realm battlefield when the time comes. The Ice Peak Lord hadn't anticipated Li Xin having this opportunity. Now that Li Xin had come forward to inform him, it meant securing significant benefits for the human race. His satisfaction with this disciple grew ever deeper. At the very least, it demonstrated Li Xin's profound recognition of the human race. Master, my companion, Ai Chun, is also in the 9th Outer Battlefield. When the time comes, I hope you can grant her a spot. Chapter 258. You're telling me it's random? Send those youngsters to retrieve the supreme treasure for me. Upon receiving the news, the alien races began selecting personnel, waiting for the space to stabilize before rushing down to receive the inheritance. The space is about to stabilize. I hear this is the inheritance site of a powerful race filled with endless treasures and supreme artifacts. This time I'll definitely get a great treasure. My target is the supreme treasure. The precious treasures can be yours to play with. The space had now largely stabilized. Members of the 4 peak races, humans, demons, machines, and insects, had divided into 4 groups, all gazing expectantly at the void-like passage before them. The inheritance space will guide the first batch of 99,964 inheritors, followed by the second batch of 100,000 inheritors. A resounding voice echoed out, and in an instant, the space's guiding force. Chapter 259. Can consuming the primordial fruit grant immortality? If you fail, you die. How could you possibly have a chance to choose treasures? Moreover, if you fail, the treasures on your person will become the collection of the 10,000 treasures tower. Shang-Chi gazed at Li Xin with a faint, ambiguous smile. In that instant, Li Xin felt a chill run through his entire body. It seemed Shang-Chi had set his sights on him. Human, your talent is formidable, and your opportunities are plentiful. If you can acquire more treasures within the 10,000 treasures pagoda, your future path will undoubtedly be smoother. With the treasures from the 10,000 treasures pagoda, you might even become the ruler of the universe or its mightiest being. Shang-Chi stared intently at Li Xin with a smile. Lord Shang-Chi, you speak wisely. Might you have any advice on how I could acquire more treasures within the 10,000 treasures pagoda? Looking at Chapter 260, Shang-Chi, are you sabotaging me? The Fire Cosmic Origin Fruit Tree, place it in an area abundant with fire attribute energy, and it will yield 10 Fire Cosmic Origin fruits within 1 cosmic era. This very tree currently bears 10 Fire Cosmic Origin fruits. The one I selected earlier might very well have been plucked from it. Li Xin no longer dwelled on his earlier choice. Though he personally had no use for this cosmic origin fruit tree, it could serve as a foundation for the Li family, providing them with an endless supply of cosmic origin fruits. The 7th layer opponent is an initial stage sealed king. Making a Realm Lord tier opponent face an initial stage sealed king? There's something wrong with the 10,000 treasures pagoda's system. Even if the Chaos City Lord's cherished Kadi were resurrected, he probably couldn't pass this stage. I strongly suspect this 10,000 treasures pagoda doesn't match opponents to individual strength. Otherwise, besides me or Luo Feng, who else at the Realm Lord stage could possibly clear this level? Li Xin. Chapter 261, The Domain Treasure of Renewable Resources. We're all dead men. Why bother with such trivialities? Your judgment is spot on. He's human, born into a peak race. His future is limitless. With him protecting this cycle of the tree people, they'll be secure at least until the primordial universe shatters. As for what happens to the tree folk when the great cataclysm arrives, that's something even our former selves couldn't change. The current tree folk don't need us worrying about such matters. Mingsha remarked indifferently. Indeed, we're all dead. We shouldn't dwell on such things. We should go see that human child. Sang-Chi sighed in resignation. Li Xin, relying on the ultimate secret techniques he had recently mastered, swiftly eliminated one after another of the 9 sealed kings, the peerless powerhouses. With his absolute advantage in both speed and attack power, defeating these 9 invincible king sealed warriors was no challenge at all. Soon, the 9. Chapter 262, The Insatiable Succubus. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing that their master had entrusted them with treasures that could aid in breaking through to the revered rank, the Crimson Tiger King and his companions were instantly overcome with excitement. After all, this was a revered one. They had lingered at the immortal rank for so long without a breakthrough opportunity. Now, having only recently pledged allegiance to their master, they were granted this chance to advance a gift that filled them with profound gratitude. If you wish to show your gratitude, strive diligently to achieve that breakthrough. With that, Li Xin bestowed 10 drops of Forest Soul Essence, distributing one to each of them. With the Forest Soul Essence bestowed, the Crimson Tiger King and the others entered a profound state of contemplation. During this period, their souls underwent subtle yet profound transformations, and their comprehension temporarily heightened. This metamorphosis lasted a full year. A year later, the 10, including the Crimson Tiger King, opened their eyes. In their gazes, one could see boundless regret that time had passed so swiftly. Take your. Chapter 263, was Li Tianwei beaten by the Nightmare Candle King? Master, I've also achieved a breakthrough. I feel my soul and bloodline have undergone tremendous transformation. Venus ran over excitedly to report to Li Xin. Well done. First, absorb energy to bring your divine power to full capacity. While you're at it, familiarize yourself thoroughly with your newfound strength. He was thoroughly satisfied that both his subordinates had advanced to the revered master tier. Though he himself was merely a realm master, having 2 revered level subordinates meant they could ambush and eliminate many enemies unexpectedly, achieving some hidden objectives. Seems the Forest Soul Essence is more potent than I anticipated. We've used 38 drops so far, leaving 62 remaining. We'll need to use it sparingly. After all, Venus alone consumed 20 drops. I'll need a considerable amount myself eventually. Li Xin stored the remaining 62 drops of Forest Soul Essence in the deepest recesses of his treasury. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never bring them out. Chapter 264, The Sword Prison King's True Identity Exposed. Though I cannot strike against the Sword Prison King, I do wish to witness firsthand what makes the Sword Prison King so formidable. The Lord of the Celestial Wolf couldn't peer into the Sword Prison King's secrets through his spatial ring, but he could use another method. He recalled intelligence mentioning that the Sword Prison King had clashed with immortal warriors of various races right here in the heart of the Burning Flame Valley. It was during that very battle that the Sword Prison King had slain several peerless kings, cementing his reputation as the foremost figure beneath the revered Sword Prison King. Reverse time. To discern the true nature of an immortal tier being, the Lord of the Universe need not seek them directly. By traveling to a location where such an immortal had once appeared and employing his ability to reverse time, he could observe their past actions. A single glance was enough for the Lord of the Universe to see through the essence of that immortal. Thus, within the primordial universe, unless one was another ruler of the universe possessing the power to manipulate time and space or erase temporal traces, or. Chapter 265, Nightmare Candle King, save me quickly. Master, I understand. In the future, whenever I have rare treasures I no longer need, I will exchange them in the treasury for items I require. Li Xin held no objection to this exchange and commission system. He had once been a beneficiary himself, and now that he had grown, it was only right to give back to his clan. Without the early cultivation from his clan and the Ice Peak Lord, he would never have achieved his current status. Good that you understand. The Ice Peak Lord felt much more at ease seeing Li Xion's acceptance of the clan's policies. After all, some had resented and rejected the clan's commission system in the past, those who felt little belonging to the clan. With that, the Ice Peak Lord excused himself. After all, he still needed to oversee the Traian clan's inheritance space at the outer domain battlefield. Hongmeng City. Word quickly spread throughout the human race that Sword Prison King was Li Xian's alter ego. Chapter 266, The Erosion Fire Venerable bows his head. Li Xian never intended to kill the Nightmare Candle King from the start. Otherwise, with someone of the Nightmare Candle King's caliber, he could have ended him with a single strike. In fact, he had switched to wielding the illusory god sword, the weapon he first used against the Nightmare Candle King, instead of the top-tier treasure, the Chaos Een Lightsword. This precaution was taken to prevent accidentally killing the Nightmare Candle King. Killing Yanzhu Wang would be easy, but Yanzhu Wang's father, the Erosion Fire Venerable, was a figure renowned alongside the Time Abyss Venerable. He was also a disciple of the Void Gold Lord of the Giant Axe Battle Arena. If he were to kill the Nightmare Candle King, the Erosion Fire Revered One would certainly not let it rest. Li Xian wasn't afraid of the Erosion Fire Revered One, but Li Xian wasn't alone. He had a wife, children, parents, and more importantly, the vast Huaxia cosmic nation. Being targeted by a human venerable was entirely different from being targeted by an alien venerable. If the Erosion Fire Venerable sought vengeance for his son and turned against Li Xian's family, Li Xian had no means to stop him unless he sacrificed himself. Chapter 267, The Ox Demon Revered One's first defeat potential vanishes. Special Inspector Li Tianwei, I was deceived by a villain earlier and wrongly accused you, even causing you injury. It was my fault. I apologize to you here. To demonstrate my sincerity and compensate for your losses, these 10 billion Han Yuan units represent my heartfelt apology. Please accept them. King Yanzhu suppressed the urge to strike down the surrounding spectators and Li Tianwei herself. Gritting his teeth, he forced his tone to soften as much as possible, uttering these words that would haunt him for the rest of his life. But he had no choice. Li Xian demanded a public apology, and after being beaten nearly unconscious by Li Xian, his true form dared not venture out. Thus, he could only do this in the virtual universe. Seizing the moment while Li Tianwei was in the public space of the Purple Crystal Palace, he quickly apologized and fled. The moment the Nightmare Candle King spoke, every person present was so stunned their jaws nearly hit the floor. The scene instantly froze, as if time itself had halted. Chapter 268, Venus is his own daughter. Primordial Secret Realm, Purgatory Star. Li Xian arrived at Purgatory Star for the second time. His first visit had been as a trainee. This time, he came as a user. Greetings, Lord Sword Prison King. May I ask if your visit to Purgatory Star is to enter the abyss of Purgatory? Upon seeing Li Xian arrive, the Marquis of Gangyan approached with utmost reverence. Even though Li Xian was currently only at the Realm Lord tier, his strength was undeniably that of an unrivaled king. The title Sword Prison King already belonged to him, so Lord Gangyan naturally addressed him as such. Indeed, I intend to enter the abyss of torment. But my destination is the Demon God Palace. Li Xian recalled how, during his time in the abyss of torment, he had feared the Demon God Palace might hunt him down. Little did he know that the Demon God Palace was actually the force established by the Virtual Universe Corporation within the abyss of torment to govern it. No wonder back then. Chapter 269, Li Xian's love spilled over? Don't resist my power. I'm going to see what's really going on here. Convergence of all things. The primordial phoenix of time manifested, activating its innate secret technique upon Venus. He had used the convergence of all things with numerous treasures and with AI Chen, but never before with another living being. Venus was the second. Under the convergence of all things, Li Xian could now view Venus's insights into the laws of the universe from her first-person perspective. Similarly, Li Xian could now clearly see everything Venus was currently witnessing and comprehending through her eyes. This is the innermost core of the Inferno Abyss. What Li Xian had seen of the Abyss of Torment's origin from the outside was merely its exterior. With his current strength, he had been utterly incapable of glimpsing its interior. But now, through Venus's perspective. Chapter 270, AI Chen seizes the vessel, Luofeng meets his end. Yes, Master, I understand. Even after evolving into a prodigy, Venus remained deeply respectful toward Li Xian. The Abyss's source power is incredible. Over this millennium, I've made tremendous progress in my genes and bloodline. With the cooperation of the Bug Clan's Empress, my human genes have multiplied 1,000-fold, and the Light Phoenix's gene multiplication has risen from 3,000-fold to 5,000-fold. This isn't my limit. I can continue to enhance myself further. It must be said that this journey to the Abyss of Torment was not only Venus's opportunity, but also Li Xian's. Previously, advancing his gene multiplication faced immense hurdles. Yet after inheriting Venus's extensive research on genetics and bloodlines and witnessing firsthand how the Abyss of Torment amplified Venus's gene multiplication, all his previous perplexities dissolved effortlessly. This is the power of inheritance and. Chapter 271, all Xia people possess the talent of late blooming. Soul amplitude has reached 100-fold. 5 years later, Li Xian ceased consuming the forest soul elixir, and that profound state of insight came to an end. The forest soul elixir possessed the power to transform one's soul, serving as one of the driving forces propelling immortal tier beings toward revered status. This metamorphosis propelled Li Xian's soul amplitude previously at 90x to the ultimate limit of 100x. This outcome had been entirely beyond his expectations. Finally achieved 10,000 times gene amplification. Li Xian's eyes blazed with excitement. Over these 5 years, leveraging his temporarily heightened comprehension, he had successfully breached the final barrier. The genetic multiplier of the light-time primordial phoenix had finally reached 10,000-fold. Not only that, but even his human genetic multiplier had now reached 10,000-fold. Though the Inferno Dragon clone's gene multiplier remained at 3000x for now, once the Inferno Dragon returned from the extraterrestrial battlefield, he could immediately elevate its clone's multiplier. Chapter 272, Virtual Universe Corporation Endorsement Offering Treasures. Virtual Universe Ice Realm. Master, I've emerged from my seclusion in the abyss of torment. During my seclusion, I developed a bloodline evolution agent of Realm Lord tier. Before leaving Earth, Li Xian sought out his teacher. The matter of the bloodline evolution agent still required the Ice Peak Lord's approval. Is this true? Show me the detailed data. The Ice Peak Lord looked at Li Xian with some surprise. He knew about bloodline evolution agents. The highest grade human bloodline evolution agent was only domain lord level. For countless years, the Virtual Universe Corporation's pharmaceutical division had sought to develop a Realm Lord level bloodline evolution agent. Yet despite all that time, it remained elusive. Now Li Xian claimed to have succeeded, leaving the Ice Peak Lord utterly astonished. Teacher, as you know, my home planet Earth was once a native world. Earthlings possess the lowest tier bloodline. I have always. Chapter 273, Using the Gengjin Divine Sword to Sweep the Human Race's Treasure Vault Clean? You're back. As soon as Li Xian stepped into the Mingyu space, Jin Lin greeted him like a kind-hearted old servant, his face lit with relief at Li Xian's arrival. I intend to retrieve several Gengjin Divine Swords from the Sword Prison Tower. Li Xian's return to the Sword Prison Tower was naturally to claim treasures. Previously, his strength was insufficient, allowing him to wield only one Gengjin Divine Sword at most. But now, a single Gengjin Divine Sword was no longer sufficient for his needs. The Sword Prison Tower is yours. Of course, that's no problem. Follow me. Jin Lin beamed as he teleported Li Xian into the tower's interior. As ever, the space pulsed with countless sword energies. Below lay tens of thousands of top-tier psychic weapons, the supreme treasures known as Gengjin Divine Swords, their gleaming blades piercing the ground. Li Xian's eyes burned with fervor at the sight. If he could exchange these for treasures from the human race's treasury, he might just empty the entire vault. Alas, that thought remained just that, a fleeting fantasy. Chapter 274, Venus of 10,000 times genes enters the battle. Terrifying. The weaker immortals who hadn't approached the Void Divine Stone were now filled with both terror and relief. Thankfully, they had been slower to charge earlier, otherwise, they might have joined the ranks of the many immortals who had just perished. Such power capable of instantly annihilating groups of immortals, even those at the peak of the King Realm, far surpassed that of ordinary revered ones. It was utterly beyond the reach of immortals like them, who hadn't even attained revered status. Who is it? Bloodflower Revered 1 and Barbarian Rhino Revered 1, who had been holding both sides in check, had been monitoring the Void Divine Stone. Seeing their subordinates on the verge of seizing it, only for this situation to arise, Bloodflower Revered 1 glared furiously toward the horizon. A colossal silver bird with golden wings approached at terrifying speed, radiating the aura of a primary Revered 1. Stop it. Chapter 275, The Abyss of the Succubus's Desire. Kill. The Crimson Tiger Revered 1 charged at the Barbarian Rhino Revered 1, wielding the supreme treasure, the Bloodflame Axe, leaving the Barbarian Rhino Revered 1 no time to react. Damn it! Can't I burn my divine power too? Seeing the dire situation, the Revered Manchi disregarded caution and ignited his divine power to charge at the Revered Red Tiger. Life and death hang by a thread. The eternal phoenix of time and space wasn't idle either. The Gengjin Divine Sword unleashed terrifying power, its life and death blade glinting like a scythe of death as it streaked across the sky, striking straight toward the Bloodflower Revered 1. Die! The terrifying life and death sword beam was too swift, so fast that Bloodflower Reverend had no time to raise her weapon in defense. But she was no pushover. Burning her divine power greatly enhanced her defenses, and she simply ignored the oncoming blade. The brilliant crimson blossom, frozen in its moment of full bloom, hurtled toward the eternal phoenix. Since she couldn't evade the attack, she certainly wouldn't let herself be. Chapter 276, Reversing Time and Space, Identity Exposed once more. Kill. Bloodwind Reverend wanted to concede defeat, but Venus had received Li Xian's order: if she could kill, then kill. Now, she believed she could kill him, and she wouldn't let the Bloodwind Reverend escape. The terrifying soul illusion surged once more into the Bloodwind Reverend's spiritual sea with even greater force, while the Gengjin Divine Sword struck down simultaneously, determined to end the Reverend's life. You bastard. I am a cosmic overlord under the demon clan's Chang'e. I've already notified the demon clan's ruler. If you don't retreat now, don't blame us for hunting you down and killing you. Bloodwind Venerable's eyes blazed crimson. He never imagined that even after conceding defeat, this unfamiliar cosmic overlord still refused to relent. His words were brimming with arrogance, yet his heart was gripped by terror. Though he possessed a clone, this cosmic overlord specialized in soul attacks. If his soul were annihilated, he would truly die and his clone would perish alongside him. Wanted. Chapter 277, The Essence of Life, the Ancestral Tree Revered One. In the vast primordial cosmos, amidst an utterly remote expanse of void. Mengcha, what business brought you to invite me in the machine here? A voice filled with endless allure yet tinged with a ruthless killing intent suddenly echoed through the starry expanse. A massive purple sphere materialized in the void, its surface etched with intricate patterns resembling neural networks. A breathtakingly beautiful, faintly visible, slender figure slowly stepped out from within the purple sphere. Endless radiance swirled around her. Merely beholding her form was enough to intoxicate a cosmic revered being. She was none other than the mightiest being of the insectoid race, the Insectoid Empress. My time is extremely limited. Dream Demon, you had better have something important this time. As the Bug Queen materialized, a massive elliptical black orb suddenly appeared, suspended in another starfield. It was the mechanical clan's mightiest being, the mechanical father god. This concerns. Chapter 278, Three Little Ones Advance to Revered. Ah, don't put it that way. Since you possess the combat prowess of an honored one, you are naturally an honored one. Among us humans, seniority and titles are determined by strength, not cultivation level. I happen to know the Ancestral Tree Revered One personally. Introducing you to him won't be a problem. Come on, I know the Ancestral Tree Revered One is at the Giant Axe Battle Arena. I'll take you there. Respected One Shi Yuan chuckled, then teleported alongside Li Xian directly to the Ancestral Tree Respected One's palace at the Giant Axe Battle Arena. This majestic and splendid palace stood at the very center of this starry expanse. The tranquil celestial river resembled a dreamscape. Naturally beautiful, one couldn't help but become immersed in its serenity. 12 colossal pillars encircled the palace, each flanked by golden flames. At the heart of each flame, a miniature star seemed to spin. Upon entering the palace, Li Xian saw a figure seated upon the throne in the grand hall. This figure wore a green, modeled scale armor and sported a curved horn atop its head. Chapter 279, Luo Feng sends his clone perfect genes. Brother, these are the materials I found for your clone. These 2 leaves are from the World Tree, and these 2 samples of blood are primordial essence from the 9 Nether Sea. Of the 2 primordial essences, one has a 400x gene multiplier, while the other boasts a staggering 10,081x multiplier. You may choose whichever you wish to cultivate. Luo Feng had agonized for a long time over whether to give that 10081x gene multiplied 9 Nether Sea primordial fluid to Li Xian, as it pertained to the secrets of the 9 Tribulation Secret Classic. But he learned that Li Xian had developed a Realm Lord level bloodline evolution agent and was distributing it in massive quantities free of charge to Earth and the Huaxia Cosmic Nation. His sole purpose was to enhance the bloodlines of the Huaxia people. Every member of the Luo family had benefited from Li Xian's generosity. Moreover, Li Xian had specifically distributed Realm Lord level bloodline evolution agents to all medium level and above geniuses in China, all in the hope that the China Cosmic Nation would rise in the future. Luo. Chapter 280, Secret Talent Technique, Mending the Heavens. Test the 9 Nether Clones Sea Transformation Talent. Within the World Ring, the 9 Nether Clones' colossal 90,000 kilometer tall form melted away, transforming into an oceanic expanse spanning 900,000 kilometers in diameter. Create. With a single thought, the 9 Nether clone created another clone 1008.1 times its original genetic size and 9,000 kilometers tall. The Nether Sea consequently lost a significant portion of its energy. Eternal Divine Furnace. Yet, replenished by the Eternal Divine Furnace, the Nether Sea's energies swiftly recovered. Dissolve. Immediately, the 9 Nether clone dissolved, reintegrating into the Nether Sea, thereby expanding its surface area. By repeating this cycle, the area of my 9 Nether clone will continue to grow. Li Xian watched all this unfold with great satisfaction. Next, let me observe the effects of combining the 9 Nether clone with the Insectoid Queen on genetic research. Chapter 281, Eternal Divine Brain Transformation. Time to unleash the true power. Congratulations! You have achieved immortality. Jean Lin chuckled. He had lived for an immense span of time and witnessed countless beings in the primordial universe ascend to immortality, yet never had anyone caused such a tremendous upheaval as Li Xian did upon reaching this state. This far exceeded the scale of an immortal's advancement, rivaling the commotion of an ordinary universe lord ascending. Thank you, Senior Jean Lin. Now that my advancement is complete, I must find a place to establish my divine realm. Li Xian chuckled, then stepped out of the Mingyu space. His advancement had been so monumental that had it occurred within the Qianwu cosmic realm, the entire cosmic realm might have sensed the commotion. But within the Mingyu space, completely isolated from the outside world, no matter how great the commotion, it could never reach the outside. Go ahead. With your current strength, you won't face any danger as long as you avoid those universe lords. Jean Lin. Chapter 282, The Crimson Feather Sage appears on the Book of Life and Death. After exchanging the treasures, Li Xin departed the primordial universe and returned to his divine realm. He instructed the Inferno Demon Dragon to refine the supreme treasure and the three young beings of the Celestial Star battle armor to refine the treasures and enhance their genetic multipliers. With my own power combined with the Star War armor now, I should definitely rank among the strongest even among the cosmic overlords. After the Star War armor's gene multiplier reached 100x, Li Xin donned the armor. Feeling the power it granted him, his confidence surged to the brim. Master, with your immense power, would you like to find someone to fight? There's a perfect target right here, the Crimson Feather Reverend, recorded in your Book of Life and Death. The Crimson Feather Reverend and the Celestial Wave Reverend mobilized a group of immortals to develop a small new secret realm. They happened to recruit one of your servants, which is how I learned of it. Upon hearing her master's words, Mona immediately exclaimed excitedly. She was now most. Chapter 283, I have the potential to be a spoiler. King of the Star of Literature, don't resist. I'll seal you away. Since the revered one of Crimson Feathers isn't coming, your cover is blown. From now on, you'll stay by my side. Li Xin pondered for a moment before speaking. Since the revered one of Crimson Feathers wasn't coming now, his plan to wait passively had failed. To find the revered one of Crimson Feathers, he'd have to go searching himself. Thank you, Master. I am willing to follow you. Compared to acting as a mole within the demon clan, the king of the constellation preferred staying by his master's side. In an instant, the bodies of the primordial phoenix and the king of the constellations vanished. In their place stood a creature standing 1 meter tall, a dragon's head, a chelan's body, and a body covered in black scales. This was none other than the Inferno Demon Dragon, having altered its physical form and soul aura. The Inferno Demon Dragon teleported away from the location, then contacted all the demonic servants on Quishuan Star, instructing them to locate the whereabouts of the Crimson Feather Sage. Li Xin also continuously teleported to Chapter 284, Components of a High-Grade Realm Treasure? Mirror Image Puppets. 2 mirror image puppets materialized from the Inferno Demon Dragon. Even after shrinking its colossal divine form from 90,000 kilometers to 9,000 kilometers, its presence remained overwhelmingly oppressive compared to the divine bodies of the Crimson Feather Reverend and the Celestial Wave Reverend. The mirror puppets perfectly inherited the Inferno Demon Dragon's 10081X genes and all innate secret arts. Even without wielding any supreme treasures, their inherent foundational power alone equaled that of a cosmic overlord, making them stronger than both revered Red Feather and revered Tianlan, 2 high cosmic reverends. 2 black dragons, identical in form to the current Inferno Demon Dragon, roared and charged toward Reverend Red Feather and Reverend Tianlan respectively. 5 elements sky-shattering claw. The 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth fused with the energies of space and time, coalescing into the 5 elements spacetime and gathering upon the black dragon's claws. The 5 colored dragon claws erupted like 5 devastating rainbow beams, tearing through the heavens and earth, crossing space to violently seize the 2 incoming secret techniques. Chapter 285, The Lord of the Celestial Wolf and the Lord of Nightmare Demons descend. Don't even think about it. Startree Venerable would never make such a losing deal. At most, he might offer a top-tier weapon treasure in exchange. He wouldn't even part with a top-tier defensive treasure, let alone a top-tier domain, soul, or palace-class treasure. Then I claim this Heart of Time. Since the other party refused to trade, the Eternal Phoenix wouldn't indulge him. She plunged into a frenzied battle with the Startree Sage. This was his first clash with a top-tier cosmic overlord. He wouldn't pass up such a blood-pumping opportunity. Damn it! Seeing the Time Phoenix's defiance, the Startree Sage seethed with fury, needing an outlet for his rage. He plunged headlong into the fray with the Time Phoenix. Got it! With no one to stop him, the Infernal Demon Dragon swiftly reached the Time Gem and claimed it. When will the ruler of the universe arrive? Meanwhile, the Crimson Feather Sage. Chapter 286, Wearing 2 Divine Armors? Lord of the Celestial Wolf, I didn't kill the Crimson Feather Sage. The Heart of Time was snatched by the Sage of Eternity. If you don't believe me, reverse time yourself and go back to sea. Startree Reverend paid no heed to the Celestial Wolf Lord's threats. He activated his overwhelming waters domain to counter the Celestial Wolf Lord's temporal control, then turned and walked away. You think you can just kill my demon clan's venerable and walk away? That's far too simplistic. At that moment, the Lord of Nightmares descended. He cared not whether Startree had slain Crimson Feather. Now, he sought to ally with the Lord of the Celestial Wolf to slay Startree and seize the myriad treasures upon his person. He coveted that high realm treasure intensely. With the Startree revered one now appearing in the vast sky secret realm, it presented a perfect opportunity for him and the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf to join forces. You demonic beings dare to target the supreme cosmic overlords of our Northern Frontier Alliance? Do you truly believe our alliance is without defenders? As the Nightmare Demon Lord descended. Chapter 287, Higher Level Subordinate Law Comprehension? If I were to study the fusion of laws combining the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and space merging light, thunder, wind, and time, then uniting these 8 fused laws to form the 8-colored divine light, its power would surely ascend to a new level. But I don't have enough time to research so many fused laws. I'm afraid I'll become the ruler of the universe before I can even figure it out. If I could comprehend the power of the 8 lower tier laws to a higher level, wouldn't the strength of my 5-colored divine light and 10-colored divine light surge dramatically? Li Xin contemplated comprehending the power of lower tier laws at a higher level. Normally, when creating secret techniques using a single lower tier law, even immortal level beings who had thoroughly grasped a particular lower tier law couldn't create ordinary immortal level secret techniques. To create an ordinary immortal tier secret technique, one must master the Chapter 288, Cosmic Sovereign, Master of the Universe. Li Xin, I've succeeded. While the others were chatting, Ai Chen had already successfully cleared the primordial heaven-reaching mountain at the Realm Lord level and flew over. Li Xin wasn't the least bit surprised that Ai Chen had passed the primordial heaven-reaching mountain at the Realm Lord level. Long ago, Ai Chen had already attained peak king level comprehension of the laws. However, at that time, Ai Chen had comprehended the time law. Later, Li Xin instructed him to further comprehend the space law, ultimately reaching the level where the space law's origin acknowledged his comprehension. Gaining cosmic recognition for the laws of time and space was exceedingly difficult. One had to comprehend one of the 3 profound mysteries to earn it. Only after gaining this cosmic recognition could one break through to immortal tier while maintaining a comprehension speed of higher tier laws that wasn't significantly slower than that of immortal tier practitioners. Those immortals who feel their cultivation pace is countless times slower than Realm Lords are precisely because they failed to cultivate sufficiently during the Realm Lord stage. Chapter 289, Finally Meeting Senior Brother Tianyuan Zuns. The power of cosmic sovereigns is divided into 6 tiers. Tier 1, Newly Ascended Cosmic Sovereigns. Life gene level amplified 100-fold. Have not yet created ultimate secret arts. Possess only average treasures and weapons. Classified as entry level. Tier 2, Life gene level 1000x, having created ultimate secret techniques with fairly decent supreme treasures. This is the ordinary level. Tier 3, reaches the peak level, exemplified by figures like Emperor Yen or the Lord of Flint. 4th tier, rulers like the Ice Peak Lord, the Eternal Lord, or the Star River Lord when not unleashing ultimate techniques, representing the top tier. 5th tier, rulers like the Star River Lord or Chaos City Lord. Typically either creators of the strongest fusion secret arts or possessors of extraordinary artifacts. They are the pinnacle of the pinnacle, just one step away from becoming the universe's strongest. 6th tier, this tier does not exist in the primordial universe. It refers to the rulers of defiant universes who possess supreme treasures. After all, those who could reach 6th tier strength without relying on supreme treasures were. Chapter 290, Senior Brother Invites Me to Kill. He's here. Li Xin and the others didn't have to wait long before a silver streak of light shot toward them from the distance. As it traversed the boundless storm zone ahead, the tempestuous force capable of striking terror into even revered masters could not hinder the silver streak in the slightest. The Flying Palace Treasure. The moment Li Xin recognized the form of the silver streak, the silver palace materialized before his eyes. Come in, fellow disciples. I'll guide you through this perilous storm zone. Tianyuan Reverend opened the palace doors, inviting Li Xin and the others inside. All right. Without further ado, Li Xin and his companion flew into the precious palace. With the protection of the Tianyuan Reverend's treasure palace, the 3 of them flew directly into the heart of the storm zone. As they delved deeper, the storm's power intensified relentlessly, growing strong enough to extinguish even a venerable's divine might. Yet within the palace's confines. Chapter 291, Too much divine power? Then soul annihilation. Within the space beneath the thunder tree's roots. This space, much like the thunder sea above, was bathed in colossal thunder. Here stood a colossal palace saturated with thunderous might, its imposing aura surpassing even that of the Tianyuan revered one's treasured palace. Boom! Outside this thunder palace, a purple-clad thunderwood man furiously assaulted the structure. Though he bounced the palace around like a ball, his power proved utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Damn tree man! No matter how many times you regrow, your strength will never shatter the palace left by our master. A small lightning beast resembling a Qilin roared angrily from within the palace. That wretched tree man had been attacking relentlessly for 10 entire eras, 10 whole eras. Who knew how he'd endured all this time? Also, Chapter 292, Another Inheritance. No! It's a soul attack. After Thunder Venerable withdrew his Thunder Tree clone, he immediately began plotting how to break through Li Xin and the others' encirclement and escape. After all, while he wasn't afraid of Li Xin and his companions draining his divine power, he feared they might summon reinforcements or employ other sealing techniques. Yet he never anticipated that the moment he altered his strategy, Li Xin and his two companions would immediately deploy countermeasures specifically designed to target him. Soul defense was his weak point. He only possessed one ordinary soul-defending treasure. For Venus, surpassing the limits of such a treasure was child's play. Damn it, get out of my way. Facing the soul assault, Thunder Venerable's most urgent need was to break through the encirclement. Yet his intentions had already been anticipated by Li Xin. Under the restraining grip of the forest's 10,000 trees domain, even with his Thunder domain active, the Thunder Reverend couldn't break free. Chapter 293, The Path to Cosmic Sovereignty. What kind of trial is this? Li Xin inquired. I demand you swear a blood oath. Should you ever become the universe's mightiest being, you must avenge me and slay the demon beast ancestor. Of course, if you never become the universe's strongest, you need not fulfill this promise. The Law Lord's greatest hatred in this life was the demon beast ancestor. Had it not been for that demon beast ancestor, he might very well have already become the strongest being in the universe. So when he was being hunted down by the demon beast ancestor and still clinging to life, he had his divine power avatars leave legacies scattered across the cosmos. His hope was that one day, his successors would be able to slay the demon beast ancestor. This location represents one of his many such legacy sites. I, Li Xin of the human race, swear solemnly, should I one day become the mightiest being in the cosmos, possessing power 2 tiers greater than the demon beast ancestor, I shall slay the demon beast ancestor. Should I fail, may my body perish and my path to enlightenment be extinguished. Chapter 294, 20,000 times the genes. Congratulations, senior brother, on soon becoming the ruler of the universe. Though I've gained some insights myself, I still haven't glimpsed the path to becoming the ruler of the universe. Venerable Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Having just ascended to Cosmic Overlord, he lacked the accumulated strength to step into the ranks of Cosmic Sovereigns. Senior brother, it was thanks to your invitation to the 10,000 Thunder Secret Realm that I obtained the inheritance of the Law Sovereign. In that case, I shall not take the treasures from Thunder Reverend. However, the domain treasure Thunder Pearl is useful to me. I shall exchange it for the domain treasure wood-cutting forest of equal value for you both. Li Xin declared, then proceeded to take all of Thunder Reverend's possessions. The Thunder Revered One possessed 3 supreme treasures. The domain treasure, the Thunder Pearl, was undoubtedly the most precious. The remaining 2 were merely ordinary supreme treasures, armor and a weapon. Very well. Since our junior brother has been so generous in yielding to us, we shall not refuse. Chapter 295, Ice Peak, A Disciple Deserves Pampering. Master, Master. The Human Race High Council is about to convene at the Mountain of the Gods. Would you like to attend? Just as Li Xin was preparing to venture out for training, Mona conveniently appeared to deliver some good news. Ever since Li Xin ascended to the rank of Sword Prison Venerable, he had naturally become part of the human race's high command, earning him the right to attend their Supreme Council. The Supreme Council? That means Primordial Star is about to open. Li Xin's eyes lit up at Mona's words. He immediately entered the virtual universe to prepare for the assembly. When it came to combat, there was no doubt that Primordial Star was the most suitable battlefield for him. Not only would it gather countless powerful beings above the high cosmic sovereign tier, but even cosmic lords themselves couldn't teleport there, they could only fly. In such a scenario, even if he encountered a universe sovereign, with his sky-piercing wings, scarcely any would be able to prevent his escape. Not a bit of. Chapter 296, Fishing in the Sword Prison. Let the willing take the bait. Alright, you should all have finished reviewing the materials. 10 years hence, the Primordial Star will open. Naturally, our human race will venture there to seize its treasures. May each of you secure a treasure worthy of your aspirations. As the Chaos City Lord's voice calm yet as vast as the ocean faded, a high council meeting concluded. Jianyu, in 10 years, shall we form a team to go to the Primordial Star? Venerable Tianshi extended an invitation to Li Xin, reasoning that their comparable strengths made teaming up a logical choice. No, Tianshi. My journey to the Primordial Star is solely to break through my cultivation bottleneck. Li Xin politely declined the revered Tianshi's invitation. Junior brother, I'll be waiting to witness your magnificent prowess 10 years from now. Venerable Shi Yuan chuckled. Senior brother, it's far too early to talk about great feats. We'll see about that then. Li Xin chuckled. Sword Prison, I'll be heading to Primordial Star in 10 years too. When that time comes. Chapter 297, Two Big Fish Take the Bait. Venerable 10,000 Eyes was supremely confident in his power. Among the cosmic overlords, his strength ranked among the formidable, though not quite matching the absolute pinnacle. He surpassed the average cosmic overlord. 2 cosmic overlords dividing the Sword Prison. Venerable supreme treasure that was the alliance strategy, maximizing profit. Bringing in another cosmic overlord would complicate the division of the treasure. It might even backfire, allowing others to reap the rewards. Enemies approaching? Li Xin continued his flight as usual when suddenly, a molten giant surged toward him at incredible speed. Flames engulfed its entire body, and its divine form stood over 8,000 kilometers tall. This being radiated a terrifying aura of divine power, an aura that had already reached the level of a cosmic overlord. Ha 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 ha. It truly is the sword prison venerable of the human race. 10,000 eyes did not deceive me. The volcano revered one charged forward at near light speed without slowing down. Seeing. Chapter 298, How did the ancestor die again? After entering primordial star, Bloodwind revered one flew cautiously at low altitude, carefully concealing his aura. Having visited the primordial star before, he knew which areas might yield supreme treasures. He planned to stake out those spots, waiting patiently to see if he could acquire one. Primordial star is my chance. If I can obtain a few supreme treasures or sets of precious treasures here, I'll repay the debt I owe my clan and also return the supreme treasures I borrowed from my friends. Sword Prison Venerable, you just wait. If I obtain a soul-level treasure next time, I will invite my companions to seek revenge and seize every single one of your treasures. Bloodwind Reverend's deepest hatred wasn't directed at the succubus Reverend who had previously annihilated his soul, but rather at the succubus Reverend's master Sword Prison Reverend. Had it not been for the Lord of China, he might still be unable to resurrect. But even after his resurrection, he had lost all his treasures. Chapter 299, Damned Fishing Bastard, You'll Die a Miserable Death. Humph. The demon soul revered one of the insect clan alliance? You're nowhere near my level when it comes to soul techniques. The moment the demon soul sovereign attacked, Li Xian detected him. Within Li Xian's soul sea, the eternal divine brain radiated soul light that coalesced into a protective barrier, completely enveloping his soul sea. Simultaneously, the sword heart of the sword prison tower was activated, transforming into a shield that formed a dual-layered soul defense alongside the soul light. Buzz. The demon soul venerable soul tears, carrying extreme soul-piercing power, slammed into Li Xian's dual soul shields. Yet this soul attack, powerful enough to slay a cosmic overlord, only caused the shields to ripple ever so slightly. Beyond that, there was no further disturbance. It failed to affect Li Xian's soul sea in the slightest. Forest of 10,000 trees. Under attack, Li Xian would not stand idly by. His own divine power and that of the celestial star battle armor ignited instantly, engulfing the surrounding area. Chapter 300, Losing Sesame Seeds, Gaining Watermelons. Indeed. The human sword prison venerable has appeared on primordial star. I hear he possesses a soul treasure, a high-level domain treasure, and a top-tier psychic weapon. He himself is merely a high cosmic revered one, with his strongest tactic being the soul-attacking succubus revered one. Hongshan, as an energy lifeform, you're immune to the succubus sovereign. Let's confront the sword prison sovereign. We can certainly eliminate him in one fell swoop. This is truly trading sesame seeds for watermelons. If we don't act now, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Just as the waterfire revered ones were reluctantly preparing to depart, they suddenly spotted Li Xian a deliciously plump prey. Their greed was instantly ignited. As cosmic overlords in this line of work, they had naturally compiled a comprehensive list of all high-level cosmic reverends and above across the primordial star's myriad races before arriving. Chapter 301, If you don't court death, death won't find you. I don't need your treasure. I want your life. Li Xian naturally coveted such a treasure, but he couldn't possibly release the Azure Jade Reverend for it. Doing so would expose his true strength to other factions, ruining his ability to play the long game. No! As the vast, multicolored divine light descended, Qingbi revered one burned his divine power to the limit in resistance. Yet that force was simply too overwhelming. Even giving his all, he couldn't withstand a single strike. He never imagined that his fear of death had driven him to team up with two other cosmic overlords to plunder Primordial Star. And now, because of some underlings' fishing expedition, the three of them had been reeled in effortlessly. Call for reinforcements. I must call for reinforcements. No, even if I die, I must expose the despicable actions of the sword prison sage. Chapter 302, He who walks by the river will eventually get his feet wet. Li Xian couldn't care less about the Northern Frontier Alliance's petty squabbles. Any fish he hooked was his spoils of war, all treated equally. Now that everyone's here and the spoils are divided, it's time to move out. Li Xian smiled faintly as he ignited divine power within himself and the Star War armor. Instantly, the forest's myriad trees surged into action, conjuring countless void forest trees across hundreds of millions of kilometers. This suppressed the power of the Mingfeng Qingyu domain unleashed by the Mingfeng Reverend, while simultaneously counter-suppressing the Heavenly Sound Reverend and Water Control Reverend. It prevented these two cosmic overlords from fully unleashing their might. Dawn of the Milky Way. The 10-colored divine light remained as before, its dazzling radiance heralding the arrival of the Grim Reaper. The terrifying Law Divine Sword, bearing 10 celestial rivers, collided with the Water Guardian's psychic blades. In an instant, it shattered the psychic blades and surged toward the Water Guardian's divine body. Chapter 303, The Combined Assault of 10 Million Enfeft Insect Clans. Boom! The cloud-flowing hall of the revered dove crane had barely taken flight when it was suppressed, restrained, and halted by the boundless forest 10,000 trees domain surrounding it. Though the treasure palace possessed formidable physical defenses, it had a fatal flaw: it could only charge forward without the ability to attack. This made it vulnerable to being restrained by domain treasures or sealed by sealing treasures. Li Xian possessed no sealing treasure, but his domain treasure could bind the floating cloud hall, preventing its escape. Sword Prison Venerable, I possess the floating cloud hall. You cannot kill me. To slay me, you must be the ruler of the universe. If you don't release me now, you can't do anything to me. In fact, the ruler of the universe from my clan will soon descend here to kill you. After being restrained by Li Xian, the revered Johua immediately grew tense. Even though he knew his defenses were impenetrable, he still felt a twinge of panic. Bye. Chapter 304, Power Revealed Once More. Ha? Johua's been killed? When the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf attempted to contact the revered Johua, he found no response. Only after personally investigating did he discover the revered Johua was dead. Johua said both his companions, the cosmic overlords, had been killed. He suspected he himself had also been slain by the Sword Prison Sage. This matter must be reported to the two demon ancestors. Have them resurrect Johua and question him. Is this truly the case? The Lord of the Celestial Wolf felt this intelligence was too significant for him to handle alone and immediately sought counsel from the demon ancestor, the universe's strongest being. I hope this isn't true. Upon hearing the Celestial Wolf Lord's words, the dream demon ancestor sighed deeply. Naturally, he hoped it wasn't true. After all, if it were, the talent of that human, the Sword Prison Sage, would be terrifying beyond measure. Reverse time. The dream demon ancestor immediately unleashed his ability to reverse time and space, transporting the dove. Chapter 305, Making China a High-Level Cosmic Nation? Hongmeng City. Our human race's sword prison revered one is truly formidable. In just tens of thousands of years, his strength has surged from high cosmos revered one to top-tier cosmic overlord level. He must have broken through from realm lord to immortal tier to attain such power. Not necessarily. Perhaps the sword prison revered one has already attained revered one rank, which is why he possesses top-tier cosmic overlord strength. Otherwise, an immortal level being wielding top-tier cosmic overlord power would be terrifying indeed. Honestly, whether he's immortal or revered doesn't matter. With all those supreme treasures on him, countless alien universe lords are eyeing him. If he doesn't get off primordial star soon, those treasures will be snatched clean by the aliens. Look! The revered sword prison is here. He actually has the presence of mind to come drinking here? Inside the war bar, numerous reverends debated. Chapter 306, Xianwu's Iconic Moment. Countless alien universe reverends and universe lords launched a massive invasion of primordial star, laying a trap to capture Li Xian. But just as the alien races were ecstatic, believing Li Xian was doomed and they would reap countless treasures, their mole within the human race informed them, Li Xian had already returned to the primordial universe of the human race. Damn that sword prison revered one! That cunning human! He slaughtered so many of our revered ones and universe lords, then slipped away secretly, leaving us to toil for nothing. That sword prison revered one is nothing but a coward. He fled back to the human clan to hide, clearly afraid of us demonic clan. Heh, if it were you, knowing they'd set a trap with heavenly nets and earthly snares, wouldn't you be afraid? Would you actually walk right into it? That sword prison sovereign is utterly despicable. Last time, when he was the sword prison king, he fled back to the primordial universe the moment he sensed danger. This time, it's the same. Chapter 307, A Woman's Revenge Knows No Time Limit. Sword Prison Venerable. All the reverends who had been focused on the Qianwu Reverend now lifted their heads to watch the Sword Prison Reverend approaching. A man's reputation precedes him. The revered Sword Prison was a top-tier cosmic overlord. The ordinary cosmic overlords and revered ones around him, unfamiliar with him, dared not address him without permission. They could only make way for him. Suitable? Of course it's suitable. Yu, rest assured I will repay you for your treasure point. The moment I, Qianwu, obtain a treasure point, I will return it to you immediately. With the Sword Prison Venerable coming to his rescue, the Qianwu Venerable naturally followed him out of the war bar. Being publicly hounded for debt was utterly embarrassing and humiliating. Worst of all, these creditors were his own friends, the very ones who had lent him the treasures in the first place. Yet he couldn't even vent his frustration at them. That was the most frustrating part. Chapter 308, The Strongest Talent Secret Art, The World of Laws. Primordial Universe. After handling matters with the Qianwu Sage and the Huaxia Cosmic Nation, Li Xian headed toward the treasure offering hall. Li Xian placed all the remaining treasures he had obtained on the primordial star onto the offering platform, excluding the ordinary domain treasure, Mingfeng Qingyu, and the high-grade soul treasure, Magic Soul Tears. This included the high-grade treasure armor worn by the Infernal Demon Dragon and the Time Phoenix, as well as the Infernal Demon Dragon's high-grade treasure weapon. He placed them all upon the treasure offering platform. 25 ordinary treasure weapons, 17 ordinary treasure armor sets, 1 ordinary treasure palace, 5 high-grade treasure weapons, and 4 high-grade treasure armor sets. Total value, 1,200 treasure points. Proceed with the full offering? The familiar mechanical voice echoed. Confirming the offering of all treasures and exchanging them for 2 top-tier treasure armor sets and 2 top-tier treasure weapons. Li Xian had already chosen his targets before arriving. Offering successful. Balance, 120. Chapter 309, The Demon Clan, First Defeat, Bloodwind Venerable. Primordial Star must be in utter chaos by now. I'll stay out of it and focus on cultivating in the divine realm for a while. With the enhancement of the Law World innate secret technique and the dual cultivation with the ordinary domain treasure Min Feng Qingyu, my comprehension of the laws can reach new heights. The ultimate secret technique of the Universe Lord can also become even stronger. After settling affairs in the Huaxia cosmic realm, Li Xian's human avatar devoted himself to cultivation within the primordial universe. Meanwhile, the Eternal Phoenix cultivated dual cultivation with Mingfeng Qingyu in the divine realm, while Zhu Yuhai constantly channeled the innate secret technique World of Laws to empower himself. Simultaneously, he integrated his ever-deepening insights into the laws into the ultimate secret technique of the ruler of the universe he had created, thereby enhancing the technique's power. Above the ultimate secret technique of the ruler of the universe lies the mightiest secret technique of the ruler of the universe. Yet the gap between the two was far greater than that between a lowly secret technique and the ultimate secret technique of the ruler of the universe. Chapter 310, Why has the cosmic atmosphere become like this? Forest of 10,000 trees. Li Xian ignited his divine power, instantly activating the domain treasure. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, everything fell under the control of the boundless Crimson Vine domain. The terrifying suppression and binding force left both Bloodwind Reverend and Soul-controlling Reverend, 2 cosmic overlords, as if trapped in quicksand, utterly unable to extricate themselves. A high-tier domain treasure, a top-tier cosmic overlord. At this moment, Bloodwind Reverend and Soul-controlling Reverend could no longer fail to see that their opponent was just like Sword Prison Reverend before. They were deliberately feigning weakness to lure their prey, specifically targeting weaker cosmic overlords and revered masters like themselves for the kill. Yet they had confirmed beyond doubt, these 2 unfamiliar supreme cosmic overlords were absolutely not the Sword Prison Reverend. If they weren't the Sword Prison Venerable, then they must be newly ascended supreme cosmic overlords. Likely, they had learned of the Sword Prison Reverend's glorious battle record and were deliberately emulating him. Chapter 311, Retreat immediately, or face a fight to the death. Damn it! It's a top-tier treasure. This is bad. Seeing this, both Thunderstorm Reverend and Weasel Hill Reverend instantly paled. If this had happened earlier, they might have had a chance to flee. But now, they sensed the surrounding spacetime pressure surge several levels higher, crushing them so they could barely move an inch. You all deserve to die. Had it merely been high-grade treasure armor, the sovereign of the metal element might have refrained from bullying the weak and allowed the Thunderstorm Venerable and the others to leave. But this was a supreme treasure armor, one not even fully revealed yet. He couldn't risk news of it spreading, so he absolutely would not let Venerable Thunderstorm and the others leave. Ah! The Golden Element Reverend struck down with a hammer blow across the void. Instantly, the terrifying force of spacetime compression swept toward the Thunderstorm Reverend and his companion. Their bodies were shattered in an instant, their divine power utterly annihilated. Instant annihilation, a cosmic sovereign against ordinary beings. Chapter 312, 2 Universe Lords assaulting me? Meanwhile, the Thunder Punishment Sovereign, being a second-tier universe sovereign, held the advantage. With comparable weapons and secret arts, his genetic multiplier had reached 6,000 times. Under that terrifying divine power suppression, Li Xian's chaos divine light crumbled. Block it for me. Purple thunder crashed down, striking Li Xian's body. Yet Li Xian wore top-tier treasure armor, and his breaker wings extended a protective divine light equivalent to high-grade treasure armor defense. The thunder's power clearly failed to breach the defensive ceiling of the supreme treasure armor. After being weakened by both layers of protection, the remaining force merely extinguished a minuscule fraction of Li Xian's divine power. With his 9 netherworld clone present, it was swiftly replenished. It could only be said that Li Xian's defensive prowess was far more terrifying than his offensive capabilities. Ha! He actually withstood my full power strike. Seeing Li Xian merely knocked back his divine power aura. Chapter 313, The Dark Tower New Artifact Component. Sword Prison, over here. Upon seeing Li Xian arrive, the Ancestral Tree Sage, Time Depth Sage, and others gestured with their hands. Ancestral Tree, do you have any specific leads on the whereabouts of the cosmic rulers of the various alien races on Primordial Star? Li Xian approached upon seeing this. His purpose in coming was to learn the precise locations of the Primordial Star's cosmic rulers from the revered Ancestral Tree and the others. What? Sword Prison, you're heading to the Primordial Star? Venerable Ancestral Tree inquired curiously. Of course not. If I appeared on Primordial Star now, I'd be besieged by those alien races at any cost. I'm seeking this information merely to gauge how many cosmic rulers of alien races are on Primordial Star and when they might ease their pursuit of me. Li Xin chuckled. That makes sense. I don't have the intel you seek, but you can purchase it directly from the Dark Tower. That place specializes in providing us. Chapter 314, Your Precious Treasure? That belongs to me. This pitiful strength isn't enough to kill me. The Eternal Divine Brain radiated brilliant soul light, while the Sword Prison Tower's sword heart similarly unleashed soul sword energy, forming a protective barrier to shield Li Xin's soul. Under this dual soul protection, even as the floating demon lord's golden soul light assaulted from every angle, it was still completely blocked by Li Xin's double soul shield, unable to affect him in the slightest. Chaos Divine Light. The chaotic colored divine light, formed by the convergence of 10 divine swords, resembled the primordial cosmic light of creation itself, infinite in power. As the chaos divine light collided with the golden stream, terrifying energy swept across a vast expanse of billions of miles. The once invincible chaos divine light was shattered by the golden stream of light. Block it for me. As the golden stream surged toward Li Xin, his sky-piercing wings folded forward to block the onslaught. Yet the sky-piercing wings were ultimately not a defensive treasure. Chapter 315, Unable to activate the Sword Prison Tower? Demon Clan Territory. At the heart of the profound starry sky, a colossal palace ablaze with crimson flames floated, anchoring a segment of spacetime. 3 beams of divine light appeared in this starry expanse, followed by the figures of 3 members of the Demon Clan royal family. Heart Devourer, Illusion Slayer, do you know why the Lord of the Celestial Wolf summoned us? One figure was a serpent demon, its entire body covered in black scales, adorned with a collar of white scales encircling its neck from tail to head. Its pupils resembled the abyssal cycle of reincarnation, endlessly profound. A single glance felt dizzying, as if one might plunge directly into the cycle of rebirth. This was none other than the reincarnation Song Yen Snake, one of the 18 royal clans of the demon race. No idea. But it probably isn't anything bad, otherwise he wouldn't have summoned us. The other figure was a colossal beast, hundreds of kilometers in length, with 4 massive hooves and a body entirely covered in scales. Chapter 316, 2 Supreme Treasures Acquired. I'll give it a try. With Jean Lin's explanation, Li Xin channeled his divine power once more. The Sword Prison Tower appeared structurally intact, yet Li Xin distinctly sensed an energy circulation system operating between each level. As long as he didn't use this energy cycle to spread his divine power throughout the entire Sword Prison Tower, he could concentrate the energy solely within the lowest tier. Boom! The Sword Prison Tower trembled once more. This time, the lowest tier of the Sword Prison Tower detached itself from the entire structure, becoming a separate entity. With a flick of Li Xin's intent, the entire 11th light-year-tall layer of the Sword Prison Tower shrank continuously, eventually condensing into a small structure that appeared in the palm of his hand. Though small, Li Xin knew full well the immense power this thing possessed. It could be said that even his previous full power strike likely couldn't. Chapter 317, The Universe's Master reveals his mightiest secret art. Stellar Radiance. 108 starlight orbs blazed with dazzling radiance. Boundless heavy water merged with the brilliant stars, forming a torrent that swept across the heavens. Carrying the overwhelming momentum of a surging stellar flood, it charged toward Li Xin. 10-colored divine radiance. Li Xin wasted no words, immediately igniting the divine power within himself and his celestial star battle armor. Over 1,000 supreme treasures Gengjin divine swords erupted with light corresponding to 10 different laws. With a single thought, the swords converged into a single, dazzling beam of 10-colored light. The 10-colored divine light drew its greatest power from the laws of wood and time, followed by space, wind, and thunder, with the remaining laws serving as auxiliary forces. That terrifying divine light resembled the light of creation, bearing the hope of the entire universe. It carried the power of the entire cosmos as it surged toward the overwhelming torrent of stars. Boom! The torrent of stars, seemingly powerful enough to engulf the entire primordial star, unleashed a terrifying might. Chapter 318, You're dead, do you understand? Threatening me when you're about to die? How laughable. Since he began his cultivation, Li Xin had never yielded to any threats, let alone those from a dying man. 10-colored divine light. The boundless 10-colored divine light once again channeled the laws of the entire realm onto the Gengjin divine sword. Moving with blinding speed, it struck the Star Tree Venerable's divine body before he could react. Bathed in the exquisite radiance of the 10-colored divine light, the Star Tree Reverend's colossal celestial tree, which had once obscured the heavens, was instantly hurled away. The Star Tree Venerable's divine body, clad in high-grade treasure armor, appeared utterly fragile before this terrifying 10-colored divine light. The impact of the 10-colored divine light caused the very space of primordial star to tremble slightly. Before the Star Tree Sage's disbelieving gaze, it extinguished another 25% of his divine power. Damn it! Chapter 319, The Supreme Sealing Treasure, the Lapis Lazuli Vase. Divine Realm. Li Xian split off a thread of his consciousness to drink in Hongmeng City, but his light-time Phoenix avatar had already returned to the divine realm. 2 high-grade supreme treasures emerged from his domain. The overwhelming sea and heavy water treasure and the forest and 10,000 trees treasure instantly broke free from Li Xian's grasp, merging together. As the treasures merged, a colossal devouring force erupted from within them. Li Xian was already experienced with this process. Numerous eternal divine furnaces appeared beside the treasures, continuously channeling energy into them. Several precious treasures, 1 ordinary treasure weapon, 1 ordinary treasure armor, 1 ordinary soul treasure, 1 high-grade treasure weapon, and 1 high-grade treasure armor. It seems Startree Reverend hid the other treasures elsewhere. Otherwise, this modest collection wouldn't even qualify as the wealth of a top-tier cosmic overlord. Perhaps they're hidden within his divine realm, ready to be retrieved once he revives. Chapter 320, The Book of Life and Death's contents leaked? In the boundless starry void. The cosmic overlords overseeing intelligence for the 3 peak races, the Demon Clan, the Machine Clan, and the Insect Clan, gathered here to discuss their plans against the human race. You've likely heard the Light Sword Sage, Li Xian's companion, has also ascended to Cosmic Sage. And judging by the terrifying commotion when he attained that status, he's no ordinary being. Even if she hasn't demonstrated overwhelming power yet, we must target her. Otherwise, she might become the next Luofeng or even the next Li Xian. Dealing with the Light Sword Sovereign is acceptable. This task falls to your mechanical clan. Eliminate her at all costs. We demons are already weaving a web of traps to eliminate the Sword Prison Revered One completely. If you can't eliminate the Light Sword Revered One, it only proves how utterly useless you are. But the Light Sword Revered One stays in the primordial universe all day. How are we supposed to target her? Are you telling us to storm into the primordial universe? Chapter 321, The Alliance Strikes to Eliminate the Demons? Primordial star 01086 has been reached. No cosmic sovereigns have intercepted me. They must be waiting to ambush me after I emerge from the Heavenly Revelation Hall. If I perish within the Apocalypse Hall, they naturally won't need to hunt me down. But if I emerge alive and carry a supreme treasure with me, their ambush would be a fortune. Or perhaps the Lord of Floating Demons lacks confidence in ambushing me while I can teleport within the primordial star? Li Xian mused inwardly. If he were in the Floating Demon Lord's position, he might well have the same thoughts. The Hall of Heavenly Revelation. We've arrived. From afar, Li Xian could see the area shrouded in a sea of purple thunder. The lightning surged like ocean waves, completely submerging the entire region. At the very center of this thunderous ocean, the faint outline of a towering palace could be discerned. This thunder sea enveloped the palace within a radius of over 100 million kilometers. No matter which direction one charged toward the palace, they would. Chapter 322, First Kill of the Cosmic Sovereign. Venerable Kunpeng, you truly chose hell over heaven. The Lord of Thunder Punishment's cold blue eyes fixed on Li Xian. Ever since the Venerable Kunpeng had snatched away his supreme treasure armor, he had harbored a seething hatred for the Elder. The moment he saw the Kunpeng Revered One, the Lord of Thunder Punishment's killing intent surged. He knew full well that the Kunpeng Revered One possessed the ability to teleport within the primordial star. If he didn't kill him now, once the passage opened in 10 days, the Lord of Thunder Punishment had no confidence he could beat the Kunpeng Sage to the next round. Lord of Thunder Punishment, I return your words to you in kind. Meeting me here marks the day of your demise. After creating the most powerful secret technique of the universe lords, Li Xian would have sought out the Lords of Gold, Thunder Punishment, and Floating Demons, those whose names he had recorded in the Book of Life and Death, were it not for the imminent opening of the Hall of Heavenly Revelation. Now. Chapter 323, The Palace of Treasures? Witness my glass vase. Lord of Thunder Punishment is dead. Gazing upon the utterly defeated Lord of Thunder Punishment, Li Xian felt immense satisfaction. This was the first Lord of the universe he had ever slain. Previously, he had been at a disadvantage in their battle. Yet, in just tens of thousands of years, he had grown strong enough to kill the Lord of Thunder Punishment. My secret technique has evolved from a cosmic sovereign's ultimate secret technique into the strongest secret technique a cosmic sovereign can wield. My domain has transformed from a high-level domain into a peak-level domain. My weapon has ascended from a top-tier treasure weapon to a peak-tier treasure weapon. The quality of my divine power has surged 100-fold from its previous state. Killing the Lord of Thunder Punishment was only natural. Li Xian understood precisely why he could slay the Lord of Thunder Punishment. Primarily, he had grown vastly stronger than his former self, undergoing a near-complete metamorphosis across all fronts. Meanwhile, the Lord of Thunder Punishment had stagnated, remaining virtually unchanged from before. No, that's not entirely. Chapter 324, Is this the grave you chose? No. The Blood Tears Venerable's wailing roar echoed from within the Blood Tears Hall. Yet as the roar faded, the entire hall itself was sealed within the crystal bottle. Sealed. Li Xian waved his hand, and the glass bottle shrank before landing in his palm. He promptly sealed the opening, completing the formal sealing. The blood tear sage, sealed within the glass bottle, could only be released if Li Xin opened the bottle. Otherwise, he would remain permanently sealed within. The sealing treasure truly lives up to its reputation as the ultimate counter to the Palace of Treasures. Next time we encounter one of these turtle shells, we'll just seal it away. His first attempt at sealing a high-grade treasure palace with the glass bottle seemed quite effective, well worth the immense cost he'd paid to acquire it. I can't kill the blood tear's venerable now, but once I return to the Divine Realm, I'll finish him off. Within the Divine Realm, he would have the backing of the entire Divine Realm's source power. Chapter 325, Madman, you madman. Venerable Kunping, I am the ruler of the Demon Clan universe. If you dare kill me, the mightiest beings of our two Demon Clan universes and all the universe rulers will never let you off. Even if you escape the primordial universe and flee to the cosmic sea, our Demon Clan can still summon all the universe lords of the Demon Clan Alliance to hunt you down in the cosmic sea. Of course, if you spare me, I can offer you my most precious treasure, my wings, as payment for my life. Under Li Xian's relentless assault, the Lord of Floating Demons watched helplessly as his divine power steadily faded. He had no choice but to seek other means to prolong his life. The Kunping sage was a lone wolf. Not only had the Demon Clan Alliance hunted down the top lone wolf cosmic overlords, but they had also eliminated numerous lone wolf cosmic rulers. Their standing among the peak races was the source of their confidence. Few solitary universe masters dared to provoke the demon race, save for the absolute strongest among those solitary universes. Chapter 326, Li Xian's child enslaved? Tianyan Mountains. 5 peak-level human realm kings had formed a party to explore here. Based on intelligence they'd obtained, a precious treasure was rumored to have emerged within the Tianyan Mountains, prompting their joint expedition. King Li Ming? I can't shake the feeling that this news about a great treasure appearing in the Tianyan Mountains is rather suspicious. The Rakshasa king of the giant axe arena secretly transmitted his voice to Li Tianming. Her appearance closely resembled that of an earthwoman, waist-length blue hair, blue armor accentuating her impressive figure, and a slightly chubby face that evoked affection. As a member of the Giant Axe secret realm within the Giant Axe arena and an undisclosed disciple of the Lord of Void Gold, the Rakshasa Queen possessed formidable intelligence capabilities. It was precisely this acuity that made her suspect something was amiss with this particular piece of information. If you found the information suspicious, why did you follow me out? Li Tianming looked at the Rakshasa King beside him with curiosity. Though she appeared adorable, she was ruthless when it came to eliminating anomalies. Chapter 327, Earth's Secret discovered by the Lord of Void Gold. The demon race's intelligence network was swift. Within mere days, their intelligence had already spread throughout the cosmos. What? The Soul Prison King, Dawn King, and Morning Light King, 3 peak-level kings, all possess soul treasures and top-tier palace treasures? Where did these artifacts come from? Well, that's because they're well connected. They're all children of the Sword Prison Sage. Back when the Sword Prison Sage disguised himself as a fisherman on the primordial star, specifically targeting and eliminating cosmic overlords and cosmic sages from various races, he must have acquired countless treasures. Many of those treasures were spent on his children. That Sword Prison revered one was such a fool. If it were me, I'd use them to arm myself and become even more powerful. That's the right path. Not squander them on 3 little king-level limiters. That's the difference between you and the Sword Prison Sovereign. He possessed high-tier domain treasures, high-tier soul treasures, and top-tier. Chapter 328, The Giant Axe Descends on Earth, Li Xian's secret exposed? This wine was traded for a top-tier treasure. How could it not be delicious? If that guy hadn't thought he couldn't beat me and didn't want to lose face, he probably wouldn't have even considered trading such fine wine for me. Too bad. Even though I could beat him, I could only suppress him. Otherwise, I'd have taken every drop of wine from him. The Giant Axe chuckled. Drinking fine wine alone was no fun. Sharing it with friends was the true pinnacle of enjoyment. By the way, Su Jin, you didn't come here just for the wine, did you? After 3 rounds of drinks, Giant Axe broached the subject with Lord Su Jin. It wasn't that he wanted to ask, it was that since Lord Su Jin had arrived, he'd been drinking non-stop. A tenth of the fine wine Giant Axe had traded for had already been consumed by Su Jin. He really didn't want Su Jin to drink any more, otherwise, the entire batch he'd just brought back would be drained by this guy. After all, this wine was his. Chapter 329, Every alliance has its traitors. The Ice Wolf Reverend and Fire Wolf Reverend had been fantasizing about leveraging the demon ancestors' might to seek out and seize treasures on Primordial Star. Yet they never imagined anyone would dare attack 2 demon clan reverends while the 2 great demon ancestors were approaching Primordial Star. Did they not fear the demon ancestors' wrath? No. Yet no matter how the Ice Wolf Sage and Fire Wolf Sage struggled, they discovered with utter despair that they were trapped within this terrifying illusion. Their very thoughts of self-destruction were drowned out. Worse still, the enslaving soul imprint clung to their souls like a poison embedded in bone, impossible to expel. Greetings, Master. Before long, both the Ice Wolf Revered One and the Fire Wolf Revered One were enslaved by Li Xin. Did you two transmit any messages back to the demon clan earlier? Li Xin inquired. Master, your soul illusion is too powerful. So powerful that a single glance was enough to make me. Chapter 330, Lord of the Purple Horns, you're asking for death. Kill. As the Lord of Heavenly Punishment was sent flying by the Lord of the Purple Horn, the Lord of Dark Demons, as if anticipating this, spun around and charged toward the Lord of Heavenly Punishment. In an instant, a blindingly swift black blade flash erupted. Its velocity was so overwhelming that by the time the Lord of Heavenly Punishment attempted to defend, the terrifying blade's force had already slammed into his armor. This devastating strike instantly sent the Lord of Heavenly Punishment's divine form flying backward millions of kilometers, while the terrifying blade light extinguished 8% of his divine power. Combined with the divine power extinguished by the Purple Horn Lord's initial ambush and the energy expended in the preceding battle, the Lord of Celestial Punishment's divine power now stood below 90%, a tenfold reduction in his might. Run! Without hesitation, the Lord of Heavenly Punishment made the same decision as the Thunder Venerable, to stabilize his body and immediately charge toward the passage leading to the outside world. With his divine power below 90%, he no longer possessed the resources. Chapter 331, The Strongest Talent's Secret Art, I am the law. Ha 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 ha. Lord of the Shadows, I thank you. Once I escape, I won't forget your kindness. The Purple Horn Lord felt immense relief at his earlier choice upon witnessing how much divine power the Lord of the Dark Demons had lost in a single blow from the Kuanping Revered One. Had he stayed to fight alongside the Lord of Shadow Demons against the Kuanping Sage, he might well have ended up as the Shadow Demon Lord's pawn used as expendable fodder to drain the Kuanping Sage's divine power. Upon witnessing the Kuanping Sage unleash power rivaling that of a peak-level domain, he severed all thoughts of collaborating with the Lord of the Shadow Demons. After all, he had betrayed countless times before, each time executing his plans with flawless precision. No one could detect his deception until the very end. The news that the venerable Kuanping possesses a top-tier realm treasure will surely fetch a hefty price when it gets out. Add to that the possibility of him acquiring treasures from the Heavenly Revelation Hall that's essentially too top-tier. Chapter 332, Two Great Demon Ancestors Attack Peril Looms. What? You killed Floating Demon too? Hearing the Kuanping Lord's words, the Dark Demon Lord was utterly despairing. As the other had said, if he dared kill the Floating Demon Lord, why would he hesitate to kill him, the Dark Demon Lord? Block him for me. Yet no matter what, the Lord of the Shadow Demons' despair was but a fleeting moment. Driven by an intense will to survive, the Lord of the Shadow Demons threw himself into blocking the incoming law cone even knowing it meant certain death. But if mere will to survive could truly snatch a sliver of life from the jaws of death, what need would there be for the Universe Lord's ultimate secret art? Lord Kuanping, you will be slain by the demon ancestor. I await you below. As his divine power was utterly extinguished, the Lord of the Shadow Demons let out what he considered his most vicious roar. Demon ancestors? When I gain true power, that will be the moment your so-called two great demon ancestors meet their end. Chapter 333, The Kuanping is actually a member of the insect clan. That Kuanping Revered One is simply too formidable. Even under the joint blockade of the two strongest beings in the universe, he managed to teleport away. Doesn't that mean he's already in an unbeatable position on the primordial star? What? The Floating Demon Lord and the Shadowy Demon Lord were both slain by the venerable Kuanping? No wonder the two demon ancestors are so enraged they've abandoned their dignity to hunt him down. What revered Kuanping? Anyone capable of slaying the Floating Demon Lord and the Shadowy Demon Lord isn't worthy of the title revered anymore. He should be called the Kuanping Sovereign. Clearly, after ascending to become the sovereign of the universe, his power surged dramatically, enabling him to eliminate both the Floating Demon Lord and the Shadowy Demon Lord. This should be quite the spectacle. The demon race has suffered such a crushing defeat they won't let this go easily. When the venerable Kuanping and the demon race clash, that will be something to see. After witnessing this spectacle, the numerous lords of the universe all. Chapter 334, Ice Peak opposes Earth Management Plan. Boom! As the combined soul attack culminated, terrifying soul energy erupted from the singularity. Endless soul force slammed into the Blood Tears Hall, penetrating even if only a sliver could seep through. Yet that sliver possessed astonishingly high quality. Even the Blood Tears Venerable, protected by an ordinary soul treasure, could not fully withstand this soul shockwave. After all, the soul defense of an ordinary soul treasure had its limits. Once that threshold was exceeded, the soul treasure could only mitigate the soul attack to a very limited extent. The soul shock lasted only a brief moment, yet it was terrifying. Under this dreadful assault, the Blood Tears Reverend's soul was utterly annihilated. The power of the Divine Realm's primordial force is truly terrifyingly strong. With this technique at my disposal, my sealed enemies will find it far harder to rely on their treasure palaces for survival. Chapter 335, Can Earth's sovereignty still be saved? Ownership of Earth lies in my disciple's hands. No matter what, Earth belongs to him. How could we possibly usurp his rightful ownership? You must understand that Li Xin has only cultivated for a mere 100,000 years, yet he has already reached the pinnacle of cosmic overlords. To put it bluntly, Li Xian's talent rivals that of the master. In the history of the human race, no one except the master can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not even you, Giant Axe. Such a prodigiously talented powerhouse, even if he usually appears amiable, easygoing, and deeply attached to the human race, his inner pride is unimaginably immense. His affection for his family runs deep, and his bond with his homeland, Earth, is profound beyond measure. This is evident from his rise to power, leading the growth of his native Chinese civilization into the advanced cosmic nation it is today. If we were to seize Earth's sovereignty, it would be tantamount to snatching away his. Chapter 336, The Celestial Wolf Lord Sealed Within the Jade Vessel. What a joke! You, a top-tier cosmic overlord, dare threaten to kill me? Are you an idiot? Though the Lord of the Celestial Wolf spoke thus, he still had no intention of stepping out of the Celestial Wolf Hall. He was no fool. If the sword prison reverend dared appear before him, the ruler of this universe, it meant the other had something to rely on. Who knew if the Ice Wolf Reverend's world ring concealed other human cosmic rulers? The moment he saw the sword prison sage, he had already relayed the intelligence of his presence here through the demon clan's intelligence network to the two great demon ancestors and the other cosmic rulers of the demon clan on Primordial Star. His sole task now was to remain hidden within the Celestial Wolf Hall, staying close to the sword prison revered one at all times, ensuring he never vanished from sight. Once the two demon ancestors and the other cosmic rulers arrived, capturing the revered sword prison would be child's play, no need for him to risk his own life. Chapter 337, Dare to Kill My Child? Then you die. Chaos in Time and Space. After sealing the Fire Wolf Revered One and the Ice Wolf Revered One within his world ring, Li Xian took the opportunity to disrupt this very spacetime. He had always suffered from reversing time and space. Whenever he acted, as long as his exact location was known, those universe lords could replay the events by reversing time and space. All his tactics were laid bare before that reverse timeline, forcing him to reveal every ounce of his power and methods. Now, having mastered the power of the Peak Realm, he too could manipulate spacetime. By disrupting the spacetime here, even the universe's mightiest beings wielding time reversal abilities would be unable to perceive any footage of his battle with the Celestial Wolf Lord for a brief period. Of course, disrupting spacetime isn't invincible. The spacetime within the primordial universe is inherently ordered. Even after disruption, the primordial universe's laws would gradually restore that segment of spacetime to its original state. Chapter 338, Seizing Earth to spur Li Xian? Demon Ancestor, the Heavenly Flower Venerable has sent word the token the Heavenly Wolf Lord gave him has become ownerless. Just as the Dream Demon Ancestor was preparing to guard the Primordial Star Passage himself, the Chang'e Lord delivered this ominous news. That Wolf Demon is protected by the Wolf Demon Hall. If even the Wolf Demon Hall couldn't save his life, he must have been taken back to the divine realm of a powerful human being by the Sword Prison Lord and killed. Counting the Celestial Wolf, our demon race has lost 3 cosmic lords in one fell swoop. After reading the message from the Lord of Chang'e, the Dream Demon Ancestor was overcome with rage. He desperately wanted to storm into the human realm and demand an explanation. But he quickly suppressed that impulse. Now was not the time for rash actions. All Demon Clan Universe Lords, return to Demon Clan territory immediately. Refrain from unnecessary outings. The Dream Demon Ancestor wondered if someone was deliberately targeting the demon race. Otherwise. Chapter 339, Earth's Final Destiny. Enough. Quiet. Let Ice Peak continue. The Giant Axe bellowed once more. Hearing the Giant Axe's words, the numerous Universe Lords all fell silent, fixing their gaze on Ice Peak Lord. They were eager to see what Ice Peak Lord would say. Just moments ago, my disciple Shi Yuan learned on Primordial Star that Li Xian has sealed the Lord of the Celestial Wolf there. Currently, the Demon Race, Insect Race, and Mechanical Race are blockading Primordial Star. Chaos, with your authority, you need only investigate to verify whether what I say is true. Facing the skepticism of the many Universe Lords, Ice Peak remained unflappable as he stated his reasoning. Chaos, is this true? Hearing Ice Peak's words, all eyes turned to the Chaos City Lord. The Chaos City Lord remained silent, diverting part of his consciousness to investigate. With his capabilities, such matters could be resolved swiftly. Everyone, Ice Peak says. Chapter 340, Earth is too small to accommodate non-Chinese. Earth is my homeland. Its habitable area is limited. Even my own descendants are too numerous to all qualify for residence here. There is simply no extra space available on Earth at present. Based on what Ice Peak Lord had previously stated, he knew full well how these cosmic rulers had treated Earth in the past. They once sought to claim Earth, but now Li Xian would naturally refuse such demands. As Li Xian stated, after so many years, even many less gifted members of the Li family could no longer live on Earth, let alone beings from other universes. Don't talk to him about the greater good of humanity. In his view, Earth has always been meant solely for the Chinese people. Non-Chinese had no place settling here. The numerous cosmic rulers had assumed that since Li Xian had just ascended to his position, he would seek their favor. Chapter 341, Withdrawing from the Virtual Universe Corporation. As the surrounding boundless currents grew thin, a towering, infinitely lofty statue loomed in the distant void, none other than the statue of the primordial ancestor. The statue of the primordial ancestor was of unknown height, seemingly reaching infinitely upward. Surrounding the statue pulsed an endless surge of laws, the 10 fundamental laws, the 8 integrated laws, and even laws Lexin had never encountered before. Countless laws, including the very laws governing the cosmos's rotation, surged forth from the boundless statue. The entire universe revolved around it as its core. The primordial ancestor, truly a legendary figure. What a pity he ultimately chose to seize the primordial universe for reasons unknown, only to be suppressed in the end. Lexin gazed at the statue before him and couldn't help but sigh. The primordial ancestor's talent was truly otherworldly. Even after arriving at the origin continent in his later years, he could become a god king. One could only imagine how extraordinary his innate gifts were. Had the primordial ancestor not lost his way and attempted to seize the primordial universe? Chapter 342, Taking all the human race's peak treasures and armor? Primordial Universe. After speaking with the Chaos City Lord, Lexin proceeded to the treasure offering hall. He possessed numerous supreme treasures, but the vast majority were connected to the Kuanping sovereign and thus could not be sold. However, having recently slain the Lord of the Celestial Wolf, these treasures were now available for offering. I possess 2 top-tier treasure armor sets and 1 top-tier treasure weapon obtained through exchanges within the human race. Additionally, I have 1 top-tier treasure armor set acquired upon emerging from the primordial star, along with a top-tier psychic weapon bestowed by the human race. All 5 of these treasures are worthy of being presented. All treasures belonging to the Lord of the Celestial Wolf, including his soul treasure and treasured palace, can be relinquished. They hold no use for me anyway. With my current grasp of the Thunder Law, the Thunder Pearl I obtained from the Law Lord is now useless too. I'll offer that up as well. With so many treasures, plus my stored treasure points, I should be able to exchange them for 2 peak tier. Chapter 343, Heavenly Court Sanctuary Human Demon War. Demon Clan. The Lord of the Celestial Wolf's token became ownerless. Not long after news spread among the human clan that the Sword Prison Venerable had become the Sword Prison Lord, the Demon Clan quickly learned of it. Cunning humans. That damn Sword Prison Lord, he utterly disregards our demon race. Kill him. We must kill that Sword Prison Lord, or Lord Celestial Wolf will have died in vain. The humans dared to slay our Demon Clan's ruler of the universe. This is a blatant provocation. We must exact vengeance, or how can we preserve the Demon Clan's honor? Upon hearing this news, the numerous Demon Clan universe lords were filled with rage. The deaths of the floating Demon Lord and the Shadow Demon Lord had already shaken them, and now the loss of the Heavenly Wolf Lord left the remaining universe lords deeply anxious, fearing they might be next. Enough, all be silent. Revenge is inevitable, but relying solely on our Demon Clan's strength. Chapter 344, The Phantom Spirit King Twins Double the Fun? I'm dead, right? How did I come back to life? Where am I? The numerous immortal tier beings who had just been resurrected were utterly bewildered. After all, they hadn't known they could be brought back to life. Quiet. Just as the 1.1 million immortal tier beings were in a daze, a powerful domain of laws descended upon them, silencing their clamor completely. Honored Elder. Upon seeing the revered Qianwu standing before them, the immortals immediately fell into reverent silence. You have all died once. Now, having been resurrected by the Great Sword Prison Lord, you each owe the Heavenly Court Holy Land a debt of 1 to 10 precious treasure points. Regardless of which faction you belonged to before, you are now automatically members of the Celestial Court Holy Land. Only when you repay this debt. Chapter 345, Earth's 4 brothers to show off, to suffer. Hey, 4th brother, you still think you're slow? You've already become a cosmic sage, and Big Brother has even become the ruler of the cosmos. Me and 2nd brother are still stuck rolling around at the immortal level, and we don't complain about our own pace. The Thunder God couldn't help but stare speechlessly as Lexin and Luo Feng showed off right in front of them. This was supposed to be a gathering, yet the 2 of them had become Lexin and Luo Feng's targets for showing off. The most crucial part was that Lexin and Luo Feng's showboating was so deceptively straightforward they were stating pure truths. Ordinary people couldn't tell they were showing off, but Lei Xin and the others saw right through it. All they could do was vent their frustration. You've both grasped all the mysteries of the time law. You're just one breakthrough away from becoming revered masters. There's absolutely no need to rush. Who knows? Maybe after this gathering ends, you'll have a flash of insight and become revered masters. Lexin couldn't help but tease. With Lexin's assistance, Hong and Lei Xin had seized control of special life forms. Chapter 346, The Human and Insect Clans Unite Against the Demonic Race? Charlie, seize Qingting immediately and throw him into the Treant tribe's dungeon. Without my permission, no one is to release him. Upon hearing King Tingqing's words, the venerable Qing Shan seethed with fury, dreading that the venerable Hong Shan might return. If the Red Mountain Sage heard such outrageous words, the treefolk tribe's newly emerging hope might instantly turn into endless despair. Chief, I was just venting a little. Why such a harsh punishment? Indeed, Chief. Tong Cheng meant no harm. Such a severe punishment is unnecessary. Chief, perhaps confining Tong Cheng for a few years would suffice. After all, he is a prodigy of our treefolk clan. Seeing the clan chief genuinely enraged, other treefolk elders began pleading for Tong Cheng's mercy. Silence. Now that we stand under the protection of the Sword Prison Lord, then. Chapter 347, Venus achieves cosmic sovereignty. Mengcha, believe it or not, that Kunping Sovereign is definitely not a member of our insect race. Perhaps that Kunping Sovereign is a special life form that gave birth to an avatar of our insect race, which is why it cultivated so many revered insect warriors. The Bug Clan Empress secretly wished the Kunping Lord were one of her kind. Unfortunately, she had personally investigated and found no record of a Kunping revered one within the Bug Clan. I believe our top priority now is suppressing the human race, not dwelling on matters that could strain the friendship of our three-race alliance. Our previous plan to eliminate the Sword Prison Lord before he matured has failed. Now we can only wait until he reaches the cosmic sea to act against him. The human Luofeng has demonstrated talents nearly matching the Sword Prison Lord's. Crucially, Luofeng hasn't yet become a cosmic sovereign. This is our final opportunity to target him. Once he becomes a cosmic sovereign. Chapter 348, Can I become a cosmic sovereign too? Master, with the blessing of the Abyss of Torment's primordial essence, it is possible. However, the effect would be at least half as potent as that experienced by the demons of the Abyss of Torment. With the current power of the Abyss's primordial essence, such an opportunity can only be sustained for 100 years each time. After a century, it requires an entire epoch to recharge before it can be activated again. Otherwise, it would damage the Abyss's primordial essence. My previous immersion in the Abyss's primordial essence lasted less than a year. You may attempt it for the remaining 99 years. Venus explained that the Abyss seemed designed exclusively for Abyss demons. Others couldn't utilize it. Even if they entered the Abyss's primordial source to cultivate, the effects would be diminished. Alright, I'll go in and try it. Li Xian naturally wouldn't pass up such a golden opportunity. However, he didn't send his human avatar in. Instead, he sent his mechanical clone. Chapter 349, For more supreme treasures? This guy must have realized I'm eyeing the supreme treasure in his hands. He probably fears I'll ambush him on Primordial Star, which is why he's been refusing to enter all along. Li Xian's lips twitched involuntarily. The Lord of all Phenomena was a unique being who had joined the Mechanical Clan Alliance at their invitation. His territory lay not far from the Machine Clan's domain. If he were to attack the Lord of all Phenomena, the latter would immediately summon aid from the Mechanical Father God. Given the Mechanical Father God's speed, he could arrive within 2 breaths. Unless Li Xian could kill the Master of all Phenomena within that time, he'd never seize the components of the sea-covering forest. Even if he managed to kill the Master of all Phenomena within 2 breaths, he would have no time to escape. He would inevitably be hunted down by the Mechanical Father and the numerous cosmic masters of the Mechanical Clan Alliance. By then, the Demon Clan's universe lords and the universe's mightiest beings might also come seeking vengeance. That. Chapter 350, Using oneself as bait, one will ultimately be devoured. As the Lord of all Phenomena cried out for aid, Li Xian and the Infernal Dragon Avatar immediately ignited their divine power, activating the supreme domain treasures they carried. Boom! The ocean-covering forest transformed into a raging forest of tidal waves, while the world-destroying thunder sea surged forward as if intent on obliterating this entire starfield, both simultaneously crashing toward the sovereign of all Phenomena's Golden Sea Divine Kingdom. Originally, the Golden Sea Divine Kingdom's domain firmly occupied this space. Yet now, under the impact of 2 major domains, its domain range instantly contracted by over 70%. It could only maintain itself around its own body to prevent being suppressed by the opposing domains. 2 supreme domain treasures. The Lord of the Kunpeng and the Lord of Time are truly wealthy. But no matter how wealthy they are, they'll have to leave it all behind here. A colossal vertical eye emerged from the thick trunk of the Lord of all Phenomena. Simultaneously, all the corpse puppets suspended from his trunk opened their pupils, gazing intently at the forefront. Chapter 351, 7th Tier Combined Attack to Slay the Lord of the Kunpeng? Following the arrival of the Mechanical Father God, the Ash Lord, Lava Lord, Destruction Lord, Azure Sky Lord, 4 4th Tier Universe Lords along with the 5th Tier Universe Lord, the Fate Heart Lord, all appeared in succession. The Lord of all Phenomena is dead. The 5 Cosmic Sovereigns and the 1 Cosmic Supreme Being were utterly shocked upon arriving. Within just 2 breaths, the 4th Tier Cosmic Sovereign, the Sovereign of all Phenomena, had perished. This sent chills down the spines of the 4 4th Tier Cosmic Sovereigns present. If the Sovereign of the Kunpeng had targeted them instead, would they too meet the same fate as the Sovereign of 10,000 Phenomena? Lord Kunpeng, you dare kill the Lord of 10,000 Phenomena from our mechanized clan alliance? You seek death. After the initial shock, the mechanic clan's numerous universe lords were consumed by intense fury. As a peak race, they had witnessed one of their own universe lords murdered within their own territory. This was nothing short of blatant. Chapter 352, Dare to provoke me? I'll wipe your realm off the map. A combined attack? Then let me see just how powerful your mechanic clan's combined might truly is. Witnessing this, Li Xian's first reaction wasn't to retreat into the sword prison tower. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on. Supported by two peak-tier treasures, his armor and colossal physique, he refused to believe this combined force could kill him. At the same time, he intended to test his own limits. Without hesitation, he channeled his full power into the ultimate fusion of the Law Dragon Breath secret art in the prison sealing sword, unleashing it directly at the terrifying divine force bearing down on him. Boom! As expected, Li Xian's ultimate secret technique was instantly shattered. The terrifying divine force impact slammed into his peak treasure armor. The 7th tier attack reached the peak treasure armor's maximum defense limit. Li Xian's armor could only reduce half of the attack's power. The remaining energy impact had already fallen below 7th tier, not even exceeding. Chapter 353, Don't provoke me, or the consequences will be severe. Machine, my insect race has no grudge against the Kunpeng Lord. If you want my help, you'd better show some sincerity. Machine, though my demon clan bears enmity toward the Kunpeng Lord, that's one thing. Helping your machine clan comes at a price. The intentions of the Dream Demon Ancestor and the Insect Queen were clear, they sought to profit from the chaos. Though the three clans had previously united to suppress the human clan, centuries of accumulated animosity between them remained undiminished. Thus, witnessing the mechanic's misfortune, they were only too happy to watch. To enlist their aid would naturally not come without a price. Regardless of the outcome, I will give each of your clans 3 supreme treasures for your assistance. The mechanical father god gritted his teeth as he spoke. Now that he was begging for help, he had no choice but to bow his head. Otherwise, if the Kunpeng Lord continued wreaking havoc within his domain, it wouldn't just be territories destroyed and clan members slaughtered. Chapter 354, The Demon Clan. This is what you get for crossing me. Demon Clan, Whose secret realm. This was one of the Demon Clan's core secret realms, and also the central sanctuary of the Who Beast Clan, one of the Demon Clan's 18 royal lineages. Compared to other demon clans, the Who Beasts possessed a distinctly bizarre appearance. They possess 3 tails, a slender body, a pair of fleshy wings on their backs, and triangular heads. Within the palace atop the central peak of the Who's secret realm, the Who Lord, a colossal figure spanning 80 kilometers, lay lazily reclining upon his throne. Who dares intrude upon my secret realm? Suddenly, his black eyes snapped open. Like 2 all-consuming black holes, they scanned the distance before his form vanished instantly from the palace. The sovereign of who had always presided over the Who's secret realm. Anyone daring to intrude upon the secret realm he guarded would be detected by him in an instant. This is bad. It's the Lord of the Kunpeng. How dare he invade the core sanctuary of our demonic race? Does he want to die? Chapter 355, Kunpeng did what I wanted to do but couldn't. Father of machinery, queen of the insect clan, Mengcha, Jinjia, you 4 cosmic overlords come again to bully the weak? But what good will that do? Can you really kill me? Upon seeing the mechanical father god and the insect queen arrive, Li Xian immediately retreated. Who knows if they possess the means to seal him away? Knowing when to quit is also a form of wisdom. Damn it! That bastard never intended to fight us head-on. Meng Yaozu gritted his teeth in fury upon seeing Li Xian's escape. This debt was now firmly etched in his memory. Since the Kunpeng Lord has fled, I shall return first. Who knows if he might turn around and wreak havoc in my domain? The Bug Queen dreaded nothing more than that madman, the Kunpeng Lord, invading her territory. Though she'd ordered the Universe Lord to retreat, many members within her domain hadn't had time to withdraw. They, the insect race. Chapter 356, Emperor Yen, my master is Swashanka. Primordial Star 01100. Flashback, while the 2 demon ancestors of the demon clan had gone to the mechanical clan's territory to deal with the Kunpeng Lord, a colossal surge of energy erupted from beneath the surface of the primordial star. Simultaneously, a crimson-hued long sword shot skyward, piercing through the planet's crust. This terrifying energy fluctuation drew nearby cosmic overlords and cosmic reverends. Such fluctuations clearly signaled a supreme treasure, they couldn't afford to miss it. But just as they prepared to rush forward and seize the treasure, a terrifying force of spacetime control descended from the void. All the cosmic sovereigns and cosmic overlords were instantly crushed by this power, their speed abruptly slowed. Get out of my sight. This treasure belongs to my Yen clan. The cold, ruthless voice of Emperor Yen echoed in the ears of every cosmic sovereign and cosmic overlord present. Run! It's Yen, Emperor of the Yen clan. Damn it, why did the Yen Emperor show up at such a crucial moment? The treasure. Chapter 357, Yen Emperor, I give you the primordial soul and the Yen divine spear. Damn sword prison lord. That madman actually isn't afraid of the universe's strongest being, Jashanku, coming after him. Yen Emperor had finally seen it clearly. While other cosmic rulers feared the universe's mightiest, Zhuoshanku, this madman Li Xian knew absolutely no fear. Now he understood why the other dared to kill the Lord of the Heavenly Wolf, because he was too insane to fear offending the universe's mightiest. Perhaps offending the universe's mightiest, Li Xian, within the primordial universe posed no threat. But if he ventured beyond the primordial universe into the cosmic sea and drew the attention of a universe's mightiest, that would be utterly terrifying. Boom! After cursing Li Xian countless times in his mind, the Emperor of Flames was struck again. This blow obliterated 25% of his divine power. One more hit, and he would truly die. Wait. I surrender. I'll hand over the treasure. Watching that terrifying celestial river descend once more, its power showing no sign of weakening. Chapter 358, 30,000 times the gene's first entry into the cosmic sea. Qianwu, how was your haul? The revered one of the cosmos asked with a smile. Not bad. Though I made no breakthrough in comprehending the laws, my secret technique has likely advanced from the peak of a cosmic revered master's level to that of an ultimate secret technique. Paired with my supreme treasure, I fear not even a cosmic overlord. Qianwu the revered one beamed with satisfaction. He had been stuck at the high revered one level for countless ages, unable to advance further. But now, he had finally taken that crucial step. Damn it, that Qianwu guy really pulled one over on us. Hearing Qianwu's words, the smiles on the faces of the Jinzhou reverends and others instantly froze. While they had gained something, compared to Qianwu's achievements, their own gains were utterly insignificant. They should never have asked Qianwu about it. The ones who gained the most in the arena weren't these people, but Li Xian's 3 children and Ai Chen. Chapter 359, setting their sights on the mysterious object. Yuan Ao Secret Realm. The Eternal Phoenix and the Infernal Dragon disguised themselves as the sovereign of the Kuanpeng and the sovereign of eternity to enter the Yuan Ao Secret Realm. He hadn't forgotten that the sovereign of Yuan Ao possessed a strange artifact and was also the soul-bound servant of King Jinjia, who had defected to the Boundary Beast. The Lord of Yuan Ao intended to use this artifact to lure other universe lords from the primordial universe into a contest for it. Then, he would seize the opportunity to release the map of the primordial universe sea, inciting the great universe lords to vie for it. This map contained both genuine and fabricated elements. Its purpose was clear, to lure potential threats into a trap, eliminating them for the Boundary Beast. Those 3 old bastards from the first cycle era are far too powerful for me to handle right now. But that artifact, that map, and the treasures on the Lord of the Walled Abyss, I want them. Li Xian had set his sights on the rare artifact carried by the Lord of Yuan Ao. For him, who had yet to fully comprehend the third-tier secret patterns of the prison sealing sword, such an artifact could enhance his offensive capabilities. Chapter 360, can't kill it? Then seal it. Just as the Lord of the Boundary brought forth a strange artifact to use, an intangible force caused all the mightiest beings within the primordial universe to sense it. Within the Dream Ancestors' secret realm, in the void where the Dream Demon Ancestors' boundless palace resided, a serpentine silver dragon coiled in the void, gazing distantly toward one corner of the cosmos. That fluctuation originates from the Walled Abyss secret realm. That fool, the Lord of Walled Abyss, actually brought the artifact back to the primordial universe? Doesn't he know the primordial universe vehemently rejects such objects? This situation is clearly unusual. Send someone to investigate first, let the Lord of Tonling handle it. After pondering, the Dream Demon Ancestor declared. The demonic race had recently lost 4 rulers of major universes, leaving few capable rulers remaining within the primordial universe. That fool, the Lord of Yuan Ao. Since he's brought the artifact back, send someone to probe the situation and gauge the ground. Estimate. Chapter 361, 3 old shady characters of the cosmic sea. Seize. Li Xinjin sealed away the sword prison tower of the Lord of Yuan Ao. He also stowed away the insectoid empress's clone, Venus, the infernal demon dragon, the mechanical clan clone, the jade bottle, and the rest. Let's go. Li Xian immediately retrieved another sword prison tower and dived inside, igniting his divine power to soar away from the Yuan Ao secret realm. At that very moment, the demon clan's Tongling sovereign arrived outside the Yuan Ao secret realm. Just as he was about to enter, he sensed terrifying energy fluctuations. He then witnessed a familiar silver palace bursting out of the Yuan Ao secret realm and plunging into the dark universe. That is the Kuanpeng Lord's pinnacle treasure palace. The moment he saw this supreme treasure palace, the Tongling Lord recognized it instantly. As the cosmic lord of the Demon Clan Alliance, he was intimately familiar with everything concerning the Kuanpeng Lord. How terrifying! Never imagined encountering the Kuanpeng sovereign here. Fortunately. Chapter 362, another use for the curiosity. Though Li Xian remained unaware of the grand schemes unfolding among the 3 mightiest cosmic rulers of the cosmic sea, he could easily surmise their intentions. Yet this did not deter him from slaying the Lord of the Boundary Realm and seizing his supreme treasure. Right now, he was happily processing his spoils of war. This peak treasure armor functions identically to the one I previously exchanged from the human race. It reduces physical attacks to 1/8 of their power and soul attacks to 1/10. Perfect for equipping my Inferno Demon Dragon avatar. After all, the human avatar and the Time Phoenix each have one of these peak tier treasure armors, while the Inferno Dragon still wears a top tier treasure armor. The top tier domain treasure, the Flaming Sand Cup, will also be given to the Inferno Demon Dragon. As for the world-destroying Thunder Sea, it will be used by the human original form from now on. Previously, when the Inferno Demon Dragon used the world-destroying Thunder Sea, it had to transform its form. Now that the human original form will use it, it can simply revert to its normal state and use it directly, without worrying about being discovered by others. The top-tier soul treasure, the soul-devouring orb. This one. Chapter 363, What Others Dare Not Do, I Dare. Meanwhile, Li Xian's human avatar and the Ice Peak Lord arrived at the Peakfall realm. Gazing into the distance, they saw a towering mountain. Yet its peak appeared as if sliced cleanly in two by a blade, severing the summit and causing it to crash down midway up the slope. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the smooth, severed main peak, a colossal waterfall cascaded down, crashing against the mountainside and submerging half the fallen summit. The toppled peak realmed the summit of a mountain that fell. Its main peak stands approximately 98.02 million light-years tall, with the severed summit's maximum diameter reaching 12.26 million light-years. That such a terrifying mountain could be cleaved in one stroke. Who knows how powerful the being capable of this truly is? Li Xian, witnessing the toppling peak realm, couldn't help but marvel at the immense power of whoever severed it. Alas, such a being was destined never to appear in the cosmic sea. Beyond the mountain's body lies the outer realm, perilous. Chapter 364, Immediately hunted down upon entering the cosmic sea. Got it. Upon seeing this Xian ice spirit, he recalled the descriptions of such beings. Without hesitation, he summoned the sword prison tower, captured the spirit, and sealed it within. He didn't stop at capturing just one. Flying along his path, he seized every Xian ice spirit he encountered, imprisoning them within the sword prison tower. He continued until he had captured a full 20 before halting. He merely captured these Xian ice spirits, he did not kill them. The Water Domain Lord? Half a month after entering the Mystic Ice Lake, Li Xian encountered the Water Domain Lord of the Ice Sky clan, a peak-tier race from the first cycle era at the lake's bottom. The creature wore gleaming jet-black armor and resembled an octopus in form, yet possessed 100 tentacles, each stretching millions of kilometers in length. According to intelligence from the Hong Alliance, Li Xian learned that the Water Domain Lord had chosen the path of the Water Air Beast God to become a cosmic sovereign. Chapter 365, Retreat immediately, or face death. What? The Sword Prison Lord has reached the 5th tier? Hearing the Sword Demon Lord's words, the Water Domain Lord, who was rushing to the scene, was equally astonished. A 5th-tier cosmic sovereign was no commonplace being. Across the entire cosmic sea, this already counted as a top-tier cosmic sovereign. He himself possessed numerous peak treasures, yet due to the limitations of his secret arts, he couldn't reach the 5th tier. And now, this newcomer to the cosmic sea had achieved it? But what good is your extraordinary talent? Even as a 5th-tier universe lord, you will die this time. I take the greatest pleasure in slaying geniuses from primitive universes like yours. But then, the Water Domain Lord snapped out of it, his expression growing even more frenzied as he charged toward Li Xian. The Water Domain Lord's tentacles gripped a massive axe radiating black light. Like whips, the tentacles whipped the axe around, slashing viciously toward Li Xian. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xian summoned the prison sealing sword. Chapter 366, Divine Ally, Lord of the Waters. Ha 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 ha. Sword Prison Lord, if your avatar is a divine body avatar, why not simply replenish your divine power to its peak state? The Water Domain Lord sneered. Why should I need your input on my actions? You, Lord of the Waters, are nothing but trash. I stand here letting you attack, yet you still can't kill me. And you, Sword Demon Lord, are trash too. Back when you fought the Chaos City Lord, he likely held back to spare you a crushing defeat. Had he unleashed his full power, you'd have suffered a humiliating loss and barely escaped with your life. Otherwise, with your current strength, you'd never withstand the Chaos City Lord's attacks. Before coming to the Cosmic Sea, I personally battled the Chaos City Lord. I know his power better than anyone. Li Xian may not relish verbal sparring, but when it comes down to it, he's never lost a single round. The entire cosmos knew he possessed a clone. Chapter 367, A Pitfall That Kills Without Mercy. The newcomer was none other than the Ice and Snow Lord of the Fear Clan. Relations between the Fear Clan and the Ice Boy Clan had been strained since the first cycle era, and recently both clans had gathered at the Mystic Ice Lake, where clashes were frequent. Now that the Ice and Snow Lord had arrived, it was certainly not good news for the Ice Sky Clan. It's not a treasury merging its powerful beings clashing in battle. And it's those two, the Sword Demon Lord and the Water Realm Lord. Most importantly, the Sword Demon and the Water Realm Lord are actually the ones getting beaten up. Upon arriving, the Ice and Snow Lord witnessed the Sword Demon Lord being relentlessly assaulted by the prison sword. The sword prison demon lord could only defend, yet his divine power was steadily drained. Meanwhile, on the other side, the human who had been beating the sword demon lord was now under the water realm lord's relentless assault. Yet the water realm lord's attacks clearly lacked their usual potency. At the very least, he could see that the water domain lord's attacks couldn't inflict any real damage on the human, not even. Chapter 368, A Space Lockdown of Supreme Treasure Grade Power? Boom! A fist over 100 light-years in diameter slammed down. The space frozen by the mystic ice lake instantly cracked with countless fissures spreading hundreds of light-years wide. The terrifying force of the attack reverberated tens of thousands of light-years away. The Xian Ice Demon God's intervention triggered massive tidal waves across 1/10 of the entire Xian Ice Lake. The terrifying shockwaves battered even cosmic sovereigns without peak-tier treasures for protection, causing them to suffer divine power depletion. Those with weaker divine bodies risked perishing in the tidal surge. The three rulers of the three beasts, sheltered within their supreme treasure palace, were shaken to their cores by the terrifying shockwaves. Yet they remained alive. There was still hope. If I'd known the sword prison lord was this mad, I never would have come to stir up trouble. Unlike the three Ice Void clan members protected by their peak-tier treasures, the Ice Snow Lord was the unlucky one. He was far less fortunate. He only. Chapter 369, A Colossus Rivaling the Primordial Ancestor. Fear Clan Microcosm. The Ice and Snow Lord's true form sat here, sensing the complete severance of connection with his avatar, and couldn't help but sigh. Ah, if only I'd known better than to meddle in that chaos. Now my primary combat avatar is dead, and I've lost most of my treasures. Thankfully, I still have one set of treasures left. Though my power will diminish somewhat, the decline won't be too severe. Compared to my losses, the Ice Sky clans are far greater. The Water Domain Lord and Sword Demon Lord had no duplicates. They're certainly dead. Even the Three Beast Lord's primary combat duplicate is undoubtedly doomed. Ha 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 ha. The Ice Void clan. You've been so arrogant and tyrannical all this time, and now you've met your match. You won't be able to keep these losses secret, so let me give you a helping hand. The Ice and Snow Lord's mood lifted considerably upon contemplating the Ice Sky clan's losses. He promptly disseminated news of the battle between the human sword prison lord and the Ice Sky clan. Chapter 370, Suppressing the Powerhouse of Three Epics. Roar! 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 I am the Five Elements Demon God. In my era, only one sacred land existed within the cosmic sea. Though I know not which cycle of reincarnation you, who unlocked my legacy, belong to, none of that matters now. The fact that you see this recorded image means I failed to break through the cycle of reincarnation. Had I succeeded, I would never have left my life's work here. I must admit, you later Comer are fortunate to inherit my legacy. In my era, I, the Five Elements Demon God, was the mightiest being in the cosmic sea. Even those from that sacred sanctuary were driven to hide within their sanctuary, too afraid to venture into the cosmic sea. Alas, even my invincibility in the cosmic sea could not escape the fate of the Wheel of Rebirth. To ensure the secret arts I accumulated and created across 3 cycles of reincarnation would not be lost, I left behind traces within the 3 great forbidden lands. Chapter 371, The Mountain Dweller Strikes. If the human race could receive this news, the major peak races of the primordial universe naturally could as well. However, compared to the human race's delight at Li Xian's power surge, the reactions of the other cosmic races were mixed. Back in the primordial universe, we could suppress that sword prison lord. Now that he's entered the cosmic sea to battle other formidable foes, his potential has been unleashed, and his strength has surged dramatically. Before long, he might just become another Chaos City Lord. What's the point of all this talk? The Sword Prison Lord's current strength is beyond our ability to suppress. As a 5th-tier universe lord with a divine body avatar, he can hold his own against even the mightiest cosmic beings long enough for the giant axe to come to his aid. The human race is advancing too rapidly. We cannot sit idly by and wait for our demise. We must suppress the human race. If we cannot suppress them among the universe lords, then we shall suppress them among the revered ones and the immortals. Chapter 372, Source Star Leader, Qin Chen. What a pity. Those 2 former Earth leaders, one a realm lord, the other an immortal. I might still attempt to revive the immortal, but the realm lord is beyond resurrection. After the mountain hermit departed Earth, Li Xian activated the divine realm portal, allowing his divine realm to connect with the space of the solar system. To revive that person, one must travel to the spacetime where they once existed. That immortal level Earth leader had naturally appeared on Earth before. Reversing Earth's timeline would bring him back to life. Reverse the timeline. Within the divine realm, the 9 Nethersea clone unleashed its ultimate innate secret technique, Law World, using the Law World to reverse time and space. Considering that the stronger the divine treasure involved in resurrection, the greater the backlash would be. Though the Star Tower was a God King tier treasure, under the suppression of the primordial universe, it could only be considered a palace of supreme treasures. Therefore, once Earth was revived. Chapter 373, The Triumphant Ai Chen. Think you can escape? You won't get away. Golden blossoms. AI Chen ignited his divine power to activate the ordinary domain treasure. A sky filled with golden petals enveloped 100 billion kilometers in all directions. In an instant, Bloodwind Reverend was bound by this sudden shower of golden petals, drastically slowing his speed. This domain treasure was obtained during her battles on Primordial Star over the years. Paired with her domain, few foes could escape her grasp. It's a domain treasure. This is bad. Lord of Tongling, save me. I've obtained the Qijing Stone on Primordial Star 01406. The Light Sword Reverend is hunting me down. She possesses a domain treasure, I can't defeat her. Bloodwind Reverend knew his own limitations. Compared to the Light Sword Reverend's full array of treasures, his own collection of top-tier treasures was pitifully meager. As fellow cosmic overlords, how could he possibly defeat the Light Sword Reverend? The Qi Mirror Stone? Blood. Chapter 374, Mona's Body. The Light Sword Sovereign has become a top-tier cosmic overlord? How could that happen so quickly? Is another Sword Prison Lord about to emerge? First the Sword Prison Lord, then the Blade River Revered One, and now a Light Sword Revered One? How did so many human geniuses emerge all at once? Instantly slaying a cosmic overlord tier figure like the Bloodwind Sovereign, only a top-tier cosmic overlord possesses such power. The Light Sword Sage possesses a high-grade treasure palace. He managed to escape with the Qi Mirror Stone despite Lord Tongling's ambush. I'm so jealous of those who have treasure palaces. News of AI Chen ascending to the ranks of a top-tier cosmic overlord and securing the Qijing Stone spread rapidly. This involved a treasure of equal value to a peak treasure palace, so the human race naturally paid close attention. More crucially, the human race had yet to obtain a single one of the 36 Qijing Stones. Chapter 375, Come and Fight Me If You Dare. Xianbing Lake. After settling affairs on Earth, the Inferno Dragon Avatar returned to the Inheritance Realm beneath the Cosmic Sea in Xianbing Lake to reunite with its human counterpart. While the human main body studied the secret arts of the Five Elements Demon God and the Time-Space Phoenix Avatar cultivated dual-realm treasures, the Inferno Dragon Avatar had nothing to do and couldn't afford to waste time. This disk within the inheritance space should function similarly to the one in the passageway, capable of transferring to another dimension. Let the dragon puppet test it first to see if the other side is dangerous. The Inferno Demon Dragon summoned a black dragon, its puppet clone possessing merely 1% of its divine power. This made it the perfect scout. Even if some danger over there caused the dragon puppet to perish, it would only mean the loss of a bit of divine power. As the dragon puppet channeled divine power into the disk, it activated, initiating the spatial teleportation. Chapter 376, I still prefer you when you're wild and unruly. Damn it, I've seen arrogant before, but never this arrogant. Daring to act so brazenly before me? You clearly don't know the meaning of death. Li Xin, seeing the Lord of 10,000 Thunder's infuriating smirk, instantly ignited his divine power. The breaker wings and celestial star battle armor empowered his form. With a flick of his wrist, countless cosmic laws coalesced in the void into 10 law swords. The prison sealing sword merged within them, spinning to form a devastating wheel of destruction. 10 absolute abyssal depths. The wheel of annihilation shot forth at an extreme velocity. Wherever it passed, space shattered, fragments exploding into particle streams that radiated outward. The Crimson Lake vanished in an instant, its terrifying power reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Lord Kuanpeng, you dare attack me? You're finished. Do you understand? Seeing his opponent actually strike, the Lord of 10,000 Thunders erupted in fury, roaring as he channeled his divine power to wield 10 spear-like blades of thought. Chapter 377, Another Marvelous Object. It's a marvel. A marvel has emerged. The Lord of 10,000 Thunders, who had been driven into a desperate retreat by Li Xian's attacks and was inwardly cursing his opponent, sensed the commotion here and perceived the state of that bamboo. He was utterly shocked. He never imagined that the supreme treasure emerging here would be a marvel in existence second only to the mightiest treasures. If he could obtain this bamboo marvel, his strength would instantly surge to the 5th tier. Then, he would have absolutely no reason to fear the Lord of the Kuanpeng. A metallic bamboo oddity? My luck is holding out. This peculiar object might be perfectly suited for the celestial star battle armor, helping it amplify its genetic multiplier. The moment Li Xian saw this marvel, he already knew exactly where it belonged. Mine. This artifact is mine. The Lord of 10,000 Thunders, who had been plotting his escape, realized flight was impossible. Upon witnessing the artifact's emergence, he went mad. Chapter 378, Will those who touch the strange object be rejected by the primordial universe? Meanwhile, the sealed Lord of 10,000 Thunders was consumed by regret. Why had his temperament been so terrible back then? Had he restrained himself back then and left voluntarily, perhaps he wouldn't have been sealed by the Lord of the Kuanpeng. But now, no amount of regret could change the past. What? Dare to seal my Purple Moon Holy Land's kin? That Kuanpeng Lord has already chosen his path to death. We have arrived at the Crimson Flame Lake. The Lord of the Kuanpeng surely intends to return to the primordial universe. We must block his path and deny him any chance of escape. Exactly. The Kuanpum Lord has grown far too arrogant. If we fail to slay him and strike fear into the other factions, they'll all think the Purple Moon Sanctuary is easy prey. Upon learning that the Lord of 10,000 Thunders had been sealed, the rulers of numerous universes within the Purple Moon Sanctuary immediately sprang into action. Alas, in all their calculations, they never anticipated Li Xin. Chapter 379, The Blood Sea True God Strikes. A peak-tier soul treasure? As expected, these Purple Moon Clan bastards are loaded. Upon learning the enemy possessed a peak-tier soul treasure, Li Xin ceased using the combined soul attack. He had merely wanted to test whether he could kill the Lord of 10,000 Thunders without destroying the 10,000 Thunder Hall. Now it seemed this approach wouldn't work. He'd have to wait until after slaying the Thunder Lord to repair the 10,000 Thunder Hall. Lord of 10,000 Thunders, consider yourself fortunate to die by this strike of mine. Li Xion's four forms: his human true self, the Insect Clan Empress Avatar, the Infernal Demon Dragon Avatar, and the Eternal Phoenix Avatar simultaneously summoned 4 prison sealing swords. 10 absolute abyssal depths. Simultaneously, they channeled the same secret technique into the prison sealing swords, instantly elevating their power to the peak of the 5th tier. Not only that, the 4 prison sealing swords resonated at this moment, allowing their power to completely. Chapter 380, Cosmic Sea Rogue. Since evasion was impossible, Li Xian simply abandoned all attempts to dodge. 10 absolute abyssal depths. 10 swords of law coalesced into a 1,000,000-kilometer-wide sword wheel. This time, Li Xian did not summon his own prison sealing sword. Instead, he burned divine power to activate that peculiar metallic bamboo artifact, fusing it into the sword wheel. Instantly, the wheel's power surged to a new tier, its might now but a half step away from a 6th-tier secret technique. Boom! The 1,000,000-kilometer sword wheel appeared minuscule amidst the trillions of kilometers of surging blood sea. Yet, upon colliding with the torrent, it forcibly weakened a portion of the blood sea's power. As the terrifying blood sea surged forward, the breaker wings folded together to shield his front, further weakening its force before it struck Li Xion's armor. Yet after this double weakening, compounded by the further absorption by Li Xion's armor equivalent to 2 peak-tier treasures, the true. Chapter 381, I was actually mocked by the 5 elements demon god. Within the underground inheritance space of the mystic ice lake, Li Xian opened his eyes, 5 colors of light flickering within. Extending his right hand, divine power gathered. The forces of the 5 lower-tier laws metal, wood, water, fire, and earth converged under his control, coalescing into a 5-colored light ring. Within the ring, the 5 elemental forces intertwine, mutually generating and restraining each other, forming a perfect 5 elements world. Beyond the circle, the 5 laws ground against each other, hostile and antagonistic, generating a world-destroying force that seemed to evolve into the very essence of the 5 elements world. I've finally mastered this ultimate fusion technique. Through the relentless efforts of his Inferno Dragon Avatar and rogue combat practice, combined with the learning of his human core self and the dual cultivation with the Eternal Phoenix, he had finally mastered this secret technique. Li Xian began learning the 5 elements demon god's ultimate fusion technique from scratch. By the original universe's timeline, it took him a full 1,000 years. In reality, however, he had spent. Chapter 382, I want your genes. Everyone, this thread map I obtained is far too ancient. After such a long time, who knows if the dangerous zones within the 3 great forbidden lands might have undergone subtle changes? Therefore, when using this map, exercise caution in certain hazardous zones. It's best to send scouts ahead to test the waters before venturing in yourselves. Li Xian continued. No problem, no problem. We all understand that. Sword Prison Lord, this map is invaluable to us. Indeed, indeed. Without your contribution, Sword Prison Lord, we would never have obtained this map. In response to Li Xian's reminder, numerous cosmic sovereigns expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Even those universe lords who had previously held low opinions of Li Xian now felt immense gratitude toward him. Many universe lords had secretly remarked that Li Xian had just. Chapter 383, Something's Fishy. Time flew by. Li Xian turned from the peak realm toward the cosmic vessel and soon arrived at its location. Upon entering the vessel's vicinity, the chaotic energy currents suddenly thinned considerably. Li Xian stared at the cosmic vessel ahead, utterly stunned. Even though he had studied the cosmic vessel before, witnessing it firsthand still left him utterly stunned. The immense cosmic vessel ahead was a severely damaged supership, tens of millions of light-years tall and over 100 million light-years long. Its hull was a deep, brooding black interwoven with mesmerizing purple hues. The vessel was so badly damaged that even from hundreds of millions of light-years away, Li Xian could clearly see dense networks of cracks and gaping holes. To call it riddled with holes would be an understatement. Rumble. The cosmic vessel unleashed an immense devouring force, sucking in the surrounding chaotic energy streams and converting them into components for the cosmic vessels. Chapter 384, Components of the Sky-Piercing Wings. It's appearing. The Lord of Fury suddenly witnessed the destructive storm surge ahead abruptly swirl up a towering blood-red crystal spire, engulfed in blazing crimson flames. The aura emanating from that palace was unmistakably that of a peak-tier treasure. A peak treasure palace, I've finally found it. Without hesitation, the Lord of Fury risked being swept into the annihilation storm, propelling his supreme treasure palace forward. He had once gained insight: whenever a destruction storm manifested here, this peak treasure palace would appear. After waiting all these years, he had finally seized this opportunity. A peak treasure palace? Indeed, following the Lord of Fury was the right choice. The moment the supreme treasure palace materialized, the Lord of Chaos, following closely behind the Lord of Fury, was filled with astonishment and delight. He too activated his own supreme treasure palace and charged forward. Damn it, it's the Plague Palace, the Plague Clans. Chapter 385, The Burning Heaven Forging Tower, Burning Heaven True God. 10 Absolute Abysses. Facing the Holy Sword Lord's assault, Li Xian's prison-sealing sword transformed into a million-kilometer-wide wheel of law. Each of the 10 colored blades of law on the wheel was tinged with a layer of chaotic color. Infused with the ultimate secret technique, the Chaos Divine Light, the 10 Absolute Abyss surged to new heights of power. Boom! Yet even the tenfold abyssal depths, having reached the pinnacle of its 5th tier limit, was shattered beneath the Holy Sword Master's terrifying sword glare. Yet Li Xian, using the prison-sealing sword to block the Lord of the Sacred Sword's aerial assault, dodged the attack at blinding speed. After several failed attempts to slow his opponent, the Holy Sword Master instantly realized he stood no chance in the battle for the supreme treasure. A thought of mutual destruction immediately took hold. If I can't have that treasure, neither can you. The Holy Sword Master unleashed that 6th tier sword beam once more. Only this time. Chapter 386, Buying a home on Earth is every Chinese person's dream. The secret technique is formidable, reaching the pinnacle of 9th tier mastery. If he could advance further, he should be able to forge a supreme treasure. Unfortunately, mastering this technique requires pairing it with artifact forging as the optimal learning path. I can only use it as a reference, it's beyond my grasp. No, wait. My mechanical clone might be able to learn it. We could also treat it as a legacy of the Heavenly Court's sacred land to cultivate artifact smiths. This legacy encompasses blueprints and forging methods for all peak-tier treasures, along with abundant alchemical materials enough to craft at least 10 supreme artifacts. It's perfectly suited for training Heavenly Court artisans. This could be considered leaving a legacy for the Burning Heaven True God. Even the artisan gods in the cosmic sea can only forge top-tier treasures now, incapable of creating peak weapon treasures. This forging legacy is arguably the strongest in the entire cosmic sea, surpassing all except Zhuoshan Ku and the 2 sacred lands. Chapter 387, Someday I'll buy you a house on Earth. You good-for-nothing brat. I told you to focus on cultivation, yet you insist on pursuing that alchemy nonsense. If you'd achieved mastery in cultivation, gained wealth and status, would you still be lacking treasures? The very thought of his only ambitious son pursuing forging filled him with rage. If his son had no hope of buying a house on Earth, then the prospects for his other descendants were even bleaker. After all, due to the family head's status, the Li family enjoyed substantial welfare benefits. Especially the Realm Lord grade bloodline evolution agent, any Li family member could purchase it with money, or even get a loan if they lacked funds. However, this benefit was exclusively reserved for Li family descendants whose lineage was recorded in the 1000-character classic. Beyond the first 1000 generations of the Li family, these benefits diminish progressively. To obtain such privileges thereafter, one must compete for them independently. After all, the Li family grows ever larger. Even with its vast resources. Chapter 388, Yinto, go ahead and keep running. Cosmic Vessel. As Li Xian traveled through the cosmic vessel, he had already reached the god-slaying ravine. It was an endless expanse of black rock, with a ceaseless sea of molten lava suspended overhead. Massive lava boulders frequently crashed down from the molten ocean above. Yet the most terrifying peril within the god-slaying ravine wasn't the molten lava or the harsh environment. The greatest threat was the presence of a demon god identical to those found in the Infinite Storm Zone, the lava demon god. Standing hundreds of billions of kilometers tall, these beings were composed entirely of rock and molten magma. Possessing 3 eyes and 4 arms, they were of low intelligence but possessed overwhelming close combat prowess. Even the mightiest beings in the cosmos stood no chance against them in battle. It can be said that within the 3 great perilous realms, the vast majority of dangers are guarded by similar demonic deities. These demonic deities are the most dangerous entities within these perilous lands. Unless one is the mightiest being in the cosmos, encountering these demon gods leaves no choice but flight. If escape proves impossible, death is the only outcome. Chapter 389, Afraid to offend the Divine Eye Clan? Intuwa, how could a failure like you who's lived through 3 cycles yet failed to create the ultimate fusion technique possibly comprehend a genius's cultivation progress? The moment you harbored ill intentions toward me, the Grim Reaper marked you. No one can save you now. 5 elements annihilation. Li Xian sneered coldly, his hands moving with relentless speed as he unleashed his ultimate fusion technique, charging toward Yinto. This was his first time wielding the five elements demon god's secret technique in battle. Yinto, that so-called indestructible bastard, would serve perfectly as his sharpening stone. What genius! Wasn't your human progenitor a genius? Yet in the end, he was still suppressed by the primordial universe. Genius is useless. Only those who survive to the end are victors. So what if you've created the strongest fusion technique? You can't kill me. Intua wasn't easily shaken. After the initial shock. Chapter 390, Sword Prison Lord's fame shakes the cosmic sea. Forget Yinto for now, he won't die anytime soon. Let's secure this supreme treasure first. Though the Bloodblade Lord coveted Intua's treasure, he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he prioritized seizing that supreme palace treasure. After all, he couldn't guarantee rescuing Intua from the Sword Prison Lord's grasp. Should he fail, at least he wouldn't lose this supreme palace treasure. Boom! What the Bloodblade Lord hadn't anticipated was that before he could even agree to Intuo's plea to stop the Sword Prison Lord from killing him, the Sword Prison Lord had already enveloped him in the power of his peak domain, slowing his flight speed. Worse still, the domain force had snatched away the supreme palace treasure he had discovered. This was a blatant slap in the face. How could the Bloodblade Lord tolerate such a precious treasure slipping through his fingers? Sword Prison Lord, you dare snatch my treasure? You're courting death. Chapter 391, The Path to Becoming the Universe's Strongest. Both of the Sword Prison Lord's primary combat avatars are in the cosmic sea, each possessing peak 5th tier strength. That means he must have another avatar or his true self within the divine realm. Doesn't this mean he possesses 3 avatars, just like the Chaos City Lord? How infuriating. At this critical juncture, we still can't ascertain how many avatars the Sword Prison Lord possesses, nor the true scale of their divine bodies. Now that the Sword Prison Lord has revealed his true strength, once he's been roaming the cosmic sea long enough, all secrets will come out on their own. Let's stop worrying needlessly. Our demon race boasts 2 of the universe's mightiest beings. We needn't fret over the Sword Prison Lord's rise. Our greatest concern should be the insectoid and mechanical races. The demon clan's numerous cosmic lords debated. The Sword Prison Lord has created the ultimate fusion technique, reaching the 5th tier. Chapter 392, The Eternal Divine Brain shows signs of disturbance. The rampaging demon god, possessing the Bloodsea demon armor, a supreme treasure of Void True God tier, is considered average among the universe's strongest, roughly at the 8th tier, though not reaching the pinnacle of that tier. Being a peculiar lifeform, it craves devouring familiar substances and metals, resulting in a naturally hardened shell beyond comprehension. Combined with its supreme treasure armor, it can be said to be nearly impervious to any material impact from peers of the same tier. Moreover, it frequently risks losing control. When enraged, its Bloodsea demon armor unleashes an overwhelming surge of willpower. This likely stems from the rampaging demon god's insufficient mental fortitude to fully command this Void True God tier artifact. Otherwise, how could a cosmic powerhouse of its stature suddenly lose its mind without cause? The reason the rampaging demon god chose to settle within the Black Vein Stone Pillar space is likely to utilize this environment to temper his will, seeking to better control the Bloodsea demon armor. Chapter 393, Components of the Golden Sea Forest. Li Xian released the Burning Heaven Refinement Tower, expanding it to its maximum size before having it crash directly onto the ground. Enter my treasured palace, all of you. After all, you are all divine power avatars, it's far too dangerous out here. Li Xian declared. Divine power avatars were a form of projection, bound to their originator's soul. Should anyone launch a soul attack against such an avatar, its annihilation would likewise cause the originator's demise. If a divine power avatar were enslaved by another's soul, the original body would likewise be enslaved. Therefore, divine power avatars are generally not conjured casually. Even when materialized, they are placed in absolutely secure locations or areas where no threat can reach them. Do the rulers of countless universes and the mightiest beings in the cosmic sea not understand the benefits of formidable willpower? If divine power avatars lack this flaw. Chapter 394, The Demonic Clan that nearly became the universe's strongest race. A component of a peak-level domain treasure? If I obtain that piece, could my boundless fire domain transform into a supreme domain treasure? In that instant, the demon beast ancestor's eyes shone brightly. After all, he was the demon beast ancestor, the universe's mightiest being, yet he still hadn't obtained a single supreme treasure. Those once weaker than him Mengxia, Xinjiao, and the old beast god had all surpassed him by attaining the 8th tier after obtaining supreme treasures. After surpassing him, they had even joined forces to expel him, the demon beast ancestor, from the demon race. Thus, the once venerated demon beast ancestor had been reduced to a solitary figure. This humiliation was the greatest wound in his life as the demon beast ancestor. Once he obtained the supreme treasure, the domain, he could strike back, avenge himself, and wash away this humiliation. Damn it! Why must this mechanical demon god persistently pursue me, denying me any chance to escape? But when the demon beast ancestor attempted to. Chapter 395, The Divine Power Path Inheritance? I, the five elements demon god, have hidden the token beneath the depths of the mystic ice lake. Who knows how many cycles it will take after me before someone finds the azure token I left behind. However, I am a magnanimous being. Not only have I left behind all the maps I know, but I have also left my legacy. My legacy lies within the stone tablet beside you. Activate it, and you shall gain the inheritance and treasures left by me, the five elements demon god. After reading the five elements demon god's message, Li Xian glanced to the side, where indeed stood a colossal stone tablet towering millions of kilometers high. Li Xian activated the steel with practiced ease. True to expectation, the five elements demon god's spectral image emerged from the stone. Roar! 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 I never imagined the inheritor would actually reach the Azure Talisman realm. Your strength must be formidable, but why is your intelligence so touching? You don't seriously believe that after all your hardships to reach. Chapter 396, I have a natural talent for teaching? Divine Realm. Energy Combination Attack. 60,000 revered tier insectoids formed a perfect formation in the sky. Under the command of the insectoid empress, every star insect opened its massive jaws. Colossal energy gathered within their maws and erupted toward a single coordinate. Boom! As the energy blast detonated, space instantly collapsed. Countless spatial fragments shattered into particle streams, unleashing terrifying power that swept across a radius of 10 billion kilometers. I never imagined that after enhancing my willpower, I could command the Queen's avatar to control even more insectoid warriors for a combined attack. Doesn't that mean as my willpower grows, I can command more and more insect warriors? Perhaps with the Queen's avatar, I could even unleash 7th tier or even 8th tier power. Li Xian couldn't help but ponder. His previous reluctance to use the Queen's clone in battle stemmed mainly from the Queen's. Chapter 397, the Master Craftsman refuses to join? Ever since the primordial ancestor was sealed away, our human race has endured in silence. Now, with the mightiest treasure in hand, the giant axe, the status of our human race is unshakable. For years, the Demon Clan, Insect Clan, and Mechanical Clan have sought to suppress us humans, especially the Demon Clan, whose actions have been the most outrageous. Now that the giant axe possesses the supreme treasure, even the two demon ancestors of the Demon Clan won't dare to be so arrogant. Amidst the abundance of delicacies and fine wines, the group feasted heartily, their lively chatter brimming with excitement. Sword Prison, this success owes much to the map you provided earlier. Without it, I could never have secured this supreme treasure so smoothly. Giant Axe raised his cup, clinked it with Li Xian's, and said cheerfully, Li Xian, I just heard the news you delivered a sermon at the Heavenly Court's sacred grounds, allowing your 3 children and 2 brothers to simultaneously break through from immortal tier to revered tier. Chapter 398, Master of the Artisan Gods, why didn't you mention this earlier? This is a treasure weapon blueprint? The master craftsman, who loved forging artifacts, instantly perked up at the mention of a supreme treasure blueprint. But when he saw the true nature of the blueprint, he discovered it was for a peak tier treasure weapon. This thrilled him, and he immediately immersed himself in examining the design. Though he could forge top-tier treasure palaces, he had long been unable to create a peak treasure. Back then, with the guidance of the hermit, his forging skills had skyrocketed. Yet after the hermit had instructed him to create a high-grade treasure, he had departed. After countless years of relentless effort, he finally succeeded in forging a top-tier treasure palace. Yet his forging skills had since stagnated. For countless years, he had yearned to forge a peak treasure, yet every attempt ended in failure. The issues weren't limited to materials, design blueprints, forging techniques, flames, and countless other factors all conspired to prevent him from succeeding. Chapter 399, Li Xian learns to tease. Sword Prison, you call this a good thing? What good thing? Yeah, Sword Prison, don't leave us hanging like that. Sword Prison, when did you learn to keep people in suspense? The disappearance of the Master of the Craftsman God is a blessing for us humans. Could it be that the Master of the Craftsman God is coming to us? The moment Li Xian spoke, everyone turned to him with intense curiosity. Yet, seeing the enigmatic smile on Li Xian's face, his words left them all itching for more. Truthfully, it's nothing much. While adventuring in the cosmic sea, I obtained the legacy of the burning heaven true god. He was once an immensely powerful artifact forger, a terrifying master capable of crafting entire sets of peak tier treasures. So, using part of the true god of burning heaven's legacy, I persuaded the Lord of the Craftsman God to join the celestial court's sacred land. Now, the Craftsman God. Chapter 400, Life is finite, eternity elusive. Is this plagiarism? Blue Talisman Space. Truly a top-tier 6th tier secret technique. I've been studying it for over 10 million years, yet I still haven't mastered it. Li Xian had spent 1,000 years within the Azure Talisman space, but accounting for the accelerated time flow within the black vein stone pillar, it amounted to over 10 million years. He had already mastered the 5 elements demon god's 5 strongest fusion secret arts. Merging these 5 into a 6th tier peak secret art proved immensely difficult. Yet with the 5 elements demon god's techniques right here, all he needed to do was study them. Still, he remained just a hair's breadth away from mastery. I still lack combat experience. I need to find a worthy opponent to fight. Perhaps I'll master it during the battle. Though he hadn't mastered it, Li Xian remained undeterred. He stowed away the stone tablet left by the five elements demon god and immediately departed, flying toward the Black Vein Stone Pillar Space. Earlier, from the Black Vein Stone Pillar Space. Chapter 401, Warning from the Eternal Divine Brain. Kill. The Five Chaos Sovereign channeled his pent-up frustration into frenzied momentum, charging straight at the Sword Prison Lord. Having lost his divine realm, he could never become the universe's strongest being. Forever trapped at the Cosmic Sovereign realm, his power had barely advanced over 2 cosmic cycles. Normally, a universe lord could only wield 6th-tier power if possessing an ultimate treasure. But now, he glimpsed a sliver of opportunity to forge a 6th-tier secret technique. No matter what, no matter how mad he became, he would seize this chance. Come on. Seeing the 5 Chaos Sovereign prove such a worthy sparring partner, Li Xian, naturally the enforcer, would not disappoint. The 5 elements demon god's various secret arts poured forth from his hands, even the 10 absolute abysses he had created himself manifested in a different form. The 5 Chaos Lord, of course, also. Chapter 402, The 5 Chaos Sovereign, the universe's strongest stepping stone. Of course, the Eternal Divine Brain's warning was merely a caution, not an impediment. If he insisted on breaking through to become a cosmic sovereign, the Eternal Divine Brain would not stop him. Yet he trusted the Eternal Divine Brain would not issue warnings without cause. This warning must stem from the certainty that breaking through would lead to dire consequences, perhaps missing a colossal opportunity, or posing a threat to the Eternal Divine Brain itself. No! Just as the 5 Chaos Sovereign's divine power dwindled to 60%, he finally snapped out of the initial madness that had filled his heart with jealousy. He promptly activated his divine body avatar to replenish his divine energy. Lord of the 5 Chaos, you're quite the stepping stone. To let me use you as a foundation to create a 6th-tier secret technique, I'll call you the strongest stepping stone in the cosmic sea. To show my gratitude, I'll spare you a beating this time. Feeling. Chapter 403, The Assassination of the Lord of the Dark. After news of Li Xian spread throughout the cosmic sea, the human race naturally received word as well. The numerous cosmic lords and the great acts of the human race were greatly excited. In the past, they would have immediately convened a meeting, summoning Li Xian to Thunder Island to verify the truth of the matter. But now, none of them entertained such thoughts. Even Ice Peak Lord, Li Xian's teacher, would no longer summon him to inquire about his situation. Instead, he would directly travel to the Celestial Court's sacred site within the virtual universe's headquarters, the Palace of the Azure Sky in the 36 Heavens. This 36 Heavens was designed by Li Xian based on the ancient primordial Heavenly Court, divided into 36 layers. Li Xian resided in the Lingxiao Palace at the highest tier, a level accessible only to rulers of the universe. Sword Prison, did you truly create a 6th-tier secret technique? Could you become the strongest in the universe? Upon arriving, figures like Giant Axe, Chaos, and Ice Peak confronted Li Xian with urgent questions. Chapter 404, Immortal? Or did you keep him alive to seek revenge? I encountered the Lord of Lightning Flash at the XXXXXXX location of the Cosmic Vessel. He possesses a top-tier domain treasure I can't escape. Hurry and rescue me. While suppressed by the Lightning Flash Sovereign's supreme domain, the Lord of Shadows had already sent out a divine avatar within the primordial universe to request aid from the Hom Alliance. Normally, a 3rd-tier cosmic lord could escape even if unable to defeat a 4th-tier cosmic lord. But Lord Yoho's luck was exceptionally poor this time. He encountered Lord Lightning Flash, a 4th-tier universe lord who held a natural advantage over him. The opponent also wielded a top-tier domain treasure, leaving Lord Yuho without even a chance to flee. What? Lord Yuho is in danger? I'm not in the cosmic vessel. I won't make it in time to rescue him. I'm inside the cosmic vessel, but I'm too far from your location. It'll take me at least a year to reach you. The Giant Axe is currently in the cosmic vessel. Let's see if he can make it in time. Chapter 405, Revealing Lord Haolei's Conspiracy to the Giant Axe. Is this the power of an 8th-tier peak cultivator? Truly formidable. At my current level, I'm not qualified to participate in such a battle. But it won't be long. Once I fully comprehend the 3rd-tier secret patterns within the prison sealing sword, combined with my 6th-tier secret techniques, I'll wield 7th-tier power. It might still fall short of 8th tier, but it will grant me the power to survive under the mightiest 8th-tier cosmic beings. Li Xian thought to himself. Impossible. How could you possibly injure me? The Lord of Haolei Star stared in utter shock at the wild giant wielding the great axe. After all, he was clad in the mightiest treasure armor. The giant axe had only demonstrated 8th-tier strength thus far. Without a supreme treasure, how could he possibly injure him? A supreme treasure? Your divine axe is a supreme treasure. You actually possess a supreme treasure. But then, the sharp-eyed Lord of Haolei Star instantly recognized the giant axe's markings. Chapter 406, Revealing the Secret of the Boundary Beast to Giant Axe. 15th. The giant axe made its choice with its own blade. With a single swing, darkness engulfed time and space entirely. Only the colossal shadow of the axe, vast as a world itself, emitted a black radiance illuminating the entire expanse. As the divine axe descended, time and space returned to their original state. The Lord of Howley-Star had barely uttered his threat when he was struck by a terrifying axe blow. Giant axe, how dare you! I will never let your human race off the hook. Seeing the giant axe relentlessly pursue him with murderous intent, the Lord of Howley-Star seethed with fury. Yet, utterly powerless to retaliate, he could only flee toward the Aurora realm of the cosmic vessel. Humph. If you dare lay a finger on my human race, so be it. Our cosmic ruler can simply hide within the primordial universe. As for your Thunderstorm Star Clan, you'll never venture into the cosmic sea again. I'll hunt down every last one of you. The giant axe loathed any threat to his human race. As he spoke, the powerful. Chapter 407, Are boundary beasts sent to block paths and test us? Howley-Star Lord's Microcosm. After being forced into the Aurora realm by Giant Axe, it took several years before the Lord of Howley-Star finally discovered another exit within the Aurora realm. No sooner had Lord Howley returned to his own microcosm than he unexpectedly heard news of Giant Axe once more. Lord Howley, is that Giant Axe's potential truly that immense? Upon hearing of Lord Howley's severe injuries from the Giant Axe, both King Jinjia and the primordial god Qiu Yen, allies of Lord Howley, came to visit him. They also came to discuss their next plan. Before obtaining the supreme treasure, the Giant Axe remained low-key and patient. Even under such circumstances, it managed to create a top-tier 8th-tier secret technique. Every other powerhouse who created an 8th-tier supreme secret technique had to endure countless battles and constant combat to finally break through. Yet the Giant Axe achieved it solely through innate talent and ingenuity. In Chapter 408, Seeking Jean Lin as a sparring partner. Lord Jean Lin, you know that thing has been cultivated? Hearing Jean Lin's words, Li Xian grew even more curious. He could clearly sense that the Jean Lin referred to was the boundary beast. From Jean Lin's words, it seemed the boundary beast might have been conceived because of the sword prison tower. But he knew for certain it wasn't the sword prison tower that caused the boundary beast's birth. It was most likely Luo Feng who had caused its emergence. After all, the original story never featured a master of the sword prison tower. So you know what you'll be facing in the future? Jean Lin's curiosity was piqued. Logically speaking, the primordial universe hadn't revealed the matter of the boundary beast to anyone else yet. Yes, I know. That thing is far too powerful. That's why I need to accelerate my growth now. Senior Jean Lin, my purpose in entering the Mingyu space is to challenge you to a duel. Chapter 409, Old Ox Pang, the master of the realm, feeds on tender grass? Li Tianwei? We can't stay here any longer, we have to run. As the battle unfolded, the soul-controlling Reverend realized he'd fallen into a trap. His three opponents grew stronger with every strike. He has already lost 5% of his divine power. If he keeps fighting, he'll surely die. Think you can escape? Think again. Li Tianwei sneered coldly, activating the Thunder Pearl, a common domain treasure. A terrifying thunder domain enveloped the soul-controlling revered one, instantly suppressing his speed. How can you possibly have a domain treasure? The soul-controlling Reverend roared in terror. The Demon Clan's intelligence network had never mentioned the Soul Prison Reverend possessing a domain treasure. A trump card is only a trump card if you don't know about it. As Li Tianwei spoke, her soul force once again pierced into the Soul Control Reverend's soul sea. Help me. I'm being attacked by 3 Soul Prison Reverends. They have domain treasures, and I. Chapter 410, Equipping Primordial Soul Fragments to Star Insect Beasts? Earth. The Song of Ice and Fire Hot Pot Restaurant is now the hottest hot pot spot on Earth. Even within the entire Huaxia Cosmic Nation, it ranks among the top tier. After all, it was a hot pot restaurant backed by the Li family. It was practically impossible for it not to be popular. The daily foot traffic at Song of Ice and Fire Hot Pot is immense, yet every patron who enters is either wealthy or influential. Only those with significant status can dine here. Earth's birth policies are getting stricter and stricter. This time, I had to bribe high-level officials just to barely get my cousin's family who lack Earth residency qualifications permission to come here and have children. What's so strict about that? Just have your offspring marry a woman with Earth residency rights, or a man who owns property here. Then they can have as many children as they want, whenever they want. Chapter 411, Extracting Yen D's Residual Value. These are all the original soul fragments I possess. Over countless years, the original soul has produced only this many fragments. I'm giving you every last one. Even if Emperor Yen wanted to kill Li Xian, faced with this deadly threat, he had no choice but to yield to sheer power. With the Sword Prison Lord now at the 6th tier, he wouldn't even fear the arrival of the Mountain Dweller. How could a 3rd-tier universe master like him possibly resist? No, without the Yen Divine Spear and his primordial soul, his power was now merely at the peak of the 2nd tier. After all, he hadn't yet created the ultimate secret technique of a cosmic sovereign, still relying on the ultimate secret art. Zhuo Shanku truly lives up to his title as the Divine King of Artifact Forging. Such a treasure capable of endlessly generating artifacts is unheard of in the cosmic sea. Even many supreme artifacts lack this function. Li Xian counted 333,333 soldier souls, 22,222 general souls, and 1 million king souls. Chapter 412, I want to be your guardian, yet you want me as your subordinate? Since Li Xian wasn't yet ready to break through to Cosmic Sovereign, allowing the Celestial Star battle armor to ascend to that level and grant him 10,000 times the divine power of a Cosmic Sovereign was his best way to bridge the gap in divine might between himself and other Cosmic Sovereigns or Cosmic True Gods. Previously, when facing Universe Lords, his weakness in divine power wasn't a major issue after all, he could bridge the gap with divine treasures, secret arts, and his vast divine power reserves. But now, with Li Xian having reached the 7th tier, his future opponents would most likely be Cosmic True Gods. In such battles, the weakness of inferior divine power quality would prove fatal. He must eliminate this vulnerability. That was why he was willing to pay such a tremendous price to make the Celestial Star battle armor a ruler of the universe. Within the Cosmic Sea, the Star War armor which had remained within the Sword Prison Tower, clutching that peculiar metallic bamboo suddenly gained profound insight. The Celestial Star battle armor. Chapter 413, promising the horse a carrot to keep it working. It's not much. Take a look at these treasures and roughly estimate their value. Exchange them for the soul treasures and supreme treasures I need at that price. Li Xian waved his hand, bringing forth the supreme treasures he had seized from the fallen demon sovereign, the shadow demon sovereign, the omniscient sovereign, the eternal sovereign, and others he had slain. These items, forbidden to see the light of day, could all be exchanged for soul treasure and true treasure. This many? What grade of soul treasures and divine treasures do you wish to exchange for? Seeing Li Xian produce such a vast quantity of supreme treasures, the heavenly fire true god couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Exchanging these treasures for soul treasure and supreme treasure items would yield an immense amount. The grade of the soul treasures doesn't need to be too high, anything below top tier soul treasures will do. Preferably, exchange them all for soul treasures. If there are none left, then exchange them for soul treasures of the next tier. Li Xian explained. He intended to refine them for those venerable level star insect beasts. Top tier spirit. Chapter 414, Master of the Sacred Sword, Heaven's path lies before you, yet you choose not to walk it. After parting ways with the heavenly fire true god, Li Xian departed immediately. Simultaneously, he stored all the soul-grade treasures and supreme treasures he had obtained into his world ring. So many soul treasures, 33 high-grade treasures, 66 ordinary treasures, and 444 top-tier treasures. Combined with the original imperial souls totaling 3,111, royal souls at 8,333, general souls at 92,222, and soldier souls at 933,333. Now, every single star insect beast can be armed to the max. Upon receiving these soul treasures, Li Xian immediately handed them to the myriad star insect beasts for them to refine. With this abundance of soul-grade treasures, supreme treasures, original souls, and sub-souls alongside the original souls themselves, it may not match the enhancement of the ultimate soul-grade treasures, but it should at least rank second only to them. How exciting! Li Xian couldn't help but smile. Chapter 415, Lord Kunpeng, you're actually ganging up on me. Damn it! That Kunpeng Lord is breaking martial ethics, he's ganging up on me. Just as the Lord of the Sacred Sword was laughing heartily, his laughter abruptly halted, not because Li Xian had attacked again, but because four powerful figures had appeared around him. One was the Lord of Time. The Lord of the Holy Sword wasn't surprised by his appearance, knowing the Lord of Time and the Lord of the Kunpeng were close allies who had collaborated several times in the primordial universe. Another, judging by appearance, resembled the true dragon sovereign who had once collaborated with the Lord of the Kunpeng during his cosmic sovereign era. It seemed this true dragon sovereign had now ascended to become a lord of the universe, otherwise, his presence here would be impossible. The final figure lurked at the entrance of a 100 billion kilometer tall palace treasure, the Insectoid Empress. Flanked by millions of revered level insectoid warriors, she clearly intended to unleash a combined assault. He had once meticulously investigated the Kunpeng sovereign. Rumors in the primordial universe claimed that within the Kunpeng sovereign's divine domain. Chapter 416, the sixth true sovereign? Trash. Meanwhile, the sixth true lord of the Divine Eye clan, who had just emerged from the perilous region of the cosmic vessel, happened to pass by Jin Jianfeng. Ha! That commotion, could it be a peak-tier treasure emerging? Let's go check it out. Upon sensing the commotion near Jin Jianfeng, the sixth true lord immediately rushed over. For him, peak-tier treasures were practically useless. But with the Divine Eye clan behind him, such treasures held significant value for their cosmic overlords. Ha! It's not a supreme treasure emerging at all, it's the sacred sword master of the Purple Moon Sanctuary being besieged. Upon arriving, the sixth true lord realized he had stumbled upon an opportunity even greater than obtaining a peak treasure. That's the Kunping Sovereign, the Time Sovereign, and 3 other universe sovereigns I don't recognize. Whoa, how did they become so powerful? When the 6th True Lord truly grasped the situation, even he was. Chapter 417, Sealing the Lord of the Sacred Sword. Impossible. He's completely unaffected. Could that supreme soul treasure be on the Kunping Sovereign instead of the Insect Queen? Seeing that his soul impact secret technique, unleashed after activating the supreme treasure, couldn't even make the Kunping Sovereign pause, the 6th True Sovereign was utterly shocked. For when a soul master's secret techniques prove useless, their threat vanishes instantly. Facing the oncoming attack of the prison sealing sword, the 6th True Lord activated his own peak treasure, the Mind Force weapon set, intending to block the prison sealing sword's assault. Yet the 6th True Lord's physical damage output was inferior even to Li Xian's current strength. In an instant, he was blasted hundreds of billions of kilometers away by the prison sealing sword. The 6th True Lord of the Divine Eye clan? With such meager strength, you dare come to seize my supreme treasure? Were it not for confronting the Holy Sword Lord, the divine essence within you. Chapter 418, the Kunping Sovereign hunted by all true gods of the universe. Purple Moon Sanctuary. Humph. The Divine Eye clan truly deserves to be cursed, daring to reject even our Purple Moon Sanctuary. Upon receiving the Divine Eye clan's response, the numerous universe lords within the Purple Moon Sanctuary felt overwhelming fury, even those who had anticipated the clan's decision. In the eyes of the Purple Moon Sanctuary's cosmic rulers, they looked down upon the Divine Eye clan and other cosmic sea clans. But now, these very races they looked down upon had dared to refuse them. How could they not be furious? Since they refused to reveal the Kunping Lord's exact location, we'll spread the word and enlist every life in the cosmic sea to help us track him down. The news that the Kunping Sovereign now possesses 3 supreme treasure weapons, 1 supreme treasure feather, and 2 supreme treasure souls, 6 supreme treasures in total, will surely set the entire cosmic sea ablaze. In such a situation. Chapter 419, The Inheritance of the Divine Power Path. Charge. Yet Li Xian showed no resistance to the abyssal devouring force of power dreaded by all cosmic sovereigns and instead charged directly into its maw. Damn it! He's not resisting the abyss's devouring at all, he's actually charging into it. Does he have no fear of death? As the 6th True Lord, the universe's mightiest being, he possessed the power to break through any law with sheer force. Even if the devouring force here was so overwhelming that no cosmic ruler could resist it. Yet the mightiest being could counter this devouring force with his own power. But such resistance demanded constant expenditure of divine energy to sustain. Therefore, even the mightiest being in the cosmos could not remain long within this abyssal wasteland. Otherwise, their divine power would be utterly drained by this terrifying devouring force. To avoid losing track of the Lord of the Kunping, the 6th True Lord had no choice but to follow the Lord of the Kunping headlong into the deepest, darkest abyss. Almost there. We're nearly at the true abyss. Chapter 420, 60,000-fold Life Genes. The First Abyssal Depths. While Li Xian was immersed in his genetic research, the outside world had already been thrown into a colossal upheaval because of him. The trail of the Divine Eye clan's first True Lord and others had been discovered. The myriad cosmic powerhouses who had speculated on Li Xian's escape route had finally tracked him down to the abyss of profound depths. They encountered the 6th True Lord waiting here, yet the Kunping Lord remained nowhere to be seen. 6th True Lord, your Divine Eye clan truly excels. To have driven the Kunping Lord into this abyssal dead end, it seems he has perished by your hand. His myriad treasures must now be yours. My demands are simple: release the Sword Sovereign of my Purple Moon Holy Land. Surrender his supreme treasure, the battle sword, along with the feathered treasure he wears. The Blood Sea True God and the Enlightened Transformation True God of the Purple Moon Sacred Land fixed their burning gazes upon the 6th True Lord. Chapter 421, The Cumulative Power of the 5-Tiered Sword Prison Tower. Divine Power Infused. As his divine body grew colossal, it signified that Li Xian's divine form could now contain greater divine power. Instantly, the myriad energies within the eternal divine furnace surged into his divine body. Simultaneously, the divine bodies of his Time Phoenix and Infernal Dragon avatars underwent transformations as well, even more profound than those of his human core. The divine bodies of these 2 major avatars directly reached 10 billion kilometers in size, 10 times that of the human avatar. Most astonishing of all was the 9 Nether Sea clone's divine body. After reaching 60,000 times its original life genes, it expanded to 300 trillion kilometers. Converted into light years, that equated to roughly 3.2 light years in size. While still falling short of the 9 Nether Sea's true body under the current 9 Nether Lord, the difference was negligible. After all, the 9 Nether Sea's true body only spanned 12 light years. That was the 9 Nether Lord's limit. Chapter 422, Power Transcending Cosmic True Gods, 10th Tier. Combined Strike. Just as the Lord of Sacred Swords had anticipated, Li Xian sought precisely the power of combined attacks. As Li Xian fused the 5 prison sealing swords into a combined strike, the convergence of 5 7th tier peak level powers instantly propelled its might to the pinnacle of the 8th tier. Not only that, the 3 layers of secret patterns on the 5 prison sealing swords burst forth with dazzling light. Linked by these patterns, the 5 swords and the 5-10 absolute abyssal depths secret arts fused together perfectly. In that instant, the combined power originally at the peak of the 8th tier underwent an extreme sublimation. Its might surged, instantly reaching the 9th tier. But that wasn't all. The power of the 5-tiered sword prison tower was far greater than this. Sword prison tower, show me your limit. The 3 layers of secret patterns within the 5-tiered sword prison tower fully unleashed their dazzling brilliance, and this extraordinary power completely merged into the 5 prison sealing swords. The power of the prison sealing swords now transcended the cosmos entirely. Chapter 423, The Ancestor of Purple Moon's Apprehension and Pursuit. Juehua, Shuehai, mobilize every ounce of power from the Purple Moon Sanctuary. At any cost, you must slay the Kuanping Sovereign. Spread the intelligence on the Kuanping Lord far and wide. Whoever slays him may make any demand. Anything within the Purple Moon Sanctuary's power shall be granted. Even if they demand the mightiest treasures or secrets to break through reincarnation, I shall grant it provided they slay the Kuanping Sovereign. The Purple Moon Patriarch spoke with solemn resolve. The Lord of the Kuanping was already this formidable as the ruler of the cosmos. If they failed to slay him promptly, once he ascends to become a true god of the universe and undergoes the chaos transformation, he will grow even more formidable. By then, we will be utterly powerless against him. Understood, Ancestor? Though the true god of Enlightenment didn't know how the Kuanping Lord had angered the Ancestor, he wouldn't ask. Since it was the Ancestor's command, he would naturally. Chapter 424, Wings that pierce the void become the ultimate treasure. The 4th layer of secret patterns, once activated, could shatter the constraints of the Supreme Treasure's domain, allowing flight within it without any resistance. The 5th layer secret pattern, once activated, could use its space-piercing power to break the seals of Supreme Treasures. This not only allowed breaking the seals from within the treasure itself but also from outside, shattering the barriers of the treasure's palace and enabling direct teleportation into the enemy's Supreme Treasure Palace. Holy crap, this 4th layer secret pattern is like a natural counter to the Supreme Treasure domain. The 5th layer secret pattern is even more powerful, a natural counter to the Supreme Treasure Palace. Those Supreme Treasure Palaces are practically useless against me. From now on, if anyone hides inside a Supreme Treasure Palace, just wait until I scare the living daylights out of them. It must be said, the sky-shattering wings after becoming a supreme artifact were absurdly powerful. Had he possessed the sky-piercing wings earlier, he wouldn't have needed the combined might to slay the Holy Sword Lord. He could have simply entered the Holy Sword Palace and ended him outright. Chapter 425, Can your Divine Eye clan handle my retribution? Boom! The 5 beast gods, manifestations of the 5 Chaos Sovereign, crashed into the ground like falling meteors under the terrifying impact of the prison sealing sword. The collision created a crater tens of trillions of kilometers wide. Within that crater, the 5 beast gods formed from the 5 Chaos Lords' annihilation divine armor were utterly crushed by the impact. Their beastly forms were completely obliterated, leaving nothing but the flattened remains of lifeless carcasses. Is this the might of a peak 7th tier power? Too overwhelming, utterly powerless to retaliate. Trapped within the protection of the 5 divine beasts formed by the annihilation divine armor, the 5 Chaos Sovereigns had much of their divine power obliterated by the terrifying force of the impact. Though his annihilation divine armor could function as a peak-tier treasure palace, its defensive capabilities rivaling those of a true peak-tier treasure palace, it was not an authentic one. A peak treasure palace, when facing any material impact, could guarantee the safety of the life within as long as the palace itself remained undamaged. Chapter 426, The 7 True Lords of the Divine Eye Clan arrive. The thunderous might of the peak domain treasure. How could the Lord of the Kuanping have traversed the boundless thunder sea to reach the infinite storm zone so swiftly? Upon sensing this terrifying thunderous might domain, the Lord of Ultimate Arrows instantly recognized it as the peak domain divine treasure once wielded by the Lord of 10,000 Thunders. The Lord of 10,000 Thunder had perished at the hands of the Lord of the Kuanping. The one wielding thunderous might now could only be the Lord of the Kuanping. It's not the Lord of the Kuanping, it's his ally, the Lord of Time. We're finished. Yet when the Master of Ultimate Arrows sensed the identity of the approaching figure, his face instantly drained of color. Even if this person wasn't the Kuanping Sovereign, they possessed peak 7th tier strength, one of the primary targets who had once hunted down the Sacred Sword Sovereign alongside the Kuanping Sovereign. The Lord of Time who had arrived here was none other than Li Xin in disguise. After all, he did not wish others to know that the Breaker Wings possessed the same power-breaking law ability as the universe's strongest beings. Chapter 427, The Calamity of the Divine Eye Clan's Cosmic Sovereign. The Lord of the Pure Eye, clad in a white robe, possessed skin as white as jade. Behind him, the phantom of his single eye emitted a crimson glow. Those familiar with him knew this state only manifested when he was enraged beyond measure. Damn it! Another one dead. Even cholera is gone. Who the hell dares to kill the cosmic lord of my Divine Eye clan so brazenly? Upon hearing of cholera's demise, the Lord of the Pure Eye seethed with fury. His childhood family and friends had long since perished in old age. Over the 3 eons of endless cycles, it was the many cosmic sovereigns of the Divine Eye clan who had journeyed alongside him. As fellow rulers of the cosmos, they naturally formed close-knit groups. For instance, he and the 5 Chaos ruler were sworn brothers, having once shared life and death experiences together. During their time as revered ones, he and Lord Cholera were equally trustworthy companions who could entrust their very lives to each other. Yet the most trustworthy figure in his life. Chapter 428, The Lord of the Kuanping is a ruthless one. Meanwhile, after Lixian slew the Lord of Thunder Blades, he gathered both his spoils and those of another unfortunate soul who had already self-detonated. When he came to kill the Lord of Thunder Blades, the Lord of Blazing Fire, a member of the Fire Source clan from the First Cycle era, was present nearby. However, both the Lightning Blade Lord and the Blazing Fire Lord possessed avatars. Lixian only managed to annihilate the Lightning Blade Lord's soul in time, failing to obliterate the Blazing Fire Lord's soul before he could self-destruct. The Thunderblade Lord's most renowned set of peak treasure weapons, the Thunderblades, consists of 9 peak treasure-grade Thunderblade throwing knives. When combined, the power they unleash rivals that of a rare artifact, making them treasures comparable to the Mad Demon God-slaying armor and the Purity Light Mirror. Lixian stored the Thunderblade daggers away with satisfaction. Such treasures, capable of rivaling rare artifacts, were far more precious than the artifacts themselves. The secret patterns etched upon the treasure could be comprehended by its wielder, aiding in its mastery. Chapter 429, Your martial virtue is insufficient. Lord of the Netherworld, treasures belong to those of virtue. You lack the martial virtue to make me retreat. Far from retreating, the Three-Ean Beast Lord accelerated instead. Outmatched in speed by the Three-Ean Beast Lord, the Lord of the Netherworld decisively changed course and charged toward the Three-Ean Beast Lord. Netherfire Blade. A terrifying blade, ablaze with netherfire, transformed into a colossal star millions of kilometers wide, hurtling toward the Three-Ean Beast Lord. In its wake, the boundless ocean evaporated, and even space itself scorched and shattered. Triple-Ean Beast God. Seeing this, the Three-Ean Beast Lord naturally refused to indulge the Lord of the Netherworld. His peak treasure, a psychic weapon, coalesced into a colossal divine beast formed by the fusion of the Wind-Time, Light-Time, and Thunder-Time beast gods. It lunged fiercely toward the oncoming stellar body. In an instant, the Lord of the Netherworld and the Lord of the Three-Ean Bestial Gods engaged in a fierce battle. However, both were top-tier 5th-rank powerhouses who had clashed before. Chapter 430, The Giant Axe arrives too late. Will his true power be exposed? Go! Had the Sword Prison Lord merely possessed 6th-tier strength, the Lord of the Netherworld and the Lord of the Three Shadows might have stayed to vie for the supreme treasure. But now, the Sword Prison Lord's power had reached the peak of the 7th tier, a full 2 tiers stronger than either of them. Staying any longer might get them killed by the Sword Prison Lord, so they had to flee immediately. Even when fleeing, they must choose the same direction to prevent the Sword Prison Lord from targeting them individually. That way, they could still assist one another if needed. At this moment, even the Lord of Deer and Insects was cowed by the power the Sword Prison Lord had displayed, no longer daring to vie for that supreme treasure. Though he remained confident the Sword Prison Lord couldn't kill him, he wasn't foolish enough to charge headlong into a futile, thankless endeavor he knew was impossible. With the Deer Insect Lord and his 2 companions no longer obstructing his path, Lixian proceeded unimpeded. Chapter 431, The Celestial Court hosts the Genius Battle. Indeed, possessing both peak 7th tier combat prowess and a supreme treasure weapon. But from this day forward, that supreme treasure weapon is mine. King Jinjia stared at Lixian with burning eyes. Though he already possessed a supreme treasure, such artifacts were never too many. Sword Prison Lord, you're finished. Completely finished. Upon seeing King Jinjia's arrival, the primordial god of Twisted Rock roared with laughter. His gamble had paid off. King Jinjia had arrived before the axe founder. Kill. Seizing the moment while the Sword Prison Lord was once again sent flying by the primordial god of Twisted Rock, King Jinjia charged forward, his long blade slashing down with blinding speed. A terrifying crimson blade aura spanned the heavens, ripping through the void. A dense network of cracks spread across 1 trillion kilometers of space. Such a terrifying and swift attack left Lixian's prison sealing sword, just knocked away by the primordial god of Twisted Rock, no time to turn and defend. He could only rely on. Chapter 432, Is the Qianwu revered one to die again? The Jinjia king and his allies had no desire to publicize the Sword Prison Lord's possession of the supreme treasure. Yet, the Lord of Deer and Insects from the Purple Moon Holy Land, ever eager for spectacle. They directly exploited the Purple Moon Sanctuary's intelligence channels to broadcast the detailed account of how King Jinjia and his men had ambushed and slain the Sword Prison Lord. Those of the Purple Moon Sanctuary possessed a haughty mindset transcending the cosmic sea. One of their favorite pastimes was instigating conflicts among the cosmic sea's powerful figures, then sitting back to admire their handiwork. Damn it! What qualifications does that Sword Prison Lord have to find such a supreme treasure? The Sword Prison Lord of the human race has actually reached the peak of the 7th tier? Hard to believe he's still a cosmic sovereign at this stage. Doesn't that make him just like the Kuanping sovereign and his ilk? Damned humans! Why does the primordial universe favor them so? First came the primordial ancestor, then. Chapter 433, Venus's cold-bloodedness. Lexin takes a disciple. After slaying the lord of the metal element, Venus departed immediately, not even glancing at the high-grade treasure armor about to emerge or the Qianwu Reverend. Whoa! The demon lord is terrifying. She annihilated the lord of the golden element's soul the moment they met. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Only after the succubus lord vanished did the Qianwu Reverend snap out of the shock of that breathtaking scene. He silently warned himself never to look at the succubus lord again. Such a terrifyingly powerful being could easily deliver a soul-shattering blow, one misstep, and he would die instantly. Boom! At that very moment, the high-grade treasure armor emerged. Thanks to the succubus lord's intervention, the Qianwu sage successfully obtained this supreme artifact. Master, this is the corpse of the lord of the metal element. After emerging from the primordial star, Venus delivered both the corpse of the lord of the metal element and the spoils of war to Lexians. Chapter 434, Another guy who wants to buy an estate on Earth. Greetings, Lord of the Sword Prison. Upon entering, Qin Shen saw the succubus lord who had once instructed him standing beside the central throne, guarding it like a servant. Seated upon the throne was none other than the great being who had resurrected him. Immediately after his resurrection, he had endured a period of confusion. Only after joining the heavenly court sanctuary did he truly grasp the terrifying vastness of this universe and comprehend the immense greatness of the sword prison lord who had resurrected him. Since then, he had returned to the source star to resolve his past attachments, dedicating himself solely to scaling the pinnacle and becoming the ruler of the cosmos. Qin Shen, you have proven yourself worthy. As promised, I shall take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Li Xian spoke earnestly. Disciple Qin Shen pays respects to his master. Qin Shen's heart leapt with joy at these words. He immediately knelt and kowtowed in submission. Rise. Chapter 435, After dual cultivation, Aichen becomes the ruler of the universe? It seems the heavenly court sacred land is developing quite well. After briefly reviewing the overall situation of the celestial court sacred land, Li Xian nodded with satisfaction. Of the 4 secret realms planned for the celestial court sacred land, 2 had already been established, with the remaining 2 slated for completion within 3,000 years. Overall, though still nascent, it possessed all the essential elements and held immense potential. Combined with his current status and power, the celestial court sanctuary would undoubtedly surpass the virtual universe corporation in the future. Master, this is all thanks to your efforts. Without your dedication, the celestial sanctuary would never have achieved such prosperity. Venus stood by, offering flattery. Enough of that. Tell me about yourself. Your current gene multiplication has already surpassed 10,082 times. Can you continue to break through? Li Xian looked at Venus with genuine curiosity. He never imagined Venus's talent in this area could be so extraordinary. Chapter 436, Venus is about to become a true god of the universe. Li Xian and Ai Chen's consciousnesses arrived in the Grand Hall of Thunder Island. Here, besides the 2 of them, Giant Axe and the other cosmic sovereigns had all gathered. Light Sword, congratulations on becoming the 20th cosmic sovereign of our human race. After Ai Chen arrived, Chaos City Lord and numerous other cosmic sovereigns offered their congratulations. The reason he was the 20th, not the 21st, was primarily because Li Xian had now ascended to the position of the universe's strongest being and could no longer be counted as a universe master. Thus, Ai Chen now occupied the 20th position among the human race's universe lords, the vacant rank left behind after Li Xian's ascent. Thank you all. Ai Chen responded with a smile. Light Sword, according to our human tradition, upon becoming a cosmic sovereign, your race will bestow upon you a supreme treasure weapon. What type of weapon do you desire? The Giant Axe inquired. I want. Chapter 437, Venus's chaotic transformation. Li Xian can see it too. Ai Chen, when Venus ascends to become a true god of the universe, that will be our opportunity. At that time, you can share your cultivation insights with me through your talent, and you should be able to indirectly witness the scenes of the chaos transformation. Li Xian held nothing back from Ai Chen regarding Venus, secretly hoping to bring him along for the ride. Li Xian and Venus would practice dual cultivation. Li Xian would perceive the chaotic evolution through Venus's perspective. Meanwhile, Ai Chen would practice dual cultivation with Li Xian using the Dream Shell Wing Clan's Dream Shell Heavenly Wing talent. This way, Ai Chen should be able to witness the chaotic evolution that Li Xian perceived. His idea was akin to nesting dolls, one set within another. But he suspected the effect would diminish with each successive layer. What Li Xian saw of the chaotic evolution was Venus's perspective, so the effect couldn't possibly match witnessing it directly. Similarly, the chaos evolution Ai Chen perceives is what Li Xian observes through Venus's eyes, so its effect. Chapter 438, Can the chaos transformation be viewed through nested dolls? If the succubus lord truly ascended to a cosmic god, wouldn't that mean the sword prison lord possessed a cosmic god tier servant? A cosmic god, no less, reduced to someone's servant. For him, a top-tier 5th-tier cosmic lord, this was utterly mind-blowing. No, I must hurry to explain to the Chaos City Lord the Nine Domains Alliance never intended to pursue the Succubus Lord for killing the Lord of the Metal Element. In an instant, the Nine Domains Lord returned to the Cosmic Sea and simultaneously contacted the Chaos City Lord, determined to clear up any unnecessary misunderstandings between himself and the Succubus Lord. Otherwise, if the Succubus Lord held this matter against him, his journey to the Cosmic Sea would become perilous. Meanwhile, numerous avatars, true forms, or divine power projections of the human race's cosmic lords were gathered beside the giant axe microcosm, all gazing intently toward the primordial universe. Upon sensing the disturbance, they immediately charged toward the source of the tremor. Chapter 439, Propagating the Path of Divine Power. Excellent. Seeing Ai Chen's gains, Li Xian nodded in satisfaction before turning to Li Tianwei and the others and asking, "And you? What have you gained?" "Dad, I've fully grasped the way of spacetime. I can become a ruler of the universe at any moment, and I've even created the ultimate secret technique for rulers of the universe." "Dad, Tianwei and I are in a similar position. We can become rulers of the universe at any time and have also created the ultimate secret technique. It seems our talents are quite similar, all three of us siblings." "Our gains are identical," Li Tianwei and the others exclaimed joyfully. Without their father's assistance, they never could have leaped over that threshold, a feat countless cosmic overlords could only dream of achieving. It must be said, having a powerful father truly makes cultivation a breeze. Very good, very good. Here are the treasures for you. However, these treasures were all obtained by the Kunpeng Lord after slaying enemies, so. Chapter 440, Divine Power Lineage Inheritance actually costs money? Sword Prison, I finally understand why you've been collecting so many lifeforms genes over the years, even those of our home alliance's cosmic lords. It was all for researching the divine power path. The Chaos City Lord couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He hadn't anticipated that Li Xian had already obtained this ancient inheritance before even setting foot in the Cosmic Sea. According to the information he'd gathered, Li Xian had begun this endeavor long ago. He finally understood why Li Xian, possessing peak 7th tier strength, had not chosen to break through to become a cosmic true god. It turned out Li Xian harbored immense ambition. Perhaps he was aiming for that 90,000-fold gene enhancement. The matter of the divine power path must never be disclosed. Only the human race's cosmic sovereign may know of it. The cosmic sovereigns of the Hong Alliance absolutely must not be allowed to learn of it. The giant axe spoke with grave solemnity. This inheritance was too precious. If exposed, those in the primordial universe. Chapter 441, The Human Race's Second Great Power, the Celestial Court Sacred Ground. I know you all doubt me. Then let me prove it to you. Li Tianming smiled faintly, pointing behind him. Instantly, his psychic weapon transformed into a streak of light, blasting a hole through the entire Thunder Hall. The Thunder Hall was constructed from exceptionally unique materials. Only the power of a cosmic sovereign could shatter it. Li Tianwei and Li Tianchen understood immediately, simultaneously unleashing their ultimate secret arts. Divine power mass at the level of a cosmic sovereign, secret techniques at the level of a cosmic sovereign's ultimate secret art. These three truly are cosmic sovereigns. All present were cosmic sovereigns themselves. With Li Tianming and the other two deliberately displaying the quality of their divine power, those in attendance could instantly discern that Li Tianming and his companions were indeed cosmic sovereigns. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Our human race has gained 3 more rulers of the universe. The giant axe roared with laughter. Sword Prison, congratulations. The Lord of Light Swords has become a cosmic sovereign. Chapter 442, The Ancestral Beast, Time to Settle the Debt. The Frozen Wasteland. A vast expanse of crystalline ice stretched for tens of thousands of light years, blanketed in a blinding white. The extreme cold had given birth to numerous ice crystal spirits rivaling the power of universe lords. Coupled with the region's unique ice corrosion force, even a cosmic sovereign clad in top-tier treasure armor would have their divine power constantly eroded by this peculiar force. Though this erosion occurs at an extremely slow pace, the cumulative effect over time is staggering. A cosmic sovereign clad in supreme treasure armor with a divine body spanning 90,000 kilometers would perish outright after merely a million years' stay here. It was precisely this terrifying ice-corrosive force that deterred cosmic rulers without peak-tier divine armor from ever setting foot in the frozen wastes. Who would have thought the Kunpeng sovereign would dare appear in the cosmic sea at this hour? A figure engulfed in terrifying flames materialized at the edge of this frozen wasteland. This being was none other than Chapter 443, 9th Tier. Kill. Though his soul was wounded, the primordial beast ancestor gritted his teeth and charged toward the succubus true god. His opponent was a master of souls, most vulnerable in close combat. Combined with the fact that the Sword Prison Lord also relied on psychic power and was unskilled in melee, if he could close the distance, he had a chance to turn defeat into victory. Facing the Sword Prison Lord's oncoming destructive force of the 5 elements world, the demon beast ancestor tried to evade. Yet his soul, corrupted by the succubus true god, could not dodge. He had no choice but to meet the blow head-on. Boom! The prison-sealing sword, carrying the might of the five elements world, collided with the beast's formidable claws. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave shattered space across billions of kilometers, sending countless fragments hurtling outward as particle streams. The toxic waters within the poison god's pool were vaporized by this terrifying force, and the ever-present toxic mist was completely expelled from a radius of 100 billion kilometers. The demon beast progenitor's claws, upon contact with the prison-sealing sword. Chapter 444, This is simply too much for the demonic beasts. A supreme treasure of the domain class? Upon hearing the demon beast ancestor's words, the eyes of the four cosmic true gods Meng Yaozu and the others lit up. Their resolve to rescue the demon beast ancestor only strengthened. If the sword prison lord obtained that supreme domain class treasure, wouldn't his power become even more formidable? Then, with the 9th tier giant axe at its peak, the 9th tier sword prison lord, and the 8th tier succubus true god, even the combined might of the four cosmic true gods from their three clans wouldn't be enough to defeat the human race. The consequences of such human dominance were obvious even to a fool and absolute threat to their three clans. Ancestor of demonic beasts, I'll aid you but only if you hand over that peak tier treasure. We'll exchange it for the domain class treasure you mentioned. After all, that treasure is far too dangerous in your possession. As long as the sword prison lord cannot obtain it, he will keep his eyes on you. We can't keep having to come to your rescue over this every time. Chapter 445, The newly emerged ultimate treasure armor. It's a venomous vortex, Venus. Quick, get inside. Seeing this, Li Xin immediately summoned the sword prison tower and took refuge inside with Venus. The venomous vortex ranked among the most terrifying natural hazards of the poison god's pool. According to the map left by the five elements demon god, cosmic true gods without a supreme treasure palace must never attempt to break out of the vortex's range once trapped within it. Within the poisonous vortex, where force-breaking abilities proved ineffective, any attempt to break free would inevitably result in death during the escape attempt. Though Li Xin possessed the sword prison tower, enabling him to attempt escape, the primordial beast ancestor remained trapped within the vortex. Fearing the loss of the golden sea forest component should the ancestor perish, he chose not to break free. Damn it! Why must I be so unlucky as to encounter a poisonous vortex in the poison god pool? Why did it have to appear now, of all times? Poison god pool. Chapter 446, The cosmic sea shall not bear another primordial ancestor. Poison god pool. Li Xin and Venus continued their relentless assault on the demon beast ancestor. Overwhelmed by their combined might, the ancestor could only passively absorb the blows, minimizing damage to himself as he held out for the arrival of other cosmic true gods. Ancestral demon beast, you wish to endure? I shall force your demise. 5 elements impact. As the demon beast ancestor endured another soul-shocking blow from Venus, Li Xin waved his hand. The terrifying 5 elements world relinquished part of its destructive power, transforming it into boundless impact force. This force hurled the demon beast ancestor directly out of the light barrier at the vortex's center, flinging it into the heart of the venomous vortex. Ah! Under the terrifying suction of the massive vortex and the corrosive poison, the demon beast ancestor suffered double damage. Realizing its predicament, the demon beast ancestor immediately attempted to return to the vortex's center. Yet, at that very moment. Chapter 447, Plundering the primordial beast's cosmic essence. Virtual Universe Thunder Island. Li Xin and the Giant Axe convened the highest council of the human race. 23 universe lords swiftly materialized within the meeting chamber. Honored attendees, my power has reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier after witnessing the chaos transformation of the succubus true god. By combining forces with my avatar, we achieved the 9th tier. The succubus true god has also reached the 9th tier. Together, we have slain the primordial beast ancestor at the poison god pool. I need to leverage the human race's network to disseminate news of my and the succubus true god's power at the fastest possible pace. Additionally, I must clarify that the giant axe has now been retrieved from the poison god's pool and is reunited with both myself and the succubus true god. Li Xin wasted no time in revealing his plan. His primary aim was to use his formidable power to intimidate weaker cosmic true gods, forcing them to back down. If the opponent was weak. Chapter 448, Sword Prison Tower blocks the path. 5 elements annihilation. Upon spotting the numerous outsiders, Li Xin and the Eternal Phoenix of Time burst forth from Sword Prison Tower, unleashing their combined might. A single sword strike aimed directly at the demon-shaking palace of the demon-shaking ancestor. Boom! In an instant, the demon-shaking palace was repelled by Li Xin, forced far from the core of the toxic vortex. Li Xion's objective was clear, to harness the vortex's terrifying tearing and corrosive forces against the demon-shaking ancestor, just as he had done against the primordial demon beast. The demon-shaking ancestor's ultimate treasure was not armor or a palace, but a weapon one of the cosmic true gods he most desired to confront. Mengcha, hold off the sword prison lord for me. He's trying to prevent me from entering the core of the toxic vortex. The demon ancestor instantly discerned Li Xion's plan. The Dream Demon Ancestor possessed the supreme treasure armor, granting him greater resistance to the vortex's suction and corrosive forces, making him the ideal choice to confront the Sword Prison Lord. Understood. Upon hearing this, the Dream Demon Ancestor immediately burst forth from the Dream Demon Palace to block Lexin. Chapter 449, Venus, the thickest health bar in the cosmic sea. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought this place would be so lively? So many true gods gathered here. The 7 true gods who had entered the venomous vortex were none other than the 7 sovereigns of the Divine Eye clan. Having suffered a setback at the hands of the Kunping sovereign, which damaged the Eye clan's prestige, they naturally rushed to vie for the supremely powerful treasure armor upon hearing of its emergence. They also intended to use this victory to intimidate the cosmic sea, letting those restless fools know that as long as the 7 true lords of the Divine Eye clan remained, their authority was not to be challenged. The 7 true lords of the Divine Eye clan have all arrived. Witnessing this scene, some rejoiced while others grew anxious. The Divine Eye clan's might was simply too overwhelming. The combined might unleashed by the 7 true gods upon their descent. Only the primordial ancestor could have defeated them in the past. Now that the primordial ancestor was suppressed by the primordial universe, no one dared to challenge the combined might of the 7 true gods, even against the Divine Eye clan. Chapter 450, the whetstone that can snap steel blades. Ha 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 ha. Come again. Fight again. The giant axe charged forward first, wielding his divine axe once more, with Lexin and Venus close behind. The 3 had long since forged an unspoken bond to challenge the eternal true god together. With the ultimate treasure palace as their final lifeline, all they needed to do now was fight, and fight some more. Using the eternal true god as a whetstone to hone their strength after this, such an opportunity would never come again. You want to use the eternal true god as a sharpening stone? We'll see if you have the ability. The first true lord and his companions instantly saw through the giant axes group's intentions. But their eternal true god wasn't some pushover. How could it truly become a whetstone? Even as a whetstone, it would be one hard enough to snap steel blades. Kill. The eternal true god was colossal, towering over 100 million kilometers high, seemingly stomping slowly. Chapter 451, I, Lord of the Sword Prison, swear by the name of the primordial ancestor. While the demon ancestor and his kind chose to watch the spectacle from the sidelines, the fierce battle between the eternal true god and Lexin's trio raged on. Whether it was the giant axe, Lexin, or Venus, all 3 possessed immense potential. Having only recently broken through, they still harbored vast untapped reserves. The giant axe, needless to say, had only recently obtained the supreme treasure, the divine axe. Its secret patterns remained incompletely understood, and the secret techniques hadn't yet been modified to perfectly suit the divine axe. Venus had just emerged from the chaos transformation, possessing profound insights into the laws of the universe, yet the secret techniques she had created had not yet reached their peak. As for Lexin, the top-tier 7th-tier secret technique he currently wields was created by the 5 elements demon god. He hasn't even mastered the top-tier 8th-tier secret technique yet. Once he does, his strength will instantly surge to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. It must be said that the eternal true god's oppressive pressure was immense, a formidable whetstone that forced Lexin. Chapter 452, Self-Destruction at the Drop of a Hat. As the fire insect true lord was about to be slain by the eternal true god, within the sword prison tower, the golden sea forest fragment Lexin had seized from the demon beast ancestor had ceased devouring energy. Boom! As the golden sea forest fully materialized, a terrifying domain force erupted within the sword prison tower. This unique domain was composed of 4 forces: a sky filled with golden swords, a forest covering the land, a world-ending tsunami, and an endless sea of fire. Upon activating the domain, whether it was the golden swords, the forest, the tsunami, or the fiery expanse, each could directly unleash area of effect 7th tier attacks. Within this domain, a terrifying spatial force was also integrated, capable of severely suppressing enemies. Even the universe's strongest force-breaking techniques would be weakened by 50% within this domain. It could be said that such a domain, a supreme treasure, reached the pinnacle of power in both offense and restriction. Even against a peak 9th tier powerhouse. Chapter 453, the deterrent power of slaying a cosmic true god. Impossible. On the other side, the eternal true god could scarcely believe his eyes. A divine body of such colossal proportions existed in the cosmos, and the sword prison lord had treated this immense divine form as a disposable, self-destructing consumable. This was divine power equivalent to dozens of cosmic true gods. To just blow it up on a whim? This was beyond absurd, opening the door to absurdity itself, absurdity incarnate. And the most absurd part? This utterly absurd event had been witnessed by his own Divine Eye clan. Damn it! The meat was right in our mouths, and now it's been snatched from our very jaws. Facing the terrifying blast shockwave, the eternal true god couldn't deflect its force in time even by exerting his full power. He could only watch helplessly as the firefly divine armor fell into the sword prison lord's hands. Only now did he realize his true role in the sword prison lord's eyes, nothing more than a tool, a mere instrument to help the sword prison lord seize the fire insect divine armor. And the Sword Prison Lord had long ago. Chapter 454, is the Giant Axe the first defeat in the Cosmic Sea? Venomous Vortex. Giant Axe, this Firefly Divine Armor is yours. After obtaining the Firefly Divine Armor, Li Xian handed it over to Giant Axe as previously agreed. The stronger Giant Axe became, the greater the assistance he would provide in the future. Sword Prison, the Supreme Treasure Armor was seized by you. It rightfully belongs to you. Since you've given it to me, consider it a loan. I'll repay you with another Supreme Treasure Armor in the future. Seeing how Li Xian had sacrificed such a massive divine body to seize this Firefly Divine Armor, Giant Axe felt deeply indebted and would never accept it without reciprocation. Now possessing peak 9th tier strength in this Fire Insect Divine Armor, Giant Axe believed his chances of seizing a Supreme Treasure were greatly enhanced. He was confident that even if he owed a Supreme Treasure Armor now, he would be able to repay it in the future. Very well. Since that's the case, Giant Axe, I'll be waiting for you to repay me with that Supreme Treasure. Chapter 455, Li Xian playing both sides? Primordial Universe. The humans and Divine Eye clan members acting as hunters within the Venomous Vortex, after deliberation, jointly utilized their respective information networks to disseminate news of the Venomous Vortex. Of course, the information was 9 parts truth and 1 part fiction. They certainly wouldn't lay everything bare. The purpose was to prevent other cosmic true gods from entering the toxic vortex, thus avoiding unnecessary complications for their hunt. What? The toxic vortex harbors such terrifying dangers that it claimed the lives of both the demon beast ancestor and the fire insect sovereign? Good heavens! The toxic vortex is inescapable? One can only exit once it ceases entirely? If danger strikes, there's no escape. That's precisely why those 2 true gods perished. They couldn't flee. We can't go in. Absolutely not. Chapter 456, Sword Prison. Time to stop. This is bad. 5 Elements Universe. Witnessing this scene, Li Xian instinctively activated the Supreme Treasure Domain, the 5 Elements Universe. In an instant, an energy universe composed of 4 law energies, a sky filled with golden swords, forests covering the land, a world-ending tsunami, and an endless sea of fire enveloped a radius of 10 light-years. The terrifying spatial force caused even the speed of the Swordmaster of Changhong to abruptly halt. But at that very moment, the Swordmaster of Changhong hurled his supreme treasure, the Changhong Sword, with all his might toward the battlefield where the Eternal True God and the Skeleton Clan clashed. Simultaneously, the Sword Master of the Long Rainbow self-detonated. Boom! The self-detonation of a cosmic true god, even with the Sword Master of Changhong now possessing only 20% of his divine power, still unleashed a terrifying shockwave. This force propelled the Changhong Sword toward the Eternal True God at an even greater speed. The Changhong Sword. Regarding the situation on the Swordmaster's side, neither the Eternal True God nor Chapter 457, Blood Poison Divine Armor, Divine Power Burning Secret Technique? Our previous battle took a heavy toll. We won't be joining your fight. Li Xian ultimately heeded the Giant Axe's advice, retreating back to the Sword Prison Tower and ceasing involvement in the conflict between the Divine Eye clan and the Skeleton clan. This great battle claimed the lives of 2 cosmic true gods, and both supreme treasures had now fallen into the hands of the human race. This outcome far exceeded Li Xian's initial expectations. One mustn't be too greedy. If they were to fight again, it would have to wait until Giant Axe had fully assimilated the Fire Insect Divine Armor. Once he had mastered that supreme treasure and their strength had grown, then they could fight again. Phew! For reasons unknown, both the Divine Eye clan and the Skeleton clan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at Li Xian's decision. For whichever side Li Xian chose, it would be a high-stakes gamble for both factions. Whichever side he backed would tip the scales of victory in their favor. Li Xian placed no wager on either side. Chapter 458, Forging the Divine Power Recharge System, the Infinite Divine Furnace. As the venomous vortex dissipated, news of the events that had unfolded here spread far and wide. 3 cosmic true gods had perished here, a monumental event unprecedented in the 3 cycles of reincarnation. Those factions not involved naturally sought to uncover what events could have claimed the lives of 3 cosmic true gods. Whoa, who would have thought it would turn out like this? Even with the combined efforts of the Divine Eye clan's 7 true gods wielding ancient secret arts, they still couldn't seize a single supreme treasure. In the end, all of them were snatched by the human race. The Sword Prison Lord of the human race is also the ruler of the universe. He can wield power at the 9th tier. Doesn't that mean that once he breaks through to the true god of the universe realm, he will possess power comparable to that of the primordial ancestor at his peak? The primordial universe's human race is poised to rise again. With the Axe Founder, Sword Prison Lord, and Succubus True God 3 9th tier powerhouses. Chapter 459, Supreme Artifact Dust on the Armor? Of course it's effective. I lost 10% of my divine power, yet it fully recovered in under 3 minutes. Its regeneration speed far surpasses even my own microcosm's recovery rate. If every human universe lord could be equipped with an infinite divine furnace, our race's overall strength would leap to a new tier. Then we could burn divine power at will, fearing no depletion. But while we wouldn't fear depletion, it would still burn through a lot of divine treasure points. Then you, Sword Prison, would be the creditor for all of us. The giant axe chuckled. Ha 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 ha. For Sword Prison Lord to provide our human race with such vast divine power, it's only fitting he becomes our creditor. With the infinite divine furnace provided by Lord Sword Prison, we'll never again have to fear those with divine physique avatars bullying us with their superior divine power. Exactly. Chapter 460, Expanding Territories. Giant Axe, even when the primordial ancestor was alive, your human race could never have occupied such vast territories. And now, though the three of you are powerful, you absolutely haven't reached the heights of the primordial ancestor. If you truly push us to the brink, our three clans will unite to launch a full-scale war. While your human race may surpass us in high-tier combat power, your forces below the 6th tier are vastly inferior to ours. The Insect Queen declared. Venus, when I visited the Eastern Emperor's sacred land, I exchanged the rainbow sword for a supreme treasure, a psychic weapon for your use. You must be in desperate need of a sparring partner now, right? The demon-shaking ancestor also wields a supreme treasure psychic weapon. I suggest you seek him out for guidance. I'll provide backup when the time comes. Facing the Bug Queen's question, the giant axe remained silent, but Li Xian reached out and stroked the supreme treasure, the radiant moon, beside Venus. Master, my control over the brilliant moon is indeed lacking. Chapter 461, Sujin, do you think Li Xian is easy to deal with? After the demon, insect, and mechanical races ceded their territories, the human race naturally took control. The 6 major factions of the human race directly controlled very little of the human territory. Almost all of it was managed by the cosmic nations under their command. However, the Huaxia Cosmic Nation was an exception, showing great interest in territorial expansion. Thus, a significant portion of the territories incorporated into the human race's domain were annexed by the Huaxia Cosmic Nation. This move instantly elevated the Huaxia Cosmic Nation to the largest cosmic nation among the human race. With the backing of the Celestial Court's sacred domain, it also became the most powerful cosmic nation of the human race without a doubt. Li Xian's human avatar arrived at the Burning Heaven Refinement Tower, seated upon the throne as he observed the recent developments within the Celestial Court with keen interest. It must be said that under Li Xian's influence, the Celestial Court Holy Land had developed remarkably swiftly. Master, within the human race's territories, under the Heavenly Court Holy Land's strict crackdown. Chapter 462, The entire human race works for me. Indeed it is. The Lord of Ethereal Gold nodded in agreement. Ever since the Sword Prison Lord's rise, he had indeed lived up to the Desolate Mirror Lord's description: approachable, easygoing, and willing to share benefits with all of humanity. This led the Lord of Void Gold to unconsciously assume the Sword Prison Lord was a good-natured soul, slow to anger. You couldn't be more wrong. Shortly after his rise, the Sword Prison Lord slew the Celestial Wolf Lord. Not long after entering the Cosmic Sea, he ambushed and killed 4 Cosmic Lords, including the Sword Demon Lord. Later, he hunted down the Demon Beast Ancestor, claiming the lives of the Fire Insect True Lord and the Rainbow Sword Lord in the process. Had it not been for the Giant Axe Lord's intervention, the Sword Prison Lord would have continued hunting other cosmic true gods trapped within the venomous vortex. Do you truly believe such a being is the benevolent figure you perceive on the surface? Moreover, all the cosmic lords of alien races across the primordial universe know the Sword Prison Lord is a cunning. Chapter 463, Erasing all insults to the title of heaven. But I'm already dead, aren't I? The numerous immortal tier beings who had been resurrected were utterly bewildered. Watching that towering figure in the heavens continuously pull the dead from past timelines shattered their worldviews. Only now did they realize the dead could be resurrected. Each of you has already died once. After being resurrected by me, regardless of which faction you previously belonged to, you will henceforth automatically become members of my heavenly court sanctuary. Once you have settled the costs of your resurrection, you may freely choose whether to depart the celestial court sanctuary. After reviving 10 million immortal tier beings, Li Xian and Venus ceased further resurrections. The fallen immortal tier members of the human race numbered far beyond 10 million. To Li Xian, this number was sufficient for now. Should it prove inadequate later, they could always resurrect more. The Celestial Sanctuary? Chapter 464, Li Xian's face. Fine. If the Celestial Court Sanctuary is so domineering, today I shall witness the true power of the Master of the Light Sword. 9 Realms Annihilation. With a wave of the 9 Domains Lord's hand, 9 chain-like psychic weapons coalesced into 9 colossal waves that obscured the sky. Empowered by the Peak Realm, they resembled 9 celestial wheels crushing all life before them. Come on then. AI Chin raised his twin purple and blue swords, merging them into a colossal purple and blue blade spanning tens of millions of kilometers. Unrivaled under heaven. This time, there were no flashy maneuvers, only a strike that returned to the essence of combat. Boom! The colossal wave of the 9th heaven was cleaved in two by the violet blue blade, sending even the sovereign of the 9 realms hurtling backward hundreds of millions of kilometers. Your strength is commendable, yet you have not reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier. when you attain that realm. Chapter 465. Does the Purple Moon Sanctuary aim to confront the human race? Amidst the boundless cosmos, the four cosmic deities of the demon, insect, and mechanical races once again converged their thoughts. Our three races previously established extra-domain battlefield to contain the human race has failed. An infinite divine furnace treasure has appeared within the human race's heavenly court sacred land. It can restore divine power simply by recharging. This artifact provides an overwhelming boost to immortal tier beings. Our mechanical race has studied this infinite divine furnace. It is fundamentally controlled by its source origin. Even if we obtained the infinite divine furnace from the human race, it would be useless to us. The recharge system of the infinite divine furnace is governed by the virtual universe, capable of identifying non-human souls. Even if we obtained it, we couldn't utilize it. The mechanical clan's father god declared. Not only that, but the human race has recruited immortal tier beings from the other three major factions to join the extra-dimensional battlefield against us. Suppressing the human race from the extra-dimensional battlefield is now impossible. The Dream Demon Ancestor stated. While that may be true. Chapter 466, Components of the Five Elements Universe. That Kuanping Lord possesses peak 7th tier strength, yet he's been hiding all this time, afraid to show himself in the cosmic sea. It seems he truly fears our Purple Moon Holy Land. Later, an even more outrageous sword prison lord emerged. After combining forces with his avatar, he managed to unleash 9th tier power. This proves the secret techniques they've created have reached at least the peak of the 7th tier. I have no idea how that guy managed it. The Demon Soul Lord couldn't help but sigh in awe. Ever since the Kuanping Lord retaliated against the Divine Eye clan, the Cosmic Lords of the Purple Moon Sanctuary have feared he might target their sanctuary. As a result, many Cosmic Lords dare not venture beyond the sanctuary's borders. He had been dispatched by the Ancestor specifically to gather intelligence on the Kuanping Sovereign and the Sword Prison Lord. Though he didn't understand why the Purple Moon Ancestor cared so much about these two Universe Lords, he obediently set out on his mission. Chapter 467, The Void True God Level 5 Elements Universe. Lord of the Demon Souls, don't even think about calling for help. It's useless. You're as good as dead. 10 Absolute Abyssal Depths. Li Xian gave the Demon Soul Lord no chance to react, unleashing his peak 8th tier power once more. He held back from revealing his peak 9th tier power, mainly to keep his strongest capabilities hidden. He didn't want others to learn of his true strength so soon. Perhaps he could pull off a major deception later. Most importantly, the Demon Soul Lord before him wasn't worthy of revealing his peak 8th tier strength. His peak 8th tier power was more than sufficient to kill him. Damn it! Why does my mystic Yellow Mountain hold no sway over him at all? My soul attacks don't affect him either. The Kuanping Lord completely counters me. The Demon Soul Lord attempted one last desperate struggle, only to discover with utter despair that his efforts were utterly futile. The Kuanping Lord's speed was too swift. He was utterly. Chapter 468, Baiting the Ancestral God with a Decoy. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of a Void True God tier mechanical treasure. Though such a treasure might be trash in the hands of a Void True God, for me now, it's an exceptional treasure. With the Kuanping Lord wielding the power of the Void Thought in my human form utilizing the 5 Elements world, we possess 3 distinct manifestations of the 5 Elements universe. For the time being, at least, we needn't worry about others recognizing this as originating from the same supreme treasure domain. Li Xian was thoroughly satisfied with the 5 Elements universe's transformation. With this, he now possessed a formidable weapon against the Cosmic True God. The Cosmic True God was difficult to kill not only because of its formidable power, the abilities granted by the continuous conversion of its microcosm, and divine power reserves hundreds of times greater than those of a cosmic sovereign. More crucially, they wielded the power to shatter law with force, capable of tearing open the void at any moment to flee at incredible speeds. Even if another Cosmic True God wielded the same power-breaking technique. Chapter 469, Aren't companions just for selling? An unfamiliar 6th tier universe master? And a supreme treasure? Giant Rock, hold on. I'm coming to save you. The Qiu Yen clan was sparse in number, numbering only a few thousand. The Giant Rock Lord was one of only 2 5th-tier cosmic sovereigns within their clan, making him highly valued by the Qiu Yen ancestral god. More crucially, the Qiu Yen ancestral god had heard that this unfamiliar cosmic sovereign possessed a supreme treasure weapon and opportunities so immense it felt like a stroke of divine fortune. Obtaining this supreme treasure would elevate his power to the 9th tier, a temptation beyond measure. Ever since he learned that both the Sword Prison Lord and the Succubus True God had reached the 9th tier and that even the Ice Soul Sword Lord had been slain by the combined might of the Giant Axe, the Sword Prison Lord, and the Succubus True God, he had always been deeply concerned, fearing that one day he too would meet the same fate as the Ice Soul Sovereign, surrounded and slain by the Sword Prison Lord and his allies. Chapter 470, The Pre-Chosen Grave. Upon hearing his two companions speak thus, the ancient god of Twisted Rock felt rage surge within him, yet he dared not show it. He understood their fear of the Kuanping sovereign, but wasn't he himself facing the terror of death? I see right through your little schemes. You think the Kuanping Lord can't kill me, that I'll merely be wounded and flee, so you refuse to waste time and divine power rescuing me? Let me tell you, you're wrong, dead wrong. The Kuanping Lord obtained an immensely powerful spatial artifact, a supreme treasure domain from who knows where. He now completely controls the void within dozens of light years. Even our cosmic true God's ability to break through barriers with force cannot tear open that void, leaving me trapped within, unable to escape. If you don't come, I truly will perish. And when that happens, don't blame me for exposing your secrets. Chapter 471, The Destructive Power of the Boundary Beast erupts. No. As long as I'm not forced into the core vortex, I can still hold on. Now that he understood the Kuanping sovereign's scheme, the primordial god Xiao Yan only needed to prevent it from succeeding. Thus, he frantically tried to escape the fate of being forced back toward the core vortex by the Kuanping sovereign. Yet he had fallen into the domain of void of a single thought, whose binding power surpassed even the mightiest domain treasures. Coupled with his ability to break through restrictions by force being sealed, his speed was now akin to that of a cosmic sovereign. How could he possibly escape Li Xian's control? Li Xian, wielding peak 9th tier power, forcibly repelled the primordial god of twisted rock toward the core vortex. Beyond passively enduring the assault, the primordial god possessed no residual strength to alter his trajectory. To alter it would require at least 9th tier power. But did the primordial god of twisted rock truly possess such power? No. Thus, even if the Qiu Yan ancestral god. Chapter 472, The Ancestral God of Twisted Rock's Reluctance. I, the Qiu Yan ancestral god, have fought to this point, exhausted every ounce of strength, staked everything all for the chance to break through the cycle of reincarnation. But now I must die here, at the hands of a cosmic ruler. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. As the Qiu Yan primordial god's roar of intense resentment echoed, he was sucked into the vortex's core. The crushing and pulling forces were terrifying beyond measure. Even with the protection and attack mitigation of his supreme treasure armor, it did not completely block physical damage like his supreme treasure palace could. The weakened yet still devastating forces of strangulation and suction rapidly eroded the primordial god of twisted rock's divine power. The rate of depletion far exceeded his ability to regenerate it with his microcosm. I refuse to accept this. Half an hour later, accompanied by the Qiu Yan ancestral god's final roar, he died completely. Seize. Without hesitation, Li Xian executed a single thought. Chapter 473, 8th Tier Secret Art, 5 Elements Divine Lotus. The Divine Eye clan wants to reconcile with the Lord of the Kuanping? They're delusional. The Lord of the Kuanping is a petty individual, how could he possibly accept reconciliation? Meanwhile, Li Xian had also learned of the Divine Eye clan's intentions through human intelligence channels. But even if the Divine Eye clan humbled themselves and begged for mercy, Li Xian had no intention of sparing them. When he was weak, they hunted him down and sought to seize his treasures. Now that he was powerful, they wanted reconciliation and to end the conflict? Such a convenient turn of events simply didn't exist. The Divine Eye clan wanted to seize his treasures and take his life, yet now they sought reconciliation and forgiveness? And he, the Lord of the Kuanping, was expected to comply with their wishes? Sorry, but the Kuanping Lord couldn't just turn a blind eye and abandon past grievances. The Divine Eye clan can wait. They possess a combined attack technique capable of unleashing 10th tier power. To confront the Divine Eye clan, one must possess at least 11th tier power. Chapter 474, The Success and Failure of the Human Universe Lord's Distracted Path. The 5 Elements Divine Lotus secret technique I created, based on the top tier 8th tier 5 Elements destruction secret technique of the 5 Elements Demon God, has only just reached the threshold of 8th tier. It truly needs improvement. Having witnessed Jean Lin's extraordinary abilities countless times, Li Xian felt no disappointment when Jean Lin effortlessly countered his secret technique. In fact, he felt a sense of joy, for it meant his technique still held immense potential for growth. Only when he created a secret technique that even Jean Lin couldn't break would he truly feel disappointed, for that would mean he'd lost the hope of rapid progress. As Jean Lin had stated, the 5 Elements Divine Lotus he had created still held numerous areas ripe for refinement. With Jean Lin's collaboration, Li Xian was gradually addressing the technique's shortcomings. Another 1,000 years passed, and the 5 Elements Divine Lotus technique had become far more refined than before. The original 5 Elements Divine Lotus required closing its petals to gather power. Chapter 475, Cultivation Loans. How can one grow stronger without them? Whoa, is this a divine realm? The Ice Peak Lord and his companions were naturally curious about Li Xian's divine realm. Yet the moment they entered, they were utterly stunned by the sight before them. This divine realm was vast beyond measure. In their perception, it spanned at least 1,000,000 light years, and they could sense its barriers slowly expanding, yet this was not even the limit of Li Xian's current divine realm. Consider this, even a cosmic true god's microcosm only spans 100 million light years. Yet Li Xian's divine realm already measured 1% of that size, truly astonishing. Is that the 9th Nether Sea? Immediately after, they beheld the vast ocean at the very center of the divine realm, its diameter stretching at least 3 light-years. The Chaos City Lord was quite familiar with the Nine Nether Lord. Moreover, his disciple Luo Foam had also cultivated a Nine Nether Sea avatar, so he recognized it instantly. Only now did he realize the immense scale of Li Xian's. Chapter 476, Ai Chen discovers the ultimate treasure. The light sword master of the primordial universe's human race. Ai Chen had discovered the awakened true god, and the awakened true god naturally discovered Ai Chen as well. Damn it! This place is supposed to be hidden, no life should come here. Yet just as I began the mastering ritual, someone arrived. The true god of awakening felt utterly cursed. He'd barely been here half a day when the master of the light sword followed him in. It was obvious. The moment the master of the light sword saw him, he had undoubtedly already informed the sword prison lord of the situation here. Li Xian, I've discovered a supreme treasure palace in the Aurora realm. This supreme treasure palace seems to possess the power of a supreme treasure domain. The true god of Juehua from the Purple Moon Sacred Land is currently undergoing master recognition. How long will it take you to arrive? Just as the awakened true god had anticipated, the moment Ai Chen saw the awakened true god, he immediately communicated through the original. Chapter 477, You don't want the human race and the Purple Moon Clan to fight to the death, do you? Juehua, have you lost your mind? With the precedence of the Ice Soul Sword Sovereign and the Fire Insect True Sovereign right before our eyes, you still want to provoke the human race? We're both merely peak 7th tier. Against the human race's 3 9th tier powerhouses, we stand no chance. One misstep, and we'll be doomed beyond redemption. Meanwhile, the Blood Sea True God rushed over while urging Juehua to exercise caution. A supreme treasure was, after all, not of paramount importance to their Purple Moon Sanctuary. To risk life and death peril over a supreme treasure, as they had in the venomous vortex, was utterly unworthy for beings of eternal life. Bloodsea, the supreme treasure I've discovered this time is the Palace of Supreme Treasures, which also possesses the power of a supreme treasure domain. If we join forces to capture the Master of the Light Sword, that would be another supreme treasure. Combined, that makes 3 supreme treasures. Even if we take a step back. Chapter 478, I have no heart left to judge right from wrong. Sword Prison Lord, do not listen to that Kunpeng Lord's nonsense. He bears a grudge against our Purple Moon Holy Land, hence his deliberate slander. Our ancestor rarely appears in the cosmic sea he is in seclusion, cultivating. Should the Purple Moon Sanctuary face a grave crisis, our ancestor will naturally emerge from seclusion. As long as you do not aid the Kunpeng Lord, our Purple Moon Sanctuary remains humanity's natural ally. Should you assist him, however, every supreme treasure upon his person shall be yours, and our sanctuary will even bestow 2 more supreme treasures upon you. Juehua Xinshan continued desperately courting Li Xian, for he knew that if the Sword Prison Lord and the Kunpeng Sovereign joined forces, their doom would be sealed. It must be said, true God Juehua executed this empty-handed scheme masterfully, first threatening the human race, then choosing to ally with Li Xian, promising all the supreme treasures from the Kunpeng Lord's possession, plus 2 more from the Purple Moon Sanctuary. Chapter 479, The human race becomes the premier race of the cosmic sea. It's been only a little over 2,000 years since the supreme treasure armor emerged from the poison god pool, and now another supreme treasure has appeared in the Aurora realm of the cosmic vessel. This newly emerged supreme treasure far surpasses the armor discovered in the poison god pool. Rumor has it it's a supreme treasure palace, possessing the power of a supreme treasure domain as well. A single supreme treasure functions as 2, and it's the most precious type of palace and domain supreme treasure. If I were to obtain such a treasure, wouldn't my Tao-seeking strength reach the peak of the 8th tier? This news came from the Purple Moon Sanctuary. Strange, why would they secretly claim this supreme treasure for themselves instead of spreading the word? It's simple. The strongest true gods of the Purple Moon Sanctuary, the Awakened True God and the Blood Sea True God, are only at the peak of the 7th tier. They must have failed in their struggle against enemies for this supreme treasure. Chapter 480, Plundering the Purple Moon Sanctuary's Ultimate Artifact. Li Xian. After sealing the Purple Moon Clan's 2 true gods, the battle concluded. The Kunpeng Lord withdrew the void of a single thought, and Ai Chen flew over. That battle had left her heart pounding. Though she knew her man's strength, this was the first time she'd witnessed Li Xian unleash his full might. That feeling, how to describe it? It was incredibly reassuring. Ai Chen, you've worked hard. Thanks to you, I've obtained so many supreme treasures. Li Xian gazed at Ai Chen with emotion. Beyond the sword prison tower and the prison sealing sword, he possessed only the blood poison divine armor, the rock god armor, the 5 elements universe, the sky piercing wings, the lava battleship, and perhaps the demon soul essence and moonlight from Venus, along with the sacred sword on Ai Chen's person. Combined, these supreme treasures only amounted to 8. Yet, through Ai Chen's actions, Li Xian had obtained 10 supreme treasures. If one were to add that tower that still recognized its master. Chapter 481, Has Li Xian abandoned the ultimate treasures? Enough, enough. I sent you to confront the Kunpeng Sovereign. Now that you've suffered calamity, how could I stand by and watch you perish? After all, it's only 4 supreme treasures. Our purple moon sanctuary endures eternally. Supreme treasures lost can be found again later, but lost kin are truly gone forever. The purple moon progenitor might feel indifferent toward cosmic rulers from tribes he didn't know, but for old friends like Blood Sea and Juehua, those who shared his era, deep affection still lingered in his heart. Both in reason and in heart, if he could save them, he would. Ancestor, I have failed my clan's nurturing. Not only have I lost 5 supreme treasures this time, but I've also caused the clan to sacrifice 2 more supreme treasures. Hearing this, even though the Blood Sea true god was overjoyed inside, he still wore a look of profound sorrow on his face. The Blood Sea true god received the purple moon ancestor. Chapter 482, Deterring the Skeleton Clan and the Divine Eye Clan. With the infinite divine furnace supplying divine power, the giant axe burned divine energy furiously. Wielding the divine axe, it cleaved through the void, racing toward the Aurora land at breakneck speed. To reach the Aurora realm faster, the giant axe chose the shortest, most direct route. Along the way, it encountered numerous perilous areas, but it forged through them using the defense of its supreme treasure armor and its own formidable strength. After all, the infinite divine furnace supplied the lost divine power, so it had nothing to worry about. It was precisely this approach that allowed the giant axe to rapidly draw near the land of Aurora. However, having heard of Li Xian's plan, the giant axe did not enter the Aurora realm directly. Instead, it arrived at another perilous area near the Aurora realm to meet up with Li Xian first. Li Xian, I want to spar with you. The moment he arrived, Giant Axe was eager to test Li Xian's 10th tier power. Though he trusted Li Xian wouldn't deceive him, nothing compared to experiencing it firsthand. Chapter 483, The Universe Sees Strongest. With a flicker of his divine will, the Divine Eye Sovereign manifested a layer of strange black scales that instantly covered his entire body. In an instant, the Divine Eye True Lord transformed into a pitch-black humanoid monster. His hands became sharp claws, his feet resembled hooves, a fearsome barbed tail extended from his back, and a single black horn protruded from his forehead. His entire being radiated savagery. As this black monstrosity materialized, a white halo appeared behind its head. Within the halo, a massive, blood-red single eye glowed, none other than the Divine Eye path cultivated by the Divine Eye True Lord. That is the Divine Eye Lord's ultimate treasure set, divine fusion. Upon witnessing this scene, the Skeleton Lord uttered a hoarse voice. The Skeleton Clan, which had been at odds with the Divine Eye Clan for over 2 cycles of reincarnation, possessed thorough intelligence regarding the inner workings of the Divine Eye Clan. Unlike typical supreme treasures such as the Blood Poison Divine Armor, Prison Sealing Sword, or Empress's Palace, whose names immediately revealed their nature. Chapter 484, Hunting All Cosmic True Gods? Thud. 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 A series of terrifying heartbeats resounded, causing the hearts of all the cosmic true gods present to pound violently as if struck by a drumstick. Above the 7 true lords of the Divine Eye Clan, an endless starry sky shimmering with brilliant starlight suddenly appeared. Above the starry expanse, a vast, indistinct figure abruptly materialized. A benevolent smile graced his face. The moment that man smiled, the endless stars ceased their rotation, as if he were the sole true god in this entire spacetime. A single thought gives rise to the eternal realm. The ethereal figure above the starry sky murmured softly. Boom! 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 Countless star systems shattered across the heavens, giving birth to billions of strange beasts. Though their forms varied, they all bowed their heads and knelt before the man in the sky. True God! True God! True! Chapter 485, The 4 Factions Unite for a Joint Hunt. At that moment, a terrifying force of void energy enveloped the cosmic true gods of the Divine Eye Clan, the Skeleton Clan, and the Human Clan, trapping them as if they were sinking into a spatial quagmire. With the strength of your 3 races alone, naturally, you couldn't possibly hunt down all the cosmic true gods within the Aurora realm. But what if we joined you? Emerging alongside this spatial domain were none other than Li Xian's Time Phoenix and Inferno Dragon avatars, both disguised as the Lord of Kuanpeng and the Lord of Time. Lord Kuanpeng? Lord Time? You've allied with the Human Clan? The appearance of the Kuanpeng Sovereign and the Time Sovereign sent shockwaves through both the Divine Eye Clan and the Skeleton Clan. They never imagined the solitary Kuanpeng Sovereign and Time Sovereign would ally with the human race. Had the Lord of the Kuanpeng and the Lord of Time not materialized before them, neither race would have suspected such an alliance. This left the Divine Eye Clan and the Skeleton Clan. Chapter 486, 16 Cosmic True Gods Treated as Prey. Aurora Realm. Strange. Why haven't the cosmic true gods of the 3 major races, the Divine Eye Clan, the Skeleton Clan, and the human race, appeared yet? The numerous cosmic true gods awaiting the arrival of the 3 major races' cosmic true gods were now deeply puzzled. Logically speaking, upon receiving news of such a supreme treasure emerging, the cosmic true gods of the 3 major clans of the Cosmic Sea should be the most eager to participate. Yet they never imagined that by exploiting the 3 races' greed for the supreme treasure, they could sip the broth while the races fought over the meat. Instead, the human race had denied them even the right to sip the broth, treating every one of them present as prey and turning them into meat soup. First to appear were the 4 cosmic true gods of the Skeleton Clan. The Skeleton Lord's eyeless skull eyes fixed on the distant, 1 light-year-tall tricolor tower. Even on a skull face, one could see the regret etched upon it. Chapter 487, Allies are meant to be sold. Rampaging Demon God, Blood-burning True God, Lord of the Underworld True God, Dove Crane True God. Our human race is targeting the Dragon Emperor True God. This has nothing to do with you. If you seize the opportunity while the Dragon Emperor True God is occupied by our human race to escape this spatial domain, you might just save your own lives. But if you stubbornly persist in aiding the Dragon Emperor True God, I guarantee that the next to die will be one of you 4 or perhaps all 4 of you. As the Dragon Emperor True God transmitted his voice to the rampaging Demon God and the others, Li Xian's cold voice echoed in their ears. What should we do? Faced with the human race's threat and the Dragon Emperor True God's plea for help, the rampaging Demon God now contacted the Burning Blood True God and others to discuss a countermeasure. A stark choice lay before them: continue resisting the human race alongside the Dragon Emperor True God, or abandon him and flee beyond the boundaries of this spatial domain. Help the Dragon Emperor True God. Chapter 488, Open Fire. Primordial Universe. The mightiest wills of the 6 Paths universe converged amidst the boundless cosmos. These 6 supreme beings were none other than the Island Lord of Origin, the Northern Frontier Alliance Leader, the Dream Demon Ancestor, the Earthquake Demon Ancestor, the Insectoid Queen, and the Mechanical Clan Father God. Currently, the Island Master of Origin and the Northern Frontier Alliance Leader were under attack by the Lord of Kuanping and the Skeleton Clan, making this the perfect moment to call for reinforcements. Their targets for aid were undoubtedly the numerous cosmic true gods of the primordial universe. As the saying goes, better a friend die than me, they would enlist every cosmic true god they could muster. Once these 4 cosmic true gods are lured into the Aurora realm, they have ample means to draw them into the great battle. Island Master of Primordial Creation, Alliance Leader of the Northern Frontier, what brings you 2 here? The Bug Queen smiled as she looked at the 2 figures before her. Empress, we come bearing a warning. In the battle at the land of Aurora. Chapter 489, to see him is like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon. Lord Kuanping, you shall meet a miserable end. With the lava battleship's relentless bombardment and the combined assault of Kuanping Jumo and the Lord of Time, 2 9th-rank powerhouses, the Northern Frontier Alliance leader's divine power was being annihilated at a rate as if a floodgate had burst open. The rate of this divine power annihilation now matched that of the primordial island lords. Whether among the Skeleton Clan or the Lord of the Kuanping, the speed of obliterating an enemy's divine power was swift, yet not the swiftest. The fastest was the rate at which the true god of the Dragon Emperor was having his divine power obliterated on the human battlefield. Even clad in his supreme treasure armor, the Dragon Emperor True God was utterly defenseless against Li Xian's 10th tier assault, the 9th tier peak attack of the Giant Axe, and Venus's 9th tier peak soul assault. Under Venus's soul illusions, the Dragon Emperor True God couldn't even use his supreme treasure psychic weapon to weaken Li Xian's strikes. Nearly every full power 5 elements Divine Lotus attack slammed into him with devastating force. Chapter 490, that'll cost you. True God of the Dove and Crane, once you perish, the Three-Ean Beast Lord will inevitably meet his end as well. 5 elements Divine Lotus. Li Xian sneered coldly as the prison ceiling sword sliced through the void, unleashing a breathtakingly beautiful 5-colored Divine Lotus. The vivid, luminous 5-colored Divine Lotus was breathtakingly beautiful. The instant its 365 petals each as sharp as blades bloomed, the terrifying power of the 10th tier surged toward the true god of cranes. Desire Divine Light. 15th. Without Li Xian needing to command them, the Giant Axe and Venus's attacks followed immediately. Just like the Dragon Emperor True God before, the true god of cranes and cranes was struck without any chance to retaliate, forced to passively rely on his supreme treasure armor for defense. Northern Frontier Alliance Leader, you deserve to die. The final strike from the Lord of the Kuanping, the Lord of Time, and the lava battleship utterly extinguished the last shred of divine power from the Northern Frontier Alliance Leader. Lord Kuanping, Lord of Time, may you both rot in hell. Chapter 491, don't let the prey become desperate. Celestial Sky Realm. As the celestial true god burned his divine power to its limit, a vast expanse of azure mist instantly expanded into a boundless sky. Within these seemingly ethereal, formless clouds lay the terrifying essence of the water law and the light law. Any being covered by this azure sky would suffer terrifying suppression and binding forces. Cosmic sovereigns below the 6th tier entering this domain would be instantly annihilated. 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. As the true god of falling arrows burned his divine power to fully activate his ultimate treasure domain, countless indestructible transformed into golden arrows. Their tips were razor sharp, even top-tier treasure armor would be instantly pierced by them. Countless arrows coalesced into an endless sea of golden projectiles spanning 5 light-years, merging with the azure sky above as they surged toward the spatial domain ahead. Before the 9-headed demon lord and the other 7 cosmic true gods. Chapter 492, if you don't die, how can we live? Damn it, Lord Kuanping. Do you truly intend to exterminate every last true god of our primordial universe? Should you do so, all true gods of the primordial universe shall henceforth regard you as their common enemy. Meanwhile, as the human race besieged the rampaging demon god, the Kunpeng Lord had already dealt with the void true demon god and now set his sights on the Black Cosmos founder as his next prey. Ha 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 ha. They regard me as their common enemy? Even if they don't come to me, I'll go find trouble with them. You needn't worry about that. The Kunpeng Lord roared with laughter. The Divine Eye clan and the Skeleton clan were not far behind, targeting the Golden Radiance true god and the blood-burning true god as their next prey. Nine-headed demon lord, you shall all meet a miserable end. The Golden Radiance true god and the Burning Blood true god, cut off from their allies, watched as the nine-headed demon lord and his cohorts abandoned them and fled alone. They roared in despair. If you don't die, how can we live? In response to this. Chapter 493, When under another's roof, one must bow. Aurora Realm. As the giant axe acknowledged its master as the supreme treasure, Li Xin took stock of his gains from this venture. The Black Cosmos founder, the Void True Demon God, and the Rampaging Demon God each provided Li Xin with a supreme treasure armor. The True God of Cranes and the True God of Dragons each bestowed upon him one supreme treasure armor and one supreme treasure weapon. The Northern Frontier Alliance leader granted him one supreme treasure domain. Besides the supreme treasures, there was a pile of peak-grade treasures, but these top-tier artifacts were beyond Li Xin's reach. Oh, and there are those two fellows Juehuajinshan and Shuahaijinshan. Immediately, Li Xin and the Lord of the Kunpeng each entered the Sword Prison Tower, intending to have a proper discussion with them. Lord Kunpeng. Upon seeing the Lord of the Kunpeng come to see him, the Blood Sea True God's first reaction was not relief, but panic. Even sealed away here, the Blood Sea True God still maintained contact through the Purple Moon Saint. Chapter 494, I will return. Amidst the boundless starry expanse, the thoughts of the four cosmic true gods, the Demon Clan, Insect Clan, and Mechanical Clan converged once more. The Crystal Clan's sacred lord is ungrateful, fixated on sitting back and watching the tigers fight. Cowardly and unwilling to provoke the human clan, he flatly refuses our alliance. He might even have already sided with them. Forget the Crystal Clan, even the Prison Clan is the same. Hearing how powerful the human clan has become, they dare not provoke them. They assume the human clan won't invade their harsh territories, so they refuse to ally with us. But the Demon Lord doesn't understand human ambition is limitless. Even if the Prison Clan's lands are inhospitable, the human clan won't give up. That old beast god is no different. Doesn't he remember how much enmity he built with the humans back when he was still with the demonic race? Even now that he's left the demonic race, the humans might still seek revenge. The ancestral god cult remains as neutral as ever, even as human might grows ever stronger. Chapter 495, The servant who once fought on the outer battlefields has earned his reward. Since we cannot defeat the human race head-on, we must strike from the flanks. First, we must support the demon race, insect race, and machine race within the primordial universe that oppose the human race. Once these three races have developed sufficiently, we'll provide them with the subsequent content for cultivating from cosmic revered ones to cosmic sovereigns. After further development, we'll use the path from universe sovereign to universe true god to lure them in. They'll then co-opt the vast majority of universe sovereigns, driving the human race completely out of the primordial universe and severing their roots of development. The Purple Moon Ancestor watched the departing Sword Prison Lord with a chilling gaze. He had no means to deal with lone wolves like the Kunpeng Sovereign, but he possessed strategies against faction leaders like the Sword Prison Lord. For him, even if the complete cultivation system were disseminated, it would pose no threat to the Purple Moon Sanctuary. As long as the systematic methods for reaching the limit of true godhood remained undisclosed, those cosmic true gods. Chapter 496, Severing the Eastern River Wu and the Thunder Robe Demon God. Whoa, this secret technique details the entire process from the peak of the King Sealing Realm to breaking through to the Cosmic Venerable Realm. If this could spread among our human race, the number of venerables among us would increase dramatically. Sword Prison, where did you obtain this? Upon seeing the secret technique Li Xin produced, Giant Axe inquired with curiosity. I obtained it from within the demonic race. It's likely not exclusive to them. The insectoid and mechanical races allied with the demonic race probably possess similar manuals too. I suspect the Purple Moon Sanctuary likely provided them with this secret technique. After all, such knowledge is probably only possessed by the Purple Moon Sanctuary and the Eastern Emperor Sanctuary throughout the entire Cosmic Sea. And we humans bear a deep grudge against the Purple Moon Clan. This is likely the Purple Moon Sanctuary's attempt to restrict our human development, so they've gone to support the demon race, insect race, and mechanical race that oppose us. Li Xin stated. The Purple Moon Sanctuary? They certainly possess. Chapter 497, Allocating the Ultimate Treasures. I can agree to your terms, but I demand you aid my vengeance. I shall lure my enemies here and you shall slay them for me. The Thundercloak Demon God reluctantly agreed. Accepting meant gaining some compensation, refusing meant losing everything. The Thunder Robe Demon God harbored an unyielding hatred toward the Divine Eye clan. He and Kong Luo had once been sworn brothers. Yet later, they were ambushed and hunted down by the Divine Eye clan. Kong Luo sacrificed himself to save Lei, perishing at the hands of the Divine Eye clan, while Lei narrowly escaped with his life. Ever since, he had yearned to annihilate the Divine Eye clan entirely. Yet lacking the power to do so, he had endured in silence, biding his time. He had believed that passing all the trials of the tomb ship would grant him the inheritance and the power to seek vengeance against the Divine Eye clan. Yet, this outcome was not what he had anticipated. However, Duan Donghe within the tomb ship was undoubtedly immensely powerful. Yet for some reason, he was unable to leave the tomb ship. Chapter 498, The Secret Art of Reversing the Phoenix to Cultivate the Essence. After Li Tianming and the others departed, Li Xian began studying the Blood Sea Demon armor he had fully refined. After days of examination, he discovered that, like the Blood Poison Divine armor, the Blood Sea Demon armor contained 12 layers of secret patterns. Though lacking the Blood Poison Divine armor's unique divine power combustion method, it possessed the ability to project a will shockwave. Moreover, this will impact ability steadily increased as he deepened his understanding of the armor's inner secret patterns. Having only just grasped the third-tier secret pattern, its will impact power had already reached the level of a first-tier cosmic sovereign. Previously, the rampaging demon god had grasped the fourth-tier secret pattern, achieving a will impact force equivalent to roughly a third-tier cosmic sovereign. By this calculation, if I can comprehend the fifth-level secret pattern, my will impact should reach that of a fifth-tier cosmic sovereign. Should I comprehend the sixth-level secret pattern, that will impact might even reach the level of a seventh-tier,